Anyue, inebriated, opened a door and found himself reborn in the form of an 8-year-old boy named Anterburn. He initially believed this world to be utterly ordinary until a new family moved in next door, and their child's name was Peter Parker. Despite this peculiar coincidence, Anyue reassured himself that it was merely a happenstance. However, his aunt, May Parker, further complicated his denial, until a somewhat balding man appeared at his doorstep, greeting him with a warm smile and saying, "Hello, Anter. I'm a friend of your father's. You can call me Uncle Phil Coulson." Chapter 1. Hello, my name is Peter Parker. New York City, Queens, 14, Prince Avenue. A golden-haired, blue-eyed boy pushed open the door to his house and ventured into the garden, retrieving a leash to secure around the neck of a Czech wolf dog. "Come on, Spike, let's go for a stroll. Anter, make sure you come back quickly after the walk." "Understood?" A stunning woman in her 30s called from the window. "Got it, Mom. You're so nagging." With that, the boy set off with his wolf dog. As they walked along the street, a red figure suddenly zipped overhead, prompting the boy to look up and let out a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, other children gazed in excitement, shouting, "It's Iron Man! It's Iron Man!" Indeed, the boy was our protagonist, now 8 years old, having crossed over as an infant. At the age of 1, he believed he inhabited a mundane world. Just as he was contemplating his future plans for earning money as he grew older, he discovered a card in his classmates' hands during elementary school. To his astonishment, the card depicted none other than Captain America. This revelation left him utterly bewildered, plunging him into a daze for the remainder of the day until he returned home and researched online, uncovering the startling truth. This world genuinely contained the figure of Captain America, indicating that he was in a Marvel universe. It was after this epiphany that a chime resonated in his mind, heralding the arrival of his golden fingertip. However, this system was entirely dormant. To activate it, he needed to touch the chosen one of the world for 10 seconds in pursuit of awakening the system. Our protagonist embarked on a challenging journey. The only known location of a main character was Iron Man, aka Tony Stark, yet he was at a loss for how to explain his intentions to his parents. Thus, he set out alone, only to be promptly returned by a police officer before he could even leave the neighborhood. After over a dozen failed attempts, his parents grew genuinely exasperated and fitted him with a tracking ankle bracelet, which would sound an alarm should he venture beyond a designated area. Consequently, a year passed without him successfully activating his system. Our little Anter is out again. He's not trying to sneak away, is he? A bare-chested, rotund man mocked. Anterburn, our protagonist, originally named Anyue, was once an ordinary university graduate. For reasons unknown, he had found himself in this new world. With the notion that life after death is akin to a candle extinguished, he chose to embrace his situation, discarding his former identity to fully adopt that of Anterburn. Anter flipped the bird at the rotund man before resuming his dog walk. 2 hours later, he returned home only to discover that the vacant house next door had welcomed new neighbors. Movers were bustling about, transporting an array of furniture and boxes inside. Anter paid little attention, untying the leash to allow his wolf dog some freedom before bursting into the house, exclaiming, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." "All right, just come in quietly and wash your hands to prepare for dinner. Your father has to leave for work after we eat," his mother replied. Anter glanced at his father, who was named Jason Bourne. Yes, the very Jason Bourne from the Bourne series, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to a celebrity from Anter's past life. Anter had also tested his father's agility, discovering his swift reflexes were far from those of an ordinary man. This reinforced his belief that his father was indeed a spy. As for his mother, Nancy Bourne, she was an FBI agent, likely unaware of her husband's true identity. "Oh, off on another business trip, are you?" Anter inquired of his father. "Yes, I'll be away for a month. You must behave and not upset your mother." "Understood?" Jason Bourne warned, ruffling Anter's hair. For both parents, Anter was a delight. His needs were met without concern, especially as they were novice parents. Yet Anter's incessant desire to venture outdoors kept them on edge. "Understood, Dad. I've told you I've changed my ways, and with this thing on me, how could I run away?" Anter retorted, placing his feet on a chair, rolling up his pants to reveal an ankle bracelet akin to that of criminal. "This is still your fault. If you behave when I return from my trip, and you don't irritate your mother, I'll take off your bracelet." "That should suffice, right?" Nancy said gently, stroking Anter's hair. "But you're not deceiving me, are you?" "I would never." "Very well then, safe travels," Anter called out to Jason. The couple exchanged resigned smiles, and before parting, they shared a tender kiss. "Anter, stay home and don't wander off. I'll take your father to the airport." "Got it, drive safely. Once the two had departed, Enter promptly washed the dishes, then retreated to his room to gather information on his computer. This year was 2010, and at 8 years old, he was born in 2002. With less than 2 years until the Battle of New York, he had to devise a way to activate his system quickly and enhance his abilities to a level sufficient for self-preservation. In that impending conflict, through his diligent research, Enter discovered Tony Stark's schedule. A month from now, Stark would be speaking at New York University, presenting Enter with his only opportunity to meet him, a chance he would not let slip away. Additionally, this provided a legitimate excuse for his parents to take him along. Just one more month, Enter mused, already envisioning a future where he would wield immense power within a Marvel universe thanks to his system. Enter, come downstairs for some fruit. Unbeknownst to him, his mother's voice resonated from below, prompting Enter to hurry downstairs, where he found Nancy had purchased an abundance of fruit. "Why did you buy so much fruit?" Enter asked curiously. "Isn't it true that we have new neighbors next door? I intend to introduce you to them." "Ah, I see. Then let's go. Let us proceed." Aunt held a basket of fruits, following Nancy as she knocked on the door of the neighboring residence, only for it to be opened by a woman of alluring curves. "Greetings. I am your neighbor, Nancy Byrne, and this is my son, Aunt Byrne. Do you require any assistance?" "Hello. I am A. Parker. Do come in." Upon hearing the name, Aunt paused momentarily, just as another slender child appeared on the staircase. It seemed Aunt had recollected something, as he approached the boy, extending his hand and saying, "Hello. My name is Aunt Byrne. It is a pleasure to meet you." The little boy glanced at May Parker, who offered him an encouraging look without uttering a word. Taking a deep breath, the boy grasped Aunt's hand and softly replied, "Hello, my name is Peter Parker. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 2. The Novice Gift Pack. The system officially activated. Within the confines of Peter Parker's abode, Nancy engaged in light conversation with Aunt May. However, as Aunt May needed to tend to the unpacking of their belongings, Nancy seized the opportunity to excuse herself. "Aunt, what troubles you?" Nancy inquired, observing her son's dazed demeanor. "Ah, it's nothing. I'm merely fatigued," he replied. "Is that truly all? You're not unwell, are you?" "No, I shall return to my slumber now." "Not so fast. You must bathe first." "I can wash up tomorrow," Aunt asserted, hastily retreating to his room, shutting the door behind him, and collapsing onto his bed. Ding. The system detected that the host had been in contact with the child of the world for over 10 seconds. The system is now officially activated, and the host has received a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Not in a rush. What is your name, system? This system is nameless. What purpose do you serve? To aid the host in survival. This system comprises a mission board and a rewards section, dedicated to ensuring the host thrives in this world. Let us unveil the novice gift pack. Very well, host. The novice gift pack is now open. 3 luminous orbs materialized, and Aunt selected one. Pure Chelan bloodline. Originating from the Zhang family lineage in the Grave Robbers Chronicles, this bloodline has been refined by the system, eliminating all adverse effects while preserving longevity. Enhanced physical attributes, immunity to toxins, and the ability to dispel malevolent forces. Aunt inhaled deeply and promptly inquired, "Will there be any pain upon fusion?" "None, dear host. The bloodline fusion is exceedingly gentle. Over time, the bloodline will fully awaken upon your 10th birthday, during which your physical prowess will gradually augment, and other abilities will begin to manifest." With that assurance, Aunt immediately fused with the Chelan bloodline, feeling a warm sensation envelop him before slipping into unconsciousness. He then activated the second orb, Black Gold Ancient Blade, a weapon frequently wielded by Zhang Qiling in the Grave Robbers Chronicles, forged from meteorite iron. This blade has been optimized by the system, achieving remarkable enhancements in hardness, sharpness, and resilience, with a weight increased to 200 pounds, making it the most suitable weapon for a fully awakened Chelan bloodline host. System, if I choose not to claim this reward, can it be retained indefinitely? Of course, host. Then please reserve it for me. Finally, and activated the third orb, Zhang Qiling's combat experience. Upon use, the host will acquire the entirety of Zhang Qiling's combat experience, including the application of the Chelan bloodline, swordsmanship, marksmanship, and martial arts techniques. Without a moment's hesitation, Aunt fused with it, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooding his mind, causing him to faint. When he awakened the following day, he patted his head, realizing he felt somewhat different. He had grown taller. His skin had taken on a fairer hue, and his formerly brown hair was now tinged with golden strands at the roots, though it was merely a hint of gold. Aunt suspected that by the time he turned 10, his hair would transform entirely, likely due to the influence of the Chelan bloodline. "Aunt, are you awake? If so, come downstairs for breakfast. I've prepared it for you." Understood, Mom. You go on to work. I will manage just fine. All right. I've left the money in its usual spot. Upon hearing the door close and the sound of a vehicle departing the garage, Ant rose and made his way downstairs. Since it was summer vacation, he was free from school obligations. Ant sat vacantly in a chair, suddenly recalling that he had yet to examine the two main sections of the system. As he enjoyed his breakfast, he began to explore the system's mission board and reward section. The mission board was straightforward, categorized into 3 types of tasks: daily tasks, which adjusted in difficulty based on the host's abilities, refreshing 10 tasks daily at midnight; holiday tasks, which varied between international and Chinese celebrations, offering unique rewards for completion; and significant event tasks, triggered by the convergence of multiple children of the world, such as the Battle of New York or the Wakandan Gem Protection War. The rewards section was even simpler, encompassing storage and extraction, where task rewards could range from a grain of sand to treasures across myriad realms, dependent on luck and task difficulty. This constituted the entire system, which, while simplistic, was undeniably useful. At that moment, Ant recalled today's daily tasks and discovered that all 10 were simple tasks, the first being a dog-walking mission, which needed to be completed before he could view the second task. Thus, after finishing his breakfast, washing the dishes, and freshening up, he ventured into the garden. When the Czech wolf dog spotted Ant, it cowered, tucking its tail between its legs. "Spike, what troubles you?" Ant asked, perplexed. Yet, as he approached, Spike, the Czech wolf dog, retreated hastily. Realizing the effect of his Chilean bloodline, Ant closed his eyes and suppressed its aura, allowing Spike to return to normal, becoming more affectionate towards him. "All right, Spike. Enough with the licking," Ant protested, gently pushing Spike's head away before harnessing the dog and embarking on their walk. As they passed the Parker household, Ant noticed Peter assisting Aunt May with sweeping. Upon seeing Aunt May called out, "Aunt, could you wait a moment?" "What is it, Aunt May?" "I would like you to take Peter around the neighborhood. His shy disposition often keeps him isolated, and I may occasionally return late due to work. It would be beneficial for him to meet the neighbors." "Of course, Aunt May, leave it to me," Aunt replied, waving Peter over. Peter shyly stepped forward, and the two youngsters walked side by side with the Czech wolf dog along the street. Aunt diligently introduced Peter to their neighbors, leading him into their homes, which caused Peter's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. By the time Aunt completed their circuit, Peter had acquainted himself with a significant number of residents, and those he had yet to meet were now familiar with him. It was worth noting that this particular street was one of the safest in Queens, with crime being an infrequent occurrence. Even when incidents arose, they were typically minor thefts. This street was predominantly inhabited by members of the New York Police Department. Thus, only the most foolish criminals would dare to venture here. Moreover, several military families resided in the area, including veterans and families with a lineage of law enforcement. Most notably, one elderly gentleman from World War II had a functioning tank parked in his garage, attesting to the formidable nature of this neighborhood. Consequently, local gangs and petty criminals rarely dared to disturb the peace here, which was precisely why Aunt May chose to relocate to this area. Chapter 3, Super Dog Food. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the dog walking task. You have received a reward of $1,000. In the next instant, Ant felt a stack of cash materialize in his pocket. He had not anticipated that his first task reward would be in the form of cash, which, while appreciated, was not particularly useful to him at the moment. He then turned his attention to the second task, daily task, introduce Peter Parker to the neighbors. Ant was momentarily bewildered upon seeing the task, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he grasped Peter's hand, inquiring, "Peter, have you met the neighbor I just introduced you to?" "Why, yes, I have," Peter shyly replied. "That won't do. How about I take you on another tour?" Without regard for Peter's consent, Ant pulled him around once more, and this time, Peter truly became acquainted with their neighbors. "Now you really know them, right?" Ant asked. "Yes, I do." Seeing Peter on the verge of tears, Ant sheepishly scratched his head. This Peter was not yet the Spider-Man he would become. He was frail, insecure, and exceedingly shy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully introduced Peter Parker to the neighbors. Reward obtained, 100 kilograms of super dog food. System, please elaborate. Super dog food, sourced from a high martial world, is specifically formulated for canine companions. Prolonged consumption enhances a dog's immunity, stamina, strength, speed, longevity, intelligence, and more. Upon hearing this, Ant did not immediately claim the reward but instead examined the third task, which was astonishingly to assist Aunt May in organizing her new home. "Come on, Peter, let us help Aunt May get settled in." Peter nodded, appearing timid and hesitant. Observing his demeanor, Aunt felt a pang of frustration but recognized that such changes could not be made overnight. The two boys arrived at Aunt May's home and, upon opening the door, found her busy cleaning amidst a multitude of boxes scattered about. "Aunt May, we're back." "Welcome back, Aunt." "So, did Peter meet everyone?" "Rest assured, with me around, there's no issue." "That's good to hear. Are you tired? If so, feel free to rest on the sofa while I fetch you some drinks." "No need. Aunt May, we'll help you first." "You really don't have to. I can manage this myself. You two should take a break." However, Aunt paid no mind to her protests and made his way into the kitchen, opening boxes and retrieving pots and dishes, instructing Peter to arrange them according to Aunt May's preferences. After nearly half an hour, they had finally tidied up the kitchen. Next came Peter's room, followed by Aunt May's. And ultimately, the two boys assisted her in cleaning the entire house. Moved by their thoughtfulness, Aunt May could not hold back her tears. Seeing this, Peter rushed over, and Aunt May embraced him tightly. "Aunt May, please don't cry. It's all right." "No, dear, it's not that I'm sad. I'm just so happy." "Peter, tonight I shall treat you both to a special meal," Aunt May said, wiping her tears. "We look forward to your feast, Aunt May." Aunt then claimed his reward, which turned out to be a bag of fruit-flavored gummies. Not particularly fond of sweets, he tossed them to Peter, who happily settled on the sofa to indulge. Aunt checked the next task and found that these were indeed merely daily chores. He quickly completed 10 routine tasks, receiving practical rewards. Save for the bag of super dog food. "Aunt May, please inform your parents to join us for dinner tonight." "Aunt May, my dad is on a business trip. It's just my mom left. I'll call her shortly." "All right." Before long, dinner time arrived, and Nancy returned home just in time. "Mom, you're finally back." "What can I say? As you know, my job keeps me quite busy. I apologize for making you babysit." Aunt May waved her hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for Aunt taking care of Peter and helping me tidy up, I would still be overwhelmed." "Is he really that well-behaved?" Nancy asked with a skeptical look at Aunt. Aunt rolled his eyes. "Honestly, he truly is well-behaved. Let's not dwell on that. Let us eat." The four of them sat down in silence and began their meal. After satisfying their appetites, Peter rubbed his eyes, appearing rather weary. After all, he had spent the whole day either following Aunt around or cleaning. Ultimately, he was just an 8-year-old child. "Aunt May, we should head back. Peter is tired." "All right, good night." "Good night." On their way back, Nancy tugged at Aunt's ear, questioning, "You little rascal, you didn't cause any trouble, did you?" "No, Mom, I was very well behaved today." Aunt protested earnestly. Nancy released his ear, and as they opened the gate, Spike rushed over, barking eagerly. Suddenly, Aunt recalled something and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to feed Spike." With that, Aunt dashed towards a small wooden shed in the corner of the yard, the storage room where miscellaneous items and Spike's dog food were kept. Upon entering the storage room, Aunt promptly placed the 100 kilograms of super dog food inside, and a large bag materialized. He opened the bag, and Spike, catching the scent, hurried over, panting and making excited sounds. Aunt opened the door, carrying a bowl of super dog food to Spike's little house, pouring it into his food bowl. Spike approached eagerly but only sniffed the food, as he would not eat without Aunt's command. "Go ahead, but take your time, don't choke." Aunt encouraged Spike. Once given the command, Spike eagerly devoured the super dog food, finishing an entire bowl in a mere minute. Afterward, Spike shook his head and returned to his little house, dozing off almost instantly. "What is wrong with Spike? Perhaps I let him run a bit too long. He must be exhausted," Aunt explained, though he understood it was likely due to the super dog food. "Is that so?" "Yes." "All right then, you've had a long day too. Go take a shower and then get some rest." Aunt nodded, took a shower, dried his hair, and lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, as Spike slumbered, a surge of energy coursed through his cells, revitalizing them and making him stronger, though this newfound strength came at a cost. His fur was gradually shedding, a change of which he remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 4. Spike's Transformation. The following day, Aunt ventured outside, intending to continue walking Spike when he suddenly noticed Spike looking quite bare. "Spike, are you all right?" Aunt shouted in alarm. Nancy, who was preparing breakfast, rushed out and, upon witnessing the scene, burst into laughter. "What happened to Spike?" "I'm not sure, Mom. Is Spike going to be okay? How could he not be? Just look into his eyes. Does he seem troubled?" Nancy chuckled. Aunt then looked down and saw Spike's eyes sparkling with vitality, albeit with a hint of embarrassment, as if he were aware of his current unsightly appearance. "How did you end up like this?" Aunt asked, petting Spike's head, noting that the texture was indeed quite poor and unkempt. Spike cast a mournful glance at Aunt, who cautiously recalled, "Is it because of the dog food I gave you?" Spike nodded. Aunt's eyes widened in realization. "You can understand me?" Spike continued to nod, prompting Ant to display a look of astonishment before quickly regaining his composure. He picked up Spike's food bowl and filled it to the brim with super dog food from the storage room, placing it before Spike, who immediately shifted into eating mode. The more Spike consumed, the longer his fur grew. By the time he finished, his coat had grown to approximately half a centimeter, slightly improving his appearance from the previous bald state, but it was still only a marginal enhancement. Ant, breakfast is ready. Mama's gone to work. Nancy's voice echoed from the room. Got it, Mom. Be careful on the road, Ant replied, and just as he finished speaking, the sound of an engine roared to life as a Hummer pulled out of the garage. Once the vehicle vanished from sight at the end of the street, Spike immediately reached out a paw to nudge his dog bowl. Still hungry? Ant inquired, to which Spike nodded. Observing this, Ant filled the bowl to the brim once more and placed it at the door of the storage room. Spike eagerly devoured the contents, finishing the bowl in less than a minute. Ant continued to refill it, and Spike kept eating. After consuming a total of 5 large bowls, Spike's fur transformed into a lustrous silver hue. Initially, Spike's coat had been a dull yellow-gray. This unexpected shedding revealed a stunning silver coat that felt exquisite, akin to silk. Under the sunlight, it shimmered beautifully, resembling a flowing galaxy. Ant, I'm here to walk the dog. Are you home? Peter's voice reached them, albeit in a hushed tone, as if he were suppressing his excitement. Peter, didn't I tell you? Boys should be a bit more assertive. Try again, Ant called out loudly toward the entrance. Taking a deep breath, Peter raised his voice. Ant, are you home? I'm here to walk the dog. His exuberant shout even caught Aunt May's attention, who peeked out to see Peter and smiled with approval. Let us go, Ant said, embarking on his first daily task of the day. Without hesitation, he leashed Spike and stepped outside, while Peter marveled at Spike's transformed appearance. What happened to Spike? He looks different. How about that? I dyed him, Ant replied with a grin. Ah, it's dyed? Of course. Did you think he was born this way? Natural colors are far too expensive. My parents can't afford that. As the two boys walked Spike, they chatted animatedly. An hour later, they returned to Ant's home. Ant unclipped the leash, allowing Spike to frolic in the yard while the boys entered the house. Have you had breakfast yet? Ant asked. Peter shook his head, prompting Ant to invite him to join. They soon polished off the breakfast that Nancy had left behind. Simultaneously, Ant stored the reward for walking Spike, 200 kilograms of premium dog food, into the storage room. He then claimed his second daily task, which surprisingly involved practicing martial arts. Peter, would you like to practice some kung fu with me? Kung fu. Yes, Chinese kung fu. What do you say? Can I really? Absolutely. Though your physique is a bit frail, perhaps Aunt May can prepare more beef for you. Now, come over here. You need to start with the horse stance. What is the horse stance? Without responding, Ant demonstrated the stance for Peter, who attempted to mimic it, but his frail body quickly fatigued, and he sat down after just 5 minutes. All right, take a minute to rest, then continue with the horse stance. You must push your limits each time, otherwise, it's futile. Peter nodded, and after a brief respite, he stood up to resume the stance while Ant began his martial arts practice, drawing from Zhang Qiling's memories. Ant employed a variety of techniques, including Tai Chi, Baguazhang, Bajiquan, and Hungar, among others. After an hour of training, Ant completed the task. While Peter lay exhausted on the floor, drenched in sweat, Ant refrained from disturbing him and claimed the reward for the task, a reparable punching bag specifically for his training. He then proceeded to tackle his third task. By the time he completed 10 daily tasks, Peter had awakened but limped due to the soreness in his thighs. Are you all right, Peter? My thighs hurt terribly. Am I ruined? Peter lamented with a quivering voice. You're not ruined. It's just that your muscles are sore from the sudden intense workout after being inactive for so long. I'll help massage them to relieve some discomfort. And then you should apply a warm towel to your thighs when you get home. Understand? Peter nodded, and Ant began to massage his legs, alleviating about 30% of the pain. However, Peter still walked with a noticeable limp. Peter, what happened? Aunt May exclaimed upon witnessing Peter's condition. Peter explained his workout to Aunt May, who sighed with relief and hurried to fetch a warm towel for him. Aunt May, a head nurse currently employed at New York City's First People's Hospital, was well versed in such matters. The hospital bore its peculiar name due to its founder, a wealthy individual from Huagua who had a penchant for such whims. Moreover, he established the New York City Academy, a comprehensive institution encompassing elementary, middle, and high school education. This school boasted an impressive faculty, and its tuition was within reach for average families. And attended this school, as it was conveniently located near his home. Peter was also transferred to this school, as its principal had been a patient of Aunt May's, who arranged for him to be in the same class as Aunt. As Peter lay with the warm towel, he eventually drifted off to sleep. Aunt May watched him, her heart aching as she gently wiped his forehead. However, she felt powerless. Knowing Peter's timid nature would make school a challenge, leaving her to hope that Aunt could help him become more confident before the start of the school year. Chapter 5. The first day of the new semester. The next day, having been somewhat fatigued from yesterday's training, Aunt awoke to find that Nancy had already left for work, leaving a table laden with breakfast. Ignoring it for the moment, he first attended to Spike's breakfast in the storage room before rousing Peter, who cautiously made his way to Aunt's house. "Are you still sore?" Peter nodded glumly. "It's all right. You'll get used to the pain." Aunt reassured him with a shake of his head. Suddenly, a honk echoed from outside. Aunt peered out the window to see a delivery truck parked beside their house. A balding man in a black suit emerged from the truck, and they began unloading boxes. "Ah, new neighbors. Finish your breakfast, and once we're done, let us go greet them," Aunt encouraged as he patted Peter's head, having already accepted his first daily task, to befriend the new neighbors. Peter hastened his eating, and after the two washed the dishes, they headed towards the neighbor's house. Observing them, Spike picked up his leash, expecting to accompany them on a walk, but the boys brushed past him, leaving Spike standing there, dazed. In the next moment, his nose transformed into a red ball, and the leash morphed into a string tied to a red balloon. "Spike, come on," Aunt called out. Spike quickly shook off his daydream and fitted himself with the leash before following Aunt. "Hello. Are you our new neighbor?" Aunt called out to the man at the door. "Hello, little Aunt. You know me?" Aunt asked, recognizing the familiar face before him. "Of course. I'm Phil Coulson, your father's colleague." Indeed, the slightly balding man before him was none other than Agent Phil Coulson, affectionately known as the mayor of Marvel's Newbie Village. "My dad's colleague? Then I'll call you Uncle Coulson. This is my good friend, Peter Parker. Do you need any help?" "Haha, no need," Coulson chuckled, ruffling Aunt's hair affectionately. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of befriending the new neighbor, earning the reward, hair growth serum." Subsequently, the second daily task was to assist Coulson with his move. Upon noticing this, Aunt dropped the dog leash and exclaimed, "Uncle Coulson, there's no need to be polite. We are here to help." Ignoring Coulson's objections, he took Peter's hand and began to assist the workers in moving boxes. They focused on the smaller boxes. Yet it must be said that with the help of these two little ones, they swiftly transported all items into the living room, allowing the movers to depart shortly thereafter. Then, Aunt embarked on his daily tasks for the day, arranging furniture, cleaning, cooking, dining, walking the dog, and so forth. By the afternoon, the daily tasks were completed, and unlike before, Peter did not collapse from exhaustion. Rather, he felt remarkably invigorated, with the soreness in his legs nearly vanished. "Uncle Coulson, we're heading back." "All right. Just in time, as I need to go to work too. By the way, Uncle Coulson, the item on the table is a moving gift I prepared for you." "What is it?" "Hair growth serum." With that, Aunt hurriedly pulled Peter away. Coulson, upon hearing this, was left in a state of bemusement, yet he accepted the gift solemnly, hoping that Jason's tasks would proceed without issue. "How is your leg? Still hurt?" "Not anymore. If it doesn't hurt, then let us continue exercising. Consistency is key. You mustn't give up halfway. Rest assured, I absolutely want tea." The two little ones continued their training, one practicing stances while the other engaged in a comprehensive workout. The following days unfolded in a tranquil manner, with Aunt's daily tasks remaining largely repetitive. The storage room had entirely transformed into Spike's dog food pantry, and the two continued their training diligently. Aunt's Kieran bloodline had accelerated its awakening, and now his strength had surpassed that of an ordinary human, with his speed being even more remarkable. Most importantly, Aunt had grown increasingly handsome. His features became more defined, and his height reached an impressive 1.40 meters. Peter experienced a similar transformation. Over the course of these 2 months, he had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Previously frail, resembling a 6-year-old child, he now stood at an average height with a hint of muscle, and most significantly, his personality had blossomed into one of cheerfulness. However, this newfound exuberance had its downsides, as he became excessively chatty, leading Aunt to resort to taping his mouth shut during training sessions, fearing that Peter's incessant chatter might render him dizzy. "Aunt, are you ready? The school bus is about to arrive," Nancy called out from upstairs, prompting Aunt to appear at the staircase. "Coming, Mom, all set." Today marked the beginning of a new school term, and Nancy warned, "Make sure not to get called in by the teacher, otherwise, you might as well wait for your doom." "Come on, it's a new term. Can't you hope for something good?" Jason said wearily. "Mom, the bus is here. I'm off." Aunt seized the opportunity to leave before they could unleash more affectionate banter. Just then, Peter's door swung open, and he exchanged a glance with Aunt. They both dashed onto the school bus together. Having been taken to the Academy of Excellence by Aunt May prior, Peter was now well prepared to accompany Aunt. The Academy of Excellence in New York City is a private institution founded by a wealthy Chinese entrepreneur, while tuition is modest. Its regulations differ significantly from that of typical public schools. Unlike a day school, classrooms are fixed, akin to the educational system in China, where students remain in the same classroom until they advance to middle or high school. However, aside from this distinction, their schedules and school hours are quite similar. Seated together, Peter was filled with excitement, glancing around eagerly. "Why are you so excited, Peter?" "I don't know. I just feel exhilarated." "All right, calm down. It's just an ordinary day at school, nothing to be overly thrilled about." As they conversed, the bus filled with students and set off for the academy. Upon entering the gates, Peter could not suppress his awe. It's enormous. Of course, it houses a soccer field, 3 playgrounds, dozens of basketball courts, several badminton courts, numerous tennis courts, and 3 football fields. It encompasses elementary, middle, and high school levels, with students numbering in the thousands. How could it not be large? Peter was astounded by the sheer size of the school. After the bus came to a halt, the children disembarked in an orderly fashion and made their way to their classrooms, marking the first day of their new term. Chapter 6. Peter meets new friends. Classmates. This semester, we have a new student joining us. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome our new classmate. In a classroom filled with 8 to 9-year-old children, applause erupted as Peter approached the podium to introduce himself. Now, due to his enhanced physique and the time spent alongside Aunt helping the elderly in their neighborhood, Peter had become quite extroverted. However, this had its drawbacks. It is widely known throughout the Marvel universe that there are 2 notorious chatterboxes who favor red spandex, Spider-Man and Deadpool. Unlike Deadpool, who is incessantly verbose, Peter only displayed his talkative nature in the presence of familiar faces or when donned in his spider suit. However, his newfound outgoing demeanor meant he was now perpetually chatty, which sometimes prompted Aunt to intervene directly to silence him. Given that Peter's appearance was now above average, he was quite popular among his peers. Each class typically consisted of 30 to 35 students. As second graders, their academic workload was not burdensome, and in fact, it was quite relaxed. "Hello, Peter. I'm Harry Osborn." As soon as Peter sat down, a boy beside him extended his hand. "Hello, Harry," Peter replied amicably as they shook hands. Peter. I'm Ned Leeds. It's a pleasure to meet you." The chubby boy sitting in front of Peter turned to greet him. Peter gladly shook their hands, as he was still just a child, and children naturally love to play. After 2 months of summer filled with exercise and altruistic deeds with Aunt, he was ready to unleash his pin-up energy. At that moment, Peter seemed to recall something and turned around to find Aunt had somehow fallen asleep. "Do you know Aunt?" Harry cautiously glanced at Aunt and asked in a hushed tone. "Of course, we're neighbors," Peter replied, sensing Harry's curiosity. "You don't know? Aunt is the leader of our elementary division. He excels academically and is quite formidable. I heard that when some 6th and 7th graders tried to pick a fight with him, he single-handedly emerged unscathed, while those upperclassmen ended up lying on the ground. The incident caused quite a stir, and nobody knows what happened afterward. From that day on, Aunt became the leader for grades 1 through 5. He truly is impressive." Peter nodded in agreement, fully aware of Aunt's strength. "All right, everyone, enough chatting. It's time to prepare for class." As the bell rang, the students straightened up in their seats. In truth, the curriculum for elementary school was not extensive, primarily covering grammar, reading comprehension, writing, and basic math, with ample time allocated for free play. However, as this is a private school, and the affluent individual responsible for its establishment hails from China, he has specifically included a Mandarin course. Moreover, students who undertake this study are rewarded, which can be considered an additional incentive for these children. Even the teachers benefit from supplementary income, thus it is commonplace for them to enroll in Mandarin classes. In this manner, Entei continued to slumber, dozing until midday, when the children began to stow away their books in anticipation of lunch. Indeed, the midday meal here is not something the students bring from home. It is provided by the school. "Entei, you've awakened." Peter called out to him. "Yes, I had a rather pleasant sleep," Entei replied. Due to his exemplary academic performance, the teachers generally turned a blind eye to his napping. At that moment, Entei recalled that he had yet to complete today's daily tasks. He hastily checked the first task, which happened to be to eat 2 lunches, an exceedingly simple undertaking for him. After all, it is not an exaggeration to say that young children can eat a great deal, especially considering Entei's 2 months of rigorous training. They did not have a midday nap, as their lunch period was only half an hour long. After dining, they proceeded to their afternoon classes. The day passed without incident, and at 2:30 in the afternoon, they were dismissed from school. Entei swiftly completed a series of tasks, including walking the dog, before continuing his workout with Peter. "Entei, Harry has invited us over to his house this weekend. Are you going?" Peter inquired while practicing his stance. Do you wish to go? Entei asked. Peter nodded. Although they had known Harry and Ned for less than a day, he had already come to regard them as good friends, making it difficult for him to decline the invitation of a close companion. Then let us go. But we must not neglect our training, understood? Are you going? Of course. Entei affirmed. Good. I was worried you might decline. By the way, Peter, do you have an uncle? An uncle? No, I only have Aunt May. Why do you ask? Peter scratched his head in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I simply thought someone as beautiful as Aunt May must have suitors. How come you don't have an uncle? Ah, I don't know, Peter replied, his face a picture of bewilderment, for such topics were rarely discussed between them. The two continued their training until nightfall, at which point Aunt May returned home, and upon seeing the two figures engaged in combat in the garden, she called out, Peter, come home for dinner. Coming, Aunt May. The two ceased their activities. At that moment, Peter's strength was sufficient to handle 3 untrained adults, but he was still quite young and lacked power, although his technique compensated for this deficiency. Shortly thereafter, Nancy and Jason also returned, and Spike hurried to greet them. Back already? What as for dinner? What else could it be? Of course, it's beef. You didn't cause any trouble at school today, did you? How could I? I'm a good boy, Peter replied, rolling his eyes as he entered the kitchen. Entei quickly rushed over to assist, while Jason remained engrossed in the television. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and when Jason answered, he was surprised to find Phil Coulson standing there. Phil, what brings you here? Not welcomed, I see. I've brought some fine wine this time. Come on in, Jason said with a smile. Before long, the 4 of them were seated at the dining table, just as they were about to enjoy their meal. The room was plunged into darkness. While Nancy and Entei remained unaffected, Coulson and Jason, being agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., sensed something amiss and immediately drew their weapons, scanning the surroundings with caution. After Jason inspected the electrical system, he discovered that it had indeed been tampered with. He swiftly rectified the issue and returned to the kitchen, where he was confronted by the sight of Nancy being held hostage. Chapter 7. The Punisher Strikes, the First Battle. Frank, what are you doing? Jason shouted in fury. A man clad in a bulletproof vest adorned with a skull emblem held a gun to Nancy's head, while Entei stood nearby, equally enraged. Tell me, who did this? The man, addressed as Frank by Jason, bellowed. What are you talking about? Who killed my family? You must know who they are. Tell me. The man gritted his teeth, his finger hovering dangerously close to the trigger. In that moment, Entei, who had been overlooked, sprang into action. He propelled himself forward, using a chair to launch a kick that sent the gun flying from the man's grasp, and in midair. He executed a second kick fueled by fury, sending the man crashing through the kitchen window and into the garden. Still in a rage, Entei dashed outside, leaping onto the table to engage the man in combat. Noticing Spike, who lay unconscious, only intensified Entei's fury. Spike, you're truly despicable, Entei roared, striking with renewed vigor. However, unlike the man's mixed martial arts style, Entei's fighting was more diverse, allowing him to land unexpected blows with each attack. Gradually, the man began to falter under Entei's relentless assault. Despite sustaining severe injuries, he remained standing and even taunted Entei with a defiant expression. Enough, Entei! Jason and Coulson shouted as they rushed into the room. Turning to glance at Jason, Entei scoffed before approaching Spike, gently checking to confirm that he was merely unconscious and unharmed, which brought Entei a sigh of relief. Entei, are you all right? Nancy emerged, rushing to embrace him softly as she inquired. I'm fine, Entei murmured, returning her embrace. Sighing, Nancy turned her gaze to the bloodied man. Jason and Coulson exchanged looks before Jason sighed and said, We will tell you the truth, but first, you need to tend to your injuries and apologize to my family. Very well. The man followed Coulson to his home, while Entei finished dinner under Nancy's comforting presence, and Jason began repairing the window. Are you full? I am. Then you should go rest, Nancy gently suggested. Entei nodded and ascended the stairs. At that moment, Nancy plopped down in a chair, staring intently at Jason. He attempted to feign ignorance, but ultimately could not withstand her gaze. Dear, what's the matter? What do you mean what's the matter? I used to refrain from questioning your work because you never brought it home, but now that something like this has occurred, you still refuse to tell me. Nancy's voice grew more indignant, tinged with the threat of tears, which compelled Jason to enter through the window and embrace her tightly. I'm sorry, dear, I was wrong. I'll explain everything shortly, all right? Really? Truly? All right, I'll wait for your explanation. A few minutes later, Coulson returned with the man in tow, and upon seeing him, Nancy stiffened, prompting Jason to wrap his arm around her shoulder. Feeling Jason's warmth, Nancy regained her composure. Let us eat first, Nancy suggested. The group sat down. The atmosphere somewhat awkward, as no one spoke during the meal. Once they had filled their plates, Nancy began to clear the table. Finally, she brought a bottle of juice into the living room, pouring a glass for each person before sitting down and fixing her gaze on Jason. Unable to escape the scrutiny, Jason finally spoke up. "Dear, the truth is, I am an agent, a special agent working for the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Supply, and Logistics." Observing the incredulous expression on Nancy's face, Coulson cleared his throat and interjected, "Nancy, Jason speaks the truth. He is indeed an agent. Our organization is referred to as SHIELD, established with funding from the International Security Council, dedicated to addressing various extraordinary incidents." "Extraordinary incidents?" Nancy echoed, to which Coulson nodded affirmatively. "Now, my dear wife, we have divulged our matters to you. It is now your turn, Frank," Jason stated, fixing his gaze upon Frank. "Do you recall the peculiar enemy you encountered during your service?" "Indeed, I remember. His speed was unnaturally swift, as if he were not human," Frank replied. "Correct. He is not human. He is a vampire. You killed the companion of a vampire Duke's son, and thus the Duke's son, enraged, allied with their affiliates to exact vengeance upon you and your family," Jason elucidated. "You knew?" Frank asked softly, his head bowed. "Yes, but we only discovered it later. Upon learning that a figure known as the Punisher was persistently troubling the gangs, we initiated an investigation and uncovered your involvement in the death of the Duke's son's companion. We regret to inform you that, for the sake of humanity, we cannot assist you. You must seek your own retribution," Jason explained. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Frank questioned, anguish evident in his voice. "Because we did not wish to lead you to your demise. Do you comprehend what a duke represents? Their wealth rivals that of nations, and their thralls are countless. Thus, we could only redirect your hatred toward the gangs," Jason clarified. "Inform me of their stronghold," Frank demanded. "Forget it. If you truly seek vengeance, I recommend a certain individual, Blade," Jason suggested. "Thank you. You ought to thank our director. It was his order that we assist you," Jason replied. Frank remained silent. Rising to address Nancy, "I apologize. I should not have pointed a gun at you. However, the firearm was unloaded, and I still owe you an apology." Nancy, feeling justified in her indignation, did not respond. After all, who could easily forgive someone who had threatened their life? Frank turned away, casting a glance toward the staircase. Both Nancy and Jason followed his gaze, discovering Aunt standing at the top of the stairs, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Oh no, Aunt. How much did you hear?" Guess," Aunt replied playfully. Jason slapped a hand to his forehead, momentarily at a loss, and even Coulson wore a pained smile. After exchanging glances, the two men resolved to report the situation. Chapter 8. The Acquisition of Knowledge. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of SHIELD agents arrived, directly approaching Jason and Coulson. Jason, an agent of level 8, and Coulson, a level 7 agent, were both among Nick Fury's most trusted operatives, although he had never explicitly stated this. "Ernst, Coulson, are you both unharmed?" an Asian woman inquired. "We are fine," May Coulson replied. "What of the Punisher?" "He has departed. We had no choice but to reveal the truth to him, although I did mention Blade. He will likely seek him out. Just keep an eye on Blade," Coulson explained. "Understood. Are you genuinely unscathed?" "We're truly fine. He merely sought the truth and did not intend to kill us." After the agents completed their review of the surrounding surveillance footage, they departed. "Is your authority truly that extensive?" Nancy asked, regarding them with curiosity. "Indeed. We can operate within any nation's law enforcement agencies, and if we so choose, we can even serve as high-ranking FBI agents," Jason replied softly. "It is growing late. I shall return home," Coulson sighed. "Very well. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." With that, Jason hastened to replace the window and tidy up. "Aunt, what are you doing?" "Spike is still asleep. I intend to sleep with him tonight." "All right, but do not lock the door. We don't want him to be unable to go out if he needs to relieve himself." "Understood." Thus, Aunt carried Spike upstairs while Jason and Nancy finished their showers and settled into bed. "Have you noticed anything peculiar about Aunt?" "What do you mean?" "Didn't you observe how he seemed incredibly strong during his battle with the Punisher? Although not quite a match for him, he was nearly on par." Upon hearing Nancy's observation, Jason recalled the scene, particularly Ant's combat techniques, which appeared to amalgamate various fighting styles. It seemed he had been training for quite some time. "You noticed as well?" "Yes, not only his strength, but also his combat skills. He is not inferior to me. If he were to unleash his full potential, I suspect the Punisher would barely last a minute. How could he have transformed in this manner?" "I do not know. You are aware that Ant is exceptionally obedient and perceptive. Ever since he became self-sufficient, he often takes care of us. Our busy lives, especially yours with frequent business trips lasting several months, have deprived us of quality time together as a family, Nancy lamented, resting her head against Jason's chest, tracing circles on it with her finger. Let us plan for this weekend. We can ask Aunt if he has any plans. If not, we'll take a day off to spend some quality time with him. I think that's a splendid idea. Let us get some rest. Today has been exhausting. Meanwhile, Aunt nestled Spike beside his pillow. This Czech wolf dog had been with him since his birth, brought by Jason from an unknown source, and they had grown up together, akin to brothers. If it weren't for Spike's steady breathing, Aunt might have doubted whether he was still alive. Spike, if you're all right, give me a sign. Aunt gradually drifted off to sleep, leaning against Spike. The following day, Aunt awoke to the sensation of something wet licking his face. He opened his eyes to find Spike enthusiastically licking him. Spike, you're all right. Spike continued to lick Aunt with excitement, prompting Aunt to begin a conversation. For after consuming the super dog food, Spike's intellect had developed to that of a young adult. Through their exchange of questions and answers, Aunt finally grasped that the Punisher had somehow acquired a colorless, odorless anesthetic, which had been sprinkled onto the super dog food. Because it was undetectable and Aunt had personally delivered it, Spike had not suspected a thing, resulting in the ensuing predicament. Aunt quickly prepared Spike's breakfast, and by the time he finished, Nancy and Jason were leisurely waking up. Mom, Dad, I'm off to school. Breakfast is in the kitchen. Remember to eat. With that, Aunt hurriedly donned his backpack and dashed outside, just as the school bus arrived. Aunt boarded the bus alongside Peter, who immediately began catching up on homework. Wait, didn't you do your homework last night? Aunt queried. No, I got caught up playing games instead. Harry introduced me to one, and I lost track of time. Peter admitted sheepishly. I see. What game were you playing? World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft? I've played it before, but I'm not particularly interested in such games. You can play, but remember to finish your homework first. Exercise before gaming, understood? Peter nodded earnestly, aware that his current improvements stemmed from his dedication to physical training. He certainly would not slack off. Upon arriving at school, the students first indulged in breakfast before embarking on their studies. Aunt had initially intended to continue his slumber, yet it appeared that today's daily tasks were intrinsically linked to learning. Thus, he had no choice but to rouse himself. Utilizing his free time, he ventured to the library and borrowed a plethora of books pertaining to mechanics, diving into them during class. The teachers, upon noticing him, merely cast a cursory glance and then lost interest, for even they struggled to comprehend such material. After successfully completing 5 daily tasks, aside from some inconsequential rewards, he acquired a passive skill known as knowledge absorption. This skill enabled him to automatically absorb and comprehend the knowledge he encountered while reading, albeit with one stipulation. The information must be foundational. For instance, in mathematics, he had to start with basic arithmetic, recognizing numbers and progressing through addition, subtraction, and multiplication step by step, rather than leaping directly into advanced mathematics. Should he deviate from this gradual approach, the knowledge would accumulate in his mind until it became overwhelming, potentially rendering him foolish. Conversely, by adhering to a progressive learning method, he could swiftly grasp the concepts, allowing his mind to retrieve the relevant knowledge when needed. This passive skill proved to be exceedingly beneficial, propelling Aunt along the path of academic excellence, albeit requiring him to begin from the ground up. However, time was a luxury he possessed in abundance. Consequently, Peter, Harry, and Ned observed as Aunt initially engaged with basic mathematics, only to swiftly transition to higher-level math in the subsequent class. After all, mathematics is the cornerstone of the sciences, the mother of engineering and technology. Aunt aspired to master subjects such as biology, physics, and engineering. Thus, he sought to elevate his mathematical skills to a sufficient level before delving into other disciplines. Nevertheless, the sudden influx of knowledge proved somewhat overwhelming for Aunt. Are you all right? Peter inquired, noticing Aunt rubbing his temples. I'm fine. It's just that I've read too much too quickly, and my brain is struggling to keep up, Aunt replied. Then don't overload yourself. Take a moment to rest. Knowledge is not something to rush, Peter advised, patting Aunt on the shoulder. Aunt smiled but said nothing further, closing the book just as a cacophony erupted from outside. Peter immediately recognized Harry's voice and dashed out, with Aunt following closely behind. They found Harry and Ned being bullied by a group of 6th and 7th graders. Without hesitation, Peter rushed in to confront the bullies. Harry, Ned, are you all right? He asked anxiously. I'm fine. Me too. Why are you picking on my friends? Peter demanded, facing the older students. Peter, they're the sons of my company's shareholders. They just enjoy tormenting me, Harry whispered, hiding behind Peter. Have you had your fill? Aunt interjected coolly. Upon seeing Aunt, the older students took a startled step back, yet feeling embarrassed, they attempted to retort. Just then, Ant flicked his finger, and a marble struck one of the students squarely on the knee, causing him to kneel in pain. Anything else you wish to say? Ant continued. The older students, now cowed, hastily retreated. Soon after, a teacher arrived, but Harry and his friends insisted they were unscathed. Even when the teacher offered to take responsibility, Harry remained adamant that everything was fine. The teacher's side, despite the presence of surveillance cameras, the individuals involved had chosen not to pursue the matter, adhering to the school's unwritten rules. After all, most students here were either wealthy or connected, and teachers typically refrained from probing further unless compelled by the circumstances. Chapter 9. Blood of the Ancestors. Returning to the classroom, Peter could no longer contain his curiosity. Why do you allow them to bully you? He asked. It's complicated. Harry replied. It's all right. You can tell us. We're not kids anymore. The four of them, possessing high intelligence, were far more mature than the average child. They bully me to provoke my father, hoping he will cave to their demands. I don't want to put him in a difficult position, which is why I let them push me around. Harry confessed, his gaze lowered. Are you a fool? Ant remarked after hearing this. Harry looked up in shock. Ant continued. Do you truly believe your father is incapable? He is the chairman of Oscorp. If he cannot handle these shareholders, then he should not be in his position. Go home and explain everything to him. He will resolve it. Really? Harry asked, incredulous. Why would I lie? Your father has attained this position for a reason. If he can't manage these shareholders, then he has no business being chairman. Then I will confess to my father, Harry decided. Also, have him hire a coach for you to improve your physical strength. Just those few bullies. Peter could handle them all by himself. Ned and Harry exchanged incredulous glances at Peter's assertion. Peter scratched his head, affirming, Ant isn't wrong. I truly could take care of them. Wow. Both Harry and Ned exclaimed in astonishment. As time passed, Ant resumed his reading while they continued their studies until school dismissed. Ant and Peter returned to their respective homes, and Ant quickly embarked on his dog-walking duties. However, just as he finished walking Spike, the daily task panel began to vibrate, revealing his first challenging task, to slay a vampire. To accomplish this, he would require silver weaponry or the ability to expose the creature to sunlight until it perished. Unfortunately, he possessed neither. Thus, Ant rummaged through his house and soon discovered an exquisitely crafted silver dagger, a gift from Jason following one of his missions. Grasping the dagger, Ant raced along the route indicated by the system, prompting Peter to chase after him. Soon, Ant opened a sewer manhole cover and leapt inside. Although Peter was uncertain of Ant's intentions, the thrill of the unknown compelled him to follow. However, the eerie silence of the sewer alerted Ant to Peter's presence. What are you doing here? Ant exclaimed, genuinely surprised that Peter had decided to join him. I saw you sneaking around, so I followed. What are you up to? Peter asked curiously. Suddenly, Ant heard something and swiftly covered Peter's mouth. The pair pressed against the wall, hiding in the shadows. As they observed a man advancing through the sewer. Through the system panel, Ant confirmed that the man before them was indeed a vampire. He drew his dagger and motioned for Peter to be silent before stealthily approaching the vampire. When he was within striking distance, he lunged forward, plunging the dagger deep into the creature's body. Peter could scarcely comprehend that Ant had just committed murder. But the ensuing moment shattered his worldview as the man turned and let out a blood-curdling scream. Through Peter's eyes, he beheld the four sharp fangs protruding from the vampire's mouth. Suddenly, the wound from the dagger began to smolder, and the vampire was reduced to a pile of ashes. Ant received his reward, a single drop of Dracula's blood, the blood of the progenitor. Let us go, Ant said to Peter. However, Peter stood utterly stunned, and with no other recourse, Ant had to pull him back to the ground. What was that just now? Peter asked, bewildered. A vampire. A vampire? Shoo. Do not be so agitated. Vampires do indeed exist. Take your time to process this, and once you have, come find me. With that, Ant gently pushed the dazed Peter back into his house before returning to his room, where Nancy was busy in the kitchen. Yet, Ant's keen sense of smell detected a faint metallic scent of blood. Following the scent into the kitchen, he noticed that Nancy seemed to be hiding something. It wasn't until Ant insisted she turn around that he saw the wound on her face. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. How did this happen? Ant asked, his voice tinged with a hint of distress. It's nothing, just a bullet grazed me, that's all. Ant stared intently at Nancy, recalling the drop of progenitor blood, which could transform a human into a bloodkin, a being distinct from a vampire. Bloodkin do not fear the sun, nor silver weapons, and they possess no weaknesses. Their strength derives from moonlight and blood, and their craving for blood mirrors that of humans. However, the taste of blood for them is not the rusty flavor associated with human consumption. Rather, it is slightly sweet, akin to sipping juice. They can still enjoy human food. But to grow stronger, They need to bask in moonlight or absorb blood. Observing Nancy's industrious figure, Aunt called out, "Mom." Nancy turned around, and in an instant, Aunt thrust the progenitor blood into her mouth. Immediately, Nancy felt a cold substance slide down her throat into her stomach. "What did you make me eat?" Nancy asked hastily. Just then, Jason and Coulson returned, witnessing the peculiar scene. Out of nowhere, a beam of moonlight cascaded through the window and enveloped Nancy, transforming into moonlight that flowed over her like gossamer. "Nancy!" Jason attempted to rush forward, but Aunt held him back, knowing this was a crucial moment for Nancy's transformation. As she absorbed the moonlight, she slowly opened her mouth, and her canine teeth began to elongate. Jason, witnessing this, fell into despair, and even Coulson drew his pistol. Acutely aware that once a human became a vampire, there was no turning back. It meant Nancy would forever be a vampire. Once the transformation was complete, Nancy gradually opened her eyes, her pupils now golden, radiating an air of noble elegance. Her fangs reverted to their original form, and in a flash, she stood before Jason. "Stop crying, dear. I'm fine. But you turned into a vampire." Jason, fighting back tears, asked her, "That is something we should ask our good son." Seeing Nancy retain her consciousness, unlike those frenzied vampires, Coulson holstered his weapon. What I had her swallow was the progenitor blood, the essence of Dracula, the progenitor of the bloodkin. It can aid humans in transforming into bloodkin, which are different from vampires. Aunt proceeded to outline the advantages of being a bloodkin: longevity, superior physical capabilities, and remarkable self-healing abilities, practically devoid of flaws. Jason and Coulson exchanged glances, astonished by the myriad benefits of bloodkin. "Are there no drawbacks?" "None that I can discern. It is akin to a perfect creation. But I'm afraid, Dad, I only have this one drop." "Silly child, you should have used it yourself," Nancy whispered gently, embracing Aunt. He merely smiled in silence. And then Nancy transformed into an ethereal silhouette, darting about the kitchen, soon presenting steak, bread, and vegetable salad on the dining table. "Let us eat." As everyone began to dine, Jason and Coulson sighed in relief when they saw Nancy actually consuming the steak. They understood vampires could not ingest human food, which was repulsive to them. This beef is subpar. I never noticed before, but now that I am a bloodkin, this inadequacy is evident. Next time, we must procure higher quality beef, understood, dear?" Oh, I understand." After finishing his meal, Aunt hastily departed, prompting Jason to grasp Nancy's hand and say, "Nancy, why don't you accompany me to SHIELD? I'm genuinely concerned about you." "Sure. I'd like to see how my body has changed. I'll take a day off tomorrow and visit your SHIELD base." "I've never been there," Nancy replied with a smile. Sensing the atmosphere was shifting, Coulson quickly excused himself. Chapter 10, The Test. The following day, Nancy awoke unusually early, first sending Anne off on the school bus before joining Jason and Coulson in his car to the SHIELD base. At that moment, the base was still under construction, with only the main structure completed. Other sections were nearing completion, awaiting finishing touches, and numerous SHIELD agents were coming and going. Director Burns and Director Coulson. The director said if you came, to go directly to him, a sharply dressed man informed them. "Oh, and this guest of yours, the director wishes to see her as well. Here is her temporary access pass. Please keep it safe, or she may be mistaken for a spy," he added, nodding slightly at Nancy as he handed her a badge. Seeing this, Jason snatched it and retorted, "She is my wife. You can leave now." "Ah, my apologies, Director Jason. I was unaware," the man said, not looking back as he departed. "Who is he?" "A newly appointed agent, codenamed Casanova. His specialty is charming women to extract the information we need. Rumor has it he can seduce any woman, even bending those who are gay. Thus, the director specifically instructed that he must not approach any female staff members, including agents," Jason explained. Nancy nodded in surprise, taken aback by the existence of such talent within SHIELD. The three of them proceeded without obstruction to the upper levels, where nearly everyone they encountered greeted Jason and Coulson, indicating their considerable standing within SHIELD. Upon reaching the rooftop, they approached an office door, knocking before entering in one seamless motion. "Director, we have arrived." The man seated in the office slowly turned, revealing himself as Nick Fury. "Is she the vampire you spoke of?" Fury asked, frowning. "Nancy is not a vampire. She is a bloodkin. Have a seat. Is there a difference between the two?" Jason recounted Ant's explanation from the previous night, detailing the bloodkin's seemingly perfect existence. as if humanity was meant to evolve into such beings, long-lived and devoid of flaws. If Nancy had not been present before him, he would have doubted such a creature existed. Can you provide proof? Nancy nodded, slightly parting her lips as her fangs elongated, her eyes shimmering with a faint crimson glow. Her entire demeanor took on an enchanting quality, and a soft red mist began to envelop her form. That will suffice. Now, let us proceed to test your current abilities. The quartet arrived at a laboratory, which was already filled with an array of instruments. Under the guidance of the staff, Nancy commenced her testing, starting with strength. With a casual punch, she astonishingly achieved a remarkable 10 tons. It is noteworthy that this figure reflects Nancy's pure physical strength. A full-powered strike could reach 15 tons. When she harnesses the power of her vampiric lineage, the machine would be incapable of measuring her strength's upper limits. This machine's maximum capacity is 50 tons, indicating that when Nancy utilizes her vampiric energy, her strength could reach a terrifying 50 tons. Next, they assessed her speed, where she nearly reached a phenomenal 0.01 seconds over a distance of 10 meters, akin to instantaneous movement. Over 100 meters. She could achieve this in 1 second. However, they refrained from testing the 1,000-meter and 10,000-meter benchmarks due to spatial constraints. The reason for this limitation was that during the 100-meter sprint test, Nancy's speed was so extraordinary that she obliterated the treadmill, preventing further speed assessments. Then came her reflexes. Nancy demonstrated the ability to evade bullets at close range, not by anticipating the trigger pull, but by dodging after the bullets were fired, showcasing her formidable reaction time. Following this was her regenerative capability, which surpassed even Wolverine's healing factor. However, it is essential to note that each use of her powers drains her internal energy, once depleted. Nancy becomes significantly weakened, with her physical abilities reduced to merely 30% of their peak. The final test was to ascertain if she could indeed control her thirst for blood. Fury produced several test tubes containing human blood, and upon seeing them, Nancy slightly furrowed her brow. Despite her transformation into a vampire, she still harbored a natural aversion to blood. Must I drink it? She inquired. Indeed. We need to document your reactions post-consumption to confirm your control over your bloodlust. Can I drink my husband's? Nancy asked, still feeling a bit uneasy. Of course. That is permissible. Not you, dear. Don't jest. Who is jesting? Just come here. Nancy exclaimed loudly. With no other option, Jason presented his neck to her. Nancy smiled before biting down, yet the anticipated pain did not ensue. Did you bite? Nancy did not respond, though Jason could sense the blood flowing away. After a few brief moments of sucking, Nancy released him, leaving Jason feeling as though he had merely donated 200 cubic centimeters of blood. Subsequently, a woman clad in a white lab coat produced a test tube, uncorked it, and placed it before Nancy. Instinctively, Nancy recoiled slightly, observing her reaction. Everyone was reassured that she could indeed control her urges. Do you not feel a desire to continue drinking blood? Well, how should I put this? Human blood is like a dish to me. I can choose to partake or abstain. Do you comprehend that analogy? In truth, I prefer moonlight over blood. Moonlight? Fury repeated, glancing at Jason and the others. Indeed, moonlight can also enhance my strength. Did Jason not inform you? While reviewing Nancy's physical report, Jason felt a sudden chill run down his spine and quickly turned around to find Fury staring intently at him. However, their opportunity to depart was extended after Nancy revealed that moonlight could augment her powers. As night fell and the moon ascended high in the sky, they made their way to the rooftop. There, Nancy slowly closed her eyes. Moonlight cascaded over her like a silken veil, prompting the researchers beside Fury to begin their analysis. They were astonished to discover that this ethereal energy was remarkably stable, yet their instruments were incapable of capturing it, as though this energy resided outside their dimension. Soon, Nancy opened her eyes, her body now brimming with energy, having reached her saturation point. Thus, the moonlight transformed back into ordinary light. At that moment, their phones rang. Hello. Mom, are you all coming back for dinner tonight? Yes, we are. Please wait for us. Is there anything else? No, if not, we'll head home. Nancy inquired of Fury. Nothing further, but Ms. Nancy, would you be interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.? Not at this time. Very well. Fury personally saw them off. On their journey home, Jason drove while Nancy closed her eyes. Darling, what's the matter? I'm fine. I'm consolidating the energy within me, Nancy replied, as she focused on compressing and purifying her energy. Observing this, Jason refrained from further conversation and continued to drive in silence. Chapter 11. Encounter with Robbers. By the time they returned home, it was already midnight. Aunt had left a note for them in the refrigerator, having long since gone to sleep. Reading Aunt's note, the couple exchanged warm smiles, feeling a comforting warmth within. They partook of the meal Aunt had prepared before retiring for the night. The following day, when Nancy awoke, she suddenly remembered it was the weekend and hurriedly got out of bed to find Aunt preparing to walk the dog. "Aunt, do you have any plans for the next couple of days?" "Indeed, I'll be visiting Harry's house shortly." "And tomorrow?" "Nothing planned." "Why do you ask?" Aunt replied inquisitively. "Nothing. Tomorrow is our family day. We will spend the entire day with you." Aunt rolled his eyes and then left with Spike. Just then, Peter happened to step out, his eyes lighting up as he followed Aunt Spike. "Hello." Peter greeted the dog. Spike nodded at Peter, and together, the trio began to stroll down the street. However, as they reached the end of the street, having walked nearly 2 kilometers, Peter instinctively asked, "Why are there so many people here? Let us go check it out." With Spike's fierce demeanor, the two youngsters pushed their way to the front, only to discover that a bank robbery was underway. At that moment, Aunt had just finished walking the dog. Upon clicking the task completion button, a second task materialized to resolve the situation with the robbers inside the bank. As Aunt pondered how to tackle this task, 2 police officers approached him, their expressions grim yet mustering forced smiles as they asked, "Could you 2 young folks assist us with a favor?" "What favor?" Aunt inquired, intrigued. "Could you deliver some water and pizza to the robbers inside?" A female officer squatted to ask. Peter and Aunt exclaimed in unison, realizing that the robbers had been in a standoff with the police since dawn. These robbers were not traditional criminals, but rather a group of thieves. They had intended to rob the bank, unaware that it had recently upgraded its security systems, which triggered an alarm. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, they had managed to subdue the first wave of police, who now served as hostages, thereby sealing off the entire bank. The snipers outside had lost all opportunities to fire, leading to the current standoff. Now, the robbers were demanding pizza and water from the police. Upon Aunt and Peter's arrival, the robbers insisted that the 2 children deliver the requested items inside. Since Aunt saw no opportunity to infiltrate, he agreed but insisted that Peter should not accompany him. "You can't carry everything inside by yourself, can you?" "There's no need to worry. Just procure a small cart for me, and I shall take Spike along." "Spike?" At that moment, the policewoman finally noticed Spike at Anyue's feet. His silvery fur shimmered like satin, reflecting a myriad of colors under the sunlight, a testament to his exquisite value. Only a child from an affluent family could afford such a dog. The officers were initially reluctant to allow the 2 children to venture into danger, but the desperation of the robbers inside had escalated. They had threatened to start executing hostages if food and water were not delivered immediately. As the robbers grew increasingly agitated, the officers felt they had no choice but to involve the children. If given the option, they would have preferred to enter themselves rather than send in these young ones. Moreover, with a throng of reporters present, the chief of the New York City Police Department was already contemplating the impending news cycle. For now, their priority was to ensure the safety of the hostages, and they would address the aftermath later. Thus, Andy set off with Spike, who was harnessed to a small cart laden with pizzas and bottled water. With the gaze of the onlookers upon him, Auntie entered the building. Once inside, Auntie assessed the situation clearly. "Go ahead and eat, drink," shouted a masked man, brandishing a submachine gun at Annie. Observing the scene, Auntie quickly detached the cart from Spike. At that moment, the police's computer expert finally hacked into the bank's surveillance system, allowing them to view the interior. The footage revealed that the first group of officers had been completely restrained, while several armed robbers watched Auntie intently. After releasing Spike from his harness, Auntie wheeled the cart closer, just as he prepared to eat. One of the robbers called out to him, "Don't move." The robber approached, selecting a bottle of water and a slice of pizza, gesturing for Auntie to partake. As Auntie observed his surroundings while eating and sipping water, he patiently waited. Approximately half an hour later, Auntie remained standing, indicating that the police had not intervened with any drugs. At this point, the robbers eagerly seized the pizza and water. "Child, go feed them," the robber commanded Auntie. Meanwhile, Spike had already found a corner to crouch in, awaiting Auntie's orders. Auntie approached the group of policemen with pizza in hand, but as he was feeding one officer, he suddenly noticed something. His hand brushed against the officer's waist, retrieving the dagger concealed there. Continuing to feed the officer, Auntie kept his eyes on his surroundings, confirming that there were only a limited number of robbers. He then let out a sharp whistle, and in an instant, Spike sprang into action, a silver streak darting towards the robbers. Before they could react, Spike's claws severed the tendons of one robber's hand. Auntie seized the opportunity, revealing the dagger in his hand and swiftly throwing it towards an armed robber, striking him in the palm. The wounded robber dropped his weapon in agony, and Auntie advanced again, delivering a powerful kick to his knee, forcing him to the ground. As Auntie retrieved the dagger, he threw it towards the restrained officer. The dagger easily sliced through the ropes binding him and embedded itself into the ground. The freed officer promptly picked up the dagger to assist his fellow captive. Ante, now armed with an assault rifle, fired 2 shots into the ceiling, asserting control over the scene. Everyone, drop your weapons. Ante commanded loudly. I do not believe you would dare to shoot. One robber slowly raised his gun, wagering that Ante, being merely a child, would not pull the trigger. If it were any other child, his gamble would have likely succeeded. However, Ante was no ordinary child. The gunfire rang out, and the robber's hand was pierced through. Do you still doubt my resolve? With no other options, the robbers surrendered, raising their hands, while the freed officers hastily gathered their weapons, aiming them at the remaining robbers. Unbeknownst to them, one robber had been hiding, and as he emerged to take aim, the outside police felt an urgency. Just as he was about to fire, a flash of silver surged through the air, sending the would-be assailant crashing to the ground. Only then did they notice the lurking robber and Spike, standing resolutely beside Ante. Are you all right? The outside police burst through the door, inquiring. They assured the officers they were fine, while Ante had already left with Spike and Peter. Chapter 12. The Blood of the Werewolf Ancestor. A Visit to the Harry Household. Ante, are you all right? Peter asked, gazing at him with concern. I'm fine. So, Ante, what does it feel like to save someone? Peter asked shyly. It's all right, why do you ask? Ante replied. Oh, it's nothing. Peter shook his head. Nevertheless, Ante could sense that Peter was somewhat unsettled. Let us go find Ned, and then head to Harry's house together. What about Spike? He can come along, Ante said nonchalantly. Hailing a taxi. During the ride, Ante received his reward, a drop of the blood of the werewolf ancestor. He couldn't help but click his tongue. This reward was not something he could utilize personally, but it was of no consequence, as it could be of use to Jason. The reason Ante refrained from using it himself was due to the overwhelming rejection he felt from the Chillin bloodline. Merely gazing at it filled him with an aversion deep within, and using it might yield unpredictable consequences. Kid, we've arrived. The fare is $30. Ante handed the driver 2 $20 bills, exclaiming, keep the change, but please wait here for a moment. We're heading somewhere else shortly. All right, I'll wait. But hurry up, kid. The black driver called out. Don't worry, we'll be quick. The trio, along with Spike, arrived at a standalone house, ringing the doorbell. Moments later, a gray-haired elderly lady opened the door. The 2 children politely greeted. Hello, Grandma. We are here to see Ned. However, the lady's response left them speechless as she spoke in an unfamiliar language, leaving them utterly baffled. Grandma, they are my friends, here to take me out to play. We'll be on our way. Fortunately, Ned rushed down from upstairs at that moment and interjected. He swiftly pulled the 2 away, as if fearful of his grandmother. Soon after, the 3 companions and Spike hopped into a taxi, heading to Harry's residence. Upon arrival, they found themselves before a towering building, situated in a wealthy neighborhood. With Harry's home at the very top, a clear indication of his family's wealth. Ante handed the black driver a $100 bill and led the group to the entrance, only to be halted by the security guard. Once they announced Harry's name, the guard finally permitted them entry. Wow, Harry, is this your home? Ned marveled at the opulent decor. Yes, it is. Come, have a seat. And this is? Spike. My family member. He is remarkably intelligent and can even understand human speech, Ante introduced. Is that true? Ned and Harry exclaimed in unison. Indeed, why would I lie? By the way, Harry, has your issue been resolved? Yes, I informed my father. He said he would handle it. The following day, those individuals came to apologize, vowing never to trouble me again. See, your father has the means to address such matters, so if you're being bullied, just approach him directly. There's no need to hide it. I merely wish to avoid burdening him, Harry lamented. He works late every day, and it seems our family is afflicted by a hereditary illness that prevents each generation from living beyond 45 years. How do you know this? He inquired, his voice tinged with despair. I inadvertently overheard it, and the reason my ancestors established Oscorp was to research our genetic condition. Sadly, my father is already 35, leaving him just 10 years. If a solution is not found within that span, then... Harry sighed helplessly as he reclined on the sofa. Peter and Ned exchanged glances before approaching Harry to offer him comfort. Oscorp is a renowned global leader in biotechnology, boasting some of the finest biological scientists in the world. Yet, have they not been able to resolve your genetic affliction? Indeed, Harry replied. I secretly perused my father's experimental records. Our hereditary condition remains latent until the age of 45, at which point it manifests abruptly, culminating in death the day before one's birthday. My grandfather, great-grandfather, and so forth all met the same fate. Perhaps this is divine retribution. No, I believe I have encountered similar symptoms before. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and clad in a black shirt, his coat draped over his arm. It must be said, this man exuded a certain charm, resembling a stoic gentleman. "Dad, you're back," Harry exclaimed, startled, as he sprang to his feet. "Where have you seen this? Please, do tell me." Norman approached Aunt with fervor. "Quiet. Allow me a moment to think," Aunt retorted loudly. The room fell silent as he then shouted, "It's a demonic pact. I knew I had seen it somewhere. Uncle Norman, you should seek out an exorcist named Jermaine Suen. He was my neighbor, living in the same place as Peter now, but left a few months ago. I was quite familiar with him. He confided that he was an exorcist specializing in banishing demons. He mentioned your symptoms before, suggesting your ancestors must have made a pact with some demon, trading their descendants' lifespans for something they desired. What that may be is known only to you." Upon hearing this, Norman Osborn seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly gasping for breath. "Thank you, child," he said hurriedly before dashing away. "Are there truly demons?" Harry cautiously asked once Norman had departed. "Of course, not only demons, but also vampires and werewolves. Didn't you hear Peter? He has encountered a vampire," Aunt shrugged. Harry and Ned immediately turned their attention to Peter, who had no choice but to concede. Unexpectedly, the two youngsters were not frightened, but rather excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, cool. We want to meet a vampire too." "Better not. If you encounter one, you wouldn't enjoy it. But speaking of which, what did you summon us for?" Aunt inquired, looking at Harry. Harry promptly led them to the game room, replete with a multitude of gaming consoles, including motion-sensing games. Even Aunt found himself enamored with the place, playing until nightfall. After the four youngsters and Spike had their fill, they were driven home by Harry's chauffeur. Upon returning home, Aunt greeted Jason and Nancy. "I'm back. Have you eaten?" "Yes. By the way, Dad, come here for a moment," Aunt called to Jason. Jason approached, puzzled, only to see Aunt wearing a mischievous smile, which made Jason uneasy, but he was too late to react. Aunt swiftly tossed the blood of the werewolf progenitor into Jason's mouth before heading upstairs. Jason clutched his throat, while Nancy finally sensed something was amiss. "Jason, what's wrong?" she cried out, but Jason remained silent, eyes tightly shut as the werewolf progenitor's blood began to merge with his body, instigating a monumental transformation. Chapter 13, Jason's Transformation. A historical account. "Jason, please don't frighten me," Nancy shouted in panic, her voice attracting the attention of Coulson and Aunt May, who had just returned from work. The two burst into the room, familiar enough with Jason that Aunt May often played with Spike during her free time, so Spike made no attempt to stop them. Now, however, he looked on in terror. As they entered, a bestial roar echoed, and in an instant, Jason's body began to swell, sprouting silver fur until a magnificent silver werewolf stood before them. Aunt May was taken aback, instinctively stepping back, only to stumble on the threshold. Just then, Peter rushed in, catching Aunt May while also catching sight of the werewolf within. "Jason?" Nancy gasped, astonished, while Coulson drew his weapon, aiming at the creature. "What a marvelous sensation. My senses have been heightened," Jason declared. "Can you revert to human form?" Nancy asked cautiously. "Of course, but could someone fetch me a cloth?" Jason replied. Peter quickly grabbed a long piece of fabric and handed it to Jason, his gaze filled with envy as he reached out to touch the soft fur, unable to resist its allure. "Hey, little guy, that's a bit much," Jason remarked, exasperated. Peter stuck out his tongue and hurried back to Aunt May, who was regaining her composure. As Jason's form began to shrink, he ultimately reverted to his human state, albeit with silver hair resembling Spike's and amber-colored eyes that, upon closer inspection, revealed slitted pupils, albeit deeply concealed. "Jason, what has happened to you?" "It's that little rascal, Aunt. I don't know where he got it. But after I ingested it, I transformed like this." It should be similar to Nancy's experience, also the blood of the werewolf progenitor. "After all, I feel no rage or thirst for blood. Indeed, it is the blood of the werewolf progenitor, just like what Mom has, devoid of any flaws, only advantages. Yet, how did it create such a ruckus? I was just drifting off to sleep when I was awakened." Aunt rubbed his eyes as he descended the stairs. "So it was you who provided it. Can you get me one too?" Uncle Bern looked so cool after transforming, Peter exclaimed, rushing to Aunt with excitement. "Huh, just look at Aunt May," Aunt said cautiously. Peter turned to see Aunt May glaring, causing him to fall silent. "Mom, it's time to prepare dinner. Let's make it a bit more substantial this time. Aunt May, Peter, and Uncle Coulson, please stay to eat," Aunt proposed. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Jason retreated to his room to don some clothing before hastily rejoining them. "Aunt, does this werewolf form grant me any special abilities?" "Well, according to the game lore, Mom's bloodline is that of a mage, specializing in ranged attacks, whereas yours is suited for melee combat. Your strength, speed, defense, and self-healing are all exceptionally robust. However, to ascertain the specifics, you'll need to visit SHIELD. Additionally, you possess a certain ability that you should be able to sense, and explained. Battle cry, Jason replied. Shall we test it? And inquired, intrigued, as the system description had been rather vague, and he was eager to discover the true nature of the battle cry ability. Jason, feeling a bit shy, let out a wolf howl, instantly empowering everyone present, even reviving Aunt May, who had been exhausted from her day's work, filling her with renewed vigor. Is this the battle cry? It's like receiving a buff. As a gaming enthusiast, Peter instinctively remarked, indeed, battle cries grant buffs, and it is ultimately the father who decides who receives these enhancements, explained Aunt. Unfortunately, they only last for half an hour, Jason lamented. Half an hour is sufficient, I assent it. But can one receive buffs again after that duration? No. Each person can only endure a battle cry once a day. Subjecting oneself to it multiple times may result in unpredictable damage, which is irreversible. Thus, it is advisable to limit it to once a day, Jason elucidated. All right then, after we finish our meal, let us make our way to the headquarters. Go ahead, Jason sighed despondently. Aunt, do you really believe that vampires and werewolves exist in this world? Aunt May inquired softly, seated beside Aunt. Of course. Not only are there vampires and werewolves, but also demons, extraterrestrials, deities, hell, heaven, and much more. In short, this world is far more complex than one might imagine. Aunt replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Coulson straightened his posture, his professional instincts kicking in, and instinctively pressed the recorder, which they always carried. Not only he, but the others also sat up attentively, gazing at Aunt. However, at that moment, Nancy called Aunt over to help serve the food, having just finished cooking. Aunt shrugged. And seeing this, Peter followed suit. Once the two youngsters had brought all the dishes to the table, Coulson eagerly asked, Aunt, were those things you just mentioned true? Absolutely. Now, let us eat, Aunt replied. What? I didn't hear what you said because I was busy cooking, Nancy said. We can talk while we eat. I can hardly wait. Peter whimpered, clutching Aunt's hand. Hey, who do you think you are, a little girl? How disgusting. Aunt playfully swatted Peter on the back of the head, prompting laughter from the four adults. Where to begin? Let us start with hell. When one mentions hell, do you not envision the scent of sulfur, scorched earth, and demons roaming the land? The group nodded while eating, as the Bible indeed provides detailed descriptions of hell. In truth, hell is merely one dimension, and there are numerous such dimensions. Even heaven exists as a dimension. The records exist solely because a great battle transpired between hell and heaven, with humanity also participating. However, heaven drew strength from faith, while hell drew from the fallen souls of humanity, which rendered heaven incapable of matching hell's might. In a bid to empower heaven, humanity collectively decided to spread its faith, leading to the creation of the Bible, penned by God and preached by Jesus. With the power of this faith, heaven ultimately triumphed over hell. Did humanity not intervene at that time? Peter interjected curiously. They did, but the mightiest among them were obstructed by even more formidable beings, allowing hell to exploit the situation during the celestial confrontation against hell, and expounded. Chapter 14, Jason's Test. This was followed by the emergence of vampires and werewolves, both creations of heaven. After the Supreme Mage had vanquished external threats, he returned to Earth with immense power to expel both hell and heaven. I previously mentioned that hell and heaven are, in fact, one dimension, and those who wield power over these dimensions are referred to as dimensional demigods. The Supreme Mage's duty was to keep them barred from Earth, preventing any dimensional demigod, be they benevolent or malevolent, from entering. This has been the mission of every Supreme Mage. Upon hearing this, Coulson promptly interrupted Aunt. Did you just say every Supreme Mage? He asked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, Supreme Mages have always existed. Otherwise, Earth would have long been devoured by these dimensional demigods. However, that is a topic for another day. Let us return to the vampires and werewolves. They are, in fact, creations of heaven. After heaven was expelled from Earth, God created the progenitors of the vampire and werewolf lineages, known by the infamous name, Cain. At the mention of this name, the group fell silent. Cain? Yes, he is the progenitor of both vampires and werewolves. Regrettably, God created him but neglected to teach him the difference between good and evil. Ultimately, he was deceived by the lords of hell, Lucifer, Satan, and Mephisto, who lured him into the dimension of hell. By the time Cain realized the treachery, it was too late. His pure power had been tainted. In a critical moment, he split his abilities, with part transforming into the vampire progenitor, Dracula, and the other part into the werewolf progenitor. He expended his last strength to shatter the barrier, sending them into Earth, leading to the well-known events that followed. Little did Cain know that his ability to break the barrier was entirely orchestrated by the three lords of hell, for he was merely a creation of God. His power could not surpass that of God. Even God could not breach the barrier in hell, let alone him. It was only moments before his demise that Cain realized he had been tricked, but by then, it was far too late. Upon learning of this, God was filled with fury and employed the same method to release a demon from the control of hell, thereby creating a powerful demon endowed with both demonic and heavenly powers. "Aunt, you mentioned Cain was deceived. By what exactly?" Peter inquired with curiosity. Dracula and the werewolf progenitors possessed nearly infinite lifespans, but they were raised by humans, watching their beloved humans age and die. Desperate for family, they made the gravest error of their lives. They transformed their loved ones. The conspiracy of the three lords of hell was to turn them into dark beings at the moment of their transformation. Bloodthirsty werewolves and vampiric creatures emerged as a result. Upon discovering that their transformed loved ones had become dark beings, they sought to slay them. Yet, upon seeing their familiar faces, they collectively refrained from striking, which led to the rampant spread of dark beings. With no other recourse, they sought the church's assistance to eradicate these dark entities. However, as products of hell, they ultimately created formidable progenitors under the lords of hell's guidance. Even the combined forces of Dracula and the werewolf progenitor could not prevail, especially since the progenitors were nearly immortal, only capable of being exiled. In the end, Dracula and the werewolf progenitor united to banish the progenitor, while the church also gained the power of the holy light, thus ensuring that these dark beings would not dare to reveal themselves to the public. This, then, is the origin of the vampires and werewolves as dark beings. There is much more to say, but I shall refrain from elaborating further, Aunt said, stretching lazily. The group listened, entranced, unaware of the multitude of secrets this world held. "Please, Aunt, share a bit more. I'm so tired. Uncle Coulson, let us talk tomorrow." "No. Wait, tomorrow is also not an option. We're going to the amusement park. Don't let me down. And Peter, remember to exercise before sleeping." With that, Aunt hastily finished the remaining food and yawned before departing. The others, seeing this, said nothing further, and after satisfying their hunger, they each went their separate ways. However, Coulson promptly summoned a Quinjet. Jason and Nancy exchanged a glance and sighed before boarding the aircraft. They soon arrived at the Triskelion, where Fury had been waiting for some time. "You've arrived. Have you undergone a transformation as well?" "Director, I wouldn't call it a transformation, more of an evolution. But before we proceed, could you provide me with a set of expandable attire?" Jason addressed Fury. Fury had no objections, and soon a pair of undergarments appeared before Jason. Hurry and put them on." Jason had no choice but to change into a fresh pair of underwear and stepped outside. Then, with a fleeting thought, his physique began to swell dramatically, ultimately transforming him into a magnificent silver-haired werewolf. "Incredible!" Jason exclaimed in disbelief. "What? This is far more powerful than when I first transformed. Could it be because it's nighttime, or perhaps the presence of the moon?" Coulson speculated cautiously. "It's possible, but let us set that aside for now and test my abilities," Jason replied, sensing an immense reservoir of power within him yearning to be unleashed. Approaching the updated testing equipment, he eagerly delivered a punch to the strength tester, causing the reading to soar to 50 tons, then 60 tons, ultimately culminating in 3 question marks. With a sigh of relief, Jason prepared for a series of tests. Ultimately, his full-force strike could reach over 100 tons. Yet his own strength threshold was approximately 60 tons, indicating he could only withstand around 60 tons of weight. His speed had already reached supersonic levels, while his defenses could endure frontal tank fire. As for his regenerative capabilities, under the moonlight, they surpassed even Wolverine's, with a gaping wound healing in the blink of an eye. If he utilized a battle roar, his speed would increase further. However, this was merely his nighttime prowess. They speculated that his daytime capabilities would likely diminish significantly. They waited patiently until the sun rose, at which point Jason felt a wave of weakness wash over him, though it was fleeting. Upon further testing, it was determined that his daytime strength was only 60% of his nighttime power, which was still considerable. However, both he and Coulson were eager to join Ant for their planned trip to the amusement park, so they quickly informed Fury and departed in the Quinjet. After their departure, Coulson approached Fury, his expression grave. "What's wrong?" Fury inquired. "I think you need to hear this, Director," Coulson replied somberly, checking for eavesdroppers before placing a recording device on the table and activating it. Ant's voice soon echoed in the room, and as Fury listened, his expression darkened further. Chapter 15, Family Day. "Are you certain this is what Jason's child said?" "Absolutely, and I was there at the time. But how could he possibly know so much?" Fury pressed, furrowing his brow. I'm not sure, but it's clear that both Jason and Nancy's transformations are tied to Ant. Ant is Jason's child. And even their dog seems somewhat different. As for whether he possesses special abilities, we cannot ascertain that. But it's evident that Ant has combat skills on par with the Punisher. Why do you say that? Coulson immediately displayed footage of Ant dispatching bank robbers. Observing Ant's precise and decisive actions, Fury's eyes flashed with intensity before he commanded, "Monitor him." "What?" "I said monitor him." Coulson protested, "Director, I believe that's inappropriate. First of all, Ant is just a child. Secondly, Jason and Nancy are no longer ordinary people. From these conversations, it's apparent they are essentially creations. And since Jason is one of us, if we surveil Ant, he will undoubtedly notice. But we can't simply let him be. I could speak with him. Propose that he join SHIELD as a consultant. After all, he possesses a wealth of knowledge, and we are specifically tasked with such matters. What do you think?" Coulson suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Fury conceded, "Very well, you may approach him." Ultimately, Fury acquiesced to Coulson's request, as he was reluctant to take hostile action against Ant, wanting instead to see if he could be swayed to their side. Meanwhile, Jason and Nancy remained oblivious to the unfolding events as they hurried home. Upon their return, they discovered that Ant had already awakened and completed his daily dog-walking duties. "Dad, Mom, you're back." "Indeed, tidy up a bit. It's time for our family day," Nancy said, kissing Ant's cheek. "Mom, have you brushed your teeth?" Ant replied with a hint of disdain. "You little rascal, how dare you criticize me?" Nancy playfully ruffled his hair. After both adults freshened up, they took Ant to the amusement park, where they reveled in joy, appearing as an ordinary family of three. However, the world was peculiar. The lineage from the vampire progenitor and werewolf progenitor had transformed them into stunning figures. Their presence was so striking that merely standing in a location would inevitably draw the gaze of all passers-by, and even Ant, carrying the bloodline of a Chelan, exuded an air of nobility. "Mom, it seems like someone is watching us," Ant remarked, glancing back as they made their way home. "I know, it's vampires." "I can sense them," Nancy replied nonchalantly, driving without concern for their pursuers. After all, she was a descendant of Dracula, making her the matriarch of all vampires. Unless a blood progenitor emerged, it would be a fool's errand for these lackluster beings to confront them. Nevertheless, they had to address the situation. The adults were unafraid. Yet they worried for Ant's safety. Thus, they drove to a secluded area, where they exited the vehicle under the pretense of taking photos. The car that had been trailing them also came to a stop, and 2 men and 2 women emerged, immediately licking their lips as they approached the trio. "Hello, handsome. Beautiful. Let us get acquainted," one of the women said. Slowly, Nancy and Jason turned to face them, their eyes gleaming with intensity. The next moment, they transformed into blurs, swiftly decapitating the 2 male vampires. However, since it was nighttime and they had not employed silver weaponry, the 2 male vampires merely lost their ability to move. The 2 female vampires, taken aback by the unexpected strength of their opponents, rushed toward Ant, underestimating him. Ant drew a knife, and with a flash of white light, he stood firm as the 2 female vampires froze in place. A moment later, they screamed in agony, ultimately igniting themselves in flames. "Dad, keep going," Ant urged, tossing the knife to Jason, who promptly advanced to deliver the finishing blow. In this manner, the family effortlessly dispatched the 4 vampires. Burn, a figure suddenly emerged in their line of sight. As they turned to look, they recognized the Punisher. "It's me. What are you doing here, Frank?" "I was tracking those 4 vampires. Have you noticed?" The Punisher observed the ashes beneath their feet, quickly deducing the fate of the vampires. "Oh, I arrived too late," he sighed. "Did they possess any information you need?" "More or less. But it's all right. They're not the only ones who know." He added nonchalantly, "Be careful. Our spies among the vampires reported that they're setting a trap specifically for you and Blade. Stay vigilant." "I know. By the way, do you need this car? If not, I'll take it." "Do as you wish. It'll save us the trouble of disposing of it." Thus, the Punisher drove away in the vampire's vehicle, a rather expensive modified Ford Hummer. Shortly thereafter, Ant and his parents also departed, returning home to find Aunt May seemingly entertaining a guest. Upon seeing the visitor, Ant raised an eyebrow. "Happy Hogan. Do you know him?" The security director of Stark Industries, also known as Iron Man's personal bodyguard, seems to be pursuing Aunt May. Ant, with both hands propped on the windowsill, observed Peter's home like a curious onlooker. Feeling quite awkward, Peter glanced left and right, only to catch sight of Ant watching the scene unfold, prompting him to send a silent plea for help. Upon noticing Peter's distress, Ant hurriedly made his way to Aunt May's residence. "Aunt May, my mom asked me to bring Peter over for dinner." Aunt announced as he entered the room, casting a quick glance at Happy. Happy's face lit up with excitement, but sensing it might be impolite, he quickly reverted to his usual demeanor. Aunt May was taken aback, having not anticipated that Nancy would invite Peter over for dinner. Just as she was about to explain, Peter had already tugged on Aunt's arm, declaring, "Aunt May, I'm heading over for dinner, bye." "Peter, what brings you here?" Nancy asked, her expression one of surprise. "Well, it's not really a convenient time at Aunt May's," and interjected. "Watch your mouth, you little rascal. What do you mean by not convenient? By the way, Peter, what's going on with Happy?" Nancy inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she handed the spatula to Jason, urging him to cook. Jason reluctantly made his way to the kitchen, though his ears transformed into those of a wolf, allowing him to eavesdrop. "Uncle Hogan, when Aunt May was returning home today, her car broke down. Uncle Hogan happened to pass by and helped her fix it, and it just kind of happened from there. I can tell Aunt May doesn't dislike Uncle Hogan, so she's allowing him to be around. Besides, Aunt May certainly needs companionship," Peter explained. "Do you mind?" Nancy asked. "How could I? She's my family, and I can't bear to see her lonely. She deserves someone to rely on," Peter responded with understanding. Nancy nodded in satisfaction, affectionately ruffling his hair. The four then sat down to dinner, with Peter remaining close to Aunt until Happy departed, after which Peter returned home. "Peter, you're back. Have you eaten enough?" Aunt May asked, turning to him. "I'm full, but Aunt May, do you have feelings for Happy?" Peter teased. "Mind your words. We've only just met," Aunt May replied, playfully tapping Peter's forehead. Peter simply smiled in response. "All right, if you're full, go take a shower. Your gaze is making me uncomfortable," Aunt May quickly suggested. Eager to have him leave, Peter shrugged, bounding up the stairs 3 steps at a time. "Aunt May, if you genuinely wish to find me an uncle, I wouldn't object as long as you are happy," he called out before dashing away. Aunt May watched him depart, a smile creeping onto her face. But soon tears trickled down as she processed her emotions. Quickly regaining her composure, she wiped her eyes and continued washing the dishes. Chapter 16, Invasion of Demons. Arrival at Yellowstone National Park. At Yueying School, Aunt and Peter disembarked from the vehicle, appearing vibrant compared to the drowsy children around them, a testament to their daily physical training. "Aunt Peter," Ned and Harry called out, standing together. "Hey, Harry, has your dad found Uncle Suin?" Aunt asked. "Seems like he has. Or maybe not," Harry replied, leaving Aunt confused. "What do you mean?" he asked, perplexed, as clarity eluded him. "My dad has utilized all his connections to track down the last known whereabouts of Uncle Suin. He apparently received some sort of commission and entered Yellowstone National Park, then disappeared. My dad has already enlisted help to search for him," Harry explained. "Ah, I see." Just then, the school bell rang, and the children hurriedly took their seats, fully aware of the teacher's authoritative presence. However, Aunt was less concerned about the lessons at hand, his thoughts consumed by why Uncle Suin would venture into Yellowstone. Renowned as one of the world's most magnificent national parks, spanning an impressive 317 hectares. While Aunt was lost in thought, a sudden knock interrupted the teacher's lecture, revealing an unexpected visitor at the door. "Hello, teacher, I am Aunt's uncle. He has some family matters to attend to and requires a leave of absence." "We have already notified the principal," Coulson said with a smile. "Please hold on. I need to confirm this with the principal," the teacher replied. "Of course, take your time." Once the teacher received confirmation, Aunt was permitted to leave, nodding at Peter before following Coulson out. "What is going on, Uncle Coulson?" Aunt asked, puzzled. "Follow me. I'll explain shortly," Coulson replied as they quickly entered the vehicle. The car sped into a narrow alley, and with a press of a button, it began to shake, its tires shifting position as it transformed into a flying vehicle. Inside, Coulson activated a 3-dimensional display for Aunt. "There is a significant crisis at Yellowstone National Park. A pack of werewolves and a group of demons are slaughtering humans. We've received a message, and upon learning this, we immediately sealed off the entire park. Using satellite imagery, we captured footage of the demons in action." Aunt watched in horror as armed individuals fired at a monstrous, red-skinned creature that seemed impervious to bullets, ruthlessly dispatching the humans with gruesome efficiency. "Who are these humans?" Aunt inquired. "Members of Oscorp. They appear to be searching for someone, but regrettably, they have chosen the wrong place," Coulson replied. "Then why did you call me here?" Aunt asked, bewildered. "We wish to make you a special consultant for SHIELD. I've put in the request. If you decline, the director will send someone to monitor you," Coulson explained. "Why is that?" "Because of what you know. He considers you a potential unstable element. However, since you are Jason's child, this is the only way I can safeguard you. I hope you won't hold it against me," Coulson said, a hint of resignation in his voice. "You're looking out for my best interest. What can I say?" Fine, I'll be your special consultant for SHIELD, but all benefits and salaries should be credited to my dad, Ant replied nonchalantly. Understood. So what is our next step? We're going to resolve this crisis. The duo arrived at SHIELD's airstrip and switched to a Quinjet, alongside a fully armed tactical team, making their way to the outskirts of Yellowstone National Park. A temporary base had been established, with a perimeter cleared for miles around. Dad, Mom, Ant called out, his voice echoing. Everyone turned to him, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief at the sight of such a young boy. Upon seeing Ant, Nancy instantly materialized before Coulson, furiously demanding, "Why did you bring Ant here?" She slapped Coulson before anyone could react, gripping his collar, while Jason's face mirrored her anger. "I'm sorry, it was the director's decision," Coulson said with a wry smile. Ant understood Nancy's protective instincts but chose to remain silent, discreetly hiding behind Coulson. "Calm down, Nancy," Jason gently urged, attempting to soothe her. "How can you expect me to be calm?" Nancy shouted, her fury palpable. This was the first time Ant had witnessed her so enraged. Coulson, witnessing Nancy's fury, wore an expression of remorse. It was precisely this guilt that rendered him motionless. Allowing Nancy to deliver a slap to his face, perhaps he truly found himself unable to evade her wrath. "Mom, please calm down. I came here willingly," Ant hastily interjected. Upon hearing this, Nancy closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, and then opened them again, seizing Ant's hand and leading him towards the makeshift base. "Phil, why didn't you inform me?" "I apologize, Jason. It was the director's orders," Coulson replied with a wry smile. "Let us proceed. I find myself at a loss on how to comfort her. You know as well as I do that Ant is her only vulnerability. Bringing him to such a perilous location, how could she possibly remain calm?" Jason explained. "I understand." Within the temporary outpost, a few individuals had already gathered, namely Hawkeye Clint Barton, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and Agent Melinda May. The trio furrowed their brows upon seeing Nancy enter with Ant. "What is a child doing here?" Melinda could not help but inquire. "He's my son. Your so-called director summoned him," Nancy retorted sharply. As her words regarding Fury reached their ears, the others, momentarily taken aback, fell silent. "All right, Mom, I'm here now. Please, enlighten me about the situation," Ant said with an air of familiarity. "Child, this is not a place for play," Clint admonished. Frowning, "He is a specially appointed consultant by the director. Please explain the situation to him," Mel, one of them urged. The others regarded Ant with astonishment as he smiled and shrugged. Subsequently, Agent May outlined the circumstances. Currently, Yellowstone National Park is teeming with various demons, werewolves, and vampires. However, since it is daytime, they are unable to act, hence they are entirely concealed. Yet, once night falls, they are likely to surge forth from the park. Therefore, we must resolve this situation swiftly, Agent May articulated. Ant, observing the demons on the large screen, felt a growing gravity in his expression. "Ant, what troubles you?" "Something is amiss. The sorcerers have not appeared." "What sorcerers?" Ant, after hauling a chair over, sat down, took a deep breath, and began to speak slowly. Chapter 17, The Possession of Jimin Suin. Do you recall my earlier words? Surrounding the Earth are numerous dimensions, and within these dimensions, the most formidable beings capable of wielding their powers are known as dimension demons. Among them is an individual referred to as the Supreme Sorcerer. Once, the title belonged to a single person, but at some point, the Supreme Sorcerer began to take apprentices and constructed a place named Kamartaj, which serves as the stronghold for this group of sorcerers. However, the Supreme Sorcerer is aware that alone, he cannot repel the invasion of so many dimension demons. This is not due to a lack of strength, but rather the overwhelming number of demons coveting Earth's dimensions, far too many for him to contend with. To combat this, he established a magical array at the three most potent convergence points of cosmic energy on Earth. This array ensures that dimension demons and their minions cannot invade Earth. In simpler terms, it prevents the demons of hell from manifesting physically. They can only tempt or corrupt humans to obtain their fallen souls through their preferred means of deceitful transactions. Yet, the current situation is exceedingly unusual. It is evident that the demons here have physically entered. The prolonged absence of sorcerers indicates a far graver crisis. The danger they face is likely catastrophic enough to threaten Earth's existence. Ant's brow furrowed in concentration, while Fury, eavesdropping from the shadows, found it hard to believe. "Ant, could it truly be that dire?" Coulson cautiously inquired. "I hope I am merely overthinking it. However, the current Supreme Sorcerer is formidable. Her abilities are quite potent. So there is no need for excessive pessimism. I lean towards the notion that they are merely preoccupied. Nonetheless, I suspect these demons are part of a scheme orchestrated by the lords of hell. If they have managed to delay the sorcerers to allow these demons to enter Earth, it implies a far more sinister plot is at play. Let us not forget they are Satan, Lucifer, and Mephisto, the lords of hell, masters of cunning and treachery among dimension demons. At that moment, an agent burst in, exclaiming, "Sir, we have discovered a survivor." "Where?" "At the entrance." Though his condition appears rather peculiar, the agent quickly replied. Upon hearing this, the group rushed out of the temporary base and into an adjacent tent. Upon pushing the door open, they beheld a black man lying on a bed, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if something within him sought to escape, distending his abdomen to reveal a horrific visage beneath his skin. "Uncle Suin," Ant shouted upon recognizing the man. "Jim and Suin?" Jason, noticing the man, furrowed his brow as he called out. Jason was aware of his reputation. The man was often seen as eccentric, claiming to be an exorcist. Initially, Jason had dismissed him and advised Ant to keep his distance. Yet, Ant had not only remained close, but had also developed a fondness for playing with him. Over time, Jason observed that despite Suin's seemingly erratic behavior, he treated Ant with kindness, leading him to refrain from further objections. Suddenly, Uncle Suin opened his eyes, which were now filled with a strange red light. Nevertheless, he called out to Ant, "Ant, use holy water to draw an exorcism circle on my belly. I can barely hold on." After uttering this, he closed his eyes again, seemingly engaged in a struggle against the demon within him. The pressing question was where to procure holy water at that moment. Just then, Ant appeared to have an epiphany. He swiftly seized a dagger from Natasha, sliced his fingertip, and then lifted Suin's shirt, beginning to draw the exorcism circle that Suin had once taught him. In his previous life, Ant had been captivated by Keanu Reeves' performance in Constantine, particularly the scene where Keanu smoked a cigarette with a lighter, which he found incredibly stylish, even though he had been a college graduate with several years of smoking experience. In this world, he was still but a child. Having only just learned a few exorcism rituals, he attempted to imitate the circle with flair. And as fate would have it, Nancy returned home just in time to deliver his first lesson in humility. This left a lasting impression, making him quite familiar with the exorcism circle. As Ant completed the drawing, the circle radiated with golden light, and a piercing scream echoed in their ears, prompting everyone to cover their ears, though it proved futile as the sound targeted their very minds. At that moment, Uncle Suin seemed to gain the upper hand, hurriedly opening his eyes and murmuring incantations, culminating in a resounding "Amen." A Qilin materialized in the air, its presence banishing the cacophony. As they beheld the creature above, bewilderment clouded their minds. The Qilin began to walk, each step generating clouds of auspiciousness beneath its feet. Gradually, it transitioned from walking to running, ultimately transforming into a beam of golden light that surged into Uncle Suin, vanquishing the demon that had taken residence within him. Uncle Suin expelled a mouthful of thick black substance, which, upon contacting the ground, emitted a hissing sound, causing the onlookers to recoil in alarm. "Uncle Suin, are you all right?" "I am well, and I owe it all to you this time. However, may I inquire about the medium you used to draw the exorcism array? It proves far more effective than holy water. But let's set that aside for now. What is going on with you?" Auntie shifted the topic with his inquiry. "Alas, I fell victim to the machinations of the Dark Council. They lured me here with deceitful promises, intending to compel me to open a gateway to hell. Yet, I would never succumb to such coercion. My only desire was to escape. However, the sheer number of werewolves, vampires, and dark witches rendered my flight impossible. They forced me into signing a pact, and I became possessed by a demon, which subsequently led to the opening of the portal. What of the wizards? Did they not attempt to intervene?" Auntie continued to probe. "They were detained. It was precisely for this reason that I ventured here to address the situation. Yet, who could have foreseen that it was all a trap? We must construct a defensive array immediately to confine them here. We only need to wait for the wizards to resolve the current crisis, after which they will come to deal with the demons here." Uncle Suhan rummaged through his backpack, searching for supplies while speaking. "Can we not resolve this directly?" "No, our strength is insufficient. Deep within lies a portal to the hell dimension. Unless a supreme mage intervenes, it cannot be closed." Uncle Suhan produced a handful of silver stakes, stating, "Who holds authority here?" The group looked to Coulson. Despite Jason's higher agent rank, it is Coulson who holds sway here. "Instruct your team to drive these silver stakes into the perimeter of Yellowstone Park. Remember, all demons and dark creatures of the Dark Council must be ensnared within. Otherwise, if even one demon escapes, our world will be doomed. Understood?" Coulson nodded solemnly before departing with the silver stakes. "Are you all preparing for battle?" Uncle Suhan turned his gaze towards them. After a moment of hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Uncle Suhan promptly said, "Draw your weapons. I shall enchant them for you. Only then can you hope to vanquish the demons and dark creatures entirely." The group quickly produced their weapons, Clint with a bow, Natasha wielding 2 daggers, Jason brandishing an axe, and Nancy also with a dagger. Aware that time was of the essence, Uncle Suhan swiftly retrieved a carving tool, a Bible, and 2 candles. He ignited the candles, placed one hand on the Bible pressed against his chest, and with the other held the carving tool, muttering incantations. Once finished, he warmed the carving tool over the candle's flame before beginning to inscribe runes upon the weapons. Before long, the runes were etched. But the task was not yet complete. He produced 4 crosses and a smaller one, reciting from the Bible once more, ultimately placing the crosses upon the weapons. Remarkably, they seemed to meld into the blades, marking the completion of the enchantment. Your weapons will now inflict lethal damage upon demons and dark entities. Lastly, do you require firearms? Yes, why? Follow me. Uncle Suhan strode towards the outside, and the group hurried to keep pace, uncertain of his intentions. Chapter 18. Lesser Demon Soul Reapers. Outside the base, Uncle Suhan searched diligently until he finally located the item he sought, a large barrel. He filled it with water and retrieved a block of white waxy substance from his backpack, tossing it into the water. Grabbing a wooden stick, he stirred vigorously until the clear water transformed into a milky liquid. This is holy water. You may soak your bullets in it, but ensure you select suitable firearms to avoid misfires due to moisture. If the holy water runs dry, will it still retain its potency? It will, albeit diminished. Thus, we shall primarily store this holy water in glass orbs for ease of use. When needed, simply throw or shatter them. However, I suspect you may not have containers readily available, so we shall make do for now. The group, upon hearing this, contacted the nearest SHIELD division to prepare firearms less prone to jamming, and they delivered an exceptional weapon, the legendary AK-47. Moreover, it was the original version, not the updated iterations. The original model commands a price in the thousands, as it is now a collector's item, particularly if signed by Kalashnikov himself. Are we prepared to depart? Not yet. We must wait until nightfall. Why? The danger is far greater than. Nancy exclaimed in frustration. Uncle Suhan regarded the furious Nancy and then glanced at Auntie, breaking into a smile. Are you concerned for Auntie? This lad conceals his strengths well. He harbors a power within him that serves as a bane to their kind. Thus, you need not fret for his safety. Rather, you should be more concerned for yourself. Even if we were to face annihilation, he would likely remain unscathed. Is that truly the case? Nancy inquired, furrowing her brow. Why not ask him yourself? Uncle Suhan replied with a chuckle. Nancy turned to face Auntie, who offered a sheepish grin, yet Nancy remained visibly displeased. Auntie, unable to resist, approached her and took her hand, saying, "Heh, Mom. Look at the extraordinary power I've brought for you and Dad. How could I not prepare for myself?" Without a word, Nancy crouched and embraced Auntie tightly, feeling the warmth of her love, causing him to deflate. "I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have made you worry. I just don't want you to get hurt. You have us. Whatever comes, we shall bear it together, not you alone, understood?" "Understood, Mom." Auntie nodded earnestly. As evening approached, Coulson returned. "How did it go?" Uncle Suhan inquired. "All stakes have been driven into the ground, effectively surrounding the entirety of Yellowstone Park," Coulson affirmed. Uncle Suhan produced a monocle and introduced it, saying, "This is a relic from a paladin. Prolonged exposure to the power of the holy light has rendered it a sacred artifact. It is an auxiliary type, capable of revealing many sights invisible to the naked eye." He donned the monocle and stepped outside, confirming its efficacy before tossing it to Coulson, who promptly put it on. He was met with the sight of hundreds of white beams ascending from the ground, seemingly encircling all of Yellowstone Park. Is this the formation? Indeed. It is a trap designed to ensnare demons and dark creatures. However, it won't hold for long. We can only hope the wizards arrive swiftly. Just as Coulson was about to observe the others, Uncle Suhan reclaimed the monocle. It is not wise to pry into others' affairs. Coulson offered an awkward yet polite smile. Afterward, the group shared a meal, while other agents began retrieving bullets from the holy water, loading them into magazines one by one. As the last vestiges of sunlight faded, they heard the roars of beasts and the howls of wolves. Uncle Suhan's expression grew grave, as did the others. Prepared for battle, they followed Uncle Suhan as they gradually entered Yellowstone Park, making their way along the road. Uncle Suhan fired into the sky, drawing the attention of numerous demons. "They are upon us, but fret not. They are merely lesser demons known as soul reapers. To the demon lords, they are uncontrollable, for their desire for souls outweighs any command given by their masters. Only by consuming a soul can they ascend, so remain at ease. Soon, the so-called soul harvesters made their appearance, crawling on all fours, their robust crimson muscles glistening, adorned with twin horns atop their heads and a slender tail trailing behind. Observing this, the agents immediately opened fire, the bullets infused with holy water whistling as they surged towards the soul harvesters. The creatures, struck and howling in agony, found such assaults insufficient to vanquish them. It was only upon discovering that a blow to their tails could deliver a fatal blow that the tide began to turn. The agent who first identified this vulnerability swiftly alerted his comrades, leading to a notable increase in their efficiency in dispatching the soul harvesters. After all, those who had ascended to the status of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had undergone years of rigorous training, their marksmanship hardly needing elaboration. In contrast to their firearm usage, Jason and his companions wielded melee weapons, proving equally adept at eliminating the soul harvesters, with Ant's efficiency matching their own. As their tally of slain foes rose, the agents ceased to fear these exiles, perceiving them merely as peculiar beasts. However, as time elapsed, their ammunition dwindled alarmingly, prompting Uncle Su-han to declare, "Those without ammunition must withdraw immediately to the temporary base. We shall cover your retreat." The agents, understanding the futility of remaining without bullets, rendering them akin to mere delivery men, complied, retreating under the protection of Uncle Su-han and his allies. Yet, this withdrawal left them beset from all sides, confronted by a relentless tide of attackers. Even if they could dispatch a foe with a single blow, the challenge lay in their inability to eliminate the soul harvester before them and simultaneously deal with the one creeping up from behind. Consequently, they found themselves compelled to adopt a back-to-back formation. However, the predicament was exacerbated by Clint's role as an archer, despite his commendable close combat skills. His enchantment was upon his arrows, not his bow, limiting him to attacking with projectiles alone. As if this were not enough, the emergence of werewolves and vampires significantly increased their burdens. Just as they began to falter, a dark cloud obscuring the moon parted, and Ant looked up to behold the full moon shining brightly, exclaiming, "Dad, look up." Upon hearing this, Jason promptly turned his gaze skyward, witnessing the moonlight awakening the primordial power of the werewolf within him. With a resounding howl, Jason transformed into a werewolf, charging forth as a silver streak of light, swiftly clearing a space around him. "Is this a werewolf?" Uncle Su-han appeared astonished. Meanwhile, Nancy shed her pretense, sprouting bat-like wings that allowed her to ascend into the air. Dark red energy coalesced behind her, forming a multitude of arrows. With a mere gesture, she unleashed a barrage of energy arrows at the advancing soul harvesters, werewolves, and vampires. "Why are you, a werewolf and vampire, aiding humanity?" one werewolf demanded. "Who told you I am a vampire?" Nancy retorted with a cold smile, exuding an aura of regal authority. It was then that the vampires seemed to sense something amiss, their terrified cries echoing, "No, you are of the bloodline. It's impossible. There can only be one bloodline, and that is Dracula." Yet, Nancy paid them no heed, continuing her assault as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents replenished their ammunition and surged forward once more. However, the ceaseless onslaught of soul harvesters proved overwhelming. Even Jason's battle cry, though potent, was finite in duration, as was their stamina. Just as they teetered on the brink of collapse and the protective array threatened to shatter, a series of spark rings finally materialized. Upon seeing this, Ant breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 19. Uncle Su-han, Norman seeks assistance. On the battlefield, one spark ring after another emerged, and as the soul harvesters furiously assaulted the protective array, a moment came when the array was breached, and the surrounding space began to fold in upon itself. What is happening? It's a mirror space, a common tactic employed by mages. This realm does not belong to the physical world, so any destruction inflicted here will not affect reality, Ant hastily explained. Then, a bald female mage led a cadre of mages into the fray. The dark creatures and demons stood no chance against them, particularly. The leading mage effortlessly vanquished hordes with mere spells, ultimately shattering the gateway to hell. As the door closed, a chorus of piercing screams erupted from all the demons before they entirely dissipated. "She must be the supreme mage you mentioned," Coulson whispered. "Yes," Ant replied with a smile, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Supreme mage," Uncle Su-han addressed the bald woman with respect. "Thank you for your assistance, exorcist. It is my duty." The mages then opened a portal to depart, but before leaving, the bald mage, known as Ancient One, glanced back at Ant. Having been focused on her, Ant quickly averted his gaze, bowing his head. Ancient One smiled as she departed, leaving behind only the dark creatures, werewolves and vampires, who exchanged glances before hastily racing toward the breach in the array. Nancy and Jason met each other's eyes and simultaneously moved to the breach, swiftly dispatching the remaining werewolves and vampires. Finally resolved, Coulson exhaled slowly, just as the first rays of sunlight streamed down, enveloping them in warmth, before they returned to the temporary base. Shortly thereafter, another agent arrived to relieve Coulson, as he and his team had fought tirelessly through the night and were utterly fatigued. So, Uncle Suhan, what do you wish to do next? I shall continue my exorcism journey, of course. What's the matter, little ant? I have a friend whose family seems to be cursed by demons, and I was wondering if you could assist them. Certainly, I'll take it on. I will address any matters pertaining to demons, Ant assured. They are quite wealthy. So please don't hold back, Ant remarked, assessing Uncle Suhan. Understanding Ant's implication, Uncle Suhan nodded with a smile. Aware that he had little choice in the matter, the remuneration from his exorcisms primarily went towards enhancing his equipment. Many of his exorcism tools were essentially one-time use, and given their rarity and expense, he found himself in dire straits financially. Once they confirmed that Yellowstone National Park was devoid of demons and dark creatures, Jason and the others departed, leaving Coulson to oversee the situation and tidy up the aftermath. As the family of three returned home, they collapsed onto their beds and fell into a deep sleep. Upon waking, Ant glanced at the clock on the wall and realized he had slept an entire day. Yawning, he took a shower, washed his clothes, and dried them before heading downstairs. Mom, Dad, are you awake? When no response came, he noticed a note affixed to the refrigerator door. Approaching it, he read that Nancy had left him a message. They had both awakened earlier and gone to work. Ant shrugged indifferently, just as Spike trotted into the room, barking at him. What's up, Spike? Spike nudged his snout towards the door, prompting Ant to step outside, where he discovered a luxury car parked at his doorstep. Master Ant, our master requests your presence. By the way, our master is Mr. Osborne. Uncle Norman, could it be that Uncle Suhan did not go to help? That seems unlikely, Ant pondered, furrowing his brow. Can I bring my dog? Ant asked, lifting his head. Certainly, Master Ant. The duo of man and dog soon arrived at Norman's opulent mansion. Uncle Norman, did you summon me for something? Ant inquired loudly, pushing open the door. Ant, you've arrived. Uncle Suhan exclaimed, cigar in mouth, calling out to him. Yes, I'm here, Norman replied with a warm smile. So, Uncle Suhan, what urgent matter requires my presence? Is it rather troublesome? Ant casually seated himself on the sofa, reaching for fruit from the table, while Spike loyally lay at his feet. It's not particularly troublesome, but we are currently lacking a crucial ingredient. What ingredient? Holy water. Unfortunately, the church has no surplus supply at present. What? Can't we offer money? Ant frowned as he asked. No, remember, the church is not short on funds. The pressing issue is the Dark Council's resurgence and the increasing incidence of demonic possession. The church has no choice but to deploy all available holy water and paladins, meaning we exorcists will have to wait at least a month to procure more. Then we shall wait. Uncle Norman, you are still quite young, Ant replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Norman playfully thumped Ant on the head. The reason I called you is that Mr. Suhan mentioned your blood is more effective than holy water, so we would like to borrow some. The sooner we resolve this, the better, wouldn't you agree? All right then, how much do you need? Ant extended his arm, ready for the procedure. Given that Norman had not yet transformed into the green demon, and considering his relationship with Harry, Ant felt at ease, knowing their use of his blood was solely to lift a curse, not for experimentation. Norman then retrieved a set of sterilized blood-drawing tools. As the Osborne Group was a biological company, making such items commonplace, they extracted only a small amount, approximately 5 milliliters. Next came Uncle Suhan's domain, who produced an array of materials, including dried lizard, frog, various desiccated insects, pure silver, and a variety of viscous substances. This isn't for us to consume, is it? Norman gulped nervously. Of course not. I intend to create a binding array and a protective array, then open a rift to hell to lure out the demon we are trading with, using its life force as a price to lift your curse. As he spoke, Uncle Suhan had already drawn the binding array, while the protective array was inscribed with a substance invisible to their eyes. To avoid detection by the demon, I've used materials that no one can see. Remember, no matter what happens, you must not leave this tile, preferably remain still, understood? Uncle Suhan admonished Norman seriously. Norman nodded while standing on the designated tile, and Uncle Suhan began the incantation. As he chanted, he applied a certain substance to Norman's body, which caused an intense burning sensation, prompting Norman to cry out in agony. Simultaneously, Harry, who was at the Yueying school, experienced a similar torment, writhing on the ground and wailing in distress. The commotion startled the teachers, and it was Peter and Ned who carried Harry to the infirmary. The teachers eventually regained their composure, calling for an ambulance and contacting Norman, but in his current state, Norman was unable to answer. Aunt had to take the call. Upon hearing about Harry's symptoms, Uncle Suin slapped his forehead and shouted at Aunt, "Bring him here." Aunt communicated with the personnel on the other end and dispatched the Osborn Group's security team to fetch Harry, along with Peter and Ned. Half an hour later, the three young ones burst through the door. "Close the door, Aunt, and lock it," Norman strained to say. Aunt nodded, shutting the door and locking it before activating the security system of the facility. Soon, heavy iron gates descended over every door and window. "All right, Aunt, protect this child. Mr. Osborn, it will become increasingly painful. You must endure," Norman shouted. "Let us begin. If this could resolve the issue once and for all, he would endure any pain without hesitation." Hearing this, Uncle Suin produced a cross necklace, rough in appearance but of a terrifying origin, crafted by a former pope. Imbued with the power of holy light, this artifact was as effective against demons as a hot knife through butter, and it served as one of Uncle Suin's trump cards. With eyes closed and hands clasped, he held it in his palm, silently reciting scripture. Norman felt excruciating pain and sensed something writhing within him. Through the mirror opposite, Norman was horrified to see a green, ghastly visage emerge upon him, and his veins turned a sickly green, ultimately causing him to collapse to the ground. Harry experienced a similar fate, his body activating a survival response, rendering him unconscious. Peter and Ned, terrified, hid behind Aunt, who furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. With a sudden, sharp crack, Aunt and Uncle Suin exchanged knowing glances, their eyes fixed on a particular spot where the binding array seemed to tear open, revealing a crimson rift. "What is that?" "A rift to hell. No matter what you see, do not make a sound, understood?" Aunt whispered to Peter and Ned. The two boys nodded vigorously, their fists clenched in anxiety. Suddenly, a pair of clawed hands appeared, clawing at the edges of the rift, seemingly attempting to widen it. Uncle Suin and Aunt remained vigilant, fixated on the rift. As the claws exerted pressure, the gap widened dangerously, threatening to spiral out of control. Just then, a golden light struck the rift, causing it to shrink back to its original size. The demon on the other side, witnessing the closure of the rift, ceased its chatter and leaped through the opening, taking on a visage resembling Norman's. It was evident that this was the ancestor with whom the demon had made a pact. "The Osborn family has finally summoned me again." The middle-aged man, clad in an elegant suit and holding a gentleman's cane, appeared like an aristocrat from England. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was taken aback. "Norman Osborn, what do you intend to do?" The demon roared, jolting both Harry and Norman back to awareness. "Is he truly a demon?" Norman asked, straining against the pain. "Indeed, he is the demon who made a pact with one of your ancestors." "Do you wish to breach our agreement?" the demon inquired, eyeing the conversing group. "No, we are not here to breach any agreement. I believe you have heard of my name, Jimin Suin." "It's you," the demon exclaimed, revealing its true form and lunging at Uncle Suin, only to be halted by the binding array, which erupted in a burst of golden light as a Chelan emerged, striking the demon with its forelegs, sending it crashing against the array's boundary. "You now have two choices: dissolve all ties with them and lift the Osborn family's curse, or we eliminate you and find another means to lift the curse." "I can indeed resolve this curse, though it may be a bit more complicated," Uncle Suin declared. The demon glared furiously at him, sneering, "You may indeed be able to lift it, but likewise, I can expedite their curse, should you wish to thwart me. You must offer me 10 fallen souls. Let us wager, shall we? We shall see whether your demise comes swifter than the outbreak of his curse," declared Uncle Suhan, utterly unfazed by the demon's words, his expression as impassive as stone. Upon hearing this, Norman's countenance shifted slightly, yet he remained steadfastly rooted in place, unyielding. The demon, incensed by the sight, let out a furious roar, and a crimson ribbon emerged from the rift, tethering itself to the demon's form, instantly liberating it from the Kiran's oppression. The demon then began to assault the confines of its prison, the outcome all too predictable. The Kiran unleashed its might once more, its forehooves crushing down upon the rift, sealing it shut. This spectacle left all present in a state of bewilderment, particularly Uncle Suhan. "This is disastrous. I have agreed. Let me return to hell." The demon shouted frantically upon witnessing the rift vanish, as if some great terror were brewing. "You must first release it," Uncle Suhan insisted, straining to maintain his composure. "There is no other choice," the demon replied, unveiling its abyssal maw. As verdant mist began to swirl around Harry and Norman, the demon consumed the fog entirely, leaving Norman and Harry feeling inexplicably unburdened, as if some internal shackles had been shattered. "It is time you fulfill your promise, human," the demon cried out in terror. Observing the situation, Uncle Suhan reluctantly reopened the rift. However, as soon as it was ajar, the Kirin reappeared. With no alternative, Uncle Suhan was compelled to constrict the rift's opening. Remarkably, once the rift was diminished, the Kirin ceased its advance, though it continued to dart about in the air. The demon, disregarding all else, rushed toward the rift, yet it was a moment too late. A beam of golden light manifested, severing half of the demon's body, leaving it with only a fragment as it plunged into the depths of hell. "Poor split green demon," someone lamented. "Split green demon?" Norman rose, repeating the name as he glanced at Uncle Suhan, who nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, he is the split green demon and the sole demon of hell. He possesses a name, Matt, and those demons endowed with names are generally considered greater demons." "Greater demons?" Norman inquired further, simultaneously disarming the situation and summoning the cleaning staff to restore order. He then called for a chef to prepare a lavish feast, for he felt a gnawing hunger. While the remains of the split green demon were discreetly hidden away, as they represented valuable experimental material. As the group gathered around the dining table, indulging in food and conversation, Uncle Suhan elucidated the hierarchy of demons. The power of demons is ranked from highest to lowest: hell lords, greater demons, high demons, ordinary demons, and lowly demons. At the pinnacle are the hell lords, who are typically the most formidable entities of hell, wielding dominion over its powers. Within any given hell dimension, there exists but a single hell lord. Following them are greater demons, often primordial in nature. What are primordial demons, you ask? They are beings birthed from hell itself, unique in their existence, devoid of kinship, and can be regarded as entire clans unto themselves. They are the favored children of the hell dimension, immortal in nature, for should they perish outside of hell, a new primordial demon will be born anew. Thus, to truly eradicate them, one must annihilate the corresponding hell dimension. The strengths of these primordial demons vary, yet they are invariably at least high demons, with the most powerful being greater demons. Within the ranks of greater demons, in addition to primordial demons, exist some fallen human souls. For those souls deemed excessively depraved, or whose actions have garnered the attention of hell lords, transformation into demons of hell may occur, resulting in a change in their powers, potentially becoming greater demons, high demons, or ordinary demons, but never lowly demons. As for high demons, ordinary demons, and lowly demons, these constitute the backbone of hell's forces, often belonging to various factions. For instance, soul harvesters are classified as lowly demons. Should they consume enough souls, they can evolve into soul eaters. Soul eaters possess the strength of ordinary demons and possess a measure of intelligence, albeit limited, sufficient to comprehend relatively complex commands. Once a soul eater consumes a sufficient quantity of souls, it evolves into a soul breaker. Soul breakers attain the strength of high demons. Their intellect comparable to that of humans. However, the conditions for their evolution are intricate, resulting in their scarcity, predominantly holding positions of command. This succinctly outlines the composition and classification of hell's demons. Upon concluding his explanation, Norman nodded thoughtfully. "Uncle Suhan, from what you've revealed, the split green demon must possess considerable power, yet why does he appear so feeble?" First and foremost, you must understand that he is ensnared within a confinement array, which has diminished his strength by approximately 30%. Furthermore, the array employs ant's blood, which harbors a divine potency exceeding even that of holy light. Consequently, his strength is reduced by nearly 50%. Most crucially, we are on Earth, a realm safeguarded by magical arrays. Thus, he dares not unleash his full power, lest the array detect him, pinpoint his location, and obliterate him. As you witnessed, upon the rift's disappearance, he was thrown into a panic, for he knew he would be targeted by the array. Alas, he still managed to escape, Uncle Suhan remarked with a hint of regret. "But you could have deceived him," Harry interjected innocently. "That is not feasible, for it pertains to the negotiations our exorcist ancestors conducted with hell. Contracts must be honored, though one may employ subtle tactics. Regardless, the terms of the contract must be fulfilled, for should a demon act recklessly, the repercussions would be far graver for us." Uncle Suhan elucidated. The others grasped why Uncle Suhan, despite possessing the ability to ensnare the demon, allowed it to depart Earth unscathed. Suddenly, applause echoed through the air, prompting everyone to turn. An elderly man sat upon a sofa, his hands clapping rhythmically. Uncle Suhan and Aunt's eyes widened in shock upon recognizing the man, their pupils constricting. Uncle Suhan swiftly drew his weapon, aiming it at the old man, while Norman rose protectively, shielding the 4 children behind him. Chapter 21. The Visit of Mephisto and the Mysterious Legacy. Mephisto. Uncle Suhan articulated slowly, each word deliberate. Mephisto? The Hell Lord? Norman exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, greetings to you all, Mephisto said with a smile, addressing the group, yet they remained cautious, hiding behind Norman as they cast furtive glances at him. Might I inquire the purpose of your esteemed presence, Lord Mephisto? Oh, I merely wish to observe how the split green demon came to be left with but half a body. Who could have bested him so thoroughly? Is that too much to ask? Mephisto remarked, effortlessly appearing at the dining table, plucking a piece of fruit and munching as he spoke. Fear not. He is unable to utilize his powers here on Earth, as his capabilities are heavily constrained, Aunt reassured Harry and the others. Child, it seems you possess quite an understanding of me, Mephisto responded, turning his gaze upon Aunt. In that moment, as Aunt locked eyes with Mephisto, he felt himself drawn into a peculiar realm, suspended in midair, while the true form of Mephisto loomed above him, a colossal titan soaring thousands of meters high. Gazing down upon him, the stark contrast engulfed Anter in a profound sense of dread. At that moment, the bloodline of the Chelan within him stirred, and a blood-red specter emerged from behind him, rapidly expanding to match the height of Mephisto. Yet, this was not the end. The Chelan followed suit, but this time, it was no longer golden, but blood-red, exuding a terrifying aura. The 2 entities fused, and with the specter wielding an axe and a blade, they simultaneously struck, cleaving Mephisto's form in twain. As this transpired, the very fabric of the space began to fracture, and the specter along with the Chelan retreated into Anter's being. In the realm of reality, Mephisto staggered backwards, his gaze towards Anter tinged with a mixture of wariness and admiration. Child, we shall meet again. Perhaps then we will find ourselves on the same side. With that, Mephisto vanished, leaving Anter to cough up a mouthful of blood. Norman and Uncle Suhan, caught off guard by Mephisto's words, hurried to support Anter. Anter, what has happened to you? Norman inquired anxiously. I am fine, Uncle Norman, Uncle Suhan. I just feel exceedingly weary and wish to rest. Please do not inform my parents. With that, Anter succumbed to unconsciousness. Spike, witnessing this, rushed to Anter's side, barking at Norman and Uncle Suhan. Spike, calm down. This is not their fault. Keep your composure. Peter hastily intervened, grasping Spike's head in an effort to soothe him. Although Spike exhibited signs of frenzy and unease, he refrained from acting against Peter. Their daily walks together had forged a bond, and thanks to Peter's intervention, Spike gradually calmed, though he remained steadfastly by Anter's side. With no other option, Norman carried Anter to the guest room, ensuring he could rest peacefully, while Spike lay vigil beside him. Time passed, and Anter slowly awakened, rubbing his head and activating the system panel, where he noticed a particular entry. Mystical Inheritance Activation Progress. 1. Activation Condition. The host must slay enemies. The greater the number of foes vanquished, the faster the progress. Indeed, this mystical inheritance was a reward bestowed upon him following the resolution of the demonic invasion at Yellowstone Park. He recalled having dispatched numerous demons and dark creatures during that ordeal. Presumably, those foes accounted for the meager 1% progress. Was he truly expected to slay over 10,000 adversaries? He was no cold-blooded killer, and thus at the time, he had brushed off the significance of this inheritance. Little did he realize that this very inheritance, alongside the Chelan bloodline, had saved him once more. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to Mephisto's temptations. Once clarity settled in, Anter stretched his limbs and turned to the side, where Spike lay asleep. He gently ruffled Spike's fur, rousing him before stepping outside, where he discovered Harry and the others engaged in a video game. Anter, you're awake. Are you all right? Harry exclaimed. Yes, I'm fine. What about Uncle Norman and Uncle Suhan? Anter inquired. Oh, Uncle Suhan mentioned that the situation here was resolved. Then he took his reward and left. As for my dad, he went to examine the half-corrupted corpse of the split green demon. Tell your father to exercise caution. That corpse is no trifling matter, Anter cautioned. Uncle Suhan has already warned him, and he provided my dad with some protective gear. All right, what are you all playing? Super Mario. Want to join? Of course. The 4 companions immersed themselves in the game, continuing until evening, when they enjoyed dinner at Harry's home before his driver took them back. Dad, Mom, I'm home, Anter announced as he pushed open the door, only to find several unexpected guests in the house, their demeanor tense and confrontational. What is happening here? Anter asked, puzzled. Within the house stood the Punisher and Blade, their weapons pointed at Nancy, who bared elongated canines, giving the impression that she was a vampire. This misunderstanding had evidently led to their standoff. "Your mother is a vampire. Do not approach her," the Punisher stated coolly. Enter ignored their warning and approached Nancy. "Mom, didn't you explain the situation to them?" "Explain? There was no time for that. They attacked me the moment they entered," Nancy retorted, her irritation palpable. In an instant, she transformed into a blur, striking both men with a single hand, sending them sprawling and disarming them. "Gentlemen, you may have misjudged the situation. My mother is not a vampire. She is of the bloodline, which is distinct from mere vampires." Anter proceeded to elucidate the differences between the two concepts. Upon hearing his explanation, the Punisher and Blade exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to accept Anter's words. It was only when they witnessed Nancy casually enjoying strawberries while preparing dinner that their skepticism waned, for Blade, being a half-vampire, knew that vampires could not consume human food. Rising, he sincerely apologized to Nancy and Anter. "I am sorry. Not an issue. Please, have a seat. Are you here seeking Jason?" "Indeed, we require his assistance." The Punisher affirmed with a nod. "He should be off work soon. Please, help yourselves to something to eat." "Oh, I forgot. You cannot eat food. Perhaps you could drink this instead." Nancy produced a jar for Blade, who shook it and found it contained some viscous liquid. "What is this?" "My husband's blood. Though I hesitate to admit it, as a member of the bloodline, blood is a rare delicacy for me. So I occasionally ask my husband for some as a post-meal treat," Nancy explained with a smile. Blade, intrigued, opened the jar, confirming that it contained thick blood, albeit of a peculiar nature. "This blood seems different," he murmured. "Indeed, my father is a werewolf, though not of the kind you are familiar with. He is more akin to a wolf king, the true essence of a wolf king, for his lineage bears the purest blood of the werewolf progenitor," Anter remarked while snacking on fruit. Upon hearing this, the two men felt as though their world had been turned upside down. One was of the bloodline, and the other a wolf king. "But I thought Jason was an ordinary man." "Oh, that transformation occurred recently. Thus, it is understandable that you would not recall." Anter waved dismissively. The two men found themselves at a loss for words, but Blade took up a straw and began to sip Jason's blood. Although Blade was a half-vampire, and thus not as vulnerable to sunlight or silver as ordinary vampires, he still harbored a thirst for blood, typically satisfied by artificial blood substitutes to meet his nutritional needs. However, he sensed an irresistible allure emanating from the blood before him. It seemed that consuming it would enhance his strength, and with newfound power, he could vanquish more vampires. Thus, he discarded his reservations and began to drink deeply. Chapter 22. Blood God, Blood Ancestor, Indistinguishable. As Blade consumed Jason's blood, he was immediately enveloped in a wave of energy coursing around him, only to be met with an agonizing sensation that felt as though his very being was being torn apart. The intense pain caused him to collapse onto the floor, prompting the Punisher to rise immediately. "Uncle, it's nothing. He merely ingested my father's blood. His body is undergoing a transformation, one that is beneficial. There is no need for concern," Anter explained with a glance. "Is that so?" "Indeed," Anter affirmed. Ant did not comprehend why he possessed such extensive knowledge. As if it were an innate gift, he pondered whether he had some extraordinary ability, prompting him to inquire with the system. However, the system merely echoed. The existence of the system is solely for the host's survival. Regardless of Ant's relentless questioning, the response remained unchanged. Consequently, Ant ceased his inquiries, resigning himself to the notion that his peculiar state could only be elucidated by the most renowned power within the Marvel Universe, omniscience. Regrettably, Ant only possessed the first two facets of this ability, omniscience. This explained why he could discern so much, including the current condition of Blade with just a glance. Nevertheless, for Ant, this merely augmented his erudition without significantly enhancing his own prowess, prompting him to swiftly dismiss the matter from his mind. Upon discovering that Blade was unscathed, Ant exhaled in relief and resumed his seat. Time elapsed, and eventually, Jason returned, witnessing Ant engrossed in television, the Punisher indulging in fruit, and Blade sprawled on the floor. "What is happening here?" The Punisher recounted the events, allowing Jason to piece together the situation. At that moment, Nancy had prepared a meal. Since Ant had never acclimated to the local cuisine during his childhood, Nancy resorted to ordering takeout from various restaurants on his behalf, only to find that Ant had developed a preference for Chinese food, leading her to self-study the culinary art. In time, the entire family grew fond of Chinese cuisine. "It's time to eat. Come join us." "Why is he lying on the floor?" Ant inquired. "Don't mind him. He'll be fine once he finishes digesting." "Let us eat first," Ant replied. The others, observing the situation, had no choice but to leave Blade behind and proceed to the dining area. As they gazed upon the sumptuous spread, the Punisher felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The dining table was enveloped in silence as everyone consumed their meals. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, Ant took it upon himself to wash the dishes, while Nancy and Jason accompanied the Punisher to the living room, prompting the inquiry. Now, tell us, how can we assist you this time? Jason, I wish to enlist your help in demolishing one of their strongholds. Why? Have you considered that this stronghold might be a trap? Jason questioned. We are aware it's a trap, but we have no alternative. Blade interjected, having fully digested the werewolf blood within him, rendering him even more formidable and endowing him with certain werewolf abilities, such as heightened hearing and smell. They intend to summon the blood god. While we do not comprehend who the blood god is, the moment I heard the name, I instinctively felt compelled to worship him. What did you say? The blood god? Both Nancy and Jason exclaimed in unison. Indeed, the blood god. Do you know him? Anne inquired. The two remained silent, their gazes shifting to Ant, who was in the kitchen washing dishes. Ant, we have something we wish to ask you. Could you come here for a moment? I'll be there once I finish washing up. Just a moment more. 5 minutes later, Ant emerged, drying his hands on his clothing as he approached them, asking, What is the matter? Do you know anything about the blood god? And what about the blood ancestor? Jason queried directly. The blood god and the blood ancestor are the same entity. They are merely different appellations, Anne explained. But wasn't he the blood ancestor banished? How could he be summoned back? Jason pressed. Your statement is misleading. He was banished, not killed. There are indeed means to summon him back. However, to call forth the blood ancestor, one requires the blood of 12 pure vampires and the blood of a half-human, half-vampire. Your blood, and elucidated. So, it is indeed a trap. Specifically a trap for me, Blade murmured. Regardless of whether it's a trap or not, I must go. The Punisher declared emphatically. For the true culprit behind his family's murder resided within that stronghold, and he was determined to confront him personally. Frank, Jason interjected, I appreciate your son's insights. But this is my own matter, and I will handle it myself. Same here. Now that we are aware of their plan, we will take care of the remaining details. Blade asserted. I will inform the director of this situation. What he decides to do is beyond our control. Thank you. Subsequently, the two departed. And as Anne observed their retreating figures, he queried, Mom, Dad, are you truly not going to help? Why should we? We are not particularly close to them. If anyone should go, it should be your father, Nancy retorted. But if the blood god emerges, he will undoubtedly seek to control the vampires and conquer the earth. Wouldn't you act then? Don't be absurd. If they wish to conquer the earth, let them. If the sky falls, there are tall individuals to bear it. I refuse to take unnecessary risks, Nancy replied, affectionately ruffling Aunt's hair. Since the events at Yellowstone, Nancy seemed to have undergone a transformation, refraining from engaging in perilous matters and even becoming timid in her own career. Jason understood the underlying reasons but felt it inappropriate to drag his wife to a psychologist. Thus he allowed her to cope in her own way. The following day, Ant resumed his normal routine, attending school, studying, and completing daily tasks. However, the rewards for these tasks had become increasingly meager, with some even yielding nothing, leaving Ant bewildered. He questioned the system multiple times, only to be met with silence, compelling him to endure the situation. Fortunately, the Mid-Autumn Festival was fast approaching, and Ant noticed symbols of the moon rabbit, mooncakes, and dragon boats appearing in his task module. He eagerly anticipated the festival's arrival, confident that the forthcoming task would yield bountiful rewards. Hey, Ant, are you alright? Peter waved his hand in front of Ant's face, snapping him back to reality. What's up? School's out. By the way, I heard Uncle Norman invited us to his house. Are we going? Could it be that he has made progress on the demoness remains? Ant inquired, his eyes lighting up. I don't know. I asked Harry, but he's being all mysterious about it. Come on, Ned, cut back on the snacks. Look at how chubby you've gotten, Ant chided, observing Ned with an ice cream cone in one hand and a hamburger in the other, his mouth never ceasing its munching. This is my only remaining hobby. You can't take that away from me, Ned replied, a goofy grin plastered on his face. Suit yourself. I'll see if Uncle Norman can whip up a special diet pill for you, Ant jested. Ned chuckled, remaining silent, as he recognized that Aunt's comments stemmed from concern for his well-being. Soon, they arrived outside the school, opting not to take the bus. For a stretch limousine awaited them. The four friends climbed aboard and soon arrived at Oscorp. Under Harry's guidance, they found themselves in Norman's presence. Uncle Norman, you've arrived. Come in and have a seat. Norman greeted them with a warm smile. His demeanor had noticeably shifted. The curse that had once weighed upon him had vanished, leaving him with a lighter aura. Uncle Norman, did you summon us because you made progress with that half-demon? Not so soon. You must realize that it's a demon, after all. However, it's not entirely without results. At least I have this, Norman proclaimed, resembling a child eager to showcase a new toy as he produced a vial of liquid shimmering with a red hue. The sight of the liquid instinctively drew the group closer, their curiosity piqued. What is this? Ant asked, intrigued. Norman beamed, ready to explain, when suddenly a knock at the door interrupted. Chapter 23, The Birth of Spider-Man. Come in. Didn't I mention not to disturb us? Norman frowned at the visitor as they entered. Apologies, Mr. Osborn, the secretary said cautiously. An agent named Coulson is here to see you. Coulson? Phil Coulson? Alfred inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Do you know him, Mr. Alfred? He's a colleague of my father's. Let him in. Alfred nodded. Moments later, Coulson entered, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Alfred and the others. Hello, Uncle Coulson. Alfred, Peter, what are you two doing here? That's what I should be asking you, Agent Coulson. What brings you to my doorstep? Norman interjected. Coulson produced a device, scanning the entire room, confirming the absence of listening devices before he spoke. Mr. Osborn, we are here regarding the half-demon corpse in your possession. Norman's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor instantly becoming formidable. How did you learn of this? Please, try not to be alarmed, Mr. Osborn. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, SHIELD for short. Our mandate involves addressing all supernatural occurrences. We were alerted to the presence of intense demonic energy in your home, which led to our inquiry. I'm afraid we cannot relinquish the corpse to you. Please leave, Norman retorted. Mr. Osborn, I implore you to reconsider. Demons are not as simple as you might believe. With that, Coulson exited, leaving Norman to fixate on his retreating figure. Uncle Norman, stop staring. You're a businessman. If you don't want to give it to them, can they really take it? Instead, why don't you enlighten us about what this is? Alfred exclaimed, snapping Norman from his reverie. This is a serum created from demon blood combined with your own. It enhances human capabilities, but it appears to be selective. Harry has already been tested and is eligible. But you two haven't undergone testing yet. Would you like to try? Norman offered. I'll pass, Alfred replied, as the blood of the Kirin within him forbade the introduction of any peculiar substances into his body. Soon it was Peter and Ned's turn, but after testing, it seemed neither of them was suitable, much to their dismay. Observing their discontent, Harry suggested a tour of the Osborn group. Thus, they began to wander. As Osborn was a biotech firm, showcasing an array of bizarre creatures, the most notable being the super spider. This is the breeding facility for super spiders. I've heard my father is planning to produce them in mass. Why? Because the silk produced by super spiders boasts remarkable tensile strength, reportedly surpassing that of steel cables while being lightweight. As Harry was waxing lyrical, an escaped super spider appeared above Peter, descending slowly until it landed on his neck. Alfred noticed, but remained silent, waiting until the spider bit Peter before swiftly swatting it away. Ouch! What was that? Harry asked, turning back. Nothing, Peter shook his head. As the evening wore on, Harry decided it was time to send them home. With Aunt May working the night shift, Peter had to rely on Alfred for assistance, as his mental state had been quite erratic since his return. After dinner, he retreated to his room. Watching him leave, a smirk crept onto Alfred's face. After tonight, Spider-Man will emerge. It seems my butterfly's wings have stirred quite a tempest. Peter, not yet 10 years old, was on the brink of becoming Spider-Man. However, the path to heroism was fraught with challenges. Peter found himself in a tumultuous state, alternating between chills and feverish heat. His genes were undergoing a transformation, as the super spider's DNA intertwined with his own, resulting in his current condition. The following day, Peter awoke, recalling the events of the previous night with a sense of dread. He felt sticky all over. Noticing an outline on his sheets, a testament to the sweat he had shed. Rising hastily, he realized his body felt different, imbued with newfound strength, and his slightly nearsighted vision had sharpened. In a moment of panic, he reached for the bedside table, only to smash a large hole into it, confirming that something was indeed amiss. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and cautiously stood, making his way to the table to retrieve his phone. With great effort, he controlled his strength to dial Alfred's number. Peter? What's wrong? Alfred, I think I have a problem. Can you come help me? Of course, but first I'll need to excuse you from school. Thanks, I appreciate it. As Peter remained frozen in place, unsure of how much time passed, Alfred eventually entered, shaking his head at the nearly destroyed bedside table. He approached Peter, opened the window, and instructed, "No matter what I do, don't move, understand?" Peter nodded, watching as Alfred lifted him and threw him out the window. Instinctively, Peter twisted in midair, landing safely on the ground. What just happened? Super Spider, remember? Vaguely, Peter stammered. recalling the bite on his neck. That's right. It was the super spider that bit you. Your genes now carry its essence, which is why you're experiencing these changes, and this transformation is unique to you. Why is that? Peter asked, bewildered. Only you were bitten by the super spider, resulting in this beneficial transformation. Others who are bitten would likely meet a grim fate. As Harry mentioned, its venom is exceptionally rare, containing the essence of every known spider toxin. Am I really okay? Absolutely fine. Today, you need to learn to control your newfound powers, Alfred stated, simultaneously accepting his first task of the day, training Spider-Man. Under Alfred's guidance, Peter gradually learned to harness his abilities, developing two signature skills, the ability to cling to surfaces for rapid movement and the spider sense that had saved Spider-Man's life countless times. Once they became adept at using their powers, they sat on the steps, Peter panting heavily. You now possess extraordinary strength, but remember, do not become arrogant, understood? Understood. Peter nodded, though his tone was somewhat dismissive as he envisioned himself as a superhero saving the world. After all, Alfred was well aware that Peter idolized Iron Man and aspired to emulate such a hero. You don't know what you're asking for. Stand up and spar with me. Alfred said coldly. What? I said, spar with me. Though your physique may currently surpass mine, let me remind you, there are always greater forces at play. Peter, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, rose to his feet. He gazed at Aunt May, and to be honest, he was reluctant to engage in a confrontation with her. After all, he was acutely aware of the changes he had undergone. Yet, unable to resist Aunt May's insistence, the two eventually stood facing each other. A gentle breeze swept through, and as they locked eyes, a single leaf floated down from above. In an instant, Peter dashed toward Aunt May. Chapter 24. Seeking Norman's assistance to prevent the blood god's descent at the ancient castle. In the garden, Aunt May stood resolutely while Peter found himself sprawled on the ground, finally grasping the true meaning of the saying, there are others beyond the world. Though Peter's physical prowess surpassed that of Aunt May, Zhang Qiling's combat experience equipped him with unique strategies to contend with foes stronger than himself. Ultimately, however, Peter succumbed to Aunt May's superior abilities. Do you understand now? She inquired. I do, Peter replied. Aunt May, I know you aspire to become a figure akin to Iron Man, but you must comprehend that you are not Tony Stark. He possesses advantages that you lack, chiefly his wealth. When he damages someone else's property in battle, he can easily compensate them. But you are merely a child. If, during a skirmish with villains, you were to ruin a car that someone had taken a loan out for, who would bear the loss? Thus, you must realize that being a superhero is not as simple as it seems. Do you understand? After hearing this, Peter finally recognized Aunt May's earnest intentions and nodded emphatically. That is all I need to know. Rise now. I shall take you to see Uncle Norman. Ah, why? Peter asked. So he can examine your condition and prepare your equipment. You cannot possibly face villains in your current state, Aunt May explained. Oh, Peter replied. And soon the two young lads hailed a taxi to the Osborn Group's upper floors. Thanks to their prior registration, they easily reached Norman's office. Uncle Norman, Aunt May called out. Peter, Aunt May, what brings you here? Wait, why aren't you at school today? Norman inquired, puzzled. Uncle Norman, we seek your assistance. Here's the situation. Aunt May laid out the entire story. Upon hearing it, Norman turned to Peter in astonishment. Never having anticipated that Peter could merge with the genes of a super spider, he promptly led them to his laboratory, extracted a sample of Peter's blood, and began to scrutinize it closely. Indeed, there are super spider genes present. Does this imply that others could also attain such abilities? Norman mused. That is impossible. Aunt May interjected. Why? Norman asked, turning back to her. Because there is only one Peter Parker in this world, and he is the sole individual capable of merging with the super spider's genes. If anyone else attempts to do so, their genes would collapse, or they would perish from the super spider's venom. If Uncle Norman doubts this, he may conduct an experiment, Aunt May countered. Why? Norman queried again. Has Uncle Norman seen the movies? Peter chimed in. Norman nodded. Of course, he had seen them. He was neither a workaholic nor a recluse, and he enjoyed films. Peter is akin to the protagonist in those movies. All the seemingly outrageous feats he performs appear entirely ordinary for him. However, if such feats were attempted by another, they would likely result in death. Uncle Norman, do you comprehend my explanation? So, you mean that if someone else were bitten by a super spider, they would only meet their demise rather than become Spider-Man? Is that the essence? Norman clarified. Precisely. Peter is indeed a uniquely exceptional individual, Aunt May elucidated. Am I truly such a unique existence? Peter asked, pointing at himself. Aunt May remained silent, turning her gaze to Norman. After a moment of contemplation, Norman spoke. To be honest, when we discovered the super spider, we attempted to create a serum that would grant humans the abilities of the super spider. However, after conducting tens of thousands of experiments, none succeeded. Eventually, with the endorsement of numerous biological experts, we concluded that the genes of the super spider cannot integrate with those of humans. Therefore, Peter, do you now understand how extraordinary you truly are? Peter swallowed hard. By the way, Uncle Norman, could you assess whether Peter's current mutation is beneficial or detrimental? Aunt May inquired. That will require some time. But from what I can see, it should be advantageous, Norman replied. Very well, that is reassuring. By the way, do you have any other tasks you need assistance with? Norman asked. Aunt May and Peter exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Aunt May then mentioned the web shooter and spider suit, to which Norman responded positively, suggesting that Peter design his own costume. However, unsure of how to craft a suit, Peter ultimately relied on Aunt May's expertise, resulting in a classic Spider-Man outfit reminiscent of the previous timeline. All right, once I finish here, I'll have Harry notify you, Norman assured them. Thank you, Uncle Norman, Peter expressed gratefully. The two youngsters then hopped away in high spirits, and as Norman observed their departing figures, a smile inadvertently graced his lips. Meanwhile, at a vampire stronghold, Blade and the Punisher executed a sudden assault, only to discover that the ritual for summoning the blood god was not taking place there. They had been deceived. Tell me, where is Deacon? Blade demanded, pressing his katana against the throat of a vampire. You will never know where Lord Deacon is. The blood god shall descend. This world will ultimately belong to us vampires. The vampire shrieked, before sprinting out of the room, only to be instantly incinerated by the sunlight. Frank, what is our next move? Blade inquired. Contact S.H.I.E.L.D. They cannot possibly remain passive. As they prepared to leave, a woman appeared, clad in a full-body leather suit that concealed her exposed skin, her head adorned with a black helmet, which even featured specially designed eye protection. Blade, Punisher, we need your assistance. We request a ceasefire. The woman implored, kneeling and presenting a scroll. Blade and the Punisher exchanged glances, and Blade cautiously accepted the scroll. What does this mean? He asked. Deacon has slain numerous vampire elders and taken the remaining ones captive. If he truly becomes the blood god, he will inevitably dominate the entire vampire clan and declare war on humanity. However, we do not wish to engage in conflict with humans. We understand their terror. Thus, we seek your intervention to thwart him. We can provide his location and the number of enemies, she explained. Why should I trust you? Blade retorted. I am a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. All intelligence regarding vampires has originated from me, she asserted. Both the Punisher and Blade were taken aback, yet they remained cautious, skeptical of her claims. The Punisher contacted Fury to corroborate the woman's story before agreeing to collaborate with her. Upon learning Deacon's whereabouts, they promptly set off for that location. Simultaneously, Natasha, Clint, and Jason also began their journey. Upon discovering that Jason and the others were headed to the vampire stronghold, Nancy grew concerned for his safety and ultimately decided to accompany them. Upon learning this, Aunt May expressed her desire to assist as well, and Peter felt the same. At first, Nancy was opposed, but after witnessing Peter reveal his powers, she acquiesced and allowed the two to join her. Before long, the group gathered outside the vampire stronghold, and Jason was taken aback by Nancy's presence, knowing well of her psychological struggles. Wife, what brings you here? He asked, astonished. Why shouldn't I come? Do you truly believe I am unaware of my mental condition? I have seen a psychologist. I'm sorry for worrying you, Nancy replied, embracing Jason. While I can understand your presence, why bring these two children along? The Punisher questioned, perplexed. Their abilities may well surpass yours. Do not underestimate them, Nancy asserted. Enough. This is not the time for disputes. Since you're here, follow my lead, Natasha interjected. The crowd silenced, their gazes fixated on the ancient castle before them, the designated site for Deacon's summoning of the blood god. When shall we commence our action? The Punisher inquired, his impatience palpable as he yearned to exact vengeance upon his adversary. As night descended, the female vampire explained, why must we wait? Because the castle has been specially modified. It will only reveal its entrance under the cover of darkness. Until then, entry is impossible. Not even a nuclear bomb could breach it. The group, left with no choice, resigned themselves to waiting, fortunate that the nightfall was imminent. Seizing the remaining time, the Punisher presented the photograph of his foe to the others, declaring, if you encounter this vampire, spare him. I wish to deliver the final blow myself. The image depicted a rather effeminate vampire, and the group committed his visage to memory, assuring the Punisher that they would leave him to handle the matter. As night enveloped the land, under the guidance of the female vampire, They cautiously approached the castle and ultimately gained entrance. Chapter 25, The Trap. This is Deaconess Stronghold, she whispered as they infiltrated. Deacon is a newly appointed elder of the vampires, distinguished from his peers not only by the multitude of vampires under his command and his formidable power, but also by his brutal nature, which earned him an unprecedented position within the Vampire Council. Suddenly, Jason raised his hand, prompting the group to halt and press against the walls as a pair of vampires passed by. I believe I can smell human blood, one vampire exclaimed. Fool, this is Lord Deacon's castle. How could there be humans sent here? Perhaps you indulged too much in human blood during your rest yesterday, the leading vampire retorted. I must have misjudged. Let us continue our patrol, Captain. Once they departed, the group pressed onward until they arrived at the chamber where the vampire elders were imprisoned. 12 vampire elders lay confined within pure silver coffins, the outer layer made of silver, while the inner layer was crafted from wood inscribed with arcane symbols. Can you help me free them? The female vampire asked. No, now is not the time. Natasha refused, explaining that they needed to use the elders as bait to lure the outside vampires in, and then eliminate them one by one. The female vampire hesitated, knowing that only 12 elders remained. Further losses could plunge the vampire race into chaos, potentially igniting a war between humans and vampires. In her moment of indecision, Natasha surveyed the surroundings and swiftly destroyed a device, triggering a blaring alarm. The group immediately concealed themselves. Auntie produced a dagger and tossed it to Peter, who caught it deftly. Peter had previously learned dagger techniques from Annie, who had dazzled him with his skillful displays. Although Peter had diligently trained, he still fell short of Annie's prowess. However, with his genetic alterations, his control over the dagger had now reached a level comparable to Annie's. Auntie glanced at Peter, who nodded affirmatively, and then, with remarkable agility, Peter climbed to the ceiling, poised with the dagger, ready to strike at a moment's notice. A horde of vampires burst in, scanning the area but finding nothing amiss aside from the damaged device Natasha had destroyed. Who did this? Someone has infiltrated. Find them, the lead vampire bellowed. As the vampires dispersed to search for the intruders, Peter seized the opportunity, leaping down to block the lead vampire's path before he could react. With a single punch, he sent the vampire flying, and Jason followed suit, launching himself into the air and delivering a powerful kick that slammed the vampire back to the ground, where the group quickly surrounded him. Answer my questions, and should your responses fail to satisfy me, you shall bid farewell to this world, Jason stated coldly. They began their interrogation, yet the vampire remained silent, fixing them with a bizarre stare. Something is amiss, Peter shouted, his spider sense tingling with alarm. Instinctively, he leaped to the ceiling, and seeing this, Auntie sprang into action, launching the others away. In the next moment, the vampire self-destructed, and the 12 coffins were violently thrown open, revealing 12 incredibly strong vampires emerging amidst a cloud of white steam, while the guiding female vampire slipped away. At that moment, realization dawned upon them. The female vampire was an agent of Deacon. They attempted to pursue her, but were ensnared by the 12 vampires, leaving them with no choice but to confront this formidable adversary. These vampires appeared to have undergone some form of enhancement, displaying remarkable resilience to attacks, and their armored garments rendered them impervious to firearms and melee weapons. This rendered the group momentarily unable to breach their defenses. Recognizing the futility of remaining hidden, Jason unleashed a wolf's howl, summoning a silver-furred werewolf, which momentarily immobilized the 12 vampires with an invisible force. However, this effect lasted only a fraction of a second before the chaos resumed. Auntie seized Jason's discarded axe, its surface coated in pure silver, making it a lethal weapon against vampires. Yet, due to the vampire's specialized attire, the group's assaults could not fully vanquish them, with the only exposed skin being their heads. The 12 vampires were acutely aware of this vulnerability, and their training had honed their teamwork to an exceptional degree, making it difficult for Auntie and his companions to gain an advantage. Father, tear their clothing to shreds, Auntie bellowed as he sent a vampire flying with a powerful strike. Seeing this, Jason transformed into a streak of silver light, lunging at the nearest vampire and rending their armor apart. Blade Master immediately hurled a silver shuriken, swiftly dispatching one vampire. Now only 11 remained, yet Jason felt no sense of triumph. Father, what troubles you? Many more vampires are on their way. We must act swiftly. Even if we can't defeat them, we must escape, Jason urged, continuing to shred their armor while Blade Master and Frank launched their silver weapons. However, the armored vampires rushed forward to shield their comrades. Mother, stop hiding. If you don't, we'll be overwhelmed, Annie called out urgently. Upon hearing this, Nancy's eyes glowed with a faint crimson light, and she floated into the air, her hair and clothing billowing without wind. She extended her hand, unleashing an invisible pressure upon the vampires. But that was not the end. As she clenched her fist, a powerful force surged from all directions, leaving the 11 vampires with nowhere to retreat, rendering them immobile. "Fall back," Auntie shouted, and the group swiftly retreated. In the next instant, the 11 vampires were crushed into a pulpy mass, and with a flick of her wrist, Nancy sent the remains hurtling toward the incoming vampires, eliminating several in the process. "What shall we do next?" "We must retreat," Natasha advised. Jason took the lead, with the others providing cover behind him. It must be said that Ant wielded that axe with remarkable finesse, and the act of cleaving down those vampires seemed to invigorate him. He even inadvertently dashed into the throng of enemies. Had it not been for Nancy's timely intervention, pulling Ant back, he would likely have been ensnared by the vampire horde. Unbeknownst to Ant, the vampires he had vanquished transformed into a surge of energy, flowing into him, while simultaneously, the progress of that mysterious inheritance was gradually increasing, now reaching a modest 0.5%. Ultimately, their group pierced through the entirety of the ancient castle. Upon reaching a secure location, they promptly hurled several grenades to thwart the vampires' assault, and then made their way to the designated parking area for the Quinjet, only to find it conspicuously absent. "It was imperative to notify the director. She had betrayed us, and we must report this. Is there a signal?" "Yes, though faint, it is sufficient," Natasha remarked, glancing at her phone. She then relayed the news of the female vampire's treachery to Fury, who immediately activated the emergency protocol. It was crucial to note that the high-ranking officials of the International Security Council were en route to negotiate a treaty with the vampires, a pact for peaceful coexistence. However, when Fury's call was met with a deadline, he realized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly mobilized every resource at SHIELD's disposal and ultimately located the site of the treaty signing, surprisingly not far from Natasha and the others. Fury had no choice but to contact Natasha and inform her of the developments. After hearing the news, Natasha sighed in resignation. "What's wrong?" Jason inquired. "Trouble has arisen," Natasha replied. "The high-ranking officials of the Permanent Council are heading to an island approximately 10 kilometers away to sign a non-aggression pact with the vampire leaders. However, all the vampire elders are under Deacon's control, and considering Deacon's attitude towards humanity, the consequences are dire." "What do you mean? Are we supposed to rescue them?" Nancy asked, furrowing her brow. "Precisely. If something goes awry, coupled with the actions of vampires across the globe, we could very well be on the brink of a third world war. For both personal and collective reasons, we must take action," Natasha elucidated. Upon hearing this, Nancy fell silent, turning her gaze towards Peter and Ant. It wasn't just her. Others also looked at the two boys, knowing that while they could endure the consequences, if anything were to befall these children, guilt would haunt them for a lifetime. "Ant, Peter, you stay here. I will arrange for SHIELD to come pick you up," Jason ultimately declared. "No, we want to go with you. Our strength is not to be underestimated. Every additional hand counts," Ant protested. "Absolutely not. You are still but children. Regardless of your abilities, you cannot become entangled in this," Clint insisted, recognizing that even they might not emerge unscathed from this endeavor. They could fall, but the children could not, no matter how they argued. Ant and Peter were not permitted to interfere. Reluctantly, Ant acquiesced. "Fine, we shall remain here." "Very well, stay put and avoid detection by the vampires. I have already informed SHIELD. They will send someone to retrieve you," Jason concluded before they departed, as time was of the essence. As they vanished from sight, Ant and Peter exchanged a knowing glance, a shared smile illuminating their faces as they hurriedly followed. For they were not inclined to play the obedient children. Chapter 26. A rift emerges. After an arduous journey, Jason, Nancy, Clint, Natasha, the Punisher, and Blade finally reached the seaside, gazing at the island roughly a kilometer away, its shores teeming with figures. "What is the plan now?" Nancy inquired. "We jump into the water over there and swim to the island," came a familiar voice, prompting everyone to turn and see Ant and Peter waving at them. "Hello. You too," Nancy hissed, lowering her voice. "Don't be mad, Mom. We're just concerned for you," Ant said, tugging at Nancy's arm in a playful manner. "Fine. Since you're here, just follow orders," Jason conceded, realizing that they couldn't truly abandon the two boys in such a precarious situation. They approached the cliff's edge, peering down at the 30-meter drop, noting the absence of vampires guarding the area. "Peter, you jump first." Peter nodded, glancing at the sea below. Noting that his spider sense remained dormant, he leapt into the abyss. Little brat, why did you make Peter jump first? Jason scolded Ant with a slap. Don't worry, Dad. Peter's abilities are more complex than you realize. I'll go next, Ant replied, following suit and leaping after Peter, with the others soon to follow, except for Nancy. Hovering just above the water's surface, Nancy was still grappling with her newfound flying abilities. For now, she could only manage to keep herself aloft, and it would take considerable practice before she could carry others. They soon infiltrated the island, and with the Punisher's expertise, they located the signing site, a formidable fortress. However, they could only see a fraction of the stronghold. The actual signing was taking place in an underground chamber beneath the fortress. The entire island appeared hollowed out, revealing a vast subterranean space that had once been Anyue's military base, now shrouded in mystery as to why it had been abandoned. Deacon had discovered it and promptly purchased it, transforming it into one of his bases. The longevity of these vampires, some living for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, had allowed them to amass considerable wealth, with Deacon controlling the remaining 12 vampire elders. Nearly 70% of the vampire's wealth now lay in his hands, enough to purchase an entire nation. How do we get inside? The group pondered, staring at the impregnable fortress. Just then, a plane carrying the high-ranking officials of the Permanent Council landed, 5 representatives accompanied by elite bodyguards, each a formidable warrior armed with silver-plated weaponry. They were acutely aware that those not of their kind could harbor ulterior motives, yet for the sake of humanity's safety, they had no choice but to engage in treaty negotiations with the vampires, albeit without genuine trust. Follow my lead. I have a plan, Nancy suddenly declared. With no other options, the group complied, rising to their feet as Nancy spread her arms, a crimson energy enveloping them, rendering them momentarily invisible. They hastily approached the 5 officials, and Jason whispered, "Do not make a sound. We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. This treaty is a trap. Deacon has captured 12 vampire elders, and the others have been slain. They intend to instigate a war between humans and vampires." The 5 officials, seasoned in their roles, merely exchanged surprised glances before concealing their reactions. They then proceeded into the fortress, taking an elevator down to the underground space, where they were greeted by the sight of thousands of vampires. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Our elders have been awaiting your arrival. Please proceed to the conference room and await further instructions," the female vampire who had betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. announced. She's an undercover agent. She's always been loyal to Deacon, and we've all been deceived, Jason continued to whisper. The 5 officials nodded in understanding, following her lead to the conference room. And once the vampire departed, they revealed their true selves. As the guards raised their weapons, ready to fire, the Chinese representative called out, "Hold your fire." The bodyguards reluctantly lowered their weapons, though their eyes remained vigilant. "Do you have any plans at present?" inquired the senior official from the American side. "I regret to inform you that we truly lack any plans. Our initial mission was to rescue the 12 vampire elders, but we unexpectedly fell into a trap. Although we managed to escape, just as we were preparing to leave, we received word that you were here to sign a treaty, prompting our director to send us over," came the reply. "So, you possess no plans whatsoever, and you even brought 2 children along to carry out this task," remarked the Chinese senior official, frowning. Jason and his companions found themselves at a loss for words, engulfed in an eerie silence. Suddenly, Jason heard footsteps and immediately looked at Nancy, who nodded, signaling everyone to activate their cloaking mode once more. The door then swung open, and Deacon strode in with a cadre of elite vampires, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. "It seems, Deacon, that you have indeed resolved to breach the treaty," the Chinese official queried coldly. "So what if I do? Do you genuinely believe that humans stand a chance against vampires?" Deacon retorted, leaning arrogantly against the table. Observing this, the cloaked individuals swiftly approached the doorway. As Deacon took a seat and gestured dismissively, his elite vampires immediately lunged at the senior officials. Jason transformed into a werewolf and charged straight at Deacon, while Ant and Peter guarded the entrance, and the others engaged the group of elite vampires in combat. Deacon, seeing Jason rushing towards him, hastily began to counterattack. But he was no match for Jason, who had him pinned down. Faced with the threat of death and the sacrifice of the elite vampires, Deacon managed to flee. Jason attempted to pursue, but Nancy restrained him, for a horde of vampires awaited outside, ready to ensnare them. "What should we do now? We have already alerted S.H.I.E.L.D. During our operation, they should arrive promptly. Our task now is to defend, and we must hold out until reinforcements arrive," Natasha stated. However, Everyone knew that this was no simple matter, for they were in the very heart of the vampire stronghold, surrounded not only by numerous heavily armed vampires, but also potentially facing unknown traps. With no options left, they could only hold their ground and await assistance. Chapter 27. The Punisher is captured. S.H.I.E.L.D. arrives. In the vampire base, the group fortified the only exit in the reception room, but it would not hold for long, as the vampires outside were already utilizing tools to cut through the walls. Aside from the load-bearing columns and surrounding walls, the other partitioning walls were merely constructed of ordinary brick and concrete, making them easy to breach. How long until reinforcements arrive? The American official inquired. Uncertain. Our communication has been severed here. We'll hold out for as long as we can, Jason responded, morphing into a werewolf and dragging a vampire through the door, where the rest of the group swiftly surrounded and dispatched it. Meanwhile, Ant and Peter relentlessly attacked the vampires outside, expanding the breach in the wall. And as they killed more vampires, Ant's eyes grew increasingly red. We can't continue like this. We need to break out, Nancy urged. But if we do, we'll be caught in a pincer attack. I can assure you that one direction will be clear of vampires. We only need to break through in the opposite direction. I'll lead the charge, Jason declared. All right, let's go. However, before Jason could leap into action, Ant had already jumped through the large hole in the wall. Drawing upon Zhang Qiling's combat experience and his Qilin bloodline, Ant moved through the enemy ranks like a wolf among sheep. If it were not for Deacon's orders to capture them alive, they would not have to resort to such measures. However, to summon the blood god, they needed the blood of a daywalker, specifically the blood of Blade, while he was still alive. Ant, Jason shouted before charging out, prompting the others to hastily follow suit. Watching from his vantage point, Deacon saw his vampire forces dwindling, and his expression began to twist with rage. Give me a gun. I want to kill them. My lord. We cannot. If we kill the daywalker, we will never be able to summon the blood god. In a fit of fury, Deacon slammed his fist onto the table, creating a sizable hole in the solid wood. Have my men force them into an open area, Deacon commanded, striving to maintain his composure, aware that there was no retreat this time. If he could not summon the blood god, he would face the wrath of both vampires and humans. The group had now charged out, with the bodyguards, Clint, Blade, and Nancy bringing up the rear, while the 5 senior officials walked in the middle. Jason led the way through the corridor, with Nancy utilizing her powers to create an impenetrable wall behind them, also planting several energy bombs that would detonate as the vampires passed. However, it was not long before they halted, as Jason grasped Ant, who was on the verge of madness. He handed him over to Peter, who held tightly to Ant, preventing further chaos. Ant, are you all right? I'm fine. Just a bit emotionally overwhelmed, Ant replied, shaking his head as the red glow in his eyes faded and he regained his composure. We can't proceed any further. Ahead lies a training area with absolutely no cover. If we advance, we will undoubtedly be cornered. But that is the only route to exit the base. We cannot take that risk. We must retreat, Natasha insisted. Just then, the Punisher spotted the son of the vampire duke who had killed his entire family, and rage surged through his mind. He charged forward, but Jason quickly seized the back of his collar and forcefully threw him back. Frank, calm down. I want to kill him, the Punisher roared, his very existence driven by vengeance. Uncle Frank, stay calm. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him, even to torture him if you wish. But we must survive first. Do you truly want to send him to his death with a single shot after all you've endured? Ant's words managed to temper the Punisher's fury. They are closing in, one of the bodyguards shouted while firing. Nancy turned to look back, soaring into the air and thrusting her hand forward, unleashing a barrage of crimson energy arrows that pierced through the vampires, causing them to scream as they were reduced to ashes. However, when Nancy landed, she stumbled, nearly falling but was caught by Natasha. Are you all right? I'm fine. I've just exhausted my energy. Now, I only have my physical strength left, Nancy replied with resignation. And I'm here too, dear, Jason's deep voice resonated beside her. The group continued forward, with Peter having already slain several vampires. Fortunately, they were not human, otherwise, Peter might not have been able to bring himself to do it. Meanwhile, on another front, S.H.I.E.L.D. was mobilizing a substantial force. As Quinjet after Quinjet took off, Fury's expression lightened. Accelerate their pace. From this moment on, the treaty between humans and vampires is null and void. All vampires are our enemies. Do you understand? Fury's voice echoed in the ears of every field agent, who gripped their silver-coated weapons, specially designed for hunting vampires. As S.H.I.E.L.D. prepared to embark on their mission, Deacon received internal communications revealing that the agency was launching a full-scale assault. Aware that time was not on his side, he recognized the necessity for swift action. He commanded all vampires to don their knight armor, issuing a singular directive: capture Blade alive. Do you understand? But we do not have enough knight armor. One vampire protested. Use whatever we have. Do you not comprehend my words? Deacon glared at the insolent vampire, who promptly fell silent and began relaying orders. The knight armor was crafted from a unique material, capable of deflecting bullets and stabs, yet it did not dissipate kinetic energy. Thus, while the armor could prevent bullets from penetrating, the impact would still be borne by the wearer. Fortunately, the minor injuries sustained could be healed within mere seconds of lying on the ground. The primary function of the knight armor was to shield them from sunlight and silver-coated weaponry. Before long, nearly 70% of the surviving vampires had donned their knight armor, including Deacon himself, for it was essentially a full-body suit. Clad in this attire, the vampires possessed a newfound fearlessness, charging recklessly toward their adversaries. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could only continue firing, but their ammunition was dwindling, and even the rounds from assault rifles merely incapacitated the vampires rather than delivering lethal blows. This is futile. We cannot kill them, Clint exclaimed, equally frustrated as his explosive arrows proved ineffective against the knight armor. However, this armor came with its own drawbacks. Fully encased, the vampires could not feed and were relegated to using melee weapons, as they needed to capture Blade alive. The use of firearms risked accidentally killing him. We must engage them in close combat, Clint shouted. Nods of agreement followed as the team hastily drew their melee weapons to confront the vampires. Fortuitously, they were in a corridor, and despite being flanked, only a handful of vampires could engage them. As S.H.I.E.L.D. agents closed in, Deacon resorted to a cunning ruse to lure Blade out. Suddenly, a female vampire appeared, and upon seeing her, Blade froze in disbelief. What is it, Eric? The Punisher inquired. It is my mother. She is not only alive, but has been turned into a vampire, Blade roared, particularly incensed to see her entwined with Deacon, who wore a smug grin. This sight ignited Blade's fury, causing him to lose all rationality and charge into the throng of vampires. Don't. Jason attempted to restrain him, but was hindered by nearby vampires, leaving the others helpless as they watched Blade being dragged away, with the vampires beginning their retreat. Peter, Ant called out suddenly, and Peter immediately understood. He spotted a vampire descending from the ceiling and leaped into the fray, delivering a punch that sent the creature reeling. Ant followed up with an axe to the vampire's skull, rendering it immobile. What now? What else can we do? We must alert S.H.I.E.L.D. To intercept them. We cannot allow the blood god to rise, Ant declared. They swiftly exited the underground base, and as the first rays of sunlight graced the horizon, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. By the way, Ant, who is this? Oh, just an enemy of Punisher, Ant responded as he collapsed into a seat. The Punisher, upon hearing this, seized the vampire and dragged it into a sunless area, stripping away its armor to reveal the face of the Duke's son, the very architect of his family's ruin, the catalyst that transformed him into the Punisher. No one witnessed the Punisher's actions. Only the echoes of anguished screams resonated through the air. Ultimately, a grotesquely disfigured vampire was cast into the sunlight, where it writhed in agony. Listening to the wails, the Punisher closed his eyes, tilting his head upwards as sunlight poured down upon him, granting a sense of liberation. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel arrived, led by Coulson, who first ensured the safety of the 5 high-ranking officials and their bodyguards before seeking to understand the situation. Upon learning of the potential emergence of the Blood God, Coulson promptly escalated the matter, endeavoring to locate Deacon and thwart the impending threat. Yet it seemed as though Deacon had vanished, no matter the methods employed. His trail remained elusive. Ultimately, the group had no choice but to part ways. Chapter 28. Invitation to the event, Eve of the Gathering. Upon returning home, Ant and Peter, exhausted, collapsed onto the sofa and promptly fell asleep. Seeing this, Nancy and Jason lifted the 2 boys and placed them in Ant's room. Upon waking, Ant discovered Peter beside him and playfully slapped him. What gives? Awake now? Aren't you hungry? Ant inquired. Now that you mention it, I am quite famished, Peter replied. The 2 descended the stairs to find Nancy and May preparing dinner. Go wash up, Nancy instructed. Right, did Spike eat? He did. Before long, the 2 rejuvenated boys appeared in the dining room, eagerly awaiting the delicious meal to be served. Dig in. You must be famished, May said kindly. The boys remained silent, busy shoveling food into their mouths. As they swallowed, the food traveled down their esophagus, alleviating the acidic pangs in their stomachs. Ah, I feel alive again. Slow down. Once the boys had their fill, Harry and Ned unexpectedly arrived. Peter, Aunt, are you home? Hearing Harry's voice, Peter dashed to the door and exclaimed, "We're here. Soon." The four boys settled in the living room, prompting Nancy and May to present a selection of snacks and fruits. Harry, Ned, enjoy. Thank you, Aunt May, Aunt Nancy. The boys replied politely, with Ned immediately reaching for a snack. As they chatted, Aunt glanced at his heritage and noted that his progress had reached 10%, which puzzled him. Initially, he believed that killing was the only way to advance his lineage, but it now appeared that was not the case. He could not pinpoint the exact means. Aunt, are you there? Coulson strode in with purpose. Hello, Uncle Phil, what's up? Is there any other limitation on summoning the blood god, aside from those requirements? Perhaps time constraints? Indeed, summoning the blood god necessitates the right timing and conditions. He has gathered all the prerequisites, and now it hinges on timing. Approximately 30 days and 8 hours remains, which is the optimal moment. Thanks, kid. Armed with this temporal constraint, he promptly informed Fury, who, upon learning the news, urgently mobilized resources to locate Deacon. Not only they, but even the 5 major powers sought Deacon's whereabouts. With humanity and vampires at odds, the time for restraint had passed. As vampire strongholds were eradicated one by one, the creatures of the night found themselves thrust back into an era reminiscent of the Middle Ages, where they were met with universal disdain. The vampires found themselves in a predicament, compelled to seek a truce, yet the sole condition set forth by humanity was the surrender of Deacon. Unfortunately, the vampires were unable to locate him. At present, Deacon was being pursued by 3 factions: the vampires, powerful nations, and SHIELD. This treacherous situation rendered Deacon increasingly cautious, forcing him into hiding as he awaited the opportune moment. Once he summoned the blood god, the tides would surely turn. However, during this month of waiting, Ant received an invitation to the Dragon Boat Festival event from the system, along with the privilege to invite 6 companions to join him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ant sent invitations to Nancy, Jason, Peter, Harry, Punisher, and Coulson. Shortly thereafter, a floating invitation appeared before each of them, radiating a gentle green light. It was only upon grasping the invitation that they realized it had been orchestrated by Ant. At the instant they made contact with the invitation, it transformed into an ethereal zongzi, glowing green, and merged into their beings, astonishingly visible to others. Fortunately, Peter and Harry were by Ant's side, rendering the situation manageable. However, Ned, witnessing the others with invitations, felt a pang of disappointment in his eyes, as if he had been cast aside. Ned, it's not that I didn't invite you. It's just that our destination entails certain dangers, and you currently lack extraordinary abilities. Bringing you along could be perilous, which is why I refrained from extending an invitation. Ant explained, anxious that Ned might doubt his intentions. To reassure him, he urged Peter and Harry to demonstrate their respective powers. Harry, empowered by the demon's serum, exhibited physical capabilities that surpassed human limits, while Peter's formidable strength was undeniable. I'm fine, Ned said with a smile, seemingly unbothered by the situation. All right, let's make a deal. On Christmas Day, I will personally take you to learn magic, Ant conceded with a hint of resignation. Really? Ned asked, his excitement palpable. Of course. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, Coulson and Jason received their invitations in front of Fury, who immediately inquired about the situation. The two exchanged glances and quickly clarified that it was Ant's doing, urging them to partake in the Dragon Boat Festival event. The Dragon Boat Festival event? Fury echoed. Indeed, they affirmed. Subsequently, Fury instructed Coulson to document the proceedings meticulously. Hence, Ant had entrusted him with an invitation, as Coulson was the most trusted agent in SHIELD. With him present, Fury could rest assured that no clandestine maneuvers would occur. Nancy and Punisher, on the other hand, received their invitations in solitude, causing no disturbance. The reason Punisher was included was due to Ant's fondness for the anti-hero character in his previous life. And Punisher's prowess was virtually limitless, capable of annihilating the entire Marvel universe if he chose to. Thus, extending an invitation to him was hardly an issue. As time passed, the day before the Dragon Boat Festival arrived, and during a meal, Ant inexplicably vanished, leaving Jason and Nancy in a state of disarray. They quickly summoned Coulson, who gathered a team of professionals to investigate, yet they found nothing. It was as if Ant had disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, Jason exclaimed, "Could it be related to that invitation? Perhaps. Don't worry. We should see him tomorrow," Coulson reassured, while Nancy forced herself to remain calm. In a different realm, Ant found himself in an unfamiliar space, and before he could comprehend his surroundings, a voice called out from behind him. Child, when did you activate the system? Why are you only now participating in the system's festive activities? Ant turned to find a young man clad in ancient attire addressing him. I activated the system less than 6 months ago, Ant replied, unsure of the circumstances. Fear not. All here are system owners, each belonging to a unique universe. For instance, I hail from the universe of battle through the heavens. In this realm, I am the sole individual traversing and possessing a system, alongside the worlds of martial universe and great ruler. By the way, which universe do you belong to? The young man elaborated. The Marvel Universe. The Marvel Universe. You have finally arrived. The young man exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, others began to gather around. We thought there were no system owners in the Marvel Universe. Why are you all so excited to hear about the Marvel Universe? Ant inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Because the upper limits of your universe are extraordinarily high. Practically everything we require is available in your realm, the young man explained. Are there no system owners from the Supreme Wilderness? Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Just the great Luo Golden Immortal alone is enough to capture anyone attempting to breach the system. Gradually, no systems ventured into the Supreme Wilderness. Even the world of Doraemon is forbidden. One represents the pinnacle of technology, while the other embodies mythological supremacy. Both are considered taboo. However, compared to the Supreme Wilderness, the consciousness of the Doraemon world is still open to negotiation, which is why our festival rewards include technological products from that realm. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Xiaomiao. Hello, Xiaomiao. My name is Ant Burn. Ant initially intended to reveal his birth name, but opted instead for his current identity. That's fine. It's best to use your current name. After all, we have all traversed dimensions and cannot return to our previous worlds. We may as well embrace a new identity and live on, Xiaomiao said nonchalantly. Ant smiled in response, and their conversation continued. It became evident that their gathering was orchestrated by the system for trading purposes, allowing them to convene the day before the festival to engage in transactions. However, due to Ant's lack of knowledge, he was unable to participate in trading, but still acquired items they sought, mostly artifacts like the Frost Giant's Icebox, Eternal Flame, Infinity Stones, and so forth. There were also other items, such as the Power Metal, which could transform one into the Ghost Rider, as well as various spells and methods of cultivation. Ant promptly expressed that he was currently unprepared to engage with such items, but once he was ready, he would bring them for trading. At that moment, Ant noticed a towering figure, standing an imposing 4 meters tall, resembling a giant sitting quietly nearby. Who is he? From the Warhammer world. He is the 22nd Primarch of the Emperor, Xiaomiao sighed. The Warhammer world is a realm rife with despair. Especially since the moment the Emperor ascended to the Golden Throne, humanity has barely managed to survive. Nearly half of the Primarchs have betrayed their kind, while the loyal ones have suffered heavy casualties, with many missing or slain. Even their souls are devoured by the 4 gods. Although the human empire still exists, it is precariously balanced compared to the state of the empire in the 30K era. How is it that he, as a Primarch, can foresee the future yet remains in such a state? Unclear. He seldom speaks, and our attempts to trade with him yielded little success. The items he seeks are exceedingly rare, except for a few from certain technological worlds. What does he require? Ant couldn't help but ask. Chapter 29, the event commences. Now he finds himself confronted with numerous demands. Foremost among them is aiding the Emperor in refining the Webway project, followed by addressing the mutations afflicting his brethren's progeny, such as the flesh aberrations of the Thousand Sons Legion, the sanguine thirst of the Blood Angels, and the Black Rage, among others. Additionally, he must extract Ongron's Butcher's nails and devise a strategy to enable the Emperor to complete the Great Crusade, thereby thwarting the Horus Heresy. Xiaomiao remarked, did he traverse to such an early temporal juncture? Indeed, it is fortunate for him, especially considering he is the Emperor's own progeny. Otherwise, he might have been immediately targeted by the ruinous powers upon his arrival. After all, in this Warhammer universe, loyalty is proclaimed but seldom practiced, and one must draw clear distinctions. At this juncture, Xiaomiao could not help but chuckle. By the way, when does the event commence? It has already begun. Furthermore, I must inform you that once the event is underway, participants will be distributed among various realms. Your task is to strive for high scores in your respective domains. The higher your rank, the more splendid the rewards you shall receive. Moreover, for every certain threshold of points amassed, you will earn a mysterious gift. And there are several activities to partake in. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Oh, there is no need for such formality. We are all merely striving to survive within our own worlds. Their conversation continued until the sound of a bell resonated. Auntie surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the once bustling space had grown eerily silent, leaving him utterly alone. This sudden shift made him profoundly uneasy. Yet he refrained from voicing his discomfort. Suddenly, 6 figures materialized beside him. Ah, Father, Mother, Uncle Punisher, Uncle Phil, Peter, Harry, you finally arrived. Andy, are you all right? I'm fine. The first activity involves dragon boat racing, and those who secure a position in the top 10 will receive a mysterious grand gift. A booming voice echoed from the sky, and before Auntie and his companions could react, they found themselves aboard a dragon boat, each wielding an oar. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The higher our rank, the more bountiful our rewards. Annie shouted. The group snapped back to attention, yet none possessed the skill to navigate a dragon boat. Consequently, when the green light illuminated, the boat began to move, albeit in circles. Left with no choice, Auntie had to guide them through the motions of rowing. Thus, they truly commenced, and as their synchronization improved, the boat's speed increased. Ah, row faster. There's a shark behind us, Coulson shouted suddenly. The group instinctively turned to see an enormous great white shark pursuing them, its size astonishing. The reward event has commenced. Collect Zongzi. The more you gather, the more lavish the rewards. As the announcement concluded, the group observed an abundance of Zongzi emerging on the water's surface, with each participant finding a basket beside them. Observing this, they began to snatch the Zongzi and toss them into their baskets. However, each time they reached for a Zongzi, their speed diminished, and as they slowed, the great white shark drew ever closer. This creature measured 50 meters in length, capable of devouring their entire dragon boat whole. Thus, they rowed with all their might. This won't do. Peter, Harry, you and I will handle the rowing. Uncle Punisher, Mother, and Uncle Phil, you focus on collecting the Zongzi. Understood. Through their cooperative effort, they managed to maintain a safe distance from the shark while amassing a considerable quantity of Zongzi. As the finish line loomed ahead, a colossal abyssal maw suddenly appeared, presenting them with 2 options to navigate through the narrow gaps on either side. Auntie cast a quick glance and decisively chose the right passage. As their dragon boat's prow collided with a red ribbon, they successfully completed the activity. In a flash of white light, they returned to solid ground, and a leaderboard materialized. However, only Auntie could discern the rankings, while Nancy and the others could only see Auntie's position. The rest remained obscured. Subsequently, each individual received a gift box, and they stared at Auntie in astonishment. Don't look at me. Open them quickly. These are the rewards. Auntie opened his box, and a sphere of light flowed into his being. Heritage progression increased by 20%. Noticing this, Auntie promptly checked his system panel and confirmed that his heritage progression had indeed reached 30%. He could feel enhancements in his strength and speed, though he failed to notice the subtle changes occurring in his left hand. Following suit, the others opened their boxes. Jason and Nancy experienced an increase in their bloodline purity, now becoming true vampires and werewolves, having previously been only marginally so. Then there were Harry and Peter, who gained combat experience. Harry acquired martial combat experience, while Peter received the combat experience of the original Spider-Man, albeit without the ability to shoot webs, yet sufficient for his needs. Next was Coulson, who obtained the KW-74 serum, which comes in 2 forms, gold and blue, to be injected directly into the heart. This substance greatly enhances human reflexes and strength, originating from the anime Corpse Husband, marking the protagonist by Xiaofei's initial augmentation. Injecting the golden serum rapidly replaces existing cells, a process fraught with agony. And the degree of enhancement correlates with one's willpower. The longer one endures, the stronger the augmentation, with a maximum duration of 50 minutes. After this time, the blue serum must be injected, or else brain damage will result, rendering one a fool. Upon reading the instructions, Coulson exhaled slowly, carefully storing it away. He did not intend to use it now, nor did he plan to use it himself. Instead, he aimed to deliver it to S.H.I.E.L.D. to decipher the serum, thus potentially creating a cadre of enhanced warriors. Finally, the Punisher received what could be deemed the most useless, yet paradoxically the most useful reward, a singular orange orb, notably containing a red star within. Upon witnessing the orb's potential, the Punisher was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Auntie. Auntie, seeing this, could not suppress a gasp. Uncle Punisher, the reward is random. Before Auntie could finish, the Punisher interjected, I understand. I merely wish for you to call upon me for such events in the future. I only desire the Dragon Ball. Of course. That's no problem, Uncle Punisher, Auntie assured, patting his chest. Although this was Auntie's first participation, he was surprised by his relatively high ranking, at least within the top 10. Furthermore, Their successful arrival at the finish line meant that he too received a gift box. Lastly, regarding the number of zongzi collected, they would receive additional rewards for reaching certain quantities. There was no limit to these rewards, but their collection allowed them to earn 5 gift boxes each. Although the items retrieved were not extraordinary, merely mundane treasures such as gemstones and diamond necklaces. Nonetheless, these were sufficient to elevate their quality of life. After all, apart from Harry, the others only enjoyed a modest lifestyle. Just as Nancy and the others presumed the event had concluded, they were abruptly transported to another realm, transforming into two-dimensional figures. The second activity has commenced. Catch the zongzi. The more zongzi you catch, the richer the rewards. Suddenly, everyone found themselves holding baskets, and as the countdown reached 0, an array of rice dumplings appeared above their heads, some large, some small, in hues of gold, silver, and predominantly green. Alongside the dumplings were bombs. A careless touch could lead to the annihilation of their dumpling count. Hence, even if they were to fill their baskets with fewer dumplings, they had to avoid the bombs at all costs. Various colored bombs appeared, compelling them to concentrate intently, quickly overwhelming their senses. Were it not for Peter's timely reminder, they would likely have inadvertently chosen a bomb. Once the game concluded, Nancy couldn't help but comment, "This feeling of reverting to an ordinary person is truly unpleasant." Indeed, we barely made it into the top 10, and observed as he glanced at the leaderboard. It seemed that both Coulson and Ant had inadvertently encountered bombs, significantly diminishing their dumpling count, but it was of little consequence. Upon opening their gift boxes again, they were disappointed to find the rewards had worsened, yielding only a meager cash prize. "It appears one must ascend the leaderboard to unlock worthwhile treasures," Peter lamented. "Quite so, yet it's exceedingly difficult. While these collected rewards aren't entirely worthless, they at least enhance your quality of life. There's one final event ahead. Let South all pay close attention," Ant urged. Nods of agreement resonated among the group, just as the voice echoed once more. The final event is dumpling wrapping, with rankings determined by the size of the dumplings wrapped. In the next instant, a plethora of dumpling leaves, glutinous rice, meat, red beans, green beans, and an assortment of ingredients materialized before them. Observing the countdown above, they opted for medium-sized dumpling leaves rather than the largest, mindful of the time constraint to prepare and cook the dumplings. Despite their extraordinary powers, cooking dumplings thoroughly within such a short span necessitated avoiding overly large sizes. Thus, they settled on medium dumplings, with Nancy having self-taught herself Chinese cuisine to cater to Ant's palate, including the art of making dumplings. Under Nancy's guidance, a dumpling with a diameter of 5 meters emerged, and together, they prepared to steam the dumplings. Ultimately, they managed to steam the dumplings just as the countdown concluded and the leaderboard appeared, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 30. Unlocking the Mysterious Heritage, the Unruly Ant. To their astonishment, they secured the first position on the leaderboard, a feat they had never anticipated. Instantly, a gift box appeared in each of their hands, and as they opened them, Nancy received a lady's longsword, its blade of vivid crimson, seemingly coursing with blood, and most crucially, this sword could meld into her very being. Jason, on the other hand, was bestowed with a suit of armor, gleaming silver, which would not only enhance his abilities, but also radiated a brilliant light. Elated, he transformed into a werewolf and let out a triumphant howl. Next was Harry, who gained a quarter of Spartan blood, derived from the demonic swordsman lineage in the game Devil May Cry, effectively aligning him with the protagonist Nero from Devil May Cry 4. Peter received an enhancement to his spider physiology, amplifying his strength, spider sense, speed, and reflexes to a level surpassing that of the original Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, while his agility now exceeded that of Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, despite still being a mere adolescent. Coulson acquired the blueprints for the nano-armor from Crisis. Though the technological complexity was immense, however, with the resources of SHIELD, gathering the necessary components for the nano-armor should be relatively straightforward. Lastly, the Punisher received a time pouch from Doryman, a rule-based weapon, but it held no value for him, as he had lost the ashes of his wife and child, rendering any attempts to use the time pouch futile. "Uncle Punisher, why not hand it over to me? Perhaps I can help you exchange it for a Dragon Ball or another resurrection item," Ant offered. Of course, the Punisher replied gratefully. "Thank you, child," he added, touched by the gesture. After the Punisher entrusted the time pouch to Ant, they departed the event space, where various system bearers soon surrounded an impressive Ant to achieve first place on your inaugural event. Xiao Miao remarked, patting him on the shoulder. "Not too shabby, but why did you all leave the last event unfinished? Wasn't it supposed to be simple?" Ant inquired, puzzled. You should know that festive events are typically fixed, especially for those who activated their systems early. They are well aware of the games in each event. To ensure fairness, the Supreme Entity wipes the memories of all participants during the event, making them forget everything related to it. This leads to a dilemma. In their quest for first place, they likely chose the largest dumpling, which ultimately remained uncooked. But enough of that. What rewards did you receive? A 70% progress in my heritage, then a custom weapon voucher, and finally, a pair of shackles, Ant replied. Indeed. This was his reward, and with the 70% progress in his heritage, his mysterious legacy could finally be unlocked, though he refrained from doing so here, as he had not spent much time in this space, and his priority was now to engage in trade. That's rather disappointing. It appears your first event yielded less than favorable results. Next time should be different. What about the allies you brought along? Xiao Miao queried. Their rewards were all useful items for themselves, except for this, Ant said, producing the time pouch, which captivated everyone's attention. Wow, a time pouch. Upon hearing this, many gathered around him, as if Ant had just drawn a UR card in a gacha game on his very first attempt. Indeed, what would you like to exchange for? A modernly dressed man inquired. I wish to trade for Dragon Balls or other resurrection items, Ant proclaimed loudly. At this, a collective sigh emerged from the crowd. For resurrection items and Dragon Balls were exceedingly rare. As a result, they gradually dispersed, recognizing Ant's clear intentions and shifting to engage in exchanges amongst themselves. Just as Ant felt a pang of disappointment, a towering figure materialized before him. Greetings, I am Simus. I possess 3 Dragon Balls, the 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star Dragon Balls. I am willing to trade these 3 Dragon Balls and an original forged Interstellar Warrior Heritage card for that time pouch. Agreed. But I hope that when you acquire more Dragon Balls in the future, you'll choose to trade with me again. Can you do that? Ant requested. Absolutely, Simus affirmed. And as he received the time pouch, his expression turned elated. He promptly handed over the 3 Dragon Balls and the card to Ant, after which his figure vanished entirely. I too must take my leave. See you next time, Xiao. Ant called out to Xiao Miao. Take care, and remember to stay alive, Xiao Miao waved back. Subsequently, Ant returned to the Marvel Universe. Mom, Dad, I'm heading back to my room, he announced. All right, go ahead. I'm off to S-H-I-E-L-D. To experiment with my new powers, Jason replied, with Nancy eagerly joining him, keen to test her new weapon. Together, the couple departed with Coulson aboard the Quinjet. Upon returning to his room, Ant took a deep breath before activating his mysterious inheritance through sheer will. The moment he did so, his consciousness was transported to a crimson dimension, where a colossal specter loomed at its center, clutching a blade in one hand and an axe in the other. The specter bore a familiar visage that prompted Ant to instinctively exclaim, Destruction Blade Soul Kazan. At the sound of its name, the red specter abruptly opened its eyes, and a torrent of crimson energy surged into Ant's body, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from him. The commotion startled Peter and Aunt May, who happened to have Happy as a guest in their home. Upon hearing the agonizing cry, Happy was taken aback, while Peter propelled himself toward the window, launching through it like an arrow to reach Aunt's house, swiftly climbing inside through the opening. The horrifying scene that unfolded left Happy gaping, pointing at Peter in bewilderment, casting a confused glance toward Aunt May, who, lacking time for explanations, hurried over. By the time Happy regained his composure, he dashed to join them. Witnessing an unbelievable sight, a child suspended in midair, with blood-like energy continuously flowing into him, and his left hand seemingly undergoing a grotesque transformation. The trio could even hear a sizzling sound emanating from his arm. Ant, stay back, Peter shouted, and Ant, regaining a modicum of clarity amidst the pain, managed to cry out. As his arm fully transformed into a spectral appendage, it turned a vivid crimson, veins pulsating with energy, nails sharpening into claws reminiscent of a demonic hand. At that moment, a golden Qilin phantom materialized, its ethereal form trampling through the air before colliding with the ghostly hand. Merging into one, intensifying Ant's torment, he let out an even more anguished cry, while Peter and Aunt May yearned to assist him but found themselves powerless to intervene. Just then, outside, spikes barking and the sound of something heavy hitting the ground announced the arrival of a newcomer, who pushed open the door and entered. Seeing the visitor, Peter exclaimed with excitement, Iron Man. Hello, my little fan. Happy had summoned assistance. Without uttering a word, Happy gestured for Tony Stark to glance toward the scene. Upon turning, Tony spotted Ant hovering in midair and immediately commenced a scan, discovering 2 terrifying energies clashing within Ant's body. If this continued, the child's physical form might not withstand the strain and could explode. Yet, Even Tony could not resolve the conflict of energies swiftly. "Can you fix this, boss?" Peter inquired. "No, there's simply not enough time," Tony replied, his brow furrowed in concern. "Ant!" Peter shouted, rushing toward him. However, the moment his hand made contact, a powerful backlash sent him hurtling backward, landing upright on the ceiling. Ant's form transformed once more as crimson energy coalesced into a specter, which took control of his body. He raised his right hand, and the black gold ancient blade hidden within his system materialized. As his ghostly hand brushed against the blade's surface, it appeared to be enchanted, crimson energy enveloping it. "Aunt May, notify Aunt Nancy and Uncle Jason," Peter urged, leaping in front of May and Happy, pushing them outside with such force that they were flung away, only to be caught by Spike. Aunt May quickly retrieved her phone to call Nancy. As she awaited an answer, Aunt had begun to clash with Peter and Tony. In an instant, he teleported before Peter, whose spider sense blared a warning, compelling him to instinctively sidestep. The next moment, the black gold ancient blade cleaved downward, splitting the ground in two with its tremendous force. Observing this, Tony fired a unibeam, sending Ant crashing through the wall. Staring at the gaping hole left behind, Tony was momentarily stunned. His actions had been instinctual, not intended to harm the child. Yet Peter knew Ant was not dead, for his spider sense screamed at him to flee. "Mr. Stark, he is not dead. Be careful," Peter urged, shoving Tony aside just as a horizontal and vertical slash of red energy surged toward their position, collapsing the very structure around them, burying them beneath the rubble. "No, Peter!" Aunt May cried in terror at the sight. But the next instant, Tony emerged from the debris, clutching Peter, both aghast at the sight of Ant, his head drooping, wielding a weapon that seemed incongruous with his form. "Hey May, what is going on?" Tony asked. "Nancy, come back quickly. Ant is in trouble," Aunt May shouted. Upon hearing Nancy's voice, Ant trembled momentarily before regaining his composure, though the brief quake did not escape the notice of Tony and Peter. "Miss, I urge you to return at once, or your child may truly be in peril," Tony called out as neighbors began to emerge, eager to assist, only to be halted by Peter. "What is happening, Peter?" Suddenly, Harry appeared from nowhere, handing him a bag. "Ant seems to be under the control of that specter. Be cautious, he truly tried to kill me just now," Peter warned. Upon hearing this, Harry unsheathed a collapsible sword he had requested Norman to craft, while Peter retrieved his web shooters from the bag. As Nancy's voice reached him, she and Jason raced toward the helipad, prompting Coulson to notify nearby agents to investigate and follow them. At the scene, Ant remained stationary, head bowed, while the specter behind him grew increasingly immense, having expanded from a mere 30 centimeters to nearly half a meter. "This cannot continue," Tony shouted. "No, please, Uncle Tony, just a little more time," Peter implored, halting Tony's advance. If allowed to persist, none could predict the specter's potential growth. Tony understood, but felt powerless to permit Ant to remain in this state. Just then, a Quinjet appeared in the sky, and Nancy and Jason urged Coulson to open the hatch before leaping from dozens of meters above. Upon witnessing Ant's condition, they cried out, "Ant, Mommy's back. What's wrong? Don't scare Mommy." Hearing Nancy's voice, Ant's body began to tremble violently, yet he ultimately settled, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes ablaze with crimson light, mouth agape in a manic grin. Just gazing upon him instilled an unprecedented sense of dread among all present. Suddenly, Ant struck, and Jason positioned himself protectively in front of Nancy, his armor in place, bracing against Ant's swing with his arm-mounted shield. Yet, with a smirk, Ant unleashed a terrifying force from the black gold ancient blade, sending Jason hurtling away along with Nancy. With no alternative, the group was compelled to unite in their efforts against him. Peter shot out webs, but Ant was incredibly swift, leaving only a crimson blur in his wake. With his experience as Spider-Man, Peter adeptly maneuvered his web shooters, quickly ensnaring Ant and confining his movement. In that moment, Harry seized the opportunity to rush forward and knock the black gold ancient dagger from Ant's grasp. "Ant!" Nancy exclaimed, dashing towards him, hoping to awaken his consciousness. At that moment, with the aid of the Chelan bloodline, Ant was engaged in a fierce struggle for control over his body against the consciousness of the demon god Kazan, and his spectral hand was undergoing a transformation. "Something's wrong, get back," Tony suddenly shouted, having perceived something alarming. Chapter 31, The Strange Meteorite. Bound by webs, Ant's mutated arm unexpectedly morphed into a massive scarlet sword, effortlessly severing the webs that were as strong as certain alloys, leaving both Harry and Peter astounded. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Once freed, Ant swung the blood-red sword towards Nancy's neck. She did not flinch, for she could not believe her child would harm her. Just as it seemed Nancy was about to be decapitated, the giant sword halted, mere centimeters from her throat, its sharpness palpable even to her. Jason seized the moment to rush in and embrace Nancy tightly. Ant remained in his stance, suddenly letting out a roar as the sword vanished. And he collapsed to his knees in agony. At that instant, shackles from the system space appeared, binding Ant's spectral hand at the biceps and wrist. As the runes on the shackles began to glow, Ant appeared to suffer less. In the next moment, his ghostly shadow merged with the Qilin, and he stood tall, engulfed in crimson flames, with antlers of red energy sprouting from his forehead and a dragon tail formed of golden energy, armed with the black gold ancient dagger. He was undeniably striking. However, this striking appearance was fleeting. In an effort to fully break free from Kazan's control, Ant unleashed a devastating strike towards the sky, sending a blade of energy 100 meters long, cleaving the heavens in two. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the sky shattered like glass, and an unexpected figure emerged. Approaching Ant, she cradled his head with one hand while striking his forehead with the other, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. "Thank you for your assistance, Supreme Sorceress." "No need for thanks. He harbors a truly formidable demon within. If possible, do not let his emotions fluctuate too greatly," Ancient One replied, her expression grave. She was uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong, for she could see no future pertaining to Ant, as if he did not exist within this world. Subsequently, Ancient One dispelled the mirror space, and everyone found themselves back in the house, which showed no signs of the chaos that had just unfolded, as if everything had been merely an illusion. Even the neighboring residents seemed oblivious to the earlier events. Unbeknownst to them, Ancient One had utilized magic to alter their memories, reshaping reality to prevent ordinary people from discovering Ant's existence. For if they learned of his situation, the future would spiral into greater unpredictability. "Is Ant all right?" In the heavy silence, Harry cautiously inquired. "He should be fine. You all must be tired. Let us return and rest," Nancy replied, forcing a smile. May nodded, understanding that it was best to let them have a moment alone, and she led Peter and Harry away. Happy followed suit, and Tony felt it was time to leave as well. "If you need anything, just let me know," Coulson said before departing. Once they were all gone, Nancy could no longer hold back her tears and embraced Ant, weeping. Jason could only comfort her, and when Nancy had cried herself weary, he carried Ant back to his room. Sitting beside the sleeping Ant, Nancy tenderly caressed his face. "Rest assured, Ant will be fine," Jason said softly, placing his hands on her shoulders. Nancy nodded, yet gazing at the unconscious Ant, she could not fully relax, tears continuing to fall. With no other option, Jason urged Nancy to return to her room and rest, promising her that she would see a lively Ant upon her awakening. Though reluctant, Nancy ultimately acquiesced to Jason's insistence and retreated to her room. Meanwhile, within Ant's consciousness, Kazan's awareness was shackled by the demon bindings, reinforced by Ancient One's power, and secured by a magical array alongside the Qilin bloodline. The Qilin bloodline stealthily absorbed Kazan's strength, transforming it into its own, allowing Ant to feel himself growing ever stronger with each passing moment. Confirming that Kazan's consciousness would not pose a threat in the near term, Ant opened his eyes to find himself lying in his bed. He slowly moved, only to be met with excruciating pain, instinctively letting out a cry before resuming his position. Downstairs, Jason, cooking, clearly heard him and swiftly transformed into a gust of wind, racing to Ant's room. "Dad," Ant called out. "Ant, are you okay?" Jason asked, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine, just some pain in my body. I should be all right soon." "That's good to hear. Do you know how worried Nancy has been about you?" "I know, I'm sorry. You're my son. There's no need for apologies. I'll bring you some food once it's ready." Ant nodded and closed his eyes again, intending to use the Qilin bloodline's power to expedite his healing. Meanwhile, at Peter's house, Tony had removed his armor and was seated on the sofa, chatting with Harry and the others, while May and Happy prepared dinner, appearing to complement each other well. Through his young admirer, Peter, Tony had gleaned considerable information, heightening his awareness of Earth's precariousness, especially with the emergence of mythological beings. This solidified his resolve to implement a plan to arm and protect the planet with his robots, though he anticipated considerable opposition and thus chose to keep the plan discreet until necessary. Simultaneously, he learned from their conversation that Ant could take them to a mysterious realm for an event that promised substantial rewards afterward, leaving Tony at a loss for words. At this moment, the two children remained unaware they had been drawn into conversation until May's voice called out, "Dinner is ready." Peter and Harry rushed to the table, with Tony following, only to find the portions seemed excessively large. Before he could voice his concern, Peter and Harry sat before two intimidatingly large plates of food. Do they eat this much? Tony queried. Yes, they have to. They're still growing, May explained. Peter and Harry, likely famished, said little at the table, quickly devouring their meals. Suddenly, Peter remembered something and dashed to his room, retrieving a box. May, this is for you. What is it? Take a look, Peter said, his eyes filled with anticipation, while Harry had already guessed its contents. As May opened the box, she discovered several fist-sized gemstones and an egg-sized pink diamond nestled within. How did you acquire these? Have you done something you shouldn't have? Aunt May exclaimed with agitation. How could that be, Aunt May? These are rewards we received from attending an event with Aunt. If you don't believe me, you can ask Harry. Aunt May, these are indeed rewards. Tony, having spotted the gems in the box, turned to Aunt May and said, Fair lady, may I have a look at these gems? Ah, of course. After Tony examined them, he discovered that these gems were among the finest in the world. Not only were they devoid of any imperfections, but they also sparkled with an unparalleled clarity. If it weren't for their characteristics as diamonds and gemstones, one might mistake them for mere glass replicas. Are you selling these? Tony inquired, glancing at Aunt May. Sell. Before Aunt May could respond, Peter chimed in first. However, Tony ignored Peter and focused on Aunt May. Aunt May, sell them. I can always acquire more later. And with the money, we can improve our living conditions, especially since my appetite has grown so large. It's yours. Since you've suggested selling, then sell. Observing the conversation, Happy quickly added, Boss, make sure you offer a fair price. You can't take advantage of them just because they might not know the value. Tony shot Happy an exasperated glance and replied, Rest assured, I will organize a small auction. To be honest, I only desire one of them. But since you all have chosen to sell them all, I'll take on the task of handling them for you. Hee hee, I appreciate it, Uncle Tony. But I'm only selling this one. Peter held up a ruby. Tony understood Peter's intentions, but chose to remain silent. For his eyes were set on the largest sapphire in the box. The rest were of little consequence to him. At that moment, Peter seemed to hear something and turned to see Aunt in the dining area with Nancy and others, enjoying a meal. Oh, Aunt is awake. Aunt May and the others also turned to look, just in time to see Aunt waving at them. After finishing his meal, Aunt stepped outside and poured dog food into Spike's bowl. Aunt, are you feeling all right? I'm fine. Are you all okay? Peter and Harry shook their heads in response. Then they noticed Aunt's ghostly hand. Aunt, is your arm all right? For now, it's fine. What will happen later? I can't say. Aunt replied with a resigned shake of his head. In truth, he was lying. He was well aware of the consequences. At that moment, Tony also emerged, and Aunt noticed him. The two exchanged glances, just as Coulson walked out. Aunt, are you all right? Uncle Phil, I'm fine. It's just that this arm can't be hidden. No worries. Just consider it a tattoo, Coulson said, as the arm would appear merely stained red unless the ghostly powers were used. All right, as long as you're fine. I need to head back to headquarters. Okay, goodbye, Uncle Phil. Harry and Peter also bid him farewell. Coulson returned to headquarters, where Fury immediately asked, Is that kid all right? Nothing serious, but it seems he has awakened new powers. Forget about that. A strange meteorite has appeared in Mexico. Go check it out. Understood, Director. Should I bring Jason and the others? No, just go assess the situation. If things seem off, then call Jason. Fury replied, lifting his head. Coulson nodded and turned to leave. Upon arriving in Mexico, he discovered that the so-called meteorite was actually a hammer, which exhibited high-energy responses whenever someone approached. Consequently, Coulson decided to establish a temporary base centered around the hammer meteorite. However, to his surprise, shortly after the base was constructed, a strong man with golden hair attempted to force his way into the base, clearly aiming for the hammer meteorite. Sir, should we restrain him? Not yet. Let's wait and see. Coulson stopped his subordinates, frowning as he observed the man. Moments later, the muscular man reached the hammer meteorite, grasped the handle with both hands, and exerted all his strength, but no matter what he did, he couldn't move it. Ultimately, he fell to his knees, letting out a pained cry. Coulson sighed at the sight and ordered for him to be detained. Not long after, Coulson received a message from Fury instructing him to release the strong man. Although Coulson was unsure why, he complied with Fury's orders and set the man free. So, have you made any discoveries? I'm sorry, sir. We only know it's a weapon made from some special metal, and most importantly, it contains an immense amount of energy. However, this energy remains dormant like stagnant water, only reacting to external stimuli. Coulson nodded, gazing at the hammer, and ultimately decided to seek Aunt's assistance. Hey, Uncle Phil, what's up? Aunt, I'm currently in Mexico, where a special meteorite has fallen. I wanted to ask if you know anything about its origin. What kind of special meteorite? A meteorite resembling a hammer. Upon hearing this, Aunt immediately understood what it was, but to confirm, he asked Coulson to activate the camera. Upon seeing the hammer, Aunt nodded and said, The hammer of Thor. From Norse mythology, the weapon of the thunder god, Thor. Did a golden-haired strong man just appear? Yes. Could he be the thunder god? Indeed. This is a trial for the foolish son. Just don't interfere. Ant stated. Coulson, taken aback by this revelation, quickly reported the situation, prompting Fury to rush over. Are you sure? That's what Ant said. Coulson replied honestly. Fury furrowed his brow, wary of taking any risks. If Thor were indeed on Earth and something went awry, it could lead to war. Given the might of the gods in Norse mythology, humanity might not stand a chance. Thus, Fury deployed a substantial number of agents to monitor Thor, ensuring nothing went amiss. Chapter 32. The Thunder God acquires new equipment. In a small border town in Mexico, the golden-haired man, Thor, walked dejectedly behind a trio of individuals, Jane Foster, Dr. Eric Selvig, and Daisy Lewis, who were in town for research and experimentation. My father has abandoned me, Thor lamented from within the vehicle. Abandoned you? What do you mean? Jane inquired curiously. Thor proceeded to divulge his identity and the circumstances that led him to Earth. I can't believe this handsome man is actually a fool, Daisy remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Daisy, Jane admonished, prompting Daisy to hurriedly mime zipping her lips. However, they were oblivious to the fact that someone was watching them from behind. Realizing he had been forsaken and that his father had died from grief over him, Thor felt he could not return to Asgard, choosing instead to remain on Earth. Each day, he assisted the trio with their equipment and recorded observations. Just when Thor thought he would continue on in this unremarkable manner, the warriors Three and Sif arrived via the Bifrost. Jane and her companions had come to track the Bifrost, so upon witnessing its actual manifestation, they hurried to its location. It was simply a path connecting the town. Yet they were unprepared for the four figures clad in medieval armor that emerged from the Bifrost. Thor, Sif, Hogun, Vandal, and Volstagg, what brings you here? Thor exclaimed with palpable excitement. Sif, your brother, Loki, is attempting to ascend the throne, and we absolutely cannot allow this to transpire. Hence, we must intervene, Sif declared, casting an assessing glance at Jane, who stood beside Thor. It is worth noting that Sif and Thor had grown up together, their bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts. Thus, upon first laying eyes on Jane, Sif sensed something amiss, yet chose to remain silent. Let him ascend the throne, then. I have angered father to the point of death, and I am still unworthy of Mjolnir's acknowledgement. Clearly, Loki would be a more fitting heir than I, Thor chuckled ruefully. Thor, what are you saying? How could the All-Father be dead? He is merely in slumber. Loki seeks to usurp power. Vandal interjected hastily. Thor was momentarily taken aback. But Loki told me father was dead and, on his deathbed, requested that Loki inherit the throne. Thor's words triggered a realization. Thor, he is the god of deception. Do you truly believe his words? How many times has he deceived you? Sif retorted with exasperation. Just as they were about to elaborate further, a thunderous noise erupted, causing everyone to turn their gaze. Before them stood the destroyer armor, belonging to Odin. My dear brother, it seems you have come to the truth. In that case, you cannot be allowed to return to Asgard, Loki proclaimed, manipulating the destroyer to advance toward them. With no other choice, they charged at the destroyer. Despite being deemed gods, they were, in essence, merely humans with enhanced physical capabilities, and thus they were easily thrown aside by the destroyer, which had the advantage of its formidable might. If not for their robust physiques, they might have faced dire consequences this time. Loki approached Thor and, with no opportunity for rebuttal, delivered a powerful kick that sent Thor flying. At that moment, Thor's divine powers were sealed, rendering him merely a slightly stronger human. That single blow could have been fatal. But Odin, seeking only to test Thor, had left a safeguard in place. As Thor hovered on the brink of death, the divine power within him unlocked, restoring him momentarily. Yet, this restoration was fleeting, merely sufficient to keep him alive. True liberation could only be achieved through trial. In the meantime, Jane, seizing the moment while the destroyer clashed with the warriors 3 and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, hurried into the dining hall where Thor had been thrown. Thor, are you all right? She called desperately, checking for his breath and heartbeat, and sighed in relief upon finding them intact. Thor, can you hear my voice? With Jane's persistent calls, Thor groggily opened his eyes, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming wave of pain that rendered him speechless. Thor, are you okay? Jane asked anxiously upon hearing his agonized cries, her hands flailing in concern, fearful that she was the cause of his distress. I'm fine, Thor managed to say, leveraging Jane's support to rise. He gazed at the chaos wrought by the destroyer and began to stride towards it. What do you intend to do? This is all my fault. Let me handle it. You cannot act recklessly, Thor. Jane, I am sorry. After uttering those words, Thor confronted the destroyer, which had just repelled the attacks from the Warriors 3 and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Seeing Thor before him, Loki displayed a triumphant smile. "My brother, it appears you have conceded. Loki, I know you have long wished to kill me. Now you have your chance. Go ahead, kill me, and spare them." Loki, who had been calm until then, exploded with rage at Thor's words. "Do you think you are still the mighty god of thunder? You are nothing more than an ordinary Midgardian. Since you are willing to sacrifice yourself to protect them, I shall not kill you. I want you to witness their demise firsthand." It was evident that Thor's words had thoroughly enraged Loki. With a flick of his wrist, Loki commanded the destroyer to hurl Thor away, sending him crashing down onto the rubble below. As Loki turned to seek out Jane's hiding spot, a sudden realization struck Coulson, who glanced anxiously at Thor's fallen form. To his horror, he noticed that Thor's hand was crackling with electricity. Moments later, Thor opened his eyes, now ablaze with lightning. "Loki!" Thor bellowed, his fury palpable. At the sound of Thor's roar, Loki instinctively recoiled, only to quickly regain his composure. Reminding himself that he was still in Asgard, the two engaged in a fierce battle, but alas, the true master of the destroyer remained Odin, not Loki. Furthermore, Odin was merely in slumber, not truly deceased. Thus, under Odin's subtle guidance, Thor ultimately triumphed over the destroyer, which then became his new armor. This only served to further ignite Loki's ire, as he believed Odin to be excessively partial to Thor. In a fit of rage, he stormed into Odin's chamber. Meanwhile, Thor donned his new armor and called upon Heimdall, leading the Warriors 3 and Sif back to Asgard, promising Jane that he would certainly return for her. In a bittersweet farewell, Jane bestowed a kiss upon Thor, watching as the rainbow bridge materialized before them. Chapter 33. Introduction to the Nine Realms. "Aunt, tell me more about this so-called Asgard," Coulson insisted, clinging to Aunt Uncle Phil. "I'm tired. I want to sleep," Aunt replied, exasperated. "You have the day off tomorrow. Staying up a little longer won't hurt." "What do you want to know?" Aunt reluctantly asked. "We wish to ascertain whether Asgard truly comprises divine beings," Coulson stated eagerly, simultaneously connecting with Fury. Upon hearing Aunt's voice, Fury did not question Coulson's reason for contacting him, but swiftly retrieved a recording device. Asgard truly exists, and the so-called Norse myths stem from events that transpired on Earth. Of course, you must understand that the recorders may have embellished their accounts with considerable exaggeration. Firstly, Asgard is inhabited by extraterrestrials with technology far surpassing that of humanity. Their most formidable weapon is the Rainbow Bridge, which not only allows for travel among the Nine Realms, but, if sufficiently powered, can obliterate an entire planet. Naturally, Asgard governs the Nine Realms, bearing the responsibility to protect them. Coulson furrowed his brow at this revelation. What are the Nine Realms, and why have we not discovered them? Because the Nine Realms do not exist in the same dimension. First, there is Asgard, the domain of the Aesir, the most powerful beings. Then, Midgard, the world of humanity, which is Earth. However, due to certain circumstances, Earth has drifted from that dimension, and since that time, it has been separated from the Nine Realms. Yet, under certain extraordinary celestial phenomena, the pathways connecting the Nine Realms may open. Coulson appeared poised to inquire about the causes behind Earth's departure from the realm of the Nine and the celestial phenomena that would open the pathways. However, Aunt continued without granting him the opportunity. Next, there is Jotunheim, the realm of the frost giants, characterized by its cold and desolation. The frost giants grow stronger as temperatures drop and weaken as temperatures rise. Thus, should they venture to Earth, their strength would be significantly diminished, unless they carry the casket of ancient winters. Alfheim, the realm of the light elves, is resplendent with luminosity and beauty. Nidavellir, the world of the dwarves, is renowned for its expert craftsmanship in forging an array of weaponry, including the legendary hammer of Thor. Muspelheim, the domain of the fire giant Surtr, is infamous for being the harbinger of Ragnarok. Helheim, the realm of the deceased, harbors a formidable entity, possessing a fragment of the dominion of death, one of the 5 great deities. Vanaheim, the world of the dark elves, once thrived in prosperity, rivaling Asgard in civilization. Regrettably, their ambition to conquer the Nine Realms and utilize them as a stepping stone to dominate the cosmos led to their downfall at the hands of Odin, resulting in the exile of the surviving dark elves. Lastly, there is Vanaheim, the abode of the Vanir gods, where Frigga, Odin's wife, hails from. Such is the state of the Nine Realms, and I find myself utterly fatigued now, Uncle Phil. Observing Aunt yawning repeatedly, Coulson felt compelled to exit the room. Once Coulson departed, Aunt promptly collapsed onto his bed, having spent an entire day practicing with his axe at school. and he continued to hone his skills even upon returning home. Ever since he wielded the lumberjack axe to slay a vampire, he had become enamored with the sensation it provided. Although he bore the legacy of the ghost swordsman, he grappled with the reality that this was not a game, and the weapons he wielded were not singular. Thus, he opted for the axe. Naturally, he also practiced with a knife, but despite the awakening of his inheritance, he remained clueless on how to master those skills. Lacking any guidance, Ant could only experiment, hoping that prolonged practice might trigger the development of his abilities. It was also possible that he needed to engage in combat, yet there were no foes available for him to confront at present. So he resolved to initially attempt lengthy practice to see if it might yield results. After descending the stairs, Coulson was approached by Jason, who inquired, "So, did you manage to find out anything?" "I did, but he has fallen asleep." "Please do not disturb him," Coulson replied. "Rest assured, I am aware." Jason nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Coulson returned to his residence, retrieving his phone to ask, "Director, do you hear me?" "I do." Immediately commenced the process of sealing off all information regarding Thor. Apart from level 10 agents, no one else is permitted access. Understood? "Yes, Director." Furthermore, continue monitoring Deacon. Reports indicate he has been sighted in Egypt. Investigate the matter. "Understood. Director, I shall follow up on this tomorrow." Fury acknowledged, and they concluded their conversation. By the weekend morning, after swiftly completing his daily tasks, Ant commenced his practice for the day, fervently wielding his lumberjack axe. As he perspired profusely during his training, a sudden chime resonated in his mind, causing him to pause. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have acquired proficiency in axe mastery." In the following moment, a torrent of imagery flooded his consciousness, depicting various scenes of lumberjacks felling trees and engaging in combat with their axes. When Ant regained his focus, he found himself seamlessly wielding a knife in his left hand and an axe in his right, as if they were an extension of his very being. Then, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly used the customized weapon scroll. Instantly, the black gold ancient knife and axe vanished from his grasp, replaced by a hand ring that materialized before him. Ant quickly performed a blood oath to claim it as his own, donning the ring, which could alter its size and transform into a knife or axe of his choosing. The weaponry conjured from the ring boasted terrifying sharpness and durability, capable of effortlessly cleaving through vibranium. With his newly acquired exclusive weapon, Ant's power ascended to new heights. He resumed his training, this time wielding a goosefeather knife, incessantly practicing the upward thrust, a fundamental skill of the ghost swordsman, inherently bestowed upon him. He continued this rigorous training until nightfall, finally hearing the voice in his mind proclaim that he had successfully mastered the upward thrust. However, to learn the ghost slash, he needed to infuse his weapon with the power of the ghostly deity, yet due to his previous loss of control, Ant was hesitant to harness that power, fearful of succumbing to chaos once more. Thus, he found himself at a loss, despondently seated on the staircase, leaning against Spike as he gazed at the sky, until the arrival of Peter and Harry. Chapter 34, Ned's Heritage, Ned's Birthday. "What brings you here?" "Where's Ned?" "Ned is busy decorating at home. Today is his birthday, and he invited us over." "Then let us go." "Did you prepare a gift for him?" Harry inquired. "A gift? Oh dear, I completely forgot. One moment. I shall prepare it now." "Respectful Master Gui, can you hear me?" Instantly, a spark circle appeared before the three young ones, and Master Gui emerged. "Children, were you looking for me?" "Esteemed Supreme Sorcerer, I have a promising candidate for spellcasting I wish to introduce to you. Might you have an interest?" Ant asked with a charming smile. "Are you referring to that chubby lad? He does possess remarkable talent, but are you certain?" Gui responded with a mysterious smile. Ant suddenly recalled something and glanced back at Peter, who appeared somewhat bewildered. "What is it?" Peter asked. "Nothing, Master Gui. I assure you, with us around, he will not end up like this." "Very well, take this. It elucidates the principles of magic. When you are on break, do bring him to Kamartaj personally." Gui smiled as he handed a book to Ant. Ant accepted it, and Gui returned to the other side of the spark circle. "Wait while I take a shower. Peter, please feed Spike," Ant said as he made his way to his room. 10 minutes later, Ant emerged in a casual outfit, holding a neatly wrapped gift box, and the three of them boarded Harry's luxurious vehicle to head to Ned's home. Upon their arrival, they discovered that while the place was beautifully decorated, there were no guests present. "Ned, we have arrived," Peter called out, and Ned immediately rushed out to them. "Peter, Ant, Harry, you came," Ned exclaimed excitedly, embracing each of them. "What is going on here?" Ant inquired, observing the situation. "Oh, it's nothing. They all went to my sister's birthday party," Ned replied with a grin. "Your sister's birthday party? Do you share the same birthday?" Ant asked, puzzled. "Not at all. My sister is a year younger than me, but we just happen to share the same birthday, Ned quickly clarified. Then why not celebrate together? Peter asked. Upon hearing this, Ned's expression fell, and the three exchanged glances. If you do not wish to discuss it, that is perfectly fine, Aunt said, patting him on the shoulder. It's nothing. Really, it's just that I have never been favored by them. They adhere to the beliefs of so-called shamanistic practices. On the day I was born, a shaman came to see me and proclaimed that if I remained with them, it would bring ruin upon their family. Consequently, they rejected me and abandoned me. It was my grandmother and grandfather who found me and brought me here to live, while my sister was similarly seen by that shaman, who deemed her a reincarnation of a goddess. Had it not been for my grandparents, I might not have survived. Though Ned's tone was remarkably calm, the trio could discern the melancholy beneath his words. Fear not, you still have us. But what is this all about? It's nothing. My sister is hosting a party as well, and she invited them, so they opted to attend her birthday celebration instead, Ned said with a rueful smile. And your father is? Aunt Lise, the owner of the Global Times. No wonder they opted to attend the banquet at your sister's place, Harry sighed. What background does he have? Aunt furrowed his brow and inquired. Frankly, after hearing Ned's words, if the individual in question were not Ned's parents, Aunt would genuinely have been inclined to take action against him. A media tycoon, controlling 30% of the world's media industry, Harry replied gravely. Let us not dwell on that. Let us indulge in some cake, Ned said with a smile. Soon, the four little ones arrived at the dining hall, where a lavish spread of delicacies awaited them. The abundance of treats indicated that Ned placed great importance on this birthday celebration. At that moment, the two elderly figures, who were inserting candles into the cake, turned to greet them. Hello there. You must be Ned's friends. Come in and have a seat. Grandfather, this is Aunt. This is Harry, and this is Peter. Ned introduced the trio to his grandfather. Please, take a seat. Help yourselves to whatever you fancy, the elderly man kindly urged. Come, little Ned, make a wish. Ned's grandmother called out to him. Ned nodded, closed his eyes to make a wish, and no one knew what he wished for. He then opened his eyes and blew out the candles. The three friends then presented their gifts. First was Harry's, a state-of-the-art gaming console. Next was Peter's, a handcrafted item, a small crossbow capable of launching specially designed arrows. One type was a standard arrow, while the other was a smoke arrow. The smoke arrow, upon striking a hard surface, would release a substantial cloud of smoke, equivalent to the concentration of 5 smoke bombs, specifically designed for escapes or to obscure an adversary's vision. Then came the gifts from Ned's grandparents, a necklace worth around 100,000 and a watch valued at over $1 million. Finally, Aunt handed Ned a box without revealing its contents. Just as Ned was about to open Aunt's gift, his grandfather's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, his grandfather's expression darkened, and Ned instinctively knew who it was. They began conversing in their native dialect, which Ned understood, but Aunt and the others did not. However, the expressions on their faces suggested they sensed something was amiss. I'm sorry, Ned, his grandfather sighed, embracing him. Ned's grandmother also held him close, tears streaming down her cheeks, which Ned wiped away. It's all right, grandfather and grandmother. Go ahead, they will only let go once you leave. It's okay, Ned reassured them. All right, we will take our leave then. After they departed, Ned sat despondently in his seat, while the three friends were at a loss for words to comfort him. At that moment, Aunt spoke up again. Ned, open the gift I gave you. Upon hearing this, Ned eagerly opened the gift box to find a book inside. This contains the principles of magic and methods for learning some minor spells. Study it well, and when the holidays come, I will take you to Camartage for a systematic study of magic. Really? What would I gain from deceiving you? If I have promised, I shall certainly deliver. Upon hearing this, Ned excitedly flipped through the pages of the book, while Aunt surveyed their surroundings and began to eat. Harry and Peter, due to their physical conditions, had developed hearty appetites, and seeing Aunt start to eat, they too helped themselves to their favorite dishes. Meanwhile, at the top of a hotel in New York named the Continental, a lavish birthday party was arranged by Entres for his daughter. The attendees included high-ranking officials, top-tier tycoons, their children, and various top celebrities. As the guest of honor, Diana Liz was still choosing from an array of haute couture gowns. Diana, have you made your choice? Not yet, Mom. I don't know what to pick. Have grandfather and grandmother arrived? They could help me decide. Diana, don't you wish to present yourself in the most perfect light to your grandparents? I do. Then choose a gown. Under her mother's urging, Diana ultimately selected a sky blue dress and, escorted by her mother, made her way to the center of the celebration. Chapter 35, Lucifer. At the Continental Hotel, a throng of people encircled Diana Liz, who relished the attention akin to a star basking in the limelight. Just then, an elderly man clad in animal skins entered barefoot. Entres and his wife, Anna Liz, rushed to greet him. Welcome, esteemed morning star, to my daughter's birthday celebration. This venerable man was the architect behind Ned's current predicament, and upon seeing him, Diana's excitement was palpable. Grandfather Morningstar, you've arrived. Little Diana, congratulations on another year of growth. The Morningstar priest beamed kindly. It's time to cut the cake. Morningstar, please assist Diana in slicing it. At that moment, Ned's grandparents also arrived, standing amidst the crowd. Their gazes fixed intently upon the Morningstar priest, the very reason for Ned's state. Yet, being elderly, and with their company entirely under Entre's control, coupled with the fact that their support for Ned came from Entre's, left them powerless to act against him, merely watching as he took Diana's hand to slice the birthday cake. However, Norman, amidst the crowd, felt an unsettling dissonance. The so-called Morningstar priest evoked a strange familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, prompting Norman to contact Uncle Suin. Suin, do you know an elderly priest named Morningstar? What? Morningstar priest? What priest? An Indian priest? Suin was bewildered by Norman's unexpected call. Norman then recounted the unfolding events, and upon hearing them, Suin sensed something was amiss. Could you send me a photo? Suin inquired. Norman promptly sent a photo, which Suin immediately showed to Mephisto, who was sitting across from him, enjoying a drink. Do you recognize him? Lucifer, Mephisto replied after taking a sip. Are you sure? Absolutely. He is Lucifer. I've heard from Satan that Lucifer seems to have found a way to enter Earth and possesses the ability to amass a considerable following. While we are unaware of his intentions, I advise you to thwart him. You truly don't know? Of course not. Had I known, I would have informed you. As I too would not wish to see him grow in power, Mephisto chuckled lightly. Mr. Osborne, I advise you to leave this place promptly. For the so-called priest before you is indeed Lucifer. Is it the Lucifer I am thinking of? Norman asked in astonishment. Indeed, it is that Lucifer. So if you can, make your escape quickly. Suin urged, realizing that even if he wished to assist, he was not in New York to do so. As Norman prepared to leave, he unexpectedly found himself back in the banquet hall after a few turns. Understanding that some form of trickery was at play by Lucifer, he felt compelled to contact Harry. At that moment, Harry and his friends were still indulging at Ned's home, while Ned was engrossed in the book on magic, already capable of manipulating dimensional energies into lines and formations. However, successfully casting spells would still require some time. Hey Dad, what's up? Harry asked as he answered Norman's call. Subsequently, Norman conveyed the situation to Harry, who, upon hearing it, adopted a serious demeanor and straightened his posture, declaring, I understand, Dad. I will bring Peter and Aunt over immediately. What's wrong, Harry? Anne inquired. It's my father. He is currently attending Ned's sister's birthday party at the Continental Hotel. Are you aware of the priest elder who has led Ned to this unfortunate state? He is Lucifer. My father is unable to leave that place, and we must go assist him. Then let us not delay. I want to go too. No, your abilities are too weak. At your current level, you cannot even cast a single spell. If you accompany us, we will be distracted by the need to protect you, so it's best if you remain behind. Aunt stated. Though Ned was reluctant, he acknowledged the validity of Aunt's words and addressed them. My grandparents should be there as well. Please keep an eye on them. Rest assured, came the reply. The three young adventurers then boarded Harry's luxurious vehicle and soon arrived at the entrance of the Continental Hotel. As they gazed upon the familiar edifice, Aunt exhaled slowly. Upon entering, a black man approached to greet them. Recognizing the familiar visage, Aunt instinctively remarked, Sharon? Young sir, you know me? Sharon responded, I've heard about you from my family. We are here to find Norman Osborne. This is his son, and we are friends of his. Could you kindly direct us to Uncle Norman? Aunt inquired hurriedly. Of course, please follow me, Sharon replied with a smile. Under Karen's guidance, they arrived at an exquisitely designed elevator reserved for members. After Sharon inserted a gold coin, the elevator began its ascent, ultimately reaching the top floor. However, Sharon did not accompany them out, instead bowing slightly and saying, The esteemed Mr. Osborne is inside. You may enter. Aunt nodded, and the three began to sprint, suddenly halting as if they had breached an unseen barrier. Did you feel that? Harry asked Peter and Aunt. Indeed, it seems there is a layer of obstruction here. Aunt replied, turning and extending his hand, only to encounter resistance that increased with the force he applied. It appears this place has indeed been tampered with by Lucifer. We must hurry inside to find Uncle Norman, Aunt said with a frown. They soon entered the banquet hall, where attendees were mingling in small groups, sipping drinks and engaging in conversation. Thanks to Norman's distinguished presence, the trio quickly spotted him and hurried over. Uncle Norman, we've arrived, Aunt whispered from behind. Upon hearing Aunt's voice, Norman politely nodded to the man before him and then turned to face them. You've come. Follow me. Norman led them to a secluded corner, carefully surveying their surroundings to ensure Lucifer was not alerted before asking. That is Lucifer. You must be cautious around him. Understood, Uncle Norman. By the way, have you seen Ned's grandparents? They are beside Lucifer, Norman replied with a hint of resignation. The three then turned to look at Lucifer. Just as Ned's grandparents glanced toward them, their gazes intertwining. Ned's grandparents were filled with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. They had believed the three were true friends of Ned, only to realize they had abandoned him. Their sorrow was directed towards Ned, but now, words were futile. Unbeknownst to the three, Ned's grandparents harbored such thoughts. They waved eagerly at the elderly couple, who appeared momentarily taken aback, but then approached. Their actions naturally drew the attention of Diana, who was captivated by Howard's aura upon spotting the trio. Grandpa, Grandma, no matter what you see later, please remain calm and stay close to Uncle Norman, understood? What is happening? Ned's grandfather asked with a furrowed brow. Harry attempted to elaborate, but Aunt interjected. There's no time. He has already seen us. Harry, you protect Uncle Norman and Grandpa and Grandma. Peter and I will handle the rest. If we find ourselves outmatched, then you may intervene. As Aunt spoke, Lucifer was already striding toward them, accompanied by Aonghus, Anna, and the Diana family. Mr. Osborne, won't you introduce me to these three handsome young lads? Aonghus inquired with a smile. Norman chuckled and began introducing the trio. Yet both Lucifer and the three boys were engrossed in an intense gaze, aware that Lucifer realized he had been discovered. To ensure his plans remained undisturbed, he had no choice but to unleash the energy of this body, and a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 36. The Fierce Battle with Lucifer. Within the banquet hall, Lucifer observed the trio, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Ant and his companions fixed their gazes firmly on Lucifer, particularly Ant, who was poised to strike at any moment. Is that a birthmark? Diana suddenly approached Ant, grasping his ghostly hand. Ant frowned, unwilling to engage, especially with Lucifer watching intently. Yes, it is his birthmark, Norman interjected hastily. However, Aonghus, being perceptive, quickly discerned that Ant was disinterested, especially since they were aware of his connection to Ned's grandparents, indicating they must be friends of Ned. Just as Aonghus was about to speak further, Lucifer intervened. Aonghus looked at Lucifer in confusion, while Lucifer approached Ant directly. At that moment, Ant could no longer contain the power of the specter within him. With a swift motion, a lumberjack's axe materialized in his hand, and he swung it directly at Lucifer. Lucifer's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand to block the strike, but Harry's attack swiftly followed, landing a decisive blow across Lucifer's face. In an instant, a gruesome gash appeared on Lucifer's visage, leaving the onlookers in shock, astonished that these two children had dared to strike. How dare you? Lucifer roared, prompting Norman to swiftly pull Ned's grandparents away from the chaos, while Peter cleared the surrounding crowd. The battleground was now left to Ant, Harry, and Lucifer. Lucifer took a moment to stretch, his previously hunched form gradually transforming into a towering figure. He then unleashed a powerful punch toward Ant, who deftly sidestepped and retaliated with an axe strike to Lucifer's abdomen, only to be met with the sound of metal clashing against stone. Seizing the opportunity, Lucifer retaliated with a punch aimed at Ant's head, but Harry quickly intervened, blocking Lucifer's attack and providing Ant the space to counter. The two worked in perfect harmony, relentlessly assaulting Lucifer. As their strikes accumulated, the skin of Lucifer began to deteriorate, revealing long golden hair and a pair of black wings sprouting from his back, though his appearance was terrifying, marked by red skin and grotesque folds. Lucifer! Ant shouted. The guests at the banquet finally realized that the so-called Morning Star priest elder was none other than Lucifer himself. You've truly enraged me. Is that so? How long can you remain active on Earth? Ant replied with a smirk, simultaneously tearing off his shirt, revealing 5 deep claw marks that rendered it unwearable. What do you think? Lucifer sneered. The surrounding guests, in a frenzy, rushed toward the exit, yet they were ensnared by a barrier meticulously crafted by Lucifer, rendering their escape futile. Moreover, this barrier effectively cloaked Lucifer from the sensing array of the sanctum. However, as the Lord of Hell, Lucifer's formidable might was undeniable. Should he unleash his full power, the barrier would likely shatter under the strain. Consequently, he was compelled to wield only a fraction of his strength. Yet even this diminished power sufficed to contend with Ant and his companions. Harry, be cautious, Ant shouted. Rather than cautioning Harry, it would have been wiser for him to heed his own advice. Lucifer's tail, akin to a swift arrow, lunged at Ant's heart. In a moment of desperation, Ant transformed his axe into a feathered blade, positioning it horizontally to intercept the tail. The impact sent Ant hurtling back, crashing against the wall, where he expelled a mouthful of blood. In that instant, a Kirin tattoo materialized on his body, yet it bore an unusual hue, not black, but a deep crimson. And instead of riding upon auspicious clouds, it stood atop a swirling mass of skulls. Simultaneously, this Kirin tattoo danced across Ant's upper body. Had it not been for the binding of the ghostly deity still in effect, Ant might have succumbed to chaos once more. Lucifer, acutely aware of the ghostly entity within Ant, smirked with a hint of sinister amusement, only to be abruptly interrupted as a strand of webbing adhered to his face. Breaking his malicious grin, "Damnable insect!" Lucifer bellowed in fury, spinning around to unleash a torrent of flames towards Peter's location. Peter deftly maneuvered through the ceiling, utilizing his webbing to traverse the space, periodically launching strands. Ordinarily, Peter's webbing would withstand high temperatures, capable of enduring flames for several minutes. However, the inferno emitted by Lucifer seemed to possess an extraordinary magical quality, incinerating the webbing before it could even approach the flames. Thus, Peter abandoned the notion of attacking and opted instead to leap across the ceiling. At that moment, Ant, wielding the feathered blade, struck down upon Lucifer's shoulder. Yet the blade became ensnared. Nevertheless, the ghostly power within Ant surged into the blade, and with a fierce cry, the feathered blade, imbued with purple-black energy, cleaved through Lucifer's form. Lucifer instinctively staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld the gaping wound that traversed his upper body. "This is impossible. How could you possibly harm me?" Lucifer roared in incredulity, and, in a desperate bid to heal, he attempted to channel energy into the wound. Yet the purple-black energy clinging to the injury thwarted his efforts for self-healing. With no other recourse, Lucifer was forced to focus solely on the onslaught from the trio. As time progressed, the mages finally discerned the anomaly and promptly opened a portal to intervene. Upon witnessing the barrier Lucifer had erected, they swiftly ensnared the entire penthouse within a mirrored space. "Lucifer, it seems your nefarious scheme is destined for failure," Ant proclaimed. Sensing the shift as they entered the mirrored realm, Lucifer, too, felt the shift and furiously charged at Ant. Ant braced himself for impact, but fatigue weighed heavily upon them. They had battled Lucifer for hours, all while guarding Norman and Ned's grandparents from potential harm. "Lucifer, you have crossed the line," a voice declared, followed by an orange beam striking Lucifer, propelling him backward. "Ancient One, you have finally arrived," Ant remarked, gratitude evident as he acknowledged the timely intervention. "I owe my thanks to that little chubby boy. Without him, I might still be oblivious to the turmoil here," the Ancient One replied with a smile. "Do you not possess the Eye of Agamotto? Could you not foresee this?" Ant inquired, puzzled. "The more one knows, the greater the potential for change. Therefore, I only observe key nodes," the Ancient One elucidated. Ant nodded in understanding. With a flick of the Ancient One's wrist, the ground beneath the subdued Lucifer rippled like waves, drawing him closer, ultimately leading to the Ancient One's decisive strike that obliterated Lucifer's avatar. All the infernal lords manifesting on Earth, be it Mephisto, Lucifer, or Satan, were merely avatars, as their true forms could never breach the earthly realm. Once Lucifer was vanquished, the group returned to the corporeal world. The Ancient One nodded at Ant before vanishing from sight. As the barrier dissipated, those near it hastily fled, with Ant and his companions blending into the crowd and quietly escorting Norman and Ned's grandparents away. When they regained their composure, the space had become eerily vacant. Soon after which Winston, the proprietor, approached to inquire about the situation. After all, the guests who fled from the penthouse were visibly panicked, and as the owner, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. Ant found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly explain that Lucifer had appeared and that 3 children had engaged in battle with him. "I'm unsure how to articulate this. Perhaps you should review the surveillance footage yourself," he suggested, before the trio departed. Winston attempted to intervene, but as he moved, he suddenly recalled Ant's true identity, rendering him powerless to stop their exit. Just as Winston resolved to examine the surveillance footage, a group entered, led by Agent Hill. "SHIELD. Is here, Winston. Please hand over the surveillance footage." Winston furrowed his brow. As the owner of the Continental Hotel, he was well aware of SHIELD's existence and found himself unable to resist. However, he cast a glance at Karen, who understood his unspoken intent and discreetly duplicated the footage before handing the original to Winston. Winston then presented it to Agent Hill, who departed with her team, while Winston promptly began scrutinizing the footage. Upon witnessing the confrontation between Lucifer and Ant's trio, Winston swiftly reported the intelligence to the High Table, the authoritative body above his immediate superior. The High Table, steeped in history and privy to many of humanity's concealed secrets, did not exhibit shock upon viewing the footage. Rather, they instructed Winston to recruit the 3 children. Should he succeed, the High Table would grant him the privilege of adopting a surname and elevate him to the rank of the 13th chair. The structure of the High Table comprises an elder as the supreme leader, beneath whom sits the High Table with 12 seats, each overseeing a cadre of assassins, predominantly comprising the world's most formidable criminal organizations. Below these 12 seats are the various continental hotels, followed by numerous affiliated organizations, each serving distinct functions, be it crafting gold coins, disposing of bodies, providing medical assistance, tailoring, guiding, or supplying weaponry. These organizations refrain from meddling in events. Solely dedicated to servicing the assassins, should an assassin be expunged, their services would cease. Thus, if Winston could adeptly fulfill this mission, he would ascend to the 13th seat of the High Table, a prospect that held an irresistible allure for him. However, before proceeding, he needed to ascertain the identities of the 3 children, methodically dismantling them one by one. Meanwhile, Norman returned with Aunt and the others to Ned's home. Upon seeing his grandparents safe, Ned rushed toward them, exhilarated. "Grandpa, Grandma, are you all right?" "We're fine, thanks to your friends," Ned's grandfather replied with a smile. They exchanged pleasantries, and during the conversation, Ned showcased a spell he had mastered, the incantation for the spell, the Ring of Legida. Just as they were about to depart, a sudden knock echoed through the house. Ned's grandmother approached the door, her smile fading as she recognized the visitors. "What are you doing here?" she inquired, her tone shifting. "I have come to apologize to Ned. We acknowledge our wrongs," Auntie said, lowering his head. Indeed, the visitors were none other than Auntie's family of 3. Upon realizing that the elder priest Morningstar was none other than Lucifer, he understood that he had been deceived. He also recognized that Ned would not affect him, and now he desired to reconcile with Ned. However, Ned had endured a long period of hardship. Although he lacked for nothing in terms of food and drink, he was far from happy, feeling as though he were a burden to others. "What you must do now is to keep your distance from him," declared Ned's grandmother. "Who is it, Grandma?" Ned asked loudly as he stepped out, his expression shifting upon seeing the visitors. At that moment, Auntie and his companions greeted Ned's grandfather and began to head towards the door, noticing them. "Ned, we are leaving. If you wish to escape this place, come find us," Auntie whispered into Ned's ear. He then bid farewell to Ned's grandmother and departed. However, Norman, no longer a child, could not simply ignore them. So he exchanged pleasantries with Auntie before they exited together. Auntie looked at Ned, but Ned was at a loss for how to interact with them. So he merely lowered his head and, after speaking briefly with his grandfather, retreated to his room. Upon entering the living room, Ned's grandfather directly addressed them. "Speak. What do you truly wish to achieve?" "Father, I only wish to reconcile with Ned," Auntie replied. "Do you think that is possible?" Ned's grandfather retorted. "I understand that this cannot be resolved quickly, but I believe that if I treat him sincerely, he will surely come to understand me. Do as you wish. But if I discover that you are causing trouble, do not expect to see him again. Now, you should leave," Ned's grandfather firmly ordered. With no other option, Annie stood up, but Diana grasped Ned's grandmother's hand and said, "Grandma, I wish to stay here, may I?" Ned's grandmother nodded in agreement. Although Auntie and his wife harbored strong dislike for Ned, Diana did not share their sentiments. In fact, she would secretly visit Ned, bringing gifts that Auntie and his wife had given her to share with him. Little did Diana know that Auntie would always disrupt Ned's birthday celebrations, and had she been aware, she would certainly have refrained from hosting any birthday parties. Hence, allowing Diana to stay was not a concern for the 2 elderly individuals. Thus, Diana settled in, and once Annie had left, she promptly knocked on Ned's door. "Sister, what brings you here?" "Brother, I will be living here from now on," she exclaimed. "What about them?" Ned cautiously inquired. "I don't know. Mom and Dad want to move in too, but Grandpa and Grandma won't allow it." Upon hearing this, Ned visibly relaxed. Although he understood they had been misled by Lucifer, their previous treatment of him was evident. Living under the same roof, he was uncertain how to face them. "By the way, brother, do you know a boy whose left hand is entirely covered in a red birthmark?" "You mean Auntie? Is that his name? What is his surname?" "Annie Byrne. What do you want with him?" Ned asked, his tone shifting to one of caution. Hee, nothing much. I'm just curious. Do you know where he lives?" "I don't know," Ned replied, shaking his head. In truth, he did know, but he was uncertain of Diana's intentions. Torn between his sister and his good friend, Ned chose to deceive his sister. "All right then, I will go get my things. Bye," Diana said, skipping away. Watching her retreating figure, Ned sighed helplessly, then closed and locked the door, returning to his spell practice. He currently mastered only one spell, albeit the most fundamental one, serving as the foundation for various subsequent spells. Thus he needed to practice until he was exceedingly proficient. Meanwhile, Auntie returned home, where Spike immediately rushed to him. "What's wrong?" Auntie asked as he petted Spike. "Is he hungry? Aunt May is working late, and it seems Aunt Nancy hasn't returned for lunch either." "Spike must be starving," Peter remarked, observing Spike. Upon hearing this, Spike looked at Peter with an understanding expression. Auntie, with a resigned demeanor, filled a bowl with an ample serving of premium dog food and fresh water. "Spike, you're not a foolish dog. Can't you just open the door and eat when you're hungry? I refuse to believe you don't know how to open it." Kneeling beside Spike, Auntie muttered as he watched it eat. Spike, uninterested in Auntie's ramblings, focused solely on his meal. Before long, Spike finished the bowl of food. Auntie then opened the storage room door, saying, "Listen, if you're hungry in the future and we're not home, go eat by yourself, all right?" Spike excitedly nodded. Indeed, Spike could open the door, but as a guard dog, he would never venture to do so without a command from his owner. However, with Auntie's permission, he would no longer have to go hungry. At that moment, Coulson returned, spotting Auntie and Peter, and waved at them. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly pretended not to see him, lowering their heads as they walked towards their respective homes. "Peter, I imagine you wouldn't want the scene of you battling Lucifer to be witnessed by May, would you?" Upon hearing this, Peter had no choice but to stop, and Auntie, unable to bear seeing his friend in such a predicament, halted as well. "Uncle Phil, what do you want?" "Nothing much, just hoping to hear your account of the events," Coulson replied with a smile. Auntie, with no choice but to recount the sequence of events, finished speaking and frowned deeply. "Do you know how he intends to bring his true form into the world?" Coulson asked. "It's not difficult to deduce. Firstly, who is his target? It's Annie Litz, the Litz family, which controls 30% of the world's media industry. This implies that Lucifer's method of bringing his true form into the world is likely related to the media. The God-making project, Coulson stated. The God-making project? Yes. It's the new reality show launched by the Litz family, which claims that the champion emerging from this show will receive assistance from the Litz family to become a global superstar. Thus, it is also referred to as the God-making project, aimed at a worldwide audience. Now I understand, it's about belief. Elaborate further. It's simple. Lucifer enters this show and subtly promotes himself at certain moments. Nothing too overt, just a hint here and there. When he becomes the champion, there should be a global live stream, and at that point his plan should succeed, allowing his true form to manifest through the power of belief. Unfortunately, his scheme has been uncovered. By whom? Mephisto, Auntie answered. Mephisto? Isn't he a lord of hell? Why would he betray Lucifer? Coulson asked, perplexed. It's straightforward. There are 3 lords of hell, but only one on earth. So, while they may seem to aid each other, if possible, they would eagerly eliminate one another to absorb the other's hellish dimension. Seeing Lucifer's plan nearing fruition, Mephisto hurried to Uncle Suin, exposing Lucifer and pretending to have an accidental encounter with him, but in reality, he had already seen through it all. So, their plan is fundamentally unachievable, correct? Coulson inquired. Of course, how could this ever be realized unless they were bestowed with 3 earths? Otherwise, they shall remain in perpetual discord. Even should they unite, they would inevitably betray one another at the brink of success, for none would willingly surrender their earth, Aunt remarked with a smile. All right, thank you for the information provided, Coulson said, glancing at Nancy, who had just returned. Just as Coulson departed, Nancy walked in. Was that Phil just now? Indeed, but Mom, have you just returned from battle? Aunt inquired, observing Nancy donning a bulletproof vest, which was notably adorned with an array of cartridges. Don't even mention it. I encountered a group of lunatics who clashed with the police. Our team happened to be nearby on a mission and got caught in the crossfire. It infuriates me, Nancy exclaimed, slamming her gun onto the table. Peter sensed the tension and quickly interjected, Aunt Nancy, I need to deliver lunch to May, so I'll take my leave now. Go on, Nancy replied sharply, as if experiencing a bout of menopause. Aunt gazed at Peter, utterly astonished. Peter sheepishly stuck out his tongue and hurriedly exited. All right, Mom, why don't you take a shower? I'll prepare dinner, Aunt suggested. Go ahead, she responded. By the time Aunt finished preparing dinner, Jason had just returned from work, only to find Aunt in a state of cautiousness. What is wrong with your mom? Jason silently inquired. I don't know. Her temper is quite foul, so be careful, Aunt responded in kind. What are you two doing? Is dinner ready? Nancy called out. Of course, dear mother. Please, Aunt replied, pulling out a chair for her. Once Nancy was seated, he pushed the chair in. Observing this, Jason quickly retrieved a gift box. Honey, this is a present for you, Jason said, handing the gift to Nancy. Upon opening the box, Nancy's anger seemed to dissipate slightly as she discovered a complete set of jewelry, earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet, all crafted from materials sourced from the Dragon Boat Festival activities, created by a talented jeweler. Wow, this is stunning. Thank you, darling, Nancy exclaimed, kissing Jason on the cheek. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us eat. Why are you both just standing there? Just as they were about to dig in, Nancy's phone rang, and she suddenly shouted, What? You've located the bastard's hideout? Wait for me. I'm on my way. Without further ado, Nancy rushed to the living room, opened a concealed compartment, donned her bulletproof vest, and armed herself with an automatic rifle, a shotgun, and an array of ammunition, driving off without uttering another word. Are you not going after her? Jason's father asked. Forget it. I fear that if she gets furious, she might even strike me. It would hurt, though I wouldn't die. Jason quickly shook his head, appearing quite reluctant. Yet, he remained concerned for Nancy and hastily consumed a few bites before driving off in pursuit, pinpointing her location through SHIELD's internal communications. At that moment, Nancy arrived at a deserted factory, once part of a vast industrial complex that had fallen into disrepair due to the owner's bankruptcy. Anyone wishing to purchase the land would have to settle the debts owed to the government, which the government refused to reduce, resulting in the area being neglected. Occasionally, homeless individuals would take refuge there, but as bodies began to surface, even they ceased to dwell there, turning the place into a prime location for gangsters to dispose of bodies or conduct illicit transactions. Are we certain they're inside? Indeed, Chief. Should we notify the NYPD? Yes, but I'll first assess the situation. You all remain outside and keep watch. If you see any suspicious individuals, fire at will, Nancy said, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the factory. Are you sure you can handle this alone? A new recruit inquired, only to be met with incredulous stares from the others, realizing he had misspoken. With a shotgun slung across her back and an automatic rifle in hand, Nancy strode boldly into the factory. Having traversed some distance, she finally heard commotion and quickly concealed herself behind a wall, cautiously peering out. She spotted a group of individuals gathered around a fire, chanting, with one person hoisting a baby over the flames. In a swift motion, Nancy unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Strangely, the assailants seemed impervious to pain, continuing their horrific act. Left with no alternative, Nancy became a blur, confronting the perpetrator, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, and cradling the child in her arms. Gazing at the sleeping infant, her expression softened momentarily, only to be replaced by a surge of rage as she sensed the child's lifelessness. Distancing herself, she unwrapped the blanket, revealing the infant's pallid form. Trembling, she placed her hand on the child, only to be engulfed by fury as she realized the child had been drained of all its blood. In a fit of rage, Nancy summoned Blood Lotus, the weapon acquired during the Dragon Boat Festival, and charged at the group. The assailants rushed toward her, exhibiting immense strength and a lack of pain response, as if they were not human. Left with no choice, Nancy severed their limbs and heads, bringing their lives to a brutal end. By the time she concluded the confrontation, police officers and her teammates arrived. Chief, are you all right? I'm fine. The enemies have been dealt with, Nancy replied, picking up the infant's lifeless body and gazing down with sorrow. Upon witnessing the scene, the officers could hardly contain their revulsion, and even Nancy's team succumbed to the urge to vomit. This is unimaginable, Chief. They exhibited no pain. Shooting them was futile, so I had to resort to such measures. Please help me locate this child's parents. Only then did they notice the lifeless infant in Nancy's arms, bringing the activity to an abrupt halt. Chief, this child. Yes, we arrived too late. Suddenly, a female officer screamed, prompting everyone to rush over, discovering a large box filled to the brim with infant corpses. It's essential to recognize that in any nation, cases involving child fatalities are met with utmost seriousness, let alone the sheer number of infant bodies found. Consequently, the mayor of New York City, the police chief, the FBI division chief, and various officials flocked to the scene, as the severity of this case was beyond comprehension. Upon investigation, it was revealed that there were 50 infant corpses, the oldest being merely a month old, alongside over 100 adult bodies. If mishandled, their positions could be jeopardized. However, as their inquiry deepened, they uncovered a chilling truth. All the infants had perished from exsanguination, while the adults had been vivisected, their organs removed while they were still alive, resulting in their agonizing deaths. Furthermore, it appeared that a cult was entangled in this sinister affair. The information was escalated through the ranks, ultimately leading the President of the United States to assign SHIELD to take over the case. SHIELD promptly dispatched Jason to oversee the investigation, as Coulson was still occupied with the Deacon case, with merely days left until the summoning of the Blood God. Having just returned for a brief respite, he was set to continue his endeavors. "Honey, are you all right?" Jason inquired, accompanied by a cadre of SHIELD agents as they arrived to take charge of the case. "Everything is fine. I'm just feeling a bit down," Nancy wept, gazing at the countless lifeless bodies of infants before her, the eldest scarcely a month old. "It's all right, don't worry. I will undoubtedly uncover the truth," Jason comforted her, gently patting her back. "Is he the husband of the officer?" "Indeed, though I had never known his profession. Now that I do, I remain unaware of his department. But I have heard their power is quite formidable." The other team members exchanged glances and whispered about the two until Jason reluctantly parted from them after the SHIELD agents had gathered all the intelligence. Jason then sought out Ant, who was attending a lecture, and Suin, who was in the midst of an exorcism. Suin, holding a crucifix, was casting out a demon from a boy bound to a chair when Jason arrived by helicopter. "Listen, if you dare to pretend to be possessed again, next time the gun will be aimed not at the ground, but at you." With that, Jason fired, the bullet striking near the boy, whose eyes soon regained their clarity. "Stop it. If you keep this up, how am I supposed to make a living?" Suin retorted irritably. "Consultant Suin, we have a matter of utmost urgency requiring your expertise. Please, follow me," Jason insisted, taking hold of Suin and leading him to the helicopter. "Gentlemen, your child is not possessed by a demon. They merely wish to avoid school." After uttering this, they departed in the helicopter, leaving the fate of the child beyond Jason's control. Inside, he handed a file to Uncle Suin, who began to peruse it. Upon examining various photographs from the scene and Nancy's account, devoid of pain or fear, and confronted by an immensely powerful adversary, he furrowed his brow. "What do you think? Have you identified a target?" "Yes, but there are quite a few capable of such feats. I require more information. Take me to see the bodies." "There's no rush." I called Ant. "You two shall collaborate." Soon, in the morgue, Ant met Uncle Suin again, and they hurried inside. Most of the enemies had been dissected, with only one body stitched back together. "The brutal demon god," Ant exclaimed upon seeing the corpse. "The brutal demon god? I believe I've heard of this malevolent deity. It is the god of blood and fire, as well as the god of war. By merely whispering its name in battle, one can receive its blessings, rendering one invincible. However, a sacrifice is required, and blood is the most coveted offering," Uncle Suin elaborated. "That must be it, the brutal cult. They likely intend to summon the brutal demon god. But the blood of these infants alone is insufficient. It is merely a prerequisite. Moreover, the cult will surely attempt to reclaim these infants' bodies." "Where are they?" Anne inquired. "They have already been returned to their parents. Why would they want to reclaim these infants' bodies?" Jason interjected, issuing an order to retrieve all the infants' remains. "The god of blood and fire. They have only offered blood and have yet to present fire. They must cast the infants' bodies into the flames to fulfill the prerequisite entirely. Ultimately, to summon the brutal demon god, they will also require." Before Ant could continue, Uncle Suin interjected, "They will require a grand and monumental war, which would compel the brutal demon god to descend and convert all soldiers into its followers, inciting a warfare capable of annihilating the world." Upon hearing this, Jason comprehended the gravity of the crisis and reiterated to his team, "Everyone, listen up. Immediately retrieve the infants' bodies. Remember, all of them." Yet he was already a step too late. The reason so many infants had gone missing without anyone reporting it was that their parents were, in fact, worshippers of the brutal demon god. The moment they obtained their children's remains, they cast them directly into the flames. As one infant after another was consumed by the fire, deep within the dimensional realm of the brutal demon god, a humanoid entity composed of crimson energy let out a fierce roar before resuming its throne. Fashioned from various cold weapons, beneath its feet lay countless skulls, those of its followers who perished in battle, their skulls naturally appearing in its dimension upon their demise. "One more. Just one more," the brutal god murmured, gazing into the distance, fixating on earth. Just as the last infant was about to be engulfed by flames, SHIELD agents finally arrived, swiftly shooting the man in the head and catching the infant's remains. Meanwhile, a nearby woman let out a furious roar, her eyes ablaze with a crimson glow, charging like a tank towards the agents, seizing the body in an attempt to cast it back into the fire. However, other arriving agents snatched the infant away, struggling to extinguish the flames, which seemed impervious to their efforts. The man who had just been slain slowly stood up, his eyes similarly glowing red. The imposing duo advanced toward the agents, who could only retreat cautiously before hastening to escape the room, only to be met by a shell explosion. Though they were immensely powerful, devoid of fear or pain, they remained carbon-based beings. Thus, a single shell was sufficient. And if that proved inadequate, there were always more. At least we managed to save one body. What should we do next? Jason inquired. Locate them, eliminate them, and conceal the infant's remains. Remember, the ritual has commenced and cannot be interrupted. As long as the infants are consumed by flames, the summoning ritual will persist. We must wear down the remains until there is nothing left, not even bones. Do you understand? Uncle Suin spoke gravely. I understand. I will handle it from here. Jason nodded and subsequently reported the situation to Fury. Upon learning of it, Fury promptly dispatched personnel to retrieve the infants' bodies and secure them for permanent preservation while preparing an environment conducive to accelerating their decay. With the infants dealt with, the next task was to locate the cultists and eliminate them. Chapter 37. Arrival at the cultist space. Cleansing the cultists. Ever since Jason took on the case of the brutal cultists, he had been tirelessly busy. After all, these cultists had managed to amass a significant following without drawing attention, indicating that their covert operations were exceptionally well executed. However, for a world-class organization like SHIELD, with the collaboration of various departments, Jason swiftly identified the stronghold of this sinister organization, which turned out to be a small town. Initially, this town was utterly unremarkable, until one day, an outsider arrived. At first, the townsfolk were not fond of this newcomer, but suddenly, a resident fell ill, and it was this individual who came to their aid, employing seemingly magical methods. Consequently, the townspeople expressed a desire to learn such techniques. Although he appeared reluctant, he ultimately relented and explained that his methods were derived from a deity. He refrained from divulging the darker aspects of this deity, instead promoting it as the god of blood and fire, who required blood and flames for worship. If satisfied, the deity would bestow remarkable abilities. Thus, under his gradual influence, the townsfolk became followers of the brutal demon god, and as their faith deepened, their sacrifices to the deity grew increasingly outrageous. As time progressed, they even dared to provoke various gangs and drug cartels, yearning for them to seize their weapons and engage in fierce conflict. They hoped to harness the chaos of such warfare to attract the favor of the brutal, malevolent deity. Regrettably, these localized skirmishes failed to capture the attention of the wrathful god. Nonetheless, they still derived strength from these confrontations. Subsequently, the entire town began to transform. They commenced stockpiling arms, white powder, and wealth seized from the gangs and cartels, erecting fortifications and constructing high walls, thereby metamorphosing the town into a veritable fortress. To avoid drawing undue attention, this stronghold was constructed beneath the town. Next came the recruitment of followers. Initially, they enlisted their friends and family. And once these acquaintances were converted into acolytes, they began to deliberately sabotage nearby roads, halting passing vehicles and erecting signs that directed them into the town. By coercive means, they compelled these newcomers to join the brutal cult, leading to a burgeoning number of adherents that surpassed a chilling 10,000. By the time SHIELD discovered their existence, that figure was still climbing. In response, Jason swiftly wielded his authority to seal off all access routes surrounding the town. Once the pathways were obstructed, the cult leader became aware of the situation. However, he harbored no fear, for the underground fortress they had constructed boasted over 30 meters of reinforced concrete, thick enough to withstand a nuclear strike. Furthermore, launching a nuclear attack within their borders would be tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, the cult leader was convinced that the American government would refrain from such an assault. Commander, what are our next steps? One agent inquired. According to our investigation, they had previously stockpiled a considerable amount of canned goods, suggesting they may have anticipated the current situation. Thus, we are uncertain how long they can endure. Is the field team prepared? They are ready. Shall we proceed with a full assault? Jason remained silent, uncertain if his course of action was right or wrong. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he resolved to take the lead himself, for they were acutely aware that they were confronting a fortress, and satellites could not penetrate the depths of the bunker. Commander, are you going in alone? One agent asked. Yes, I will take the lead. Wait for my signal before you join me. The agent nodded gravely, and preparations commenced. Even the military was summoned, with tanks, armored vehicles, and a multitude of soldiers assembling. Upon learning that the enemy numbered an alarming 10,000, all affiliated with a cult that had consumed a peculiar substance granting them immense strength, insensitivity to pain, and a lack of fear, the urgency escalated. Of course, These were merely fabrications to obscure the existence of the wrathful deity from wider scrutiny. Their role was to provide perimeter defense until Jason could breach the stronghold. Just as Jason was poised to enter the town, Nancy appeared beside him like a specter. "Darling, what brings you here?" "I have come to assist and avenge those innocent lives," Nancy replied calmly. "Very well, but stay close," Jason said, and without further ado, the couple drove into the heart of the town. Yet, the entire area resembled a ghost town, devoid of life. Not a single soul was in sight. However, Jason's keen hearing detected the faint breaths of many hidden within. As for Nancy, a being of power akin to the progenitors of the vampiric lineage, she sensed the presence of numerous humans beneath the surface, albeit they were merely remnants of humanity. To Nancy, their blood reeked of decay, akin to stale, moldy bread, an odor so repugnant that the very thought of consuming it was unbearable. Even if death were the alternative, she would refuse to partake of their blood. "Can you locate the entrance?" Nancy summoned her blood lotus to inquire. "Of course, follow me, my dear," Jason replied, patting his chest. He led them to the central church of the town, now transformed under the cult leader's influence. The sacred cross had been dismantled, replaced by a throne fashioned from a myriad of blades, adorned with various skulls, those of humans, brown bears, and wolves, among other ferocious carnivores. Jason furrowed his brow as he approached the imposing entrance, placing both hands on the heavy door and pushing with all his might, causing it to collapse. The moment the door fell, a barrage of metal spears shot toward them. With a swift motion, Nancy leaped, evading the projectiles, which were subsequently sliced into fragments. Jason stepped into the church, greeted by bizarre patterns painted in blood, and at the center stood numerous spears, each topped with a severed head. "This cult is utterly revolting. We must find the entrance swiftly," Nancy said, her brow furrowed. Although they did not feel nauseous, the grotesque scene stirred unrest within their stomachs. Noticing her distress, Jason guided Nancy to the entrance, where she charged at the thick door. Even the blood lotus could only inflict numerous superficial wounds. Opening it proved to be a formidable challenge, for the door was 5 meters thick, while the blood lotus measured merely over a meter in length. "Let me handle this," Jason proclaimed, his form expanding as silver armor enveloped him. With a ferocious roar, he struck the steel door with a powerful punch. The door remained unmoved, yet Jason persisted, unleashing a flurry of strikes until, at last, the solid barrier began to yield. As twilight descended, Jason's strength surged, and after delivering over 100 blows, the 5-meter-thick steel door was finally sent flying. However, what awaited them was an onslaught of bullets. Jason immediately crossed his arms to shield himself, with Nancy taking refuge behind him. With a fierce charge, he plunged into the throng, and the couple commenced their slaughter. Despite the cultists' extraordinary strength and fearlessness, to Jason and Nancy, they were no more formidable than ordinary humans. Amidst the chaos, Jason seized a moment to summon S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. After all, it was implausible for just the two of them to vanquish such a vast number. Before long, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and soldiers infiltrated the underground structure, confronted by the sight of dismembered limbs scattered throughout. Some soldiers could not suppress their nausea, while even seasoned veterans, accustomed to war, felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. A powerful entity approaches. I cannot unleash my full potential in this confined space. We must seek an open area. Jason's wolf-like ears twitched as he spoke to Nancy. "Follow me," she urged, leading them to a blood-soaked clearing, evidently the site of sacrificial rites. Just as they settled in, a figure surged forth from the shadows, charging directly at them. Nancy rushed to intercept, but was swiftly flung aside. Seeing this, Jason leaped to embrace her. Yet, the assailant continued its assault, forcing Jason to grapple with the intruder while securing Nancy with one arm, ultimately resulting in him being cast aside as well. "Who are you?" Jason demanded, twisting midair to land safely as he inquired. The figure remained silent, slowly removing its cloak to reveal its true form. Before him stood a being whose skin was a dark crimson hue, with bony protrusions emerging from his shoulders, elbows, and other joints. Atop his head, several grotesque bulges jutted outward, and he was devoid of any hair. Confronted with this creature, which could scarcely be referred to as human, Jason set Nancy down, stretched his neck, and steeled himself to face this formidable foe. Meanwhile, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and U.S. military personnel were already engaged in fierce combat against the cultists. Having received prior intelligence, they wasted no time in opening fire upon sight. Though the cultists felt neither fear nor pain, The overwhelming firepower decimated them before they could even approach, reducing them to mere pulp. The soldiers advanced steadily until they encountered a child. Chapter 38. The battle against the cult leader, Jason on the brink of death. The orders received by the soldiers and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were clear: no mercy would be shown. For the higher-ups understood that these individuals had already become acolytes of the dark deity and could never be redeemed. Rather than allow them to live, it was deemed preferable to obliterate them. Yet, when they beheld a child of no more than 10 years gazing at them with innocent eyes, everyone froze momentarily. Suddenly, the child broke into a malevolent grin and charged at them with reckless abandon. Fire! Open fire immediately! The commander shouted, but it was too late. The child had already pulled the pin, and a deafening explosion reverberated through the confined corridor. It is worth noting that they were in a narrow, enclosed space, and the ordinary bomb's detonation here would yield far greater devastation than it would in the open. Once the chaos subsided, those still alive began to rise one by one, shaking off the dust from their clothes and calling out for their comrades. However, the explosion had been too close, resulting in heavy losses, and they could only hastily summon assistance to remove the bodies and the wounded. They regrouped, now devoid of any compassion, whether old or young. They would face an unrelenting barrage of bullets. Having cast aside their mercy, their advance quickened, but soon they found themselves at an impasse. The cultists had abandoned their defensive positions, ceding the most vulnerable areas to the attackers while gathering in more defensible locations, such as narrow passages that could accommodate only one person at a time, mazes, and steep slopes. It was difficult to fathom how such an expansive subterranean space had been constructed. Faced with the inability to press forward, they resorted to fortifying their defenses and began deliberating on how to continue their assault. The narrow passage, stretching 20 meters, appeared short, yet it could only accommodate a single individual at a time. Constructed of reinforced concrete, it was inseparable from the surrounding walls, rendering any attempts to widen it a futile endeavor. At the end of the passage stood a metal door, the thickness of which was uncertain, equipped with 2 windows. They could easily envision that, should the situation demand, the cultists would open the windows and unleash a hail of gunfire. Even Iron Man would find himself at a disadvantage. Next was the maze, which, although not overly complex, would reveal its exits after a few traverses. However, the maze would periodically shift, possibly under human control, leaving them uncertain if a true exit even existed, not to mention the myriad traps scattered throughout. Finally, there was the slope, which resembled a towering 20-meter wall, with an astonishing incline exceeding 70 degrees. Without specialized equipment, traversing even a few meters would be impossible. They believed that to breach these defenses, a significant toll would be exacted in terms of sacrifice, prompting the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and military leaders to strategize their incursion. On the other front, Nancy and Jason found themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle. They had anticipated that, given their current strength, vanquishing the cult leader would be a straightforward task. However, they were taken aback by the leader's formidable prowess, his body seemingly forged from vibranium, impervious to their attacks, and matching Jason's strength, rendering him a truly formidable adversary. After nearly half an hour of combat, no clear victor had emerged, and wounds began to appear on Nancy. Seeing her in such a state ignited a fierce protectiveness within Jason, who let out a furious roar, bestowing a battle cry buff upon both himself and Nancy. Initially, Jason had intended to reserve this for when the cult leader was fatigued, but given the circumstances, it was evident that they would struggle to endure without it. The cult leader exhibited neither pain nor fear, engaging in a ruthless exchange of injuries, while Jason and Nancy, burdened by their own emotions, hesitated in their response. If Ant were to choose an opponent, he would undoubtedly select Deadpool, as the latter's combat style mirrored his own. Being immortal, Deadpool eschewed defense entirely, especially as portrayed in the comics. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplations. Empowered by the battle cry buff, Jason and Nancy's strength surged, enabling them to dominate the cult leader. However, the prospect of killing him remained daunting, for his regenerative abilities were astonishingly rapid. When Nancy severed his arm, it grew back instantaneously, leaving them astounded. Jason suspected that even decapitating him would not ensure his demise. Yet, time was of the essence. They had to accelerate their efforts, unwilling to believe that this being was truly indestructible. As time slipped away, Nancy's complexion grew pale, and even Jason found himself gasping for breath. However, the cult leader was not in much better condition, his bony protrusions having been severed. This was the sole weakness they had uncovered. Once these bony spikes were cut off, they would not regrow, and his healing factor would diminish. Having eliminated numerous spikes, only 2 remained on his shoulders, once numbering 5 or 6 on either side. All other spikes on his elbows, arms, and elsewhere had been eradicated. Nancy, can you still fight? If not, retreat and let me handle this, Jason panted heavily. I'm fine. I brought supplements, Nancy replied, producing a vial from her waist and preparing to drink its contents. Observing this, the cult leader charged forward, intent on stopping her. Though he felt no pain or fear, he was not foolish and understood that if Nancy consumed that substance, her strength would be restored. But Jason was not to be outdone. He lunged at the cult leader, and they collided in a frenzied melee, even Jason's armor sustaining considerable damage. Yet, they pressed on tenaciously until the cult leader let out a furious roar. One of the bone spikes on his left shoulder shattered, and a new spike erupted from the back of his right hand, piercing Jason's heart before he could react. Despite the excruciating pain, Jason managed to thrust the cult leader away, while Nancy drained the vial containing Jason's blood. With his blood coursing through her, Nancy restored her health and energy. As the scene unfolded before him, with Jason's heart pierced, a surge of fury ignited within, compelling him to unsheath the blood lotus. At that moment, all his wrath and strength converged into a singular, formidable strike, a crimson sword aura extending for dozens of meters, hurtling towards the cult leader. With no avenue for escape, the cult leader raised his arm, hoping to withstand the impending force. Yet, this blow, infused with Nancy's indignation, was far beyond his capacity to repel. The sword aura cleaved through his arms, severed his neck, and shattered the final bone spike on his shoulder. It did not cease there, continuing to carve a fissure through the steel-reinforced concrete above, simultaneously splitting the clouds to allow moonlight to cascade onto the battlefield. As the cult leader's head tumbled to the ground, his body collapsed, his expression frozen in disbelief. Nancy rushed to Jason's side, who had reverted to his human form. Yet the gaping wound in his chest left her at a loss. Jason, are you all right? Please don't scare me, she implored. Jason parted his lips, blood gushing forth as he seemed to struggle to articulate something. In his dire state, he could only gesture towards the moonlight, seemingly grasping the significance. Nancy followed Jason's pointed direction, recollecting something vital, and hurriedly positioned him beneath the moon's glow. Under its illumination, Jason's wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Once the wound had closed, Jason bolted upright, gasping for breath. I was so close to dying, he uttered, a tremor of fear lacing his voice. Are you all right? Nancy grasped Jason, her concern evident. I'm fine, my dear. I apologize for worrying you, he reassured her. With Jason confirmed to be safe, Nancy finally exhaled in relief, enveloping him in an embrace. Jason, in turn, comforted her, patting her back. Truth be told, he too was shaken, for no one is impervious to the fear of death. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of mortality, and had it not been for the timely influx of lunar energy. Once both had steadied their emotions, they joined forces with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the U.S. military to vanquish the remaining cultists, ultimately eliminating over 10,000 of them. Among the fallen were more than 1,000 children and elders, powerless in the face of such brutality. As the military departed from the underground lair, they gazed up at the sun, each person lost in a daze, for not everyone is born a merciless killer. Though these cultists worshipped an evil deity, they were still human at their core. Jason sought out the highest-ranking officer among the U.S. military, urging him to arrange psychological counseling for the troops, as he foresaw potential repercussions if they did not. The commander, fully aware of the harrowing experiences these soldiers had endured, nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell to the military, a multitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents entered the scene, tasked with the aftermath of the operation. Exhausted, Jason and Nancy returned home aboard a Quinjet, too weary even to converse. They each retreated to separate rooms, sinking into a deep slumber until awakening naturally. Chapter 39, Twilight City, Duke Gloros. Mom, Dad, are you awake? Come and eat. Uncle Phil just called, but I saw you were sleeping. So I told him to wait until you woke up, Aunt said, bustling about with dishes. Yawning, the couple glanced outside, surprised to find that night had fallen. They had slept nearly 12 hours. What does Coulson want with us? Nancy asked tersely, still irked by their recent battle and the prospect of being summoned for assistance again. I don't know. Let us just eat, Aunt replied. They sat down, each with a bowl of rice, devouring their meal voraciously. Once they were sufficiently sated, Jason and Nancy indulged in a shared bath. Afterward, Jason settled on the sofa to call Coulson, while Nancy dried her damp hair, resting her head on Jason's lap as she plugged in the hairdryer. Reluctantly, Jason balanced the phone between his head and shoulder. Jason, you finally returned my call. What is going on? Coulson inquired. Do you and Aunt have anything going on recently? Nothing is wrong, why? Well, we've located Deacon. But it seems we can't gain access, Coulson replied, exasperation evident in his tone. What? Twilight City, are you familiar with it? Hearing the name Twilight City made Jason furrow his brow, yet his hands remained busy. Aunt had also leaned in closer, placing Nancy's legs on his lap, massaging her while listening intently. The Dukes refused to relinquish Deacon? Exactly. Despite the elders' persuasion, they remain obstinate, unless... Unless what? Unless you're willing to send Nancy here for a visit, Coulson concluded with resignation. Why must Nancy come? You know those Dukes insist on meeting the legendary bloodline. These noble vampires differ from those outside. They are the most powerful within the vampire clan and serve as their strongest card. It is precisely because of them that humans dare not wage war against vampires. Naturally, they do not interfere in vampire-human affairs unless the extinction of their kind is at stake. The so-called elders are merely figureheads. Collectively, they are no match for a single Duke. Thus, to persuade them to surrender Deacon, we must acquiesce to their demand to meet Nancy. After absorbing Coulson's words, Jason shook his head. No way. Who knows what those old geezers intend to do with my wife? He outright rejected. Wait, is Nancy there? She is not. Goodbye. Jason abruptly ended the call, leaving Coulson to sigh in resignation as he gazed at the city before him. Why can't I go? Nancy asked, enjoying Aunt's massage. I already explained. Who knows what these old coots want to do with you? And those Dukes sound like they're ancient, Jason clarified. But I want to go. Twilight City. Do you know if it's really a city? Indeed, and it's quite special. In what way? Nancy inquired with excitement. What do you want to do? Nothing much. I genuinely want to see this so-called Twilight City. With our strength and S-H-I-E-L-D backing us, do you fear what they may do? Nancy sat up, playfully clutching Jason's arm. Jason found himself at a loss, glancing at Aunt, who shrugged, equally unsure. Fine, but let me be clear. If any trouble arises, we must flee immediately. All right, sounds good. Aunt, are you coming with us? Of course. Also, please excuse me from school. Dad, Aunt shouted at Jason. This mission is not a vacation, you know. I understand, but I'm not weak either. Ultimately, Jason relented and contacted Coulson to explain the situation. Soon, they were aboard the Quinjet, en route to their destination. During the flight, the two reviewed information about Twilight City, recently uploaded by Coulson. Once, during a mission, Jason had glimpsed the city of Twilight, a sight that left an indelible mark upon his memory. However, he had never set foot within its confines, merely observing it from a distance. The city of Twilight was the domain of the Dark Council, a place teeming not only with vampire dukes, but also with werewolf royalty and dark sorcerers. Soon, the Kuan fighter jet came to a halt, and as the three of them disembarked, Coulson hurriedly approached them. Ah, you have finally arrived. Quickly, follow me. Is it really that urgent? One of them inquired. Is there any other option? Coulson replied, ushering them into a jeep. They traversed a small hill, and before long, an immense city unfolded before their eyes, sprawling across an expanse of nearly several 100,000 square kilometers. The most perplexing aspect was the layer of black energy that enveloped the city. Is this truly the city of Twilight? Indeed, it is, Coulson confirmed. It is said that this black energy is a barrier crafted by the founders of the Dark Council, designed to block out all sunlight and ensure that eternal night prevails within. How fascinating, Nancy exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, let us proceed. As their vehicle entered the city, they were struck by the reality of the perpetual darkness, and from within, the outside world also appeared shrouded in night. Esteemed guests, the Duke has been awaiting your arrival. Please, follow us. A petite girl dressed in a black Lolita dress, resembling a young doll and holding an umbrella, suddenly appeared at the front of the car. How do we proceed? Coulson inquired. As soon as he voiced this question, the vehicle became unmanageable, and it soared into the air, landing directly at the entrance of an ancient castle. Upon seeing the castle, Nancy gasped in awe. It was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an artistic aura. However, Aunt and Jason were utterly indifferent to it. Under the guidance of the young girl, she knocked on the door, which was then opened by a towering man, standing at nearly 8.5 feet tall, his physique rippling with muscle. Had it not been for the glint of red in his eyes, Aunt might have mistaken him for a character from the Warhammer universe. The girl promptly leapt onto the giant's shoulder, and under their escort, they arrived at a dining hall where a muscular man was seated. Punisher, what are you doing here? Aunt asked curiously. He foolishly attempted to breach the city of Twilight to rescue the Daywalker, so I apprehended him. A voice intoned as a figure emerged from the shadows. The group turned to see the Punisher, who had undergone a terrifying transformation, now towering at 2.5 meters with an incredibly strong physique. This change was due to Ant having bestowed upon him the original forged Space Marine inheritance card, a reward he rightfully deserved. However, without power armor, explosive firearms, chainsaw swords, or energy blades, his combat prowess was considerably diminished. Yet, for him, it mattered little. His robust physique rendered machine guns mere toys in his grasp, with recoil that felt non-existent. Most importantly, this inheritance card differed from mere augmentation, allowing him to retain an appearance indistinguishable from an ordinary human while possessing all the requisite organs. At that moment, the man hidden in the shadows stepped forth. His long golden hair cascading down, his delicate features and tall frame adorned in a tailored suit, resembling a royal heir. Greetings, I am Duke Gloros, the head of the Dark Council. Welcome to our domain. Hello, Chairman Gloros, I am the person you seek. Nancy stepped forward, scrutinizing Gloros. You are of the bloodline? Gloros inquired, his demeanor suddenly animated. Indeed, I am. In the next instant, Gloros appeared before Nancy, prompting Jason to instinctively throw a punch. However, Gloros was quick to react, crossing his arms to block the blow, though he was still sent flying. The giant and the young girl immediately charged toward them, but Gloros intercepted them. Your strength is commendable, yet I detect an aura about you that I find distasteful, Gloros remarked, gazing at his smoking arm. Do not come too close to my wife. Hand over Deacon and release him, Jason demanded. Ah, but we had an agreement. You may have Deacon, but only if you fulfill one condition, Gloros replied with a smile. What condition? Nancy asked. May I witness your full combat prowess? Nancy nodded, understanding the necessity of this demonstration given her acquaintance with the Punisher. She closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, she found herself suspended in midair, dark bat-like wings sprouting from her back, wielding a blood lotus, her fangs elongated, and her eyes shimmering with a crimson hue. Most importantly, her demeanor transformed into that of a queen. From her elevated vantage point, she gazed down upon them, her bloodline's oppressive aura overwhelming Gloros and the giant, as well as the young girl, instilling in them an unprecedented sense of intimidation, making it clear that Nancy was untouchable. Yet, this transformation was short-lived, and they soon returned to their normal states. Is that sufficient? Nancy inquired. Ah, indeed. At long last, in my lifetime, I have beheld the bloodline once more, Gloros chuckled. And Deacon? Jason pressed. Nalida will escort you to him, but we will not provide assistance. However, I assure you that no one will hinder your efforts to retrieve him, Gloros assured softly. Please, follow me, esteemed guests, the young girl, Nalita, instructed. The Punisher finally rose from his seat, rubbing his wrists as if they had just been freed from restraints. Are you all right, Frank? I am fine. Thank you for your concern. Nonetheless, how did your physique change so drastically? Jason inquired with curiosity. The Punisher merely smiled, refraining from elaborating. Under Nalita's guidance, they departed the castle and truly entered the city of Twilight. Here, the streets were bustling with activity. Had one not been forewarned that they were in the presence of vampires, werewolves, or dark sorcerers, they might have assumed they were in an ordinary city. As they wandered, they passed through a marketplace where various blood types, the flesh of fierce beasts, peculiar materials, and an array of strange potions were being sold. Some vampires, drawn by the scent of humans, momentarily lost control and revealed their true forms, but upon sighting Nalita, they recoiled as if confronted by a cat, hastily concealing their fearsome visages. This demonstrated Nalita's formidable presence in this realm. After approximately half an hour of walking, they encountered restaurants, boutiques, jewelry shops, supermarkets, and more, essentially, a city resembling any ordinary urban environment. Eventually, under Nalita's guidance, they halted at the entrance of a bar. Esteemed guests, Deacon awaits you in the basement of this establishment. From here on, you must rely on your own abilities, Nalita stated before transforming into a swirl of dark red energy and vanishing from sight. Let us proceed, the Punisher declared as he pushed open the bar's door. In an instant, a katana was thrust toward him. Had this been the former Punisher, he would undoubtedly have been struck, but this was not the Punisher of old. He was now an original forged Space Marine. Thus, he effortlessly evaded the blade, trapping its hilt under his arm before launching a counterattack. The assailant, experiencing pain, relinquished his grip, and the Punisher swiftly seized the katana, delivering a lethal strike that severed the would-be attacker's head. Punisher, how dare you assault us in the city of Twilight? Are you out of your mind? The enraged vampire bellowed. I am not insane. We have indeed secured President Gloros's permission. So tell me, where is Deacon? Coulson demanded, aiming a handgun at his head. In the shrouded darkness of the space, a faint golden light emanated from Coulson's eyes, indicative of his injection of the KW-74 enhancement serum. The vampire remained silent, prompting Coulson to pull the trigger, instantly ending its life. Subsequently, under Jason's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of a basement, forcefully breaking down the door. Upon entering, they discovered that the blade was already relocated. There is a hidden passage. Follow me. Jason, leveraging his night vision and keen sense of smell, uncovered the concealed route, leading the way as the others followed closely behind. After an indeterminate duration of travel, they suddenly spotted a glimmer of light ahead, quickening their pace, only to realize they had exited the confines of Twilight City. Astonishingly, they found themselves by the seaside, where a structure resembling a temple stood. Suddenly, the weather shifted dramatically. The previously clear sky became engulfed in ominous clouds, and a lightning bolt struck the temple. Sensing impending doom, they hurried towards the structure. Once inside, they witnessed lightning repeatedly striking the bound pureblood vampires, who instantly transformed into spectral forms, merging into Deacon's body. As a drop of concentrated blood belonging to the blade dripped onto Deacon's forehead, he radiated a terrifying aura, a tempest of energy surging outward, rendering the others unable to open their eyes. "I have returned at last," Deacon bellowed, raising his head. The Punisher, witnessing this, immediately aimed and fired at him. However, Deacon, now possessed by the blood god, appeared as if composed entirely of blood. The bullets merely passed through him, inflicting no harm. "Punisher, go save the others." "We shall hold him off," Ant suggested, brandishing an axe and setting his sights on Deacon. The Punisher nodded and swiftly proceeded to the chamber where the blade was imprisoned, releasing him. Noticing the blade's weakened state, he produced a vial of blood plasma obtained from the marketplace and administered it to the blade. In no time, the blade regained his strength, and without further ado, they joined the fray. Yet, Deacon, under the blood god's influence, had become entirely immune to physical attacks. The collective efforts of the group proved futile, with only Nancy's ranged attacks capable of inflicting damage upon the blood god. Yet, the blood god possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, healing from injuries almost instantaneously. Observing this, Ant wielded his axe, channeling his demonic power, and unleashed a ghostly slash that cleaved Deacon in two. The sheer force of the blow elicited a howl of anguish from Deacon, who retaliated with a devastating punch that sent Ant flying. Witnessing Ant's plight, Jason and Nancy, as concerned parents, were filled with fury and charged at the blood god. Deacon, sensing the energy emanating from them, seemed to recall his exile, roaring as he lunged towards them. Regrettably, none could overcome the other. Meanwhile, within Twilight City, Gloros sat at a round table, gently swirling a glass of red wine, accompanied by a woman, an elderly man, and a middle-aged man. "Gloros, the blood god has emerged. Should we not intervene?" inquired the elder. "Of course we must intervene. However, you should be aware of the blood god's tenacity. Killing him is beyond our capability. We can only exile or seal him. Therefore, if you wish for me to sell my services, you must first surrender the ancestor's coffin," Gloros stated, downing the crimson liquid in one gulp. "Very well, Black Wolf," the elder replied. "But that is not all. We also require the Spear of God, the Pharaoh's burial cloth, and the first flask ever created." Gloros addressed the others. Upon hearing this, their brows furrowed, for these items were rare treasures they had amassed over the years, yet to combat the blood god, they had no choice but to relinquish them. Shortly thereafter, a wooden coffin appeared, inscribed with runes, accompanied by yellowed bandages that had once been white but had turned due to the ravages of time. Next was the flask, the very first of its kind, possessing unique capabilities. Finally, there was the Spear of God, known as Longinus, rumored to have pierced the side of Jesus, stained with his blood, capable of slaying deities. "When will you make your move?" "Now," Gloros declared, clapping his hands. Instantly, Narita and a burly vampire materialized, with the latter tossing the items into the coffin and hoisting it as they moved outside. "Iron Tower, wait for me," Narita called out, appearing on the opposite shoulder of the Iron Tower. "Are you certain these can kill the blood god?" the woman inquired, resting her chin on her hand. "Certainly not. As I have stated, the blood god is an immortal being. At least, we cannot kill him. Humans cannot either. These items will merely serve to seal him away. If it were so easy to slay the blood god, the ancestor would not have sacrificed his life to exile him," Gloros replied with irritation. Afterward, Gloros departed, and under Iron Tower's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the temple, witnessing the fierce battle unfolding. With the blood god immune to physical attacks, only Ant's ghostly slash and Nancy's strikes could harm him, while the others could merely attempt to mitigate his attack frequency. Iron Tower gently set down the coffin, wielding an enormous umbrella with one hand. "Everyone, use this to restrain the blood god and confine him within the coffin to seal him away," Gloros shouted, tossing the pharaoh's burial cloth and the ancestor's coffin to the group. Hearing this, Ant shouted, "Dad!" Jason, seizing the moment, leaped high, grabbing the burial cloth and charging toward the blood god. Sensing the threat, the blood god attempted to flee, aware of his vulnerability. But Nancy had already laid a trap. She spread her arms wide and clapped forcefully. Instantly, spikes erupted from the ground where her blood arrows had struck, forming a cage that ensnared the blood god. The Punisher and the blade grasped the ancestor's coffin, while Jason, clutching the burial cloth, rushed to envelop the blood god. However, Deacon transformed into a puddle of blood in a bid to escape, only for Ant's ghostly slash to strike him, forcing him to reveal his true form. Ultimately, Jason wrapped him in the burial cloth, pushing him violently, while the Punisher and the blade leaped with the ancestor's coffin, catching the mummified Deacon. Finally, Ant sealed the coffin and drove the nails in. After completing this task, Gloros swiftly seized the coffin. "President Gloros, what are you doing?" "Apologies, but this coffin is a treasure of our vampire clan, and we must take it," Gloros replied with a smile. Yet, they sensed something amiss, and Coulson stepped forward, asserting, "President Gloros, I believe it is best for us to oversee the blood god." However, Gloros did not respond, merely smiling faintly before vanishing with Iron Tower and Narita. "What shall we do now?" the blade inquired. "What else can we do?" "We must inform the director. Let him negotiate with Gloros," Coulson sighed. The Ant family of three witnessed the dust settling, and Nancy promptly informed Coulson before making her way back to Twilight City. Having not fully indulged in her shopping spree earlier, she yearned to explore the exquisite garments, jewelry, and perfumes the city had to offer. Chapter 40, The Werewolf's Den. An invitation from the werewolf leader. In Twilight City, Nancy and her companions strolled through the bustling streets. Particularly enthusiastic, Nancy eagerly entered any shop that piqued her interest. It must be said that the clothing boutiques here offered remarkably high-end, aesthetically pleasing, and bespoke apparel. However, the currency in this realm was referred to as blood coins, a unique metal infused with the essence of blood, not just any blood, but the lifeblood of vampires born at a specific time. This peculiarity endowed blood coins with formidable purchasing power. "What to do? I absolutely adore this dress," Nancy whined, tugging at Jason's arm. The two men exchanged glances, rendered helpless, until their eyes fell upon a bank. Without a moment's hesitation, they headed toward it. "Greetings. You are human." The lobby manager initially greeted them with a broad smile. But his demeanor shifted dramatically upon spotting Ant. His eyes narrowed with intensity. Ant furrowed his brow, and his Kieran bloodline surged forth, causing the vampires and werewolves present to recoil. To them, he appeared as a blazing sun, radiating an aura that threatened to melt anyone who dared gaze too long. "My lord, it is my fault. Please temper your powers," the lobby manager quickly pleaded. Seeing this, Ant relented and spoke. "We wish to exchange blood coins, but we are uncertain of the procedure. You may exchange international currencies, but only euros, US dollars, RMB, British pounds, and rubles are accepted," the manager replied softly. "Is there a limit?" Jason inquired. "Each individual may exchange up to 10,000 blood coins per month," the manager explained. "What else can be used for exchange?" Jason pressed further. "Allow me to provide you with 500,000 blood coins from my account." Suddenly, a voice resonated, and everyone turned to see a robust young man standing at the entrance, his dark hair interspersed with silver strands. "And you are?" The young man approached Jason and knelt on one knee, declaring, "Ancestor, this is a humble token of my respect." "Wait, what ancestor?" Jason was taken aback, though Ant seemed to grasp something and nodded slightly. "Ancestor, you will understand once you return with me to the werewolf's den," the young man hinted without elaborating, gesturing for him to follow. Jason remained silent, looking toward Ant for guidance. Ant nodded, but Nancy was not pleased. "I still want to shop," she pouted, observing her discontent. The young man promptly produced a card and reverently handed it to Nancy. "Madam, this is our exclusive discount card for the werewolf clan. Present it, and you shall receive 50% off any purchase." For Nancy, who had a penchant for shopping, this was an irresistible temptation, prompting her to accept it. "Now that's more like it. Let us go," she affirmed. They then boarded a vehicle and arrived at the corner of Twilight City opposite the Gloss Castle, which was the territory of the werewolves. The city was divided into 4 sections, the upper left for vampires, the upper right for dark sorcerers, the lower left for dark creatures, including ghosts, specters, demon-possessed individuals, and zombies, while the lower right was designated as the werewolf's den. In contrast to the vampire's fortress, the werewolf enclave exuded a sense of tranquility, featuring wooden cabins, markets, and farmland. However, the crops cultivated here were not fruits or vegetables, but rather carnivorous plants, yielding edible meat-like fruits resembling meatballs, suitable for raw consumption or cooking, serving as a primary food source for the werewolves. Under the guidance of the young man, the family encountered numerous werewolves, most of whom had dark or brown hair, and they displayed great reverence upon seeing the young man. Eventually, they arrived at a 2-story wooden cabin, entering amidst the flickering glow of a fire. "Father, I have brought them," the young man announced loudly, and a figure descended from above. "Jacob, well done. Greetings, you must be Jason Bourne?" "Indeed, and you are?" "I am Billy Black, Jacob's father, the leader of the werewolf's den and the current wolf king." The middle-aged man bore a striking appearance, with hair half silver and half black. "Hello, Mr. Black. May I inquire why you summoned me?" Jason asked as they settled onto the sofa. Jacob, ever considerate, served tea and snacks, though these were predominantly meat-based, which made Aunt hesitant, fearing they might involve some unknown meat. "Rest assured, these are snacks made from rabbit meat." Jacob seemed to read Aunt's thoughts and quickly clarified. Meanwhile, through conversation with Billy, Jason began to comprehend the reason for the invitation. They wished to witness his transformation into a werewolf. Although puzzled by the intent, the prospect of the generous 500,000 blood coins and the discount card made him dismiss any reservations, and he transformed into a werewolf, complete with armor. "Can the armor be shrunk to shorts?" "I need to examine your fur," Billy continued. "That is fine, but no touching," Jason replied, transforming the armor into a pair of shorts. Billy gazed in awe at Jason's silver fur, visibly excited, yet refrained from reaching out, respecting Jason's earlier request. "All right, thank you." "Thank you," Billy expressed gratefully. "There's no need for such formality, but I'm curious about your motives," Jason inquired. "I wish to see you become the Wolf King, to succeed my position as the leader of the werewolves," Billy proclaimed with fervor. I apologize, but I have no such aspirations." Jason quickly shook his head in denial. "Why not? As Wolf King, you would have access to all resources of the werewolf clan. Our heritage rivals that of the vampires. If you desire, we could even make you president." "Billy, calm down. I genuinely do not wish to be the Wolf King. I simply want to live peacefully with my family. However, as a member of the werewolf clan, I am willing to assist you as best I can." "Really?" Billy, initially disheartened, became enthusiastic once more. "Of course. Then, we do have a matter for you. Since you do not wish to become the Wolf King, I must ask you to leave behind your seed." At this, Nancy's expression shifted dramatically. She was no fool and understood the implications of the request. Jason sensed a pair of furious eyes boring into him from behind, prompting him to hastily respond. "Perhaps we should skip that part. We must continue exploring Twilight City and cannot linger here longer. If you require my assistance with anything else, please do not hesitate to ask." With that, Jason took Nancy's hand and dashed outside, with Aunt reluctantly following, driving away in their vehicle. "Father, you were too hasty." "You are right. I was too eager," Billy sighed, watching their retreating figures. Chapter 41. Becoming a hybrid blood clan member. "Phew, I nearly lost my virtue," Jason exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. Nancy, uninterested in the conversation, resumed her shopping spree, and it must be noted that the purchasing power of blood coins was indeed quite robust, while Nancy's stamina for shopping was equally impressive. Aunt and Jason were burdened with numerous bags, both visibly weary, while Nancy seemed to grow more spirited with each step. Eventually, Coulson contacted the trio, informing them that if they did not depart soon, he would have to return alone. With no aircraft available for their exodus, Nancy reluctantly followed Jason and the others away from Twilight City. Meanwhile, atop the ancient castle, Gloros observed the unfolding scene with quiet contemplation. "Master, they have departed. Shall we proceed with the plan?" Narita inquired. "Let us begin," Gloros replied. In an instant, the two figures materialized within a chamber, where the ancestral coffin imprisoning the blood god was suspended by several chains. Gloros, wielding the Spear of Destiny, also known as the Lance of Longinus, positioned himself beneath the coffin and forcefully thrust the spear in a specific direction, effortlessly piercing through the coffin's entirety. A scream echoed in the chamber, but it quickly faded into silence. Gloros then produced the world's first flask, placing it upon the ground. As a drop of viscous blood fell into the flask, voluminous white smoke billowed from its opening. When the smoke dissipated, a drop of semi-transparent blood appeared at the bottom of the flask, distinct from the previous blood. It was crystalline and radiant, akin to a pink diamond. Minutes passed before another drop fell, followed by another surge of thick white smoke. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the blood within the flask surpassed the halfway mark, prompting Gloros to eagerly grasp the flask. Iron Tower and Narita appeared to comprehend Gloros's intent and sought to intervene, but Gloros raised a hand to halt them. Fear not, he assured them. With that, Gloros consumed the blood within the flask in one swift motion, an immense surge of energy erupting within him, relentlessly cleansing every fiber of his being. It is known that the human body is exceedingly fragile, even for a vampire. Despite their immortal nature, they are not impervious to pain, particularly from silver and sunlight. This agony contorted Gloros's visage as he fell to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Master! Narita and Iron Tower cried out in distress. Yet, Gloros remained unresponsive, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before his body ceased to tremble. Undergoing a transformation, his pallid skin regained a lustrous hue, becoming vibrant, and even his long-stilled heart resumed its rhythmic beating. He rose slowly, his eyes appearing as if adorned with crimson lenses, exuding an alluring charm. Master, have you succeeded? Narita inquired. Not yet certain. I must verify, he declared before vanishing from their sight. Iron Tower and Narita exchanged glances and promptly followed. Soon, they found Gloros at the outskirts of Twilight City, and as Narita surmised his intentions, she swiftly twisted the handle of her small umbrella, producing a whip, which she then deftly lashed around Gloros's waist. Upon noticing her, Gloros turned and offered a reassuring smile, then stepped cautiously into the shadowy periphery. As he emerged into the sunlight, Narita's gaze intensified, ready to act at the slightest indication of trouble. Yet, Gloros exhibited no signs of distress. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably at ease, raising his hands to bask in the sun's rays. He maintained this posture for several minutes before returning to Twilight City. Master, have you truly become a member of the Blood Clan? Narita queried. Indeed, though my vampiric purity is merely at 10%. However, do not underestimate this 10%. It suffices to render me immune to the sun's effects, though silver still poses a threat, and human sustenance remains unsuitable for me. I must subsist solely on blood, as my purity is still insufficient. But master, this marks a promising beginning. If we continue in this manner, will we not eventually achieve 100% vampiric purity? Narita asked eagerly. Gloros shook his head. I am uncertain. It may not be so straightforward. Let us first ascertain how much purity can be attained from consuming the blood god's blood. In Twilight City, vampires differ fundamentally from their counterparts in the outside world. They do not relish killing. In fact, they aspire to become true members of the Blood Clan, deeming this transformation their ultimate life goal. They are among the oldest vampires, and their ethos diverges sharply from that of external vampires, as they prefer collaboration with humanity. Beneath their aegis lie various laboratories dedicated to experimenting with altering their vampiric genes into those of the Blood Clan. Regrettably, despite investing billions in resources, their efforts have yet to yield the desired results. Nonetheless, they have made significant gains. Each Twilight City vampire possesses the strength to effortlessly defeat 100-blade warriors, indicative of their formidable prowess. Gloros indulged in several cups, ultimately achieving a blood purity of 50%. He was no longer fearful of sunlight or silver, yet still unable to consume human food, relying solely on blood for sustenance. Dejected, he slumped upon his throne, overlooking his subordinates, who had transformed into members of the Blood Clan, albeit with inferior purity. Narita at 40% and Iron Tower at 35%. Is there truly no way forward? Gloros murmured. Although their transformation had enhanced their strength, they remained mere hybrids, not true members of the Blood Clan. Their aspiration was to attain authenticity. Perhaps we should reach out to Lady Nancy, Narita suggested tentatively. How could I have overlooked that? However, for such a critical matter, it is best that I inquire personally. Franken, you shall oversee matters here, and inform the elders that the leadership will be delegated to others. I must depart for an extended period, Gloros proclaimed as he rose. A middle-aged man, kneeling with one knee, stood and nodded slightly. Yes, master. I shall ensure the safety of this place. It is paramount to guard the ancestral coffin. Do you understand? Yes, master. Thus, Gloros departed Twilight City, accompanied by Narita and Iron Tower, boarding his private jet bound for New York. Chapter 42. Diana's enrollment at the elite academy in New York at 14 Prince Avenue. Aunt, as per usual, took the school bus alongside Peter and the others to the elite academy. Aunt, where have you been these past few days? Peter inquired curiously. Ned and Harry shared the same inquisitive look, prompting Aunt to briefly recount his mission in Twilight City. Enough about me. Have there been any changes in your lives recently? None, though S.H.I.E.L.D. approached me, wanting me to join them, Peter replied. Me too. Same here. Ned, have you revealed your magical abilities? Ant asked, furrowing his brow. Not at all. I have no idea how they found me. Did you accept their offer? The trio shook their heads, and Ant sighed in relief. Thank goodness you all declined. Remember, do not ever join SHIELD. If they ask why, simply tell them you shall consider such matters only upon turning 16, understood? Though the three were puzzled by Ant's insistence, they nodded in agreement. They soon arrived at their classroom, where their homeroom teacher entered. Class, we have a new student joining us today. Let us warmly welcome her. Hello, everyone. My name is Diana Liz, and I am delighted to meet you all, Diana greeted with a smile. As Ned and his companions laid eyes on Diana, they were taken aback, astonished that she had chosen to attend school here. The trio quickly glanced at Ned. I have no idea. Don't look at me like that. Ned hastily explained. Meanwhile, as they engaged in conversation, Diana had already taken her seat in front of Ant. The moment she settled in, she eagerly turned to face him. At that moment, Ant's hair had undergone several transformations, initially brown, then golden, followed by a deep crimson, and finally settling into a pallid white. Hello, are you Aunt Byrne? It's a pleasure to meet you, Diana said, extending her hand toward him. Ant shook her hand and replied, I'm aware of your feelings toward me. But I must inform you that until I turn 16, I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship, and you are not my type. Ant could distinctly sense Diana's affections. To avert any potential misunderstandings or tumultuous emotions, he felt compelled to speak. It's all right, I like you. And I will wait for you, Diana insisted. Her gaze unwavering on Ant. Ant shook his head in resignation, but chose not to respond further. He resumed his reading. Now akin to a university engineering student, contemplating the creation of something manual, specifically an explosive gun. Such a device could only be wielded by those of considerable strength. An ordinary person might suffer fractures from its formidable recoil. With a caliber reaching 19 millimeters, the ammunition utilized was no ordinary bullet, but rather an explosive arrow. The components of this explosive arrow included a shell, a propulsion base, a primary propellant pack, a large-scale reactive explosive cap, a purified deuterium core, and a diamond tip, wielding power comparable to that of a hand grenade. Most notably, it possessed an effective range of 2 kilometers and was capable of rapid fire. Essentially, it would continuously launch instantaneously detonating grenades at a single point. While the individual blasts may not be devastating, the cumulative effect could be quite formidable. However, this endeavor required a plethora of equipment, which Ant diligently noted down. After school, Ant handed the note to Harry. Harry, could you inquire with Uncle Norman about obtaining this equipment? If feasible, please arrange for a laboratory as well. Here is the payment. Let me know if it's insufficient. Ant presented a diamond the size of a fist. No need. I can just ask my dad, Harry replied. No, a deal is a deal. Take it, Ant insisted firmly. With no alternative, Harry accepted it. Subsequently, Harry, Ned, and Diana were picked up, while Ant and Peter sat forlornly on the school bus, embarking on their daily routines. On another front, upon learning that Ant required his assistance, Norman promptly took the note, scrutinizing the list of equipment. Many of these items were not only complex, but also ones he already possessed. However, some had not been purchased due to lack of necessity. By the way, Dad, this is the money Ant gave you, Harry said, producing the diamond. Norman accepted it without mentioning returning it to Ant, knowing that maintaining their friendship required such understanding. There are some pieces of equipment I lack and will need time to gather. Once assembled, I will have you inform Ant, Norman said. All right, Dad. I'm off to eat now. Don't work too hard, Harry replied before dashing to the cafeteria, where he devoured his meal. Ever since he inherited the Spartan bloodline, his appetite had significantly increased. Fortunately, with Norman as the chairman of Oscorp and the demon serum contracts he had signed with the military, each vial of the serum fetched $1 million in a pay-first, supply-later transaction. However, given the limitations of the Green Goblin's physiology, the production of the serum was finite unless other demon corpses could be procured, a task Harry had entrusted to Uncle Suin. Beyond that, they could only leave their fortunes to fate. After all, demons could not fully manifest on Earth, making the acquisition of their remains exceedingly rare unless on specific occasions when demons might appear. Of course, one could venture into the hellish dimension to capture demons directly. But with Harry's current strength, such an endeavor was far too daunting unless he could awaken his true demon form. Yet, at present, he was not even a full demon. Once Norman had concluded his business affairs, he joined Harry in the cafeteria, observing his son's hearty appetite with a smile. Since the curse had been lifted, Norman found himself smiling more frequently, and these expressions were not mere professional grins, but genuine from the heart. Dad, come eat dinner, Harry exclaimed, promptly serving a bowl of rice for Norman. As Norman sat down, they engaged in conversation, revealing Harry's commendable academic performance. Perhaps due to Aunt's daily consumption of extracurricular materials, Harry had also begun exploring additional reading, though Aunt had curbed this unless they self-studied to the high school level. With inherently high IQs, hovering around 130 to 140, and their mutations enhancing their intellect further, Harry, Peter, and Ned had completed all high school courses within mere days. They then chose subjects that piqued their interest. Peter and Ned gravitated towards mechanical engineering and physics, while Harry pursued biology under his father's guidance. Observing Harry's blossoming potential, Norman couldn't help but smile proudly. 3 days later, Norman had gathered all the equipment required by Aunt, and even prepared an empty laboratory for him on the 35th floor of the Oscorp headquarters. Upon learning this, Aunt immediately requested a week's leave from Harry. The teacher, upon seeing Aunt's name on the leave request, signed without hesitation. Such was the privilege of genius, as their knowledge paled in comparison to Aunt's. Currently, Aunt could effortlessly gain admission to the world-renowned Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Yet he preferred to delay his entry into academia and avoid unnecessary attention. Soon after, Aunt arrived alone at the Oscorp headquarters. Upon his arrival, the security guard promptly saluted him. "Young Master Aunt, welcome. The chairman has informed us of your arrival. Your laboratory is in the C1 lab on the 35th floor. Here is your key." "Thank you. I appreciate it," Aunt replied courteously as he accepted the key and took the elevator to the 35th floor, locating his designated laboratory. Unlocking the door and gazing at the pristine equipment and materials needed to construct the explosive gun, a smile spread across Aunt's face. He then commenced the manufacturing process, first searching for suitable metals. After all, the explosive gun did not discharge ordinary bullets, but explosive arrows, and continuous fire would require metals capable of withstanding significant impact. Before long, Aunt had developed 4 or 5 alloys. However, upon testing, he found them lacking. Surprised by this initial setback, he refused to be disheartened and turned to study materials science. Utilizing his passive skill of knowledge absorption, Aunt fervently consumed various materials science knowledge, ultimately achieving a graduate-level understanding within 3 days. He then resumed alloy experimentation, and shortly thereafter, he successfully created an alloy he named explosive steel. This particular alloy, possessing remarkable properties, indeed has its counterparts on Earth. However, its cost is remarkably affordable, priced at merely $1,000 per ton, which is significantly lower compared to metals of similar capabilities. With the materials at hand, he commenced the manufacture of explosive projectile firearms, meticulously crafting the casing, springs, barrel, and other components before assembling them. The firearm was impressively large, clearly designed for the Punisher's use, as only after constructing a prototype was Andy able to confidently scale it down to a size fitting for them. Gazing at the explosive firearm, infused with a sense of violence and mechanical aesthetics, he hastily adorned it with decorative skull motifs. The next step involved the creation of explosive projectiles. Andy first utilized a copper alloy to fabricate the casing, followed by employing machinery to shape synthetic diamonds into projectile heads. Subsequently, he fashioned the propulsion base, primer, and other elements, ultimately purifying deuterium and injecting it into the containers. After assembling all components, a standard explosive projectile was complete. As Andy produced an increasing number of explosive projectiles, his proficiency grew, leading him to devise an automated machine that could continuously manufacture projectiles with a mere input of raw materials, albeit requiring approximately 1 minute to produce each one. After a day and night of labor, though fatigued, Andy stood exhilarated before a scene of thousands of explosive projectiles neatly resting in boxes, alongside an explosive rifle, a pistol, and a sniper rifle quietly lying on the table. It was time to test these 3 weapons, but Andy was too exhausted. He found a spot to lie down and soon drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate time, the laboratory door swung open, and Norman entered. Observing the scattered materials and the completed firearms on the table, he approached to inspect them, only to discover that the gun was too large for their use, with the explosive projectiles resembling grenades in size. Noticing Andy fast asleep on the floor, Norman, with a sigh, summoned someone to bring a blanket and a microwave, placing several stakes inside the appliance while covering Andy with the blanket. Upon awakening, Andy found himself covered with a blanket and a microwave nearby, accompanied by a note that read, "Andy, there are steaks in the microwave. Heat them up if you're hungry. Signed, Uncle Norman." Without hesitation, Andy heated the steaks, disregarding their temperature, and devoured them heartily while contacting the Punisher to request his presence. When the Punisher arrived, they tidied up before encountering Harry and the others, inviting them along. The group traveled in the Punisher's modified vehicle to a forest. "Here, try this weapon. It was prepared for you. You should recognize it. An explosive rifle. I can't believe you actually made it. What about the powered armor and sword? No. Those are too advanced for me to create at this point. Andy replied with a wry smile. Once everything was ready, the Punisher skillfully loaded the ammunition and fired. The recoil was negligible for his strength, and he steadied his aim impeccably. Watching the explosive projectiles strike their targets, causing localized detonations, filled the Punisher with satisfaction. He subsequently tested the rifle and sniper rifle, noting that the sniper rifle lacked a scope, as the interstellar soldier relied on the targeting system within his helmet and his augmented vision. Thus, whether or not equipped with a scope was inconsequential. Although the Punisher lacked the powered armor helmet, he still managed to hit targets 2 kilometers away using only his eyesight and experience. How does it feel, Punisher? Andy inquired. Quite impressive. This is yours now. There's an assembly line for explosive projectiles in the lab. It's compact and can produce one every minute with raw material input, which should suffice for your needs. Absolutely. Thank you, the Punisher responded with a smile. No need for such formality. Let's head back. I must create explosive firearms suited to our specifications, Andy declared. Are we included in this? Harry asked. Of course. You possess Spartan blood. You're practically a master of firearms. How could you not handle a gun? Andy replied. All right then. Let's go. Chapter 44, Colt Python-style left-handed revolver in Laboratory C1. Andy examined the compact revolver before him and nodded in satisfaction. Despite proportionately shrinking the explosive projectiles, they remained too large compared to standard bullets. Consequently, he had to replace the original semi-automatic pistol with a revolver. The revolver's unique ammunition chamber design meant it didn't require a particularly large magazine, allowing the grip to remain unaltered. Andy proceeded to load the ammunition. This revolver was modeled after the Colt Python, but had been slightly downsized. Finally complete. Harry, Peter, come here. Andy called, using his phone to contact them. The duo quickly arrived in the lab. Is it ready? Harry asked eagerly. Indeed. Take a look. This is what I prepared for you. And Peter, knowing your nature and reluctance to take lives, I collaborated with Uncle Norman to customize these web rounds for you. Distributing the firearms, Peter received a revolver in red, blue, and black hues, while Harry's was adorned in green and purple, with Andy's in bright red. Harry, do you have a shooting range at home? Andy inquired. Yes, I do. Follow me, Harry exclaimed, leading the way. The group hopped into a vehicle and headed to the Osborne Group's shooting range. Although Osborne was primarily a biotechnology company, they also manufactured some individual weaponry, and the range served to test these arms. Upon arrival, the trio immediately began testing their weapons. The explosive projectiles, similar to ordinary bullets, ignited upon firing, exiting the barrel at comparable or even faster speeds. They ignited the propellant mid-air, achieving secondary acceleration to strike targets with increased velocity, detonating within mere millimeters of impact. This was the attack mechanism of the explosive projectiles. Peter, however, preferred non-lethal methods. As such, Andy had replaced the diamond projectile heads with web heads. Upon impact, the heads shattered, releasing a multitude of webs that ensnared the target. These webs were as rigid as steel cables, capable of withstanding hundreds of tons of tension. Making escape nearly impossible, one would either wait hours for the webs to dissolve or require a special solvent to melt them away. Harry's explosive projectiles were identical to Andy's standard ones. The three began practicing their shooting, but given their inexperience, their marksmanship left much to be desired. Out of 6 shots, only one hit the target. We've run out of bullets. Surely, we can't be devoid of shooting talent, Andy lamented as he surveyed his target. I did all right, hitting 5 out of 6. What about you, Peter? 6 for 6, Peter shrugged. Thus, it appeared Andy's shooting skills had not improved. Harry, the automatic ammunition assembly line is in the lab. Once you return, remember to input the raw materials. I refuse to believe I can't achieve 100% accuracy, Andy exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Understood. It's getting late. Do you need a ride back? Absolutely. Harry promptly returned the two to their home, where Ant pushed open the door and exclaimed, I'm back. Come wash your hands and join me for dinner. Ant nodded, casually placing his revolver on the table before washing his hands and taking a seat. He noticed Jason scrutinizing the exquisite revolver. What's the matter, Dad? Did you make this yourself? Jason inquired, for the firearm was too finely crafted to be mass-produced, adorned with intricate designs of achielan and set with rubies, which prompted his curiosity. Indeed, what's wrong? It's quite impressive, though it seems the cylinder is a bit off, Jason remarked while shaking the revolver, causing the cylinder to spring out. Observing its size, he continued, Right, because we don't use the same ammunition as you do. We utilize explosive rounds, Ant explained, retrieving an explosive round to display. Dinner is ready. What are you up to? Nancy called out as she emerged with the dishes. Nothing, let us eat. I'm famished. Ant shouted, eagerly beginning his meal. Jason refrained from further inquiries, and once they had dined to their satisfaction, Ant reclaimed his handgun, took a shower, and retired for the night. Meanwhile, Harry returned to the group, having delivered a substantial amount of raw materials, and after setting the machines, he too went to rest. Thus, 3 days passed in tranquility, during which the trio diligently practiced their marksmanship, ultimately achieving a perfect score on static targets. As for moving targets, that would depend on each individual's timing prowess. On one particular day, Ant returned home only to find unexpected guests, none other than Gloss, whom they had previously met. Gloss, what brings you here? Ant inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Good day, Mr. Ant. We are here to seek Mrs. Nancy. Gloss replied gracefully, offering a polite bow. Looking for my mother? She hasn't finished work yet. Please, take a seat, Ant said. Gloss settled down, with Narita and Tieta silently standing behind him, awaiting Nancy's return. Upon her arrival, Nancy asked Gloss, what brings you here? Good day, Mrs. Nancy. We are here to seek your guidance, he stated. Guidance? What kind of guidance? Nancy responded, perplexed. It is this. We have transformed ourselves into a blood clan through certain means, yet we are not pure bloods. The highest purity among blood clans is merely 50%. Is there a method to elevate it to 100%? Of course. We do not expect you to assist us without compensation. We can help you accomplish a task, whatever it may be, as long as it is within our capabilities. It's quite simple. All you need is a drop of primordial blood to ingest, Nancy shrugged, recalling her own transformation into a blood clan. If we could find that, we would have become blood clans long ago, Gloss replied with a bitter smile. Then perhaps try bathing under the moonlight and harnessing its energy for cultivation, Nancy suggested. Moonlight? Gloss queried, surprised. Indeed, have you never attempted it? Nancy asked incredulously. Apologies, we have never engaged with blood clans, so we are unaware. Thank you for your assistance, Mrs. Nancy. Here is my contact information, he said, leaving a pure black business card with a name and a contact number before departing. Nancy tucked the card away, and shortly after, Jason returned. The trio changed into appropriate attire and ventured to a high-end restaurant in Brooklyn. It was payday, and every month on this day, Jason treated the family to a meal out. Chapter 45. The Mutation, Titan Clash Fallenchi Restaurant, a Michelin 3-star French establishment, was the venue of their choice. With Jason's paycheck now supplemented by Ant's consulting fees, his earnings were quite substantial. Coupled with their jewelry sales, they had achieved a state of financial freedom. Good evening. Do you have a reservation? The doorman inquired. Byrne, Jason replied. Very well, Mr. Byrne. Please follow me, the attendant responded. Once seated, Jason ordered 3 set meals along with several main courses, fully aware of their preferences as Ant's father and Nancy's husband. Before long, the appetizers arrived. Yet Ant found little enthusiasm for such ceremonial dishes. For him, a hearty plate of fried noodles or rice would suffice. However, he refrained from voicing his sentiments, recognizing that it was Jason who had invited them. The food was indeed delicious, albeit insufficient in quantity. They could always eat something else later. At that moment, they sought to relish their family time together. Just as they finished their meal, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted outside, revealing 2 giants engaged in a fierce brawl. Hulk, abomination! Ant instinctively shouted upon recognizing the Titans. It's Hulk. Nancy, evacuate the civilians. Jason commanded, promptly reporting the situation. Nancy nodded, swiftly producing her officer's badge and beginning to disperse the crowd, while Ant drew his revolver, loading it with explosive rounds, and aimed at Abomination. However, the explosive round merely caused Abomination to flinch, slowing him momentarily, which allowed Hulk to deliver a powerful punch that sent Abomination flying. Hulk seized a lamppost, hurling it towards the dust-clouded figure of Abomination. Had Abomination not caught it, that strike might have proven fatal. Yet, Abomination, once Emil Blonsky, a top-tier soldier, was no stranger to formidable opponents. With self-awareness, he quickly regained his footing and caught the incoming lamppost. Though the force of the throw pushed him back, leaving deep furrows in the ground beneath him, Hulk charged into the dust, and Abomination swung the lamppost like a baseball bat, striking Hulk as he leapt high into the air, raising a cloud of dust. Even Jason and Ant winced at the sight, feeling the impact from their vantage point. Abomination had studied Hulk's combat style and noted that Hulk fought without strategy, relying solely on brute force, which was boundless. The angrier Hulk became, the stronger he grew, rendering technique unnecessary. However, Hulk was currently hindered by a serum injected by his host, Bruce Banner, which suppressed his abilities. As a result, he found himself dazed from Abomination's strike. Hulk lay on the ground, shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity, but Abomination was relentless, charging in with a knee strike that collided with Hulk's head, delivering another devastating blow. Hulk, battered and bloodied, struggled to rise, but was met with yet another crushing attack from Abomination. Seeing Hulk on the verge of defeat, Abomination raised his arm, a bone spike protruding from his elbow, aiming to pierce Hulk's heart. Just as he thrust down with force, a silver streak whizzed by, sending Abomination hurtling backward. As he finally rose to his feet, a wolfman clad in silver armor materialized between Hulk and him. The Abomination glared at Jason, emitting a furious roar before charging towards him. In response, Jason let out a long howl, subsequently enveloping himself in a battle cry buff, and engaged in a fierce struggle with the Abomination. With the combination of his armor, battle cry, and the radiant full moon above, he found himself vastly superior. The Abomination was utterly outmatched, reduced to a mere punching bag for Jason. At that moment, Hulk stood up, his eyes ablaze with a green luminescence. Both Jason and the Abomination halted, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Hulk. The latter had grown from a towering height of 2 meters 80 to an astonishing 4 meters, surpassing even the Abomination, who stood at 3 meters 3. This is it, Ant gulped nervously. In the next instant, Hulk opened his mouth slightly, white steam billowing from the corners. Meanwhile, Jason and the Abomination had somehow aligned themselves side by side. As Hulk lunged towards them, both men charged at him, only to be taken aback when Hulk seized the Abomination by the neck with one hand and Jason by the waist with the other, crashing through a series of walls before lifting them high and slamming them down with tremendous force. The impact knocked the wind out of both men, rendering them momentarily incapacitated, just as Hulk's merciless fists began to rain down upon the Abomination. Once Jason regained his composure and attempted to intervene, Hulk seemed to sense his movement, swiftly catching Jason's fist and swinging him directly into the Abomination. Just as it appeared the two would be reduced to a pulpy mess, a voice suddenly bellowed, "Hulk, enough!" Upon hearing the command, Hulk paused, the green glow in his eyes gradually dimming as he stood up slowly. The Abomination, still intent on fighting, was met with a swift kick to the face from Hulk, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Jason's armor lay in shattered fragments around him, but under the moonlight, his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, even the armor gradually mending itself. Hulk turned to find the source of the voice was none other than his girlfriend, Betty Ross. Observing Betty's tear-streaked face, Hulk approached her cautiously, resembling a child who had erred, and knelt down, gently wiping the tears from her cheeks with his powerful fingers. Suddenly, Hulk seemed to hear something, standing up abruptly and gazing at the armed helicopter in the distance. His eyes filled with remorse as he looked back at Betty. "I'm sorry, Betty." With that, Hulk leaped away, followed swiftly by Jason, leaving only the unconscious Abomination and Betty behind. Chapter 46, The Origins of Hydra. After enduring a grueling battle, Jason and his companions returned home, with Jason reclining on the sofa, bare-chested. "Wow, Hulk is truly formidable." "Indeed he is, Dad. You must understand that Hulk's strength is virtually limitless. The angrier he becomes, the stronger he is. In a fit of extreme rage, he could even shatter the earth with a single punch," Anne elaborated while pouring water for Nancy and the others. "Is it really that terrifying? Can Bruce Banner, Hulk's host, kill him?" "No. If Hulk dies, so does he. If Banner perishes, Hulk dies as well. Bruce Banner is inextricably linked to Hulk for life," Aunt replied. "Ah, does that mean he must live like this forever?" "Not quite. Hulk possesses intelligence, albeit at a childlike level. However, if you treat him sincerely, communication is indeed possible. With a proper dialogue, Banner might even manage to control Hulk's transformations, at least to the extent that Hulk doesn't change form in moments of emotional intensity." "Is communication really feasible?" "Of course. But, Uncle Phil, you may come in now," Aunt called out, somewhat irritated. Coulson entered, looking rather sheepish. Jason quickly took a sip from his cup, avoiding eye contact with Aunt, fully aware that he had been eavesdropping outside. "Ah, so the nano-armors are ready?" Aunt inquired of Coulson. "Indeed. Not only that, but we've also enhanced the nano-armors to transform into regular clothing, revealing their true form only during combat." As he spoke, Coulson's suit shimmered like a tranquil lake disturbed by ripples, morphing into nano-armor, each strand of muscle fiber emanating a palpable sense of strength. "Is this the first suit?" "Yes, it is," Coulson confirmed. "Uncle Phil, if possible, could you mention to that egghead to conduct a self-assessment of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Aunt suggested. With the completion of the nano-armor, the next step was to eradicate Hydra for A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Tainted by Hydra was a far cry from a Hydra-free S-H-I-E-L-D. What do you mean? The Claw Plan. You seem to have forgotten that Hydra's brainwashing techniques are exceedingly sinister. They can swiftly convert an individual into their unwavering devotee, which raises the question of how you dare recruit their scientists. In truth, you ought to rename S-H-I-E-L-D to Snake Shield. How many of them are there? Unclear, but I can assure you that Black Widow, Hawkeye, Agent Hill, and Iron Legion as Ant named each individual. Coulson and Jason's faces grew increasingly pale. Coulson, Jason is loyal to S-H-I-E-L-D, while Hydra's ranks include John Garrett, Grant Ward, Alexander Pierce, and Agent Sitwell. Their rapid response special forces and field teams are primarily composed of their operatives. Therefore, Uncle Phil, please ensure that your nano-armor technology remains confidential. Upon hearing these names, Coulson and Jason exchanged a look, both clearly astonished. Are you certain? Absolutely. Coulson promptly contacted Fury using a secure line known only to them. Within 10 minutes, Fury arrived at Ant's home, only to find the group engaged in a barbecue. Mom, grill more. This isn't enough for Peter and me. And Happy, give me less. Ant shouted. Director, welcome. Please, have a seat, Jason called out to Fury. Fury took a seat, surveying the gathering. Rest assured, they are all trustworthy individuals. Ant seemed to sense Fury's apprehensions and reassured him. Let us get to the bottom of this. What exactly is going on? Fury asked directly. Ant, noticing the attention, handed his skewers to Aunt May, who promptly placed them into the grill, setting the timer before joining the others with drinks. They all settled in, knowing that Ant was about to share a tale. Where should I begin? Let us start with the origins of Hydra. Do you know the history of Hydra? Isn't it just an organization that emerged during World War II, formed by the Nazis? Coulson inquired, furrowing his brow. Incorrect. The true Hydra was established in ancient times, with the goal of reclaiming their deity, the Hive. The Hive. Indeed, the Hive is the first Inhuman and the first human altered by the Kree, possessing extraordinarily unique abilities. Its essence consists of a swarm of parasites that can inhabit humans or Inhumans. However, it only chooses to inhabit humans, claiming it would never possess its own kind. Though the truth of that statement remains uncertain, he possesses the ability to expel a multitude of parasites, which gnaw at the surrounding life forms, thus facilitating his own regeneration. Remarkably, he still remains alive. Furthermore, he wields a second power that allows him to control Inhumans, enabling them to instantly acquire his abilities. His capacity to absorb skills is astonishingly rapid. He can peruse an entire book within mere seconds and comprehend the external world through multiple television sets simultaneously. Essentially, these encapsulate his powers, and the emergence of Hydra was orchestrated to reclaim him from his exiled planet, and elaborated. Given your description, does that not render him an invincible entity? Peter inquired. Not quite. Among the Inhumans, there exists one specifically designed to counter him. Whiplash, who serves as the nemesis of Hive. To swiftly neutralize Hive, reliance on him is paramount. Otherwise, the only recourse would be to dispatch an Inhuman to drive Hive onto a spacecraft and propel it toward the sun, Ant clarified. Having elucidated the origins of Hydra, he proceeded to discuss the faction led by the Red Skull. This iteration of Hydra severed ties with the original prior to World War II, subsequently re-establishing itself in collaboration with the Nazis. Through their research on the Cosmic Cube, they manufactured a plethora of energy weapons. The subsequent events are well known. Although the Hydra led by the Red Skull was ultimately vanquished, the so-called Project Insight allowed Hydra to infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D once more. They executed a transition from overt to covert operations, gradually brainwashing and assimilating new members, utilizing S-H-I-E-L-D's resources to achieve their nefarious ends. They have systematically devoured S-H-I-E-L-D, and I can assure you that at least half of the organization comprises Hydra operatives, including robust field teams and rapid response units, Ant concluded. Fury remained silent, absorbing the information, until the timer for the grill chimed. Aunt May and Nancy rose to present the grilled skewers, steak, and lamb chops as the group dined and conversed. Chapter 47. Preparations for the Mid-Autumn Festival Activities. Can I ascertain who among the Project Insight operatives is affiliated with Hydra? Essentially, yes. However, their leader is Dr. Zola, Ant replied, savoring his steak. Do you have any suggestions? Rebuild from the ashes. Bear in mind that even S-H-I-E-L-D Academy harbors their agents. Thus, your immediate task is to dispatch the individuals from the list I just provided, encouraging them to recruit potential operatives. I trust that, given your experience, you have contingency plans for such matters, Ant continued. A smile crept across Fury's face. He was indeed a level 10 agent, the king of spies. Although he remained unaware of Hydra's existence, he had sensed an undercurrent of resistance within SHIELD, a force that often resulted in collateral damage during missions. While the tasks appeared completed, those casualties were indisputably mistakes. Now, with the truth unveiled, he could retroactively deduce that these unfortunate victims were targets of Hydra. Not wishing to dwell on it any longer, Fury resumed his meal of skewers and steak. Once everyone was satiated, as he prepared to depart, Ant handed him a note. This contains a list of trustworthy individuals. As for the others, I cannot guarantee their loyalty. Receiving the note, Fury strode away purposefully, while Coulson remained behind to assist in tidying the garden. The names on the list predominantly originated from the television series Agents of SHIELD. Finally done, Ant remarked, straightening his back and stretching. By the way, Ant, could I possibly have more varieties of those explosive darts? Varieties? Yes, the web darts are somewhat similar to my web shooters. All right, I'll consult Uncle Norman about it. What do you think of incorporating neurotoxins and anesthetics? That could work. Just give me some time, Ant replied. Hey, Ant. Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming up soon? Will there be any activities? Nancy suddenly recalled, turning back to ask. Mid-Autumn Festival? I had almost forgotten. There should be something planned, Ant responded. I'll ensure to set aside a day for it. Since there's an event, can we invite Ned? I'm not certain. I need to verify how many people can attend this time, Ant shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. That night, as Ant prepared for sleep, a notification from the system suddenly chimed. Ding! The Mid-Autumn Festival event is about to commence. The host may invite 9 participants to this event, which will yield substantial rewards. As 9 invitations materialized before him, Ant promptly selected Jason, Nancy, Peter, Harry, Ned, Punisher, and Coulson, leaving him pondering who the final 2 participants should be. Soon, the others, ready to rest, were presented with invitations. Since they had previously participated, they promptly absorbed them into their beings. However, Ned appeared slightly taken aback. Yet having heard about it beforehand, he accepted the invitation, his eyes lighting up as it merged with him. The following day, as Ant descended from upstairs, he discovered Coulson and the Punisher already seated in the living room. Yawn. Phil, Punisher, why are you both up so early? Ant inquired through a yawn. Ant, I'm here representing SHIELD. I'd like to know if that invitation is still available, Coulson asked earnestly. Oh, what do you offer in exchange? Ant queried, eyeing Coulson and the others. What do you desire? Nanotech armor. Very well. Hold on a second, little guy. Why not grant me a spot as well? A nonchalant voice chimed in, followed by Tony Stark's entrance. Mr. Stark, how did you find out? Ant asked, curiosity piqued. At that moment, Happy awkwardly entered. Upon seeing Ant, he realized that this hefty individual must have spilled the beans. Happy, what's with you? Can you do anything other than eat? Ant chided, playfully patting Happy's belly. I didn't mean to. Who knew the boss would pry information from me? Fine. There are 2 spots available. You can each have one. Ant was disinclined to argue, as he had no one else to choose. Coulson took one, and Tony claimed the other. Little guy, I want to take this for free. Within my capacity, I can assist you with one task. However, I don't have anything in mind just yet. I'll let you know when I do, Tony stated. All right, no problem, little guy. Here is my contact information. By the way, can the armor be utilized over there? I'm not sure. You can bring it along and check, Ant replied, shaking his head. Very well. Once they departed, Ant took Spike for a walk. Wow, Spike, have you evolved again? Ant marveled at Spike, who had undergone another transformation, now measuring 1.5 meters in length and standing over a meter at the shoulder, his physique brimming with muscle. Spike nodded but sensed that he had reached his limit. Can you continue to evolve? Spike shook his head and nudged Ant affectionately. All right, once I devise a method, I'll allow you to evolve further. Ant crouched down, stroking Spike's head. Spike increasingly resembled a wolf. Had Ant not been vigilant enough to keep Spike off the streets, he would have surely attracted unwanted attention. After their stroll, Ant commenced his training, focusing on one of the most commonly used skills of the Phantom Blade, the cross slash. This particular skill remains rather challenging, for the cross slash differs significantly from ordinary techniques. Unlike other skills that require but a single swing of the weapon, the cross slash demands 3 distinct motions, a horizontal strike, followed by a vertical cleave, and finally a diagonal slash. Each of these movements must be executed with remarkable swiftness. and it is imperative that each blow is imbued with the power of the demon god. Otherwise, summoning the blood cross to strike the enemy would be utterly impossible. However, Auntie harbors considerable trepidation regarding the demon god's power. Unless he devises a means to neutralize Kazan's consciousness, he finds himself at an impasse. As his omniscience pertains solely to the Marvel Universe, and Kazan remains an enigma to him. Nevertheless, Auntie has formulated a plan to resolve this quandary. He intends to visit Kamartaj during the upcoming holiday. When it comes to Earth, who possesses the most profound understanding of demon gods, it is undoubtedly the Ancient One. Yet, the holiday is still a considerable time away, with Christmas being the earliest occasion. Chapter 48, Mid-Autumn Festival Activities, Part 1. A few days later, on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Annie once again vanished. Drawing from their previous experience, his companions did not succumb to panic, and Auntie soon encountered Xiao Miao again. "Hello, Brother Xiao. It has been quite a while," he greeted. "How have you been? Do you have anything to trade?" Xiao Miao inquired. Auntie produced a collection of gaming consoles and solar chargers, the only items he could conceive of, for he currently lacked any extraordinary goods. "Is this all?" Xiao Miao asked, picking up one of the gaming consoles to play with. "Not quite. I also have this, super dog food, specially formulated for canine beings. I acquired it from the system. Do you have any use for it?" Auntie offered. "Super dog food? What is its purpose?" Xiao Miao asked eagerly. "Well, with long-term consumption, it can enhance a dog's immunity, stamina, strength, speed, lifespan, and intelligence. It might even allow for a return to ancestral traits, though the probability is rather low." "That's fine. I'll take it all. I'll trade you this." With that, Xiao Miao produced a gleaming green stone. "Is this the magic core?" Auntie inquired. "Indeed. It can be utilized by others as well, since the cultivation techniques for fighting energy, combat skills, and other such practices are unsuitable for most. Even elixirs are similarly ineffective, perhaps due to the differences in our physiological structures." "Does that mean your world lacks items for trade?" Auntie probed. "Yes, but this magic core is still quite valuable. It serves as a unique energy source with special properties, making it a form of hard currency, especially in technological realms," Xiao Miao explained. "Is that so?" Auntie scrutinized the wooden magic core before him. "Of course it is. Long time no see." "Auntie," a hearty voice interjected, revealing the presence of Samus. "Hello, Samus. The time warp package is still useful for you, I trust?" Samus nodded, stating, "It is immensely beneficial. At the very least, I have resolved the issue of Ongran and the butcher's nails from the World Eaters." "You managed to do that?" Xiao Miao gasped, realizing the implications. "Indeed, I used the time warp package to revert Ongran to the moment just before the butcher's nails were implanted, then performed surgery to remove them." "Impressive. This means Ongran should no longer lean toward the traitors, correct?" I had previously informed my father of the future. Yet he took no action, placing all his hopes in the Webway project. To ensure its successful completion, I instructed Magnus to take the throne, seated upon the golden throne. In exchange, I lent him the time warp package, allowing him to revert his 1,000 sons' physical mutations back to their previous, normal state. That sounds promising. With Magnus in charge, it seems unlikely anyone could breach the Webway using psychic powers, given that Magnus possesses psychic abilities rivaling the Emperor's, though that may be an exaggeration, Xiao Miao remarked. It must be noted that the system bearers here possess a fundamental understanding of Warhammer, with most being at least of the level of Cloudhammer, rendering Samus a desirable trading partner. Despite the Warhammer universe being a cesspool, there remain numerous items of trade value, such as power swords and power armor. Consequently, with Samus's arrival, many sought him out for transactions, and Xiao Miao took the opportunity to present a collection of magic cores, making Auntie's gaming consoles seem somewhat less valuable in comparison. However, for those who had traversed into this fantastical realm, these gaming consoles were not merely relics of the past. They offered a means of nostalgia and relaxation, leading to their complete sellout. Once all items were traded, Auntie gathered his belongings. Since he brought only mundane items, he had acquired merely a vial of T-virus serum, albeit the perfected version. Following this, they began to peruse the wares offered by others, which included an eclectic array from various worlds: Naruto, Dragon Ball, Super Beast Armor, Armored Warriors, and Zombie Taoist, among others. Yet, Auntie found himself devoid of tradable goods. Though he did possess the perfected T-virus serum, it held little value. Thus, the three engaged in conversation and casual exploration until the following day, when Nancy, Jason, Peter, Harry, Nade, Punisher, Coulson, Tony, and Natasha made their entrance. "You've arrived," Annie greeted with a smile. "Yes, has the event begun?" Tony inquired. "Not yet. No need to rush." At that moment, a bell tolled, and a deep, ethereal voice resonated. The Mid-Autumn Festival activities commence with the first event, Lumberjack. In the next instant, everyone was transported to the moon, each standing before a tree, a laurel tree. Though this was no ordinary laurel, it shimmered translucently, with an energy swirling within. Each participant was equipped with a lumberjack axe, and they felt no restrictions on their inner strength. As the bell tolled, they commenced their lumberjack endeavor. Each time they struck the laurel tree, a mark appeared. However, the wound healed swiftly. Despite this, they did collect fallen branches, with deeper cuts yielding more. They resembled swine at a lumberyard, the rhythmic thud of their axes ringing out, proving quite cathartic. In a bid to fully unleash his potential, Ante shed the restraints of the demon god, for he understood that within this realm, Kazan could not disrupt proceedings. As the powers of Kazan and the Kirin bloodline merged, his hair grew wildly, cascading down to his waist, while virtual antlers sprouted from his forehead along with a dragon tail. With a powerful strike, branches fell from the laurel tree. Realizing that even such a mighty blow could not sever the tree, Ante accelerated his pace, filling one basket with branches, then a second, until time elapsed, and he had amassed 10 baskets. Yet, this quantity failed to secure him a position among the top 20, and Ante recognized his standing among these traversers. Of course, others may have held back their trump cards, but the margins were likely negligible. Why is there no reward? Tony queried, perplexed. Not only he, but the others were equally bewildered. Suddenly, Ante's eyes lit up as he gazed into the baskets of laurel branches. The reward is this, he exclaimed. As everyone picked up the laurel branches, they found nothing remarkable about them. This should serve as currency. Ultimately, it must be redeemable for the items you desire, Ante conjectured. As the crowd listened, their understanding seemed vague yet perceptive, and soon after a brief respite, the chime of the bell resonated once more. Chapter 49, The Mid-Autumn Festival Activities. Part 2. The second event of the Mid-Autumn Festival involved the capture of the jade rabbit, each possessing varying values. Just as the announcement concluded, the participants were transported to a snow-blanketed plain where a countdown timer materialized above their heads, jolting them back to reality. However, they initially failed to spot any jade rabbits. Suddenly, Peter discerned something and promptly drew his explosive revolver, firing at a specific location. The explosive web dart struck a white rabbit, its eyes a striking crimson. Upon seeing the creature, Peter hurried towards it, and as his hand made contact, the rabbit emitted a resounding pop and transformed into 10 sprigs of laurel. The crowd then realized that the jade rabbits had been cleverly concealed, prompting them to cease their chatter and commence the search for the elusive creatures. Tony, aided by Jarvis, emerged as the most successful in locating the rabbits, though discovery did not guarantee capture, for the rabbits were undeniably swift, evading the reflexes of ordinary humans. Observing this, Ant swiftly drew his handgun and began to shoot, while Jason, utilizing his remarkable speed, continued to capture jade rabbits. Nancy conjured a bow composed of vibrant red energy in her hands. The others also employed their unique abilities, during which minor altercations arose. For instance, the Punisher, with his keen eyesight and rapid reflexes, utilized his explosive weaponry to snatch several jade rabbits from Tony. Although Tony had initially detected those rabbits, he found himself unable to dispatch them, and the Punisher's thievery irked him, yet he could only grumble under his breath, recognizing that this was Ant's domain. By the conclusion of the time limit, Ant had amassed 30 baskets, while the others had collected around a dozen each. Nevertheless, this event was still governed by strength, and thus, Ant did not make it into the top 10, a reality he had anticipated, albeit arriving sooner than expected. The group settled down, gazing at the laurel sprigs, particularly Peter, who curiously examined them, captivated by their exquisite beauty, which seemed beyond human craftsmanship. Tony, having exited his armor, sighed and remarked, "This place is quite pleasant, though lacking in food. How I wish I could indulge in a cheeseburger right now." In the next moment, a cheeseburger materialized, hovering before Tony. He was taken aback, as were the others, who had not anticipated the space's capabilities, hastily ordering their desired food and beverages. Ant, however, remained cautious and attempted to select food from the gourmet hunter menu, only to find nothing appeared, indicating that only ordinary food was available here. After satisfying their hunger and taking a brief respite, the bell tolled once more. The third event, lunar racing, beckoned participants to assemble vehicles capable of racing on the moon. The stipulation was that the wheels must touch the ground, with a construction time of 12 hours. Following this period, the lunar racing event would officially commence. In an instant, countless parts appeared around the participants, prompting them to look toward Tony, whose superior craftsmanship was undisputed. Naturally, Ant and Peter were also able to assist. while the others were largely ignorant of automotive mechanics. Aware of the urgent task at hand, Tony promptly began assembling, given that the moon's gravity differed from that of Earth. He first considered the vehicle's balance, along with the durability of the tires, as the moon's surface was far from a smooth concrete road, littered with sharp stones. Moreover, given that this was a lunar race, shock absorption was also crucial. Thus, the first vehicle, born from the collaboration of Tony, Ant, and Peter, finally took shape. Resembling a monstrous creation, with tires boasting a diameter of a staggering 1.5 meters. With the prototype complete, the others simply needed to replicate it. And soon 10 colossal vehicles emerged. With 4 hours remaining before the deadline, participants selected their vehicles and placed miniature reactors in designated slots. Shortly thereafter, the engines of these 10 behemoths roared to life, their power rivaling that of a tank, boasting an impressive 2,000 horsepower. It was as if a tank's engine had been crammed into these colossal machines, and Tony had intentionally added weight to prevent the vehicles from nosediving. Incorporating shock-absorbing springs crafted from vibranium, which were more than sufficient for the task. Many components were made from vibranium, since the space could manifest whatever he desired. Tony took full advantage of it, eager to witness the strength of a vehicle forged from such a material. For hours later, participants found themselves seated in their vehicles, and with a flash of white light, they were transported to a racetrack, accompanied by thousands of others. The traffic lights activated, first illuminating red, prompting the crowd to lightly press the accelerator, the engines revving in anticipation. As the green light signaled the start, they surged forward from the starting line, only to find the racetrack vanish behind them, replaced by a luminous sphere marking the finish line. Without hesitation, they raced towards the glowing orb, fully aware that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. However, others held the same notion, resulting in a chaotic collision as they crashed into one another. Initially fearing devastation, they soon discovered that their vehicles were enveloped in a protective layer of energy, which gently deflected the weaker cars, akin to bumper cars, ensuring safety. Yet, not everyone was capable of constructing vehicles. Those unable to do so resorted to crafting bicycles, attaching launchers at the rear, a solution that appeared far from safe, but represented the limits of their ingenuity. At this juncture, Tony led the pack, leveraging his driving skills and the formidable performance of his vehicle to carve through the competition. Ant and his companions were also within the top 20, though one individual matched his pace. Tony glanced through the window at the armored vehicle alongside him, adorned with a golden double-headed eagle. However, the robust driver remained obscured by a veil of white mist, rendering him indistinguishable. Yet, through Jarvis's calculations, Tony deduced that this individual stood at least 4 meters tall, a veritable giant. The two exchanged glances before once again accelerating, with Tony's exhaust spewing pale blue flames as thick white steam billowed from the armored vehicle. Their speeds were neck and neck, but ultimately, Tony gained the upper hand, crossing the finish line first, while Ant and his team secured positions within the top 20. After all, the individuals accompanying Samaise were no ordinary competitors. They possessed advanced technology, making the construction of speedy vehicles a simple task for them. Once all had crossed the finish line, they returned to the mysterious space, each receiving their respective rewards. Tony, as the champion, was bestowed 20 baskets of laurel. Subsequently, a panel appeared before each individual, detailing the properties of the laurel and the items that could be exchanged for it. Thus, the participants fell silent, each beginning to peruse the available items for exchange. Chapter 50. The Properties of Laurel, Abundant Rewards. I had no idea the laurel had such capabilities, Jason exclaimed excitedly. For the laurel not only served as a means of stamina restoration and wound healing, but also as a consumable to enhance luck, and it could be utilized to fortify weapons. However, there was a chance that the strengthening process could result in irreparable damage to the weapon, necessitating caution when seeking to enhance one's armament. Simultaneously, an extensive array of items could be exchanged, particularly for Tony, who could acquire a multitude of armors, including the nano armor, the extremist virus armor, the symbiote armor, the destroyer armor, the god armor, the sword in the stone armor, the godslayer armor, and the anti-phoenix armor. Regrettably, he could only redeem the nano armor, unless someone was willing to lend him a bit of laurel branch. But it was evident that everyone had their own items to exchange. Consequently, Tony could only store the remaining laurel branches in this space. Jason, after surveying his options, ultimately chose to enhance his werewolf lineage. The more blood he consumed, the stronger he became, and as long as it was blood, he could devour it. Once his entire being transformed into gold, his werewolf bloodline would reach its pinnacle. Similarly, Nancy fortified her vampiric lineage, earning the title of the true Vampire King. capable of manipulating the lives of her kin at will. All vampires who beheld her would instinctively feel a sense of subservience. Moreover, Nancy had even mastered the art of blood rebirth. As long as she possessed a single drop of her blood, she could resurrect herself. Coulson, on the other hand, redeemed the crafting techniques for the KW-89 and the perfected T-virus serum. Notably, the KW-89 is entirely distinct from the KW-74. It does not require direct insertion into the heart, but can be ingested, and it even comes in an orange flavor. Its enhancement effects surpass those of KW-74, and the T-virus serum is even more remarkable, capable of granting telekinesis, arguably one of the most versatile superpowers available. Natasha glanced at her available exchanges, feeling either extraordinarily fortunate or woefully unfortunate, for she could not redeem any items. The cheapest option was derived from the Gourmet Hunter culinary cells, which enhance physical attributes and self-healing speed upon consuming delectable food. Theoretically, with sufficient gourmet offerings, the cells could evolve indefinitely. There were also devil fruits, but she could not redeem those either, leading her to store her laurel branches. Peter, Ned, and Harry also exchanged for abilities beneficial to themselves. Ned chose the complete spellbook from Harry Potter and the wand-making technique. Peter enhanced his spider sense, enabling him to foresee imminent danger by a second and sense malevolence. This meant that if someone intended to attack him, Peter could visualize the scene a second before the strike, allowing him to intervene. Additionally, he could detect any malicious intent directed towards him. Harry acquired his signature magical tool, an angel's scythe, which could transform into a pendant worn around his neck. When needed, it would morph into a massive silver scythe that could be resized to perfectly suit Harry's current capabilities. As for the Punisher, he redeemed a Dragon Ball, specifically a 5-star Dragon Ball, which now meant that he possessed 5 Dragon Balls, ranging from 1 star to 5 star. With just 2 more, he could complete the set. He also exchanged for a storage ring, which, upon bloodbinding, he filled with all 5 Dragon Balls. Lastly, Auntie chose to enhance his Chelan bloodline, causing his originally red blood to gradually exhibit shimmering golden streaks, infused with potent energy. Within his consciousness, the reinforcement of the Chelan bloodline made it more formidable, allowing him to devour Kazan's power at an accelerated rate. The demonic power he transformed was readily usable by Auntie, and he only realized this when he fully unraveled the demon's bindings. This demonic strength served as his resource, and as long as he used it sparingly, it would suffice. After completing their exchanges, everyone opted to store their remaining laurel branches, intending to return for redemption the following Mid-Autumn Festival. They understood that while each year's festivities might differ, the rewards would always be laurel branches, thus saving them was prudent, allowing them to redeem their desired items next time. However, items stored here were practically unusable unless they took all the laurel branches with them. Upon hearing Annie's explanation, the group turned their gaze toward the Punisher, who had no choice but to use their laurel branches to redeem a storage ring for each person, as only he had the ability to exchange for such items. This ring, however, had a capacity of only 10 cubic units, although there were options for 100 or even more cubic units, but those required significantly more laurel branches, leading everyone to settle for the 10 cubic storage ring. They subsequently departed, while Auntie lingered, accompanying Xiao Miao and the others until a day later, when they returned to the real world. Soon after, the group hosted a barbecue gathering in Auntie's garden, with high-end ingredients provided by Tony. It seemed that everyone had reaped considerable rewards. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression darkened as she realized she had not redeemed anything. However, the KW-89 and T-virus serum that Coulson acquired were also suitable for her use, so it wasn't entirely disadvantageous. By the way, little one, will there be any events for Christmas? Tony suddenly recalled, handing a skewer to the woman beside him, who was none other than Pepper Potts, his future wife and the CEO and secretary of Stark Industries. Pepper accepted without hesitation and began to eat. Yes, and the closest one is Christmas, she replied. Hey, then reserve a spot for me, Tony said with a charming grin. It's still uncertain how many people I can invite, so let us not rush, Auntie replied with mild annoyance. Meanwhile, Ned was tinkering with something, and Peter and Harry were assisting him, only noticing them after Auntie finished his conversation with Tony. Chapter 51, Distribution of KW-89 and T-virus serum. Ned, what are you up to? Auntie inquired. Making wands. Are you cursing me? Auntie replied incredulously. No, I mean crafting magic wands, colloquially known as wand making, Ned quickly clarified. Goodness, I thought you were insulting me. Is this your wand? Auntie asked, eyeing the stick in Ned's hand. Yeah, it's a peach tree branch combined with super spider silk. It's not ideally suited for me, but it'll suffice. As he spoke, Ned performed the levitation charm, causing a chair to float in midair, eliciting astonishment from the group, who then attempted other spells like Lumos and Confringo. However, due to the wand's unsuitability, it ultimately broke. Can we learn this? Harry asked excitedly. I'm not sure. Once I craft a few more wands, you can practice some spells, Ned replied uncertainly. The group then shifted their focus, indulging in a hearty feast. Each person had an enormous appetite, often consuming 10 kilograms of beef individually, which meant that the high-end ingredients Tony provided vanished rapidly. Annie had to supply a substantial amount of beef to satisfy their hunger. After feasting, the group dispersed, just as Natasha was about to rest. She received a secret order from Fury. Reading the message, she furrowed her brow slightly, but nonetheless boarded the Quinjet with Coulson and Jason, heading to a mysterious base in Antarctica. Their Quinjet had not been registered, and even its parts were discreetly assembled by a mechanic, ensuring it would not be detected by Hydra within SHIELD. The Quinjet gradually descended towards the ground, which moments ago had appeared desolate, but now slowly parted to reveal a base before them. Director, exclaimed Coulson and his companions. The environment suggested that the construction of this base had been rather rushed. The concrete surface was even exposed in places, with a group of robots busily laying down various infrastructures. Due to the frigid temperatures, it was currently unsuitable for human activity, and even if one were to venture here, there would be no need for the nanotech armor. You've arrived. Follow me, Fury beckoned, leading them to a location where an unprecedented warmth enveloped them. The temperature maintained at a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Coulson, the KW-89 and T-virus serum have been prepared. This time, we intend for you to trial them first, as well as distribute them among others. Have there been any human trials? Jason inquired. The researchers clad in white coats paused their work and turned to regard the golden-hued pupils, a clear indication that they had already ingested the KW-89. So soon? Coulson remarked. It's not considered fast. Here's the list. Each of you is responsible for a portion. Distribute the KW-89 and T-virus serum to them. Jason, do you require it? Jason shook his head, sensing his lycanthropic blood resisting the substance, akin to how a Cheelant's blood might reject that of a werewolf. Natasha and the others nodded, accepting the boxes and retrieving their respective portions before heading to the rooms Fury had prepared for them. They first ingested the KW-89, then noticed their eyes transforming to a golden hue before injecting the T-virus serum. An overwhelming pain coursed through their bodies, which they endured with great fortitude. Soon, they felt an intense heat as their body temperatures soared beyond 40 degrees. Staggering, they immersed themselves in the bathtub, finally understanding the purpose of its presence. Upon regaining consciousness, they changed into new attire and emerged. How do you feel? Natasha inquired. It feels quite extraordinary, she replied. My little rascal mentioned that after injecting the T-virus serum, one might awaken some sort of superpower. Keep a close watch in the coming days, Jason advised. Understood. Now, Director, we shall take our leave. Natasha addressed Fury before they departed aboard the Quinjet, seeking Clint. Clint, Natasha called. What brings you here? Barton, teaching his daughter archery, quickly responded. I came to see you. Natasha smiled, though her eyes revealed deeper emotions. Barton noticed Natasha's contact lenses and understood her unspoken intent, inviting her in to sit. Inside, Natasha encountered Barton's wife, who was preparing to cook. I'll help you with that, Natasha offered, moving towards her. As she passed Barton, she discreetly slipped the KW-89 and T-virus serum into his pocket. Unaware, he continued to entertain his daughter, maintaining a composed demeanor despite the unexpected addition to his pocket. Soon, Natasha departed, and Barton hurried to his equipment room. He meticulously checked for any signs of surveillance before inspecting the security cameras and discovering he was indeed being watched. He retrieved a syringe, a vial, and a letter. Understanding the internal issues within SHIELD, he swiftly consumed the KW-89 and called out to his wife, Honey, I need to focus on my gear. Please don't disturb me. All right, finish up quickly and take a break, she replied. Understood, Barton responded, then proceeded to inject the T-virus serum. The pain hit him like a wave, and he bit down on a towel, shocked at the intensity despite Natasha's warnings. Meanwhile, Jason and Coulson commenced their operations, discreetly distributing the serum to loyal members of SHIELD, ensuring their actions remained concealed from Hydra's watchful eyes. However, it seemed Fury's considerable activity had drawn Hydra's attention, prompting them to monitor Jason and the Loyalists closely. They had to tread carefully to avoid detection. They successfully distributed the KW-89 and T-virus serum, but just as they prepared to retrieve more, Coulson was summoned for what appeared to be an urgent mission. his excitement palpable upon hearing the assignment. Chapter 52. Uncovering Captain America. In the Arctic, Coulson led a team excavating something significant. Clad in a suit that served as nanotech armor, equipped with a temperature regulation system, enabling him to withstand the harsh snowstorm. Enhanced by the KW-89. He had grown 5 centimeters taller, now standing at 1 meter 85. "Sir, we've found it," a voice called out, igniting Coulson's excitement as he rushed over. Clearing the snow from the icy surface revealed a metallic shell beneath. He immediately ordered the excavation of the entire aircraft. As the site expanded, a World War II-era aircraft emerged, along with a shield and a figure encased in ice. "Director, we've unearthed it," Coulson exclaimed, barely containing his exhilaration. "Transport it to New York immediately. You will oversee everything until his revival." "Yes, Director," Coulson affirmed with a firm nod. Coulson proceeded to transport the frozen Captain America, initiating the thawing process. However, having been encased for over 70 years, they needed to meticulously recreate a hospital room from that era, ensuring every detail was accurate. Yet, they underestimated the enhanced Captain America. He regained consciousness swiftly. Although the set was prepared, the actors were not, leaving Coulson no choice but to step in himself. Nevertheless, he inadvertently revealed a flaw. Captain America quickly sensed something amiss, believing he had been captured by Hydra, and attempted to resist, only to be easily subdued by Coulson. Surprised to find himself outmatched, Captain America questioned, "What is happening?" "Captain, please remain calm. We mean you no harm. The current situation may be difficult for you to fathom," Coulson reassured. "What situation?" Captain America replied, bewildered. "Put on this outfit, and we'll explain as we walk," Coulson encouraged, utilizing his amiable demeanor, which led Captain America to nod in agreement. After donning the attire, they exited the room. At that moment, Captain America realized the so-called hospital room was merely a staged environment, with all sounds and winds artificially created. They took an elevator, and upon entering the unfamiliar space, Captain America stepped inside. "Captain, it has been 70 years since your battle with the Red Skull." "What did you say?" "Please, don't be agitated. This is the truth," Coulson replied as they reached the ground floor. Stepping outside the building, Captain America was confronted with bustling streets, towering skyscrapers, massive screens, and fashionably dressed men and women. He gasped, absorbing the reality around him, and after confirming everything was indeed real, he exhaled deeply. "Captain, are you all right?" Coulson inquired. "I'm fine. I merely missed a dance." Captain America finally spoke, clarity returning. "That's good. Now, follow me, Captain." "Who are you?" "We belong to the Strategic Scientific Reserve. However, we have since rebranded ourselves as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense Supply and Logistics, commonly referred to as SHIELD. The founders of this organization are Peggy Carter, Howard Stark, and Colonel Phillips." Upon hearing this, Captain America lowered his gaze and took a considerable amount of time before finally lifting his head to ask, "What is it that you require of me?" "The director will discuss this matter with you in detail." Subsequently, the two men made their way to a nearby park. Upon seeing Nick Fury, Captain America was filled with confusion, yet Fury sensed offense in the captain's eyes. "You are the director of SHIELD? Captain America inquired. "Indeed." "Please have a seat, Captain," Fury replied, patting the chair beside him. Captain America complied and sat down, as Fury produced a device, activated it, and placed it on the ground. "I apologize, Captain. Initially, our intention was to help you acclimate to the new world, considering the war has ended and you deserve to enjoy life. However, regrettably, Hydra has not vanished. In fact, it still lurks in this world, even within the confines of our own SHIELD. Fury handed Captain America a mask, donning one himself as he urged the captain to do the same. Captain America, though uncertain, obliged. Upon hearing Fury's revelation, he was momentarily stunned. How can this be? Captain America could not restrain himself from asking, bewildered that after all his struggles against the Red Skull and the victorious conclusion of the war, he was now being told that Hydra still existed. Fury recounted the entire situation, leaving Captain America at a loss for words, especially since the Project Paperclip was devised by his beloved. "By the way, Miss Carter wishes to meet you," Fury stated. Upon hearing that familiar surname, Captain America froze momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. Fury then rose to depart, and Captain America turned his attention toward Agent Coulson, striding over to him. They arrived at SHIELD, exclusive rehabilitation center primarily occupied by retired senior officials of the organization. "Captain, please follow me." Coulson instructed as he guided Captain America to a room containing a bathtub filled with ice water. Coulson then produced the KW-89 and the T-virus serum, offering them to Captain America. After a brief hesitation, Captain America consumed the serum in one gulp and subsequently injected himself with the T-virus serum. Due to his enhanced physique, the pain was manageable, though it contorted his features in agony as he gradually submerged into the icy water. After an hour, Captain America emerged from the bathtub, his well-defined muscles glistening under the sunlight, exuding an even greater charm. He dried off and donned the World War II uniform that Coulson had prepared for him before stepping outside. Coulson nodded at Captain America, who, glancing toward a nearby room, slowly approached the door. Yet, as he reached the threshold, trepidation overcame him. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open, revealing an elderly woman lying in bed, gazing quietly out the window. Upon hearing the commotion, she slowly turned her head, her eyes meeting the face of the man she had longed for, and a smile graced her lips. Tears welled up in Captain America's eyes, yet he stifled them as he moved closer and took a seat beside her. "It's been a long time, Peggy," he murmured softly. "Steve, it's been so long," she replied warmly. Chapter 53, A Meeting, an Interview. In a conference room at the Continental Hotel in New York, a group of cloaked figures sat gathered. "Ladies and gentlemen, SHIELD's recent operations have been somewhat peculiar. Do you suppose they have discovered our presence?" One individual spoke up. "Aside from you, has anyone else felt that something is amiss?" Another queried. As the question was posed, a silence fell over the group, indicating that the speaker held the highest rank among them. "Yes, Nick Fury has mobilized a considerable sum of funds. When we attempted to trace them, we found the money had vanished without a trace. No one knows how he has utilized these resources, as he, being the director, possesses the highest authority, meaning only he is privy to their whereabouts. I have encountered a similar situation. A batch of equipment sufficient to incite a war has also disappeared, along with our tracking devices." With this revelation, others chimed in, expressing their concerns over Fury's continuous reallocation of SHIELD's resources, seemingly orchestrating a terrifying plan. "Is that all?" "Yes. Can we trace it?" "No, we cannot. He has conducted this operation without deploying any SHIELD agents." "I see. What about Dr. Zola?" "No success there either. He even hacked into the satellites, yielding no results and nearly being detected by JARVIS. I will take care of this. All operations are to be cancelled for the time being. We must not leave him any traces. Remember, he is known as the King of Spies. Understood?" The others nodded in agreement. "Is there anything else? If not, unless I summon you, remain silent. We cannot afford to be exposed at this juncture. If you understand." The meeting is adjourned. Instantaneously, the individuals began to disperse. Shortly thereafter, a server entered the room, collecting and destroying the projector from the chairs, leaving no evidence behind. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion, a middle-aged man gazed contemplatively out the window. "Sir, shall we activate the Winter Soldier?" "No, not yet. We must first ascertain whether we have been compromised," Alexander Pierce replied. "Understood, sir." Soon after, Fury sensed the internal opposition within SHIELD had dissipated. A troubling sign indicating that Hydra had detected something amiss and was retreating into the shadows. Rising, Fury approached the window, silently observing the outside world, when suddenly a knock echoed through the room. Without turning, he called out, "Come in." Alexander Pierce entered. "Fury, Pierce, you've arrived. Is there something you need?" Fury inquired, turning to face him. "Indeed, the Council has discovered that a significant portion of SHIELD's funds is missing, and they suspect you may have taken them. I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of those funds," Pierce stated softly as he took a seat. "I allocated those funds to execute a plan known as Phoenix, but due to its implications for global security, only I am privy to the specifics of this initiative," Fury replied. "Fine. I was once a member of SHIELD and understand the confidentiality agreements. However, if possible, I would appreciate a report outlining the general aspects of the plan. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to explain to the Council." Pierce feigned reluctance. "Rest assured, Pierce, I shall ensure you are not put in a difficult position. I will expedite the reporting of this plan's details, though it may take approximately 6 months," Fury assured him. 6 months? Is it truly necessary? Indeed, the plan pertains to global safety, and the fewer individuals who are aware of it, the better. By the time the 6 months have elapsed, the plan will be nearly complete, making disclosure feasible. 6 months will suffice, yes? Fury inquired, locking eyes with Pierce. Of course. Leave that to me. Following this, Alexander Pierce exited the office, and as he stepped into the elevator, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Phoenix Plan? He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Fury observed the surveillance footage, which depicted Pierce entering the elevator. His expression remained impassive, but internally, Fury had already placed him on his list of targets. After Alexander Pierce's departure, Fury followed suit. However, shortly after leaving, he sensed that he was being followed. Yet, rather than alarming his pursuers, he discreetly utilized his rearview mirror to ascertain the identities of those tailing him. The individuals proved quite astute, seemingly realizing they had been detected, as they promptly vanished from sight. Consequently, Fury was unable to confirm their presence and proceeded to his intended destination. Hello, Captain. Fury, do you require my assistance? Steve inquired, his mouth full of fried rice. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury stated. I'm weary. I simply desire to live a tranquil life, Steve declined. Captain, perhaps you should take some time to rest, Fury replied succinctly before making his exit. This left Steve somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated further persuasion from Fury. Suddenly, he recalled Fury's earlier words and let out a resigned sigh. Nonetheless, it mattered little. His previous statement had primarily been directed at Hydra, as he had already discussed matters with Peggy. Although unspoken, Peggy hoped that he would resolve the Hydra situation before considering retirement. As his former lover, he found it impossible to refuse her, especially since the very entity that had caused their separation was none other than Hydra's leader, Red Skull. Thus, declining was not an option. Yet, he also knew he could not join S.H.I.E.L.D. at this moment, at the very least, not with such ease. Glancing at the address Fury had left behind, he pondered for a moment before making his way there, discovering it led to Midtown High School. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you are a parent? No. I am here to apply for the position of physical education teacher. I was referred here, Steve hurriedly explained. The security guard scrutinized Steve, noting his robust physique, and decided not to question him further, promptly summoning the hiring manager. Before long, Steve found himself in the office, where after reviewing the letter of introduction he had brought, the manager proceeded to finalize his employment and took him directly to a class. Students, this is your new physical education teacher. Please introduce yourselves. Hello everyone, I am Steve Rogers, he stated, presenting his true name. Among the students, one child was intently gazing at him. Steve noticed this and turned to meet the child's gaze. Mr. Rogers, I will leave this group in your capable hands, the guiding teacher said. Very well, Steve replied. Once the teacher departed, he commenced the lesson. Given that they were children, he allowed them to run about freely and then called over the child who had been staring at him. Chapter 54, Daily Life. Hello, Captain. I didn't expect you to adapt to modern life so swiftly, the child remarked. Steve's expression sharpened instantly. He was taken aback that this child was aware of his true identity. Who are you? I'm merely a student. Did that black egg send you? Black egg? Steve inquired, puzzled. Nick Fury, the child clarified. Upon reflection, Steve found the comparison amusing and chuckled. Now that you mention it, it is quite fitting, he responded with a smile. By the way, what brings you here? The child, Ant, asked curiously. I am uncertain. It was Fury who directed me here, Steve replied. Then I suppose you should lie low, Ant suggested before retreating to read a book. Observing this, Steve took out his phone to catch up on the news from the time he had been frozen. Thanks to the super soldier serum enhancing his brain, he absorbed the information rapidly, demonstrating remarkable learning ability. As the students frolicked, Steve was engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, a female student fell while climbing the parallel bars, landing headfirst. Just as disaster seemed imminent, a blur shot past, and when the students regained their composure, they found Steve cradling the girl. Though her clothes were torn from the sudden friction, Ant, keep an eye on them. I need to change, Steve called out. Reluctantly, Ant descended from the tree and lay down in the center of the playground. Steve gently set the girl down and advised, be more cautious while playing next time. He then made his way to change, returning 10 minutes later just as the bell rang, prompting everyone to return to their classrooms. The girl he had saved approached him. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Not at all. Go back to your class, Steve said, ruffling her hair. He then brought over a metal basket, filling it with basketballs, volleyballs, and soccer balls. Suddenly, he sensed a pair of eyes upon him and turned to see someone watching from the school's fence. The moment the observer realized they had been spotted, they hastily drove away. Steve chose not to pursue, but silently watched the vehicle's retreating figure. Even I am being monitored. It seems Hydra's reach is extensive, he murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to Steve, at a nearby window, Ant and his friends were also observing the same vehicle. Was that car from Hydra? Harry asked. Most likely, came the reply. Is he really Captain America? Peter inquired, glancing at Steve. Indeed, he is Captain America. But didn't he sacrifice himself in history? Peter continued. He did not sacrifice himself. He merely went missing. They searched for him extensively, but could not locate him, leading to the assumption of his sacrifice. In truth, he was simply frozen, Ant explained. Frozen? Yes, he was encased in ice in the Arctic, Ant clarified. What are you all discussing? Diana suddenly interjected, prompting the others to fall silent. Seeing their reaction, Diana gave a wry smile, her expression tinged with disappointment. Ned, noticing, spoke up. We were just discussing the new physical education teacher. Yes, didn't you see? His reactions and speed are remarkably quick. He certainly doesn't seem like an ordinary person. We were speculating about his true identity, Harry added, understanding that Diana had not mistreated Ned, but rather had always been kind to him. The group felt a sense of camaraderie, relieving Diana's worries and bringing a smile to her face. The five continued their discussion until the class bell rang. Quickly, they returned to their desks, each engrossed in their own books, with even Ned quietly practicing spells. Diana, noticing, exclaimed, Brother, is that magic or a spell? Ned replied softly, Magic. Can I learn it? Diana asked, excitement lighting her eyes. We can talk about it after class. He replied. Diana nodded, though she couldn't help but sneak glances at him during the lesson. Once the class ended, she rushed over. Hee, brother, she said, playfully shaking his arm. Ned, who had a soft spot for his sister due to her unwavering kindness, was particularly indulgent of Diana. Once we return home tonight, I'll have a wand custom made for you. If you can learn the spell, it indicates you have a talent for magic. If you cannot, it means magic is not for you, and there's no need to force it, understood? I understand, brother. I can't wait for school to end, Diana exclaimed eagerly, her eyes sparkling as they looked at Ned. Ned instantaneously discerned her intentions and promptly exclaimed, Do not act recklessly. You promised Grandma and Grandpa that you would focus on your studies. I understand, brother, Diana replied. In the face of magic, Diana even cast aside Ant, which suited Ned's wishes perfectly. After enduring a prolonged period of anticipation, they finally completed their school day. Ned directly invited everyone to his grandparents' home, where they would have their wands customized and ascertain their aptitude for magic. After informing their teacher, they boarded the extended Lincoln belonging to Harry's family. Knowing that they occasionally ventured to various destinations together, Norman had arranged a Lincoln for Harry, ensuring ample seating for all. Grandpa, Grandma, we're back, Diana announced as she pushed the door open. Ned's grandparents emerged, their excitement palpable upon seeing Ant and the others, and they hurriedly invited them to sit. Meanwhile, Ned retreated to his room, and when he descended again, a box floated behind him. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Diana became even more exhilarated, while Ned's grandparents remained remarkably composed, suggesting that Ned had perhaps revealed more than intended. Ned, it seems you've practiced for quite some time. Why is it that Diana is unaware? It's because my parents took me home, claiming they wanted to understand my brother's interests, which is why I didn't know he had begun studying magic, Diana explained. At that moment, Ned settled down and slowly opened the box, revealing its contents. Chapter 55, Customizing Wands, Night Raid. Within Ned's home, the children gathered in the living room, their eyes fixed on the moment Ned unveiled the suitcase, showcasing an array of enchanting branches that encompassed nearly everything Ned could procure with his money. However, not every branch was suitable. Typically, fewer than 10 branches from a single tree could serve as wands. After purchasing nearly 10 cubic meters of branches, Ned had managed to select only this box of wand-making materials. On the other side of the box lay numerous jars containing the fur of various creatures. What a pity, Ned mused. What do you mean, brother? Diana inquired curiously. It's nothing, Ned replied, shaking his head. However, Ant understood the implication of his words. Wands required not only various branches, but also the fur of magical beasts, and now Ned could only acquire ordinary animal fur. Of course, mythical creatures existed on Earth, such as the Daluo dimension, a unique realm that imprisoned soul devourers, magical beasts from the dimension. The dragons of the Daluo dimension and the Daluo guardians had united to seal them away. While others might not comprehend, ancient ones certainly would, as soul devourers belong to the ranks of dimensional demigods, albeit lacking a dedicated dimension. Compared to true dimensional demigods, their power was akin to that of an ant in comparison to an elephant. Thus, Ant refrained from revealing anything, opting instead to wait until the Christmas holidays to take Ned to Kamar Taj, where he would barter with Harry Potter's spells to have Ancient One teach Ned, while also seeking to capitalize on the mythical creatures of the Daluo dimension. Subsequently, Ned commenced the wand-making process. He glanced at Diana, then produced his wand, handing it to her. The moment Diana touched it, a bolt of lightning erupted from the wand's tip, shattering the television. Ned swiftly snatched the wand back, stating, "This is not suitable for you. Now please stand up." He retrieved the wand and employed a repair spell to restore everything. When he instructed Diana to stand, she complied, unaware that at that moment, Ant and his spouse had arrived at the door, only to witness a shocking scene. A flexible measuring tape was sinuously traversing Diana's body, while Ned was scribbling notes, seemingly recording something. "By the way, are you left-handed or right-handed?" "Right-handed," she replied. "Okay, just a moment. Due to the materials, these wands may not perfectly suit you. They merely allow you to cast spells. You may all give them a try," Ned explained, distributing his wand to the others. Consequently, Peter and Ant exhibited no aptitude, while Harry demonstrated a remarkable talent, which was befitting of his name. Before long, Diana's wand was completed, followed closely by Harry's. Once both wands were ready, Ned began instructing them in spells, starting with a basic and harmless charm known as the Lumos spell. As Ant and his spouse observed this magical scene, they quietly entered through the front door. Their entrance did not escape the notice of Ant and Peter, who exchanged glances, and the couple nodded at them. Although Ant and Peter were reluctant to engage, given that they were Diana and Ned's parents, they merely nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, they practiced until nightfall, at which point Ned's grandparents had prepared dinner. Just as they were about to sit down for a meal, Ant and his spouse walked in. Upon seeing them, Ned's expression darkened. Ant, noticing this, spoke up. "I merely came to see if you needed anything. Here's my supplementary card. Feel free to use it if necessary." With that, Ant left the card behind and departed, casting a lingering glance at Ned, who had turned away. This was Ant's method of gradually building rapport, taking small steps over time, hoping that eventually they would resemble a typical family. Although Ned might still not feel close to them then, at least they would no longer feel like strangers. After their departure, Ant and the others returned home, and Ant commenced his routine tasks, which yielded consistent rewards. Once the tasks were completed, it grew late, and Ant retired to his room for the night. It was uncertain how long he had been asleep, but suddenly he heard rustling sounds emanating from downstairs. Rubbing his eyes, he made his way to the staircase, only to discover a group of fully armed individuals wearing masks in his living room. The two parties locked eyes, momentarily stunned, until Ant reacted first, summoning an axe to his hand. The intruders immediately opened fire on Ant, who sprinted away with such speed that they could not aim accurately. By the time they regained their composure, Ant had already cleaved their weapons in half. The room erupted with their anguished cries, but the chaos was far from over. As Ant continued to dispatch them effortlessly, the commotion had attracted Peter's attention next door. He quickly swung open the door, only to find Spike, covered in tranquilizer darts. "Ant, are you all right?" Peter shouted. "I'm fine. What brings you here?" "I heard noise coming from your room, so I came to check. By the way, Spike has passed out." After a brief exchange, Ant rushed outside to inspect Spike, confirming that he was merely unconscious. Yet, upon seeing the darts lodged in Spike's body, Ant couldn't help but chuckle. He carefully removed the darts and returned Spike to his doghouse. "Hey, Uncle Phil, someone has broken into my house, and it appears they might be your people." Upon receiving Ant's call, Coulson immediately assured him that he would send reinforcements. After hanging up, he promptly dispatched a team to Ant's residence to apprehend the intruders while also contacting Fury to inform him of the situation. Upon receiving the news, Fury's demeanor shifted dramatically. He was perplexed as to why Hydra would suddenly target Ant, but now was not the time for such ponderings. First, they needed to ascertain whether those individuals were indeed affiliated with Hydra. Shortly after, Coulson arrived with his team, apprehending all involved while leaving a portion behind to restore the room. "My apologies, Ant. We will provide you with an explanation," he reassured. "Take your time. Whether or not they are Hydra operatives remains uncertain. Conduct your interrogations thoroughly," Ant consoled. "I understand. Regardless of their affiliation, I will ensure you receive an explanation." With that, Coulson departed. Ant gazed at the unconscious Spike, placing him beside his bed before locking the door and drifting into slumber after opening the window. Chapter 56. The Illusion of Safety Amidst Hidden Threats. Following the capture of these individuals, Coulson promptly commenced interrogations while investigating their identities. It was soon revealed that they were a band of mercenaries, operating under the influence of someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. Their inquiries confirmed that these mercenaries were, in fact, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit mere informants, expendable ones at that. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives were not present in every region. In countries experiencing turmoil, They resorted to hiring mercenaries or directly financing the formation of such groups. This arrangement was tacitly accepted by various governing bodies, yet no one anticipated that they would turn against Ant. Coulson continued his questioning and soon established that these mercenaries had been contracted to seek out the formula for the demon serum in Ant's home, though they were unaware of who had employed them. Despite the clarity of the situation, the truth remained elusive, prompting Coulson to detain them. "Director, what is to be done with these mercenaries?" An agent inquired. "No need for release. Let them serve as subjects for our experiments," Fury replied. Given their dubious morality, the burden of using them as test subjects was negligible. Inform that young man of the developments and simultaneously investigate the S.H.I.E.L.D. member backing these mercenaries, Fury instructed while tapping his fingers on the table. A sudden knock resounded at the door. "Enter," Fury called. Agent Hill stepped inside, signaling the others with a gesture that immediately conveyed understanding. "Hill, what brings you here?" "Director, those mercenaries are mine. I financed their formation," Agent Hill stated plainly. "Just you alone?" "Yes." "Did you orchestrate the entire operation?" Fury probed. Hill nodded, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. "You must comprehend that the young man is not merely our consultant. His father, Agent Burnt, is a level 10 operative within S.H.I.E.L.D., who commands the entire werewolf clan. Should he suffer injury or death due to your mercenaries, do you grasp the potential consequences? On a minor scale, Agent Burnt might sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. and seek retribution against you, potentially culminating in your demise, and we cannot allow that to transpire. On a broader scale, he could lead the werewolves in a direct assault against S.H.I.E.L.D., igniting a war between dark entities and humanity. This is precisely why I have emphasized that all operations involving our associates' families must be reported. Actions must be aborted if they pose a risk." Fury feigned reprimanding Hill while the three communicated discreetly through a Morse code they had established. "My apologies, Director, it was my oversight." "Enough. You are to refrain from working at headquarters for the time being. Focus on thoroughly cleaning up this mess. Such occurrences must not happen again, understood?" Fury commanded. "Yes, Director." "Then I shall take my leave as well," Coulson murmured. Fury nodded, and as they departed, he cast a casual glance at his bookshelf, though he did not linger. In the elevator, Coulson caught up with Agent Hill, offering her words of comfort. "Rest assured, Coulson, I am not one to be overly dramatic. This truly is my fault." Hill replied with a smile. "Very well, I wish you success in your task." Hill nodded, for she had previously acknowledged that these mercenaries, or informants, were typically found in regions of unrest, predominantly in Africa, South America, and the Middle East. The harsh conditions and subpar infrastructure rendered business trips to such locales a veritable nightmare for them. After preparing for her journey, Agent Hill departed, boarding a flight to Africa. In the aircraft's restroom, she removed her colored contact lenses, revealing her golden irises, and replaced them with a new pair. It was rumored that Fury was developing new contacts that would be more comfortable. Given the uncertainty surrounding Hydra's downfall, they were compelled to remain as inconspicuous as possible until the threat was neutralized. Next on her agenda was the production of nano-armor, a costly endeavor. Currently, Fury lacked the financial means to allocate more resources, particularly those that would not attract Hydra's attention. His immediate focus was on establishing the Antarctic base, though the creation of nano-armor was also imperative. Presently, there were only 5 suits of nano-armor allocated to Fury, Coulson, Agent Hill, Natasha, and Barton. On the surface, Agent Hill's mission was to manage the mercenaries, but in truth, it was a recruitment endeavor for the new S.H.I.E.L.D., a crucial aspect of the Phoenix Project, as sufficient agents were necessary to counter Hydra. As soon as Agent Hill disembarked from the plane, a vehicle awaited her. Observing the car, a flicker of wariness crossed her gaze behind her sunglasses. Despite the public knowledge of her mission, Fury had emphasized that this task was to be conducted independently. "Agent Hill." "Hello, Agent Carey. What brings you here?" "I just happened to be executing a mission in the area and heard news from headquarters, so I came to see if you needed assistance," a ponytailed woman replied. "No need. This is actually a punishment from the director, and if you assist me, it will complicate matters for him," Hill responded. "In that case, you may use this vehicle. I am finishing my task and leaving. Be cautious, as the situation here is tense, especially for someone as striking as you," the woman teased. "All right, I shall accept your offer. By the way, there are some supplies in the trunk. Be careful not to draw attention." Hill nodded, then drove away. While the girl watched the car disappear, a strange smile gracing her lips. At that moment, Agent Hill was convinced that Agent Carey was affiliated with Hydra. for her presence was too peculiar and her demeanor excessively cordial. Hill needed to devise a plan to dispose of the vehicle without attracting Hydra's scrutiny. On the return flight, Agent Carey sat on the plane, an elderly man seated behind her. He inquired nonchalantly, "So, has the vehicle been dispatched?" "It has been sent," she replied. "Good. Do you think she is genuinely on a business trip or executing the Phoenix Project?" "Uncertain, but I believe we will find out soon enough." "Are the personnel arrangements complete?" "They have been organized." Unbeknownst to them, Agent Hill was already devising a strategy to eliminate the vehicle. Knowing that Agent Carey was affiliated with Hydra, there was no way she could retain the car that had been offered to her. However, she required a legitimate justification, one that would not reveal any vulnerabilities to Hydra. Meanwhile, Natasha, accompanied by a woman, sought out Ant, seemingly in need of his assistance. Chapter 57. The Origin of Hulk and the Recruitment of Dr. Banner. "Ant, are you free?" Natasha inquired as she approached Ant with a woman in tow. "Free. And who might this be?" Ant responded inquisitively. "Betty Ross. She is the girlfriend of Dr. Bruce Banner. Is there something you need from me?" Ant asked. "Do you know me?" Ant gave a mysterious smile, but chose not to answer, prompting Betty to refrain from probing further. "The thing is, we intend to recruit Dr. Banner, but as you know, he has completely gone into hiding. With the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D., locating him should be child's play," Ant retorted with a hint of irritation. "Of course, we are aware of that. However, the crux of the issue is that even if we manage to bring Miss Betty to him, there is no guarantee he will join us. Moreover, even if he does, he may be in an uncontrollable state. Thus, we hope you can assist in easing his mind." Natasha explained, revealing the true purpose of their visit. "Very well, but whether he chooses to listen to me is uncertain. When you locate him, initiate a video call, and I shall converse with him," Ant replied. The others nodded in agreement. Without further ado, Betty, in her quest to reclaim Dr. Banner, even joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Utilizing the organization's resources, they swiftly arrived at the location where Dr. Banner was in hiding. As Dr. Banner returned home after a long day, he sensed something amiss. Someone had entered his abode. Bruce. Hearing that voice, which haunted his thoughts, Dr. Banner trembled as he turned on the light, revealing Betty seated on the sofa alongside Natasha. "Betty." Without hesitation, she rushed towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace, which he reciprocated fervently. "What brings you here?" Once his emotions settled, Dr. Banner finally asked. "We came for you," Natasha replied. "What do you mean?" "We wish to recruit you into S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha stated plainly. "That is impossible. I cannot join any organization. The demon within me will never allow it." Dr. Banner exclaimed passionately, his heart rate monitor's digits skyrocketing. Sensing his distress, Betty quickly placed her hand on his shoulder, calming him gradually. "I've arranged for someone to speak with you. After your discussion, if you still hold this belief, we shall have nothing further to say," Natasha whispered gently. "Fine, I'm curious to know what you intend to discuss." Natasha promptly produced a laptop, and soon, a child's face appeared on the screen. Dr. Banner furrowed his brow upon seeing the child. "Aunt, are you eating? What are you up to?" "Mom, you go ahead. I'm helping Aunt Natasha with some work." "What kind of work?" "Recruiting someone." "Hello, Dr. Bruce Banner. I am Aunt Byrne, a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. Aunt waved and greeted him. "Hello, Aunt. I'm here to discuss your potential recruitment into S.H.I.E.L.D., but your current circumstances do not lend themselves to that. Thus, let us first address the issue of the Hulk. I understand you've sought various means to eliminate him, only to discover that killing the Hulk is impossible, correct?" Dr. Banner nodded, his lifelong obsession being the eradication of the Hulk. The Hulk had transformed him from a paragon of promise into a fugitive relentlessly pursued by society. He could not be with his girlfriend and had become a mere shadow of his former self, living as an undocumented worker, a stark contrast from his previous life. This disparity consumed his thoughts with a singular desire to annihilate the Hulk. "I must inform you, you cannot kill the Hulk. Should you succeed in slaying him, the entire universe would face annihilation." "Why?" Dr. Banner inquired, his agitation palpable. "Do you know the origin of the Hulk?" Dr. Banner shook his head, prompting Ant to take a sip of water before continuing. "What do you perceive the Hulk to be? A beast, a demon? You are mistaken. The Hulk is an angel, a divine being sent to rescue you. Of course, the deity I refer to is not the god of the celestial realm, but rather the one who created the entire universe, often referred to as the one above all, OAA. You may also know it as the Supreme Being. It is the entity responsible for the creation of the omniversal cosmos, and the multiverse we inhabit is merely a collaborative creation of the deities under its dominion. Thus, you can fathom its immense power. The omniversal cosmos, the multiverse? I shall not elaborate further on that. Opposing the OA is a being known as the One Below All, OBA, whose purpose is to obliterate the multiverse and the omniversal cosmos. While its power pales in comparison to that of the OA, all beings in the universe are viewed as its children. Hence, despite the OBA's intent to destroy the multiverse and the omniverse, the OA has never sought to eliminate it, but rather chose to seal it away, with its prison located in hell. In the hell dimension? Natasha queried. No, that is the literal hell. The hell we are familiar with is but a place filled with goats, sulfur, and venomous serpents. The true hell is a realm where all malevolent thoughts from the multiverse are cast. This has resulted in a plethora of bizarre monsters inhabiting that hell. And the portal sealing the OBA is hidden within gamma energy, which can be viewed as the energy of the OBA. At this moment, Dr. Banner seemed to grasp something, his demeanor beginning to tremble. Betty noticed his distress and swiftly grasped his hand. And that portal resides within you, Dr. Banner. Why is it within me? Dr. Banner asked, his voice quaking. Your father, in his research of gamma energy, caught the attention of the OBA, and you are the gift the OBA bestowed upon your father. Without the Hulk's protection, you would have perished long ago, and the portal would have opened, leading to the destruction of the entire multiverse. Is there truly no way to rid myself of him? Ant shook his head and continued, there is none. He is bound to you, and unless you both perish, there is no escape. However, do not lose hope. Your desire is merely to avoid transformation due to emotional upheaval, is it not? Can you resolve this? Dr. Banner asked, his excitement palpable. I've already stated, the Hulk is a divine protector sent for you. He is communicative, and his appearance during your distress is merely him believing you are in danger. Thus, if you converse with him sincerely and apologize, you must remember he is but a child. Imagine if, shortly after your birth, your father attempted to kill you by any means. Would you not be enraged? Therefore, engage in earnest dialogue with the Hulk. He will manifest only during genuine peril or when you wish for him to appear. You see, it is feasible, is it not? I understand. I shall verify your claims. Dr. Banner took a deep breath. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I must attend to my meal. Ant concluded as he ended the video call. Bruce, what are your thoughts? Betty inquired, gazing at Dr. Banner. I need to verify this before providing you with a response. If that is acceptable? Betty nodded in agreement, and Dr. Banner settled into a cross-legged position, allowing his breathing to slow as he gradually entered a meditative state. After a considerable time, he found himself encountering the consciousness of the Hulk, who was now curled up, appearing akin to a frightened creature. Chapter 58, Dr. Banner joins S.H.I.E.L.D. In the realm of Dr. Banner's consciousness, he slowly approached the Hulk's awareness. Hulk, hello. The Hulk, upon hearing Dr. Banner's voice, lifted his head to glance at him before promptly turning away, curling up once more and ignoring Dr. Banner entirely. This reaction convinced Dr. Banner of the validity of Ant's assertions. Hulk, I am sorry. Upon hearing Dr. Banner's apology, the Hulk remained unmoved. In desperation, Dr. Banner resorted to soothing words, akin to comforting a child, which eventually coaxed the Hulk to turn and face him. I dislike Bruce, the Hulk articulated awkwardly, indicating that he had yet to master the nuances of language. I understand, Hulk, it is my fault. I promise I will never harm you again, all right? Dr. Banner reassured him. Then, may I go outside to play? The Hulk inquired. Of course, but you must ask me first for permission to step out. And you must not harm anyone. If you agree to this, I will grant you your freedom. Really? The Hulk's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at Dr. Banner. Indeed, I would never deceive you. However, remember this. Unless I am in peril or I call for you, you must remain hidden, understood? The Hulk nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Dr. Banner surveyed his surroundings, closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they found themselves in a picturesque realm filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant blooms. Not far from them stood a wooden cabin, equipped with a television, a table, a bed, and 2 chairs. The television housed all the programs Dr. Banner had ever watched, ensuring that the Hulk would never again experience boredom. Watching the jubilant Hulk bounce with joy, Dr. Banner felt a pang of regret. The being he had once dreamed of annihilating was, in reality, merely a child. In the real world, Dr. Banner had scarcely been gone for a minute. When he opened his eyes again, a flash of green light swept through his pupils. Dr. Banner? I am fine. I am joining you, he declared. Your addition is most welcome, Dr. Banner. Natasha smiled, handing him a piece of paper. Dr. Banner furrowed his brow, puzzled by its significance, but began to unfold it, only to be halted by Natasha. Betty whispered something in his ear, and then they departed. On the flight back to Washington, D.C., Dr. Banner discreetly opened the envelope. After perusing its contents, he appeared quite astonished, though he quickly regained his composure. By the way, will your father continue to pursue me? He asked Betty. I am uncertain, but he should lack the authority to do so, at least openly, as you are now a scientific advisor for S.H.I.E.L.D., which is backed by 5 governing nations, including the United States. Thus, my father should not possess the power to act against you. That is reassuring. Do you know where he is? What do you intend to do? Betty queried, her gaze wary. Nothing much, merely wish to flaunt myself before him. I want to see if he dares to capture me. Dr. Banner exclaimed with a mischievous grin, prompting a weary sigh from Betty. You, of all people. How can you still act like a child at your age? Humph. Who's to blame for his relentless pursuit of me? Do as you wish. I am too lazy to interfere, Betty replied exasperatedly. Yet, she felt a sense of relief. With S.H.I.E.L.D. as their ally, her father could no longer pursue Dr. Banner openly, and clandestine threats were now less daunting. If he could not confront them openly, how could he succeed in secret? Before long, they arrived at the Triskelion in Washington, D.C. Under Natasha's guidance, the two met with Fury, who exchanged pleasantries before instructing them to settle into their accommodations and then commence work. As Dr. Banner had returned rather hastily, still clad in his tattered attire, they attracted considerable attention upon entering and leaving, particularly from the Rapid Response Team, who scrutinized Dr. Banner's retreating figure. Sir, one of the Rapid Response Team members approached Brock Rumlow, also known as Crossbones. He made a gesture, and instantly the team member fell silent. Crossbones then produced a device. Activating it and placing it on the table, this machine was designed to prevent eavesdropping. Speak. What is the matter? Sir, we have detected the Hulk's whereabouts. Are you certain? Where? Crossbones asked, rising excitedly. He just left the building. It appears he has joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you sure? Yes, sir. Find a way to approach him. Can you manage that? Absolutely. At that moment, Dr. Banner and Betty remained blissfully unaware of being under surveillance, as they utilized their advanced salary to purchase furniture to adorn their cozy new home. Once everything was in place, with Betty's assistance, Dr. Banner trimmed his unruly hair, shaved his beard, and enjoyed a relaxing bath. He felt confident that the Hulk would not emerge recklessly due to emotional upheaval. After they had cleaned up, Dr. Banner embraced Betty tightly, murmuring, I truly missed you, Betty. She reciprocated his warmth, and soon they found themselves enveloped in a scene of intimacy. Once everything had concluded, Dr. Banner released a contented sigh while holding Betty. What is it? She asked. Nothing. I simply find it hard to believe we could have such a day in the past. I would not have dared to dream of it, Dr. Banner reflected. The days ahead will only get better. But do you have any promises with the Hulk? Indeed. In a few days, I intend to release him. Unfortunately, he cannot roam the streets. But I can take him to the park or to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s training facility for some practice, if that is permissible. Can I join? Of course, you are his mother, Doctor. Banner teased. Betty playfully smacked his chest, and the two soon drifted off to sleep, unaware that someone in the adjacent room was quietly listening to the sounds emanating from their quarters. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in a hotel, others were also keeping a watchful eye on their every move. Do you think they will act? One asked. They certainly will. Keep a close watch. But do not let them discover you, came the reply before the individual retired, leaving another to monitor Dr. Banner's adjacent room through a telescope. Chapter 59. The superhero Spider-Man at Midtown High School. Aunt May, Ned, and Harry stood at the school entrance. Harry glanced at his watch, frowning. Why hasn't Peter arrived yet? He.S. never late. Here he comes, Aunt May replied, as Peter emerged from behind a nearby tree. What is going on, Peter? What else could it be? Our little Peter has embarked on his superhero journey. Superhero, Harry and Ned exclaimed in unison. Not so loud. You can't be Spider-Man, can you? Harry suddenly exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Indeed I am. Let us head back to class, Aunt May said, casually placing her hands behind her head and strolling towards the door, prompting the others to hastily follow. Upon returning to the classroom, the two eagerly surrounded Peter. Having independently completed their high school curriculum and begun exploring college-level material, the teachers largely left the four of them to their own devices, provided they did not disrupt the learning of others. So what is the story? It all began last night. I was taking Spike for a walk when I stumbled upon a robbery. In a moment of impulsiveness, I intervened, and the person I saved kept thanking me. I grew fond of this sense of justice and have been sneaking out at night to be Spider-Man, Peter shyly explained. Wow, I want to be a superhero too. Me too. Why don't we form a team? Harry suggested. Aunt, are you going to join us? Aunt shook his head, expressing his reluctance to embrace the role of a superhero. All right then, come to my house tonight. I'll have my father custom make a suit for you. But Peter, it seems you already have one, don't you? Harry inquired. Indeed, did you forget? However, I still need an additional suit for changes, Peter replied. Great. What shall we call our ensemble? Ned asked. I'm not sure. Ant, why don't you name our group? Harry suggested softly, glancing at Ant. How about the Sanctum Shield? What do you think? Ant proposed. That sounds incredibly cool. Let us call ourselves the Sanctum Shield. Ant, you should join us in the Sanctum Shield. Ned exclaimed excitedly. It's up to you all. However, Peter, how do you know where someone needs saving? Ant questioned. Because of this, Peter said, pulling out a radio. I've modified this. It can intercept the police department's emergency system, which means we'll be the first to know whenever someone calls for help. The group examined the radio with curiosity. Suddenly, Harry switched it on, and a voice crackled through. I need to report a robbery at the Pinner Bank. Hurry. They've taken a child. Upon hearing this, Peter turned to Ned, who, with no other option, pulled out his wand and pointed it at Peter. Immediately, Peter's form began to shimmer, becoming translucent, unnoticed by the teacher on stage. He swiftly donned his suit and swung out of the window. Meanwhile, Harry and the others pulled out their phones to search for live coverage online, and to their amazement, they found it. Moments later, a figure descended from the sky, and upon the sight of Peter's arrival, the reporters on the scene grew increasingly agitated, all wanting to get closer, but when they saw the revolver in Peter's hand, they halted in their tracks. Peter then chose a clever angle to enter the bank. Ned, noticing this, seized Harry's phone, his fingers dancing over the screen like butterflies, quickly hacking into the bank's surveillance cameras. Watching Peter crawl across the ceiling, he surveyed the surroundings, locating the robbers before slowly drawing his gun to aim at the enemy. Some hostages noticed Peter in action and were about to speak. But remembering something, they quickly silenced themselves. Others, seeing Peter's imminent discovery by the robbers, hurriedly drew attention away from him, ensuring he remained unnoticed. Soon, Peter found himself above one of the robbers, retracting his carefully aimed revolver, firing a web instead, ensnaring him and sealing his mouth. However, the commotion escalated. A testament to Peter's inexperience. Had he been willing to take lives, his skills would have sufficed to eliminate the threat before they could utter a sound. But he chose to capture them alive, leading to the increased noise. The other robbers immediately turned around, and Peter no longer held back. He leaped down, dodging bullets while firing back, his shots binding them into cocoons. Yet, his 6 bullets quickly ran out, and 2 robbers remained, both wielding automatic rifles. Making it imperative that he refrained from shooting, for the hostage's safety was paramount, especially since one robber held a young girl. Don't move, or I'll shoot, one of the robbers shouted. In response, Peter promptly discarded his gun and raised his hands. Dude, you're amazing. Hurry and free them, one hostage urged the other robber. The second robber drew a knife, attempting to cut through the webs, but their toughness rivaled that of steel cables. Even a chainsaw would require considerable time to sever them. This isn't working, the robber exclaimed, and as he turned to face the hostage, Peter seized the opportunity, firing a web that knocked the rifle from his hands and adhered it to the wall. With remarkable speed, Peter approached the robber and delivered a swift punch, knocking him out. The last robber was similarly ensnared, dangling from the ceiling. Are there any other robbers? Peter inquired of the little girl. She shook her head, and as he turned to leave, he handed her a small jar, instructing, give this to the police when they arrive. Just as he exited, a swarm of police rushed in, stunned by the scene before them. Gwen, are you all right? A police officer burst in, scooping up his daughter and asking with palpable relief. I'm fine, Dad. Spider-Man gave this to me, the girl said, handing the jar to the officer, who understood its purpose. It contained a solvent specifically designed to dissolve the webs, but it required half an hour to take effect. Thus, the police could only evacuate the area and wait before commencing the dissolution and apprehending the robbers. Chapter 60, The Formation of the Sanctum Shield. At Harry's house, the group gathered, facing an elderly man wearing reading glasses, holding a notebook and a pencil. How is it? He asked, smiling kindly as he presented the sketch to Harry. Harry examined the design and nodded in satisfaction. The outfit featured a black shirt, a blue coat, leather pants, and punk shoes. A striking homage to Dante's classic attire from the Devil May Cry universe, merely substituting the red coat for blue. Then came Ned's request, which was simpler, a black robe with a hood that concealed his face. The elderly man quickly sketched a draft, and after Ned's approval, he began taking their measurements and crafting the garments, employing laser cutting techniques, as the materials were not ordinary and conventional tools were inadequate. After an entire night's work, both outfits were completed, adorned with an embroidered shield on their left arms, symbolizing the Sanctum Shield, and even Peter's suit bore this emblem. Your outfits are ready. Come try them on, the old man called to the 3 sleepy youngsters. Upon hearing this, they hurried over, donning their new attire, and to avoid revealing their identities. Harry also put on a pure white mask. Once dressed, they exchanged looks of astonishment and delight, including Peter, who sported a new suit predominantly black with golden accents, featuring a spider emblem on his chest and the Sanctum shield emblem, along with gold outlining at various joints. Not bad. Are you all certain you want to be superheroes? Norman asked, emerging from the room with a smile at the trio. Absolutely, we want to be superheroes, they affirmed. Well, if you're determined, that's perfectly fine. But what about Ant? He said we were just playing house, yet he is an integral part of the Sanctum shield. Harry exclaimed. Of course. Do you know what significant events he has participated in? He may not have intervened frequently, but whenever he did, it was essentially to save the world. So it's understandable that he views your endeavors as mere play. Now, hurry and have breakfast, then off to school, Norman explained. Understood, Dad. Got it, Uncle Norman. 3 individuals sat in the restaurant, still clad in their battle attire, consuming their breakfast in their newly donned outfits. Suddenly, the radio emitted an urgent alarm. A building had caught fire. As it was still morning, the majority of the populace remained in slumber, with dozens trapped within the edifice. The trio exchanged glances, their eyes settling on Norman. Take care of yourselves. Go, Norman said resignedly. In the next moment, Peter and Harry placed their hands upon Ned. And as Ned invoked the spell of apparition, their bodies elongated and spiraled away like laundry in a washing machine, vanishing from sight. A heartbeat later, they reappeared before the billowing smoke of the towering structure. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprang into action, commencing their rescue of those ensnared within. Ned, brandishing his wand, waved it dramatically. A multitude of flames surged skyward before dissipating into nothingness. After this feat, Ned paused momentarily and lamented, Alas, my magical energy is too scant. The recent use of apparition depleted what little I had. Can you still continue? Indeed, I possess more spells, Ned replied softly. Then let us proceed. Harry and Ned charged into the building, while Peter deftly spun a web between the 2 structures using his webbing. Moments later, individuals were seen being hurled from the building, safely caught by the web below. At last, the firefighters arrived, visibly relieved by the unfolding scene. On the 5th floor, room 503, there are still 3 individuals. They have lost consciousness, Ned shouted, directing his wand towards his throat to amplify his voice. The entire building resonated with his urgency, prompting Peter to rush upward, tossing individuals to safety. Meanwhile, Ned continued his search for smaller bodies, such as children. He would employ the levitation charm to propel them to safety, calling upon Peter or Harry for assistance when necessary. Working in concert, the trio ultimately managed to evacuate every last person from the building onto the awaiting web. Afterward, Harry and Ned stood atop the building while Peter descended to lower the web, subsequently using a solvent to dissolve it. The ensuing tasks were left to the firefighters and medical personnel. As the 3 stood atop the building, gazing down, satisfied smiles blossomed on their faces. Suddenly, Harry's phone rang, prompting him to answer hastily. Hello? Have you rescued everyone? If so, hurry back to class, came Ant's voice from the other end. Understood, we shall return at once. Harry responded quickly. Ned, can you use apparition again? Of course. The 2 placed their hands upon his shoulders, and with a flash, they vanished, reappearing at the back door of their classroom, stealthily returning to their seats. Where have you 3 been? Diana inquired, eyeing them curiously. Oh, nothing much, just overslept, they replied nonchalantly. Really? Because I can smell a distinct scent of smoke and char on you, Diana remarked skeptically. Truly. We were barbecuing last night and forgot to change our clothes. You can ask Ant if you don't believe us, Ned quickly explained. Ah, yes, Ant replied without turning, engrossed in designing a weapon known as the power sword, which required the crucial element of a disintegration field. Without such a field, the power sword would simply be an ordinary melee weapon. Thus, Ant was preoccupied with the challenge of creating this disintegration field. Diana, perceiving Ant's evasiveness, continued to scrutinize the trio until the teacher's arrival prompted her to focus on the blackboard. The 3 exhaled a sigh of relief when suddenly, a head poked in through the back door, softly calling out to Ant. Upon seeing it was Steve, Ant furrowed his brow slightly. What is it? Could you step outside for a moment? I need to speak with you, Steve murmured. Ant, obliged, followed Steve into his office. Chapter 61, The Sanctum of the Vancast Contract. Did you need something, Captain? Ant inquired, casting a glance at Steve. Indeed, someone asked me to deliver this to you, Steve said, handing Ant a USB drive. What is it? I have no idea. Just then, another figure resembling Steve entered the room, causing Ant to perform a swift backflip, distancing himself from the 2. Who are you? That question should be directed at me. Who are you? The 2 Steves locked eyes, neither daring to make a move. Suddenly, One of the Steves drew a handgun and aimed it at Ant. This was the one who had handed him the USB drive. Ant quickly conjured a feathered blade, deflecting the bullet, and then charged toward the other Steve. However, that Steve kicked a chair toward Ant, who had no choice but to slice it in half with his blade, while the imposter made a hasty escape. Who was he? I have no idea. He just gave me this USB drive, Ant replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Perhaps we should examine the contents of this USB drive. Hold on. Let me bring in a professional. Shortly thereafter, Ned arrived with a disconnected laptop. This way, even if the USB contained a virus, it would not affect any other computers. Under Ned's deft hacking, it was soon revealed that the encrypted USB drive contained only a single historical account. Upon reading it, Ant's brow furrowed slightly. Ned began to relay the information contained within. The village of Sanctum Vancas is a settlement that wholly worships God, yet, lured by the promise of eternal life offered by the Lord of Hell, they signed the Vancas contract, thus betraying God and becoming fallen souls. Such fallen souls are a veritable delicacy for demons. With these souls, they could transform Sanctum Vancas into a miniature hell dimension. Should any other Lord of Hell acquire these souls, the balance among the three hells would be irrevocably disrupted. Ant's expression grew grave. Is this true? Are there really demons? Steve asked, his brow furrowed in concern as he listened to their discourse. Undoubtedly. Are you not aware? As a teacher, you should be able to access S-H-I-E-L-D intelligence with your clearance, Ant replied. Understood. So, what do you plan to do about it? Why should that concern me? That is your burden to bear, Ant stated matter-of-factly, subsequently reporting the situation to Coulson, who received the news with a resigned demeanor. All right, I understand. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, demons are already eyeing the Vancas contract, so you might take the opportunity to do something about it. I understand. Coulson's eyes brightened, and he promptly sought out Fury, conveying that this operation was exceedingly perilous and that they required rapid response from special forces and field teams for assistance. Fury instantly grasped his intent, granting approval and designating Coulson as the commander. Ant, are we truly not going to assist? There are demons involved, and my father urged me to hunt more of them. Harry exclaimed anxiously. Patience, the time for action has not yet arrived. Just wait. He understood that the demons targeting the Vancas contract were rather unique. They were elemental demons that had drifted from hell and fused with Earth's elements, perpetually evading the pursuit of mages. Their situation was dire. Thus, when Mephisto's son, the Witch King, approached them, they readily pledged allegiance without hesitation. At that moment, Coulson received word of a scene at a roadside bar belonging to a motorcycle gang, where corpses lay strewn about, the most horrifying aspect being that all the bodies appeared charred. Thus, Coulson confirmed that this was indeed the aftermath of a demon's passage. With their formidable intelligence capabilities, Coulson and his team swiftly caught up with the Witch King and his minions. Coulson promptly commanded the rapid response special forces and field teams to engage them. Unfortunately, these demons proved largely immune to conventional attacks. It is noteworthy that the Witch King's subordinates included the Wind Demon, Water Demon, and Earth Demon, apart from the Earth Demon. The other two were essentially impervious to physical damage, rendering their assaults utterly ineffective. However, upon discovering the existence of these demons, they had contacted Uncle Suhan to procure a substantial arsenal of weaponry capable of inflicting harm upon them, including holy water and enchanted melee weapons. Consequently, upon realizing that their standard firearms were ineffective, they swiftly removed the magazines and replaced them with those filled with bullets soaked in holy water. As the holy water-infused bullets were unleashed upon the four demons, the latter initially dismissed them as ordinary projectiles. However, upon impact, they emitted cries of agony as wounds appeared on their bodies, each glowing with an orange radiance that seemed to extend outward. The Earth Demon roared in fury, causing the ground to tremble, and a wall materialized before the four demons, intercepting all incoming bullets. The Wind Demon transformed into a tempest, while the Water Demon manipulated vast torrents of water, and together they conjured a water vortex above the parched earth. By the time the agents realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to flee, it was already too late. The water vortex swept everyone up and sought to ensnare other fleeing S-H-I-E-L-D agents. Observing from the aircraft, Coulson immediately drew an RPG and fired it directly at the vortex. The explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave that dispersed both the wind and water demons, effectively neutralizing the water vortex. Run. We are no match for them, Coulson commanded, and the surviving S-H-I-E-L-D agents promptly evacuated the area. The Witch King glanced at the agents plummeting from the sky, gasping for breath, but paid them no heed, continuing his pursuit of the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, which was now of utmost importance. Once they departed, Coulson quickly regrouped his team and evacuated the remaining survivors. The operation had resulted in significant losses, yet primarily among Hydra's ranks, leaving Coulson to appear outwardly remorseful. Meanwhile, at the Tri-Crescent Tower, they received footage of the battle, revealing the devastating toll on the rapid response unit. The eyes of some individuals burned with fury, though they feigned indifference. Have you devised an effective plan to counter them? Fury inquired. The individuals present were specialists in combat strategy, called upon when SHIELD faced insurmountable foes. They scrutinized the battle footage to formulate a method to subdue the adversaries. How goes the plan? Fury asked the strategist before him. Director, we lack intelligence on these demons. Unless we can enlist the help of a professional exorcist, we cannot devise a tailored strategy against these elemental demons. Upon hearing this, Fury promptly initiated contact with Suhan, who had just completed an exorcism and was counting his earnings when his phone rang. Hello, who is this? It's me. Upon recognizing Fury's voice, Suhan quickly stowed the money in his pocket. Do you need me for something? We require your intelligence support. Find a location. We need to video chat. No problem. Moments later, Suhan's visage appeared on the large screen. He began by explaining the origins of the adversaries after watching the footage. The leader is the Witch King, followed by the Wind Demon, Water Demon, and Earth Demon. The Witch King is the son of the hellish Lord Mephisto, although he is Mephisto's heir. You must understand that as a king's successor, whose father is an immortal being, his title is merely symbolic. This has bred deep dissatisfaction within the Witch King, prompting his quest for the Sanctum Sanctorum contract. He visits Earth every few centuries, but each time he has been thwarted by our exorcists. However, now the ranks of exorcists have dwindled, and some family lineages have ceased to exist, leaving the Witch King unable to resist. The Wind, Earth, and Water demons are remnants from Hell who have fused with Earth's elements, evolving into unique elemental demons. They share a common trait: immunity to physical attacks, necessitating the use of energy-based assaults to combat them. How can we kill them, truly eliminate them? Someone inquired. Dragon's Breath. I recall you procured a significant number of Dragon's Breath guns. When the Wind Demon transforms into a tornado, you can unleash a barrage of Dragon's Breath. As it forms, it will carry natural properties, allowing the Dragon's Breath to be drawn into it, thereby enabling you to slay it. As for the Water and Earth demons, they present a more formidable challenge. Suhan, being a seasoned exorcist, quickly proposed a strategy. At this point, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed upon Suhan. Unfortunately, with our current resources, we cannot completely eradicate the Earth and Water demons. However, we can seal them away. Seal them? Indeed, Director Fury. Do you possess holy water vials? The Vatican specifically infuses these vials with holy water, with only 10 available for sale each year. We have 3, came the reply. That will suffice. 2 is even enough. When you engage the Earth and Water demons, you will notice a glowing spot within them. Simply capture that essence in the vial and seal it. Is it really that simple? Yes, it is that straightforward. As for the Witch King, I advise against provoking him. We cannot hope to contend with him. Either a mage or another powerful entity must intervene. Your current methods will not suffice to eliminate him, Suhan cautioned before ending the video call. At the very least, they had gleaned how to address the 3 elemental demons. Of course, Suhan had only provided a broad outline of the solution. The specifics would still require their own formulation. Soon, a tactical plan emerged, and Coulson received the news post-haste. After reviewing the plan, Crossbones approached him. Sir, I'm here to assist you, he stated, anxious that Coulson's command might lead to further losses. No problem. Take a look at the plan they devised, Coulson replied, handing it over. With a strategy in place, preparations commenced, and Fury brought the necessary equipment. Crossbones then led the team to confront the Witch King and his minions once more. You dare return? The Witch King seethed. Already agitated by his fruitless search for the Sanctum Sanctorum contract, and now confronted by his adversaries, serving as an outlet for his frustration. Crossbones seized the moment to command, dividing everyone into 4 groups and simultaneously segmenting the battlefield. Let us play with them, the Witch King coldly remarked. In response, the Earth, Water, and Wind demons charged at the designated groups, unwittingly falling into Crossbones' trap. They unleashed a flurry of holy water-infused bullets, inflicting pain upon the Wind demon, who howled in rage and transformed into a whirlwind, the powerful gusts threatening to topple everyone. At that moment, a cohort of SHIELD agents brandished golden tubes, and as they pulled the triggers, Fiery projectiles surged toward the whirlwind conjured by the wind demon. The wind demon sensed something amiss and attempted to halt its advance, but it was too late. Under the onslaught of the dragon's breath, a tornado transformed into a fiery vortex, from which anguished cries of the wind demon could be heard. The witch demon sought to intervene, but was restrained by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, the wind demon perished beneath the dragon's breath, leaving nothing behind but the swirling flames. Crossbones swiftly extinguished the inferno with a well-aimed projectile, after which the remaining combatants divided into 3 factions, merging into the ongoing battle. Witnessing the demise of one of his subordinates, the witch demon was consumed by rage. After all, he had very few followers as it was, and the loss of even one was intolerable. With an enraged roar, a terrifying black mist enveloped him, prompting Coulson to immediately issue a retreat order. Yet, they were a moment too late. Wherever the black mist spread, agents fell lifeless, as if turned to charred corpses. The earth demon and water demon, sensing the commotion, glanced back only to be seized by the agents. They swiftly encased the water demon's core within a vessel of holy water, while the earth demon, sensing danger, melded into the ground just as the vessel was about to cover him, resulting in only the water demon being sealed away. The earth demon emerged beside the witch demon, casting wary glances at the agents. The witch demon, caught off guard by the loss of a key ally, pondered briefly before waving his hand. The black mist enveloped both himself and the earth demon, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Coulson and Crossbones did not share triumphant smiles. Instead, they surveyed the field littered with charred remains. "Let us return and ensure that compensation is provided to their families," Coulson sighed heavily. Crossbones nodded and began transporting the bodies onto the aircraft. Meanwhile, the fleeing witch demon and earth demon had not rested long when the witch demon suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned abruptly to find a terrifying figure approaching them with deliberate steps. "The Ghost Rider!" the witch demon exclaimed in terror. Indeed, before them stood the Ghost Rider, brandishing a chain that he swung with ferocity, ensnaring the witch demon. The earth demon, witnessing this, immediately retaliated, but the Ghost Rider proved to be even more formidable, wholly immune to physical harm. Thus, the earth demon's efforts were futile, albeit they did manage to send him sprawling. Seizing the moment, the witch demon escaped. "Run!" the witch demon shouted. As the earth demon prepared to burrow into the ground again, a fiery chain shot forth from the swirling dust, binding him tightly. Aware of the Ghost Rider's formidable nature, the earth demon struggled desperately to break free, but the hellfire seared him relentlessly. Moments later, a tremendous force yanked him towards the Ghost Rider, who gazed into the flames dancing within his eye sockets. The earth demon froze, and the Ghost Rider coldly declared, "You are guilty." Instantly, the earth demon's soul ignited, and his eyes appeared as though they had been scorched by flames. The Ghost Rider released the earth demon, whose lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. A gentle breeze swept through, and his remains dissolved into dust, merging with the earth. Now only the witch demon remained. Upon seeing the earth demon's demise, he sought to flee but was ensnared by the Ghost Rider. The two engaged in close combat, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Eventually, the Ghost Rider seized the opportunity to unleash his eye of judgment. Unfortunately for the witch demon, lacking a soul rendered the eye ineffective. Witnessing the Ghost Rider's most powerful ability rendered moot, the witch demon erupted into laughter. Black mist enveloped him as he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the Ghost Rider reeling. The Ghost Rider crashed heavily to the ground. Yet the witch demon continued his assault, extinguishing the hellfire that clung to him. Nevertheless, the Ghost Rider remained undeterred. The witch demon understood that such attacks would not be fatal. He merely sought to vent his frustrations. After a brief retreat, the Ghost Rider staggered to his feet, now appearing as nothing more than a skeletal figure since the hellfire had waned. However, with a tremor, the flames reignited, prompting the witch demon to transform into a cloud of black mist and flee. The Ghost Rider observed silently as the witch demon vanished from sight. Subsequently, a flaming motorcycle drifted to a stop before him. He mounted the infernal cycle and sped towards the location of the sealed water demon, leaving behind a blazing trail and a scorching tire mark on the ground. Meanwhile, Coulson, engaged in transporting the sealed water demon, was startled by a piercing alarm from the aircraft. He quickly assessed the situation and spotted the Ghost Rider. "What in the world is that? Another demon?" Coulson furrowed his brow in inquiry. "Sir, what should we do?" one of the agents asked. "Stay calm. Let me inquire further." Coulson then contacted Ant, who, upon hearing Coulson's description, promptly revealed the identity of the Ghost Rider. Coulson, upon hearing this, ordered the hatch to be opened and released the water demon from the holy water vessel. A cascade of liquid plummeted from the height. While the aircraft maintained its position in a hover, the liquid splashed onto the ground, and the water demon emerged, bewildered as to why he had been freed. Until he caught sight of the Ghost Rider. Attempting to escape, he was ensnared by a blazing chain. The Ghost Rider yanked him forward and utilized the Eye of Judgment. The outcome all but inevitable. The water demon's soul was consumed by flames, and he dissolved into a puddle of liquid, ceasing to exist. Having completed his grim task, the Ghost Rider raised his gaze to the aircraft, locking eyes with Coulson. A sense of foreboding washed over Coulson. Without uttering a word, the pilot initiated an emergency takeoff as a fiery chain shot towards their previous position. "Run!" Coulson shouted urgently. The pilot disregarded the damaged aircraft, accelerating away from the scene. Utilizing satellite surveillance, Coulson confirmed the Ghost Rider's absence, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, for the oppressive gaze of the Ghost Rider had unsettled him greatly. Upon returning to the Triskelion, Coulson immediately reported the existence of the Ghost Rider, particularly emphasizing his formidable abilities, which posed a significant threat. As they believed their actions to be just, little did they realize the Ghost Rider's moral compass might differ vastly from their own. Fury, upon learning of this, disseminated the information regarding the Ghost Rider to ensure that no one would be caught unaware, thus preventing unnecessary casualties. Meanwhile, members of Hydra, upon witnessing the Ghost Rider, felt a sense of dread. Should they be apprehended, their fates would likely be sealed, prompting Fury to consider whether the Ghost Rider could be utilized to expose Hydra's presence. Simultaneously, at Ant's residence, Ned, Harry, and Peter were gathered, all eyes fixed on him. "What exactly do you intend to do, Ant? Take us with you. We desperately need a demon's corpse. It's not that I want to take you. It's simply not the right time." "What time is that? Be patient." Suddenly, a phone rang, and upon learning of the Wind Demon, Earth Demon, and Water Demon's demise, Ant addressed them. "The time has come. Follow me." With Norman's assistance, more accurately, through Norman's financial prowess, the four arrived at a cemetery. "Ant, why have you brought us here?" Carter Slade, the second Ghost Rider. "Greetings," Ant softly proclaimed, gazing at the distinguished elder before him. "Kid, do I know you?" Carter Slade replied with a smile. "Indeed, we are here to retrieve the St. Venganza Covenant." Upon hearing Ant's words, Carter Schrey immediately ceased his smiling demeanor, his gaze sharpening with intensity. "The Witch-Heart Demon has arrived. You stand no chance against him. Surrender it to us. We possess the means to handle it." "On what grounds should I trust you?" Carter Schrey retorted. "You have no choice. You must understand that you have grown old and lack the strength to protect it. Hand it over to us," Ant continued to persuade. At that moment, a swirling mass of dark mist materialized outside the door, drawing the attention of all present. "Harry!" Ant shouted, prompting Harry to dash forward, while Ant kicked at Carter Schrey. Instinctively, Carter raised the shovel in his hand to defend himself, only for it to be shattered by the kick, causing the St. Venganza Covenant to fall. Ant swiftly retrieved it. Just then, the Witch-Heart Demon had sent Harry flying and spotted the Covenant in Ant's grasp, transforming into human form as he commanded. "Hand it over." Ant fixed his gaze upon the Witch-Heart Demon, deliberately placing the Covenant into his storage ring right before him. He then conjured the goose feather blade and beckoned the demon with a finger. The Witch-Heart Demon felt provoked. There were only 4 children and an elderly man present. Enraged, the demon let out a furious roar, signaling that a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 64. The second form of the Phantom Knight in the cemetery. The Witch-Heart Demon glared at the 4 children and the elderly man before him. A dense shroud of black energy enveloped the skies above the cemetery. Carter Schrey observed the scene with a sorrowful expression, realizing that his time was drawing near. He stepped forward and addressed Ant and the others. "I will hold them off for you. You must flee." "Old man Schrey, how long have you possessed the powers of the Phantom Knight?" "Decades." "You truly do not comprehend the Phantom Knight. He is not a knight from hell, but rather a malevolent spirit knight from heaven. Seek his origin, and you may be reborn. If you fail to do so, we are doomed," Ant whispered. Carter Schrey was taken aback, as he too had been deceived by Mephisto into signing a contract. This betrayal had led him to turn against Mephisto at a crucial moment, and for years, he had resisted the power of the Phantom Knight, unable to control his transformation. However, with time, he learned to master it, seldom utilizing it afterward, believing it to be a power of hell that he did not wish to be tainted by. Now, Ant's revelation that the source of the Phantom Knight's strength was heaven completely shattered his understanding. Moreover, the energy within him allowed for only one more transformation before he would likely return to Mephisto's throne. Things could not worsen. Ant had not intended to reveal this to Old Man Schrey, but seeing him stand before them, he changed his mind. "Very well, Witch Heart Demon, what you seek is here. Come and take it if you dare," Ant declared coldly, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. From the demon's perspective, a ghostly figure in a blood-red chelan appeared behind Ant. The Witch Heart Demon swallowed hard, acutely aware that he could not contend with either of those entities. He blinked, only to find the ghostly figure had vanished, leaving only the blood-red chelan. He sighed with relief, convincing himself that it had all been an illusion, and then unleashed his black energy toward the four. Ned wielded his wand in one hand while holding the Legagador ring in the other, using the ring to deflect the black energy while casting various basic spells, such as Obstacles Galore, All Petrified, and Thunderous Explosion. However, being still a child, his magical prowess was limited, and the energy he pilfered from the dimension could not be channeled into spells. Meanwhile, Harry, leveraging his formidable self-healing abilities and the Spartan blood coursing through him, brandished the Angel's Scythe and confronted the Witch Heart Demon in close combat. Peter's mobility was significantly hampered in the cemetery, devoid of tall structures to swing from, yet his natural agility allowed him to perform difficult maneuvers, enabling him to evade the black energy with relative ease. As for Ant, he did not shy away. Akin to Harry, he stood firm, wielding the goose feather blade and cleaving through the black mist, dispersing it with each swing, empowered by the spirit of the ghostly deity. Meanwhile, Old Man Shry remained beneath a tree, his eyes tightly shut as if in meditation. As Harry charged toward the Witch Heart Demon, the demon was compelled to consolidate his black energy into a protective shield before him. He sensed the genuine threat posed by the Angel's Scythe, compelling him to tread cautiously. Among the four children, three emanated an aura that instilled a palpable fear of death within him, necessitating his utmost vigilance. At that moment, Old Man Shry discovered the presence of the Phantom Knight within his consciousness. He beheld a skeleton engulfed in hellfire, though the flames appeared feeble, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Approaching, he observed the Phantom Knight's power up close for the first time. Suddenly, the Phantom Knight lifted its head, and their eyes met. Old Man Shry felt as if he had transcended time, becoming the celestial Phantom Knight and experiencing countless events. At last, Old Man Shry grasped why Mephisto could lend him the power of the Phantom Knight and understood that the knight possessed varying sources of strength. In that instant, he identified the heavenly origin of the Phantom Knight that belonged to him. As he opened his eyes in the real world, the Witch Heart Demon sensed a shift. Recoiling in alarm from the four, Carter Shry produced a white cowboy hat, tipping it to ignite blue flames that enveloped his entire being, causing his flesh to vanish in the blaze. Thus, a Phantom Knight ablaze with angelic fire emerged, drawing a revolver from his waist and aiming it at the Witch Heart Demon, who retreated in terror. Carter Shry, wait. A voice interrupted, causing Old Man Shry to pause, recognizing it as a voice he could never forget. Mephisto, how dare you appear before me? Indeed, it was Mephisto who elegantly positioned himself between the Witch Heart Demon and Old Man Shry. This is your original contract. I can return it to you, but only if you spare my son, Mephisto stated nonchalantly. Your son has betrayed you. Are you truly willing to protect him? Ant interjected. Child, you are quite impressive, but at the end of the day, he remains my son, and I require his power. If that is your stance, I have no objections. It ultimately depends on Old Man Shry's decision, Ant replied indifferently, and they sheathed their weapons, returning to their normal forms and standing beside Old Man Shry. Old Man Shry regarded the Witch Heart Demon and then his soul contract, well aware that he had sold his soul to Mephisto. After contemplation, he resolved to reclaim his soul contract. After all, he had been rejuvenated and could potentially live for another century, possessing the two forms of the Phantom Knight. His strength was sufficient to overpower the Witch Heart Demon, rendering him unafraid of any recklessness. Consequently, he chose to reclaim his soul contract. After Mephisto handed the contract to the Witch Heart Demon, he prepared to depart, but Ant quickly called out, Old Man Shry, aren't you going to examine the contract? Let us not forget he is Mephisto. Prompted by Ant's reminder, Old Man Shry stamped his foot, summoning blue flames to encircle an area, hindering the Witch Heart Demon and his associates from escaping. Patience, allow me a moment to peruse the contract, he said, acknowledging the truth in the assertion. After all, you are Mephisto. Mephisto, fully aware of his infamous reputation, refrained from hindering the proceedings. Having genuinely relinquished the contract this time, he had no fear of revelations. Meanwhile, the Witch's Heart Demon stood obediently behind Mephisto like a quail, uttering not a word. As Old Man Shry examined the contract, a figure was speeding towards the cemetery on a motorcycle. Chapter 65. Joining the Shield Society, the encounter of the second and third generations. Before long, Old Man Shrey had thoroughly reviewed the contract, confirming it was indeed the one he had originally signed. As he incinerated it with azure flames, he felt a sense of completeness wash over him. "You may leave now," he declared, retracting the angelic fire and addressing Mephisto and the Witch's Heart Demon. Upon witnessing this, the Witch's Heart Demon waved his hand, enveloping both figures in dark mist. When the smoke dissipated, they had vanished without a trace. "I truly appreciate your assistance, young one," Old Man Shrey remarked to Auntie. "No need for thanks. We are all striving for the safety of the earth," Auntie replied nonchalantly. "By the way, old man, having been a Hell Rider for so long, do you possess any demon corpses?" Harry interjected, recalling the objective of their mission. "Demon corpses? Indeed, I have some. Do you require them?" "Absolutely, old man." Under Old Man Shrey's guidance, they descended to the chapel beneath the cemetery, where they encountered a dozen desiccated demon corpses, predominantly low-level and ordinary demons. "Are there no greater demons?" Harry inquired. "What do you expect? Once a high demon enters Earth, those mages will detect them. They possess the means to slay such beings. Thus, they do not descend lightly. Having ordinary and low-level demons is already quite fortunate. If you can eliminate the Witch's Heart Demon, his corpse would represent the pinnacle of high demons," Old Man Shrey explained. "Had I known, I would have dispatched him earlier." Harry retorted with irritation. "Enough of that. Let us summon Uncle Norman to collect these demon corpses," Annie chided, delivering a playful smack to Harry. Oh, at that moment, Peter approached Old Man Shrey. Observing Peter's peculiar attire, Old Man Shrey inquired, "What brings you here?" "Old man, do you wish to join us?" Peter asked. "Join you?" "Indeed. The Shield Society. The four of us are members." "What benefits come with joining your ranks?" Old Man Shrey teased. "A monthly stipend of $10,000, along with various allowances. If you can procure demon corpses, the compensation varies based on their strength, starting at 10,000 with no upper limit. Most importantly, we can craft the weapons and equipment you require," Harry chimed in while on the phone. "That sounds appealing. I shall join." "Very well, prepare yourself. And we shall return to New York together," Harry exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as their society welcomed a new member. As they awaited their departure, a motorcyclist arrived, and upon seeing him, Old Man Shrey recognized him as one of his kind. "Greetings, may I inquire what brings you here?" Old Man Shrey asked. The newcomer, noting Old Man Shrey's cowboy attire, was puzzled. He hardly resembled a caretaker of the cemetery. "Nothing much. I merely came to observe." "Are you here in search of the Witch's Heart Demon?" Upon hearing that name, the stranger's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Do not regard me so. They have already fled." You drove them away?" "Indeed. Did you not sense my identity?" Old Man Shrey questioned, furrowing his brow. "What?" It was then that Old Man Shrey discerned something amiss and quickly asked, "When did you become a Hell Rider?" "Not long ago." "Ah, that explains it." In an instant, Old Man Shrey transformed into the Hell Rider, causing the newcomer to instinctively recoil from the rising heat. You are also." "Do not be alarmed. Hell Riders are indeed few in number, yet I sense that the Hell Rider within you shares my origin." "What do you mean?" In the next moment, the flames enveloping Old Man Shrey transformed into angelic fire, and the man stared in astonishment at the Hell Rider in his second form. "Are you aware of the source of a Hell Rider's power?" The man shook his head. "By the way, what is your name?" "Johnny Blaze." Old Man Shrey proceeded to elucidate the origins of the Hell Rider's power: Zathanos, the Power Medallion, God, and the Spirit of Vengeance. "I can sense that the Hell Rider within you, much like mine, hails from heaven, enabling you to attain a second form. However, prior to that, you must not resist him. You must integrate with him and delve into the depths of his power, perhaps seeing a reflection of his younger self." Old Man Shrey felt compelled to impart this wisdom. "Thank you. No need for gratitude. In you, I see a glimpse of my former self." At that moment, a plane sent by Norman touched down, and a group disembarked to transport the demon corpses aboard. "Sir, it is time for us to depart." Harry called out to Old Man Shrey. "Coming. If you seek me, head to New York City." With that, Old Man Shrey made his way toward the plane, accompanied by a horse. Johnny watched the plane ascend into the skies, lost in thought. "Old man, who was that individual?" "Another Hell Rider, though he has only recently transformed. Can we recruit him as well?" Harry inquired. "I am uncertain. I shall inquire further upon his next visit," Old Man Shrey replied. Harry nodded in understanding. Several hours later, they returned to New York, where Harry arranged for Old Man Shrey's horse and brought it to the Osborne Group. Within the premises, a floor was dedicated to an elderly tailor renowned for crafting garments for the affluent, having even tailored for royalty and presidents, thus earning considerable acclaim. "Mr. John, are you in?" "Ah, Harry, what brings you here?" The old man set aside his newspaper to greet Harry. "Ah, Mr. John, This is Old Man Carter Schrey. He has joined our SHIELD Society. Kindly arrange for 2 suits tailored to his specifications. Very well, I shall accommodate that. Mr. John rose to engage with Old Man Schrey. And perhaps due to their shared age, they conversed amiably while taking measurements and discerning Old Man Schrey's desired attire, specifically a cowboy outfit, which included a multifunctional belt for his revolver, shotgun shells, and whip. Come back in 3 days to collect them. Certainly. After parting ways, Old Man Schrey settled into the spacious room Harry had prepared for him, a generous 100 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms and a living area. Meanwhile, Norman began assessing the demon corpses they had retrieved, only to find them quite feeble. It would require nearly an entire arm or thigh to produce a single vial of demon blood, far too inferior in quality. Reluctantly, he realized he would need to seek Old Man Schrey's expertise, as he was the consummate professional. Chapter 66, Terrorist Attack. Old Master Shirley, how have you been lately? Quite well, thank you. Do you require my assistance? Indeed, Old Master. The demons you brought back are of such poor quality that they yield insufficient demon blood serum. Hence, I wish to inquire if you might be able to procure a substantial number of demon corpses. Norman inquired. You have come to the wrong person for that. You should seek out the church. The church? Yes, if any organization possesses a considerable quantity of demon corpses, it would undoubtedly be the church. Will they sell them? I shall negotiate with them, replied Old Master Shirley, as he still holds some sway within the church due to his status as a knight of the celestial realm. Very well, I appreciate your help, Old Master. Not at all. As it happens, I have little to occupy my time lately. Some exercise would do me good. Under Norman's guidance, Old Master Shirley made his way to Rome, for the true seat of the church lies there, not in the Vatican. Only those who have encountered extraordinary powers are aware of the actual location of the church. The priests, paladins, popes, and archbishops there are the genuine intermediaries capable of communicating with the celestial realm, wielding some of its divine powers. They are also strictly adherent to their codes, unlike those priests outside who are infatuated with young boys. Meanwhile, on another front, the witch heart demon, under Mephisto's guidance, returned to hell. Having lost a contract due to his actions, this soul contract would have allowed him to claim a soul soon, but now it was gone, prompting Mephisto to punish the witch heart demon by sealing him for a time. After the ants concluded their affairs, they reverted to their student lives. Initially, they had planned to take a vacation, but Nancy and Aunt May opposed this, believing the children should experience such trials. Consequently, they had no choice but to continue their studies. However, they were not without tasks, as they began to delve into university-level knowledge. Ned focused on computers, Harry on biology, while Peter and Anne engaged in engineering and physics. Their table was cluttered with an array of books, towering to a height of nearly 1 meter, rendering their teacher utterly incapable of providing assistance. Before long, the day passed, and everyone returned home. Ant continued his routine of walking Spike, leading him outside. Peter, would you like to join? No, I'm going to cook and deliver food to Aunt May. All right, then I'm off. Ant strolled along the sidewalks with Spike when he suddenly sensed something, turning abruptly, but finding nothing amiss. What was that? Did you feel someone watching us? Ant asked, scratching Spike's head. Spike nodded, indicating it too felt the presence of an observer. Let us not concern ourselves with them, Ant replied, choosing to ignore it as they continued their stroll. Once their daily tasks were completed, Ant began preparing dinner. Just as he finished, his phone rang. Mom, what is up? Ant, I won't be home for dinner tonight. We're pursuing an art thief overnight and won't be able to return. All right, I understand. Shortly after he hung up, another call came in, this time from Jason. Hey Dad, what is going on? I won't be coming back tonight. I'll be out on duty for about a month. Oh, got it. After ending the call, Ant glanced at the empty kitchen, a wave of loneliness washing over him. At that moment, a knock echoed against the kitchen glass. He turned to see Peter. What is up, Peter? I'm delivering food to Aunt May. Want to come? Sure. My parents aren't home tonight, so it's a good chance to join Aunt May for dinner. By the way, have you eaten? Not yet. I plan to eat with Aunt May, Peter replied. Wait for me. Soon, Ant returned with 2 food containers, and the duo rode their bicycles to New York City's First People's Hospital, given Peter's frequent visits. The security and nurses at the entrance were quite familiar with him. Peter, back again? Peter nodded and led Ant to the head nurse's office, where Aunt May was sorting through files. Aunt May, we're here. Oh, Aunt, what brings you here? My parents aren't home, and I felt lonely, Aunt replied, prompting Aunt May to roll her eyes at him. The 3 of them began to eat, with Spike quietly lying by their feet. Aunt opened the food container, revealing fried steak, as they needed substantial nutrition to stave off hunger. Would you like some? Yes, Peter replied. However, Aunt May waved her hand, saying, no thanks. You two enjoy. It's too greasy for me. I've gained weight recently and should stick to something lighter. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Just as Aunt May was about to check the situation, a nurse burst through the door, bloodied. Lena, what happened? Aunt May quickly supported her and inquired. Nurse, a group of people just came in shooting at everyone. I'm in so much pain. Aunt May realized the nurse had been shot and hurried to use available tools to stem the bleeding while assessing her wounds. Relieved to find the bullet had exited her body, requiring only first aid to stop the bleeding. Peter, go? Aunt urged. No. Aunt May instinctively rejected. Trust me, I'll be fine. My suit is bulletproof. It will just hurt a bit. If we don't act, who knows how many lives are at stake? Peter insisted. Aunt May sighed, reluctantly signaling them to proceed. Seeing this, Aunt and Peter quickly took Spike and dashed outside. As they pushed through the door, several stray bullets whizzed past them. Peter deftly evaded them using his spider sense and began to engage the assailants. The trio split up. Spike ascended to the third floor. Encountering a group of thugs ransacking patient rooms, Spike transformed into a blur, lunging at the nearest thug's wrist, causing the thug to scream and drop his weapon. With a powerful toss, Spike sent the thug flying. Thank you, Spike. A doctor emerged, familiar with Spike, given his distinctive presence. Spike kicked a weapon near him to the doctor, as most individuals in America had some familiarity with firearms and knew how to handle them. The doctor picked up the gun and donned the thug's bulletproof vest, following Spike to clear the third floor of intruders. Meanwhile, Peter took charge of the first floor, while Aunt tackled the second, but with the First People's Hospital boasting several stories, they needed to hasten their efforts. Chapter 67, Exhausted Individuals. In the First People's Hospital of New York City, on the first floor, Peter darted between various departments, utilizing web-shooting explosive bolts to counter the assailants. The origins of these thugs remained a mystery, but their numbers were considerable, and alarmingly, they wielded standard-issue weapons, specifically those of the U.S. military. Outside, the perimeter of the First People's Hospital was swarming with police and SWAT teams, their gazes fixated on the hospital, which could house 500 patients, making it the largest hospital in New York City. With the medical staff included, the total number reached approximately 6,000. Therefore, it was imperative that these thugs did not succeed. Yet since their entry into the hospital, all communication had ceased, leaving only the echoing gunfire from within. How is it? Have the surveillance cameras been compromised? No, sir. They are custom-made and require a specialist to bypass. The lead officer, visibly troubled, pondered whether to force an entry when, suddenly, the main door swung open, revealing Peter at the threshold. Instantly, all the searchlights converged on him. Peter gestured for them to hurry inside. He then shot a web and ascended to the 7th floor window, only to find no sign of the culprits. This indicated that the criminals had not yet reached the 7th floor. Peter proceeded to enter the 7th floor, where the security personnel, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly aimed their guns at him. However, upon recognizing Spider-Man, they visibly relaxed. Secure all access points, he instructed. We are short-staffed. Could you seal the escape route with your webs? Certainly. Peter moved to the escape route and used his webs to seal it completely, ensuring that the criminals could not ascend from there. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from below. Without hesitation, Peter dashed to the 6th floor, where he encountered the assailants indiscriminately firing their weapons. He drew his revolver loaded with web bombs and quickly pulled the trigger, launching 6 webbing explosive rounds in the blink of an eye. Instantly, 6 criminals were ensnared. However, there were still over a dozen more on this floor, and they immediately returned fire at Peter. They did not fire simultaneously. Rather, they took turns in groups of 3, ensuring a constant barrage of bullets aimed at him, preventing him from emerging from his cover. Most critically, the situation was cornered, leaving Peter with no avenue for escape. Yet, they seemed to forget that Peter could traverse walls with ease. He took to the ceiling, peering down and firing 6 toxin-laced explosive rounds. This toxin, while non-lethal, would induce a state akin to petrification upon impact. The affected individuals remained conscious but lost control over their bodies, a most unpleasant sensation, especially since the effect was immediate. Thus, another 6 criminals stood frozen in place, unable to act against Peter. With the remaining assailants now rendered ineffective, Peter appeared before them and delivered a powerful punch that incapacitated them. He then shot a web to ensnare one criminal, yanked him forward, and delivered an elbow strike to his head. Had Peter not controlled his strength, the thug would have surely met a fatal end. Soon, the remaining criminals on this floor were neutralized. Peter distributed their weapons to the attending medical staff and hastened down to the lower levels. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he encountered Aunt May. Is it all resolved? Yes, it's all taken care of. Spike down below has managed things. We should leave, Aunt May replied. They exchanged nods and swiftly maneuvered through the rear window back to the nurse's station. Seeing the two, Aunt May immediately inquired, "Are you both uninjured?" "Rest assured, Aunt May, we are unharmed." "That is a relief. What about the assailants outside?" "They have all been dealt with." Upon hearing this, Aunt May sighed with relief and quickly enlisted the two to assist in moving the injured nurses outside. The scene outside had devolved into chaos, with all operating rooms engaged in procedures. Thankfully, most injuries were non-life-threatening, allowing surgeries to conclude within mere minutes. Moreover, being in a hospital ensured immediate medical attention for the wounded, resulting in a fortunate absence of fatalities, though nearly 1,000 individuals had sustained injuries. Aunt May busied herself, and soon, Peter and Aunt May found themselves enlisted for work as well, laboring tirelessly for a day and night before they could finally leave. "Aunt May, take a break. You haven't slept in over 30 hours, Peter urged. "All right, once I finish with my patients, I'll rest," Aunt May replied, fatigue etched on her face. Meanwhile, Happy had been observing them from the sidelines. Upon learning of the terror attack, he rushed to assist. "Uncle Happy, you should rest too," Peter suggested. "All right." Once Aunt May finished her tasks, the three of them climbed into Happy's vehicle and headed home. Upon arrival, Aunt May headed straight to her room to rest, while Happy contemplated returning but was stopped by Aunt May. "Look at you, you're exhausted. Don't drive while fatigued, stay here and sleep. You can head back once you've rested," she advised. Happy, believing he had won his case, readily agreed. However, once in his room, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "What's wrong? Not satisfied?" No, I'm just tired. I'll sleep now." "Very well, go ahead." After tidying herself up and having a snack, Aunt May also went to rest. The four of them fell into a deep slumber. Aunt even slept until Nancy returned and had to wake him, at which point he learned of the events that had transpired and hurried to request leave for them. Meanwhile, due to the severity of the terror attack, comparable to the Twin Towers incident, the president issued a direct order through Congress, demanding that the New York police locate the masterminds behind the attack as swiftly as possible. However, the criminals appeared to be professionally trained, as neither torture nor bribery could elicit any information from them. Consequently, the police sought assistance from the FBI and CIA, suspecting the assailants to be affiliated with a terrorist organization, hoping to procure intelligence from the CIA. Thus, 3 different agencies converged, along with various detectives, engaging in heated discussions regarding the identities of the assailants. Chapter 68, Followers of Dormammu. "What have you found out?" "We searched the database. They are not American. We checked their dental records, but found nothing," an FBI agent reported. "And you?" The New York police chief turned to the CIA representatives, but they shook their heads in response. "We utilized all available resources. They do not belong to any known terrorist organization. We even accessed Interpol's database, but there were no records. We have requested assistance from other countries, and we should receive information shortly." 10 minutes later, the data arrived, revealing no records whatsoever, as if these individuals had never existed in this world. "Are they not from this world?" the chief exclaimed in frustration, for it was inconceivable that any living person could leave no trace behind unless they hailed from another realm or were backed by a much larger organization. "Chief, the assailants committed suicide." "What did you say?" The officer burst in. "These criminals ingested poison during the attack. An autopsy revealed that their throats had been damaged in childhood, rendering them mute. They are all mute." Upon hearing this, the chief's expression soured. With the assailants having taken their own lives, the case would inevitably become a cold one. Reluctantly, he prepared a report, the outcome of which was predictable. While he retained his position, there would be no prospects for advancement. He faced the prospect of remaining in his role indefinitely, and if any further mishaps occurred during his tenure, he would be forced to resign. Thus, his best course of action was to retire early and hand over the position to the deputy chief, thereby securing a favor from him. However, this matter required a careful approach and could not be rushed. Meanwhile, after waking, Aunt made his way downstairs, discovering Aunt May in the kitchen preparing a meal. "Aunt May, what brings you here? Come and join us for dinner." Nancy has gone to investigate the identities of those bandits, but it appears they have made little progress. So it seems Nancy will likely be occupied this evening. "Oh, I see. What about Peter and Happy?" "They are still asleep, utterly exhausted." Aunt nodded slightly before taking a seat and beginning to eat. Meanwhile, Peter, who was deep in slumber, suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Groggily, he reached for his web shooter with his eyes still closed and swung directly into the dining room, astonishingly without opening his eyes. Both May and Aunt were taken aback by his actions, with May even waving her hand in front of his face. Clearly, he is still asleep. Peter then settled down, effortlessly pulling Aunt's food towards him and beginning to eat. Aunt squinted at him, and Peter instantly sensed a murderous intent, startling him awake. What on earth? How did I end up here? Peter exclaimed instinctively. You should have asked Aunt May to get you something to eat, Aunt retorted, snatching back his food and resuming his meal. Peter scratched his head and glanced at Aunt May. With a resigned smile, she began preparing dinner. Once it was ready, she headed to the garden storage room to retrieve some premium dog food for Spike. After rubbing his head against May's leg, Spike started to eat as well. Just as May intended to return, she noticed a figure in her home. It was Happy. Happy, is that you? Happy, who had been searching for May, quickly turned upon hearing her voice and spotted her. At that moment, Aunt May, sporting a ponytail, a white t-shirt, fitted jeans, and canvas shoes, radiated youth and vitality. Though she was nearing 30, her years of service as a head nurse and dedication to fitness had kept her physique in remarkable shape. Happy hurried over, and Spike, sensing his approach, lifted his head, startling Happy with his wolf-like appearance. Aunt May quickly reassured, "It's all right, he's one of us." Spike, noticing her gesture, nuzzled her palm before lowering his head to continue eating. Happy then followed May into the dining room, where Aunt and Peter had nearly finished their meal. Spotting Happy's arrival, Aunt casually handed him a disposable hygiene kit. Afterward, he washed the dishes and retreated to his room to freshen up and take a shower. When Aunt returned downstairs, he found that Aunt May had tidied the dining room, and both Happy and Peter were nowhere to be seen. Before he could inquire further, a voice came from the entrance. "Is Aunt home?" "Yes, Uncle Phil, what's the matter?" Coulson entered, his expression somewhat grim. Observing that the two seemed to have something to discuss, Aunt May quietly excused herself from the house. "Uncle Phil, what is going on? Do you recognize this symbol?" Coulson inquired, producing a marking for Aunt to examine. Upon seeing it, Aunt furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "This is Dormammu's mark." "Where did you get this?" "Dormammu?" "Yes, the dark dimension demon who has long coveted Earth. If it weren't for the Sorcerer Supreme, Earth would have likely been drawn into his dark dimension by now. We found this at the hideout of those bandits," Coulson explained. It turned out that the president had sought S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance when his own people failed to uncover the mastermind behind the bandits. S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly located their hideout via satellite, but upon arrival, they found little evidence, just this single mark. They searched all records but found no reference to this symbol. Ultimately, they had no choice but to consult Suen, who had also never encountered this mark, as he dealt with demons in hell, not having any experience with Dormammu's emblem. Thus, Coulson had come to Aunt. "So, those bandits are followers of Dormammu? That seems likely, but we lack sufficient corroborative evidence, which is why I sought you out." "Me? I'm no expert in this area," Aunt replied, acknowledging that true experts would be the sorcerers. Unfortunately, the dark dimension was a taboo for them, making the Sorcerer Supreme the only real expert. "We are at a loss. What do you think the followers of Dormammu aim to achieve?" Aunt frowned slightly, perplexed by the bandits' intentions. Chapter 69, Dormammu's Plan. To be frank, Uncle Phil, I genuinely do not know what these followers intend to do. However, Dormammu's goal is to draw Earth into his dark dimension. His plans have consistently failed due to the Sorcerer Supreme and the protective formations on Earth. So, their ultimate objective must be to destroy these formations to facilitate Dormammu's invasion of Earth, correct? "I'm not certain, but that seems to be the gist," Aunt replied. "All right, I understand. By the way, do you know the locations of these formations?" "It's futile. Only sorcerers can locate them. Ordinary people cannot. There are sanctums in London, Hong Kong, and New York, which also serve as the sites of the formations." "Understood." After obtaining the information he sought, Coulson hurriedly departed, sharing the intelligence that revealed the bandits as followers of Dormammu, prompting an extensive investigation. Not only them, but even Ancient One was conducting a thorough inquiry, as this matter directly pertained to Dormammu, who would not rest until Earth's heart was extinguished. Yet, even Ancient One could uncover nothing, having even utilized the Time Stone, the Eye of Agamotto, to investigate, only to reach the same conclusion. No followers could be found, which raised her suspicions. Frowning deeply, she even contemplated an alliance with Mephisto, but quickly dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, in the dark dimension, Dormammu was crafting a humanoid using dark energy. These beings possessed nondescript appearances, blending seamlessly into crowds. Most importantly, their bodies bore no trace of dark energy. They were entirely human. As they opened their eyes, Dormammu promptly contacted the black magicians on Earth, who usually either worshipped him or had struck bargains with him, as dark energy could extend human life. Some black magicians, or sorcerers, in their quest for longevity, had made pacts with Dormammu. Of course, if one possessed sufficient strength, they could extract dark energy without needing Dormammu, as Ancient One did. These black magicians gathered at Twilight City, exchanging knowing glances, all aware of the purpose of their assembly. One black magician utilized a suspended ring to open a portal, leading them to Stonehenge, where Ancient One awaited their arrival. "Sister, we meet again." "Brother, it's time to cease this," Ancient One said, her expression complex as she regarded the elderly man before her. "It seems we still need to settle this," the elder replied with a smile, as the ground began to fold. Yet, with a gentle leap, he ascended into the air, a ring of ragador appearing beneath his feet, using it to elevate himself while manipulating the spatial folds below, causing the stones of Stonehenge to overlap until they formed a platform beneath him. "Sister, you have regressed," the elder remarked coolly. Dr. Strange remained silently observant as the elderly man made a sweeping gesture, initiating a fierce battle between the two. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, other dark sorcerers engaged in combat with various magicians. However, one of the dark sorcerers activated the stone circle, and in an instant, a gaping rift was torn open by a terrifying force. Dormammu promptly hurled the humans he had created into the earth, while simultaneously unleashing a multitude of demons from the three infernal dimensions upon the planet. The rift lasted less than 10 seconds before the magical formation mended itself, reducing the stone circle to mere dust. Observing this, the dark sorcerers began their retreat, prompting the elderly man to force Dr. Strange back. "Sister, may we meet again by fate," he declared before opening a portal. Dr. Strange attempted to intervene, but the elderly man retaliated with several spatial blades, compelling Strange to counterattack, ultimately left powerless to prevent the man's departure. Upon returning to the real world and witnessing the scattered remnants of the stone circle, Dr. Strange led all the sorcerers away. Just as they departed, agents from the local division of SHIELD arrived on the scene, noting the transformed rubble of the stone circle and the alarming energy readings. They realized a fierce battle had transpired here. It is worth noting that SHIELD had established divisions around these inexplicable structures to constantly monitor their conditions. Thus, when energy fluctuations were detected around the stone circle, they rushed to the site. Albeit too late, they promptly reported the situation, while Dr. Strange did not pursue Dormammu, Mephisto, Satan, or Lucifer, instead focusing on locating more structures akin to the stone circle to preemptively destroy them, preventing incidents like today from occurring. As for the reinforcements they had dispatched to Earth, Dr. Strange had ample time to address them. Simultaneously, Ant sensed something amiss and glanced skyward, yet found nothing. "Ant, are you home?" Harry's voice called from outside. "What is it, Harry?" Ant inquired. "Old Man Strange said a horde of demons suddenly appeared on Earth, and he needs to handle it. He asked if we wanted to join him. What are your thoughts?" Ant countered. "I'd like to go. It's a perfect opportunity to hone my combat experience," came Peter's response. "What about Ned? He wants to go too." "Then let us set off. Just take a leave," Ant proclaimed. "Really? Why would I lie?" Thus, the four young adventurers gathered at Oscorp, where Old Man Strange had been awaiting them. "You're here. Let's prepare to depart." "Old Man, can you sense the demon's location?" "Of course. Don't forget, I am the Ghost Rider," he replied with a grin. "Can you gauge their strength?" "There are formidable demons among them, so caution is imperative," Old Man Strange warned. Norman nodded in satisfaction. After all, Green Goblin was a powerful demon, and while he only possessed a partial corpse, now they had the chance to obtain a complete demon body, which excited him immensely. "Harry, we must keep that demon's body as intact as possible, understood?" "I got it, Dad." Thus, the five of them embarked on their quest to vanquish the demons. Chapter 70, The High-Level Demon, Soul Breaker. In Arizona, at the Grand Canyon National Park, Ant and his companions traversed the park on horseback. According to Old Man Strange's senses, a congregation of corporeal demons was preparing to conduct some ritual. Just as they were about to enter, they were halted. "Sorry, this area is currently closed to the public." A state trooper extended his hand, his other hand resting on his revolver, and the officers behind him subtly raised their firearms. Just as Old Man Strange was about to speak, Ant intervened. "Apologies. We were unaware of the closure. We came specifically to enjoy the park. Do you know when it will reopen?" "A week from now." "Understood." Ant gestured for the group to leave, and once they were outside, Harry couldn't help but ask, "Why not just go in? It's evident now. There is something amiss with the humans here. At the very least, some high-ranking individuals have allied with the demons. Otherwise, these state troopers wouldn't be blocking the entrance. If we engage them, it will certainly raise alarms. So let us be patient and proceed cautiously," Ant explained. The others nodded in agreement. "What do you think we should do next?" "We aren't ordinary individuals. We can find an alternative route in," Ant replied somewhat impatiently. Harry and Ned nodded in understanding. Indeed, they were anything but ordinary. and while there might be no path for regular humans, they saw countless ways to enter. They secured their horses and made their way to a cliff near the Grand Canyon National Park. Instead of entering through the main entrance, they scaled the cliff and, guided by Old Man's strange senses, navigated through mountains and rivers, believing that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Before long, they reached the top of a canyon, but just as Ned was about to press forward, Ant yanked him back and covered his mouth. Confused, Ned looked at Ant, who pointed down into the canyon. Below, several hundred individuals clad in black cloaks gathered around a stone altar. Suddenly, they all removed their hoods, revealing a diverse assembly of men, women, children, and elders of various ages. Their attire was notably expensive, indicating their significant status. Harry, can you recognize any of them? I can identify a few. Most appear to be affluent individuals, primarily from Arizona, many of whom run farms. The most notable among them is the Tyson family. However, their headquarters is in Arkansas, so I'm unsure why they are here, Harry explained. Old Man Strange, can you sense the demon's presence? Yes, they are hidden among the crowd, he replied, focusing intently on the throng below. Look, Peter exclaimed urgently. The crowd below surged as a group of chained girls, approximately 30 in number and seemingly around 15 or 16 years old, were brought to the altar. Most alarmingly, each girl wore a silver coin around her neck, the same type Judas received for betraying Jesus. Although these coins were counterfeit, they were still sufficient for their purposes. Let us move, Ant commanded, knowing that if they allowed the sacrifice of these 30 girls to proceed, they would never forgive themselves. They had to act swiftly to rescue them. As Old Man Strange transformed into the Ghost Rider, the commotion immediately drew the attention of the crowd below. Stop them! Hasten the sacrifice! A middle-aged man shouted. Peter! Ant called out. Peter immediately tilted his body at a 45-degree angle, then propelled himself with tremendous force, soaring into the air, while Ant similarly leaped, delivering a kick to Peter's foot, propelling him further. In the blink of an eye, Peter landed atop the altar. He quickly unleashed a torrent of webbing, connecting the surrounding crowd to the altar, effectively encasing it in a web of silk. The individuals yearned for escape, yet they found themselves ensnared by silken threads, rendering their departure impossible. Meanwhile, those who sought to approach the altar were equally thwarted, left to languish in anxious anticipation. The demons concealed among the crowd, upon witnessing this, shed their cloaks of invisibility. One among them was a high-ranking demon, while the remaining 15 were a mix of mid-tier and lowly demons. Upon their emergence, these fiends commenced the ravenous consumption of the surrounding humans. In an instant, the entire gorge transformed into a veritable meat grinder, with humanity serving as the sanguinary sustenance for these demonic entities. What was most chilling was that those devoured did not emit cries of agony. Instead, they bore expressions of inexplicable satisfaction, as if they were not being consumed by demons, but rather engaged in a procreative act. This grotesque tableau startled Harry and Ned into momentary paralysis, yet Ant had witnessed far more bizarre spectacles. And as for Old Man Shry, he was inherently equipped to confront demons. The two charged forth to confront the fiends, initiating a brutal melee. However, bolstered by their recent intake of flesh and souls, the demons unleashed powers that transcended their natural capabilities, with each demon manifesting a rift behind them, a gateway to the infernal dimension. Through this aperture, they could continuously draw upon the inexhaustible energy of hell. As they were originally dispatched to Earth by the Lord of Hell as vanguards or reserves, they inherently enjoyed privileges. With this passage to the demonic realm at their disposal, they were effectively invulnerable. Notably, Old Man Shry could distinctly sense the disparity among these demons, yet he relentlessly wielded his whip, striking them with fervor. The whip, imbued with hellfire, lashed against the demons, provoking their anguished cries. The high-ranking demon, known as the Soul Breaker, bore a striking resemblance to a human, save for the two pairs of vertical eyes and the horns adorning its head, wielding a sword ablaze with infernal flames. With a powerful kick, it appeared before Old Man Shry in the blink of an eye, cleaving downward with its sword, catching Shry unprepared and sending him hurtling away. Although it was merely a soul breaker, the empowerment from the Lord of Hell rendered it as formidable as a greater demon. Shry rose from the ground, stowing his whip and drawing a revolver, the Colt M1873, a gift from Norman, one of the very first models crafted. As hellfire enveloped the revolver, the soul breaker sensed the terrifying aura emanating from it, and hesitated, casting a wary glance at Old Man Shry. Chapter 71, The Great Battle Against Demons. Ant faced several soul devourers without losing his composure, skillfully employing his ghostly slashes, upward strikes, and cross cuts to carve a bloody path through the chaos. Meanwhile, the soul devourers continued their consumption of the surrounding humans, only joining the fray once they evolved into soul eaters. Peter led the girls to a safe location, destroying the altar and instructing them to find shelter. Soon after, he plunged into the battlefield, where Harry and Ned finally regained their bearings and joined the fray. However, the horrific scenes still reverberated in their minds, severely diminishing their combat efficacy. They could barely manage to contend with a single soul eater. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just..." "Ugh." Harry began to speak, only for nausea to overwhelm him, and he retched uncontrollably. Previously, they had only encountered gunfire, no matter how gruesome. It paled in comparison to the visceral horror of being devoured by demons, whose victims appeared to derive pleasure from the experience. This jarring contrast rendered them incapable of focusing on battle. Observing this, Ant seized Harry and yanked him aside, narrowly avoiding a soul devourer-esque strike, then hurled him backward, shouting, "Wait until you can fight before rejoining us. Otherwise, your presence here only distracts us." "Ned, you too." Ned nodded and swiftly teleported to Harry's side. Once safe, Ned could no longer contain himself and leaned against a tree, gagging. Ant, while fending off the assaults of the soul devourers, glanced at them and shook his head in exasperation, then refocused on the demons. "Old Man Shry, can you close the rift behind them?" Old Man Shry fired at the soul breaker, the terrifying force of the shot sending it hurtling backward, crashing into the mountainside several meters deep, demonstrating the tremendous power of the weapon. However, after firing, the hellfire surrounding him flickered momentarily before roaring back to life. "I will give it a try, but I need you to buy me some time." "Absolutely. Peter, come here," Ant called out. Hearing this, Peter sprinted toward them, simultaneously launching webs in frantic bursts as he leaped backward. Unfortunately, the demon's hellish energy allowed them to easily break free from the webs, though it required a few seconds. With a limited supply of web shooters, Peter had to conserve his resources. "What is the plan, Ant?" "Help Old Man Shry buy some time." "Understood." Old Man Shry transformed into the celestial form of a vengeful spirit knight, infusing his revolver with angelic fire. As he poured a considerable amount of this divine flame into the weapon, it began to transform, manifesting radiant white wings along its sides. At that moment, the soul breaker emerged from the mountainside, its head marred by a gaping hole that was visibly mending at an alarming rate. All the while, demons, driven into a frenzy, surged toward the two men. Utilizing their undead traits, they relentlessly pressed Ant and Peter back, forcing the duo to hurl them aside. Just as the demons threatened to breach their defenses, Harry and Ned finally steadied their resolve and rejoined the fray. Ultimately, Old Man Shry fired again, 6 streams of azure light striking 6 soul eaters, sealing the rifts on their backs with angelic fire. Seizing the opportunity, Ant swiftly beheaded them. It could be said that the distinction between those with and without rifts was immense. Old Man Shry, continue. "Yes, keep them occupied." The soul breaker realized the urgency of the situation, leaping high with its sword raised to strike Old Man Shry, only to be intercepted by Harry. Relying on his superior physical attributes, Harry engaged the soul breaker. However, as a master swordsman, the soul breaker quickly overpowered Harry, whose training was still in its infancy. Before long, Harry's sword was sent flying, and had it not been for Ant's timely assistance, the soul breaker would have likely decapitated him. Of course, Harry's recent mental adjustment played a part in this predicament. "Let me handle this," Ant asserted. Harry nodded, retrieved his sword, and charged at the other soul eaters. Sensing the pressure emanating from Ant, the soul breaker grew serious. One possessed the combat experience of Zhang Qi Ling, while the other was a master swordsman from the infernal realm. Their duel unfolded at breathtaking speed, and were it not for the extraordinary nature of their surroundings, onlookers would struggle to comprehend their movements. Ultimately, Ant gained the upper hand. Owing to his extensive training and the passive skill of being a master of blades, he could wield any knife with proficiency, even a kitchen knife, showcasing the terrifying power of passive abilities. At this moment, the second shot from the venerable Mr. Shire was also primed and ready. 6 consecutive rounds were fired with such swiftness that the demons present had no time to react. The powerful energy shattered the rift connecting them to the realm of hell. Simultaneously, Harry and Peter sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the 6 soul devourers with Ned's assistance. Mr. Shire had initially intended to target the soul breaker, but upon sensing imminent danger, he had already retreated behind the soul devourers. Consequently, he found himself compelled to fire at the latter. As the number of surviving demons dwindled, the pool of potential human victims also diminished, prompting the demons to fixate their gaze on the 30 girls. However, before they could act, Ned and Harry appeared before them, preemptively thwarting their advance. "Age has caught up with me," This is already my limit, Mr. Shire lamented, transforming back into the Hell Knight. It's all right. This is sufficient, Ant declared. With that, Ant surged forward, channeling the full might of the ghostly power into the Yenling blade, and unleashed a cross slash at a soul devourer. The terrifying force not only sealed the rift, but also obliterated the creature. However, the price was a pallor that washed over Ant's face. His ghostly hands surged with crimson energy, and the runes binding the ghostly power glowed brightly, seemingly struggling to contain the entity within. Concurrently, Ant sensed a shift in his emotions. His hair began to rise wildly. Observing this, Peter swiftly shot out webs to ensnare Ned and Harry, yanking them away to distance them from Ant. What is happening? Stay away from Ant, Peter shouted. What is going on? They witnessed Ant trembling, his garments corroding away under the blood energy. The ghostly binding continued to fiercely suppress Kazan's consciousness, but it was not alone. The bloodline of the Qilin was also exerting its influence. Yet, compared to Kazan, they were woefully weak. When Ant opened his eyes once more, the whites of his eyes had turned black, while his pupils glowed red, surrounded by a terrifying aura of blood energy. The blood of the humans on the ground morphed into green motes, surging into Ant's form, while the Soul Breaker, sensing Ant's terrifying power, let out an enraged roar. Chapter 72, The Great Battle Against the Demons. The Soul Breaker bellowed, and the surviving demons rushed towards it, merging into one. Furthermore, the rift behind it expanded slightly, allowing a deluge of hellish energy to flood into its being. Simultaneously, the rift continued to draw closer to the Soul Breaker, ultimately merging completely with it. It became enveloped in a dark red glow. The frenzied Ant did not attack, but merely observed. What has happened to Ant? He has lost his sanity. But it should not take long for him to regain it, Peter replied. How long will it take? Honestly, I do not know, Peter said with a bitter smile. Once the crimson light surrounding the Soul Breaker faded, its form was fully revealed. It had transformed, becoming taller and more robust, sporting 4 muscular arms and a thick tail. Ant charged at the Soul Breaker, but the evolved creature had ascended to the rank of a greater demon. Its fearsome power now perilously close to that of a Lord of Hell. Ant was sent flying but quickly regained his composure, launching himself at the Soul Breaker once more. Yet, the Soul Breaker, utilizing its 4 arms, struck Ant back again. This only fueled Ant's fury and madness, nearly extinguishing the flicker of clarity he struggled to maintain. However, through sheer determination, he managed to suppress it. Yet, he too underwent a transformation. Raising his hand, he emanated a red glow and charged once again at the Soul Breaker. As he swung his blade, the Soul Breaker raised its weapon to block, but unexpectedly, Ant's ghostly hand morphed into a massive blood-red sword. Cleaving through one of its arms with an upward thrust, the Soul Breaker recoiled in pain, and Ant seized the opportunity to unleash a cross slash. As the final strike landed, the blood energy struck the Soul Breaker with tremendous force, sending it hurtling backward. But that was not the end. Ant's ghostly hand was infused with potent blood energy and ghostly power. He swept the hand across his blade, instantly enveloping it in blood energy and ghostly power. Then, with a mighty leap, he brought the blade crashing down on the Soul Breaker's weapon, shattering it and cleaving the creature in two. Yet, this was not the conclusion. When the Yenling blade struck the ground, the earth fractured violently, and a torrent of blood energy surged forth like an erupting volcano. The Soul Breaker let out a wretched scream, but the rift connecting it to the dimension of hell continually repaired its form. Thus, while its body was being annihilated by the blood energy, it was simultaneously mended by the infernal power. Ant realized that to completely vanquish it, he must first obliterate the rift within its body, but doing so would entail taking a significant risk. Ant plunged the Yenling blade into the ground, then reached for the ghostly binding. Ant, what are you doing? Trust me, Peter, Ant rasped. As he removed the ghostly binding, Kazan's power surged into him, but simultaneously, Kazan's consciousness began to invade Ant's mind. However, the Qilin bloodline acted as a barrier, hindering Kazan's complete takeover, which would take time. Ant needed to eliminate Kazan before the latter could fully dominate him. Seizing the Yenling blade, Ant transformed into a blur, appearing before the Soul Breaker and plunging the blade into its body. With the infusion of blood energy, a crimson orb erupted within it. The cataclysmic force obliterated the rift. Yet in the final moment before its disappearance, the Soul Breaker absorbed a substantial amount of hellish energy. Consequently, although the rift vanished, its body was entirely restored, and it kicked Ant away with a ferocious roar. Following the impact, Ant landed near the ghostly binding, struggling to maintain his final shred of lucidity. He hastily donned the ghostly binding, and with the combined force of the ghostly binding and the Qilin bloodline, Kazan's consciousness was finally subdued. He collapsed, rendered unable to move. Aunt, are you all right? I'm fine. From here on out, you must rely on yourselves, Aunt weakly replied. Do not worry. The four faced the rampaging soulbreaker. No longer holding back, Mr. Shire took on the role of the primary attacker, with Ned and Peter providing support, while Harry prepared for the final strike. As his Angel-S scythe seemed to possess a unique advantage against demons, making it the ideal weapon for their extermination. Although Mr. Shire had fought alongside them for a short time, their coordination was initially unrefined. However, as their battle progressed, their synergy deepened, to the point where a mere glance would convey each other's intentions. Furthermore, Ned and Peter occasionally targeted the joints of the Soul Breaker, hampering its movements. This combat was exceedingly frustrating for the Soul Breaker, which yearned to escape such tactics, but its impatience only led to more mistakes. Ultimately, Harry seized the opportunity. The Angel's scythe expanded, transforming him into a graceful arc, silvery light sweeping over the Soul Breaker. In that moment, both Harry and the Soul Breaker halted. As the latter's head tumbled to the ground, the vitality within it quietly dissipated. Mr. Shire approached the lifeless body, extending his skeletal hand to effortlessly breach the skin and delve into the corpse, extracting a crimson orb. What is this? His core, remember, is crucial. The great demon is exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Even if you sever its head and limbs, it merely enters a state of apparent death, only to resurrect after some time. Thus, to extinguish its existence entirely, one must extract its core. What purpose does this core serve? Harry inquired. Uncertain. You may wish to investigate. The elder Shry responded gracefully. Reverting to his human form, Harry surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn about and hastily summoned Norman. Upon receiving the message, Norman promptly arranged for transportation and arrived by private jet with remarkable speed. Dad, you've arrived. Are you all safe? Norman queried as he disembarked. We are fine. Uncle Norman, just a bit fatigued, Aunt replied with a faint smile. It was only then that Norman noticed Aunt's pale complexion and hurried over. You needn't assist me. I merely require a moment of rest. The demon corpses are over there. Are you truly all right? Indeed, Uncle Norman, please do not mention this to my family. Understood. Norman replied as he instructed others to unload provisions before they began sorting through the demon remains. By the way, Father, this is the core possessed solely by the great demon. Take a look at its potential. Harry handed the orb to Norman, who cautiously retrieved a metallic box and delicately placed it inside. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to inform me. I will ensure that provisions are sent your way. Understood, Father. I will reach out if needed. After bidding farewell to Norman, a contingent of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived, and after entrusting the situation to them, Aunt and the others departed, leaving the 30 girls in their capable hands as they proceeded to their next demonic target. Chapter 73. The Falding Deity in a quaint town in El Paso, New Mexico. A mere river separates it from Juarez, Mexico, rendering it a stronghold for drug traffickers seeking passage into the United States. On this day, a group of individuals identifying themselves as followers of the Falding faith arrived to disseminate their doctrine. Unfortunately, most residents of this town had become informants for the traffickers or had directly allied themselves with these criminal factions. Even the children had succumbed to the drug trade. Thus, the arrival of these so-called devotees did not go unnoticed, given that it had been long since anyone had graced this place. The traffickers were eager for fresh faces to assist them. However, the newcomers numbered only 25, an insufficient number to share among the ranks, leading to a fierce scramble for dominance over the few. Unexpectedly, these 25 individuals strode unflinchingly into a hail of gunfire, as bullets seemingly veered around them. Guided by an unseen force, clad in pure black robes and clutching a jet-black tome adorned with a profound purple eye, they chanted incantations as they traversed the battlefield. The traffickers, particularly those who fancied themselves sharpshooters, opened fire, yet the bullets merely whizzed past them as if they had curbed their trajectory. Undeterred, the 25 eventually found their way to the town's dilapidated church. Gazing upon the edifice, the lead youth, holding the black book, waved his hand, and an invisible energy began to transform the church. The structure darkened, interlaced with shimmering shades of purple. The images of God and Jesus within were replaced by a featureless figure. After completing this transformation, the group entered the church. Shortly thereafter, a throng of traffickers arrived, stunned by the dramatic alteration of the church, which they had frequently passed just moments prior. They were gripped by fear, recognizing that these individuals were certainly not ordinary. At that moment, a child approached the church. Hey, you little rascal, what are you doing? Come back. A trafficker shouted. Ignoring the warning, the child reached the entrance, where the doors opened automatically. Upon entering, they closed behind her. "Child, have you come to join us?" the youth inquired. "If I join you, will you help me exact revenge?" the child asked, looking up at him. "Certainly, that is no issue. Then I shall join you." The child removed her hat, revealing herself as a girl. The youth smiled gently and extended his finger, which glimmered with purple light. As he touched her forehead, a surge of immense energy enveloped her, lifting her into the air as her eyes glowed with an inky darkness. Once the commotion subsided, she floated back to the ground. "From this moment forth, you shall be known as Persephone, the goddess of vengeance." The girl nodded, reaching to touch her tattered clothing, which instantly transformed into a flowing black robe. She then turned and strode toward the door, waving her hand to reopen it. As she emerged, all the traffickers were rendered speechless. One trafficker, however, attempted to flee without a backward glance, but the girl raised her hand, and he found himself running in place, as if trapped on a treadmill. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the others recoiled in fear. The girl then pulled her hand back, and the trafficker was yanked toward her. "Do not kill me. I am your father. Please spare me," he pleaded. The girl regarded him coldly, lifting her foot to press upon his head. As she raised both hands, a wave of dark energy surged forth, manifesting a book and a dagger in her grasp. She lowered her gaze, fixating on the trafficker with a look that was utterly devoid of humanity, and then began to inscribe eerie symbols upon his body with the dagger. Once this was complete, the dagger dissipated, and she held the black book with reverence, intoning a chant. Gradually, the trafficker seemed to sense something amiss, letting out a blood-curdling scream before transforming into stone. With a gentle touch, she reduced the stone to dust, scattering it to the winds. Witnessing this spectacle, though gripped by terror, some traffickers dared to step forward. "If we pledge our allegiance to your deity, can we attain such power?" The girl remained silent, merely casting a glance at them before retreating into the church, which remained open this time. The traffickers exchanged wary looks before, almost instinctively, they approached the church. Upon entering, they found themselves confronted by the enigmatic figures in black robes, swallowing hard. "Please, come in and take a seat," the youth invited, his voice melodious as a mountain stream, instilling a sense of tranquility that compelled them to comply. As they settled into their seats, a wave of dread washed over them as they realized the gravity of their actions. The youth then stood beneath the figure, extolling the virtues of their revered falling deity, and began reciting prayers. The traffickers, hearing the strange incantations, grew increasingly restless, yearning to flee, but escape was not an option. The grand doors were abruptly shut, and the young man opened his eyes, fixating his gaze upon them, as if their very lives hinged on their adherence to the incantation. Reluctantly, they began to chant. However, as they continued their prayers, they soon sensed their bodies growing increasingly robust. Even the wounds they had previously sustained began to mend. "Oh, my friends, I trust you have come to realize the benefits of placing your faith in my deity. If you recite these prayers with devotion each day, you shall grow ever stronger, perhaps even acquiring her extraordinary powers," the young man remarked, gesturing towards a girl beside him. Observing this, the drug traffickers intensified their recitation, and in a bid to fortify their cartel, they promptly informed fellow members to join them in their prayers. Thus, in less than a day, the entire populace of the small town became adherents of this so-called deity, Falding. Chapter 74, The Strange Demons. The East African Rift Valley. This is a phenomenon known as the scar of the earth, so vast that it can be discerned even from outer space. In truth, it is a serpentine canyon stretching over 800 kilometers, with widths reaching up to 200 kilometers and depths exceeding 2,000 meters. And these figures continue to expand at a rate of several millimeters each year. Do not underestimate those few millimeters. Time is the most invaluable of commodities in the realm of nature. At that moment, Ant and his companions felt as though they were surviving in the wilderness. And despite their formidable physiques, they were compelled to advance with climbing poles in hand. "Old man Charest, how much longer?" Ned inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Among the group, it could be said that only Ned bore the brunt of the struggle, for he was but an ordinary man. "We must continue onward, though our path is haphazard. Were it not for the East African Rift Valley, we would likely have to navigate a far longer route," Old man Charest replied softly. Ned retrieved a bottle of water from his storage ring and gulped it down. "Enough, do not drink so much. Our supplies are limited," Ant cautioned. Ned nodded, reluctantly eyeing the remaining water before stowing it away. As dusk descended, Old man Charest glanced at Ned and said, "Rest now. If you do not, I fear this little chubby boy might truly suffer a fatal collapse." With a sheepish grin, Ned plopped down onto the ground, The others had no choice but to rest in place. Did those demons take a break? Harry asked. They likely did. Just as before, they have possessed human hosts. Thus they should also be resting now, Anne explained. Why must they possess humans? Peter asked, puzzled. It is because they carry the essence of hell. Without the disguise of human energy, they would soon be hunted down by the mages, and elucidated. I see, Peter replied. Indeed. And it is likely that this group of demons has infiltrated the human populace, which is why their progress is so slow, Old Man Charret added. I am so hungry. Harry, is the food ready? Ned called out. Now, food was the only pleasure left for Ned, and they could not deprive him of this scant joy. Here you go. Old man. This is yours. Harry distributed the meals. Upon receiving their portions, the group began to eat. Ned quickly finished his food and found a suitable spot to lie down and sleep. Before long, the sound of snoring filled the air. Is he truly that tired? Harry couldn't help but ask. After all, he was still an ordinary person. Let us not disturb his slumber, Aunt suggested softly. Harry nodded. And soon the rest found comfortable positions to rest as well. Thanks to the aura emitted by Aunt, countless wild animals dared not approach, alleviating any fears of a wolf ambush. Thus, everyone rested without a watchman. When the sun rose the next day, Ned awoke to find Aunt and the others preparing to depart. Awake now? Eat and freshen up on the way, Anne instructed. Oh, thus. They traversed the East African Rift for 5 days and nights before finally catching up with that group. We've arrived, Old Man Charret announced. Upon hearing this, everyone peered into the distance, spotting a dozen individuals who appeared to be tourists. Are the demons hiding among them? Indeed. Though their numbers are few, only 3 or 4, but they are immensely powerful, with at least 2 being greater demons, while the rest are high-ranking demons. Can you discern which Lord of Hell they serve? Anne inquired. Old Man Charret shook his head. He could only ascertain that demons were among them, but their identities remained unclear. Subsequently, Old Man Charret led them to mingle with the group. The head guide, seeing an old man accompanied by 4 children, did not refuse them, for no one suspected that these 5 were anything but harmless. Can you sense which one it is? Aunt whispered. Old Man Charret furrowed his brow and shook his head, his lips silent, yet his voice resonating faintly in Aunt's ear. I cannot. All possess the essence of demons. They have mingled with demons for too long, and I must discern carefully. Aunt nodded and observed the 20 or so individuals ahead. Some, sensing Aunt's gaze, turned back to meet his eyes, prompting him to respond with a warm smile, which they reciprocated. Thus, the group continued to listen to the guide's narration about the Rift Valley while Old Man Charret remained vigilant over the 20 or so individuals. By midday, the guide led them to a flat area, where a protruding rock shielded them from the direct sunlight. They started a fire to prepare a meal, feasting on self-heating food. Ant and his companions retrieved their own provisions from their backpacks, though this was merely for show, as they were actually drawing food from their storage rings. Are you here to find us? 4 young individuals approached, 2 men and 2 women. Old Man Charret's eyes narrowed as he instinctively placed his hand on his sidearm. Do not be alarmed. We are demons of Mephisto, and we seek no conflict with you. Upon hearing this name, the group understood that these 4 were the demons they had been searching for. What do you wish to do? Apologies, but we cannot disclose that. I believe you have encountered demons of Lucifer before and understand our trump cards. Moreover, we are not weak. If you wish to avoid trouble for these humans, it would be best for us to refrain from interfering with one another. Do you believe that is feasible? Aunt replied coldly. Certainly, child. One of the young women crouched down, attempting to pat Aunt's head, only to have him deftly evade her hand. After speaking, the 4 departed, leaving Aunt and his companions with unwavering gazes upon them. What now? Shall we engage? Harry inquired, fixating on the 4. The demons seemed to have heard their conversation. Turning with smiles, one female demon embracing her companion, while casting a peculiar grin towards Harry and the others. Do not act rashly. Let us first observe what they intend to do, Aunt advised. The group nodded in agreement. Chapter 75, The Core Demons of Satan's War. The following day, everyone awoke and resumed their journey through the East African Rift Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, if we proceed another 10 kilometers, our journey will come to a close. Henceforth, you may roam freely, but do remain vigilant of the dangers that surround you. Please gather at the designated meeting point 10 kilometers ahead before 3 o'clock this afternoon. Upon hearing the guide's words, the tourists began to disperse in pairs, capturing photographs with their companions or selecting uniquely shaped stones as mementos of their expedition. Meanwhile, Ant and his companions kept a watchful eye on the 4 demons, who were closely accompanied by their possessed allies, rendering them unable to take action. Are we truly refraining from intervening? We cannot act. Those humans will undoubtedly be slain before we make our move. Perhaps I should employ a spell, Ned suggested. Do you have confidence in that? Ned shook his head, and Peter responded with resignation. Let us forget it. With no other options, they could only watch as the 4 individuals boarded their departing transport. Although they couldn't resolve the situation, they relayed the information to S.H.I.E.L.D., urging them to keep a close watch on the demons. Upon learning that these 4 were possessed, S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly assembled a team to monitor them around the clock, meticulously documenting everyone they had encountered, eager to discern the demons' intentions. What shall we do next? There is another group of demons. Let us deal with them first, Elder Shrey suggested. Are they far? Quite so, and they appear to be located in East Asia. Then let us set forth, Ant declared. Under Norman's financial prowess, they smoothly arrived at the Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia. Indeed, this was the demon's lair. We can only take you this far. These 4 horses are our gift to you. A Burmese man spoke in halting English. No worries, this is sufficient. The 5 of them mounted the horses and began their trek toward the demon's location. After several hours of travel, they finally stumbled upon a village, only to discover it deserted. The layout of the rooms suggested that there had been inhabitants not long ago. Blood demon, Elder Shrey exclaimed as he drew his revolver and fired. An eerie creature, covered in crimson scales, charged toward them, moving with surprising stealth. Yet it did not escape Elder Shrey's keen awareness. Blood demons? They are the byproducts of demonic sacrifices, known as blood demons. However, they are relatively weak. Their vulnerability lies in their heads. Even a spear through their skull can vanquish them, Elder Shrey explained amidst his gunfire. Do they possess no advantages? Anne inquired, observing the evasive blood demons. Speed perhaps? That certainly counts. Yet in the next moment, Harry swiftly severed one of their heads, only to be taken aback as a multitude of blood demons emerged around them, over 1,000 in total. How many souls have they sacrificed? Harry fumed, uncertain. But our priority now is to eliminate them, Ant declared, calling forth his lumberjack axe, feeling its familiarity in the dense jungle. Even if they had to slay 1,000 chickens here, it would take time. These blood demons engaged them for nearly 5 hours before they finally vanquished all the encircling foes. Just as they prepared to rest, 15 formidable demons appeared. War demons, born for battle, serve as the backbone of Satan's forces. From birth, they engage in constant combat to hone their skills, Ant said gravely. Harry exchanged a glance with Peter, positioning themselves protectively in front of Ned. Aware that he could only assist from the sidelines against such foes, Ned deliberately distanced himself. Carter Shrey, the second Ghost Rider. Our master has long warned that Mephisto's games will inevitably lead to disaster. Observe him. From the first Ghost Rider to the current 3rd generation, each has betrayed him. Yet he remains unfazed. Let me witness the true strength of these so-called Ghost Riders. The most powerful of the war demons taunted Elder Shrey. Upon this confrontation, Elder Shrey dismounted, donned his cowboy hat, and as he did, hellfire ignited around him, transforming him into a Ghost Rider. It is essential to note that each transformation subjects them to the searing agony of flesh and organs being scorched, yet they have grown accustomed to it over time. The remaining war demons naturally focused their attention on Ant and his companions, regarding Ned with disdain, as it was apparent he was merely an ordinary human, their arrogance preventing them from targeting such a feeble being. This, however, was fortuitous, as it allowed the 3 of them to engage in battle without the distraction of protection. Ant, wielding his lumberjack axe, fixed his gaze on the approaching war demons, licking his lips and beckoning them forward. The demons charged at him, and Ant rushed to meet them, relying on his combat experience to engage in battle. It must be said, the war demons were indeed formidable. Even Ant found himself on the defensive, being pushed back relentlessly, knowing the constraints of their powers on Earth. It was almost unfathomable to consider how much stronger they would be if they were connected to the hellish dimensions like the first batch of demons. Although they were able to overpower Ant, killing him proved more challenging, and thus he utilized them as a means to sharpen his combat skills. In contrast, Peter fared considerably better than Harry and Ant. He possessed Spider-Man's combat experience, after all, and Spider-Man's adversaries were far more troublesome than these were demons, particularly the Sinister Six, allowing Peter to navigate the conflict with remarkable ease. Unfortunately, Peter lacked any lethal weaponry, which limited him to restraining their movements without fully comprehending their capabilities. Harry, however, found himself at a disadvantage, possessing little combat experience and only knowing a few moves with the Angel of Death's scythe. Had it not been for his formidable healing ability, he might have already met his end. Nonetheless, there were benefits. At the very least, he was learning a great deal through combat. Meanwhile, Ned remained on the periphery of the battlefield, continuously assessing the situation, ready to cast spells to halt the war demon's onslaught, should the need arise, doing so with utmost discretion, ensuring the demons remained oblivious to his interference. As time passed, Ant gradually gained the upper hand, as did Harry, no longer holding back. They began to end the lives of the war demons, deeming their previous training unnecessary. Chapter 76, Concentrated Demon Blood Serum. Golden Triangle. Ant and Harry stood before the war demons, realizing that their practice was now inconsequential. Thus, they ceased to hold back and began to terminate the lives of the remaining demons. Soon, they had eradicated the foes, turning their attention to Peter. Without exchanging words, they rushed to his aid. The war demons, fully aware they were outmatched, did not flee. Instead, they charged forward, earning admiration for their bravery. After dispatching them, only one war demon remained, locked in combat with Elder Shrey, the strongest of them all. As Harry and Ant extracted the core, they observed the duel. Ultimately, Elder Shrey emerged victorious. After all, his Ghost Rider was immune to physical damage, while the war demons primarily relied on such attacks. Thus, the conclusion had long been predetermined. Old Master Shrey retracted his whip and extracted the core, immediately summoning Norman. Were there no other demons? I felt none, and now only the 4 demons of Mephisto remained. Old Master Shrey remarked. Compared to these 4 demons, they preferred the more straightforward kind. A day later, Norman's plane arrived, albeit tardily. Observing the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground along with over 20 large demon cores, Norman was filled with exhilaration. "Father, why are you so excited?" he inquired. "Do you know what this is?" With great enthusiasm, Norman produced a test tube containing a luminescent orange liquid. "What is this?" Harry asked curiously. "It's a concentrated demon serum, derived from those so-called cores. Each core can produce 10 vials, and their efficacy is several times that of ordinary demon serums," Norman replied, brimming with excitement. "Wow. So, Father, have you used it?" Norman asked. "Indeed, I have. My skin can now withstand close-range gunfire, and the strength of my bones rivals that of specialized alloys. Even sniper bullets cannot penetrate, at most causing mere hairline fractures, which can easily be remedied with additional calcium intake." Norman was exceedingly thrilled, for their Osborne group could now be considered among the world's elite biological companies, and it seemed they were on the verge of claiming the top position. The demon serum had become a coveted commodity for various nations, with black market prices soaring to a staggering $1 million per vial for the standard version, let alone the concentrated type, which was worth dozens, if not hundreds, of times more. Simultaneously, Norman had struck a deal with SHIELD, exchanging 20 vials of the concentrated demon serum for the KW-89 formula. With the KW-89, he could develop an even more potent serum, though it would require a considerable amount of time. At the very least, a path forward had been secured. "Father, do temper your enthusiasm. These are all the large demon cores that Earth possesses. To acquire more will likely take an extended period," Harry remarked as they boarded the plane, observing Norman's fervor. "Is this it? What else could it be, Father? If demons could enter at will, humanity would have long been aware of their existence. You should focus on obtaining demon corpses from the Vatican instead. Their current stock is quite limited," Norman sighed. After all, the Vatican, being one of the 3 largest religions in the world, was not in want of wealth. Moreover, as a sect resembling a certain order of monks, they maintained a childlike innocence and thus were not overly eager for riches. Power meant little to them, as they needed to conceal their identities, rendering it superfluous. Nonetheless, Norman devised a method for negotiation, gathering various antiquated versions of the Bible and weaponry from the Crusades, leveraging these, along with the goodwill from Old Master Shrey, to extract a few demon corpses from the Vatican. Most of these demons were of intermediate or low rank, with only a few high-ranking ones. Certainly, there were corpses of greater demons, but these were strictly guarded by the Vatican and would never be sold to Norman. However, Norman was content. Yet with the Vatican's supply of demon corpses depleted and few remaining demons on Earth, he found himself at a loss regarding how to resolve this source issue. "What's wrong, Uncle Norman?" "Ah, nothing. Just contemplating future courses of action," he replied. "It's quite simple. It's not only the Vatican that hunts demons. When it comes to slaying demons, the Vatican is hardly the most adept," Anne explained. "What do you mean?" "The mages. Their very existence is dedicated to repelling dangers from beyond Earth, and demons fall within that purview. They can freely traverse between the hellish dimensions, although whether they can return is another matter entirely, making it rather easy for them to acquire demon corpses." "But how do I find them?" Norman inquired. 177A, Black Street. That's the location of the New York Sanctum. Just ask them directly, Aunt answered nonchalantly. Is it that simple? Of course. They need to eat and sustain their lives just like anyone else, so Uncle Norman can simply approach them to negotiate. Norman nodded, uncertain of the success of this endeavor. Yet at least he had another avenue to explore. Soon, they arrived at an airport, not for a layover, but for refueling, as they still had a few hours to reach New York. Upon their return, Nancy and Aunt May had been waiting, and even Ned had someone to meet him. Observing Aunt and his spouse, Ned quietly approached them, and Aunt let out a sigh of relief. This was already quite satisfactory, as Ned was willing to ride with them. Thus, everyone returned to their respective homes. How was it? Did you have fun? Nancy asked while driving on their way back. It was all right. By the way, has Dad returned from his business trip? Not yet. Who knows where he has been sent off to, unseen for days. Not even a phone call. When he returns, I'll certainly let him know why the flowers are so red. Nancy fumed. Aunt wisely chose not to comment. While Peter gazed at the ring on Aunt May's finger. Through the rearview mirror, May noticed Peter's gaze and hurriedly explained, "This is a gift from Happy." Peter, do you not like it? Ah, it's a gift from Happy to you. It's about whether you like it, not me. Peter replied, utterly bewildered. Silly child, hopeless. Aunt remarked, smacking his forehead. What is wrong with me? Peter asked, knowing full well that Aunt was referring to himself. Nothing. Aunt May sighed in relief. Though Peter was not her son, having raised him for so long, she regarded him as her own. Thus, when seeking a partner, she would always consider Peter's feelings first. If he disapproved, she would refrain from pursuing it. Yet, she had not anticipated that Peter was not averse to her finding another half. And witnessing such a considerate Peter brought a warm smile to Aunt May's face. Chapter 77. Return to school, a shocking transformation. The following morning, Aunt awoke from his slumber and, after breakfast, proceeded to freshen up. Having returned from the Golden Triangle, they were to resume their daily lives as students. Boarding the school bus, they leisurely made their way to the school. Upon entering their classroom, they discovered Harry playfully tormenting a group of high school students. Harry, what are you up to? Aunt inquired. Upon seeing Aunt and the others, Harry halted, delivering a punch that sent the high schoolers fleeing. These seniors came here to collect protection money. I couldn't stand by, so I confronted them. And who would have thought they would actually retaliate? Harry explained. What on earth? Where do they get the audacity to demand protection money here? Aunt exclaimed, aware that he was unbeatable, which was why the upperclassmen had refrained from causing trouble in the lower grades. However, things were clearly amiss. It seems that your prolonged absence led the seniors to believe you had either dropped out or transferred, so they returned to collect protection money. Some have even begun peddling drugs. What drugs? Leaves, they grow their own. Harry replied. Does the teacher not intervene? The teachers are unaware, and they disguise it as cigarettes. Even students our age are buying? Harry nodded, causing Aunt to furrow his brow deeply. Just then, the bell rang, interrupting Aunt's thoughts. Let us go. We need to get to class. Upon entering the classroom, Aunt inquired softly, do you know where they draw? The restroom and the locations of the clubs. As the club teachers seldom venture there, and since their entrances and exits are closely monitored by their informants, they have ample time to handle these contraband items, even if a teacher appears. Such audacity? Indeed. It is said that the source of these forbidden goods originates from a transfer student, whose connections seem to be linked to a notorious mob boss from Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen? Who is that? Aunt continued to probe. Harry shook his head and replied, that's all I know. If you wish to learn more, you'll have to investigate it yourself. Aunt nodded, glancing at the teacher at the podium, and was about to sneak away when Diana stopped him. Wait a moment, Aunt. What is it? I have a favor to ask of you. Could you assist me? Diana grasped Aunt's hand. What is it? Recently, a transfer student from the upper grades has been pestering me, wanting me to be his girlfriend. Could you intimidate him for me? Another transfer student? You could simply use your father's identity. He definitely wouldn't persist in bothering you. I tried that, but he still won't leave me alone. I asked my dad, and he seems quite wary of the forces behind this individual. However, he assured me that the transfer student would only pester me and wouldn't do anything reckless. Given my age, but he is exceedingly annoying, so I would appreciate your help. Do you have a photo of him? I'll send it to you. Subsequently, the four of them left the classroom without arousing any suspicion from the other students, though the teacher noticed them, yet said nothing, allowing them to exit unimpeded. Soon, the quartet arrived at the club building of Yueying School, an entire edifice dedicated to various clubs, thus offering a plethora of activities. As they appeared, upperclassmen stationed at the entrance immediately obstructed their path. Hey, kids, this isn't a place for you to play, and it's still class time. What are you doing here? Get lost. Aunt said nothing but delivered a swift kick to the upperclassman's leg, causing him to kneel. Then, Aunt forcefully pressed his head against the wall. Next, I'll ask the questions, and for every unnecessary word you utter, I'll strike you. Understood? The student hastily nodded in comprehension. Is someone selling leaf cigarettes? Ant queried. Yes. Are many people consuming them? Quite a few. Over $10,000 worth is sold daily. Is there any powder or candy? No. No, we don't dare to consume those. We're too young, and it would cause problems. Oh. So you're aware of its dangers. Who is selling these? Ant asked with a sneer. Jacob Brown, the new transfer student? Yes. Is it him? Ant pulled out his phone to show the photo sent by Diana. Yes, that's him. Do you know his background? He seems to be the son of some mob boss from Hell's Kitchen, but we're unclear on the specifics. All right, I appreciate your cooperation. Now it's time for you to take a little nap. Without allowing the upperclassman to react, Ant knocked him unconscious with an elbow strike. The four then continued through the building, encountering no other students until they reached the top floor. Upon entering this level, they found many individuals seated on the floor, exhaling clouds of smoke. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they turned to look. Kids, this isn't a place for you. Scram. Think carefully about what you should and shouldn't say. A tall, muscular youth in a baseball jersey and cap, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, shouted arrogantly. Ant merely smirked, stepped forward, and delivered a straightforward punch that rendered the youth speechless. The other upperclassmen, perhaps emboldened by their consumption of leaf cigarettes, approached the quartet menacingly. Ant estimated their numbers to be around 50. Uninterested in further dialogue, he simply remarked, "Don't get killed." With that, Ant charged forward, followed closely by the others. In less than 5 minutes, the four dispatched the 50 individuals, suffering naught but a slight smudge on their clothing. Ant dusted himself off and proceeded to the innermost room of the corridor, kicking the door open. Inside, a young man with golden hair was lounging on the sofa, indulging in leaf cigarettes. Who are you? Selling leaf cigarettes? Harassing Diana, is that you? Ant inquired as he approached. Who are you? The young man retorted, refusing to answer. Ant flipped his hand, placing a blade against the young man's throat. Is Jacob Brown you? Feeling the sharpness against his neck, he gulped nervously. Yes, it's me. I'll give you a chance. Don't let me see you at school tomorrow, understood? Understood. With that, Ant led them away, unaware that Jacob Brown was glaring at them with resentment. Perhaps they noticed, but chose to disregard it. Chapter 78, The Woolwich Boys Gang. Hell's Kitchen. This area is rife with gang violence, where various criminal activities are commonplace. Jacob Brown arrived in a luxury car, which halted before a certain club. He exited the vehicle, and a burly black man at the entrance greeted him promptly. Jack, welcome back. Is my father inside? Jacob Brown asked. Yes, but he's meeting with the head of the Russian mob. All right, I understand. Jacob entered, traversing the noisy hall filled with people swaying to the music, and ascended to the 3rd floor, accessible only to invited guests. He arrived at a door and gently knocked. Come in. A deep voice responded from within. Jacob pushed the door open and found a mix of Russian brawny men and elegantly dressed gentlemen in British suits, exuding sophistication rather than the demeanor of mobsters. Father. So, this is your youngest son? Indeed, have a seat. What happened to your neck? The middle-aged man inquired, noticing the wound on Jacob's neck. It's nothing. Jacob replied sheepishly before taking a seat. All right, remember the timing of the deal. I won't disturb you two any longer. After the Russian mobsters departed, the middle-aged man turned to Jacob and asked, Now, tell me, what happened? I was beaten by a group of kids. Kids? Jacob then recounted the entire incident. And upon hearing that he was selling leaf cigarettes at school, his father, furious, slapped Jacob. I warned you. Sending you to that school was to pursue the daughter of the Leeds family, not to engage in this nonsense. I'm sorry, father. Investigate the identities of those kids, send someone to warn them, and you are to cease your so-called business, understood? Yes, father. Find out who those 4 kids are. His father instructed a man behind him. Understood. Father, I'll handle it. The man stood to leave, casting a look of disappointment at Jacob as he exited, who could only lower his head in embarrassment. As the man was inquiring about their information, Auntie and his companions were dining when suddenly, a phone rang. Annie glanced at the caller ID and promptly answered. Hello, Uncle Phil, what's the matter? How did you offend the Woolwich boys? What on earth? Auntie replied, bewildered. England's gangsters, haven't you heard? Coulson inquired. What gang? I don't know anyone, Auntie said, equally perplexed. Coulson then proceeded to elucidate the so-called Woolwich Boys gang, whose origins were shrouded in ambiguity. It was known that this gang was initially formed by a group of English youths who, due to their youthfulness, were audacious enough to engage in violent acts without fear of death, thus managing to dominate all of London. However, their brazen actions eventually led to a crackdown from rival gangs and law enforcement, forcing the then leader of the Woolwich Boys to take desperate measures, resulting in a significant heist before smuggling himself to New York, where he carved out a space for himself with the same fearless demeanor. This time, however, they did not offend everyone as they had in England. Instead, they forged alliances with some and bribed a number of officials, thereby establishing their foothold in New York. Upon hearing the name of the Woolwich Boys leader, Auntie grasped the situation. I understand now. Could you provide me with a copy of their intelligence, especially their current location? Of course, I'll send it to your phone shortly. In this manner, while Jacob Brown's brother had yet to uncover information about Auntie and his companions, Auntie had already obtained their intelligence. Glancing at the address, and eager to avoid any prolonged complications, Auntie promptly took a taxi to Hell's Kitchen, stealthily approaching their villa. Upon returning home, Jacob Brown, along with his father and brother, immediately sensed something was amiss, as the house was eerily silent. The trio exchanged glances, swiftly drawing their firearms, and cautiously turned on the lights, only to find their mother and sister seated on the sofa, visibly terrified. Amy, are you all right? Annie Jones was Jacob Brown's mother, while Amy Brown was his sister. Annie gestured discreetly, prompting the three to notice a boy sitting quietly at the other end of the sofa. We meet again, Auntie remarked, lifting his gaze to Jacob Brown. I heard you were investigating us, is that correct? Auntie inquired with a smile. Jacob Brown's brother discreetly placed his hand behind him, and Auntie, noticing this, smiled and said, If I were you, I certainly wouldn't act recklessly. I can assure you, the moment you draw your guns, you would be dead before you even knew it. Do you believe me? Though Auntie spoke with a smile, an unmistakable aura of menace permeated the room. I apologize, it was not intentional, Jacob Brown's father interjected. Anthony Brown, the current leader of the Woolwich Boys. This time, I shall refrain from taking action against you for their sake. But remember my words. Keep your son away from Ewing School and do not trouble us again, understood? Auntie casually tossed a document onto the table. Anthony Brown nodded, and Auntie sauntered away, entirely unperturbed by the possibility of them retaliating. Once Auntie had vanished completely, Anthony Brown opened the document in his hand, revealing details of his past actions, meticulously outlined. This document starkly illuminated the terror that Auntie embodied. Do not provoke them further, and I will assist you in arranging your son's withdrawal from school. What? Anthony Brown exclaimed. You have no option to refuse. They are not adversaries we can contend with. With a sense of resignation, Anthony Brown handed the document to Jacob Brown. As Jacob perused its contents, his expression morphed into one of sheer horror, for it detailed events so specific that even they had forgotten them, as if an unseen eye had been watching their every move. At that moment, Jacob Brown comprehended that they were indeed unable to continue troubling Auntie and his group. I understand, Father, Jacob Brown sighed. Seeing his son concede, Anthony Brown felt a slight relief, as his greatest fear was that Jacob would remain obstinate and continue to provoke them, potentially entangling them in dire consequences. Chapter 79, The Winter Soldier. Ewing School. Ever since Jacob Brown's expulsion, the atmosphere of the school underwent a profound transformation, a change largely attributed to Andy and his companions, who not only ousted Jacob but also reported those engaging in drug use. Upon learning of these developments, the principal promptly contacted the school's most significant board member, a mysterious Eastern magnate. Once informed, the magnate instructed the principal to enforce the school regulations strictly, regardless of the parents' identities, ensuring all students were dealt with according to the rules. The principal subsequently summoned the parents of the affected students to inform them of their children's expulsion. Upon hearing the news, many parents immediately sought to plead for their children's reinstatement, with some resorting to bribery, but alas, their efforts were in vain. As these students were expelled, the school's atmosphere elevated to new heights. As the architects of this event, Auntie and his three companions remained entirely incognito, with no one aware of their involvement. How about it? Have any upperclassmen returned to collect protection fees? None, and the teachers have thoroughly investigated the upperclassmen, returning all the collected fees. Well, that is more like it. At that moment, Steve appeared at the back door. As Auntie pondered whether this familiar figure was indeed real, Steve gestured for him to come closer. What is it, Mr. Rogers? Hydra seems to have sensed something awry. They appear to have initiated a project called the Winter Soldier. Your father asked me to inform you to exercise caution. Do you know who the Winter Soldier is? Auntie inquired with a smile. Who? Bucky Barnes. Although he is merely one of the Winter Soldiers, the term refers to a cadre of formidable soldiers who were abducted by Soviet scientists from various nations, transformed and brainwashed into assassins, born solely to kill. Upon hearing a trigger phrase spoken in Russian, these Winter Soldiers activate. Upon hearing this familiar name, Steve was taken aback. Isn't he dead? He did not perish. He merely fell from a cliff. The mortality rate associated with falling from a cliff is not 100%. Soviet scientists found him, and after enduring inhumane torture, he was transformed into the Winter Soldier. You alone cannot locate him. You might consider reaching out to the Playboy. His parents were also eliminated by the Winter Soldiers. Annie whispered, I understand. Thank you. Steve then departed, promptly seeking the director and requesting a month-long leave of absence. Shortly thereafter, Steve found Tony, who regarded this mysterious visitor with a mix of intrigue and caution while maintaining distance. Tony Stark, there's no need to be anxious. I am Captain America, a dear friend of your father. Upon hearing this name, Tony initially hesitated but quickly activated the small arc reactor embedded in his chest. Instantly, nanobots cascaded over his body, as the design for his nanotech suit included a new elemental reactor. Consequently, he had preemptively created a new elemental reactor, removing palladium to prevent the narrative scene in Iron Man 2 from unfolding. What are you talking about? Steve emerged from the shadows, and Tony immediately summoned Jarvis to scan him, confirming that he was indeed Captain America. What business does this elder statesman have with me? I seek your assistance in locating an individual. Who is it? Bucky Barnes. Has he not perished? He is very much alive, having been transformed into the Winter Soldier by a cadre of Soviet scientists, and that group has since been seized by Hydra. Now, the Winter Soldier operates under their control, and it was they who orchestrated the demise of your parents. Steve elucidated. Upon hearing this, Tony's armor emitted a thrust, teleporting him to Steve's side, where he seized his collar and shouted furiously, What did you say? The circumstances surrounding your parents' deaths are suspicious. It was the Winter Soldier who took their lives. Do you truly believe that your father's expertise could lead to his untimely demise due to a mere car malfunction? Tony had also sensed the anomalies surrounding his parents' deaths. Yet the technological limitations of the time meant there were no records of the incident, compounded by Hydra's interference, making the truth ever more elusive. If Bucky Barnes was responsible for my parents' deaths, am I permitted to seek vengeance upon him? Steve was taken aback, for Ant had mentioned that it was the Winter Soldier who was responsible for Tony's parents, yet he had not specified whether it was Bucky Barnes himself. In a flurry, he contacted Ant. Did Bucky kill Tony's parents? No, it was other members of the Winter Soldier. Indeed, the Winter Soldiers of this world had not perished due to the failure of their containers. Rather, they were abducted by Hydra, who acquired the technology for their transformation and brainwashing. They utilized this brainwashing to cultivate new recruits and employed the Winter Soldier modification procedures to create their own unique breed of Winter Soldiers. I understand, thank you. Steve then turned to Tony, who nodded, causing the armor to retract back into the reactor at his chest. Please, have a seat. With a scowl, Tony approached the computer and began frantically typing away. Before long, intelligence from various organizations regarding the Winter Soldier illuminated his screen, but regrettably, this information merely reflected their actions rather than the processes behind them, with not even a trace of surveillance footage available. Is there truly no information at all? Indeed, they appear like phantoms, executing their targets before vanishing without a trace, Steve lamented. Jarvis, compile a list of all individuals slain by the Winter Soldier and deduce their next likely target. Sir, this will require substantial computational power. I may need to utilize the corporation's supercomputer. By all means, proceed as you wish. Very well, sir. Shall I notify the various departments? Yes, notify them. Tony's gaze remained fixed on the image of a couple displayed on the screen. Shortly thereafter, a notification and countdown appeared on the computers of all personnel working at Stark Industries. As the countdown concluded, everyone noticed their computers lagging. A peculiar occurrence, given that their machines were upgraded annually to the highest specifications, rendering such a scenario improbable. However, recalling the recent notification, they all withdrew their hands from the keyboards, while Jarvis harnessed the supercomputer to conduct a vigorous analysis. As the progress bar advanced, Tony and Steve watched intently, awaiting its completion. Chapter 80, The Assassination of Harry. After several hours of sifting through data, Jarvis ultimately identified the next target of the Winter Soldier. But the number of potential victims was overwhelming. They needed to select the individual with the highest probability of being chosen. To their utter astonishment, that individual turned out to be Harry. It's him, Steve exclaimed instinctively. You know him? Of course. Then let us proceed. Jarvis, inform our young Mr. Osborn. Understood, sir. Within Oscorp, Harry was leisurely wandering when his phone buzzed with a text message. Glancing at its content, Harry paused momentarily but quickly regained his focus. Dad, someone is watching me, Harry conveyed to Norman. What is happening? Norman inquired, his brow furrowing. Harry relayed the unsettling news about being targeted by the Winter Soldier. Upon hearing this, Norman's expression hardened. I will arrange for the demon squad to protect you. No need, Dad. I merely wanted to inform you. No, this is non-negotiable, Norman declared sternly. Reluctantly, Harry acquiesced. Later, as Harry made his way home, the driver suddenly spoke up. Sir, we are being followed. Where? Harry asked, excitement tinging his voice. Sir, please remain seated, the driver instructed, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel in an attempt to shake their pursuers. However, to the driver's surprise, the skill of the following vehicles matched his own, forcing him to accelerate. Gradually, Harry sensed something amiss, as every time they approached an intersection, the traffic light would conveniently turn green. This traffic light is suspicious, Harry exclaimed. What do you mean? The driver asked. Every time we reach an intersection, the red light instantaneously changes to green, as if directing us. The driver, now cautious, discovered that Harry's observation held merit. He hastily checked his phone only to find it devoid of signal, and even the radio was inoperative. With no other option, he opened the window and gestured to his team. Upon seeing his signal, the other members of the demon squad sprang into action. 3 armored vehicles descended, their windows rolling down as several automatic rifles emerged, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the pursuers. Those trailing Harry were caught off guard by the formidable firepower, especially in such a bustling area. Yet, the vehicles following Harry were also professionally modified, with bulletproof enhancements, enabling them to slam into the rear of the demon squad's vehicle. The impact caused a momentary loss of control, but their skilled driving soon returned them to their original lane. Realizing that gunfire could not penetrate their adversaries' vehicles, the members of the demon squad pulled out individual rocket launchers, aiming directly at the cars. The occupants of the pursuing vehicle, sensing the imminent threat, slammed on their brakes and executed a drift into the opposing lane, utilizing the greenery between lanes to obscure their position from the rockets. However, the demon squad did not genuinely intend to launch an attack. After all, this was a populated area, and any collateral damage could lead to trouble for Oscorp, even if done in self-defense. Thus, they refrained from firing unless absolutely necessary. Their earlier display intended merely to intimidate. The effect was evident as the pursuers veered into the opposite lane, prompting the driver to waste no time in steering the vehicle into a nearby parking lot. With their vehicle compromised, they opted for a more secure method of escape on foot. What a thrill. It feels like a movie, Harry exclaimed, exhilarated. Sir, this is no game. From now on, you must adhere to my directives. I have notified the chairman, who has dispatched additional members from other squads. Our priority now is to remain concealed, understood? The driver asserted gravely. Suddenly, Harry spotted something and yanked the driver toward a support column in the parking lot. They pressed their backs against the column just as a deafening explosion erupted, and both felt the searing shockwave rush past them, accompanied by a shower of metallic shards. Had Harry not reacted in time to pull the driver away, he might have been grievously injured by the onslaught of debris. They're here. You have weapons, right? Harry inquired, his demeanor shifting from excitement to seriousness as he drew his revolver. The driver nodded slightly before producing a Sig Sauer P228 handgun, a weapon that had been procured and brought into service by the U.S. military in 1992. It was evident that this driver was likely a retired soldier. He took a deep breath, poised to peek out, but was met with a relentless barrage of bullets that left no opportunity for them to reveal themselves. With no chance to assess the situation, the 2 men listened as the footsteps drew closer, only to be startled by the sound of gunfire as the assailants pivoted to return fire at their attackers. Harry exchanged a glance with the driver and seized the moment to stick his head out, catching sight of their assailants, all heavily armed and intent on eliminating him. Yet, Harry understood that this was merely an appetizer to the main course. However, this was not the time for contemplation. He promptly sprang into action to assist. Just as they appeared to be caught in a pincer movement, the group decisively retreated. Young Master Harry, are you unharmed? The newcomers inquired. I'm fine. Very well. You all take care of young Master Harry's escape. I will remain here to deal with the police, the middle-aged man instructed. The others nodded in agreement and swiftly escorted Harry away, while the middle-aged man stayed behind to manage the aftermath. After all, the commotion they had caused, car chases, gunfights, and explosions, could easily be construed as a terrorist attack if left unaddressed. Once Harry was safely back in his luxurious apartment, the bodyguards finally exhaled in relief. It was only after they witnessed Harry enter the apartment, the heavy door closing behind him, that they returned to their respective posts. Harry, upon entering his abode, made a beeline for his room. Aunt, did you know that someone has been targeting me? They just try to hunt me down. Are you all right? Yes. But do you know who was behind the assassination attempt? Harry inquired as he rummaged through the drawer for snacks. I'm not sure, but I will investigate it for you." While Harry conversed with Ant, an individual stealthily descended from the rooftop, using a rope to reach the living room window, subsequently prying it open with some tool to infiltrate the apartment. Unfortunately for him, Harry had already detected the sound of his heartbeat. Chapter 81, Bucky Awakens. Inside the apartment, the mysterious intruder followed the sound of Ant's voice to Harry's door. Just as they were about to enter, the door was violently smashed open. The mysterious figure was flung back by the force of the impact. Upon seeing the enigmatic figure, Harry couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, how cool. A mechanical arm." The mysterious individual sported long brown hair, a metallic arm, and a metal mask. Seizing the opportunity while the intruder was still on the ground, Harry rushed forward and delivered a knee strike aimed at his head. The mysterious figure instinctively attempted to block, yet was once again sent sprawling by the sheer force. Realizing that firearms were ineffective, the intruder drew a Scorpion submachine gun and fired at Harry, who summoned the Angel's Scythe to deflect all the bullets. The intruder was taken aback, astonished that such a young boy possessed such capabilities. With conventional weaponry failing him, he produced a tactical dagger, skillfully twirling it between his fingers like a butterfly, showcasing his adeptness in melee combat. However, Harry's strength and reflexes surpassed those of the mysterious figure, and despite his impressive dagger techniques, he was ultimately subdued and rendered unconscious. Just as Harry was about to finish him off, his phone rang, and Tony's voice came through. "Harry, hold on a moment. Mr. Stark? It's me. Apologies for hacking into your phone. Please do not kill that assassin. He is an old friend of Captain America, merely brainwashed into becoming a killer. We need to awaken his former memories." "All right then, you can take him away," Harry replied nonchalantly, as he had not sustained any real injuries. Hearing this, Steve, who was beside Tony, finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to Harry's apartment to escort Bucky away. Upon awakening, Bucky found himself bound and immediately exerted his strength in an attempt to break free. However, the restraints were expertly crafted by Tony, rendering it impossible for Bucky to escape. Witnessing the madness in Bucky's eyes, Steve felt a pang of sorrow. He wished to revive Bucky's memories, but the brainwashing had been thorough. In desperation, Tony instructed him to widen his eyes, then began a looping playback of Bucky's past, hoping to trigger his memories. Initially, Bucky resisted, trying to fight back, but his body was immobilized, leaving him no choice but to watch the screen as videos played on repeat. Gradually, he transitioned from resistance to silent observation, seemingly resigned to his fate. "Do you think he remembers?" Steve inquired. Tony glanced at Bucky's brainwave patterns and replied, "His brainwaves are quite active. He should be responding." Steve moved closer to Bucky, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Bucky, it's me, Steve. Do you remember me?" Bucky lifted his head, staring blankly at Steve. Just as Steve sighed and prepared to leave, Bucky spoke up. "Steve? Bucky, are you awake? I'm sorry. I still can't recall anything, but you feel very familiar." "That's all right. Take your time with these. I believe you will remember your past," Steve reassured him, gently removing the restraints from his eyelids. At that moment, Bucky began to watch the videos intently. As he delved deeper into the footage, his memories became increasingly vivid, ultimately restoring him to the valiant World War II soldier he once was. Yet, along with this revival came the haunting recollections of the innocent lives he had taken over the years, especially the elderly and children among them. The expressions of those individuals in their final moments relentlessly tormented his mind, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, Steve and the others reacted swiftly to prevent him from succumbing to despair, for he bore the weight of too many innocent lives lost, particularly children. To avoid alerting the true targets of his assassinations, Bucky often infiltrated their homes and, upon encountering children, would seize them by the throat, effortlessly crushing their windpipes with his enhanced strength. He would then watch helplessly as they succumbed to their suffering, a reality that was the true catalyst for Bucky's emotional unraveling. Steve hurriedly released Bucky's bonds, causing him to collapse to the floor, and quickly assisted him to his feet. Yet, Bucky remained as a puppet, his expression blank as he stared ahead. "Bucky, what's wrong? Bucky, please don't scare me," Steve implored. "Jarvis, what is happening?" Tony urgently inquired. "Mr. Barnes's psyche is on the verge of collapse. Without prompt intervention, he may become catatonic or resort to self-harm as an escape," Jarvis replied. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Steve understood that Bucky must have recalled the lives of the innocent. "Bucky, this is not your fault. It is the Hydra's doing. Even if you wish to end your life, that should only come after you have avenged them. That is what you owe them," Steve shouted. In the midst of Steve's furious declaration, Bucky regained his senses, lifting his head in confusion. "Help me. What do you need us to do?" Tony asked. "Help me to break free from the brainwashing. Do you know the words that control you?" Bucky nodded and promptly wrote down all the words. Upon seeing this, Tony instructed Jarvis to translate the words into Russian before resecuring Bucky once more. Desire, Rust, 17, Dawn, Hearth. As these words emerged, Bucky's body trembled uncontrollably. He had come to understand his identity, and thus he was unwilling to revert to that soulless existence once more. He exerted every ounce of his will to prevent himself from succumbing. However, Tony observed as Bucky teetered on the brink of collapse, ultimately halting his efforts. "You have been brainwashed too deeply, so it requires gradual steps," he remarked. "I understand. Thank you all. No need for thanks. But I wish to know, were my parents slain by you?" "Your parents?" Bucky inquired with a hint of confusion. "Howard Stark. It was not I, at that time. I was engaged in another mission." Bucky shook his head in denial. Tony nodded and instructed his team to prepare some food. "You must remain here until you have completely freed yourself, understood?" Bucky nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Steve, having located his dear friend, frequently came by to assist him. On the other side, Norman had come to realize that it was Hydra who had orchestrated the assassination of his son, and thus began his path of vengeance. Chapter 82, Norman's Compromise. Osborn Group. Across from Norman sat a middle-aged man, who occasionally sipped from the coffee on the table. "Mr. Osborn, this operation was indeed our error, and we are willing to pay any price for your forgiveness." "Any price?" Norman retorted coldly. "If it were your organization's sole heir that was assassinated, what price would you be willing to pay for forgiveness? Harry is my son, my only bloodline, and the sole heir of the Osborn Group. Now you speak to me of price." Norman fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man, his pupils gradually taking on a reddish hue due to his rising emotions, emanating an aura of terrifying oppression. Even though the man was a high-ranking member of Hydra, he found himself rendered speechless by Norman's formidable presence. "Mr. Osborn, we truly apologize. But your son had his own issues, did he not? The high-ranking official who issued this task has already been executed." Norman fell silent, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, although it appeared he held the upper hand in their confrontation. The truth was that Hydra's willingness to humble themselves was already a significant concession, for his Osborn Group was relatively minuscule compared to Hydra. Had Hydra not been preoccupied with their ultimate plan, they could have easily dismantled the Osborn Group. One must not underestimate the terrifying capabilities of Hydra. As Norman contemplated how to maximize his gains, the phone suddenly rang. The Hydra operative on the other end was unaware of the caller's identity, but once the call ended, Norman spoke. "I can forgive you, but you must pay these." He then retrieved a tablet, presenting the technology and machinery to the Hydra representatives. Upon seeing it, they could not help but feel a pang of regret. However, to avoid Norman revealing their existence to SHIELD, they had no choice but to swallow their bitterness. "Everything will be prepared within 3 days. That is agreeable. No need for further pleasantries." After dismissing them, Norman sighed. As a father, he genuinely wished to avenge Harry, yet reality was starkly different. The recent call had been from Harry, who, upon receiving information from Ant and intelligence provided by Coulson, learned that several SHIELD bases had been obliterated by a formidable force comprised of enhanced individuals. They had demolished these bases with ease, rendering even those agents injected with KW-74 as powerless as children facing adults. Clad in bulletproof armor and possessing lightning-fast speed, they were simply unmatched. These individuals were the elite from the Demon Squad, all infused with concentrated demon serum, fiercely loyal to the Osborn family. By piecing together this information, Ant understood the sequence of events and urged Harry to contact Norman. After all, the Osborn Group was not currently a match for Hydra. It would be wiser to secure some advantages, especially since Harry was unharmed. This was also a miscalculation on Hydra's part regarding Harry's capabilities. "I can't believe it. I was nearly assassinated, the assassin failed, and even the organization behind him remains unscathed," Harry lamented as he lay on the carpet in his home. "It's not that I won't let you seek vengeance. It's simply not the right time. Hydra is on the path to self-destruction. When will the right time come?" Peter inquired. "At the very least, we must wait until the new SHIELD is established. How long will that take?" Harry sighed, for SHIELD was an organization that encompassed virtually every nation globally. The preparations for a covert operation would take considerable time, especially since Hydra had infiltrated the upper echelons of various countries. Consequently, their actions would need to be discreet and gradual, extending Fury's timeline significantly. We have no choice. They possess nuclear weapons. If cornered, they could recklessly launch a nuclear strike, potentially igniting a third world war, a nuclear one at that. Otherwise, given Fury's temperament, he would have declared war long ago, and explained. Harry and the others sighed in resignation, while Ned continued to delve into his studies of spells. He had nearly mastered all spells, but the issue lay in his insufficient magical energy. Either his spells lacked potency, or he could only use them once before exhausting his power. Thus, he sought ways to enhance his magical capacity, but had found no leads despite considerable effort. "What's wrong, Ned? You look as if you're on the brink of death," Anne inquired. "It's nothing. It's just that my magical energy is too low." "I feel the same," Harry replied. Though their aptitude for spells was remarkably high, their abilities were significantly hampered by their limited magical power and the inadequacies of their wands. This left Ned feeling useless, as he could only serve as support during various dangers, prompting his desire to strengthen himself. Enough of this overthinking. When we travel to Kamartaj, let's seek out the Sorcerer Supreme. She should possess a solution. Is that true? Of course, why would I deceive you? The four continued their conversation until night fell, at which point a caretaker arrived, preparing a sumptuous feast for them. The four ceased their chatter and indulged in a frenzied meal. Once satiated, they each returned to their homes. After a day of ordinary occurrences, Aunt arrived home to discover two unfamiliar faces, a strikingly handsome man and a short, stout, bald fellow. "Mom, who are these two?" "They are specially hired experts from our department. One is an art thief, and the other a master forger," Nancy introduced. "Hello, Aunt. Your mother has mentioned you. You may call me Neil. I'm called Mosquito." As Aunt observed the two, he suddenly recalled a series from his previous life titled White Collar, which featured an art thief who, through serendipity, collaborated with an FBI agent to dismantle various schemes. Aunt never anticipated their existence in this Marvel universe. "Detroit dentist?" Aunt tentatively remarked, looking at Mosquito. "You know me." Mosquito exclaimed instinctively. "It truly is you. No need to be alarmed, just a casual remark," Aunt replied before retreating to his room. Mosquito glanced at Neil in terror, and Neil returned the expression with concern. There is no need to be overly anxious. This impudent young man possesses a wealth of information that eludes our grasp, and he harbors no ill intentions. "Really? What purpose would I have in deceiving you?" The two of them finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 83, The Stone Tablet Inscribed with the Bible. "All right, let us pause here for the moment. You two must report to the precinct tomorrow, understood?" Nancy addressed Neil and Mosquito. "Of course, we would never dream of absconding. You both have criminal records. While I may place my trust in you, others may not, so wear these." Nancy produced two elegant mechanical watches, which were rather attractive. "These are monitoring devices. Should you venture beyond the confines of New York City or remove the watches, nearby police will promptly come to your assistance. In the event of danger, should you find yourselves unable to extricate yourselves, you may remove the watches. Do you comprehend?" "Understood. Thank you, Ms. Nancy. Enough with the flattery. Be wary of my husband returning to deliver you a punch," Nancy retorted with feigned annoyance. Neil chuckled lightly before departing with Mosquito. The following day, after preparing breakfast, Nancy arrived at the FBI's New York office. "Nancy, they have arrived." "Very well, I am aware." Nancy then made her way to her office, where Neil was idly spinning a silver coin with one hand. "Back to work, I see?" Nancy inquired, glancing at the coin. "Not at all. This is merely my stash. Now, what brings you here?" "We are dealing with a group of organized thieves known as the Reclaimers. You must have heard of them." Nancy retrieved a document from a stack on her desk and tossed it before the two men. Neil promptly opened the document and began to peruse its contents, his brow furrowing slightly as he absorbed the images within. The Reclaimers, indeed we are familiar with them. They are shrouded in mystery. Most notably, the personnel involved in each operation varies, yet it is undeniable that each member is a luminary in their respective field. Each team comprises a leader, two master thieves, a hacking expert, a skilled driver, a combat specialist, and an appraiser. They once extended an invitation to me, but I declined. The name Reclaimers stems from their self-perception as the nemesis of evildoers. Thus, their targets are invariably notorious figures, arms dealers, drug traffickers, warlords, and the like. They meticulously uncover these individuals' ill-gotten gains and subsequently pilfer their illicit wealth or evidence of their crimes, hence their title as Reclaimers of Unlawful Assets. "Oh, so by your logic, they are the good guys?" "I would not go that far," Neil quickly clarified. "Now, they have taken something they ought not to have, and we wish for your assistance in leveraging your connections to ascertain whether any stolen items are being sold on the black market." "What items?" "A stone tablet inscribed with the Old Testament, said to be the very first instance of the Old Testament in the world, hand-carved by Jesus upon receiving divine guidance. Nancy's brow furrowed in concern. What? Neil and Mosquito exchanged glances. If true, this artifact would undoubtedly be priceless in the eyes of Christian believers, with its value determined solely by them. Conversely, if word of its sale were to spread, not only would the original owner be enraged, but other believers would also turn their gaze upon the reclaimers. Is the tablet genuine or not? Uncertain, which is why we have sought your help, Nancy lamented, though a note of gravity lingered in her eyes. After all, she was aware of the authenticity of God in heaven, and as an artifact personally inscribed by Jesus, it surely bore unique power. Thus, Nancy felt compelled to apprehend the reclaimers. Very well, we shall get to work. Off you go. Shortly after their departure, a visitor arrived for Nancy. Norman, you've come. I had no choice but to come. My possession has been stolen. But why would they target me? I admit I am no saint, yet I have not committed any acts deserving of divine wrath. Norman sighed heavily. Indeed, the tablet in question belonged to Norman, excavated from an ancient Roman site. Thus its authenticity is highly probable. He had intended to deliver it to the Vatican for trade. Little did he anticipate that the reclaimers would fixate upon him and steal it. Rest assured, we have engaged professionals to investigate the matter, Nancy assured him. I am aware. But that item holds immense significance for me. Do you mind if I intervene? By all means, feel free, Nancy replied nonchalantly. Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands. Nancy nodded in agreement. Norman then departed and soon encountered Neil and Mosquito on the street. Two burly men disembarked from a vehicle, directly blocking their path. The duo swallowed hard, contemplating their escape options. Gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. Our employer wishes to meet with you. Who is your employer? Please, follow us, the burly man stated emotionlessly, realizing they had no viable means of refusal. The two complied and entered the Lincoln vehicle, though they were prepared, their hands poised to disengage their watches at any moment. Greetings, gentlemen. I am Norman Osborn. You must have heard of me. Osborn Group. Indeed, that is my enterprise, and the tablet in question belongs to me. It is of utmost importance. Therefore, your upcoming endeavors will be conducted alongside my associates, who will provide access to all resources of the Osborn Group. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to them. My request is simple. Retrieve the tablet in the shortest time possible. In return, I can grant you your freedom. Norman spoke softly. Deal. Neil exclaimed, extending his hand. Norman smiled, reciprocating the gesture. For a wayward soul like Neil, the allure of freedom was irresistible. As the two exited the vehicle, a towering, muscular white man followed closely behind them. Gentlemen, please accompany me, the man said. How shall we address you? Heavy Artillery. Pleasure to meet you, Heavy Artillery. Where are we headed? To your residence. Heavy Artillery replied coolly, his demeanor unchanged regardless of whom he addressed. He escorted them to a modified Hummer. Mosquito merely glanced at it and deduced that its modifications likely exceeded $1 million. Next, Heavy Artillery led them to a villa, and the two men couldn't hide their astonishment at the sight. Gentlemen, this is your residence. Additionally, here is a card for your use. Feel free to utilize it. But after each transaction, you must report back to inform us how the funds were spent. There is also a code on the back of the card. Should you need to withdraw a significant sum, contact the bank and provide the code to access up to $1 billion. Heavy Artillery stated blandly. Aren't you concerned we might abscond? Heavy Artillery chuckled lightly, and though he said nothing further, the two understood the implications behind his laughter. He then handed them a business card. Should you require assistance or wish to take action, contact us. With that, Heavy Artillery departed, leaving the two men to their own devices. Chapter 84. Retrieving the tablet. Once everything was settled, Neil and Mosquito commenced their inquiries, leveraging their networks to trace the whereabouts of the tablet in the black market, and they indeed uncovered some leads. However, they required funding to pursue these leads. Given the chaotic nature of the area, they sought a muscle backup and thus turned to Heavy Artillery. Heavy Artillery promptly assembled a team of 4, forming a 5-man unit dedicated to ensuring their safety. Is the place we are heading to dangerous? Quite perilous, indeed. A place teeming with dubious characters. A locale you are likely familiar with, Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing this phrase, Heavy Artillery nodded and addressed them. Allow us 10 minutes. The 5 members of Heavy Artillery then proceeded to a nearby villa, and when they re-emerged, they were fully equipped: radios, folding submachine guns, handguns, tactical grenades, bulletproof vests, and more, all meticulously prepared. Is it really that serious? One inquired. Our mission is to ensure your safety. Very well, came the response. The 7 of them split into 2 vehicles, escorting 2 individuals to Hell's Kitchen. Initially, some thugs attempted to create trouble, but heavy artillery merely displayed their submachine guns, causing the ruffians to flee in terror. Guided by Mosquito, they soon arrived at the front of a bar. Heavy artillery, come with me. The rest of you wait outside, Neil instructed. Heavy artillery nodded and 3 of them entered the bar. Neil approached the bartender and requested, "A Bloody Mary, please." The bartender paused momentarily upon hearing the drink's name, then regained composure and replied, "Just a moment." Shortly thereafter, a female bartender took her place. "Hello, esteemed guest. What information may I assist you with? Is there a stone tablet for sale in the black market?" Indeed, this tablet is inscribed with biblical texts and, according to our appraiser, boasts a history exceeding 3,000 years. Would you like us to contact the seller? Neil nodded, handing over his business card along with a roll of $100 bills. After accepting the payment, the bartender assured, "You shall receive a response in 3 days." Very well. Upon returning to the villa, they did not intend to wait for 3 days. Instead, they would tirelessly spend money seeking every possible lead. 3 days later, the bartender relayed the information that the seller had arranged a meeting at the Continental Hotel. Upon hearing the name of the hotel, Neil and Mosquito exchanged wary glances, their expressions reflecting apprehension. Even heavy artillery appeared concerned at the mention of the Continental Hotel. Yet, they had no choice. The 5 members of heavy artillery escorted Neil and Mosquito to the Continental Hotel. To heavy artillery's surprise, they encountered Harry and his 3 companions there. "Young master, what brings you here?" Heavy artillery inquired of Harry, and also spotted Neil and Mosquito, greeting them warmly. "We are here for leisure. What about you?" "Young master, we are on a mission," heavy artillery replied respectfully. "May we observe?" Heavy artillery remained silent, glancing at Neil, who, after a moment of contemplation, surprisingly nodded in agreement, much to everyone's astonishment. Thus, their group expanded by 4, and they proceeded to a reception room, yet the seller had not yet arrived, leaving them in idle anticipation. 10 minutes later, the seller arrived, accompanied by a group pushing a small cart. "Are you the buyers?" "Indeed. Have you brought the tablet?" Neil queried directly. "I apologize, but I need to verify funds." "That is acceptable. Please wait a moment." Neil turned to Mosquito, who promptly retrieved his phone and stepped into a corner to call the bank, issuing commands that instantly added $1 billion to their account. After the seller's verification confirmed their sufficient funds, he unveiled the cloth covering the cart, revealing the tablet within. At that moment, Ant felt an immense energy emanating from it. As Neil, being an ordinary person, meticulously examined the tablet, he ascertained its authenticity before they began negotiating the price. "We shall not ask for more than $500 million. That is excessive. $300 million. What do you think?" Neil countered. "No. It must be $500 million. There will be no negotiation," the seller retorted arrogantly. After pondering for a moment, Neil nodded and transferred the funds to their designated account, after which heavy artillery escorted them away with the tablet. However, they did not fully depart. Instead, 3 members remained to monitor all exits of the Continental Hotel. After all, Norman's money was not earned lightly, and he would ensure that the $500 million was returned from the seller just as it had been received. The seller seemed to anticipate this, as he did not immediately leave the Continental Hotel. Meanwhile, the tablet was transported to Harry's apartment, where Neil reported to Norman, "Mr. Osborn, we have completed the mission, spending $500 million. That is inconsequential. Recovering the tablet is sufficient," Norman replied, having already received updates from heavy artillery, who were monitoring the seller. Just as Neil and the others were preparing to leave, 2 monks emerged from another room. "Gentlemen, this is the item I wish to trade with you. Please take a look." Upon seeing the tablet, the monks exhibited great excitement, rushing to its front. They first made the sign of the cross, then extended their hands to caress the tablet, and as their fingers brushed over its surface, the inscriptions began to emit a white glow. Neil and Mosquito stood in awe at the spectacle. Furthermore, the white light intensified, and as it enveloped them, they felt a warm sensation akin to being in their mother's womb as infants. When the monks withdrew their hands, the luminous glow vanished instantaneously, jolting everyone awake. Just as Neil instinctively opened his mouth to speak, Ant quickly silenced him. One of the monks expressed, "We sincerely thank you, Mr. Osborn. We will deliver the demon remains you require." "Very well." The monks then lifted the tablet and placed it into a pocket. Despite its dimensions being 3 meters wide and 2 meters tall, witnessing this astonishing event, Neil and Mosquito swallowed hard, only regaining their composure after the monks departed. "Enough with the astonishment. The world is not as simple as you perceive," Ant reassured Neil with a pat on the shoulder. Yet, their worldview felt shattered, leaving them unable to calm their minds as they vacantly exited the apartment and returned to the villa prepared for them by Norman, finally regaining their composure by evening. Chapter 85. Ancient Egyptian Artifacts. FBI, New York Division. Nancy, are you aware of this? Neil and Mosquito, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, entered Nancy's office to inquire. Aware of what? Nancy responded, bewildered. Neil and Mosquito then exchanged their accounts of the extraordinary events they had witnessed. After a moment's hesitation, Nancy finally affirmed, "You are correct. There indeed exists extraordinary power in this world. The monks you encountered belong to a pure lineage of the church, distinct from the one we commonly know. They possess the ability to communicate with God and wield extraordinary power." "Is such power common?" Mosquito asked. "Certainly not. If it were, the world would be in chaos." Nancy quickly replied, "Really not common?" Neil pressed further. "Truly, it is not common." Just as Neil was about to inquire further, a knock echoed at the door, and the director appeared on the threshold. Nancy immediately rose, prompting Neil and Mosquito to do the same. "Director, what brings you here?" "I have come to borrow these two individuals," the director stated. "We recently intercepted a batch of artworks. Yet we find it rather peculiar that these pieces seem to have been deliberately discarded. Thus, we wish for professionals to examine these artworks and uncover the reasons behind their intentional abandonment." "Certainly," Neil, Mosquito, set off at once. "Understood, sir." The two men saluted in a rather awkward manner before following the director into the evidence warehouse. Inside, they beheld a damp container. Observing the scene before them, the two exchanged slight frowns. Just as they were about to enter, a voice halted them. "Wait." Turning around, they were surprised to see a bald African-American man and an elderly cowboy entering the premises. "Who are you two?" "Special consultants dispatched by headquarters. You cannot approach this container." "You haven't tampered with it, have you?" inquired the bald man. "We have opened it," came the reply. "Who was it that opened it?" We utilized machinery to do so, as we were concerned about potential pathogens inside. But rest assured, no one has entered the container itself," the director explained. Having already verified their identification and aware of their background, he understood that this container likely possessed some mysterious power, prompting him to pull Neil and Mosquito back immediately. "And who are these two?" "We have confirmed through robotics that it contains a plethora of oil paintings and various exquisite artworks. So we wish to dispatch these two appraisers to assess their value. They are also consultants for our bureau." The bald man nodded and addressed them, "Then assist us. But remember, do not touch any of the items inside, understood? You are merely to examine the artworks and clarify their origins. Is that clear?" "Understood," Neil and Mosquito replied, swallowing nervously under the serious gaze of the bald man. Subsequently, the man and the elder fully opened the container's doors, releasing a pungent odor reminiscent of the sea. Neil and Mosquito grimaced, yet the bald man and the elder remained unfazed, stepping directly inside. "Remember what I just said, do not touch any of the items." As the two intended to enter, the bald man reiterated his warning. With heightened caution, they proceeded carefully, ensuring each step was secure to avoid any unintended contact with the items within. This is the Atma Golden Cup, a randomly chosen name. Any resemblance to actual artifacts is purely coincidental, and any subsequent relics mentioned are fictional and should not be taken seriously, Neil remarked, squatting to examine a reddish-brown cup before him. Due to prolonged exposure to the elements, the gold cup had undergone a chemical reaction, altering its exterior to a reddish hue. Yet its essence remained that of gold. Next, he noted a small wooden box. Admiring its remarkable preservation despite seeming to have been submerged in seawater, it still appeared pristine, also reflecting an ancient Egyptian style. "Take a look at the others. Are they all of ancient Egyptian origin?" the bald man urged. Nodding, Neil confirmed through his observations that the entire container housed artifacts from ancient Egypt, while the oil paintings were attributed to an unknown medieval artist, whose works he did not recognize and were likely valued at only a few $1,000s. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the depths of the container, drawing the attention of the bald man and the elder, who exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted at Neil and Mosquito, "Withdraw immediately." Without hesitation, the two fled outside. Just as they did, the lid of the coffin inside was violently propelled outward. Neil pushed Mosquito aside, only to be thrown off balance himself by the force of the action. The lid flew between them, and had Neil not intervened, both would have likely sustained severe injuries. Given the sheer force with which the lid had been launched, had they been struck, it might have been fatal. Once they regained their footing, they stared at the coffin lid embedded in the wall, rendered speechless by the shock. Yet before they could react further, a fierce roar echoed from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a mummy emerging from the coffin, which raised its hand and unleashed a sphere of black energy. The bald man and the elder dodged, but the energy sphere struck the container, perforating it and ultimately crashing into the wall, creating a sizable hole and leaving behind a corroded edge adorned with black luminescent points that continued to erode. The black energy sphere had carved out a gaping hole measuring over 3 meters in diameter. Damn it, Nancy, you tricked me. Neil and Mosquito hurriedly fled, heeding the urgency of the situation without needing further prompting from the bald man. The director himself hastily exited, ordering the entire warehouse to be cordoned off and summoned Nancy. Aware of her unique capabilities. While dining, Nancy received the news and rushed over, completely forgetting that Ant was still in her vehicle. Chapter 86, Emperor of Scorpions. Outside the evidence warehouse of the FBI New York Bureau, a vehicle screeched to a halt, and a woman swiftly exited. "Mom, are you in such a rush?" A voice called from behind her. "Aunt, what are you doing here?" Nancy exclaimed, surprised. "Did you forget? I was having lunch with you just now." Aunt replied with a hint of annoyance. "Ah, I forgot. Now is not the time for that. Come with me." Nancy grasped Aunt's hand and transformed into a mist of blood, appearing directly before the director. "Director, what is the situation?" Upon witnessing Nancy materialize from a cloud of blood, Neil and Mosquito's worldviews were once again shaken, while the director remained unfazed. After all, as long as Nancy remained within the FBI, her abilities would inevitably be revealed. Fortunately, due to Fury's diplomatic maneuvers and considerations from the White House, they had not taken any action against her. Fury's involvement was indeed influenced by Jason and Ant. While the White House recognized the necessity of individuals with extraordinary abilities to assist them, given Nancy's current role as an FBI agent, they could still direct her, provided their true intentions remained concealed. Thus, Nancy had unwittingly aided the White House in various operations, unaware of the reality. Had she known, she would likely have resigned immediately, necessitating that all privy to the assignments maintain strict confidentiality. All right, back to the matter at hand. We are unclear about the situation inside. All right, Ant. Come with me to take a look, Nancy said, pulling him toward the warehouse entrance. Cautiously, she pushed open the door, and as soon as a gap appeared, a rusty battle knife swung down. Nancy swiftly summoned her blood lotus and countered, severing the blade while simultaneously decapitating the assailant. A skull rolled to Ant's feet, revealing that their attacker was, in fact, a skeleton, its form wrapped in earth-tone bandages that were now frayed, exposing the bones beneath. Nancy, you've arrived. Quickly notify the outside. We cannot allow these mummies to escape. The bald man shouted. Uncle Suan, what are you doing here? Don't ask so many questions. Come help. Su-Han exclaimed loudly, for the vast warehouse was teeming with hundreds of skeletal mummies, all fervently seeking a way to escape. Upon witnessing this, Nancy promptly flung open the main door and shouted towards the director, Director, we cannot allow these mummies to leave this place. Come and assist us. What? Can our firearms inflict damage? The director inquired. Indeed, these skeletal mummies are merely ordinary skeletons summoned forth. Your firearms can harm them, and you may even engage them in close combat. They are not as formidable as you might imagine, Anne explained. Seeing the situation, the director immediately led his team into the fray. Though the agents had mentally prepared themselves, they could not help but pause momentarily at the sight before them. After all, how could one not be frightened when faced with a skeletal mummy standing right in front of them? However, their fear was fleeting, for these were just skeletons, devoid of flesh, and with a little adjustment, they could confront them head-on. Thus, they commenced the cleansing operation, the sound of gunfire erupting incessantly. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately vanquished all the mummies, leaving only the original one. This particular mummy held in its hands a black tome, exuding a palpable dark energy. The dark grimoire of the undead? Su-Han remarked, turning his head momentarily. Indeed, it is the dark grimoire of the undead. And he is none other than the Scorpion King, Su-Han affirmed. At that moment, the mummy opened its eyes and surveyed its surroundings. Noticing that the summoned mummies had been entirely dispatched, instead of anger, the onlookers could have sworn they saw a smile flicker across its face. Are you certain he is the Scorpion King? I am certain. Suddenly, a tempest of black wind swept through the warehouse, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. As the storm subsided, they turned their gaze again, only to see the swirling black winds coalescing around the mummy. Next, they beheld a colossal shadow emerge from the tempest. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the Scorpion King had made his entrance. His upper body was that of a robust human, while his lower half morphed into that of a gigantic scorpion, with claws for hands. He cast a disdainful glance at all present. Upon witnessing this, an elderly man clad as a Western cowboy let out a scoff, igniting flames upon his form, transforming into a blazing skeleton, none other than Old Man Shire. The Scorpion King sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Old Man Shire and promptly began to chant an incantation. Observing this, Nancy raised her hand, unleashing a sword-like energy towards the Scorpion King, interrupting his spell. In quick succession, Old Man Shire lashed out with his whip, imbued with hellfire, striking himself and causing the Scorpion King to recoil in pain. Instinctively, the Scorpion King grasped the whip with his claws and yanked it forcefully, pulling Old Man Shire directly before him, only to send him flying with a swift strike from his other claw. Nancy and Ant rushed forward to assist. Yet the Scorpion King's defenses were formidable, rendering their attacks ineffective, while a mere flick of his hand could send them sprawling. "Director, you must retreat. We are about to get serious," Nancy declared without looking back. The director nodded and swiftly led the other agents out of the warehouse, though they remained on the periphery, summoning armored vehicles and heavy weaponry to ensure they could strike decisively should the Scorpion King appear. Within the warehouse, liberated from the constraints of ordinary civilians, they finally prepared to unleash their full might. "Uncle Suhan, you should also leave," someone suggested. "Very well. Take care," Suhan nodded, acknowledging that at the end of the day, he was merely an ordinary person. Nancy and Ant launched a coordinated assault on the Scorpion King, who utilized his claws to fend them off while continuing his incantation. The ground around him began to desiccate, as if the warehouse itself were undergoing the ravages of time, visibly aging at an alarming rate. Ultimately, the entire space transformed into a barren expanse of yellow earth, and the process of desertification persisted. The director and his team, witnessing this, attempted to distance themselves, but it was too late. The desertification had reached their very feet. However, this transformation merely rendered the area arid without further consequence. Yet, this was not the end. Mounds of earth began to rise from the desert. "Prepare," the director shouted, and the others immediately trained their weapons upon these mounds. Chapter 87, The Wrath of Ned. The team focused intently on the earthen mounds when suddenly a black arm burst forth from the soil. The agents, who had been vigilant, immediately opened fire. To their astonishment, the bullets effortlessly penetrated the black arm, which swiftly regenerated. Soon after, another arm emerged, followed by the creature's full form. It was a jackal-headed figure, Anubis, the god of the dead from ancient Egyptian mythology. Armed with spears and shields, one jackal-headed creature after another appeared. With a furious roar, the Scorpion King commanded the jackal-headed beings to align themselves, the shield-bearers standing at the forefront. "Fire!" the director bellowed, as Nancy and Ant quickly rejoined the group to avoid stray bullets, while Old Man Shire remained indifferent. As the situation spiraled out of control, Ant had no choice but to contact Harry, requesting he bring Peter and others along, as well as reaching out to the Punisher, Tony, and Steve for assistance. While he was notifying everyone, more mounds appeared behind them in the desert, sandwiching the group between two threats. The director had no option but to direct the armored vehicle to clear a path, following it to the still non-decertified area. They soon realized that as long as they remained on solid ground, the jackal-headed beings would not emerge. To prevent any potential escape, they needed to secure the outer perimeter, ensuring the jackal-headed creatures remained encircled. For reasons unknown, these jackal-headed beings refrained from attacking, instead gathering around the Scorpion King. Fortuitously, the warehouse was situated by the riverside. Otherwise, they would have needed to deploy more agents to contain the situation. "What in the world is happening? A dragon phoenix?" Tony exclaimed as he descended from the sky, unable to contain his astonishment at the surreal scene before him. "Mr. Stark, you've arrived. Please lend your aid. Do not allow these jackal-headed beings to depart the desert area." "Leave it to me," Tony nodded, as a multitude of jackal-headed creatures had amassed, encircling the Scorpion King as if protecting their sovereign. The Scorpion King closed his eyes, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, his lips moving as if uttering incantations. Old Man Shire relentlessly attacked him with bullets infused with hellfire, yet the surrounding dark energy completely neutralized his efforts. "We cannot allow him to finish," Suhan shouted. Everyone understood the urgency. Even the agents resorted to heavy weaponry, but they too could not breach the dark energy's defenses. In desperation, Nancy, Ant, Old Man Shire, and Tony simultaneously unleashed their powers, a kaleidoscope of energy converging into a radiant beam aimed at the black energy shield. In an instant, the barrier shattered. Yet the Scorpion King's eyes flew open, emitting beams of black laser that obliterated the energy beam. Confronted with the formidable might of the Scorpion King, the group could no longer afford to underestimate him. The Scorpion King began to speak, but as an ancient Egyptian entity, his words were initially indecipherable. However, it did not take long for his utterances to transform into English. "Humans, you are powerful, yet still not my match. Withdraw now, and I may grant you mercy." The Scorpion King declared coldly. What do you intend to do? The director asked directly. I shall reclaim all that was once mine. The Scorpion King declared coldly. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a loud noise interrupted, and they turned to see Harry, Peter, and Ned rushing toward them. Even the Punisher rode in on a motorcycle. The Scorpion King realized that these humans would not back down, and he shouted in ancient Egyptian, "Attack!" The dog-headed beings immediately sprang into action, charging toward the group. In response, the crowd began to shoot, their bullets piercing through the creatures' bodies, momentarily slowing them down. Yet they seemed almost immortal. As the distance closed, Ned intervened, unleashing a red laser that struck a dog-headed creature, obliterating it into pieces, revealing a black pearl within. Quick-witted, Harry fired at the pearl, shattering it, causing the dog-headed being to turn to ash upon impact. The group quickly understood that the black pearl was the key to annihilating the dog-headed creatures, and they began using explosives to shatter their bodies, aiming to destroy the pearls as the creatures regenerated. Thus, they managed to push the dog-headed beings back, for they were abundant in ammunition. However, the Scorpion King, witnessing this, wore an unreadable expression before unleashing a furious roar. Suddenly, the desert erupted with deep pits, from which scorpion-sized creatures emerged. Their tails shimmered with a metallic purple hue, indicating their venomous nature. While the group fought off the dog-headed beings, they attempted to shoot at the scorpions, only to discover that their exoskeletons were bulletproof. As the scorpions swarmed toward them like a tide, someone produced a flamethrower, which proved remarkably effective against the creatures. Unfortunately, their supply of flamethrowers was limited, forcing them to continuously call for reinforcements while retreating. Ned, unleash the flames. Ned aimed his wand at the scorpions and roared. A dragon of fire erupted forth, driving the scorpions back, but the flames lacked the potency to destroy them, as Ned's magical energy was waning. Nevertheless, he cast one final spell, the Fiendfire. This dark magic was notorious for its ability to grow stronger through relentless combustion, and it could only be extinguished by the spell finite incantatem or by exhausting all nearby combustible materials. The Fiendfire engulfed one scorpion, reducing it to ashes, but the creature's frantic escape spread the flames like a contagion among its kin. Beware of the blue flames. Those who touch them will be consumed. Ned shouted. The director nodded in agreement, promptly alerting everyone to keep their distance from the scorpions while using artillery to contain them within the desert. As they watched the scorpions multiply, just as victory seemed within reach, the Scorpion King waved his pincers, dispersing the Fiendfire with a surge of dark energy. Observing the scene, the Scorpion King retracted the scorpions, signaling that the real boss battle was about to commence. Chapter 88, The Scorpion King. In the midst of battle, their every move attracted the attention of the residents across the river, with some even live-streaming on Twitter and media helicopters hovering above. Ant and his companions quickly donned battle attire to conceal their identities, while others made various changes to avoid being recognized. However, the Scorpion King was irate, irritated by a noisy object hovering above him. In his fury, he hurled a spear of black energy, narrowly avoided by Nancy, who intervened just in time to save the helicopter from destruction. Surprisingly, the helicopters remained undeterred, as if they feared nothing. With little regard for the distraction, Nancy focused on the battle as the Scorpion King began to act. With a swift movement of his pincers, the desert quaked, launching countless spikes from the ground, forcing the group to evade. Nancy urged the director and others to retreat, aware that the ensuing combat was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals, and the director complied, recognizing the Scorpion King's terrifying might. Soon, only Ant, Nancy, Peter, Harry, Ned, the Punisher, Steve, Tony, and Old Man Sly remained on the battlefield. As they prepared for the confrontation, Suhan advised Ant, retrieve the Necromancer's grimoire, and the Scorpion King will be no threat. The Scorpion King understood the significance of the grimoire and had concealed it in what he deemed the safest place, within his own body. Indeed, he had swallowed the grimoire, and Ant and his allies realized that to defeat the Scorpion King, they would have to cut him open. Let us not overthink this, Ant whispered, charging forward first, transforming his axe into a crescent blade, infusing it with divine power. As the Scorpion King swung his pincers, Ant met the attack with his blade, the two forces clashing in a stalemate. Ultimately, Ant reacted first, gripping the hilt with both hands and forcefully pushing the Scorpion King's pincers aside, then executing a cross slash that struck the Scorpion King directly. While not fatal, the overwhelming force pushed the Scorpion King back, granting Nancy the opportunity to appear behind him and strike at his neck. However, the Scorpion King, a seasoned warrior with a century of combat experience, sensed the impending threat. Just as Nancy was about to sever his head, she instinctively drew her sword, the clash of metal ringing out as a powerful force sent her flying. After tumbling through the air multiple times, she landed gracefully, realizing she had been struck by the Scorpion King's tail. Everyone, attack together, Nancy urged, understanding that their combined strength was insufficient to contend with the Scorpion King. The Punisher and Tony engaged in ranged attacks, with Tony distracting from the air while the Punisher fired explosive rounds at the Scorpion King. Though unable to breach his defenses, the impact left the Scorpion King in a precarious position. Having recently expended much of his magic with Fiendfire, Ned was left with little energy and could only use spells to restrain the Scorpion King, while Peter employed his webbing to limit the creature's mobility. The main offensive force relied on Aunt, Nancy, Harry, and Old Man Sly. Agitated by their relentless onslaught, the Scorpion King unleashed a furious roar, sending a shockwave of black energy toward the group, forcing them to retreat. Wow, that's incredibly powerful, Harry exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Regardless of his strength, we must press on, Aunt murmured, his hand instinctively resting on the binding of the divine. Harry quickly restrained him, saying, Aunt, it's not that time yet. I understand. Let us go. The two individuals charged once more towards the Scorpion King, while the others rose to their feet again. Steve brandished his shield, skillfully utilizing the metallic exterior of the Scorpion King to ricochet back and forth, ultimately striking him upon the head. Although the damage was minimal, the act was immensely insulting, drawing the Scorpion King's wrath entirely upon Steve. This animosity proved remarkably steadfast, for no matter where Steve attempted to flee, the Scorpion King pursued him relentlessly, disregarding the attacks from others, an evident testament to his fury. Fortunately, Steve's ability to divert the Scorpion King's attention allowed Aunt and Nancy to join forces and sever one of his legs. The excruciating pain caused the Scorpion King to stumble. As Nancy and Aunt swiftly maneuvered to his rear, one aimed a strike at his neck while the other defended against his tail stinger. Concurrently, the others launched their attacks. Peter ensnared the Scorpion King's left claw with webs, while Old Man Stryker lashed out with a whip to bind his right claw. The remaining allies restrained his legs, preventing any movement. It seemed the Scorpion King sensed his impending demise. The instinct for survival surged within him, amplifying his strength and intensifying the pressure upon the group. As he appeared on the verge of breaking free from his constraints, Nancy, having gathered her energy, unleashed a blood lotus that bloomed before them, followed by the decapitation of the Scorpion King's head. Aunt immediately followed with a powerful punch, and seeing this, Harry and Peter rushed to assist. The trio unleashed a combined assault, their formidable strength forcing the Dark Grimoire from its resting place. Aunt then seized the Dark Grimoire, which initially attempted to seduce him. Yet he bit into his fingertip, using his Kirin blood to inscribe an image of a Kirin onto the cover of the tome. In an instant, an ethereal Kirin materialized, raising its front hooves and delivering a heavy stomp upon the Dark Grimoire. The black energy within was promptly reabsorbed back into the book, thus concluding the battle. Aunt placed his hand upon Ned, and Peter and Harry quickly followed suit. With a resounding pop, the four of them vanished along with the Dark Grimoire, only for the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive belatedly. They swiftly secured the area, erasing all related footage from the internet and issuing orders to all television stations to refrain from broadcasting any related content. Initially, some were reluctant to comply, as airing such footage could drastically inflate their stock prices, yet under the pressure exerted by S.H.I.E.L.D., they ultimately acquiesced. Subsequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to remove the Scorpion King's carcass, but were intercepted by the military. The branch director, observing their quarrel, chose to remain silent and led his team away, leaving the matter in their hands. However, there were costs to be borne. Whoever claimed the body was responsible for reconstructing the evidence warehouse. Chapter 89, Rooftop Exchange. Ant and his companions returned to his home via a teleportation spell, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Spike, could you fetch us a crate of cola? Ant called out. Spike dashed into the kitchen and soon returned, dragging a crate of cola before the four. They hastily retrieved a can each, and Ned employed a spell to chill the drinks. As they cracked open the cans, a refreshing chill enveloped them, and they synchronized their movements to take a sip, exhaling with satisfaction. Ant, may I have a look at the Dark Grimoire? Ned inquired once they had regained their composure. Not now, at least, Ant replied. Why not? It is no ordinary book. It possesses self-awareness and seeks to entice humans into delving deeper into the dark magic it contains, ultimately leading to their subjugation. Therefore, I cannot allow you to examine it until your willpower is sufficiently strong and elucidated. Really? Isn't it just a standard tome on dark magic? Harry remarked, astonished by the veracity of the dark grimoire. What are you thinking? As a vessel for dark magic, it is inherently unique, especially with the souls of the ancient Egyptians who authored it intertwined within, rendering it even more uncontrollable. Unless you can locate the Book of the Sun, Ant responded. The Book of the Sun? Indeed, it serves as the antithesis to the Dark Grimoire. Both tomes contain spells for resurrecting the dead. But the Book of the Sun grants true resurrection, whereas the Dark Grimoire brings forth beings imbued with necromantic attributes, hardly qualifying as human. Though the spells recorded in the Book of the Sun may be weaker, they are unequivocally effective against the dark magic of the grimoire. Where is the Book of the Sun, then? I am unsure, and admitted, spreading his hands. Will you need to keep the dark grimoire with you indefinitely? Certainly not. I am merely a child, and possessing such a tome poses a grave risk to my safety. Then to whom should it be entrusted? Ned queried. At that moment, a spark of light materialized, and the Ancient One emerged. Greetings, Supreme Sorcerer, Ant greeted, rising to acknowledge her. The others quickly followed suit, particularly Ned. It appears you are already aware of my origins. Of course, Supreme Sorcerer. I entrust it to you, when I am capable of safeguarding it. I may reclaim it, though it is also possible I may not, Ant replied, passing the dark grimoire to the Ancient One, who accepted it with a knowing smile upon spotting the Kirin on its cover. Very well, I shall take my leave. I look forward to your return at Christmas, she stated before departing with grace. Ned, when will you learn to conjure such portals? Harry asked with envy. I wish I could. But spatial spells require the assistance of a suspension ring, and I have yet to master many spells, let alone acquire a suspension ring, Ned lamented. So, it appears we must wait until the Christmas holiday, Peter remarked, equally resigned. The four of them reclined in the garden, hands resting behind their heads. Ant, do you have any free time lately? A voice called from outside, prompting them to look up and see a young man standing at the door. Weasley, what brings you here? Grandma Victoria requires some repairs to her roof and a bit of work in the garden. So I wanted to see if you were available to help, the young man smiled. Upon hearing the name Victoria, Ant paused for a moment, envisioning an erudite and elegant elder whose very demeanor suggested an extraordinary background. All right, we happen to have some free time. Thus, the four of them made their way to a standalone house on the street. Grandma Victoria, we're here to help. Oh, Weasley, Ant, and Peter, you've arrived. Indeed, Grandma Victoria. This is our friend, Harry and Ned. The two greeted her warmly, and they began their work, tasked with replacing the waterproof covering on Victoria's house and installing new tiles. For Ant, this was hardly a challenge, as he often assisted the elderly in the neighborhood with such tasks. All right, let us get to work. With a shout from Ant, they ascended to the rooftop, first clearing the gutters of fallen leaves, crucial for ensuring rainwater flowed freely from the roof to the ground. Once the leaves were cleared, Ant commenced the replacement of the asphalt shingles, deftly tossing the old shingles to the ground. In a mere 5 minutes, he had discarded all of them, and then proceeded to clear away the waterproof layer from the rooftop. He then ascended to the second floor, using a membrane to cover the roof, ensuring that when they removed the old roofing material, the dust would be contained. Ant returned to the rooftop, lifting the wooden planks aside. Upon inspecting the rafters, he found them intact, free from any signs of insect infestation. He then requested the delivery of pre-cut wooden boards that had been carbonized and treated with anti-corrosion paint. 20 minutes later, Ant secured the boards in place and proceeded to apply the waterproof layer, completely covering the roof. Finally, he reattached the rafters over the waterproof layer and began the installation of synthetic tiles, which necessitated the use of rafters. Half an hour later, a brand new roof emerged, prompting Ant to nod in satisfaction before jumping down. Grandma Victoria, it's done, he exclaimed. Wow, that was quick. Come in for some snacks, Victoria responded, beckoning Ant inside. Upon entering, Ant discovered that Harry and the others were already enjoying their meal. Without hesitation, he joined them, indulging in the treats laid out on the table when suddenly, Wesley's phone rang. Hello? Wesley answered, his brow furrowing as he listened intently. After glancing at Ant and the others, he stood up and stepped outside to speak. Though the group could still catch snippets of his conversation, Pennywise, Ant muttered to himself, feeling an eerie familiarity with the term as a cascade of memories flooded his mind. That Ant. I must leave now. I have urgent matters to attend to at home, Wesley informed the group, receiving nods of understanding before departing. After finishing their snacks, Ant and the others found an excuse to leave as well. Ant, what exactly is this Pennywise that Wesley mentioned? Peter inquired. A peculiar malevolent spirit, possessing extraordinary powers. What makes it special? It feeds on fear, manifesting your deepest terrors, The more you fear, the stronger it becomes. Conversely, if you are fearless, it weakens significantly. Thus, it can be dealt with rather easily. Should we offer our assistance? What do you think? I believe we can. Then prepare yourself, Anne instructed Harry, who nodded and immediately contacted Norman to inquire about Wesley's hometown. Chapter 90, Pennywise. In the quaint town of Derry, Maine, 3 vehicles parked outside the only inn. Ant and his companions disembarked, and the moment Ned stretched, he exclaimed, "Finally here. I thought I'd be sitting forever." "All right. You all go book a room while I locate Wesley," Ant directed. Swiftly, he found Wesley's residence, as the town was small. And Wesley was quite renowned for being an exceptional screenwriter and producer, thus well known in this area. Soon, Ant returned to Harry and the others. "Sir, do you require our company?" Heavy Artillery asked. "No need, you all stay here. We are about to confront a malevolent spirit, and the more people involved, the more complicated it becomes." "Understood, sir," Heavy Artillery nodded. The 4 then made their way to Wesley's house, and just as Ant was about to knock, Wesley opened the door, his surprise evident upon seeing them. "Ant, Peter, what are you all doing here?" "We're here to help," Ant replied. "Help with what?" "Pennywise, an ancient malevolent clown spirit. We've come to assist you in eliminating it once and for all," Ant stated. "Are you all insane? Do you have any idea what you're up against?" Wesley exclaimed. "You are mistaken, Wesley. I possess a deeper understanding of Pennywise's origins than you do." Wesley furrowed his brow at this revelation as his companions arrived. "Wesley, who are these children?" A woman questioned, her voice laced with skepticism. "They're here to help us deal with Pennywise." "What? Are you mad? Why would you involve these children?" The woman retorted angrily. "Hey, Beverly, calm down. This isn't my fault. They overheard our conversation and came over. Everyone, please remain calm. We are indeed here to assist you. And do you truly comprehend Pennywise's origins?" Upon hearing Anna's words, Beverly and Wesley were rendered speechless. "You genuinely know Pennywise?" "Of course. Do you think I would deceive you?" "Very well, follow me." Led by Beverly, they made their way to the library, where they encountered a black man who was also part of their group. "Mike, we're back." "Wesley, Beverly, you finally returned." "It has already begun to act," Mike sighed in relief. "But who are these children?" Mike inquired, casting a glance at Ant and his companions. "They're here to help us eradicate Pennywise," Wesley explained. "Indeed, we are here to assist you. To defeat Pennywise, you must understand what it truly is and its weaknesses." "You know its weaknesses?" Mike asked, his brow furrowed. "Of course, but are you certain you want to discuss this here?" Ant countered. After a moment's contemplation, Mike led everyone to a nearby restaurant where they could talk over their meal. Pennywise has existed for millions of years, having fallen from space eons ago. It feeds on fear, which is why it preys on children. The illusions it creates are invisible to adults, and it manifests every 27 years. To completely destroy it, one must confront it without fear and then destroy its core, Ant explained. However, facing a spirit capable of manifesting one's fears made the prospect of confronting it without fear seem nearly impossible. As they conversed, other members of the Losers Club, formed to combat Pennywise, began to arrive, save for one who had succumbed to fear and taken his own life. Wesley, Beverly, Mike, Richie, Eddie, and Ben, all members of the Losers Club who had once battled Pennywise, were now gathered. Mike reiterated Ant's words, and once everyone was prepared, they resolved to confront Pennywise. Yet, just as they planned their approach, Pennywise struck first. "Hey, look!" Ant shouted. The group turned to see Pennywise standing across the street, holding a red balloon, waving at them. Immediately, objects on the table began to writhe, giving birth to a host of grotesque and terrifying creatures, such as faceworms and flying eyeballs. As the group braced to react, Ant halted them. "This is an illusion, stay calm." Ant's words snapped the group back to reality as they fought to suppress their fear. And soon the table returned to normal. However, this also drew Pennywise's attention to the 4 of them, making it challenging to instill fear in those who had witnessed numerous significant encounters. "I can't believe it started so soon," Wesley muttered, his brow knitted in concern. "Enough of this. Before we set out, do not separate. Otherwise, Pennywise will pick you off one by one," Ant warned. "Don't worry, we won't," they assured him. The group then split up, heading to Mike's house, as all other homes in the town had long been sold, leaving only Mike's residence available. Thus, the Losers Club settled in at Mike's house. Ant and his companions returned to the inn. "Heavy Artillery, we may encounter some bizarre occurrences that might provoke us to scream. This is of no concern to you. Just rush in when you hear us shout." "Is it dangerous?" Heavy Artillery questioned. "Not for us," Ant replied confidently. "Understood." Subsequently, the 4 members of the Ant group returned to their respective chambers. However, as Ant approached the door, he sensed an unusual energy fluctuation, indicating the arrival of Pennywise. Nevertheless, he pushed the door open, yearning to confront the source of his fear. Chapter 91, Confronting Pennywise. In the Soul Inn of Derry. Ant stood at the threshold of his room, inhaled deeply, and then entered. Instantly, darkness enveloped the room, and he felt an intangible force distorting his consciousness. The blood of the Cheelans surged within him, awakening his senses. Yet, before him stood a bizarre figure, its back turned to Ant, draped in a blue theatrical robe. Oh, the heart is troubled while the beloved pines away. The bitterness of longing is known only to the moon. Reunions are rare, yet separations are easy. Regret lingers in the present. Do you recall that day when the phoenix soared, and did you remember the butterfly's betrayal? I know it well, and yet I mourn for the lost love that has nowhere to return. As Ant beheld the scene and listened to the haunting performance of Cantonese opera by this figure, he could not suppress an expletive. The figure was none other than the charming specter, who had haunted him in his past life through the horror film The Village of the Damned. The film left a profound impact on him, instilling a fear that lingered into adulthood, compelling him to keep a lamp lit in the living room and a night light in his room. Even nightmares often revisited him, conjuring images from that film. As Ant's fear was consumed by Pennywise, the figure slowly turned around, revealing itself as a clown. In that moment, all his terror evaporated. "How dare you frighten me?" Ant exclaimed, charging forward and delivering a swift kick. Pennywise's terrifying manifestations were corporeal. Had it remained facing away, Ant would have hesitated to act, trapped in his dread. But now that it had turned, donning a clown's visage, he could no longer hold back. Thus, Ant unleashed a flurry of punches upon Pennywise's face. Though Pennywise attempted to resist, Ant swiftly trapped its arms under his own, continuing to pummel it relentlessly. Ultimately, Pennywise, humiliated, abandoned its corporeal form, leaving behind a puddle of muck. Disgusted, Ant rose, washed his hands in the restroom, and moved to another room to rest, for the sight of the muck was repugnant. After all, the entire inn had been booked, so there was no need to waste the opportunity. Having suffered an early setback at Ant's hands, Pennywise refrained from terrorizing others and retreated to its lair to recuperate. Thus, the group spent a tranquil night. The following day, fully armed, they reconvened and returned to the haunted house of their past. Before them stood the decrepit structure, seemingly defying decay, still stubbornly standing. Ant observed that some pillars, barely connected, appeared to violate the laws of physics, yet upheld the entire edifice. "Peter, stay alert. He will surely attempt to separate us. You are responsible for bringing everyone back, understood?" Ant whispered, and Peter nodded. Wesley inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. Moments into their entry, each member caught sight of the very entities that had once instilled terror in them. Instinctively, they moved to rush forward, but Peter swiftly shot out webs, pulling them back. "Steady your resolve. We are here to vanquish Pennywise. Our sole target is it. Everything else is an illusion." The group nodded, reaffirming their determination. They then approached the well within the haunted house, the very entrance to Pennywise's lair. Harry produced a steel cable, tossing one end down and securing the other. After preparing, he declared, "I'll descend first. Stay close." With that, he jumped down, scarcely bothering to grip the cable, landing swiftly. Upon landing, he heard Norman's voice. "Harry, help me. The curse within us remains. I don't want to die." Norman emerged, his face marred by green threads, reaching weakly toward Harry. Yet, Harry closed his eyes, convincing himself it was all an illusion. He drew the angel's scythe, infusing it with magic, and swung it fiercely, severing Norman in half. When he opened his eyes, he noticed Norman's wound writhing, and Pennywise's visage emerged before him. The horrifying sight startled Harry, yet he steeled himself, drawing his revolver and firing 2 shots. Wesley, having jumped down, witnessed Harry's relentless gunfire, reloading and shooting until the dismembered body transformed into a puddle of flesh. Pennywise was evidently unprepared for such a child to wield firearms. "You're here. Hurry and eliminate him. It's utterly revolting." Harry shouted in anger. "Let us move. Remember, no one acts on their own, understood?" The group nodded, and Harry led the way, with Ant bringing up the rear. They arrived at the site where the misfits had once confronted Pennywise, nostalgia washing over them. Yet, Harry's actions swiftly interrupted their reverie as he retrieved the steel cable, secured it, and leaped down once more. Here, they encountered numerous spikes converging toward a small plateau, reminiscent of an altar. "Surely, this is where Pennywise fell." Ant called out, "Pennywise, will you continue to hide? Ah, look who it is. I never imagined even children would dare to confront me." Pennywise taunted, clutching a red balloon. The group, particularly the misfit members, tightened their grips on their weapons. Though 27 years had passed since their last encounter with Pennywise, Facing him again ignited a flicker of trepidation within them, which Pennywise eagerly fed upon, causing the number of balloons in his grasp to swell. Attack! P.S. Feeding on your fear. Ant urged loudly. The group sprang into action, realizing the red balloons represented their terror. Yet, Pennywise, witnessing their advance, did not flinch. Instead, his mouth widened, yellow fangs elongating, transforming into a monstrous spider-like creature with Pennywise's face. Chapter 92. Death and Subjugation. As they beheld the terrifying visage of Pennywise, the members of the Misfits slowed their pace, yet Ant and his companions quickened theirs. Soon, Ant stood before Pennywise, swinging his axe with ferocious strength, severing one of its legs. Witnessing this, the Misfits regained their confidence, rushing forward to join Peter in a collective assault on Pennywise. In that moment, Pennywise sensed their lack of fear, diminishing his power significantly, causing his red balloons to pop one by one. He realized he could not continue like this, otherwise, he would truly perish. As Pennywise's balloons suddenly burst, each explosion heralded the emergence of corresponding fears in everyone present. Witnessing this, Ant immediately shouted, "Everyone take a step to the left and exchange your fears with one another." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to pummel Pennywise while simultaneously moving leftward. The fearsome entities attempted to reclaim their fears, but they acted first. Peter ensnared Pennywise with webs, confronting the manifestation of Harry's dread. Norman transformed into the Green Goblin. However, being Spider-Man, Peter possessed the experience of battling the Green Goblin in his mind, allowing him to effortlessly subdue Norman. The others likewise overcame their companions' fearsome apparitions. Thus, they stood once more before Pennywise, who had now diminished in strength and size. "It's your turn," Ant whispered. Wesley stepped forward, attuned to the heartbeat resonating nearby, and reached into Pennywise's chest to extract his withered heart. The members of the Losers Club extended their hands, collectively grasping the shriveled organ. As they squeezed, Pennywise's expression froze, and his body crumbled like a shattered wall. Ant produced a special container to collect 3 glowing orbs, the very essence of Pennywise. "What is the use of this?" someone asked. "I don't know. We can ask Uncle Norman when we return," Ant replied. "You're right. Everyone, we must leave. This place is about to collapse," he urged. Promptly, they rushed outside, just as the haunted house crumbled, its debris consumed by the well, leaving behind a desolate ruin. "Wesley, we're leaving first," Ant called to him. Wesley nodded, unaware that his own adventure was far from over. Upon their return to New York, Ant and the others sought out Norman, presenting him with the core. "What is this?" he inquired. "The Deadlight, Pennywise's core," Ant explained, detailing its unique properties. Norman's eyes sparkled at the mention of its ability to absorb fear and transform it into illusions, and he immediately envisioned potential products. "Thank you for providing such excellent material," Norman exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "No need for such formality, Uncle Norman. It's all yours," Ant responded before they departed. Norman then gazed at the Deadlight, noticing a flicker in its previously pale blue glow. Thinking he might have imagined it, he rubbed his eyes, only to find nothing amiss. As he passed a mirror, he caught a glimpse of himself, an expression of malevolence adorned with green pupils, his attire disheveled. "Norman Osborn, do you desire power?" Norman paused, carefully placing the jar on the table and adjusting his attire. "Do you think I still fear you?" he replied with a smile. "Is that so? Then how about this?" The Norman with green pupils abruptly seized Harry, who appeared terrified, firmly holding him before him. Observing Harry's fright, Norman's resolve wavered, yet he remained rooted in place, as he recognized it all to be an illusion. Just then, the reflection of Harry in the mirror aged before his eyes, from a child to a youth, then to an adult, ultimately settling at the age of 45 due to the curse. "Our curse has long since vanished. It seems you've mistaken my fear," Norman stated languidly. The mirror's Norman ceased all movement, his form faltering before disintegrating into shards, returning everything to a state of calm. "I didn't expect you to surprise me so soon. I can make you stronger, but you must heed my words." "What do you say?" Norman raised the jar, regarding the 3 softly glowing orbs within. The Deadlight flickered slightly, as if in agreement. "But why should I trust you?" Norman questioned. Observing this, one of the orbs slowly ascended. Seeing this, Norman opened the lid, and the orb merged with his being. The reason for Norman's audacity lay in his faith in Ant. He believed Ant to be all-knowing, and if he truly fell victim to the Deadlight's deceit, Ant would surely have a way to rescue him. Thus, Norman proceeded boldly. As Norman assimilated the orb, he grasped the Deadlight's origin. It belonged to a dimensionally transcendent being, one without a name, that feasted on fear. At its zenith, it had devoured an entire universe. But its kin faced a dire fate, seemingly targeted by adversaries. Eventually, a breed of fearless beings emerged, commencing a massacre against the Deadlight's kind. With no options left, they retreated into the dimensional realm, seeking a secure refuge, landing in the Marvel Universe, Earth specifically. This initiated an extensive spree of violence spanning millions of years, only to be thwarted by the emergence of the Losers Club. The orb Norman fused with was the core of the core that governed the Deadlight's existence. With it, Norman could command its life or death. Therefore, rather than closing the lid, he began to release it. However, weakened from the fusion, Norman urgently summoned his trusted subordinates, compelling them to confront their fears, thereby revitalizing the Deadlight. Norman then commenced his research on the Deadlight, which, upon further investigation, led him to develop a new serum, the Fear Serum, one that became the most dreaded among agents, akin to the fear gas crafted by Scarecrow in the adjacent DC universe, capable of forcing individuals to confront their deepest terrors. Most importantly, the Fear Serum enabled the Deadlight to absorb the fear emitted by those who were injected. In essence, if enough individuals were injected, it could ascend to godhood through fear. Chapter 93, The Fear Serum. After the Osborn Group developed the Fear Serum, Norman promptly reached out to representatives from various nations and disseminated the news in the black market. Soon, 2 conference rooms were filled to capacity. Norman presented the Fear Serum to the international representatives. Meanwhile, the other room was populated predominantly by various gangs and organizations, including S.H.I.E.L.D., the Red Room, and the Continental Hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our new product, the Fear Serum. Upon injection, you will encounter the most terrifying scenes from within your psyche for the next 10 minutes. The application scenarios should be self-evident, unless one possesses an exceptionally strong will. Most will undoubtedly fall under the serum's control, Norman proclaimed, opening a box containing the vibrant green serum. Are you certain your words hold truth? Queried the representative from America. Of course. If you doubt, feel free to test it. 1 vial costs $100,000. The representatives exchanged glances, and ultimately, the representative from the island nation stepped forward, handing over the sum and retrieving a vial for his bodyguard. The bodyguard hesitated momentarily, then took several deep breaths before swiftly injecting himself. Norman clapped his hands, and several members of the demon squad emerged, restraining him in his seat. As the bodyguard's pupils turned green, he appeared to witness something horrific, muttering rapidly in Japanese. His body trembling uncontrollably, his face contorted by fear. After a sustained duration of 10 minutes, the bodyguard was utterly exhausted. Even the slightest touch from the representative of the island nation elicited an exaggerated response from him. The island representative, witnessing this, promptly slapped him. Enough. Get a grip. It was only then that the bodyguard regained his composure. The representative of the island nation was acutely aware of the identity of his bodyguard and thus harbored a keen interest in the fear-inducing agents that could provoke such a reaction. How many do you have? He inquired. The stock is limited. Only 100 vials, came the reply. I want 10 vials now, and an additional 100 later. The island representative declared. Other representatives, having observed this, hastily expressed their desire for the same, resulting in the complete sale of the entire stock of 100 vials. In another conference room, various gangs and organizations were embroiled in a fierce dispute over these fear-inducing agents, until finally, Gene Bing spoke up. As the underground king of America, his mere voice silenced all the gangs present. The extent of Gene Bing's influence was formidable. Should he desire, he could instigate a third world war. While he could not control the upper echelons, the intricate web of alliances with other nations was a testament to his power. In a parallel universe, Gene Bing had unleashed a frenzied retaliation against his enemies after the assassination of his only son, nearly triggering a third world war. Had he not managed to maintain his composure, the Earth would likely have plunged into chaos. In this universe as well, Gene Bing's power was substantial, with enemies and allies scattered across the globe. Thus, when Gene Bing spoke, even the most arrogant of gangs were compelled to show him respect. Gentlemen, our initial supply of the agents is limited, but rest assured, we will expedite production. Subsequently, Norman's associates sold the 100 vials of fear-inducing agents to them. S.H.I.E.L.D. acquired the largest share, yet it amounted to no more than 10 vials, and upon completing the transaction, they hastily departed. Meanwhile, in one of Tony's properties, Bucky was engaged in physical training. After enduring days of torment, Bucky had completely liberated himself from the brainwashing control, yet to prevent him from sabotaging Fury's plans. Steve felt compelled to keep him hidden. Bucky, it's time to eat. Steve entered with a meal, prompting Bucky to leap down from the pull-up bar. When can I go outside? Bucky asked Steve, his gaze earnest. How about this? I'll ask Fury for you. Sure. After finishing their meal, Steve contacted Fury, and before long, Fury arrived. Upon seeing Bucky, Fury was clearly taken aback, and Steve proceeded to explain how Bucky ended up there. Upon learning that there were dozens of Winter Soldiers, Fury furrowed his brow. These Winter Soldiers were proficient in over 30 languages, adept in various combat techniques and weaponry, and their physical prowess, enhanced by the serum, rivaled even a corrupted Bucky. The existence of such Winter Soldiers posed a significant threat to any empire, as their mere assassination of the upper echelons could lead to its downfall. Thus, upon discovering that Hydra possessed such a card, Fury couldn't help but take a deep breath. I need you to locate those Winter Soldiers and eliminate them. Can you do that? Bucky nodded, prompting Fury to turn to Steve. Bucky alone may not suffice. Captain, you'll need to step in. Steve nodded in agreement, exchanging a resolute glance with Bucky. After bidding Fury farewell, the two immediately donned disguises, with Fury providing them with entirely new uniforms, as their previous attire was too conspicuous. They could not allow Hydra to discover their identities. Thus, Steve infiltrated Hydra under the guise of an American operative and the Summer Soldier. Shortly after their induction into S.H.I.E.L.D., they were dispatched on a field mission by Fury, with their identities classified as Level 10 agents, a status exclusive to Fury himself within S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra's curiosity regarding these two individuals only intensified. Regrettably, Fury maintained an ironclad secrecy, preventing Hydra from obtaining any information about them, even their mission details. Eventually, they located a Winter Soldier and commenced their operation, only then realizing that the so-called American operative and Summer Soldier were tasked with eliminating Winter Soldiers. To their astonishment, they succeeded, resulting in Hydra losing one of its Winter Soldiers, prompting an immediate recall of the remaining ones for another meeting. Do you think Fury has discovered our existence? One member questioned. Regardless of whether he has or not, we must expedite the implementation of our insight plan. Understood. I will find a way to secure his agreement swiftly. Thus, Hydra concluded its meeting, while Fury sensed that they were becoming increasingly restless. Chapter 94, Christmas Activities. With the emergence of the fear-inducing agents, spies from nearly every nation fell into an unprecedented silence, refraining from any reckless actions. They could not withstand the tests imposed by their superiors, revealing that almost all agents and spies were defenseless against the fear-inducing agents. Under duress, they would divulge everything they knew. Consequently, until a method to counteract the fear-inducing agents was developed, all spies and agents entered a state of silence to avoid capture by enemy nations. Thus, the world was plunged into an eerie era of peace. On another front, Jason, who had been absent for a considerable time, finally reappeared. Well, Dad's back. If you hadn't returned soon, Mom would have truly gone mad, Aunt remarked, descending from his room to find Jason preparing breakfast. Alas, what can I say? Such is the life of a busy man. Once I ascend to management, I won't need to run around so much, Jason replied, exasperated, with his hands raised in resignation. Whatever, I'm off to school, Aunt retorted, snatching a sandwich from the table. With Christmas approaching, the school was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, as even the teachers busied themselves preparing gifts for their students, primarily snack bundles or stationery. While these gifts were not particularly valuable, they represented the school's goodwill. Ant and his friends were eagerly anticipating this Christmas celebration, though they were uncertain how many guests could be invited. Perhaps due to the impending holiday, students were largely disinterested in their studies, prompting teachers to chastise them sternly, warning that any student who performed poorly in the final exam would be required to volunteer at school for 3 days during the Christmas break. Consequently, students had no choice but to rein in their enthusiasm and engage in intensive studying, as none wished to spend their holiday serving as volunteers at school. Gradually, they arrived at the final exams. As the tests commenced, Ant and his 3 companions completed their papers with remarkable speed before wandering off. Having passed the exams with ease, Ant began preparing for the upcoming Christmas activities. It is worth noting that the Christmas celebration was one of the most significant events of the year, boasting the most lavish rewards. However, that evening, Ant was taken aback when he discovered that this year's Christmas event would be held in New York City, and only individuals possessing invitations would be allowed to participate. Glancing at the invitation in his hand, Ant quickly distributed it to his usual companions: Jason, Nancy, Peter, Harry, Ned, the Punisher, Coulson, Tony, and Natasha. The moment the invitation was unveiled, everyone was engulfed in excitement, especially the Punisher, who was merely 2 Dragon Balls away from resurrecting his family. This anticipation fueled his fervor, a sentiment shared by the others as well. With only 3 days remaining until Christmas, the event was set to commence on the evening of Christmas Eve, transforming all of New York into a battlefield. However, the specifics of the event remained shrouded in mystery. After carefully stowing away the invitations, the group proceeded directly to Ant's residence. "What brings all of you here?" Ant inquired, puzzled by their presence. "We thought we'd come to visit you," Tony replied with a smile. "But your presence is of little use." "I know nothing about the event's details," Ant remarked. "No worries, we'll just consider it a social call," they assured him. Thus, they visited daily. Leading up to Christmas Eve, despite the imminent start of the event that night, Nancy busied herself with extensive shopping and with Aunt May's assistance. They soon prepared a lavish feast. "Dinner is served," Nancy announced loudly. The group set up a long table with chairs in the garden. And even Spike had his own special Christmas Eve meal. They all sat down to enjoy a delightful evening, with 5 or 6 hours remaining before the Christmas activities began, allowing them to share a splendid Christmas Eve together. Not only was it their gathering, their families joined in as well, including Coulson's cellist girlfriend, Pepper, Happy, Diana, Ned's grandparents, the aunts, Norman, and others, creating a lively atmosphere in the garden. Everyone feasted joyously, with those who didn't feel full nibbling on snacks and fruits to satiate their appetites. As they chatted in the garden, time slipped by until 10 o'clock, when the invitations appeared before them in a surreal spectacle. The invitations then soared into the sky, transforming into a pure energy that enveloped the earth. In an instant, Ned and the others vanished from sight, much to their surprise, as Aunt remained. "Aunt, why are you still here?" Aunt May questioned in confusion. "My event hasn't started yet. There's no rush," Aunt replied. The Christmas event was particularly unique, as the opportunity for early entry into the event space for trading with other system owners had been revoked. However, trading remained possible after the event concluded. "Is that so? Will they be in danger?" Aunt May asked. "Rest assured, while there will be dangers during the event, even if you perish, you will be revived once it ends. So there's no need for you to worry about them," Aunt reassured her. "Ah, then I can relax," she said, patting her chest before beginning to tidy up the remnants in the garden. Observing this, Aunt quickly lent a hand, followed by Diana. Others, feeling awkward standing idly by, joined in to help, and soon, the garden was impeccably cleaned. Aunt produced a few small stoves, and they gathered around, chatting while waiting for Nancy and the others to return. Although they weren't accustomed to Aunt's Tiguanyan tea, they gradually grew fond of its unique flavor after a few sips. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jason and his companions arrived at Times Square, where they found themselves alone, with a towering Christmas tree standing at 500 meters. Atop the tree, a Christmas star slowly rotated, and Christmas carols filled the air as snowflakes fell, resembling those from an anime. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed through the air. Chapter 95, The Snowman, the Giant Snowman. Christmas event. Defeat the snowman. The more you defeat, the better the rewards. After the event, you may hang stockings at your bedside, sleep, and upon waking, receive your Christmas event rewards. As the countdown concluded, towering snowmen, each 2 meters tall, emerged. With carrot noses and wide grins, they appeared harmless. Suddenly, one snowman spotted Jason and his friends, opening its mouth and launching a barrage of snowballs. Some, like Ned, were caught off guard and struck directly. Covered in snow, Ned immediately transformed into a snowball, and in a twist of fate, a snowman collided with him, sending him rolling against a wall, where snowflakes erupted, revealing him unharmed but dazed. The group finally reacted, launching their attacks against the snowmen, only for Jason to discover that these snowmen possessed minimal strength. Even an ordinary person wielding a stick could shatter them. However, the real challenge lay in their snowball projectiles, which, upon impact, drastically slowed not just physical speed but mental acuity as well. With an overwhelming number of newly spawned snowmen, even Jason found himself hit, leaving them no choice but to seek refuge within buildings, using cover to defend themselves. Yet, the entirety of New York City was teeming with snowmen, infiltrating streets, rooftops, sewers, and even the interiors of buildings. Luckily, the Punisher wielded explosive guns, and as he burst through a door, he swiftly opened fire before the snowmen could react, effectively clearing a significant number of them. Tony, Harry, and the others quickly followed suit with their explosive firearms, and together they managed to eradicate all the snowmen within that building, finally securing a safe haven with their newfound refuge. Their next mission was to systematically eliminate the surrounding snowmen. As the countdown steadily dwindled, and to reap the rewards, they needed to expedite their efforts. Jason and Nancy dashed out, their speed allowing them to weave through the chaos, while Peter and Harry utilized their agility to navigate among the snowmen, who incessantly launched snowballs. "Thank goodness we brought enough ammunition, otherwise we'd be struggling to destroy these snowmen," Coulson remarked, a sentiment echoed by Natasha. Despite their enhancements, They lacked the confidence to dismantle the snowmen in such close quarters under relentless snowball fire. Thus, they relied on their firearms. Given that the bodies of the snowmen were indeed composed of snowflakes, precise aim could lead to piercing through multiple snowmen with a single shot, and with their impressive marksmanship, each person's kill count began to soar. Only when the area was devoid of snowmen did they dare to leave their cover, each diverging in different directions. As they surveyed the vast expanse of snowmen, they took a deep breath, and with Jason's wolf-like howl, a battle cry buff surged through them, igniting their assault. However, they were unable to evade every snowball, and even Jason and Nancy were not exempt. Weaker individuals like Coulson found themselves bombarded by snowballs, repeatedly sent tumbling and left in a daze. This state was quite disorienting, as they continued to be attacked, and if luck was not on their side, they might find themselves perpetually buried in snow, unable to escape the cycle of becoming a snowball, only to be kicked away and re-enter a state of confusion. Fortunately, no one here is so unfortunate, and they are all striving to obliterate these snowmen. However, time is limited, and the ammunition brought by the Punishers is scant. Soon, they will have to resort to close combat, thus their efficiency in destruction is gradually diminishing. In contrast, Tony maintains a consistently high rate of destruction, making him the one with the highest kill count. Yet, as the clock chimes, all the snowmen vanish, and each of them finds a Christmas stocking in their hands. Just as they intend to depart, an earth-shattering tremor suddenly jolts them, followed by the emergence of a colossal snowman towering over 100 meters. This snowman, adorned with a crimson health bar, lets out a furious roar toward the heavens, causing the snowflakes to enlarge and the temperature to plummet. Even within his armor, Tony can sense the biting cold of the snowflakes, momentarily leaving him stunned. Jarvis, what is happening? Why am I feeling cold? Is the temperature control system in my suit malfunctioning? Sir, your body temperature indicates that you are perfectly normal. Based on my calculations, these snowflakes must be directly affecting the soul, while the temperature control system remains functional. At this moment, everyone realizes the abnormality of the snowflakes. They attempt to seek refuge in the buildings, but these snowflakes can penetrate all materials, leaving them no choice but to launch an assault on the gigantic snowman. With a thunderous roar, the giant snowman extends its hand, composed of clusters of snowballs, and begins to pummel them relentlessly. Coulson, caught off guard, is struck by the giant snowman's hand, and when his arm is lifted, a frozen Coulson is revealed. Coulson! Natasha cries out. Uncle Phil is fine, Peter. Harry shouts. Peter descends from the air and delivers a powerful punch to Coulson, shattering the ice, encasing him, and restoring him to normalcy, though his body trembles from the cold. Let's deal with it first, Jason declares, transforming into a werewolf and charging at the giant snowman, landing a punch on its leg. The health bar above its head flickers slightly, seemingly deducting some health, but the giant snowman quickly retaliates, sending Jason flying with a kick. Witnessing this, the others hastily attack the giant snowman as well. It seems that this event was designed to wait until they were out of ammunition before unleashing the creature, forcing them into close combat. However, the problem lies in the fact that this giant snowman is peculiar. Its body is bouncy and soft, yet incredibly resilient. It appears that unless they deplete its health bar entirely, they cannot destroy it completely. Nevertheless, their melee attacks yield limited results. Conversely, Ned's spells and Tony's energy blasts prove to be the most effective, each strike visibly diminishing the health bar. Yet, this significant reduction is but a mere fraction compared to its full health bar. Nevertheless, they remain hopeful that perseverance will ultimately lead to its demise. Chapter 96, Distributing Gifts. As Tony's final palm laser cannon strikes the giant snowman's head, it instantly depletes the last remnants of its health bar. With the health bar's disappearance, the giant snowman's body collapses with a resounding crash, yet several luminous orbs materialize. These orbs disperse and come before each individual, and as soon as they make contact, they are transported back to the Garden of Ant. Ah, you're back. Peter, are you all right? Tony, are you fine? Everyone rushes forward to inquire, and Tony shakes his head, indicating he is unharmed. Just as they are about to continue their questions, the midnight bell tolls, and snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, while Ant vanishes at that moment. When Ant regains his vision, he finds himself on a sleigh, beside the renowned Santa Claus, who is steering a flying reindeer. Hello there, little one. That is your Christmas gift, but you must first deliver all the Christmas gifts here before you can truly possess it, Santa says with a kindly smile. Oh, am I supposed to deliver them? Of course. Let us go. With a flick of Santa's reins, the flying reindeer accelerates, trailing a rainbow of light behind it, drawing the attention of nations worldwide. Most importantly, such Santas appear in the skies of nearly every country. They have attempted to intercept him with fighter jets. Yet Santa merely waves his hand, and the jets are instantly teleported to their respective airbases. Furthermore, they have tried numerous interception methods, all of which have been effortlessly dismissed by Santa's casual gestures, even nuclear bombs. Thus, they realize that the Santa before them is invincible, and they can only watch as he comes to a halt. Meanwhile, a peculiar chimney materializes beneath him, and Santa climbs into it, leaving behind a gift before departing. The Santa Claus around the globe operates similarly. Once they leave, the houses return to normal, except for the one in New York. "Go on, child," Santa calls out to Aunt. With no choice, Aunt glances at the large sack on the sleigh's back, opens it, and pulls out a Christmas gift. He then ascends the colorful staircase to the roof of the house and descends through the chimney. Upon exiting the chimney, he undergoes a transformation, becoming Santa Claus himself. He quietly enters the child's room, gently pushes the door open, and places the gift into the stocking. Just as he is about to leave, he encounters the child's parents. The three initially freeze in surprise, but they quickly regain their composure. The man lunges toward Aunt, but Aunt lightly points in the air, instantly freezing the man in place. "Shoo!" Aunt gestures with his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Upon witnessing Aunt's extraordinary ability, the child's parents immediately quiet down. "Calm down. I am merely here to deliver Christmas gifts." With that, Aunt returns through the chimney to the sleigh before the couple regains their mobility. They rush outside, staring in astonishment at Aunt riding away on the sleigh. They had always assumed Santa Claus did not exist, even if they believed in him as children. However, as they matured, they abandoned that belief. Yet now, Santa has reappeared. The child's parents exchange glances and hurry back to their child's room, gazing at the softly glowing Christmas gifts without making any further movements, simply observing. Soon, discussions about Santa Claus erupt across the internet, and the streets fill with people gazing skyward. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Santa stands up and bursts into hearty laughter. He then retrieves the cloth bag and begins showering variously sized Christmas gifts down below. Thus, he scatters gifts all along his route, while Aunt continuously places Christmas presents for children by their bedside. It is only when the first rays of sunlight touch New York City that Santa finally comes to a stop. Haha, what a thrill. It has been ages since I delivered so many gifts. I must take my leave now. Child, here is a gift for you. Santa bestows the final Christmas gift upon Aunt, gently pointing, causing Aunt to transform into a cascade of colorful light, soaring toward his home. Following suit, Santa also morphs into a spectrum of light, ascending into the cosmos until he disappears beyond the reach of human exploration. "You're back, Aunt." Nancy rushes over to inquire. Aunt nods and then gazes at the Christmas gift in his hand. "By the way, Mom, did you receive any rewards?" "Indeed, there are still 2. But the rewards obtained are rather underwhelming," Nancy remarked with a hint of resignation. "Ah, Mom, what did you receive?" Nancy produced a finely crafted handgun, adorned with runes intricately carved from a minuscule red crystal, merely a millimeter in diameter. "It looks quite splendid. What is its power?" "It depends on the energy I input," she replied. "And what of the other reward?" Anne inquired. Nancy displayed a bracelet on her wrist, explaining, "This is an energy-absorbing bracelet that replenishes my expended energy. Albeit with minimal efficiency, nevertheless, it has its uses. Not too shabby. At least it compensates for your lack of ranged attacks, does it not?" "You have a point there. By the way, what about Uncle Punishment's reward?" "I am uncertain. Our rewards consist of one that was granted immediately and another that was just retrieved from a sock." Nancy elucidated. "Well, never mind that. Let us examine my own reward," Aunt declared as he returned to his room. He promptly unwrapped a Christmas gift, and with a radiant golden light, an ethereal Qilin materialized before him. As Aunt reached out to touch it, the Qilin swiftly entered his body, causing him to feel an intense warmth. Instinctively, he shed his clothing, and soon the blood-treading tattoo of the Qilin reappeared, leaving Aunt with the sensation of enhanced strength. Within his consciousness, the Qilin grew even larger, though still comparatively smaller than Kazan's consciousness entity. However, its absorption rate increased, and the sensation of thievery became more pronounced. Chapter 97. Journey to Kamartaj. On Christmas afternoon, after several hours of slumber, Aunt awoke fully revitalized. Upon descending, he discovered Harry and the others already present. "Oh, everyone is here," he greeted. "Indeed. Aunt, do you know what we received?" Harry asked excitedly. "What did you obtain?" Aunt inquired, following Harry's lead. Harry resembled a child eager to showcase a new toy, embodying youthful exuberance. "Behold, my exclusive wand, along with an egg," Harry proclaimed, revealing his prized possessions. "An egg?" "Yes. It appears to be a marvelous creature called a niffler. Are you familiar with it?" Harry questioned. It resembles a rodent, with a long nose akin to that of a platypus, covered in black fur. Most notably, it has a penchant for shiny objects, collecting them and stowing them in its pocket, which seems to function as if enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Is that all it can do? Indeed. But it is quite adorable, capable of understanding human speech, making it a delightful pet, Ant reassured him. Harry nodded in agreement. While Peter showcased his reward, a symbiotic battle suit and a new spider silk formula, boasting greater strength and resilience. As for Ned, he too received an exclusive wand and a personal hovering ring, awaiting only the acquisition of relevant spatial spells for utilization. Wow, your rewards are quite impressive, Ant remarked enviously. Feeling his Chelan seemed somewhat inconspicuous in comparison, unaware that it surpassed their rewards in significance. Just as Ant prepared to wash up, Harry's Niffler egg hatched, revealing a fluffy Niffler in the palm of Harry's hand. Upon seeing Harry first, the Niffler exhibited immediate affection. However, when Nancy entered, the Niffler became exceedingly agitated and dashed toward her. Instinctively, Nancy attempted to react, but Harry quickly exclaimed, "Aunt Nancy, no." Nancy's hand froze mid-motion. Yet the Niffler continued, scampering up her arm to her shoulder, where it deftly removed her earrings and necklace, stashing them into its belly pocket. "What is this?" Nancy set down the food she had prepared and approached the Niffler, attempting to catch it. The Niffler, however, evaded her grasp with surprising agility, though ultimately its sluggish speed rendered it easy prey for Nancy. Despite its frantic efforts, the Niffler could not escape and eventually lay panting in the palm of Nancy's hand. A Niffler, a marvelous magical creature, harmless, Harry quickly interjected, fearing for the creature's safety. "Quite adorable, this little fellow," Nancy remarked, playfully poking the Niffler. Exhausted, the Niffler lacked the strength to resist, allowing Nancy to tease it momentarily before she returned it to Harry, who promptly tucked it into his pocket. "Mom, I'm back. Are you hungry?" Anne inquired. "A bit," she replied. "All right, I'll prepare dinner. Just wait." Aunt settled onto the sofa and turned to them. "By the way, I forgot to ask, do you need something from me? Did you not mention that during the break, you would take me to learn spells?" Ned chimed in. "Oh, right. I completely forgot. How about tomorrow? Does that work for you?" "Sure, can we join too?" "Of course, just remind Uncle Norman to make preparations. We need to head to a village in the Himalayas," Aunt stated. Harry nodded, indicating his understanding, and soon everyone departed to prepare for the day ahead. Filled with anticipation, Ned struggled to sleep that night, eagerly awaiting the dawn, which arrived all too soon. He hastily sought out Ant, only to find him still asleep. Upon learning this, Ned quietly seated himself on the sofa. Nancy soon entered Ant's room, yanked the covers off him with vigor, and a rush of cold air enveloped him, jolting Ant awake with a shiver. "Mom, what are you doing?" "Ned is here. Hurry and come down to keep him company," Nancy instructed. "Got it," Ant mumbled, groggily making his way to the bathroom. By the time he reemerged, he was fully awake. "Yawn, Ned, why are you here so early?" "I couldn't sleep," Ned admitted bashfully. "Come, let's have breakfast," Nancy called. The two approached the table, laden with hearty sandwiches, and without hesitation, they began to feast. "Ant, I heard you're going to Kamartaj, right?" Jason descended from upstairs, inquiring as he approached. "Indeed, what's up, Dad? Are you interested too?" Ant teased. "Honestly, quite intrigued." "Well then, you should join us." "Mom, what about you? Can I go too?" Nancy asked, astonished. "Of course. Then I shall accompany you as well." After they had eaten their fill, Peter arrived, and they all boarded the luxurious vehicle sent by Norman, which took them to the airport, where Norman's private jet awaited them. "You all finally made it. Come aboard." "Oh, Uncle Norman, you're here too," Aunt exclaimed, somewhat surprised upon stepping inside. "Yes, you mentioned they had a plethora of demon corpses, so I thought I'd see if I could collaborate with them," Norman explained. "I see. By the way, I've prepared down jackets for you. It can get quite chilly there." Norman gestured to a nearby room filled with various styles of down jackets, thermal pants, shoes, scarves, and more. Everyone chose their gear, planning to change once they were closer to their destination. However, the journey would take approximately 12 hours, involving trains, cars, and even ox carts, meaning it would likely take nearly a full day to reach the village they sought. Thus, they desperately needed to rest, for the journey ahead promised to be exceedingly arduous. After a grueling 12-hour flight, they landed at a dilapidated airport. Once they changed their attire and stepped outside, a collective sigh escaped their lips as they surveyed the scene before them. They had initially anticipated traveling by train, but due to the heavy snowfall, train services had been suspended, and they were uncertain when they would resume. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to opt for automobiles. And 8 pickup trucks laden with supplies set forth. Chapter 98, Taking Disciples. "Boss, we can't go on any longer. The snowfall is intensifying." We must find a place to rest. Amidst the swirling snow, the 8 pickups crawled along the road, and the driver of the leading vehicle, assessing the dire conditions, spoke up urgently. All right, let us find a nearby place to take a break. Soon, they discovered a suitable location, but to reach it, they had to cross a 3-meter-wide ravine. The members of the demon squad disembarked and effortlessly hoisted their vehicles over the chasm, then arranged them in a circle. They proceeded to construct a tent resembling a Mongolian yurt, using transparent tarpaulins and steel pipes. The slanted angles of the tarpaulins ensured that the falling snow would not accumulate, but rather cascade down around the vehicles. Indeed, this tarpaulin was exceptionally large, enveloping all 8 pickups. Importantly, although the transparent tarpaulins appeared delicate, they were crafted from special materials, possessing remarkable strength and tear resistance, while remaining exceedingly lightweight. At the heart of the vehicles, several tents had already been erected. As the electric heater sprang to life, an immediate warmth dispelled the cold. This heater was fashioned from a reactor, capable of releasing heat for 1,000,000 years, at least in theory, for the components were not impervious to wear and tear. Dinner is ready. Come and eat, Nancy called out, distributing the meals to everyone. As they dined, their eyes wandered upwards. When will this snow cease? Ned could not restrain his curiosity. Don't worry, I checked the weather forecast. It should clear up by tomorrow, Harry reassured him, patting Ned on the shoulder. Let us hope so. After satisfying their hunger, the 4 little ones shared one tent, while Nancy and Jason occupied another. The demon squad utilized 2 tents, and Norman had one to himself, leaving 2 members of the demon squad on guard as the others retired for the night. The following day, as the group emerged from their tents, members of the demon squad offered them breakfast. After enjoying their meal and freshening up, they set off once more. Remarkably, the storm had cleared, and the weather had turned bright, even allowing the sun to shine through. With renewed vigor, they drove directly to a village at the foot of the mountain. To reach Kamartaj, however, they would need to walk. After taking a portion of their supplies, they embarked along the mountain path. Several hours later, upon entering the village, they noticed an unusual warmth in the air, as if the temperature here was significantly higher than outside, though they could not tell if it was merely their imagination. Greetings, esteemed guests. The Supreme Sorcerer has been awaiting your arrival. A man clad in a green monk's combat uniform addressed them. And you are? You may refer to me as Master Mordo. Hello, Master Mordo. Following him, they arrived at a modest house by the street. However, upon crossing the threshold, they were astonished to find themselves within an ancient edifice halfway up the mountain. Welcome to Kamartaj, spoke Ancient One softly, her gaze fixed upon Ned. Awed by the antiquated architecture, the group could not help but exclaim in wonder. Greetings, Supreme Sorcerer. I have come as summoned, Ned quickly stepped forward to say. I know. Please, go and stow your luggage. Master Mordo will give you a tour of Kamartaj. As for you, Chubby One, follow me. Thus, they parted ways, with Ancient One leading Ned to the library. Supreme Sorcerer, no need for formalities. This is my new student, and he may freely browse the books here. What about the restricted texts? Let us refrain from letting him view those for now. We'll wait until he is stronger, Ancient One replied. Chubby One, you shall study diligently here. When the time is right, I will teach you combat. She gently patted Ned's head. Understood, Master. After Ancient One departed, Ned turned to Wong, and seeing the eagerness in Ned's eyes, Wong approached, retrieving some fundamental texts and handing them to him. Without delay, Ned returned to his room to delve into the materials, gaining a clearer understanding of this world. Meanwhile, the others wandered into the training grounds, where they witnessed novice sorcerers honing their skills, harnessing energy to create various shapes. Master Mordo, may I inquire if you possess a substantial number of demon corpses? Norman seized an opportunity to ask. Demon corpses? We do not have any. Once we slay a demon, we banish its body. Ah, what a waste. Norman exclaimed instinctively. What did you say? Mordo furrowed his brow. I am Norman, the chairman of the Osborne Group. Have you heard of it? To Norman's surprise, Mordo nodded, having expected that the sorcerers here would be reclusive and unfamiliar with modern technology, yet they recognized him. Since you are aware of my reputation, you must know that the Osborne Group is a biotechnology company, and we have developed a serum to enhance human capabilities utilizing demon corpses. Thus, we require a significant quantity of demon remains, and I wish to negotiate for them. Mr. Osborne, you should have mentioned this sooner, Mordo replied with a wry smile. You do not believe we need money? You are mistaken. We are not antiquarians, nor are we truly isolated from the world. We have many needs for currency, hence we accept your proposal. However, what price do you intend to offer for the corpses? Norman momentarily faltered but quickly regained his composure, promptly stating the corresponding prices for each type of demon corpse. After a moment of contemplation, Mordo agreed to the transaction. He then produced a smartphone, and they exchanged contact information, agreeing to communicate regarding any available corpses. Thus, Norman's business was concluded, while Jason acquired ample information, and Nancy merely came to observe. All right, Ned is settled, and Norman's affairs are handled. Now, Dad, Mom, you may take your leave, Aunt said to Nancy. And what about you? We have some matters to attend to here. You should depart first, Aunt replied. Very well, we shall take our leave. Remember to call us if anything arises, understood? Understood. Subsequently, Mordo conjured a portal, transporting them back to the village at the mountain's base. Aunt and the others chose to remain behind to assist Ancient One with certain tasks, as part of the agreement for her taking Ned as a student. Chapter 99. The Dimension of the Great Luo Heaven. In an unknown dimension, this realm intersected with Earth, allowing certain dimensional demons to traverse into this world. However, this fragile dimension was too weak to permit the entry of powerful dimensional entities. Thus, some formidable dimensional demigods either dispatch their avatars or send forth their subordinates, such as the demons of the Hell Lords. To thwart the entry of these demons or the avatars of the demigods into Earth, the wizards establish magical arrays within these minor dimensions. However, such arrays pale in comparison to those set up on Earth using 3 sanctuaries. Consequently, it is not uncommon for some weaker demons to occasionally breach the barriers and enter Earth. Therefore, the wizards must periodically venture into these realms to eliminate the avatars of the dimensional demigods, demons, or other subordinates of the demigods. At this moment, Auntie and his companions are engaged in the slaughter of various demons, avatars of dimensional demigods, and elemental beings within such a dimension. Finally dealt with, is there anything else? Auntie inquired. No, there isn't, Ned replied. Very well, let us return. I have matters to discuss with Master Gu-E as well, Auntie stated. Ned nodded, promptly opening a portal. Utilizing a spell, Harry transported the corpses of all the demons and elemental beings to Camartage, and then requested Ned to open a portal to the Osborne Group's warehouse, where he immediately discarded the remains. Hello, Master Gu-E. Please, take a seat. Do you require my assistance? Gu-E greeted. Indeed, Master Gu-E. I presume you are aware of Ned's spells? Auntie asked. I have witnessed them, indeed. They are quite impressive. What about them? Gu-E inquired. These abilities can be learned by others, but they necessitate a custom wand. Ned has the capability to craft personalized wands tailored to individuals, albeit requiring hair from beings endowed with special abilities. I wish to inquire if you know of the Deluo-Tian dimension? Auntie inquired. You intend to visit the Deluo-Tian dimension? Gu-E asked. Precisely. As I believe it harbors the materials Ned requires, Auntie affirmed with a nod. I understand. Where is Ned? Gu-E asked. He is outside, Auntie replied, gesturing towards the door. Ned, come in. May I see if I can learn the spells? Gu-E requested. Of course, Ned replied, promptly producing a wand he had previously used. However, as soon as Gu-E grasped it, the wand exploded. Immediately, Gu-E felt a unique energy surge within her, presumably the magic they spoke of. She sensed this magical energy beginning as mere droplets, then transforming into a flowing stream, subsequently evolving into a river, and ultimately culminating in an ocean of power. Ned could distinctly sense Gu-Ye's magical energy, but as it expanded into an ocean, he could no longer perceive it clearly. What's wrong? Ned asked, swallowing nervously. Auntie, noticing his distress, quickly inquired. It's nothing. Can we proceed to Deluo-Tian? Ned queried, shaking his head. Yes. Follow me, Gu-E responded, opening a portal. The 3 stepped through, and upon entering, they beheld a multitude of beings from Chinese mythology, 9-tailed foxes, Dijiang, phoenixes, and Shilants. Upon sighting them, Ned's memory regarding wand crafting ignited. He retrieved his wand-making kit from his storage ring, extracted a piece of oak, and approached a 9-tailed fox. Greetings. May I kindly request one of your hairs? Ned asked courteously. The 9-tailed fox appeared somewhat astonished, but ultimately obliged, offering a strand of its fur. After acquiring the hair, Ned began crafting a wand, and soon a new wand emerged. He handed it to Gu-E, saying, Master, here is your wand. Please see if it suits you. Upon receiving the wand, Gu-E instantly felt her magical energy being unleashed, as a magnificent firework ascended and burst into a dazzling display. The commotion attracted the attention of the guardians of the Deluo dimension, who promptly approached. At that moment, Ned produced a tome of spells, casting a duplication spell to create a copy, which he presented to Gu-E, as she began to peruse the pages. It wasn't long before Gu-E had mastered several spells. Quite fascinating, she remarked. Master Gu-E, in your opinion, which is superior, spells, or incantations? Auntie inquired curiously. Strength is not a matter of superiority. Both methods serve different purposes for me, Gu-yi replied with a light smile. Auntie rolled his eyes, thinking she had evaded the question. Just then, the guardians of the Deluo dimension approached, and upon seeing Gu-yi, they each placed their right hand over their hearts and bowed respectfully. Esteemed Supreme Mage, greetings, one of them said. Greetings, Nan. It has been quite some time. Gu-yi smiled in response. Supreme Mage, may I inquire what brings you to the Deluo dimension? Nan asked curiously. Gu-yi remained silent, instead looking towards Ned, who stepped forward. Greetings, guardians of the Deluo dimension. I am here to propose a trade. A trade? What kind of trade? Nan asked. Ned proceeded to display his spells, intending to exchange the knowledge of these incantations for hair or naturally expired nerves from the beings present. Upon hearing this, Nan furrowed her brow, momentarily unsure of how to respond. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. May I discuss this matter? Ned nodded, and the three followed Nan to their dwelling. A multitude of individuals clad in red robes emerged. They were the guardians of the Deluo dimension, tasked with overseeing the soul devourers to prevent them from escaping their seals. Is that the place where the soul devourers are sealed? Auntie inquired, gazing at a wall resembling dragon scales. Indeed, Nan affirmed. From Auntie's perspective, black threads emerged from the crevices of the dragon scale wall and dispersed. Master Gu-yi, what is that? Auntie asked. The energy of the soul devourers, but fear not, for this energy dissipates before it can reach Earth, Gu-yi explained. Auntie ceased his inquiries, and Nan arranged for their hospitality while she sought out a highly respected figure to discuss the trade Ned had proposed. Chapter 100. The end of the vacation, returning home. Lord Guang, do you think we should agree to their trade? In a well-ventilated hall, a group of guardians from the Deluo dimension gathered, and Nan directed her question to an elder. Agree to it, after all. With an additional method at our disposal, we bolster our capacity to protect this realm. Furthermore, the items they seek are merely a few strands of hair or nerves from those who have naturally passed. Keeping them serves no purpose, the elder replied. What do you all think? Nan asked the others, who nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Nan declared, since everyone is in accord, I shall proceed to negotiate. Subsequently, Nan approached Gu-yi and the others, who were currently assisting Ned in mastering wand crafting. It was evident that Gu-yi, having lived for centuries as a supreme mage, was swiftly grasping the knowledge of these fantastical arts, as she had already begun wielding most spells. Thus, when Nan arrived, she witnessed a teapot sprouting legs and walking towards a cup, pouring tea into it, and then the cup, having grown its own legs, approached Gu-yi. Is this also magic? Nan inquired. Indeed, Ned affirmed, standing. We have agreed to your trade. Ned glanced at Auntie, then excitedly waved his hand. After all, his and Harry's custom wands were not impervious to wear. Once this personalized wand was damaged, they would need to seek replacements, which made these mythical beings quite valuable. Ned then produced his wand, summoning the guardians of the Deluo dimension. As they approached and touched the wand, it became apparent that only a handful possessed magical ability. But that was still a considerable number. Ned proceeded to meticulously examine his surroundings, gathering raw materials such as various twigs, specifically from the sycamore and laurel trees, and subsequently acquiring the hair of mythical creatures, along with the nerves sent by Nan. Before long, an array of wands began to materialize. It is worth noting that Ned's wand-making prowess far surpassed that of Ollivander, with careful observation of those before him. He could craft wands with an exceptionally high compatibility, should the materials be abundant. He could even produce wands that were perfectly attuned to their wielders, or even create wands as formidable as the old ones, if not more powerful. However, achieving these feats necessitated a wealth of diverse materials. While the vast realm of Deluotion was home to numerous mythical beings, the variety was somewhat limited. After an entire day of diligent work, the small group had each received their bespoke wands. Ned also provided them with a compendium of introductory spells, instructing them to practice until they could master the incantations. Once proficient, he would teach them more advanced spells. Nan and the others did not voice any objections, fully aware of the importance of tempering their ambitions. Once their tasks were completed, Ned opened a portal leading to his basement at home, a space that had long been modified to accommodate his needs, where he stored all the gathered hair, nerves, twigs, and more. After finalizing these arrangements, Gu-yi and the others returned to Kamartaj. Well, I have nothing further to impart to you. Your next endeavor should be to immerse yourself in literature and cultivate your knowledge. However, I must forewarn you that although your talents are remarkable, you may not be the most suitable candidate for the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Destiny has already decreed the next bearer of that mantle, Gui cautioned. I understand, Master. I am already content with the knowledge you have shared. Should you ever need my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask, Ned replied with a smile. Observing his cherubic face, Gui chuckled lightly and playfully pinched his cheek. The smaller dimensions had also been thoroughly cleared, and with that, there was little left for them to attend to. Ant and Peter chose to return home, while Harry and Ned remained behind, Ned to peruse books and Harry to seek combat experience from Mordo. Harry recognized that his current deficiency lay in battle experience. His proactive approach to clearing dimensions was fueled by the desire to hone his skills against the demons, elemental beings, and avatars of dimensional gods within those realms. Although he had made some improvements, they remained limited, prompting his interest in Mordo, who appreciated the eager young learner and agreed to impart some knowledge. In the meantime, Ned focused on crafting wands for those with an affinity for spells, all of whom had been selected by Master Gui. It was crucial to ensure that not everyone could retain their integrity upon acquiring such powers. Certain spells, like the Forgetfulness Charm and Confusion Charm, were particularly perilous. Misuse of these incantations by nefarious sorcerers within human society could easily incite chaos. Therefore, those chosen had undergone scrutiny by the Eye of Agamotto. Once the Christmas holiday came to a close, Ned bid farewell to Gui, and Harry exchanged goodbyes with Mordo. Their relationship was one of mutual respect and camaraderie. Yet their farewells were casual, for with the existence of the portal, traveling to Camartage was merely a matter of a short jaunt. Ned opened the portal to Harry's home, first escorting him back before returning to his own abode. His sudden appearance startled Aunt Ned. You're back. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Kelly, Aunt's mother, gently urged. Ned nodded, having gradually acclimated to life with them after days of mutual appeasement and apologies. While he still refrained from addressing them directly, he no longer wore a sullen countenance. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm home, Ned exclaimed. Ned, welcome back. Come eat, his grandmother replied. Where's Diana? Ned inquired, noticing the absence of his sister. Diana has made a new friend and is having lunch at her house today, his grandmother answered as she served Ned his meal. Oh, I see, Ned said, not pressing further as he began to eat. Aunt sat across from him, seemingly eager to speak, but hesitated until Ned finished his meal, at which point he noticed Aunt's unusual demeanor. Do you have something to say to me? Ned gently asked. Aunt appeared taken aback, surprised that Ned would engage him. Well, a religious group called the Falding Sect has approached us for a partnership, but I sense something amiss and would like you to join me in investigating whether they are demonic in nature. The Falding Sect? When? Tomorrow. All right, I understand. I'll bring Aunt and the others along to help you check it out. With that, Ned departed, leaving Aunt smiling, as did Kelly. Chapter 101. The trouble with the Falding Sect. At Ned's home, Aunt, Peter, and Harry gathered, enjoying cookies baked by Kelly while listening to Aunt's explanation. Just as Aunt was about to speak, the door swung open, revealing Diana and an unfamiliar voice. Ah, Dad, brother, you're all here. This is my new friend, Jill Valentine, she exclaimed. Aunt and the others greeted the girl, who was promptly whisked upstairs by Diana. Uncle Aunt, having heard so much from you, it seems this so-called Falding Sect is indeed no good, and I believe I've deduced their true identity. May I inquire about the nature of your potential collaboration? Aunt asked. Aunt nodded and began to explain. They are interested in our family's media capabilities and wish for us to promote their Falding Sect across Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. Have you researched this religion? Aunt inquired. Not extensively, but from what my associates have reported, they appear to be quite popular in Mexico, with many Mexicans joining the Falding Sect. Aunt sighed, rubbing his nose in frustration. What's wrong, Aunt? This is troubling, he replied, eyes closed. What do you mean? Damamu. Upon hearing that name, Ned's expression turned to one of shock. What? Damamu, is that true? Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? Damamu is essentially a dimensional energy entity associated with Falding. For various reasons, it entered the dark dimension, utilizing numerous means to seize control over it, thus becoming the current dark dimension deity, and explained. So, the Falding Sect venerates this Damamu? Indeed, the current situation is beyond our capacity to handle. We must enlist the aid of governmental forces, and not just one country can resolve this. Well, perhaps you could assist me in dealing with them, as they are currently waiting in my office. Aunt glanced at his phone with a wry smile. Not a problem. Let us go, Uncle Aunt. They then drove to the Leeds group, taking the elevator to Aunt's office. Upon entering, they encountered a slender, handsome young man clad in an elegant black robe. Seated gracefully on the sofa, beside him a girl in a purple robe sat silently, devoid of any vitality, resembling a puppet. Mr. Leeds, you're back, the young man greeted. Greetings, Lorden. Aunt nodded in acknowledgement of the elegant youth. However, upon noticing the four little ones behind him, the young man was momentarily taken aback. Before breaking into a light chuckle and shaking his head, it appeared that our collaboration could not proceed any further. Rising to his feet, he took the hand of the girl beside him and inquired, "What has Dormammu sent you to Earth for?" Ned stepped forward to ask. Upon hearing Ned audaciously address their revered deity directly, the young man turned his gaze towards him, and in that instant, Ned felt as though something malevolent was rushing towards him. Fortunately, Harry drew his wand and unleashed a thunderous explosion ahead. Otherwise, Ned would likely have faced dire consequences. Seeing that they dared to attack him, Ned swiftly pulled the two into the mirrored space, and the battle commenced. The young man recognized the formidable nature of these four little beings and quickly repelled them before opening a portal to make his escape. "Ned, Aunt, are you all right?" Upon their reappearance, Ong hurriedly asked. "We're fine, Uncle Ong," Aunt replied. Meanwhile, Ned shook his head. After driving away the young man and the girl, Aunt contacted Coulson. Before long, Coulson arrived in a flurry, bursting through the door and exclaiming, "What's going on? Phil, please don't panic. Let us explain everything to you," they urged. Coulson took a seat, and seeing this, Ong promptly instructed his secretary to bring in some snacks and beverages. As they chatted and snacked, Aunt relayed the dangers posed by the Faltine cult to Coulson. "So, if I understand correctly, this Dormammu wishes to plunge Earth into the dark dimension and has dispatched these individuals to propagate the Faltine cult, with the intent of either sabotaging the protective array or sacrificing Earth itself. Is that the gist of it?" "Pretty much," Anne affirmed. "I understand now. I will devise a way to thwart them. Isn't it possible to eliminate them all?" Harry asked, puzzled. The others immediately cast incredulous glances at Harry, surprised by the ferocity of his suggestion. "Harry, are you sure about that?" "Oh, isn't that the case? Since they joined the Faltine cult, they must be worshipping Dormammu. Aunt just mentioned that those who follow Dormammu are marked by the dark dimension, and whenever Dormammu wishes, he can drag them into that realm. Right? Harry, the situation is not as straightforward as you believe. If it were that simple, nations wouldn't need to intervene. We could simply take action ourselves." Aunt rolled his eyes in response. "Oh, understood," Harry pouted, already resolved to inquire about it with Norman that evening. After seeing Coulson off, Ned hastily opened a portal, and they all returned to the academy, for today marked their final day at school before the winter break. This day could also be regarded as a day of summary, with grades being announced and various rewards distributed, mostly cash prizes, with a few electronic devices as well. "Aunt, you finally arrived. Hurry up and go on stage to receive your award," their homeroom teacher called out to the four, as they had achieved top grades in their year. After receiving their certificates and cash rewards, they returned to their seats. Following this were various speeches from representatives and discussions on holiday safety, during which Aunt momentarily felt as though he had returned to his carefree days as a primary school student in Huagua. After enduring nearly 3 hours of speeches, they were finally allowed back to their classroom. The homeroom teacher, likely aware of the impatience of the young ones, kept her remarks brief, distributing the remaining rewards before initiating a cleaning session. Once the cleaning was complete, everyone boarded the school bus to depart, ushering in their 2-month winter holiday. As this was the last bus ride of the semester, both Harry and Ned chose to take the bus, planning to disembark at Aunt's home. "So, what are your plans for the winter break?" "I don't know. Do you have any ideas?" Aunt asked, looking at Ned and the others. They all shook their heads, uncertain of how to spend their vacation. "Let us head to my house first, and we can think of something later." "Sounds good." In Aunt's home, the four little ones sprawled on the floor, each appearing exceedingly bored. During school, they were constantly occupied with various tasks, but now, with the holiday upon them, they found themselves at a loss for activities. "What is wrong with you all?" Nancy entered the room and inquired. "Mom, we're terribly bored." "Bored, are you? Would you be interested in helping Neil and Mosquito solve a case?" Upon hearing this, Harry, Peter, and Ned immediately perked up. "Aunt, aren't you interested?" "Of course not. We're interested," Aunt Nancy, Harry, Peter, and Ned chorused. "Aunt, I'll ask you again. Are you really not interested?" "Not interested. You can take them to play." Aunt shrugged dismissively. "All right then, I'll take Spike with me. Suit yourself. Will you be staying here to eat or heading home for dinner?" "We'll go home." "Okay. Meet us at the precinct tomorrow morning at 10 to report to Neil." "Sure thing, Aunt Nancy," the three exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Aunt began to yawn, prompting Nancy to walk over and firmly tug on his ear, causing him to yelp. "Mom, what are you doing?" "Aunt, it seems you look down on my work," Nancy said sternly. Just then, Jason returned home, greeted the little ones, and witnessed this scene. He cleared his throat awkwardly, ignoring Aunt's pleading gaze for help, and moved to the fridge for a beer. "Mom, it's not that I look down on your work. It's just that I was previously engaged in saving the Earth. You suddenly want me to deal with art-related cases, and of course, I'm not interested. Upon hearing Aunt's explanation, Nancy finally released her grip, though she still huffed. Peter and the others quickly took their leave, while Aunt hurried to console Nancy. Ultimately, he conceded to accompany her to the FBI precinct, which earned her forgiveness. After soothing Nancy, Aunt lightly chastised himself, muttering, "Shouldn't he have spoken so freely?" Yet now that he had made amends with Nancy, he was committed to assisting her the next day. So, the following day, as Aunt descended from his room, he discovered that Harry and the others were already waiting for him. "I'm off to work. Just remember to report to Neil." With that, Nancy departed. After breakfast and freshening up, Aunt set off on his bicycle with Spike in tow. "Aren't you going to use the portal?" "No, you all can take the portal. I'll ride my bike. It's a good opportunity to walk Spike." "All right then, we'll go ahead." Ned opened a portal, and the three stepped through, while Aunt chose to stroll with Spike. Spike, who was supposed to be adorned in silk and silver, had a faint golden hue appearing on his forehead. This was a result of Aunt absorbing the essence of the shadowy little Chelan, leading him to feel as though he had undergone a form of evolution. He sensed that his blood could instigate mutations in beasts. Therefore, he decided to experiment with Spike. When he cut his hand, blood dripped down, and Spike, driven by instinct, charged towards him. Yet, his remaining rationality prevented him from acting recklessly. Ultimately, it was only at Ant's gesture that he licked the blood. After consuming merely a few milliliters, Spike fainted. Upon awakening, Ant noticed that Spike had grown larger and more majestic, particularly with the faint golden mane at the center of his forehead, bestowing him with an air of divinity. "Spike, let us set off." With a command from Annie, Spike darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Propelling the bicycle, he was riding to a terrifying speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Had it not been for the fear of the bicycle disassembling, Spike might have gone even faster. However, their astonishing velocity attracted the attention of the police, who quickly drove up to intercept Andy. "Hey, kid, pull over immediately." Upon hearing the voice from behind, Andy glanced back to discover a patrol car had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Realizing the situation, Andy hurriedly instructed Spike, "Slow down and pull over." Spike complied without hesitation, while Andy gradually applied the foot brake to decelerate. The reason for not using the regular brakes was quite simple. The excessive speed risked catastrophic failure of the bicycle-S braking system. "Do you realize your recent actions were exceedingly dangerous?" the officer inquired. "I apologize, officer. It won't happen again." "Where are your parents?" My mother is an FBI agent, and I was on my way to find her." "What is your mother's name?" "Nancy Byrne." Upon hearing this, the officer promptly contacted his superiors to verify Andy's identity and, after confirming, allowed him to leave, while reiterating the importance of not exceeding safe speeds. Andy nodded in acknowledgement and resumed cycling at a normal pace. Yet, after traversing merely 2 blocks, a luxurious car came to a halt before him. "Golos." Andy furrowed his brow at the newcomer. "Hello there, little one. It's been a while. Are you here for something?" "I would like to request your assistance, specifically, assistance from the Shield Association." "What kind of assistance?" Andy inquired. "No rush. Let us discuss it once we meet your mother," Golos replied, gesturing for Andy to enter the vehicle. He folded the bicycle and stowed it in the trunk before taking a seat alongside Spike. Inside the car, Narita and Iron Tower were also present. After greeting Andy, Narita resumed typing furiously on her keyboard, seemingly engrossed in her work. They soon arrived at the precinct's entrance, where Golos, Andy, and Spike disembarked. Agents passing by greeted Andy, for Spike was quite famous, though only within this precinct. The trio made their way to Nancy's office, and as Golos drew near, Nancy instinctively sensed something amiss, releasing her aura, which enveloped Golos in a formidable pressure. Thankfully, Nancy quickly retracted it, otherwise, Golos might have found himself kneeling in submission. "Golos, what brings you here?" Nancy asked curiously. "Your Majesty, we require your assistance." "Your Majesty?" Nancy exclaimed, clearly agitated. "As a pure-blood vampire and part of the royal lineage, it is only fitting we address you accordingly. If you wish for my help, you may change your title." "Very well, Miss Nancy. Now what is it you need?" Nancy inquired, looking at him expectantly. Golos sat across from her, silent for a moment before heaving a deep sigh and slowly speaking. Chapter 103, The Mutated Vampires. After a brief silence, Golos continued, "There is a problem among the vampires." "Vampires?" "Indeed. A mutated species has emerged among them, feeding on the blood of vampires. Although they do not consume human blood, they employ the most brutal methods to slaughter humans, and each time they ingest vampire blood, their power significantly increases. The vampire community is descending into chaos. Had it not been for our hybrid bloodlines intervening, these mutated vampires would have decimated the entire vampire race, Golos lamented. Are you suggesting you wish to enlist human forces to assist you? Precisely. If the vampire race is exterminated, these mutated vampires will disrupt the balance, as they are uncontrollable. Golos explained. I understand, but we need to deliberate. Nancy pondered for a moment before responding. All right, here is my contact information, Your Majesty, Miss Nancy. Please inform us once you have reached a decision, whether you are willing to assist or not. After receiving the business card, Golos turned to leave. Auntie, go report to Neil, Nancy instructed without looking up. Auntie nodded and, with Spike in tow, located Neil in the adjacent office, where a group was gathered around a whiteboard displaying several photographs. Auntie, you're here? Yes, I am. What are you all doing? We are investigating a new case involving a Dutch master forger who recently brought a stash of vintage Spanish fairy tale books through customs. Our informant from the Commercial Investigation Department indicated that these books are critical to the Dutchman's next scheme, and to prevent him from discovering that we received advance notice. We can only detain these books for one day, Peter explained to Annie. So what progress have you made so far? Auntie inquired. We're trying to understand why the Dutchman went through such lengths to transport these fairy tale books by plane. Have you examined the books? Auntie continued questioning. We have, and they appear unremarkable. Auntie examined the fairy tale book on the table, then opened it and handed it to Neil, saying, You're the professional. Can't you discern anything special about this? Neil took the book and, noticing the blank pages, recalled Auntie's earlier comment. He swiftly pulled out a small knife and carefully sliced along the spine of the blank page, revealing a piece of Spanish parchment dated 1944. All right, now we just need to investigate what he intends to forge with all this Spanish parchment, Annie remarked. What do you think he aims to counterfeit? How would I know? You all are the experts in this field. However, it's not too difficult to guess. First, the item he wishes to forge must be roughly the same size as this paper, or even exactly this size. Additionally, it should be of Spanish origin and, most importantly, it must be valuable. You can investigate within that framework, can't you? We found it. The Spanish victory bonds were issued by the Spanish government during World War II, and one such bond is currently housed in the National Archives in New York as part of their collection. These bonds are perpetually valid for redemption. And based on today's exchange rate, a bond with a face value of $1,000 can be exchanged for $250,000, Nate exclaimed, turning his laptop around to show Auntie the bond's details, including its dimensions and specific information. Let us go verify our hypothesis, Auntie declared. The group piled into Harry's extended Lincoln, with Mosquito at the wheel. They arrived at the National Archives, where, thanks to Neil's status as a consultant, they were granted access to the director and requested to view the bond. The director readily agreed, and after a thorough examination, Neil declared, This is a forgery. Although the paper is indeed 1944 vintage Spanish parchment, the ink is contemporary, as evidenced by its lingering scent. As he spoke, Neil handed the bond to the director, who leaned in to sniff and immediately recognized Neil's claim as accurate. It is estimated that the Dutchman must have visited this place twice. The first time was to meticulously examine the bond, and the second time to substitute the genuine bond with a counterfeit. Thus, when he attempted to exchange a large quantity of counterfeit bonds, he would be compelled to verify their authenticity by consulting the National Archives, where the fraudulent bond he had previously replaced would be recorded. Even if discrepancies were discovered at that point, he could not be stopped from exchanging them. Having unraveled the Dutchman's criminal methodology, the next step was to locate him and apprehend him, which necessitated the involvement of Mosquito, renowned within this circle. Mosquito swiftly ascertained the Dutchman's whereabouts. However, the predicament lay in the fact that he was situated in a legally rented warehouse. Without concrete evidence, the prosecutor would not authorize a search warrant, yet this did not deter Neil and his associates. After all, they were not genuine agents, but merely consultants. Employing some clever tactics, they effortlessly captured the Dutchman. As they witnessed his arrest, Harry, Peter, and Ned wore expressions of pride, and Neil offered a few encouraging words, further igniting the enthusiasm of the trio, who eagerly anticipated their involvement in the next case. However, such cases do not present themselves at every turn, leaving them to wander within the precinct, provided they did not disrupt ongoing work. It must be noted that each of these three young individuals possessed unique traits. Rather than causing chaos, they significantly aided the team. For instance, Ned ventured into the department responsible for cybersecurity, where the team was grappling with a virus specifically targeting stockbrokers, locking their computers until a ransom of $50,000 was paid. These stockbrokers often held sensitive information on their computers and relied heavily on them for their work, leading many to succumb to the demands of the virus creators. as the ransom paled in comparison to the time lost. Originally, the virus would have continued to spread until a stockbroker, having been extorted 3 times in succession, reported it to the authorities in frustration. As the agents investigated, they discovered that the virus was not only rampant in New York, but had spread globally, involving a staggering amount of money totaling $1 billion. Prompting them to take action, Ned's arrival provided a pivotal opportunity, as he devised a method to decrypt the virus and developed corresponding antivirus software, subsequently locating the perpetrators through their accounts. Thus, the FBI agents were able to easily apprehend the hackers, with Ned, Harry, and Peter all contributing to expedite the investigation. It wasn't until nightfall that they reluctantly departed from the scene. Chapter 104: The Frantic Mutant Vampire. In the car, Neil savored the red wine, observing the incessant chattering of the 3 youngsters, unable to suppress a smile. Suddenly, Mosquito slammed on the brakes, and fortunately, everyone was buckled up, otherwise, they would have been thrown forward. However, Neil's wine was not as fortunate, spilling all over the carpet. "Mosquito, what's wrong?" he exclaimed. "Suck, suck, vampire!" Mosquito shouted in terror. Upon witnessing this, everyone turned their gaze forward to see a woman in distress, while a man was hunched over, feeding on her neck. As he drained her blood, her body began to wither, ultimately resembling a mere skeleton. This sight paralyzed Mosquito with fear, and the man, realizing he had been spotted, stepped out of the alley and into the streetlight, revealing pale skin and prominent veins, with his pupils reduced to mere pinpricks. He opened his mouth, exposing 4 elongated fangs, and his exceptionally long, forked tongue sent Mosquito into a panic, yearning to flee, but he was halted by Auntie's hand. "Calm down, Mosquito, we are here too." It was then that Mosquito remembered Auntie and the others, recalling their previous battle against the Scorpion King. Thinking of their strength, he managed to steady his nerves. Yet, in the next moment, the man's jaw split open, his mouth blooming like a flower. This shocking spectacle shattered Mosquito's last thread of composure. He flung open the car door and bolted. The man, noticing his escape, charged after him with remarkable speed, just as he was about to seize Mosquito's shoulder. A gleaming silver scythe severed his arm, and he felt a tremendous force propel him backward. "It's a mutant vampire. Harry, decapitate him," Auntie commanded. Hearing this, Harry transformed into a blur, leaving only a white streak in his wake, and soon the mutant vampire's head slowly detached from his body. However, to everyone's astonishment, the mutant vampire did not perish. A torrent of thick blood surged from the severed neck, akin to a symbiotic entity, reattaching the head to the body. Realizing he was outmatched, the mutant vampire attempted to flee, but Harry was swifter, severing his legs and rendering him immobile. The mutant vampire tried to reattach his legs in the same manner, but Harry unleashed a thunderous explosion, obliterating the limbs and incinerating them to ashes. "Do you wish for information?" Auntie inquired. "No need. Just eliminate him. He is repulsive." Harry, upon seeing the situation, drew his wand, prepared to act, when a soft voice interjected, "Please wait, Mr. Osborn." Turning, they saw Narita and Tower, who had mysteriously appeared. "What's the matter? Can we handle this?" Narita asked. "Certainly," Harry replied readily, catching Narita off guard with his willingness. Tower then stepped forward, extending his hand toward the mutant vampire, conjuring a mass of blood that enveloped him, transforming him into a blood-red coffin. He then cast a chain to bind the coffin, nodded at Harry, and pulled it away. Andy noticed Harry had been fixated on Narita and chuckled, saying, "Harry, it's time to go." Oh, understood. Yet, they needed to first calm Mosquito's anxiety. Once his emotions were settled, Neil drove everyone home. Upon arriving, Andy and Peter were surprised to find Harry and Tony there as well. "Mr. Stark, what brings you here?" Peter inquired, puzzled. "We came for this." Tony waved his hand, and a video materialized before them, depicting the mutant vampires massacring humans, with numerous mutants having overrun a small town. "Where is this town located?" "In a small town in Africa. They seem intent on making Africa their stronghold," Tony stated, glancing at May, who was approaching, quickly concealing the video. "Welcome back. Have you eaten?" May inquired gently. Due to the mutant vampires, Jason and Nancy had been preoccupied, leaving Annie to dine at Peter's home. "Not yet, Aunt May. I understand. You may continue your conversation," Aunt May remarked with a smile. "I shall assist you," Happy declared as he rose to his feet. Aunt May paused momentarily, then nodded, her expression betraying a hint of joy, as the two of them amiably made their way to the kitchen. Once Aunt May had departed, Tony resumed speaking. "S-H-I-E-L-D has resolved to take action, for these mutated vampires are indeed monstrous." "What do you mean?" "See for yourselves," Tony replied. unleashing a video that depicted these aberrant vampires transforming humans and torturing them. Where did these videos originate? They were uploaded directly to the internet, but were swiftly discovered and taken down by them. They perceive this as a provocation. Hence our intention to collaborate with the Dark Council. When will we proceed? Uncertain. Discussions are still underway. Tony shrugged. Couldn't we simply drop a nuclear bomb? And asked. No. To prevent humanity from taking such drastic measures, they have kidnapped thousands of humans. Moreover, the first mutated vampire hails from an ancient vampire lineage, though the reasons for his mutation remain unknown. This lineage boasts the infamous blood servant Robert Oppenheimer. Upon hearing this name, Anne exchanged glances with Peter, finally grasping why they were hesitant to act. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, was renowned for his role in the development of the world's first atomic weapon. In other words, this vampire family possesses a substantial arsenal of nuclear warheads. Although they expelled the mutated vampire upon discovery, he managed to abscond with 50 nuclear warheads, the whereabouts of which remain a mystery. Thus, it is imperative to capture the first mutated vampire to extract the location of those warheads from him. Chapter 105, The Assembly in Africa. At the Triskelion, Fury glowered at the individuals before him. What is the situation? They have given us full authority to act, granting us the highest command. Should we require military support, we can mobilize peacekeeping forces. However, they have one stipulation. We must capture the first mutated vampire to ascertain the location of those 50 nuclear warheads. Natasha spoke softly. Prepare everything at our disposal. We are about to confront a vast number of adversaries. Fury sighed. There was little choice. He too desired a considerable force to directly overwhelm the enemy, yet the location in Africa posed complications. Member nations of the Security Council were eager to deploy troops, but required justification to the international community, rendering them incapable of openly sending large numbers of troops. Consequently, SHIELD was tasked with finding a solution, with the Council merely willing to provide remote strike capabilities. Just as they were about to depart, a man entered. You seem troubled, Fury. Pierce, what brings you here? Fury inquired with a puzzled expression. I am here to assist. Recently, my subordinates proposed a plan that our Council cannot implement, so it must fall to SHIELD. Pierce said, handing Fury a document. Fury accepted it, unfolding the contents while Pierce seated himself opposite, patiently awaiting his review. A full half-hour later, Fury concluded his examination of the proposal. Dubbed the Insight Initiative, the plan was deceptively straightforward. SHIELD would construct 3 aerial aircraft carriers equipped with high-precision weaponry, with a margin of error not exceeding 1 millimeter. Furthermore, they would incorporate an algorithm designed to analyze vast data sets to predict criminal intent, enabling preemptive measures against potential crimes, or, if necessary, to eliminate threats before disasters could unfold. Upon reviewing the plan, Fury recognized it was tailored for them, yet he maintained his composure, stating, the plan is commendable. But the question remains, how will the algorithm be developed? Predicting imminent criminal acts is not a task for a mere ordinary algorithm. Indeed, the Security Council has gathered the finest minds from various nations, and they have only managed to lay the foundational logic of the code. However, it is a promising start. Wouldn't you agree? You are correct. Once we resolve the crisis of the mutated vampires, SHIELD will allocate all resources to refine the Insight Initiative, aiming for its deployment within a year. Fury nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. By the way, my granddaughter's birthday is in a few days. Do remember to attend. Understood, Fury acknowledged with a nod. After Pierce departed, Fury resumed his work, feeling the urge to sigh but suppressing it. He recognized that Pierce was one of his few friends, unaware that he was, in fact, a Hydra operative and a leader among them. Soon, with Fury's command, combat teams from various divisions converged upon Africa, including Ant and his companions. They established a temporary base on the outskirts of the town plagued by the mutated vampires. What is the current situation? Jason inquired of Coulson at the command center of the temporary base. The outlook is grim. Their numbers continue to swell, and nearby towns, and even a city have fallen under their control. Fortunately, they cannot operate during the day, otherwise, it wouldn't be long before all of Africa succumbed to their dominion. Duke Gloss, could you enlighten us about the weaknesses of these mutated vampires? Jason asked. Our tests reveal these mutated vampires no longer fear silver. Thus, to eliminate them, we must employ ultraviolet light, as their aversion to the sun is fundamentally rooted in its ultraviolet rays, Gloss responded. Upon hearing this, Tony interjected, Ultraviolet light, is it? I will have my factory develop ultraviolet bullets and bombs, though it will take some time, and initial supplies may be limited. As long as we have supplies, that suffices. After all, this mission cannot be resolved in a short time frame, Coulson replied with a wry smile. As more individuals gathered, Coulson began to strategize. First, severing their connection to the outside world to prevent further human transformations. However, the mutated vampires had excavated underground passages leading to the city to avoid sunlight, utilizing these tunnels for their movements during the day. With a command from Coulson, SHIELD, agents deployed instruments to locate these tunnels, intercepting them while illuminating the passages with ultraviolet lights. Any mutated vampire that approached would be utterly obliterated by the rays. Thus, utilizing the ultraviolet lights, they effectively curtailed the mutated vampire's expansion. However, having initiated action, they needed to swiftly establish temporary outposts, bathing each in ultraviolet light to prevent a nighttime assault by the vampires. With substantial resources at their disposal, they completed the establishment of their strongholds before nightfall, maintaining a distance of approximately 1 kilometer between each, allowing for visual contact and rapid reinforcement. They had successfully encircled all the mutated vampires, yet Coulson refrained from launching an attack, biding his time for the opportune moment. Chapter 106, The Impenetrable Underground City. Temporary base in Africa. Ant led a cohort of agents stationed here, while other strongholds were similarly manned by formidable individuals, such as Blade, the Punisher, Jason, Nancy, Steve, Bucky, Hulk, and others. Furthermore, Coulson had deliberately assigned some new SHIELD members to the same stronghold, thus allowing them to fully reveal their capabilities. What should we do next? Ant inquired, casting his gaze toward the computer meant for communication within the stronghold. Patience. We must wait a little longer, Coulson replied. At that moment, the group was entirely unaware of what Coulson was anticipating. Suddenly, he appeared to receive a message, promptly stating, "All right, let us depart. We will eliminate all the mutated vampires along the underground passage. The ultraviolet weapons should have been distributed by now. However, due to the limited supply of bullets and bombs, I had Mr. Stark craft some ultraviolet melee weapons. And remember, we must capture the mutated vampire alive. Wishing you all a successful mission." With that, the group swiftly plunged into the passage. Since it was daytime, the mutated vampires could only remain in the underground tunnels, leaving them with no escape. However, after traversing nearly 5 kilometers, they had yet to encounter any sign of the mutated vampires. It was then that the Punisher first sensed something amiss. He fired explosive rounds into the depths of the darkness, each projectile propelled by its thrusters, striking the enemy with rapid precision, resulting in small explosions. In the confines of this passage, the impact of these minor blasts was exponentially amplified. Yet, faced with the Punisher, clad in powered armor, their power was ultimately inconsequential. While the explosive rounds could not truly annihilate the mutated vampires, they effectively incapacitated them, prompting the agents behind to draw their ultraviolet melee weapons and deliver the finishing blows. As more and more mutated vampires emerged, the team instinctively hurled their remaining ultraviolet bombs. Unlike conventional explosives, these bombs did not unleash shockwaves or heat blasts, but emitted a vast quantity of ultraviolet light. With the aid of these ultraviolet bombs, they effortlessly dispatched wave after wave of foes. However, as previously mentioned, even with Tony unleashing full manufacturing capabilities, the production of bullets and bombs in such a short time frame was limited, and soon the Punisher's supply of ultraviolet bombs was exhausted. Left with no alternative, they had to rely on ultraviolet bullets and explosive projectiles. Yet, the mutated vampires seemed endless, akin to a tide of vermin, and ultimately, the team expended all their ammunition. It was not only their group. Even Blade's squad faced relentless assaults, as if the mutated vampires deemed their two teams the weakest. As the sound of empty chambers echoed, team members, undeterred by the dire situation, brandished their melee weapons, including the Punisher. Yet, they seemed to forget that the Punisher, as a prototype space marine, possessed extraordinary reflexes and speed, actions barely perceptible to the average observer. Thus, he surged forward like a meat grinder, wielding a large sword to slaughter the mutated vampires. Capable of sustaining combat for hours on end, bolstered by stimulants within his powered armor. These were no ordinary human stimulants, but rather those from the Warhammer universe, enabling one to fight for days without respite. The Imperial Guard from the war in the Webway, upon discovery of their remains, were found devoid of blood, their veins filled with various substances. They had been literally fought to death amidst the ceaseless onslaught of demons, their ranks decimated. Eventually, The mutated vampires realized that the Punisher's efficiency in their extermination was alarmingly high. They had already lost a significant number of their kind in this passage alone. To ensure the continuity of their plans, they retreated. The Punisher halted, observing their retreating figures with a slight frown. Such intense combat was merely a warm-up for him. In contrast, Blade's situation was dire. Although he withstood the pressure, he could not replicate the Punisher's success in driving back the mutated vampires. As they found themselves on the brink of encirclement, Blade shouted, "Retreat!" The agents immediately hurled their remaining ultraviolet bombs, then fled without looking back, Blade following suit. Although the explosions cleared a temporary safe zone, it was quickly filled by a swarm of mutated vampires, frantically pursuing Blade and his team. Upon reaching a corner, however, the mutated vampires suddenly hesitated, then spontaneously combusted, turning to ash. As more and more of their number fell lifelessly, the remaining vampires sensed something was amiss. Though they were unaware of the specifics ahead, they recognized that if they continued, their fate was sealed, and thus, they too chose to retreat. Despite their transformation rendering them brutal and savage, the mutated vampires still retained a measure of intelligence. Once they had departed, Blade and his team emerged from the shadows at the corner, having set up a taut wire. This wire was exceptionally sturdy, and ultraviolet lights were arranged along the corner's wall. Positioned as it was, the vampires would only see the lights after being ensnared by the wire. Too late to escape their fate. I didn't expect them to run so fast, Blade sighed as he dismantled the wire. Let's proceed. After tidying up, he addressed the agents. In contrast to the dangers faced by the two, those in the other tunnels experienced far more ease, encountering only sporadic groups of mutated vampires, which they dispatched with minimal effort. Even Banner managed without summoning the Hulk. "Everyone, you are just 1 kilometer away from the city's edge. The horde of mutated vampires lies just beyond. Exercise caution." Coulson's voice echoed in their earpieces, prompting the team to steady their resolve and proceed carefully, step by step. 10 minutes later, they emerged from the passage to behold an underground city, entirely encased by thick steel-reinforced concrete walls, resembling a fortress. Remarkably, 2 of the walls were composed of natural granite, impervious even to armor-piercing rounds, underscoring the city's formidable defenses. Witnessing this scene, Coulson was momentarily taken aback. Such a city could not have been constructed solely by mutated vampires in such a brief period. It was evident that a nation, or perhaps multiple nations, were involved. Coulson immediately ordered the team to halt and observe, while he relayed this information. Upon receiving the news, Fury promptly summoned all representatives of the Security Council. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold this underground city. Do not tell me it was erected by mutated vampires in such a short span. I require your intelligence departments to collaborate and uncover the masterminds behind this." Fury exclaimed, sharing images of the city. The 5 representatives of the Security Council, gazing at the images, displayed expressions of astonishment. They too recognized that such a city could not have been erected solely by these mutated vampires. A nation must have intervened, one with exceptionally high infrastructural capabilities. Consequently, the representatives turned their attention to the Chinese representative, who appeared as startled as a frightened rabbit, hastily asserting, "Hey, what are you implying with those looks? Do you believe that our nation would condone these mutated vampires? Use your brains." The 4 individuals swiftly turned their heads. For the representative from Huagua was indeed correct. The nation least likely to align with the mutated vampires was Huagua itself. Not only did their national circumstances preclude such an alliance, but their very character forbade it. Yet, with Huagua now dispatched, they found themselves at a loss as to who might be covertly assisting them. "We promise you, the intelligence department can be temporarily at your disposal." The 5 representatives exchanged glances and ultimately acquiesced. There was no alternative. Without uncovering the identities of those behind the mutated vampires, they could not find peace of mind. With the intelligence departments of these 5 nations, along with that of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury felt confident in his ability to unveil the puppeteer behind the scenes. Meanwhile, in Africa, the onlookers continued to observe the city, which could be described as impregnable. It boasted only 2 doors, both of modest dimensions, approximately 3 meters in length, width, and height, crafted from solid metal, exuding an air of formidable weight. As Auntie scrutinized the surroundings, he suddenly discerned what appeared to be a marking on the city wall. However, being underground, he was unable to ascertain its nature and thus sought the assistance of the Punisher. "Punisher, could you assist me in sketching the markings on the wall?" Auntie inquired. The Punisher nodded and promptly began to draw on the ground. Soon, Auntie was presented with the image of a trident flanked by a pair of small wings. This unmistakable emblem led Andy to realize who had aided in the construction of this city. To his astonishment, they had intervened. But the question lingered. Why had they chosen to do so? Andy murmured in confusion. Andy, what do you mean by that? Coulson, having overheard Andy through his earpiece, promptly inquired. I believe I have discerned who assisted the mutated vampires in constructing this city, Andy replied. Who? Coulson pressed. The underwater kingdom of Talocan. The underwater kingdom? Indeed. It is a high-tech civilization residing in the depths of the ocean, descendants of the Maya. However, in the 16th century, when confronted by Spanish colonizers, they were left with no choice but to consume mutated herbs to acquire the ability to thrive beneath the waves. To evade the Spanish, they opted for an underwater settlement. And now their technology surpasses that of humanity. Yet I cannot fathom why they would choose to aid the mutated vampires. Are you certain? Yes. This emblem is the mark of the king of that underwater kingdom, Andy asserted with conviction. Can we establish contact with them? No. But we could inquire of the Ancient One. Coulson reached out to Ned, requesting him to consult the Ancient One, and thus Ned departed. Meanwhile, the city before them finally stirred, as the two large doors slowly creaked open. However, no mutated vampires emerged, nor did any enter. As if the doors had opened solely to invite them in. What should we do next? There's no rush. Let's first dispatch a drone to investigate, Coulson suggested. Before long, several drones ascended, flying directly into the underground city. Yet, as soon as they entered, they were struck down by an unseen assault. They could scarcely glean any information about the interior before the drones were obliterated. At that moment, they found themselves at an impasse. The gaping doors loomed like the cavernous maw of a colossal beast, eagerly awaiting their surrender. Allow me to go, Banner proposed. Are you certain? I am. And we needn't use the front door. We can simply smash through the walls, Banner insisted. No, if the structural integrity of the walls is compromised, it would be counterproductive. Coulson quickly objected. Then I'll let Hulk charge in directly. Very well, Jason, Nancy, follow closely, but exercise caution. Coulson nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Banner closed his eyes. And upon reopening them, his pupils had transformed to a vibrant green, his form swelling in size. Hulk emerged, clad in a snug supersuit, adorned with a brown long coat and shorts. With a mighty grip, Hulk manifested a colossal shield, letting out a thunderous roar as he barreled toward the great door. With Jason and Nancy in hot pursuit, upon entering the city, they discovered it had been converted into a series of fortifications. No sooner had they stepped inside than a deluge of bullets from heavy machine guns rained upon them. Hulk immediately positioned the shield before him. Even he was pushed back by the sheer force of the onslaught. Hulk, capture a fortress, Jason shouted. Upon hearing this, Hulk locked his sights on the nearest stronghold and charged forward. Like a speeding tank, he collided with the fortress, only to find that the walls were impervious to his might. These fortifications appeared to be constructed from some special metal, resilient even against Hulk's strength. At that moment, Harry took action, casting an unlocking spell on the fortress door. As the entrance swung open, Hulk surged inside, his patience wearing thin from the barrage of bullets. Upon entering, he was met with the astonished faces of the mutated vampires, and without hesitation, he unleashed a brutal assault, reducing them to pulp. Once Jason and the others entered, they swiftly delivered the final blows. Thus, they secured one fortress, but immediately, all the other fortifications began firing upon them. To evade stray bullets, they hurriedly blocked the openings. What now? Harry exclaimed in frustration. No one had anticipated such a predicament, leaving them uncertain about their next course of action. Jason promptly informed Coulson of the situation. Upon learning of it, Coulson began devising a solution. A nuclear bomb could have simplified matters. But the necessity of identifying the first mutated vampire had escalated the task's difficulty exponentially, leaving them with no alternative. Chapter 108. The Truth Behind Talocan's Assistance. The group remained holed up in the fortress, with the mutated vampires making no further moves, seemingly intent on confining them within. Their heavy machine guns boasted the highest rate of fire and power among firearms, with anything larger likely being artillery. Such firepower was insurmountable for all but Jason and Hulk. Coulson, have you devised a plan? Hold your ground. If it becomes dire, remain still. We are currently cutting through the outer wall. Be cautious. There are no fewer than tens of thousands of heavy machine guns inside, Jason warned. After severing the connection, the group cautiously peered through the small windows, and the city lay eerily silent, so quiet that they could hear only their own breathing and heartbeats. Even Hulk had reverted to Banner, who sat in a corner, his ears ringing from the oppressive silence and his own anxiety. As he listened to the buzzing in his ears, he repeatedly slapped them in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort. Jason noticed something amiss and swiftly intervened. Observing the situation, Harry drew his wand and cast a Lumos spell, sending a glowing orb into the sky. The bright light illuminated their surroundings, revealing countless metallic fortifications scattered throughout the city. Meanwhile, the piercing sound of gunfire accompanied the bullets as they struck the light sphere, but alas, being composed of magical energy, the bullets were utterly ineffective against it. Nonetheless, the gunfire eased Banner's tension, while Harry expertly maneuvered the heavy machine guns within their fortress to return fire upon the adjacent stronghold, swiftly dispatching the mutated vampires therein. However, if we do not address this matter now, it is likely that they will soon restore themselves. Therefore, Harry drew his wand and unleashed a fierce conflagration, transforming the opposing bunker into a sea of flames. Once the mutated vampires within that stronghold were reduced to ashes, he finally retracted his fire. "All right, that bunker is now ours," Harry exclaimed with fervor. "Do you think this is a game?" Ant raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "But it truly feels like a game. Capturing one bunker after another, and eventually defeating the big boss. Doesn't it seem that way?" Harry shrugged in response. Suddenly, Jason sensed something amiss and immediately tackled everyone to the ground. In the next moment, a multitude of bullets whizzed past. Due to the unique metal used in constructing this bunker, the bullets did not ricochet off, but instead seemed to lose their momentum and drop to the ground. "Wait, are all of these made of vibranium?" Jason exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. "What?" Jason's reaction left the others puzzled, as they were unaware of what vibranium was, and thus could not comprehend his excitement. Coulson, hearing this, quickly interjected, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, this is vibranium." "Now my curiosity grows. Why is Namor aiding the mutated vampires?" Ant furrowed his brow. "Who is Namor?" "The king of the underwater kingdom," Ant replied. "The walls are ready for cutting. You all distract the fire." "Leave it to me," Harry said, pulling out his wand and stepping outside. He pointed the tip skyward and began to draw circles, summoning a dragon composed of fierce flames. Under Harry's command, the fiery dragon soared over the bunkers. As the mutated vampires fired at the flaming dragon, a tremendous crash echoed from the wall, and Coulson led everyone into the nearest two bunkers. Through a fierce battle, they successfully captured the three outermost bunkers. Fortunately, they had learned in advance that these bunkers had doors, albeit with complex mechanical locks, which posed no challenge for S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. had now secured 5 bunkers, and the counterattack commenced. Utilizing their existing equipment, S.H.I.E.L.D. modified a few potato guns, essentially utilizing compressed air to launch projectiles, except they were not firing potatoes, but ultraviolet bombs. Meanwhile, Ned returned. "What's the status, Ned?" "I've acquired the means to contact the king of Talokan, but we need to head to the seaside to use it." "All right, Dad, I'll leave this to you. Ned and I will go speak with Namor. Put this on." Jason handed a miniature camera to Ant. "Is that necessary?" "Take it. If danger arises, S.H.I.E.L.D. will dispatch aircraft to assist immediately. This will also inform the underwater king that humanity is not to be trifled with." Ant nodded and accepted it, casually fastening it to his chest, as Ned opened a portal, and the two departed. Gazing out at the vast ocean, Ant turned to Ned, who then retrieved a conch shell. As he blew into the shell, an invisible force spread forth, and shortly thereafter, Namor appeared. However, he was not the Namor from Black Panther 2, but rather a figure with raven black hair, clad in trousers, his upper body bare, wielding a trident. His features were chiseled, exuding a rugged masculinity, far removed from the foolishness depicted in the film. "Are you the one summoning me?" Namor queried, driving his trident into the sand as he regarded the two youths. "King Namor, I wish to know, did you construct these bunkers?" Ant inquired, gesturing to the strongholds. "Indeed, I did." "Then we must understand why you are aiding these mutated vampires." "I owe them a favor. This is merely repaying my debt," Namor replied. "I see. So, you are not allied with them?" "Correct. Though I disdain their actions, I have no choice. I owe them a debt of gratitude, and I apologize for the consequences of their actions." "That is acceptable, Your Majesty. Knowing you are not allied with them suffices." Ned then opened a portal, and the two returned to the bunker, where a fierce battle unfolded. Ant had no time for further discussion and quickly joined the fray. Chapter 109, Edward's Demands. After confirming that Namor was not aligned with the mutated vampires, Ant and his companions could fully immerse themselves in the battle. With their superior strength, they relentlessly stormed through the enemy's strongholds. The first mutated vampire could hardly fathom their formidable prowess, despite having meticulously prepared the battlefield. He found himself unable to contend with them. Frustration welled within him, and thoughts of mutual destruction arose, yet he ultimately refrained from acting on them. With a complex expression, he gazed at the outside world, seemingly aware that he had lost. He tightly shut his eyes, and with a command, all the mutated vampires surrendered the bunker, emerging one by one. Seeing this, Jason urged his team to continue firing, instructing them to move to the next bunker when they ran out of bullets. Soon, the ground was littered with remnants of flesh throughout the subterranean city, and Jason directed his comrades to use their ultraviolet weapons to finish off the remaining foes, ensuring they did not inadvertently kill any of the mutated vampires they intended to capture. Even as the mutated vampires lay there for the taking, they managed to kill for nearly half an hour. During a brief respite, applause echoed, prompting everyone to turn and witness a mutated vampire emerging from the depths of darkness. Just as they prepared to act, Jason halted them. "Enough, Edward, come with us. I know what you seek, and I can reveal what you wish to know, but you must agree to 2 conditions." "What are the conditions?" Jason inquired. "First, my body can be used for your experiments, but you must revert me back to a regular vampire. Second, ensure my life is spared." "Are you really that afraid of death?" Jason asked, brow furrowed. Edward offered no explanation, merely gazing at them as he posed his question. "Will you agree to these 2 conditions or not?" "Very well, we accept. Then it is settled. I will reveal half of what you seek, and the remainder will come once you return me to my former state," Edward murmured softly. Thus, their mission came to a close, albeit somewhat anticlimactically. Nevertheless, it was concluded, with casualties being tolerable and all injuries or deaths among Hydra's ranks, which was even more satisfying. While the incident with the mutated vampires had ended, it had drawn attention to the underwater kingdom of Talokan, an entity they knew little about, much to Fury's chagrin. With Hydra still unresolved, a new underwater kingdom emerged, and Ant's casual remarks about their information revealed that their technology far surpassed humanity's. Given their origins, it was evident they harbored considerable animosity towards humans. After all, it was the Spanish colonizers who had driven them to their current plight, and their restraint in seeking revenge demonstrated their remarkable magnanimity. Ultimately, Fury decided to disregard it, informing the council representatives of the existence of the underwater kingdom of Talokan, as he needed to focus on addressing Hydra, with time running short. In a bid to avert the desperate measures of Hydra, Fury found himself compelled to exhaust every resource at his disposal to execute the Insight project. According to their calculations, the project was projected to reach completion no later than 6 months hence. Thus, Fury was left with a mere half-year to establish the new SHIELD, while simultaneously mitigating the repercussions of any potential confrontation with Hydra. After all, SHIELD operated on a global scale should a conflict ensue. It could easily provoke public outcry, leading the 5 permanent members of the Security Council to question SHIELD's credibility, effectively rendering the new organization devoid of authority. It is crucial to recognize that SHIELD's audacity stemmed from the backing of these 5 nations. Without their support, every action they undertook would be deemed unlawful and could be halted by local enforcement agencies. Hence, Fury's priority was to minimize any fallout to prevent the 5 nations from withdrawing their support, a challenge that weighed heavily on his mind. As he contemplated these matters, Pierce entered the room. "Fury," he said, "what brings you here?" Fury inquired, puzzled. "Nothing of great concern, merely checking if the Insight project has commenced. If it has, I need to inform them to allocate special funding. It has indeed begun, and all resources are being directed towards it." "Excellent. This will enable me to apply for the necessary funds. Will they approve it?" "They are beneficiaries of the project. They will certainly comply," Pierce replied with a smile. "Then I entrust this to you," Fury stated impassively. Pierce nodded and promptly departed, while Fury continued to observe his retreating figure, already sensing Hydra's urgency. They were impatiently positioned at the forefront. Reluctantly, Fury contacted Agent Hill, urging her to expedite the gathering of sufficient personnel. Yet this placed an undue burden on Hill. She, too, felt powerless, as the hierarchy dictated her compliance. Meanwhile, Edward found himself imprisoned in a specially constructed SHIELD cell. Based on the coordinates he provided, 25 nuclear warheads were discovered, ensconced within various world-renowned dams. The economic devastation wrought by their detonation would be incalculable. More critically, the destruction of these dams would render the downstream regions desolate, causing environmental upheaval and displacing countless individuals. The revelation of these nuclear placements incited outrage among nations, especially with an additional 25 warheads still unaccounted for. They promptly initiated searches, particularly focusing on vital infrastructures, yet to no avail. It seemed Edward had merely orchestrated the placement of these 25 warheads. Enraged, the nations demanded that SHIELD ascertain the locations of the remaining warheads. But they were at an impasse. Unless Edward reverted to his former vampiric state, he refused to divulge the locations. Despite employing various tactics, their efforts proved futile, compelling them to seek Norman's assistance. As the Osborne Group was a premier biotechnology firm, if they could not succeed, the situation appeared dire. With Norman's aid, they swiftly devised a method to revert Edward to a vampire, or more accurately, to transform him into a hybrid bloodsucker. Ultimately, mutated vampires represented a form of evolution. Akin to humanity's evolution from primates, one cannot devolve back into a primate. Similarly, mutated vampires no longer feared silver, marking a significant evolution. So Norman ingeniously opted to create a hybrid bloodsucker instead. Thus, with Norman's assistance, Edward transformed into a hybrid bloodsucker. Gazing into the mirror, he caressed his once again normal visage. Even his pallid complexion had reverted to its original hue, and most significantly, his jawline returned to its usual form, significantly alleviating his bloodlust. Edward subsequently disclosed the locations of the remaining 25 warheads to Coulson, and it was at this moment that he managed to escape the confines of his cell, leaving no trace of how he accomplished it. However, SHIELD recognized that this was not the time for reflection. They hastily mobilized personnel to excavate the 25 warheads, while Edward, for the time being, was allowed to slip from their grasp. Chapter 110. The arrival of Loki and Barton's betrayal within a certain SHIELD facility. Fury and Agent Hill convened. What is the situation? Uncertain. Director, Dr. Eric has yet to provide an explanation, as he is doing everything in his power to quell the uprising, Hill replied, shaking her head in resignation. Soon, Fury arrived at the base of a building, and as he entered, Barton leapt down from above. What is the status? Unclear. Following the cosmic cube's upheaval, it has maintained a constant energy output. As though something is controlling it, Barton responded gravely. Fury glanced upward to behold a crystalline blue cube emitting visible energy beams, coalescing into a swirling mass of blue mist above. Dr. Eric, what is the situation? The cosmic cube appears to be under external control. It is continuously releasing energy to sustain this portal. You mean this is a portal? Fury exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it serves as a portal. What is it transporting? I'm afraid I am not certain, Dr. Eric lamented, shaking his head in frustration. At that moment, a figure seemed to emerge from the mist, prompting everyone present to aim their weapons at the silhouette. Simultaneously, Fury instructed Dr. Eric and the others to evacuate, but the next instant, the figure fully materialized before them. Loki, Fury instinctively uttered upon recognizing the newcomer. You know me? Loki, wielding the Mind Stone, regarded Fury with keen interest. What brings you here? To reclaim our treasures from Asgard, Loki replied, producing the Mind Stone and lightly tapping it against the cosmic cube, which immediately calmed, its energy output ceasing. However, the mist above grew increasingly unstable. Quick, we must leave. It's about to explode. Dr. Eric shouted in terror. Yet Fury remained unperturbed, reassured by the vibranium fortifications surrounding them. Indeed, all the bunkers from the underground city had been dismantled and repurposed for this laboratory, so Fury felt no fear. Unbeknownst to Dr. Eric, he urgently signaled for the researchers to flee, but Loki swiftly sealed all exits with magic. Observing this, Barton knocked an arrow. But being a frost giant with over a millennium of combat experience, Loki easily evaded the projectile with a mere tilt of his head. To Loki's surprise, when the arrow struck the ground, it unleashed a powerful electrical current, temporarily incapacitating him. However, he was no mere mortal. With a furious roar, he broke free from his restraints and conjured a green aura that enveloped the incoming arrows. Moreover, the explosive heat from the arrowheads was similarly contained within the green light. Loki manipulated the green energy to ascend, then released the restraints, causing the arrowheads to detonate in midair. Next, Loki utilized magic to create countless duplicates of himself, spreading throughout the laboratory. Barton and Fury positioned themselves back to back, but just then, a contingent of heavily armed agents stormed in. Don't come in, Fury bellowed. But it was too late. With a subtle wave, Loki transformed the green light into lethal spikes that pierced the agents' bodies. Loki, Fury roared in rage. Fear not, for they are not dead. They are merely in a state of unconsciousness. Loki appeared to derive immense pleasure from their ire, yet he remained impervious to being vanquished. Fury struggled to regain his composure, perplexed by the inexplicable surge of his emotions. What is it that you truly desire? Fury demanded. Loki remained silent, instead chuckling softly as he snapped his fingers, causing all his duplicates to whirl around the two men in ever-accelerating circles, ultimately transforming into a veil of green light that obscured their vision. Barton attempted to release an arrow, but it merely passed through the energy. The projectile proved ineffective. Outside, Loki extended his hand to place the tesseract into a box, glancing up at the volatile mist with a faint smile. Just as he prepared to depart, a thought seemed to strike him, and he instantly appeared before Barton, the Mind Stone poised at his chest. Barton's eyes, once vibrant with color, shattered to reveal golden irises, which soon faded to blue. Come with me. Yes, Mr. Loki, Barton whispered. Barton, what are you doing? Barton, Fury shouted, aiming his weapon at Barton in a fit of rage. Yet, Barton disregarded him, following Loki without a second thought. Fury, witnessing this, immediately fired his gun. But Barton deftly deflected the bullet with a swift strike of his bow. Fury cursed under his breath, enhanced by the KW-89 and the T-virus serum. Barton's reflexes had reached an extraordinary level. After the two departed, Fury gazed at the swirling blue mist before rushing to the exit, dragging the unconscious agent outside and securing the solitary door. A muffled explosion followed, causing the entire base to tremble momentarily, yet it was but a fleeting disturbance. Loki had not anticipated that the explosion's force would be so minimal. The laboratory is constructed from vibranium, a unique metal on Earth, renowned for its remarkable hardness and energy-absorbing properties, Barton explained. So that is how it is. Why haven't we departed yet? We're on our way, Barton replied, promptly driving off. Fury wasted no time notifying everyone that Barton had defected, granting permission to engage him upon sight. Agent Hill, witnessing Barton's hasty departure, was about to pursue him when the detonated bombs Barton had set exploded, obliterating vehicle after vehicle into the sky, leaving Hill to watch in stunned silence. They were unable to pursue, as all transport, including helicopters, had been destroyed, and Barton had also collapsed the only tunnel, ensuring their inability to follow. Fury swiftly issued a manhunt for the two, reaching out to Jason and Natasha. Upon learning of Barton's betrayal, they initially reacted with disbelief. But Fury's earnest account left them with no choice but to accept the harsh reality. They struggled to comprehend why Barton would so easily forsake S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet the paramount objective remained: to locate Barton and reclaim the Tesseract. Meanwhile, Fury examined a document in his possession, an old plan that had never been executed. In light of the recent surge of extraordinary incidents, he sighed and resolved to set this plan into motion, seeking a contingency for S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 111. The Formation of the Avengers. After leaving Oscorp, Ant and Peter rode their bicycles back home. Suddenly, Ant heard Spike's barking. Knowing that Spike rarely barked after his evolution, it was evident that he was facing something formidable. Ant immediately abandoned his bike and rushed over, with Peter closely trailing him. Ant treated Spike as family and would not permit any harm to befall him. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Ant discovered Spike entangled in a struggle with Loki, who was employing illusions to torment him. Loki, Ant shouted, hurling his axe towards the trickster. Loki swiftly turned, raising the Mind Stone to deflect the axe, which lodged itself against the staff as Ant closed the distance. Grasping the axe's handle, he pulled forcefully, drawing Loki towards him. The sudden force caused Loki to stumble, but he quickly regained his footing, and the two began to grapple. However, as Ant's formidable power surged, Loki sensed an inexplicable presence targeting him and released his grip. Caught off guard, Ant stumbled backward as Loki seized the upper end of the Mind Stone and yanked it free, with a swift kick aimed at Ant. Ant raised his axe defensively, but Loki's blow sent it flying. Nevertheless, Ant adjusted midair and landed gracefully. At that moment, Peter's web ensnared Ant, pulling him away just as an arrow struck the spot where he had stood. Hawkeye, wait, you've been controlled, Ant realized, bewildered as to why these two were causing him trouble. Barton continued to shoot arrows at them, but each was ensnared by Peter's webs, the resulting explosions only producing muted sounds. Loki, taken aback by the unexpected resilience of the two youths, was suddenly bitten on the rear by Spike, disrupting his focus. Spike, stop biting. Rinse your mouth now, or you'll never lick me again, Ant shouted. Spike, evading Loki's strikes, scampered towards the water basin. Enraged, Loki unleashed a barrage of lasers at Spike, clearly infuriated. Just then, Barton seemed to notice something and urgently told Loki, "They're back. We must leave." Once Loki calmed his fury, he turned to Barton, who unleashed a flurry of arrows around them. As the arrows detonated, a thick cloud of smoke obscured their figures. By the time Jason descended from above and waved his hand to disperse the smoke, Both Loki and Barton had vanished without a trace. Are you alright, Ant? I'm fine. I can't believe Clint truly defected. He didn't defect. He's under control, Ant clarified. What do you mean? The Mind Stone can manipulate hearts. He's currently under such influence. A forceful strike to his head will knock him out, and if his will is strong enough, he should awaken free from control. Alternatively, using the Mind Stone to touch his heart will also suffice to release him. To determine if he is free, simply check his eyes. If they return to gold, he is no longer under control. I understand. So, in essence, he hasn't truly betrayed us, right? Correct. Well then, I'll convey this to them. Ant and Peter then parted ways, with Ant seated on his bed, lost in thought. He hadn't anticipated the imminent conflict in New York. Uncertain of the rewards awaiting him, given he had yet to earn a significant task reward, he speculated it would be quite substantial. Meanwhile, Jason rushed to relay the news that Barton was merely being controlled and had not betrayed them, prompting Fury to alter their approach upon encountering Barton. Elsewhere, Coulson located Banner, who was engrossed in an experiment with Betty. Dr. Banner, could you please step out? Coulson called out to Banner. What is it, Coulson? Banner replied, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Here, take a look at this, Coulson said, handing over a document. Banner appeared somewhat taken aback, but proceeded to open the file. As he read further, his brow furrowed deeper with concern. May I have some time to consider this? Of course, Dr. Banner. Then I shall reflect on it and provide you with a response by tomorrow. With that, Banner returned to Betty's side, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Betty noticed his demeanor and softly inquired, "What's wrong?" Banner relayed the matter concerning Coulson's visit, prompting Betty to whisper something in his ear. After hearing her words, Banner exhaled with relief and nodded in agreement. After Coulson departed, he quickly sought out Tony, employing the same approach, followed by Steve, Old Man Fury, Nancy, Jason, and finally the quartet known as Ant. However, the latter group opted not to join, while the others observed. Among them, Tony, Steve, and Jason expressed their willingness to participate, whereas Nancy and Old Man Fury required further deliberation. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Banner, Nancy, and Old Man Fury also agreed to join, thus marking the inception of the original Avengers. Their first order of business was to confront Loki and retrieve the Tesseract. To facilitate their operations, Fury provided them with a spacecraft, as he needed to oversee the InSight project. Henceforth, their battles would be commanded by Coulson. They convened to strategize, ultimately deciding to locate the Tesseract first, as its whereabouts could lead them to Loki. This task fell squarely within Banner's expertise, who assured them he could ascertain the Tesseract's location within a day. They settled in to await the results, but to their astonishment, Loki revealed himself. Steve, Tony, Nancy, and Natasha immediately boarded a Quinjet to apprehend him. Chapter 112. Loki captured at the entrance of a national concert hall. Loki had taken several affluent individuals hostage, revealing his true nature to compel them to kneel. Among the captives was a World War II veteran who stood resolutely, refusing to bow. This defiance irked Loki, who approached the veteran and pressed the Mind Scepter against his chest, bellowing, "Kneel." Yet the veteran remained steadfast, straightening his back in defiance. Just as Loki was about to strike him down, a shield flew in from the side. Loki reacted swiftly, grasping the shield, but another figure rushed in, delivering a powerful kick that sent Loki sprawling, simultaneously catching the shield. When the crowd beheld the newcomer, astonishment washed over them. It was none other than Captain America. Although Captain America's uniform had undergone subtle modifications, and the colors were cooler and less flamboyant than those of his World War II attire, it retained an air of undeniable charisma. Steve positioned the shield on his arm, and as Loki regained his footing, a laser shot struck him, sending him flying and rendering him unconscious. "Is he really that weak?" Tony remarked as he descended from the sky. "Something feels off. Forget it for now, let us just capture him." Thus, the two seized Loki and boarded the jet, affixing specialized handcuffs on him. Once this was accomplished, Steve began to ponder the situation. "He was deliberately captured by us," Steve stated. At that moment, Tony sensed the peculiarity of the situation. After all, Loki had previously clashed with Fury, while they had not witnessed it firsthand. It was clear from Fury's accounts that Loki's prowess was formidable. "Awake now? Speak up. It was too easy for us to catch you. What are you plotting?" Loki opened his eyes and smiled enigmatically. "Guess." In response, Tony aimed his palm at him, charging his repulsor. "I'll give you a blast, and see how tough your words are." Loki merely scoffed and leaned against the wall, observing the two men with a bemused expression. Tony, seeing this, lowered his hand just as thunder rumbled ominously outside. "This situation feels off," Natasha remarked, navigating the jet to avoid lightning strikes, while Loki instinctively recoiled slightly. You're afraid of thunder? Steve noted with a furrowed brow. I'm not afraid of thunder. I fear those who come with it. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps echoed from above. Natasha appeared to recognize the approaching figure and promptly descended the jet, opening the hatch to reveal a man clad in armor resembling fish scales. It was Thor, wearing black-scaled armor forged from the destroyer, boasting significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. Thor? Natasha inquired cautiously. Loki. Thor ignored Natasha and strode directly toward Loki, seemingly intent on taking him away. However, Steve would not allow this. Positioning himself protectively over the Mind Scepter, which emitted a faint glow. What do you intend to do? Steve demanded, grasping Thor's wrist. None of your concern, human, Thor retorted, forcefully throwing Steve aside. Witnessing this, Tony wasted no time in unleashing a laser blast at Thor, sending him crashing backward. Steve, undeterred, landed safely thanks to his shield and immediately charged outside alongside Tony. As they emerged, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting Steve's shield, which absorbed the energy. Tony then fired lasers at Thor's position. Meanwhile, Natasha remained inside the jet, keeping a watchful eye on Loki, who, witnessing the fierce battle outside, wore a sly grin. Natasha swiftly handed Loki a device the size of a metal button, which unleashed a powerful electrical current, rendering him unconscious. This is specifically designed for these non-human entities. It can incapacitate them without causing irrevocable harm. At that moment, Tony and Steve were locked in fierce combat with Thor. Tony was clad in his nanotech suit, while Steve, having undergone 3 enhancements, the Super Soldier Serum, KW-89, and T-Virus Serum, was at his peak. Thor, however, was merely equipped with new armor. Yet, Thor was the god of thunder. Subduing him was no small feat. A thunderous blow from Thor's hammer collided with Steve's shield, generating a shockwave that affected all present, including the distant jet. Time seemed to stretch until Thor regained consciousness first, followed by Steve, and finally Tony. Though protected by his armor, Tony was still vulnerable, and the shockwave had taken its toll. Surveying the destruction wrought by the shockwave, Steve sheathed his shield while Thor lowered his hammer. Following their tumultuous battle, the trio gradually regained their composure. Let us go. Your brother has committed a crime and must face Earth's justice. Moreover, it is crucial to understand that he allowed himself to be captured for an unknown purpose. We cannot permit him to leave until we clarify his intentions, Steve said, breathing heavily. Very well, but I will accompany him. That is acceptable. Thus, the 3 returned to the cockpit, hastening their journey back to the flying aircraft carrier. Ultimately, they safely descended to this location, and the 4 of them jointly escorted Loki to a cell specially prepared for him. They secured his limbs with chains forged from vibranium, and the entirety of the cell's metallic structure was crafted from the same material. The transparent sections were composed of a high polymer material, possessing tensile strength and hardness that rivaled specialized alloys. However, with the passage of time, this material would succumb to aging, significantly diminishing its performance and eventually becoming more fragile than glass. Let us proceed and examine this contraption, Tony remarked, gazing at Loki, who was suspended, while raising a box containing the Mind Stone. The others nodded in agreement and promptly departed. Once they left, Loki opened his eyes, only to shake his head in dismay at his current predicament. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the conference room, where they placed the Mind Stone into a scanning device to uncover its origins, before delving into a discussion about Loki's intentions. Chapter 113, The Airborne Carrier Under Attack. What do you suppose Loki aims to achieve? Tony inquired, drumming his fingers on the table as he surveyed the assembled Avengers. Uncertain. Perhaps we should consult Ant, suggested one of them. That lad seems to possess knowledge of many things we are unaware of. I believe he might be privy to Loki's plans. Then let us reach out to him. Before long, Ant, while walking Spike, received a phone call. Hello, dear mother, what can I do for you? Ant. Enough with the antics. Are you aware of Loki's scheme? Nancy asked. I can make an educated guess. What scheme? He likely intends to use the Tesseract to open a portal and summon an alien army to conquer Earth, positioning himself as its ruler. That should be the plan. A portal? How can the Tesseract open a portal? Before anyone could inquire further, Nancy instinctively responded. That delves into the Big Bang Theory. At the moment of the universe's explosion, 6 singularities were birthed, which, through initial compression, took on physical forms resembling gemstones. These are known as the Infinity Stones, each representing a fundamental aspect: space, power, reality, time, mind, and soul. The Tesseract itself is merely the shell formed from the energy emitted by the Space Stone. The true treasure lies within the Space Stone itself, which harbors seemingly infinite energy. Loki likely seeks to utilize the Space Stone to open the portal. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, astonished by the terrifying origins of the Tesseract. All right, I've got the information. I'm hanging up now. Everyone has heard. It appears Loki's plan is as such. The question remains, how will he open the portal? Dr. Eric, Tony began. What? Tony tossed his phone onto the table, revealing a message. Dr. Eric had been abducted by Barton, who had also seized numerous rare elements during Loki's capture. These elements were essential for stabilizing the Tesseract's output, allowing the portal to remain open continuously. What do you believe Loki's next move will be? Uncertain, but I am convinced that Barton will come to rescue Loki. We merely need to await his arrival. At that moment, a phone rang. Nancy looked down to find it was a call from Aunt. What's the matter? Oh, by the way, Mom forgot to mention, the staff Loki carries is indeed the Mind Stone. It contains the Mind Gem, which he has been using to control Uncle Barton. Additionally, it subtly influences your emotions, inciting irritability and rage. Most critically, it targets Dr. Banner. Loki likely intends to provoke the Hulk into a frenzy, thereby disrupting your efforts to thwart his plans. Upon hearing this, the group turned to the location of the Mind Stone, contemplating their next move when suddenly the airborne carrier lurched violently, followed by a piercing alarm signaling an attack. Dr. Banner, monitor the Hulk's condition, Steve shouted as he dashed out. Tony tapped his chest reactor, instantly donning his nanotech suit, while the others assumed combat readiness. Meanwhile, Thor rushed to check on Loki, only to find him inexplicably outside. Instinctively, Thor prepared to pursue. Mr. Thor, wait, Coulson called out, hurrying to intervene. Who are you? I am the officer in charge of this airborne carrier. The Loki you see before you is merely an illusion. As he spoke, Coulson tossed a coin, which effortlessly passed through Loki's form. Ah, what a pity, dear brother, to be seen through so easily. But do you truly believe these simple shackles could hold me? With that, Loki subtly moved his hand, breaking free from his restraints. He stepped forward, and Coulson, witnessing this, threw another coin, but this time Loki caught it midair. Loki, why are you doing this? Thor demanded. Loki offered no reply, instead smiling as he raised his hands high. Meanwhile, the Mind Stone trembled violently. Dr. Banner rushed forward to stabilize it, but was a moment too late. He quickly communicated to the others via internal comms. Everyone, the Mind Stone has taken flight. It may have been summoned by Loki, Dr. Banner shouted. Coulson, hearing this, was about to respond when a streak of yellow light suddenly pierced through the wall and landed in Loki's grasp. Immediately, Loki conjured countless duplicates, all advancing toward Thor. Seeing this, Thor raised his hammer and struck the ground, unleashing a barrage of lightning that obliterated the duplicates. Yet his attacks were too slow. Loki's true form materialized before Thor, who was caught off guard as Loki gently tapped his chest. Energy surged from the staff into Thor, only for Loki to be surprised when the energy was thwarted by Thor's armor. Regaining his composure, Thor counterattacked, but Loki evaded and targeted Coulson instead. However, Coulson had been enhanced, and for a moment, Loki could not overpower either of them. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Seizing an opportunity, Loki struck the Mind Stone against Thor's hammer, causing energy to envelop the weapon. Thor felt his connection to the hammer severed, and Loki fired a laser at a nearby wall, blasting a hole through it. Before Thor could react, Loki kicked him away. As for Coulson, Loki dismissed him entirely, vanishing from sight. Coulson hurried to the hammer, grasping it in a futile attempt to lift it, but it remained inert. Meanwhile, Thor plummeted, desperately calling for his hammer, yet met with silence. Facing imminent peril, Thor's eyes crackled with lightning, while the hammer on the airborne carrier unleashed powerful arcs of electricity. Seeing this, Coulson swiftly retreated as the hammer broke free from the Mind Stone's influence, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged toward Thor's position. Just as Thor descended, the hammer arrived before him. Though he managed to grasp it, it was a fraction too late, and he fell heavily into the sea. Fortunately, it was the ocean. Had he landed on solid ground, even as a member of the Asgardian royal family, he would have surely suffered. On the other side, although everyone had successfully dealt with all the invading foes, even incapacitating Barton, the aerospace carrier suffered damage to 2 of its engines, necessitating a descent to the ocean's surface. Consequently, the subsequent battle required them to board Quinjets for transportation. Chapter 114. The Battle of New York. Within the aerospace carrier, the team was incessantly moving about, assisting agents in need. Suddenly, a computer emitted a sharp beep, prompting Dr. Banner to rush over. Upon seeing the address displayed on the screen, he was rendered speechless. What's wrong, Dr. Banner? The Tesseract is at Oscorp Tower, Banner exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Oscorp Tower was the tallest building in New York, with Stark Tower in second place. However, Tony was in the process of constructing a new office building that would surpass all others in height. Yet, for the time being, Oscorp Tower stood as the tallest, which was precisely why Loki had chosen this location. Coincidentally, Osborn had traveled to China for business negotiations, taking most of the Demon Squad with him, resulting in a significant security gap at Oscorp Tower. Otherwise, with the full strength of the Demon Squad present, Loki would have found it nearly impossible to reach the top floor. Coulson promptly informed Norman of the situation. Upon receiving the news, Norman immediately contacted Harry. Learning that Harry was not at Oscorp Tower brought him some relief. He then reached out to the building's management, instructing them to evacuate all employees immediately, allowing everyone to go home and rest for the day. Though the staff were puzzled by their employer's sudden order, they hastily triggered the alarms, and soon, all employees began to exit the building in an orderly fashion. Just as they vacated the tower, a massive blue beam shot up into the sky, its intensity visible to everyone in New York. "Peter, prepare yourself. The great battle is about to commence," Ant declared gravely, taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the beam, which seemed to have spiraled out of control. "Spike, you should come along too," Ant urged. At that moment, Peter had already donned his suit. "Peter, Ant, where are you going?" Aunt May suddenly emerged, inquiring. Upon seeing her, Ant remembered and quickly turned to Spike. "Spike, you stay here to protect Aunt May." "Aunt May, we are off to save the world." With that, Ant vanished in a flash, his powerful physique propelling him away, while Peter swiftly shot out webbing to swing into action. At this point, Aunt May finally noticed the piercing beam that transcended the stars. This beam was so prominent that it could be seen clearly even from outer space. And most alarmingly, it continued to widen. Above the beam, a portal leading to an unknown expanse of the cosmos had opened, and on the other side, numerous cosmic warships awaited. The citizens of New York looked up in awe, momentarily frozen until the warships began to approach the portal, prompting them to snap back to reality and flee in a frenzy. Various police departments and FBI agents grabbed an array of firearms and armored vehicles, simultaneously evacuating the crowds while remaining vigilant against the unknown extraterrestrial threats. Before long, the colossal cosmic warship came to a halt, from which a multitude of smaller spacecraft emerged. These small vessels descended upon New York like a swarm of locusts. Upon sighting them, police officers immediately opened fire, recognizing the imminent danger posed by the invaders. The small spacecraft, with their sleek, shuttle-like designs, glided through the air effortlessly. Bullets ricocheted off their surfaces or shattered upon impact, leaving no trace on their exteriors. Soon after, the smaller spacecraft began to transform. The upper portions opened, revealing upright humanoid beings wielding uniquely designed weapons. They commenced firing at the police with energy beams that relentlessly targeted them. If not for the officers taking cover, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Most alarmingly, these energy beams could easily penetrate metal but not concrete, prompting all officers to seek walls for shelter. However, the aliens' agile maneuverability allowed them to shift positions swiftly after each shot. At that moment, Ant, Peter, Harry, and Ned made their entrance, utilizing their formidable strength to clear an entire block while aiding the police in evacuating civilians. "Director Stacy, you must hurry and get them out of here. We'll buy you some time." Ant, adorned in a pure white mask, commanded. "What should we call you?" "The leader of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Time is of the essence," Ant responded, lifting his gaze as the enemy forces poured into the block, necessitating a substantial reinforcement of troops to assess the situation. Yet, this was advantageous, as it would at least alleviate pressure on other districts. Director Stacy, witnessing the overwhelming enemy presence, wasted no time in seizing the walkie-talkie, shouting, "Everyone, pick up the pace." The crowd became increasingly chaotic, yet the police maintained order, ensuring no stampedes occurred amidst the turmoil. "Wizard," Ant called out to Ned, who had taken on the moniker himself. Despite Ant's reservations, he acquiesced to their demands given the urgency of the situation. Ned produced his wand, channeling magic into it, and with a mighty incantation, flames erupted into the sky, casting a miraculous sight that left everyone awestruck. "What are you waiting for? Run," Ant bellowed. Finally snapping back to reality, they resumed their flight. Initially, the invading aliens were wary of the flames, but upon realizing that the fire posed little threat, they began to traverse through it. Of course, the flames could inflict harm, but it would take approximately half a minute of exposure to truly incinerate them. Simply passing through the flames could be done without injury. "Why haven't they arrived yet?" Harry queried, severing a few aliens in half with his scythe. "I'm not sure, but something must have gone awry. However, they should be here soon," Peter replied, his concern mounting as the overwhelming numbers threatened to breach their defenses. Just then, Two Quinjets swooped in, and seeing them brought a slight sense of relief to Ant, signaling that reinforcements had finally arrived. Chapter 115, The Battle of New York II. In New York City, countless individuals were fleeing the chaos, while the U.S. military promptly mobilized all available resources. However, due to New York being one of the wealthiest cities in the world, the military found themselves somewhat restrained. After all, this was not a war zone. They could not simply deploy tanks, aircraft, or unleash artillery without risking severe consequences that could haunt them for a lifetime. At that moment, Coulson descended from above, clad in nanotech armor, prompting envy among the military personnel who beheld his imposing suit. From here on, I will be in command. Understood? Coulson addressed the officers. On what authority? Without a word, Coulson produced a phone, gesturing for the officer to listen. The officer took the phone, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, instinctively stood to attention, declaring, "Yes, we will accomplish the mission, sir." Thus, Coulson seamlessly took command of the army, swiftly leading them to establish a defensive line in crucial neighborhoods, with the renowned Wall Street and other skyscrapers housing high-tech conglomerates looming just behind. The significance of this area to the entire American economy was paramount. Matters concerning everything else could be addressed later. As the military solidified their defenses, the Avengers joined the fray. Among them, Hulk made the most audacious impact, bounding between the buildings, dispatching groups of Chitauri soldiers with each leap. Hulk, there's a group of people below being pursued by aliens. Find a way to save them. Tony's voice reverberated in Hulk's ears. At that moment, Jarvis had commandeered all the surveillance cameras in New York City, promptly addressing any threats and relaying information to nearby Avengers or other assisting superheroes, such as the Punisher and Blade. Upon hearing Tony's command, Hulk sprang high into the air, executing a 180-degree flip before crashing down, breaking through the ground into a subway waiting area, where he seized a pursuing Chitauri soldier with a single punch. Simultaneously, Hulk braced against a falling slab of stone, under which a little girl was trapped. The girl stared wide-eyed at Hulk as he gently placed the slab down, simultaneously crushing the Chitauri soldier's skull. Before picking up a small pinwheel from the ground and handing it to her, she received it with a dazed expression and, in a soft voice, asked, "What should I call you?" "Hulk." "Thank you, Hulk. Please hurry." Hulk managed a grimace that barely resembled a smile. Yet the brief encounter had alleviated the girl's fear of him. At that moment, her mother rushed over, nodding at Hulk and saying, "Thank you, Hulk." He nodded back and then turned to hoist the concrete slab, as a barrage of blue lasers rained down. "Run!" Hulk bellowed again. The previously halted crowd sprang into motion, while Hulk faced the multitude of Chitauri soldiers alone. In this narrow passage, Hulk was an invincible force. The lasers, while leaving dark marks on his skin, could not harm him, merely serving as superficial blemishes. With an enraged roar, Hulk barreled through the Chitauri soldiers, reducing them to mere fragments. Once he resolved the immediate threat, he continued to follow Jarvis's intel to rescue more civilians. In an astonishing turn of events, reporters, undeterred by the peril, broadcasted live, capturing the world's attention as the alien invasion unfolded. Their employers rewarded them handsomely, incentivizing them with cash for every second of live coverage, essentially $1 per second. Thus, the reporters became frantic, almost as if they wished to swallow their cameras. Yet their presence inadvertently aided the Avengers, having saved them on multiple occasions, especially Hulk, who was growing increasingly impatient. Ultimately, it was Coulson who intervened, dispatching soldiers to escort the reporters away. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to close the portal," Tony shouted. "I'll give it a try." Both Barton and Natasha chimed in simultaneously. "Then you two go together, but be cautious. Everyone look up." Suddenly, Steve's voice rang out. All heads turned upward to witness a colossal metallic beast emerging from the portal. "Hulk!" Steve shouted. Hulk immediately leaped from the rooftop of a building, arms crossed and clenched, descending with the force of a mountain crashing down upon the metallic beast's head, obliterating it with a single blow. The headless creature collapsed to the ground, and to everyone's astonishment, it revealed itself to be a troop transport. As its side opened, countless Chitauri soldiers poured forth, prompting Hulk to charge at them. Others, witnessing the chaos, joined the battle, while Tony unleashed an array of strategies to contain the metallic beasts. Meanwhile, Ant had removed the spirit binding, his white hair cascading down to his waist, embodying the essence of a haunting spirit. His ghostly hand entwined with Kazan's power, exuding an aura that unsettled Peter, Harry, and Ned, who dared not approach him. Fortunately, he retained a semblance of will, recognizing the Chitauri soldiers as his enemies. With every soldier he dispatched, A green orb of energy emerged from their fallen forms, merging with Ant's very being. "Whoa, what is that?" Harry suddenly exclaimed, pointing skyward. Everyone looked up to see more metallic beasts emerging from the portal. Ned sprang into action, though his magic was nearly depleted. He stowed his wand and resorted to casting spells. With a flourish of his hands, he conjured numerous duplicates that simultaneously hurled themselves at the metallic beast, ensnaring it with countless orange energy ropes. However, his strength proved insufficient. Even with the assistance of his doppelgangers, he was pulled along by the beast. Harry and Peter quickly joined in to help, but they too were dragged along. Just then, Ant stepped onto one of the energy whips, sprinting toward the metallic beast. The trio intensified their efforts, with Harry even embedding his scythe into the ground, ultimately slowing the beast down as they kept their eyes fixed on Ant. Not only did Ant draw attention, but the remaining reporters, along with Nancy and Jason, were also captivated by his presence. Chapter 115, The Battle of New York 3. Ant ascended above the metallic beast, plunging his Kazan-empowered blade infused with spectral energy into its core. Instantly, a crimson energy sphere formed within the beast, swelling until it exploded. The entire process took less than a second, and the metallic beast disintegrated mid-air, creating a tempest that nearly destabilized the surrounding Chitauri aircraft. Having dealt with the metallic beast, Ant descended from the sky, executing a cross-slash towards the ground to utilize the recoil for a graceful landing, only to be met with a surge of Chitauri soldiers rushing towards him. Like a wolf among sheep, Ant swiftly dispatched the Chitauri soldiers, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Even the military began to falter. Thus, Steve and the others had no choice but to execute Plan B, retreat to join the military's defensive line. However, the Chitauri soldiers could infiltrate other areas from above, relying solely on the Avengers with flight capabilities. Nancy, Tony, and Thor each took a flank. Their mission clear, to bring down the flying Chitauri soldiers. Meanwhile, atop Oscorp Tower, Loki observed with dismay, realizing that after such a prolonged effort, New York City still remained unconquered. Wielding the Mind Scepter, he waved it lightly, summoning an enormous, imposing figure to sit upon a throne. "Is this the rabble you sent? After all this time, you failed to capture a mere city. Do not forget our agreement. If you cannot fulfill your end, do not expect me to fulfill mine." "Loki, do you dare speak to me in such a manner?" The colossal figure replied coolly. "What do I have to fear?" Loki retorted with a derisive chuckle. "I hope you can keep your defiance, Loki." As he spoke, the figure stood up and slowly approached Loki, eventually revealing himself fully. His skin was a deep shade of purple, standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters. Clad in resplendent golden armor that exuded an aura of intimidation, he was none other than Thanos. "If you desire the Tesseract, fulfill the promise you made to me." Loki met Thanos' gaze without flinching. Thanos remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand, causing the massive cosmic battleship to spring back to life. A multitude of pod-like projectiles began descending towards Earth. Ant looked up, stunned, for he understood the horrors contained within those pods. The situation had taken a dire turn, perhaps due to his own butterfly effect. Struggling to clear the chaotic thoughts from his mind, he found Ned and seized his shoulder, saying, "Wizard, listen closely. Those pods contain biological weapons created by Thanos, known as the Chitauri. They feel no pain, no fear. They obey only Thanos' commands. Therefore, when you see them, disregard everything else and eliminate them. To close the portal, you must use the Mind Stone, as only a gem of equal energy can seal the rift." Upon finishing, Ant felt his last shred of sanity slip away. Ned, sensing this, instantly cast a spell to teleport away, leaving Ant standing there in silence. Harry and Peter attempted to approach, but Ned swiftly intervened, whisking them away. "Ned, what are you doing? We need to find Aunt May or Uncle Jason. Any Avenger will do," Ant exclaimed. "Then let us move," Ned replied, and the three vanished from sight just as the pods touched down, unleashing a horde of Chitauri who immediately targeted Ant. As they advanced toward him with malicious intent, a crimson blade of energy sliced through the air, cleaving the Chitauri in half. Ant lifted his head, and his eyes transformed. The whites turned pure black while his pupils glowed a menacing red. His shirt ripped apart under the strain of his burgeoning power, revealing his muscular physique, and he erupted into maniacal laughter. He charged into the throng of Chitauri, commencing his slaughter. Meanwhile, Ned urgently located Coulson and relayed Ant's warning. Upon hearing this, Coulson promptly echoed the information. Natasha and Barton, having arrived at Oscorp Tower, exchanged glances, realizing they needed the Mind Stone. "Has anyone found Loki?" "The Mind Stone is in his possession," Steve shouted as he battled the approaching Chitauri. "No sign of Loki. Is he at the top of Oscorp Tower?" Natasha, did you see him? I did, Natasha's voice responded. Need assistance? If possible, let Hulk help us, she suggested. Sure, Hulk. Are you free? Hulk free. Hulk bellowed, sending a group of Chitauri flying with a single punch. Hulk then raced towards Oscorp Tower, uncertain of the way, until Ned conjured a shimmering orange thread to guide him. Hulk, just follow this thread. It leads directly to Oscorp Tower. Thank you, Ned, Hulk replied appreciatively, then sprinted along the path. Meanwhile, Natasha and Barton were fixated on Loki, who was observing them with keen interest, pacing thoughtfully. After exchanging a knowing glance, they charged at Loki in unison. With a slight smile, Loki summoned duplicates of himself, but Natasha had prepared a specialized device aimed specifically at his clones. Get down, she shouted. Barton immediately obeyed, and Natasha tossed a metal canister into the air, which detonated at around a meter high, unleashing a barrage of tiny metallic pellets that flew outward in a perfect 360-degree spread. They meticulously scanned their surroundings until they pinpointed Loki's true location. Barton, still prone, loosed an arrow that shot directly towards Loki's form, which he caught effortlessly. The arrow exploded, but the impact merely caused Loki to tilt his head in irritation, though it incited a deep-seated rage within him. With a swift motion, he dispelled all his duplicates and conjured a colossal green hand of energy that lunged at the two. As they dodged, they also retaliated with their own attacks, but Loki appeared unfazed until Hulk arrived. Chapter 116. The Battle of New York 4. Hulk arrived at Oscorp Tower just in time to see Natasha ensnared by the giant hand and Barton trapped in a green energy cage. With a furious roar, Hulk charged at Loki. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Loki dodged Hulk's punch with a tilt of his head, then seized Hulk's wrist, delivering a powerful kick that sent Hulk reeling. With a swift motion, Loki threw Hulk over his shoulder, sending him flying. Seizing the moment, Natasha hurled a metal button at Loki. Upon contact, it released a surge of electricity, causing Loki's body to convulse. Natasha took advantage of this distraction to break free. Hulk, recovering, smashed through his cage, liberating Barton. Gritting his teeth against the residual electricity, Loki crushed the button beneath his foot, seething, "This is the second time you've shocked me. You are not my brother." Loki glared at the three of them. Hulk roared once more and charged at Loki, while Barton swiftly shot arrows to block Loki's escape route. With Natasha following closely behind, rather than evade, Loki assumed a stance, ready to confront Hulk. As Hulk approached, Loki swiftly countered, first using the Mind Stone to deflect Hulk's punch, then magically ensnaring Natasha, forcing her to shield against Barton's arrows. Seeing this, Barton quickly drew his bow, firing arrows that ignited upon release, accelerating towards Natasha and altering their trajectory just in time to spare her from harm. The Mind Stone then unleashed a laser that sent Hulk crashing through a wall, burying him under rubble. As Natasha and Barton regrouped, they were taken aback by Loki's resilience. Just as they pondered how to seize the Mind Stone, Hulk rose again, his eyes glowing fiercely green. Sensing the shift in Hulk's demeanor, Loki's instincts screamed for escape. Overwhelmed by Hulk's intimidating presence, Hulk advanced, enveloped in green steam, approaching Loki step by step. In a desperate bid, Loki unleashed a flurry of duplicates while attempting to flee. But Hulk leaped and intercepted him, seizing Loki by the head and slamming him into the ground. Loki, pained, relinquished his grip on the Mind Stone, which fell to the floor. Evidently, Hulk's strike had left Loki severely weakened. "Hulk, take Loki away from here," Natasha commanded, unaware that Hulk still retained some awareness. Hulk nodded, grasping Loki and departing from the scene. Subsequently, Natasha grasped the Mind Scepter and approached the device emitting the beam, intending to utilize its power to close the portal. However, to her dismay, the device was constructed from vibranium, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Everyone, this device is made of vibranium," Natasha exclaimed. Upon hearing her words, Tony immediately responded, "I'll lend a hand. Thor, I trust you to keep an eye on that side." "Understood, leave it to me," Thor replied, unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck down the numerous Chitauri soldiers in the sky. Meanwhile, Tony hurried to the rooftop of Oscorp. Gazing at the vibranium device as he stated, "I will liquefy the vibranium shortly, but it won't hold for long. You must close the portal as quickly as possible." Just then, Loki reappeared, albeit in a rather disheveled state, with a broken horn and tattered armor. "Loki, what have you done to the Hulk?" Natasha demanded. "I must admit, he is incredibly formidable. Even I am no match for him, which is why I brought him before another madman," Loki replied with a wry smile. "Now, return the Mind Scepter to me." He extended his hand. Natasha promptly concealed the scepter behind her, prompting Loki to take action. However, Clint was quicker, launching 2 arrows toward him. Perhaps due to his recent battle with the Hulk, Loki's reflexes were dulled. Although he evaded the arrows, one grazed him, inflicting a wound, while the other struck the ground, releasing a powerful current that ensnared him. "Natasha, now's your chance," Tony shouted, extending his hand toward the device. His arm began to morph, forming a cannon that aimed at the apparatus, subsequently releasing a terrifying heat that melted the vibranium. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha thrust the Mind Scepter toward the Tesseract. Upon contact, a colossal surge of energy closed the portal, simultaneously unleashing a devastating shockwave, leaving Tony no time to shield Natasha. Just as the shockwave was about to engulf her, a green barrier emerged, protecting both Natasha and Clint. It was then that they realized Loki was the one shielding them, a grin spreading across his face as he beheld the Tesseract tumbling to the ground. He retrieved it, along with the Mind Scepter. "Gentlemen, do remember to greet my brother," he quipped. Shortly thereafter, a portal appeared behind Loki, prompting Tony to fire a laser, only to hear a gunshot from afar. The two forces combined, sending the Mind Scepter flying. Loki had no time to retrieve it and begrudgingly took the Tesseract before departing. Tony turned to the source of the gunfire, discovering it was the Punisher, surprised by his presence in such a location. As the portal closed, all the Chitauri soldiers lost their connection and became incapacitated. However, the vanguards remained, numerous and ruthless, attacking anyone in sight. Yet, they lacked ranged capabilities, making them relatively easy to manage. The most pressing concern remained the fierce battle between Hulk and Ant, the latter being the madman Loki referred to. Their clash was catastrophic, and while others wished to intervene, the two were beyond reason, forcing the group to first handle the vanguards before attempting to separate the combatants. Chapter 117, The Battle of New York End. Having united their efforts to eliminate the vanguards, only Ant and Hulk remained. The two were engaged in a brutal melee, each intent on destroying the other without mercy. Hulk bore several deep wounds, while Ant fared little better, with a concave chest. If not for his tenacious vitality, he would have likely met a grim fate. The Avengers, having dealt with the vanguards, gathered to witness the devastation. Nancy instinctively rushed forward but was restrained by Jason. "Nancy, calm down, please," he urged. "How can I be calm?" she retorted. "Nancy, please." Jason held her tightly. "Thor, Jason, you two restrain Hulk. The rest of you, come with me to subdue Ant. We must separate them and restore calm," Steve commanded. Everyone nodded, and at Steve's signal, they sprang into action. Ned unleashed Crimson Chains, while Peter shot webs, ensnaring Ant. With a coordinated effort, they yanked him back just as he attempted to charge at Hulk. Seeing this, others surged forward. Natasha wielded two batons, activating them to unleash potent currents. Clint fired electric arrows, 3 projectiles striking Ant simultaneously. As Natasha's electrified batons made contact, the arrows also discharged formidable electricity, ultimately drawing in Punisher, Steve, Old Man Fury, and Harry, all of whom subdued Ant. Ant struggled against their hold, his white hair gradually shifting to red, the energy around him coalescing into a terrifying specter with antlers and a dragon's tail. Finally, Nancy intervened, striking Ant firmly on the neck, rendering him unconscious. Ned quickly retrieved the ghostly bind and placed it on Ant's hand, calming the tumultuous transformation he had undergone. Now, only the enraged Hulk remained. Thor was engaged in a frantic brawl with him. Even in his awakened state, Thor was no match for Hulk's wrath, especially as Hulk's size had surged to 3 meters, exuding an intimidating aura that instilled fear in all who beheld him. "Let me handle this. Help me contain him for a moment," Ned shouted. Thor and Jason exchanged glances, then acted in unison, seizing Hulk's arms and delivering a kick to his legs, toppling him. Thor then placed his hammer atop Hulk and shouted, "Quickly!" Ned approached Hulk, delivering a palm strike that forcibly extracted both Banner and Hulk's souls. "Hulk, calm down. And Banner, what is wrong with you?" Tony inquired as he descended from above. Banner's soul remained silent, eyes tightly shut. While Hulk spoke, "Banner won't talk. I'm scared." "Hulk, we will heal Banner, but you must calm down and obey when we return." "All right." Steve, with his experience as a former gym teacher, coaxed Hulk as one would a child. Hulk nodded, and the two souls re-entered Hulk's body. Hulk's eyes opened, and everyone watched warily, but he suddenly shrank in size, his clarity returning. "Banner, what should we do?" "Don't worry, we'll find a solution. For now, follow us," Steve replied. Hulk complied, obediently following Steve, as Banner occasionally allowed Hulk to surface, and Betty would care for him, making Hulk less inclined toward destruction than depicted in the films. "What has happened to Banner's soul?" Ned pondered. "The Mind Stone's energy has sealed his soul, and to release it, I need to consult my mentor," he explained. "The Mind Stone? Right, he must have been struck by the Mind Scepter, which sealed his soul during the impact. However, due to Hulk's overwhelming spirit, the energy could only incite his emotional turmoil, failing to imprison it. But Dr. Banner is merely an ordinary man, Ned clarified. Then we will rely on you. For now, everyone, let us depart. We shall leave this to the Disaster Control Agency, Tony concluded. The Disaster Control Bureau is a newly established organization formed after discussions between Fury and Tony. Its primary mission is to oversee post-disaster reconstruction, compensation, and the rescue of trapped civilians, and even the Avengers operate under its auspices. The funding and technology for this organization come from the collective contributions of the Security Council and the permanent member states, which essentially grants them a status superior to that of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, due to their limited functions, their autonomy does not match that of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was part of Fury's plan to integrate all members of the new S.H.I.E.L.D. into the Disaster Control Bureau, thereby allowing his personnel to operate openly. Moreover, the nano-armor worn by Coulson is sourced from the Disaster Control Bureau, as Fury made considerable sacrifices to gain the recognition of these nations. At the very least, the KW-74 and the technology related to the nano-components of the nano-armor were provided to them, which ultimately led to the establishment of the Disaster Control Bureau. Sir, there is a matter that requires your attention, Jarvis's voice echoed. What is it? Tony inquired with curiosity. There has been a conflict here. Jarvis projected a map, highlighting areas marked in red. Tony promptly informed everyone before taking flight to the location. What is happening? Tony asked, as he landed and his helmet melted away. He surveyed the standoff between the two parties. Mr. Stark, he wishes to reclaim this alien technology and claims to possess government authorization, a woman. A middle-aged black lady wearing a hat, explained. Tony then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man across from him, whose identity had already been retrieved by Jarvis. Mr. Adrian Toombs, you should be aware that we cannot permit an ordinary company to engage with this alien technology. Therefore, you have two options. I can acquire your company at a 30 premium over its market value. Or you can join our Disaster Control Bureau and assist us to earn your reward, Tony proposed softly. The man's expression was complex, as he had initially intended to exploit the authorization for substantial profit. Mr. Stark, I choose the first option. Very well, Mr. Adrian Toombs. A representative will contact you shortly. Rest assured, the funds you expended for the authorization will be reimbursed by the government. I hope you understand, after all. No one can ascertain whether this alien technology harbors extraterrestrial viruses, so it is best left to the professionals, Tony concluded before departing. The man let out a resigned sigh as he drove away, leaving the personnel of the Disaster Control Bureau to begin clearing the bodies, Zeta Re soldiers' personal flying devices, weapons, and so forth, followed by a thorough disinfection, for they indeed carried alien viruses that were lethal to humans. Chapter 118. The reward of the New York battle in Auntie's home. Auntie lay on his bed, his wounds having completely healed, yet he remained unconscious. At this moment, his consciousness was traversing his own mental realm, aiding the Chelan in siphoning the power of Kazan's consciousness. When will I return to the real world? Auntie inquired of the Chelan. The Chelan emitted a faint sound, prompting Auntie to roll his eyes in annoyance. Could you not be so timid? Can't you muster a bit more boldness? Auntie chided, to which the Chelan quickly shook its head, cautiously checking Kazan's consciousness for any signs of movement before breathing a sigh of relief. Just as Auntie was about to speak again, the Chelan suddenly nudged him forcefully, ejecting Auntie's consciousness while displaying a look of trepidation, before continuing its energy theft. Its every action was imbued with a sense of thievery, as if it were a diminutive burglar. Auntie opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling and tentatively shifted his body, only to be struck by excruciating pain, compelling him to remain still on the bed. However, the system panel flickered with an icon for a reward package, reminding Auntie of the task rewards from the New York battle, which he promptly claimed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 Shando, immortal beans, 1 Shando Mao, immortal bean sprout, 2 Wando Soesku Jongzik, pea shooter seeds, 2 Yangong Assingli Jongzik, sunflower seeds, 2 Dingwachang Jongzik, walnut seeds, and 1 bloodline purification opportunity. With a thought, a Shando appeared in Auntie's palm, which he promptly consumed. A warm current coursed through him, quickly alleviating all pain, and he sprang to his feet with a joyful leap. Dad, Mom, Auntie, are you all right? Huh, I'm perfectly fine. I've resurrected with full vitality, Auntie exclaimed as he ventured into the garden, extracting the pea shooter, sunflower, and walnut seeds, planting them in the earth. Above these seeds, a countdown appeared, with the walnut taking the longest at half an hour, while the sunflower required merely 5 minutes. and the pea shooter needed 10. What are you planting? A unique type of plant. Once they mature, you'll see, Auntie replied mysteriously. He then fetched a flower pot, intending to plant the shan do mao. But upon reading the description, he halted abruptly. Shan do mao. Planting shan do mao requires a substantial amount of nutrient soil, and soil that has been absorbed by shan do mao will turn into wasteland, devoid of any minerals or microorganisms. This did not deter him. He promptly contacted Harry to request a cubic meter of nutrient soil. Auntie then utilized the bloodline purification opportunity, causing the qilin in his mental realm to feel its own power surging, thereby enhancing the energy it could siphon. Auntie himself sensed a renewed elevation in both strength and speed, with the qilin tattoo on him transforming back into a qilin riding the clouds. Subsequently, Auntie rushed to take a shower, and upon finishing, he returned to the garden to find that the sunflowers and pea shooters had already sprouted, albeit small, around 2 to 3 feet in height, akin to newborn puppies. Most importantly, they were not the pea shooters and sunflowers from Plants vs. Zombies. Instead, they resembled those from Plants vs. Zombies, Garden Warfare, capable of moving independently from the soil, their base having 4 leaves functioning as legs, while their hands were also formed from leaves. Once they gained mobility, they scurried over to Spike. Spike, do not bully them, understand? Auntie commanded. Hearing this, Spike lay down dejectedly, allowing the pea shooters and sunflowers to leap upon him. When Harry arrived with the nutrient soil, the walnut had also matured. It was distinctive, as its limbs were composed of small nuts, appearing only when needed, and remaining as a round, plump nut when not in use. The walnut joined the pea shooters in play with Spike. Harry entered to witness this spectacle, utterly baffled by the whimsical scene. Where's the nutrient soil? Right here. Auntie quickly poured the soil beside Spike's doghouse and planted the shan do mao, instructing Harry, please arrange for someone to deliver a cubic meter of nutrient soil periodically. Oh, that's no problem. By the way, Auntie, what are they? Pea shooters, sunflowers, and walnuts. Auntie introduced them one by one. They seemed to sense Auntie's introductions, gathering on Spike's back and waving their little hands in greeting. Hello. Harry waved back, and the little creatures responded eagerly. Suddenly, Peter arrived and was equally astonished to find their presence. Auntie, it's time for dinner. Huh, what are they? Nancy curiously crouched in front of Spike, playfully poking the nut wall with her finger, causing it to tumble down from Spike's back. Observing this, another nut wall followed suit. Aunt, seeing no other option, had to reintroduce them. Oh, how adorable. But what purpose do they serve? Upon hearing this, the pea shooters eagerly demonstrated their abilities. The pea shooter shot peas at the wall. Though small in size, the peas possessed considerable power, easily penetrating the wall, demonstrating a force surpassing that of a handgun bullet. Meanwhile, the sunflower unleashed a ribbon-like orange beam of light, connecting with Nancy, enveloping her in warmth. Finally, the nut wall approached Nancy, holding its breath as its form began to swell, quickly reaching a height of 1 meter, though it soon deflated. Seemingly disheartened by the perceived inadequacy of its abilities, the 2 diminutive nut walls buried their heads in Spike's side. Observing this, Nancy couldn't help but chuckle softly, lifting both of them with her hands. It's all right. You're just a bit small right now. Once you grow up, you'll be fine. The 2 tiny nut walls gazed up at Nancy with their big, adorable eyes, seemingly seeking affirmation of her words. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? With Nancy's reassurance, the 2 little nut walls brightened up, and seeing their camaraderie with Nancy, the pea shooter and sunflower rushed over to nuzzle against her as well. With no choice, Nancy embraced them all in her arms. Aunt Nancy seems to treat them as her own children, remarked Harry, standing beside Aunt. That's normal. When Spike was young, my mom also raised him as if he were her child. However, as he grew older, she found him less endearing and ceased to indulge him. Now, enough of this chatter. Let's go in and eat, Aunt replied. Chapter 119, The Rescue of Banner. At the dining table, Jason observed the plants, each drinking water from bottle caps, and found himself at a loss for words. Dad, what's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. Just eat. By the way, do they really not need to eat? Nope. They're plants. They just need water and sunlight. Aunt waved his hand dismissively. By that point, they had eaten their fill, hopping off the table and onto the sofa, where they lay down on the cushions, ready to sleep. They're plants? Are you sure they're not animals? Definitely plants. Then how can they move? Jason continued to inquire. Aunt shrugged. Come on, Dad. Aliens can invade Earth. What's so surprising about plants having legs to run and jump? Jason fell silent, simply continuing to eat. It wasn't until after dinner that Nancy explained to Aunt why Jason's behavior seemed peculiar. It turned out that when Jason was young, he had watched a horror comedy film that he didn't fully comprehend. Although it contained comedic elements, the frightening imagery left a lasting impression on him. The film was titled Little Shop of Horrors, which revolved around a man nurturing a carnivorous plant that required fresh blood for sustenance. As the plant grew larger, it began speaking, urging the protagonist to commit murder to feed it. Despite the protagonist's reluctance, people inevitably fell victim to the plant's appetite, culminating in the protagonist summoning the courage to destroy it. Jason, being too young to grasp the plot, had forgotten most of it. Yet the terrifying imagery of the carnivorous plant lingered, instilling a lingering fear of animated plants even into adulthood. I can't believe Dad is still afraid of these. This is too funny, Aunt laughed uncontrollably. Ahem, Harry suddenly cleared his throat, prompting Aunt to stifle his laughter and adopt a serious demeanor. Just as he attempted to leave, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. My dear son, what were you just laughing at? Jason's cold voice pierced through Aunt's thoughts. Nothing, Dad. How about you try connecting emotionally with the pea shooter? Aunt hastily tossed the pea shooter to Jason, who instinctively caught it. They locked eyes as the pea shooter tilted its head and waved. Jason cautiously placed it on the cushion, intending to leave, but upon seeing this, the pea shooter appeared disheartened. Slumping down on the cushion, Jason, Nancy emerged just in time to witness this scene, raising her voice in anger. What have you done now? Look at the mess you've created. Apologize immediately and cheer it up. Nancy pinched Jason's side, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. All right. I'll make it up to it. Jason relented, suppressing his discomfort as he sat down and gently stroked the pea shooter's small head. I'm sorry, little buddy. I didn't mean to ignore you. I just had things to attend to. Please forgive me, Jason spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, the pea shooter stood up, wrapping its tiny arms around Jason's finger, seemingly forgiving him. As Jason felt the soft touch, his perspective began to shift slightly. Meanwhile, at the Disaster Control Bureau base, located on a farm on the outskirts of New York City, it had been transformed into a modern facility adorned with the logos of Stark Industries and Osborne Biotech. As the base was a collaborative investment between the two conglomerates, even the land itself was purchased by them. Inside the base, Hulk was diligently training with Steve to learn combat techniques. After all, despite his immense strength, Hulk had relied solely on instinct in battle. If he were to face an opponent of similar size, but with slightly lesser strength and superior combat skills, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, much like against Thanos. Seizing this opportunity, Steve volunteered to teach Hulk some fighting techniques, sensing the latter's plight. Ever since Hulk could not revert to Banner and return to the base, Betty, fearing he might inadvertently harm the staff, either kept him confined to his room or allowed him to play alone on the playground. This isolation left Hulk feeling lonely until Steve arrived and inquired about the situation with Betty. He learned that Hulk understood he couldn't harm anyone, yet struggled to control his strength, prompting Betty's caution. After hearing this, Steve selflessly offered to become Banner's mentor, teaching him how to manage his power and fight. Banner was thrilled at the prospect of having a companion. Thus, Steve dedicated several days to instructing Banner. For the first couple of days, Steve focused on teaching Banner how to control his strength. It took 2.5 days, perhaps due to Banner's youth or naivety, before Banner finally learned to manage his strength well enough not to crush an egg when picking it up. He even managed to toss 3 eggs like a circus performer. Upon witnessing this, Betty finally permitted Hulk to interact with others. With Betty's approval, Hulk began training with Steve daily, alternating between training and playing video games. Though he sometimes lost control of his emotions and inadvertently exerted too much force, at least he refrained from unintentionally harming anyone. This harmonious routine continued until Ned arrived. Upon seeing Ned, Hulk lowered his head, a look of sorrow crossing his face, for he knew that with Ned's arrival, his carefree days were drawing to a close. Yet, thinking of the unconscious Banner, Hulk lifted his head to gaze at Ned. Ned, you're here. What is the update? A solution has been found. That's wonderful. What must we do? Betty inquired. Nothing, just stand still, Ned replied, as he produced the artifact borrowed from Ancient One. Utilizing its power, he extracted the energy of the Mind Stone from Banner's soul. As Banner regained consciousness, he accessed the memories of Hulk to understand the events that had transpired during his absence, offering a moment of solace to Hulk before witnessing Hulk revert back to Banner. Bruce, Betty exclaimed, embracing him with fervor. Banner gently comforted her, while Ned and Steve discreetly departed, granting the two a semblance of privacy. Chapter 120. The destruction of the Hydra base and the eerie shadow at the Disaster Control Bureau base. On the training grounds, Banner was following Steve's lead in combat practice. Initially reluctant, he had been compelled by Betty. According to Ned, the strength of one's soul is intrinsically linked to physical prowess and willpower. The greater these attributes, the stronger the soul. Once sufficient strength was attained, such predicaments would cease to occur. Banner suggested the possibility of injecting KW-89 and the T-virus serum, but Hulk had intervened against the latter, believing it to be a harmful virus, while KW-89 was deemed acceptable. Thus commenced a regimen of combat practice aimed at bolstering willpower while acclimating to his suddenly augmented strength. "Steve, we have movement," Buck, the Winter Soldier, announced. Having undergone a remarkable transformation aided by a formidable skin mask and nano-armor. Even his metallic arm had been upgraded by Fury to a nano-vibranium arm, complete with self-repair capabilities and the ability to absorb heat, light, radiation, static electricity, and even carbon for energy, enabling him to unleash various energy attacks and conjure a vibranium dagger or energy firearm in mere seconds. With these advancements, his power had received an unprecedented boost. Not to mention the enhancements from KW-89 and the T-virus serum, allowing him to single-handedly confront dozens of his former dark selves. "What mission?" Banner inquired. "It seems we are to dismantle a Hydra base and retrieve the Mind Scepter. We must keep our identities concealed, so you understand," Buck replied. "Understood. Let us rendezvous at the armory," Steve stated, to which Buck nodded before departing. "I wonder when we will finally eradicate Hydra," Banner sighed. "Soon. We cannot solely blame Fury. The S-H-I-E-L-D was marred from its inception. Hydra has entrenched itself deeply within S-H-I-E-L-D. And to resolve this once and for all, both S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra must be dismantled together. There are far too many facets involved, and we must proceed carefully," Steve lamented, sharing in the frustration of their predicament. No one desired Hydra's downfall more than he. After all, it was Hydra that had imprisoned him in ice for decades, and upon awakening, he discovered Hydra not only survived but had flourished in the shadows. Shortly thereafter, they donned a new set of gear. To avoid detection by Hydra operatives, they utilized their nano-armor to appear bulkier and don skin masks and wigs, revealing only their golden irises, so transformed that even their mothers would fail to recognize them. Once prepared, they boarded the Hufeng fighter jet, a compact aircraft designed for 5 individuals, equipped with a 120mm cannon and dual heavy machine guns. The jet's 2 primary advantages were its optical cloaking system, rendering it invisible to both the naked eye and the most advanced radar, and its remarkable speed, achieving an astounding 50 Mach under extreme conditions, albeit for only 5 minutes, beyond which the risk of disintegration loomed. In regular operation, it could maintain a speed of 40 Mach, and being a semi-finished aerospace fighter, it could operate in space for about 10 minutes. With the Hufeng jet piloted, they arrived in Siberia, where a hidden base nestled within a snowy forest came into view. "What is the plan?" Steve asked. "Let us infiltrate. We have no identities here. Making too much noise could attract the attention of nearby Russian forces," Buck advised. Upon hearing this, they activated the Hufeng's cloaking and exited the aircraft, simultaneously engaging the nano-armor's invisibility system. Once assured there were no oversights, they cautiously approached the nearby Hydra base. Employing their stealth, they adeptly evaded all visible and concealed sentries, gaining entry into the base. This installation, having hollowed out an entire mountain, possessed a single entrance, making it a fortress difficult to breach. However, their stealth allowed them to pass unnoticed, with the guards merely sensing a whisper of wind. Inside, Buck produced a device designed to locate the Mind Scepter, only to discover it was not present. "Is this a trap?" Steve queried, glancing at Buck. Shaking his head, Buck observed the device's readings. "No, it appears they have relocated the Mind Scepter. We seem to have arrived too late. Shall we proceed to destroy this place?" "What do you think?" "Let us destroy it," Steve replied matter-of-factly. They swiftly located the armory, where they fashioned a series of timed explosives from available resources. After scanning the base, they installed the explosives at structural nodes, ensuring that detonating them would cause the entire facility to collapse. Once set, they placed several speakers throughout the base. With everything prepared, they exited, and Buck activated the speakers, cranking the volume to maximum, causing gunfire sounds to erupt within the base, drawing all Hydra operatives outside. As they rushed in, Steve pressed the second button, triggering a series of deafening explosions, engulfing the entrance in smoke and dust, obliterating the base along with its Hydra personnel. After neutralizing the threat, they prepared to leave, but suddenly, the ground began to tremble. They turned to see an eerie purple light emerging from the rubble, growing brighter, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a fierce wind swept in all directions, compelling them to shield their eyes. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a hunched figure approached them slowly. They immediately assumed a combat stance, fixating their gaze upon the figure. activating the chest-mounted cameras to relay the scene back to the Disaster Control Bureau. Upon receiving the signal, the Bureau staff quickly pinpointed their location and hastily dispatched reinforcements. Chapter 121. The trail of the Falding sect through the blinding snowstorm. The hunched figure steadily advanced towards Steve and Buck, exchanging a knowing glance. They understood the urgency of action. Buck extended his hand, and vibranium nanobots flowed into his palm, rapidly forming a black and gold energy firearm modeled after an AR assault rifle. He aimed at the approaching figure and fired, a blue luminescence streaking towards the figure at supersonic speed. Yet, the shadowy figure moved even faster, appearing to blink out of existence in their eyes. However, the personnel within the base slowed down their movements by several hundred times to discern the truth. He was not teleporting, but rather evading with astonishing speed. Upon hearing this, both individuals swallowed hard. Bucky hastened the rate of his fire, unleashing a barrage of blue lasers towards the shadowy figure. Yet, no matter how densely the beams were fired, that eerie silhouette effortlessly dodged them, all the while drawing ever closer. As he fully exited the blizzard-stricken area, they could finally make out his appearance. A symbol emblazoned on his forehead, pronounced dark circles surrounding his eyes, a vacant expression, and a hunched posture, with the rest of his features appearing unremarkable, akin to an ordinary individual. As the distance between them diminished, Steve charged forward, while Bucky used his firearm to suppress the figure's evasive maneuvers, allowing Steve to close in. He swung a punch towards the figure, but it was deftly avoided. It was then that the two realized something was amiss. This shadowy entity seemed devoid of any intent to attack, merely advancing in a specific direction. Steve raised his hand, signaling Bucky to cease fire, and indeed, the figure continued its forward march as Steve had anticipated. As they observed its retreating silhouette, they boarded the Quinjet, trailing closely behind. Suddenly, the figure's eyes emitted a terrifying violet light, and its body began to expand rapidly. Recognizing the imminent danger, Bucky immediately ascended the aircraft, and with a thunderous explosion. Even within the confines of the jet, they could feel the sheer force of the blast. As the dust settled below, a massive crater, 100 meters in diameter, came into view. The Russian military personnel stationed at the nearby base, alerted by the commotion, hastily drove over, only to discover the enormous pit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Steve and Bucky promptly made their exit. Upon returning to the base, the two sought out the staff. "What have you found out? Any intelligence?" Steve inquired. "Yes, this is a mark belonging to Dormammu. Currently, the only group associated with Dormammu is the Faltine cult, leading us to speculate that Hydra has allied with them," the staff member replied. "Are you certain?" Steve asked. "Fairly certain. We are presently seeking definitive evidence of their collaboration." Steve nodded, instructing the staff to report the operation to Fury, urging him to devise a plan. "By the way, do you have any updates on the Faltine cult's whereabouts? We have consistently deployed surveillance on them. They are currently situated in Mexico, where approximately 50% of the population adheres to the Faltine cult, and they are fervent devotees." "All right, I understand. Please ensure Fury is informed." The staff member nodded, promptly relaying the information to Fury through coded communication. Meanwhile, at home, Ant was tending to his plants when he received a call from Coulson. "Hello, Uncle Phil, what's up?" "Ant, I just sent you a photo. Take a look at the mark in it, and see if it resembles Dormammu's mark." Upon hearing this, Ant opened the photo sent by Coulson and scrutinized it closely before responding. "Indeed, it is Dormammu's mark. What is going on?" "Nothing much. Just that the Faltine cult has allied with Hydra. So what? Alliances happen. It's no big deal," Ant replied indifferently. "It's easy for you to say when you're not the one dealing with them," Coulson retorted, exasperated. "Enough chit-chat. I have work to do." "What work?" "Watering the plants." With that, Ant ended the call and stepped outside to tend to his pea shooters, sunflowers, and walnut wall, watering them with a watering can. However, the weather had turned cold, and snowflakes began to fall. Consequently, as the water splashed onto them, they shivered from the chill. After watering, the sun shone down, warming them, causing their bodies to sway and emit faint green glows. Watching them dance, Ant couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you watering them?" Nancy whispered. "Yes," Ant nodded in affirmation. Nancy then crouched down, gazing at the swaying 6 adorable plants, a smile of delight spreading across her face. Suddenly, one of the sunflowers opened its eyes. A name Nancy had given to distinguish the 6 plants. One sunflower was named Sunflower, while the other was Sunseed. The pea shooters were named Snopia and Snap Pea, and the walnut wall had Walnut and Pecan. Seeing the sunflower awaken, Nancy extended her hand, and the sunflower, like a playful kitten, eagerly nudged its head against her palm. "All right, now behave and perform photosynthesis," Nancy said, gently patting its head. Upon hearing this, the sunflower closed its eyes and resumed swaying in rhythm with the other plants. Ant entrusted Spike to watch over them before moving to check on the growth of the magic bean seedlings. He found them thriving, and noted that the growth cycle of the magic beans was similar to that of ordinary beans. However, upon examining the soil beneath, he couldn't help but frown. A thin layer of the nutrient soil had become desiccated and sandy. Crouching down, he pinched a small handful and called for Harry to procure more nutrient soil. He also gathered several flower pots, filling them with nutrient-rich soil, placing one of the magic bean seedlings into a pot. This way, once the soil in the pot became completely barren, they could simply transfer the magic bean seedling into the new pot. What is this? Harry asked. Magic beans. A rather unique plant. Magic beans. Do its fruits have any use? Consuming them can heal all wounds, even if you lose a limb. As long as you are alive and have breath left, it can bring you back, and after consuming them, you will feel full for 10 consecutive days. That's quite sufficient, isn't it? Is that for real? Harry asked, astonished. Of course it is. Can it be propagated? Harry continued to inquire. It shouldn't be possible. I haven't tried. We'll see once it bears fruit, Ant shrugged. If we could mass produce it, that would be perfect, Harry remarked. Once they had everything sorted out, the two set off to find Peter. Chapter 122. Dormammu's true plan. Why is the serum you provided so unstable? Our collaboration hinges on you delivering sufficiently stable enhancement serums, Pierce stated, regarding the cloaked cultist before him. What we provided is an absolutely stable enhancement serum. The explosion occurred because he consumed all of it at once. The cultist replied softly. The evidence before us shows they ingested the enhancement serum and subsequently self-destructed. If you insist your serum is stable, then present the proof. Pierce retorted coldly. The cultist fell silent for a moment, then, after a brief pause, extended a pale hand, flipping it to reveal a test tube containing a viscous purple liquid, sparkling with flecks of starlight. Pierce, upon seeing this, clapped his hands, and instantly a robust man entered the room, one of the Winter Soldiers. Despite suffering unprecedented blows from both Bucky and Steve, a few Winter Soldiers remained. Though their numbers were limited to 2 or 3, yet that was sufficient. Drink it, Pierce instructed after a moment of contemplation. Without hesitation, the Winter Soldier took the test tube, removed the stopper, and gulped down the viscous purple liquid in one swift motion. After placing the test tube down, the Winter Soldier's body tensed up, veins bulging, and his skin exhibited numerous pulsating protrusions, as if something were writhing beneath his skin. Pierce frowned as he observed the Winter Soldier, who, despite his evident agony, maintained an upright posture. 5 minutes later, the Winter Soldier exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes, a violet gleam flashing within his pupils. How do you feel? Pierce inquired, casting a gaze upon the Winter Soldier. Yet, before the Winter Soldier could utter a response, the cultist swiftly drew his weapon and fired, a bullet piercing the soldier's torso. Another striking his head. What are you doing? Pierce exclaimed in horror. Remain calm. See for yourself, the cultist replied coolly. Pierce turned to the Winter Soldier, only to discover that the bullets had failed to penetrate. They merely breached the surface layer of his skin. What is this? The effect of our enhancement serum. How much can you provide? Pierce asked. How much do you desire? Whatever you want. I can supply. The cultist chuckled softly before continuing. We can offer serums for 1,000 individuals, but you must demonstrate your sincerity in return. What do you want? A passage. Pierce fell silent, for he understood the implications of the cultist's request. The cost of such an arrangement was exorbitant. Then let us terminate our cooperation. Consider the enhancement serums already provided as a gift. The cultist rose from his seat. Wait, I need to think this through. Upon hearing this, the cultist resumed his seat, resting his hands on the table and tapping lightly, the silence stretching on until Pierce sighed and finally said, All right, but it cannot involve America or China. Then let it be India. Agreed. With their hands clasped together, the collaboration between the Falding cult and Hydra was officially established. The passage the cultists sought was rather simple. It was one that allowed unfettered entry and exit. This was due to the Falding cults standing in Mexico, a situation well understood by all. Consequently, the cult allied with drug trafficking organizations to create a new type of powder, a purple substance glimmering like glitter. This powder was horrendously addictive. Even a slight inhalation could lead to dependence. They exploited this addiction to fervently recruit followers, who, in exchange for joining the cult, received a daily supply of the powder. This substance was entirely crafted from dark energy, and prolonged usage would gradually bind one's soul to the dark dimension. Upon death, or when Dormammu required them, they could be drawn directly into the abyss. Furthermore, once a sufficient number of souls were amassed, they could serve as anchors to open a portal, allowing Dormammu to invade Earth. This was indeed Dormammu's scheme and the ultimate goal of the Falding cult. However, their plans faced significant obstacles, as they were not the only ones coveting Earth. Other dimensional deities had similar intentions. Mephisto, having observed for days, had discerned Dormammu's plans and sought to thwart them, yet he found himself powerless, unable to wield his strength and lacking steadfast followers, even if he had numbers. They paled in comparison to the cult's adherents. Most critically, the cult's followers were among the most ruthless drug lords, possessing firepower rivaling that of the military. Thus, Mephisto sought the assistance of Satan and Lucifer. The three lords of hell convened in a cafe, savoring afternoon tea. "Mephisto, why have you summoned us? Are you not aware? Dormammu has set his sights on Earth." "Who does not know that?" "What I mean is, he is on the verge of succeeding," Mephisto replied, sipping his coffee. "What do you mean?" He then divulged the Falding cult's and Dormammu's plans, causing Lucifer and Satan to furrow their brows. "So, what do you intend to do?" "Naturally, to sabotage his plans. Are we to simply hand over Earth? And how do you propose to do that?" "By seeking out that wretched Ancient One," Mephisto declared. "Huh? Do you truly believe she would heed us?" Lucifer scoffed. "Why would she not?" Mephisto countered. "Quite simply, her eye perceives all futures. If the safety of Earth were genuinely at stake, she would have intervened long ago, leaving no room for us," Satan interjected. "But the issue lies in the fact that over 70 million souls have already joined this cult, their fates predetermined by Dormammu. Are you willing to allow him to seize them so easily?" Mephisto argued. "Then we must seek assistance elsewhere," Satan concluded. "Who do you suggest? Who do you think?" Satan turned to Mephisto, who suddenly smiled as a name flickered in his mind. Chapter 123. The Lords of Hell pay a visit at the Anter residence. Peter, Ned, Harry, and Aunt May were amusing themselves with the sunflowers when three elderly figures appeared at the door. Spike, upon noticing them, immediately let out a warning bark. The three elders exchanged glances with Spike, who, despite trembling in fear, steadfastly stood at the entrance. "Spike, what is it?" Aunt May asked as she approached the door, only to find the three elderly figures. "Mephisto, Satan, Lucifer? Indeed, it is us. Do you have matters to discuss?" Aunt May queried, her brow furrowed. "Will you not invite us in for a chat?" Mephisto smiled. Aunt May scoffed but stepped aside to allow them entry. Their arrival put Harry and the others on high alert, prompting the sunflowers to vacate the premises. However, Mephisto subtly observed the sunflowers, and Peter, noticing Mephisto's gaze, stepped in front of him to block his view. "Speak, what do you want from us? Do you wish to know of the Falding cult and Dormammu's plans?" Mephisto asked with a grin. "Not particularly." "Oh, truly? This concerns the lives of billions. Are you genuinely uninterested?" "Not at all," Aunt May reiterated. Yet, Harry and the others' expressions shifted, particularly upon hearing the mention of billions of lives at stake. "In truth, you should be more anxious than we are. You have long regarded human souls as your own wealth. Would you allow Dormammu to plunder your riches? If you could wield your powers, you would have already waged war against him without needing our aid. Alas, you are unable to utilize your powers, which is why you have come to us. Not the other way around. Understand this clearly." "Ha ha, you clever child. I like your spirit. I have reserved your soul, and when you require assistance, you may call upon me." Satan laughed heartily. The Falding cult is now the predominant religion in Mexico, with nearly 50% of the population adhering to the so-called Falding deities, which is merely Dormammu. If it were simply conventional proselytization, we would not take issue. But the problem lies in their alliance with drug traffickers. They have concocted a new powder, known as Falding powder, which is highly addictive with just one inhalation. And the most alarming part is its inability to be quit. Furthermore, this Falding powder is entirely under the control of the cult. To obtain it, one must join the Falding cult, thereby ensuring a daily supply. However, the longer one adheres to the cult, the more susceptible their soul becomes to Dormammu's gaze, ultimately leading to their complete subjugation. When such followers proliferate, Dormammu can utilize their souls to create anchors, thereby opening a portal for his entry into Earth. Thus unfolds the intricate scheme of Dormammu. Should he succeed, the Earth would be inexorably drawn into the dark dimension. However, the fact that the Ancient One refrained from intervening indicates that she has glimpsed the future, a future in which his plans are undoubtedly doomed to fail. The followers of the Falding sect, on the other hand, have perceived a different reality. They have allied with others and secured a route leading to India. What transpires next is perhaps redundant to elaborate upon. Mephisto recounted the chain of events in detail, causing Ant to furrow his brow in concern. "Very well, we understand. It is time for you to depart," Ant declared. The three elders exchanged knowing glances, and in the next moment, their forms gradually faded until they vanished entirely. A rumbling sound erupted, as the snow pea emitted a noise, followed by the unmistakable sound of peas being launched. Ant swiftly ascended to the source, only to discover that one of the snow pea's leaves had disappeared. Who did this? Ant shouted angrily, cradling the snow pea to offer solace. It must have been Mephisto, Peter remarked. How do you know? Ant retorted. Because just moments ago, Mephisto was fixated on the snow peas. Is it all right? Damn it. Don't let me catch him. Ant cursed, while carefully planting the snow pea in a flower pot and watering it. The snow pea lay listless within the pot, prompting Ant to reassure it. Fear not. In a few days, it shall regrow. Other plants gathered around to comfort it, alleviating its sorrow to some extent. Meanwhile, Mephisto returned to hell, clutching the leaf of the snow pea, enveloping it in infernal energy as he began to analyze what appeared to be an unremarkable leaf. Little did he anticipate that this leaf, seemingly mundane, would consume a significant amount of time and hellish energy for analysis, compelling him to take the matter seriously. Upon completing his examination, a triumphant smile spread across Mephisto's face. On another front, Nancy and Jason returned home, their eyes immediately landing on the snow pea on the table. Ant, what happened? They inquired urgently. Ant recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon learning of the Falding Sect's plan, Nancy turned to Jason, who had already taken out his phone to contact Fury. Upon receiving the news, Fury promptly reached out to all nations within the Security Council. Recognizing the gravity of the situation which endangered the lives of millions, and with India's involvement, the safety of over 1 billion people, the Security Council swiftly activated all necessary protocols, determined to empower Fury to thwart the impending crisis. While convening a small meeting at the United Nations to insist that the Mexican government take action, unbeknownst to them, Mexico had already become a stronghold of the Falding Sect. The sect's leader wielded more influence than even the president, rendering the president, police, military, and drug lords inconsequential in comparison. To defy the leader of the Falding Sect could lead one to discover that death might indeed be a blessing. Fury immediately deployed all rapid response special forces and operatives capable of fieldwork, dividing them into 2 teams. One headed to Mexico to intercept the shipment of Falding powder, while the other journeyed to India to prevent the dissemination of the powder there. Concurrently, Fury intended to oversee the operation, yet he was intercepted by Pierce, who insisted that he remain to expedite the Insight program, asserting that with Insight in place, the Falding Sect would pose no significant threat. Utilizing the leverage of the Security Council, Pierce compelled Fury to remain in command, delegating operational responsibilities to others. This other individual was, in fact, affiliated with Hydra, significantly increasing their maneuverability. Chapter 124. The operation commences, a new transaction. Are all personnel accounted for? The commander inquired. Commander, all present, was the response. Then let us commence the operation. Remember, speed is of the essence, whether in attack or retreat. The commander instructed, though a flicker of inscrutable intent crossed his gaze. At the airport, a cadre of armed individuals concealed themselves in the shadows. As the command crackled through their earpieces, they swiftly drew their weapons, encircling the entire airport. When the searchlights illuminated their position, gunfire erupted, extinguishing the lights. The drug traffickers within the airport, upon hearing the gunfire, quickly organized their defenses. Unlike other traffickers, these individuals were professionally trained, their military prowess rivaling that of soldiers, enhanced further by their association with the Falding Sect, which had granted them a modicum of dark energy. Thus, a fierce gunfight ensued, but the numbers were in favor of S.H.I.E.L.D., who quickly eradicated the band of traffickers. The dark energy they possessed was minimal, merely elevating their physical capabilities to the pinnacle of human potential or rendering them inhuman. However, in the face of overwhelming firepower, they ultimately met a bitter end. Subsequently, the agents located the stash of Falding powder. 2 operatives donned gas masks and produced a device, placing it at the center of the powder. As they pressed the button, a countdown appeared. They hastily exited the area, and upon the countdown reaching 0, a thunderous explosion obliterated the airport, vaporizing all the Falding powder in a searing blaze. Such operations were executed at 30 airports across Mexico, though not all were completed successfully. Given the varying sizes of the airports, the larger ones housed a greater number of traffickers, forcing the agents to abandon 3 major airports in favor of targeting smaller ones. Meanwhile, the leader of the Falding Sect, upon learning of the airport's destruction, felt a chill of anger wash over him. For Dormammu had entrusted him with a plan that was on the verge of fruition. I care not what means you employ. This shipment must reach India without delay. Do you understand? The leader stated coldly. Yes, leader. Remember, no matter the method, he reiterated, before kneeling before the statue of Dormammu. clutching their sacred text and murmuring prayers. Pierce, speak up. What is it that you desire? A member of the Falding sect approached Pierce. Your plan has been uncovered. And I did not anticipate you would escalate matters to such a degree, Pierce replied, dismissing the individual's presence. Jason had reported the situation. Yet Fury concealed the knowledge that the Ancient One had foreseen the future, meaning Pierce and his associates were unaware that she had already used the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse a future where Dormammu's scheme would fail. Fury's objective was to ensure Pierce aligned himself with humanity, for Hydra's ambition was to dominate the Earth. If the planet were to perish, their efforts would be rendered meaningless. Are you not concerned that I might reveal your existence and our dealings? The Falding sect member queried. It matters not. Speak if you wish. Do you think we care? You are now confronting all of humanity, not merely us. Do you comprehend? Pierce retorted icily as he rose. We can offer you a civilized planet, granting you dominion over it. How does such a transaction appeal to you? The Falding sect member proposed once more. On what basis should I trust you? Pierce inquired. Resuming his seat, the Falding sect member then produced a black disc, placing it upon the table. How does one utilize it? Pierce asked. The member promptly demonstrated, lightly tapping a symbol on the disc, causing it to descend to the ground and expand into a 3-meter diameter disc. Immediately, a line traversing the circular disc unleashed a surge of dark energy, which subsequently coalesced into a luminous barrier. On the other side of this barrier lay a verdant planet, teeming with life and civilization, albeit at a rudimentary technological stage reminiscent of the Middle Ages. The beings inhabiting this world bore a striking resemblance to humans, though occasionally exhibiting additional facial features, such as multiple pairs of eyes or sets of ears. Nevertheless, there were also beings that looked indistinguishable from humans, allowing the presence of the Hydra to seem rather harmonious upon their arrival. Pierce nodded in satisfaction, with an escape route secured. The fate of Earth was no longer his concern. However, as he prepared to deactivate the disc, the camera gradually ascended, unveiling that this so-called planet was, in fact, ensconced within the dark dimension, and the scenes he had witnessed were mere illusions conjured by Dormammu. To deceive Pierce, an exorbitant effort had been expended. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, having secured Pierce's assistance. Yet, Pierce was no fool. When it came to genuine collaboration, he dispatched a Hydra operative through the disc to the planet. In a bid to ensnare them, Dormammu fabricated an entire solar system using dark energy, meticulously replicating Earth's gravity and atmosphere, with the landmass being approximately 20% greater than that of Earth. Upon confirming the disc's authenticity, Pierce initiated his scheme, beginning with the Hydra operative's efforts to amass all available resources while discreetly appropriating those belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. concurrently. He entrusted their strategic operations to the Falding sect. Upon receiving their deployments, the Falding sect adeptly evaded S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' ambushes, even setting traps that resulted in significant casualties among both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra personnel. It appeared that these Hydra agents had been forsaken. Witnessing escalating losses, Fury could no longer remain passive and emerged to reclaim his role as commander. Upon assuming command, his first directive was to suspend all operations. We have a mole within our ranks. All missions are to be paused. The team in India will be overseen by Coulson. Henceforth, all individuals privy to mission details must undergo scrutiny. Fury proclaimed, a matter evident to any discerning individual. The Falding sect had undoubtedly laid a trap, and such precision could not have been achieved without insider knowledge of their plans. Seizing the opportunity, Fury also conducted a self-assessment, hoping to identify loyal agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. Simultaneously, in India, Coulson faced unprecedented challenges. Chapter 125, Coulson's Humiliation. India. Coulson encountered an insurmountable obstacle, realizing they had been duped. Have you located them? Coulson inquired darkly. He had heard tales of India's poor sanitation and penchant for deception, not merely by the government, but also by the common populace. However, he never anticipated being ensnared by information brokers. Upon arriving at this local branch, his investigation revealed a thoroughly corrupt establishment. A mere 10 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were present, yet they had embezzled salaries for over 900 fictitious agents. Furthermore, they had misappropriated various funds and resources, exchanging them on the black market for profit. And astonishingly, they had even sold classified S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence. This revelation incited Coulson's fury, prompting him to execute the 10 agents on the spot. Yet, once he regained his composure, he realized they still required the intelligence network of the local S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. With their demise, the focus shifted to the local information brokers. Having been deceived twice in the same locale, Coulson, usually invincible, struggled to contain his rage. Had he not managed to restrain himself, he might have unleashed a torrent of gunfire. "Director, we cannot locate them. All the information they provided was false," a subordinate lamented. Coulson was incensed, not only for their extravagant misconduct, but also for their lack of diligence. "Utilize all SHIELD resources to ascertain the complete situation here. Can we employ hackers?" "Yes. Use every means at your disposal, whether through coercion or bribery. Show no mercy," Coulson declared, suppressing his indignation. "Calm down. After all, this country has long been mired in corruption. It is beyond saving," Jason interjected. "I understand. Yet I find it impossible to remain composed," Coulson replied, inhaling deeply, as his every endeavor in India had met with disarray. However, with SHIELD's extensive resources mobilizing into India, within half an hour, the broker who had deceived Coulson found himself unceremoniously presented before him. "Ah, we meet again," Coulson remarked, stretching his limbs. "I was wrong, Director, I was wrong. Please spare me." The broker was now fully aware of the terror that SHIELD represented. "You do not merely regret your actions, you realize you are facing death. However, I can spare your family, provided you disclose who is selling the folding powder," Coulson stated coldly. The broker, terrified, nearly lost control of his bowels, yet Coulson aimed his gun directly at him. 10 seconds. If you fail to provide the information we seek, your entire family will perish alongside you. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown dwindled, the broker, in a panic, cried out, "I will tell you. I will tell you." Coulson halted his count, and the broker divulged all the information he possessed. Upon learning that Dawood Ibrahim was behind the folding powder, Coulson could not suppress a frown. Dawood Ibrahim, rumored to be the financier behind Osama bin Laden, had even orchestrated the Mumbai bombings that resulted in 257 fatalities and 713 injuries. His gang, known as D Company, was notorious throughout India, and it was well known that he controlled all smuggling operations in the country. Despite Prime Minister Modi viewing him as a thorn in his side, he remained untouchable due to the pervasive corruption among government officials. Thus, Dawood Ibrahim continued to evade justice, reigning as a kingpin in India. Upon hearing this, Coulson swiftly directed Jason to lead a team to Dawood Ibrahim's estate, aiming to locate the folding powder and uncover the route through which the folding sect infiltrated India. Jason nodded and quickly assembled a team, arriving at Dawood Ibrahim's lavish manor, a testament to his status as a crime lord, complete with heavily armed mercenaries ensuring his safety. However, to Jason and his team, these mercenaries were merely of ordinary caliber, allowing for a seamless infiltration into the estate, where they soon located Dawood Ibrahim's whereabouts. "Mr. Dawood, it is a pleasure to meet you," Jason announced as he emerged from the shadows. Dawood Ibrahim's bodyguards immediately drew their weapons, but the agents accompanying Jason were quicker. Gunfire erupted, shattering their firearms. "Who are you?" Dawood Ibrahim inquired with steady composure. "We are here for one purpose, to ascertain whether you possess a significant quantity of folding powder," Jason directly questioned. "Is that what you seek? I can provide it all." "You misunderstand. We are not here as criminals, nor to seize your folding powder. You seem unaware of its terrifying implications." Jason then proceeded to elucidate the horrors associated with the folding powder. "Mr. Dawood, even if you indulge in folding powder, you will inevitably become their slave. This is no jest." After hearing this, Dawood Ibrahim fell silent, his thoughts obscured. Subsequently, he snapped his fingers, summoning a middle-aged man who whispered something in his ear. "Take them away. Also, inform all gangs that the consumption of folding powder is strictly forbidden." Dawood Ibrahim exclaimed in a fit of rage. It is crucial to understand that while he could manufacture other drugs, and even under life-threatening circumstances, addicts would eventually succumb, folding powder was different. They had analyzed it, and replication was impossible. They lacked the knowledge to produce it. If they unwittingly consumed folding powder, they would, like Jason, become slaves to the folding cult, willing to harm their own families just to obtain it once more. Therefore, for the sake of his criminal empire, Dawood Ibrahim would never allow folding powder to circulate in India. Under the guidance of Dawood Ibrahim's associates, they arrived at a warehouse filled with a staggering 10 tons of folding powder. Jason produced a device designed to destroy the folding powder, placing it at the center. Upon pressing the button, they retreated to a safe distance. As the countdown concluded, a terrifying blaze engulfed the folding powder, completely vaporizing it. With this task accomplished, Jason and his team departed, while Dawood Ibrahim's actions were merely beginning. Chapter 126, Coulson's Girlfriend and the Assault on 5. Master, Dawood has prohibited our falding powder from entering India. Let the Hydra agents handle it, the master replied coldly. The devotee nodded in understanding. Soon, they sought out Pierce, who was overseeing his men collecting resources. What brings you here again? He asked. Can you not guess? The devotee waved his hand, and a disc materialized. Our agreement was for you to facilitate the entry of falding powder into India, yet now our supplies cannot enter at all. If you cannot find a way to let our goods in, our cooperation will be nullified. Though Pierce was deeply displeased, he found himself powerless, forced to watch them leave. In a fit of rage, Pierce made a foolish decision to kidnap Aunt and Coulson's girlfriend, who played the cello, using their lives as leverage to ensure that the two would not hinder the entry of falding powder into India. He also dispatched another team, led by the Winter Soldier, to India to persuade Dawood to open up all smuggling routes. He was determined that a dual approach would secure this transaction. At Ant's home, with recent events being quiet, Jason was preoccupied with thwarting the falding cult, while Nancy collaborated with Neil on a case. Consequently, Ant and his friends found themselves idling, or honing their reflexes with snow peas and sugar snap peas at home. This mundane existence was interrupted by the arrival of a strikingly beautiful woman, who approached Coulson's door and knocked, only to receive no response. Just as she was about to leave in disappointment, Ant called out to her. Hello. Are you looking for Uncle Phil? Yes, who are you? He is a colleague of my father's. They are away on a business trip, and due to work commitments, they cannot reach out. The woman suddenly comprehended, thanking Ant. Just as she was about to depart, a snow pea leaped onto Ant's head, catching her off guard. Snow pea. Return, she exclaimed. What is that? It's a pet and bodyguard developed by the Osborne Group, still in the experimental phase, Ant quickly explained. Indeed, they have been classified as experimental subjects. Otherwise, in this bustling area, it would easily cause panic. Their charming appearance has endeared them to the elderly residents of this street, who often frequent Ant's garden to play with these little creatures, enjoying tea, conversing, or even playing chess, treating the garden as their park. Ant welcomed their presence, as he shared a cordial relationship with them, especially since Nancy and Jason were orphans, having lost their parents long before Ant was born, perhaps channeling their affection for their own parents into these elderly friends. By the way, I still don't know your name. You can call me Aunt Audrey. Aunt Audrey, would you like to come in for a cup of tea? Ant inquired politely. Naturally, Audrey accepted, eager to see the snow peas up close. Thus, she entered Ant's home, where Harry and the others were seated on the floor, engrossed in a game, while Sunflower and Sunseed busily transported snacks to them. Aunt, who is she? She is Uncle Phil's girlfriend. Just call her Aunt Audrey, Ant introduced. The three, upon hearing this, paused their game to introduce themselves, allowing Audrey to become acquainted with the trio. At that moment, Walnut and Pecan teamed up to present a cup of tea to Audrey. As she gazed at the two plump little ones, she settled down, taking the teacup while also cradling both in her lap. Ant joined in the game, and the five chatted and played together. Suddenly, Peter sensed something amiss and lunged towards Audrey, shooting countless strands of webbing at the entrance, sealing the door tightly. In the next instant, a barrage of bullets flew in, all occurring in the blink of an eye, leaving Audrey utterly unprepared. What is happening? Ant immediately inquired, summoning his Yinling knife and leaping out the window. He spotted a group of armed individuals on the street, with one leading figure exuding an unsettling familiarity. Aunt Audrey, stay safe. We will handle this. Spike, Snow Pea, protect Aunt Audrey. Harry shouted, calling forth his angel's scythe as he rushed out. It's the Winter Soldier. Ant realized as the leading figure became increasingly recognizable, a fleeting image flashing in his mind, leading him to instinctively shout. The Winter Soldier, taken aback by his identity being revealed so promptly, continued firing. However, all shots were thwarted by Ned's iron armor spell, as Peter appeared from the side, ensnaring some individuals with webbing, initially intending to capture the Winter Soldier. He quickly realized the latter's extensive combat experience allowed him to easily evade their assaults while launching effective counterattacks. His retaliations disrupted Ant and his friend's rhythm of attack, particularly Ned, who had been observed casting spells by the Winter Soldier. Aware that the bullets were ineffective due to Ned's enchantments, the Winter Soldier resolved to eliminate Ned first. As Ned saw the Winter Soldier draw a grenade launcher, he waved his hand, pulling everyone into the mirror dimension, allowing them to fight without fear of harming the nearby residents. Yet, the Winter Soldier and his team remained oblivious that they had entered the mirror dimension and continued to fire grenades at Ned. Ned smirked disdainfully, gesturing as the ground began to fold. Everyone, caught off guard, stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Peter unleashed a torrent of webbing, adhering their weapons to the floor. However, what the four did not anticipate was that this winter soldier possessed the ability to tear open a space and exit the mirror dimension. Ned hastily brought them back to the realm of reality, where the winter soldier's eyes were suffused with a sinister purple glow. In a low voice, Ned warned, "It is dark energy, exercise caution." The trio nodded, their vigilance directed towards the looming figure of the winter soldier, who deftly manifested a dagger forged from this dark energy in his hand. Chapter 127. The assassin is neutralized. The winter soldier moved with incredible speed, so swift that he appeared as little more than a blur to the naked eye. However, Ant and his companions were still able to follow his movements. Ant lunged forward, colliding with the winter soldier's dagger using his feathered blade. The winter soldier's combat prowess was astonishing, yet Ant remained unperturbed. As Ned, Peter, and Harry joined the fray, the winter soldier began to sense that he was outmatched. At that moment, a cacophony of barks erupted from the adjoining room. Harry exchanged a glance with Peter, and they both surged towards the source of the noise. Inside, they discovered two winter soldiers advancing on Audrey amidst the onslaught of Snow Pea and Snap Pea. Without hesitation, Peter and Harry brandished their explosive revolvers and fired. As the explosive rounds approached, a translucent black barrier materialized before the winter soldiers, deflecting the projectiles. Despite the shield's interference, the sheer force of the blast sent them reeling. "And Audrey, are you unharmed?" Peter inquired. "I'm fine, but who are these people?" Audrey replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Uncertain, but they likely have something to do with Uncle Phil," Harry responded protectively. Meanwhile, Walnut and Butternut shrank in size, appearing somewhat lethargic as they hopped onto Spike's back. The other plants emulated their behavior, although they were perched upon Spike. It did not hinder the onslaught from Snow Pea and Snap Pea. It was crucial to note that the peas they launched boasted a force comparable to that of handgun bullets. Additionally, the Sunflower and Sunseed unleashed orange beams of energy, merging with the peas to grant them a temporary state of infinite ammunition. Otherwise, had it not been for this, Audrey would have long been captured by the two winter soldiers. "Spike!" Peter called out. Spike promptly shielded Audrey but did not distance her too far from the vicinity, aware that there might still be another winter soldier lurking nearby, leaving them no time for rescue. Subsequently, Peter and Harry widened the battlefield. Ant and his companions had not anticipated that Hydra would dispatch 3 winter soldiers. After 5 minutes of intense combat, Steve, Bucky, and Tony arrived on the scene, quickly assessing the situation before joining the fray. One winter soldier, realizing the futility of his mission, unleashed a terrifying purple light from his eyes. Ant sensed impending doom and shouted, "Ned!" Ned immediately cast a spell, pulling the winter soldier into the mirror dimension. Just as he secured the soldier within, the winter soldier self-destructed, the explosive force transforming the entire street into a massive crater. Fortunately, this devastation was confined to the mirror dimension, leaving the real world unscathed. Soon after, the 2 remaining winter soldiers prepared to detonate as well. Ned swiftly pulled one into the mirror dimension, and with Ant's assistance, he approached the last winter soldier. With a powerful strike, he infused the soldier with abundant energy, neutralizing the dark energy within him and reverting him to an ordinary, albeit modified, human, thus preventing any further self-detonation. "Steve, I leave him in your capable hands," Ned exhaled with relief. "Understood, we shall handle this." "But why are they targeting you?" Steve inquired curiously. "It must be related to my father's current mission with Uncle Phil, didn't he, you know?" Ant replied, taken aback. Steve shook his head, realizing the necessity of maintaining their cover. Soon after, they escorted the subdued winter soldier away, and the disaster control agency arrived, tasked with erasing the traces of battle and repairing the damage. "And Audrey, were you frightened?" Ant asked as he observed the officials restoring his home. "Not at all. But why did they attack me?" Audrey questioned, puzzled. "Uncle Phil, do you know what he does?" Audrey shook her head, unaware of Coulson's true profession. However, she had surmised his identity through his actions. An agent? Although he claimed to be in sales, I have seen him in action and know he is not a mere salesman. He must be an agent, correct? Well, that is somewhat accurate. But the specifics are something you'll need to discuss with Uncle Phil. For now, it would be best for you to stay here to avoid further trouble, and advised. "Can they stay with me?" Audrey asked, glancing at Snow Pea and the others. "Ask them. As long as they agree, it's fine." Upon hearing this, Audrey rushed to the little creatures. However, apart from Snow Pea and Snap Pea, the others, Sunflower, Sunseed, Walnut, and Butternut, looked rather drained, evidently having expended a significant amount of energy. Spike quickly transported them to a nearby pot, allowing them to burrow into the soil. Observing this, Audrey approached with a watering can to hydrate them. She then placed them in the sunlight, and as green glimmers began to emanate from them, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As night fell and the house was restored, Nancy returned, coincidentally crossing paths with them. "What happened here, and who is this?" Nancy inquired. Peter stood and introduced Audrey. Upon learning that she was Coulson's girlfriend, Nancy raised an eyebrow and invited her inside for dinner. "Will you little ones be joining us?" "Yes, Aunt Nancy." "Oh, and Aunt Nancy, please prepare dinner for May as well. She's on the night shift, and I'll take her meal to her afterward." "All right, I'll take care of it. You all go inside and sit. I'll start cooking." Nancy headed to the kitchen, and Audrey followed suit. "Let me help you." "All right, just wash the vegetables for me." "Is there this much?" "You have no idea. 3 of these little ones are voracious eaters. If I don't prepare enough, they won't be satisfied," Nancy explained. Audrey gazed at the nearly 20 pounds of vegetables before her. Her interest piqued as she wondered just how much they could consume. After washing the vegetables, she watched as Nancy produced an entire beef leg. "What's this?" "This is just for one person. There are 3 more," Nancy chuckled. "For beef legs?" "Indeed." Then, Audrey witnessed a scene she would never forget. Nancy tossed the 4 beef legs into the air, wielding a knife in each hand, transforming into a blur of motion. Audrey could only see countless flashes of blades, and in the end, the meat was entirely stripped from the 4 beef legs, leaving only the bare bones behind. Nancy caught them and set them aside, then began to cook. An hour later, a fragrant spread was laid out on the dining table. Chapter 128, New Year's Activities. Everyone gazed at the bountiful feast, and Aunt declared, "Mom, Aunt Audrey, I'm diving in." With that, the 4 little ones quickly began to fill their plates. Observing this, Nancy hurriedly served Audrey some meat and vegetables. Audrey, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "Wow, your table manners." "Don't mind them. That's just how they are. When there are guests, they might behave a little better, but when it's just us, it's usually like this." Audrey chuckled softly and began to eat. Once she was satisfied, Aunt and the others had already finished, each one leaning back in their chairs, cradling their full bellies. 5 minutes later, Peter sat up. "Aunt Nancy, is May's lunchbox ready?" "Ready. It's in the microwave." Peter nodded, then took the lunchbox, exchanged a few words with Nancy, and turned to deliver the meal to Aunt May. Meanwhile, the garden suddenly erupted with the sound of firecrackers, drawing Aunt and the others over, where they beheld a series of firecrackers suspended in the air. "What is happening?" everyone asked in confusion. Aunt seemed to have an epiphany, opening his mouth to speak, when a firecracker transformed into a streak of light and whisked him away. "Aunt Nancy, it's fine. Today is the Spring Festival, the New Year celebration of Huagua." "Aunt must have gone to participate in the festivities," Ned hastily remarked. Nancy immediately pulled out her phone to verify, and upon confirmation, she finally exhaled in relief. It turned out that due to the recent busyness, Aunt had forgotten all about the Spring Festival. When Aunt returned to his senses, he found himself in the event space. "Xiaogu, it's been a while since I saw you and Simas," Aunt greeted Xiao Miao. "Not long. Just a few months have passed on my end," Xiao Miao replied. "As you know, in my world, time is of little value," Simas said softly. "True enough, but I wonder how this Spring Festival event is played. However, why can't we invite others to participate this time?" Aunt pondered. "Not sure. It must be a solo event," Xiao Miao responded. Subsequently, the trio began to wander about, utilizing the laurel branches at their disposal to purchase items of interest. Unfortunately, there was nothing that Aunt desired, so it was primarily Simas and Xiao Miao making purchases. Time passed, and with the sound of a bell, the New Year event commenced. Ding! The New Year event officially begins. All system holders will be transported to a land filled with numerous firecrackers. Please collect as many firecrackers as possible within the limited time. As soon as the announcement concluded, everyone was instantly transported to a vast expanse of land. Aunt landed and first stretched his limbs, confirming that his physical strength had not been restricted. He immediately scanned his surroundings and spotted a bubble not far away, containing a firecracker. Approaching it, as soon as his hand touched the bubble, the firecracker was instantly absorbed into Ant's body. A numeral 1 materialized above his head. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed, and Ant turned to find a creature resembling the Nyen beast looming behind him. This creature bore the appearance of a lion and dog hybrid, roughly the size of an adult lion. Without hesitation, Ant summoned his Yenling blade and effortlessly dispatched the Nyen beast, which upon demise, erupted in a shower of firecrackers. Ant gathered them, and soon the number above his head soared to 21. With 58 minutes remaining on the countdown, he quickened his pace. During this time, he also saw other system holders, but they refrained from competing for each other's firecrackers. What one saw was rightfully theirs. Ant eliminated several more Nyen beasts, and by the time the countdown concluded, he had amassed exactly 1,000 firecrackers. Then, beams of white light appeared, and everyone returned to the event space. Xiao Gu, how many did you collect? Not bad, over 1,500, came the reply. I got 3,000, Simas added. The two were surprised at Sima's impressive haul. And as they contemplated the purpose of the firecrackers, a multitude of elderly figures clad in red robes appeared in the event space. Approaching them, they discovered that 5 firecrackers could be combined to form a firecracker bomb. Although they were still unaware of the bomb's function, everyone opted to fuse them, though some chose to refrain, given the uncertainty surrounding the bomb's purpose. Additionally, the fusion was not guaranteed to succeed. There was an 80% success rate, which seemed high, but still left a 20% chance of failure. Nevertheless, Ant decided to proceed with the fusion. Logically, 1,000 firecrackers should yield 200 bombs. But he ultimately ended up with only 190, which was still quite fortunate. An hour later, most had made their decisions. Those who wished to fuse had done so, and those who did not had also resolved their choices. The elderly figures then vanished, and they were promptly transferred to a void island. Xiao Gu, are we going to face a great Nian beast? It seems so. Prepare yourselves, Xiao Miao replied, adopting a vigilant stance, as did the others. After all, they were all traversers, familiar with various narratives, whether through novels or short videos, and had likely deduced the situation. However, after a lengthy pause, nothing transpired. Observing this, Ant moved toward the center of the island, followed closely by Xiao Miao and Simas, with others trailing behind. Soon, Ant discovered an enormous firework, accompanied by a sign instructing him to ignite it. Despite his confusion, he proceeded to light it. As the fuse ignited, everyone hurriedly retreated. And with each firework shooting into the sky, they were momentarily mesmerized by the dazzling display. Once the fireworks concluded, a colossal creature emerged, letting out a resounding roar as the king of Nian appeared, a formidable health bar materializing above its head, though it was shielded by a blue barrier, preventing its escape. It seems our predictions were correct. Brace yourselves, Ant declared. Chapter 129, Defeating the King of Nian. On the Void Island, as the countdown above the King of Nian concluded, it let out a furious roar, prompting the system holders to unleash their powers. Among them was a figure adorned in a golden chainmail, crowned with a phoenix-winged purple-gold diadem, wielding a golden staff. With a mere wave, he launched an attack that forced the King of Nian back, yet disappointingly. The creature's health bar barely budged. Subsequently, a laser shot out, revealing another figure clad in silver-white armor, wielding a trident, accompanied by a slender black dog. Wow, Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, and the next to appear can't be Neza, can it? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a fiery lotus erupted into the sky, revealing an androgynous youth standing atop it, which gradually shrank into a windfire wheel. Under the leadership of these 3 rebellious figures from the heavenly court, the crowd surged toward the King of Nian. However, despite their combined assaults, the creature's health bar only diminished slightly. Wow, is it really that tough? Sun Wukong exclaimed in disbelief. Even Neza cursed, his fire spear nearly worn out without even breaking the skin. At that moment, a firecracker was hurled at the King of Nian, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jian charged forward, striking the King of Nian with his trident. Instantaneously, the health bar dropped a fraction more than the combined efforts of the others had achieved. Observing this, Neza also attacked, but his strike failed to penetrate the defense. At this point, it became evident to everyone that firecrackers could breach the defense for 0.5 seconds, whereas regular firecrackers only did so for 0.5 seconds. You throw the firecrackers, we'll handle the attacks, Sun Wukong shouted, tossing his firecrackers down to the others below. Not only him, but Neza and Yang Jian also began to distribute their firecrackers. The others caught them and hurled them at the King of Nian, while those with greater strength also passed their firecrackers to nearby allies, joining in the assault. The health bar of the Year Beast King plummeted significantly. Once it reached the halfway mark, the Year Beast King raised its foreleg and slammed it violently into the ground, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent everyone flying, including the 3 rebellious brats. When they regained their footing, they witnessed the Year Beast King entering its second phase. It radiated an ominous heat, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with waves of distortion. Most notably, its skin transformed to a fiery red, with certain areas gleaming in gold. It let out a furious roar, summoning numerous fireballs that hurtled towards them like meteors. The crowd could only employ their various abilities to dodge the incoming projectiles. Being struck would result in immediate elimination, sending them to the observation seats high above, where they would watch the battle unfold below. In an instant, About a dozen individuals were hit and helplessly transported to the elevated platform, but unfortunately, their fireworks and firecrackers were wasted in the process. After a minute, the meteor-like firestorm finally subsided, and the group resumed launching firecrackers, only to find that the intense heat caused them to explode prematurely before they could reach the Year Beast King. Thus, to successfully detonate the firecrackers on it, they had to approach closely and ignite them at close range. However, getting near the Year Beast King was exceedingly perilous, as a single strike could lead to their elimination. Therefore, they proceeded with utmost caution. Gradually, they whittled down the Year Beast King's health until it reached 10%. The group then distanced themselves, wary of a possible third phase. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, the Year Beast King remained unchanged, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Seizing the opportunity, they charged forward, unleashing a barrage of firecrackers while the three rebellious brats simultaneously executed their ultimate moves. Ultimately, the remaining 10% of the health bar was swiftly depleted, resulting in the Year Beast King's thunderous collapse. As they approached the fallen beast, orbs of light began to materialize and drift towards them. Anti quickly grasped his orb, revealing it contained the final 7-star Dragon Ball, which he promptly stowed away. Just as the crowd thought the event was concluded, a leaderboard materialized, displaying the contribution rankings for driving away the Year Beast King. This ranking was not based solely on the damage dealt, but was a composite measure of various contributing factors. Anti's ranking was decent, placing him at 35th, neither particularly high nor low. Soon after, 2 orbs of light appeared in Anti's hand. Upon touching them, they burst open, with a sky blue Qilin merging into Anti's being, granting him the ability to manipulate water. The Water Qilin bloodline. Upon merging this bloodline, the host gains the ability to control all water flows in the world. The higher the purity, the greater the control. The second orb also merged directly into him. Heavy Artillery Specialist Class Transfer. Exclusive to the host. Upon merging this transfer, any enemy slain using the abilities of this class will convert into experience points. The higher the experience points, the more skills unlocked and the greater the power. As Anti integrated these 2 rewards, a hint of blue appeared on the Qilin in his consciousness space, and a shadow resembling Annie himself, the Heavy Artillery Specialist, emerged beside it, holding a straw and siphoning energy from Kazan's consciousness. "How's the haul?" Xiao Miao teased Anti. "Quite satisfactory," Anti replied. "By the way, Xiao, do you have anything to trade?" Xiao Miao shook his head. Observing this, Anti decided to wander about. If he couldn't find anything of interest, he would head straight home. After a brief exploration, he found nothing to trade. Though there were items that could enhance his power, he simply lacked equivalent items for exchange. After bidding farewell to Xiao Miao and Sai Mai, Anti returned home, genuinely relieved to be away from the chaos. "I'm back," Anti announced loudly. "Welcome back, you little brat. You nearly scared me to death," his mother, Nancy, responded. "Oh, by the way, let's contact Uncle Punisher." Anti produced the 7-star Dragon Ball as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Nancy promptly reached out to the Punisher, who was notably in need of the final Dragon Ball. She was also curious about how the wish would be made. After notifying the Punisher, he arrived promptly, bringing with him the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. "We can't do it here, the noise will be immense. Let's head to the Disaster Control Bureau," he advised. "All right, let's go." Nancy agreed with a nod. Chapter 130, Dragon Ball Wish, Family Revived. At the Disaster Control Bureau base, Anti and the others were assisted by numerous staff members as they made their way to the playground. There, they placed the 7 Dragon Balls together, which immediately arranged themselves. The stars within began to shine brightly. "Come forth, dragon." Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky as blue lightning struck the Dragon Balls, transforming into golden bolts as more and more descended. Eventually, they coalesced into a radiant golden beam that shot upwards. The crowd was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light, which began to take form as it ascended. Once the golden glow dissipated, a massive golden dragon appeared, nearly obscuring the entire sky. With its crimson eyes fixed on Anti, it spoke. "Very well, state your wish. Please revive his wife and children," Anti indicated towards the Punisher. The dragon's crimson eyes flashed as it responded. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." In the next moment, the Punisher's phone rang, and the dragon vanished, while the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into 7 streaks of light, disappearing before their eyes. A satellite observation would reveal that the Dragon Balls had indeed vanished into thin air. "Hello?" the Punisher cautiously inquired. Hearing the voice on the other end, he could no longer contain his tears. And he quickly urged, "Uncle Punisher, your priority now is to return and protect them." "You're right. Maria, wait for me," the Punisher declared, leaving without looking back, while Annie shrugged. "This is the 7 Dragon Balls." "Indeed, Mom," Isn't it astonishing? Truly astonishing. Though I wonder when we will have the chance to collect them again. It seems incredibly difficult, Auntie remarked. These 7 Dragon Balls were coveted treasures sought by all system holders, yet with so many vying for them, the odds were slim. For instance, Saimai was willing to trade a Dragon Ball for a time package because he understood that gathering all 7 was a matter of extraordinary luck. Otherwise, it was virtually impossible. Hence, it was wiser to exchange them for items currently beneficial to oneself. All right, it's time to head back, Andy stated, needing to prepare his equipment. Having transitioned to an artillery expert, he required his own firearms and grenades. Thanks to his pocket dimension, he could store all ammunition and grenades inside, allowing for easy retrieval when needed, enabling him to achieve truly infinite bullets and grenades, though he would need to replenish them after some time. However, just as they reached the door, the security guard stopped them. Mr. Byrne, Ms. Nancy, Mr. Stark wants to see you. What does he want with us? Nancy inquired, frowning. Apologies, I am unaware. I'm merely relaying the message, the guard replied apologetically. With no other option, the two turned around and re-entered the base. Tony, is there something you need? Nancy asked as she looked at Tony. What just happened? Ant revealed the matter of summoning the dragon to make wishes. And upon learning that the Punisher's wife and children had been resurrected, Tony appeared utterly astonished. At that moment, the Punisher pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding all the way home. Listening to the familiar sounds emanating from within, he slowly opened the door. Maria? He murmured, gazing at his long-yearned wife. Maria turned to see the towering figure of the Punisher and, with surprise, asked, Frank, what has happened to you? Dad, why have you grown so large? The Punisher offered no reply but instead embraced them tightly. After a prolonged moment, he finally explained to Maria everything he had done since their death in pursuit of vengeance and their resurrection. Deeply moved by the lengths to which the Punisher had gone for her and their children, Maria clung to Frank with all her might. Time seemed to lose its meaning until Frank broke the silence, saying, Let us move. Why? I can no longer bear the pain of losing you. So we must relocate to a safer place. Maria nodded in agreement and began to pack their belongings. Soon, with their 3 children in tow, they arrived at the house directly across from Ant's. Indeed, Frank had purchased the residence, which was already furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Frank's 3 children included a 15-year-old daughter named Selena, a 12-year-old son named Chuck, and a 3-year-old daughter named Eliza, who was the apple of the family's eye. Hey, Punisher, why have you moved here? Ant inquired curiously while walking Spike. Because this place is sufficiently safe, Frank explained. What better way to celebrate your family's return than to join us for dinner? All right, let me tidy up here first, the Punisher replied with a smile. Perhaps due to the long absence of laughter, his grin appeared somewhat stiff and even slightly eerie, but such trivialities mattered little. Ant returned home with Spike and informed Nancy of the invitation extended to Frank's family. Upon hearing this, Nancy instructed Ant to prepare the ingredients for the meal upon her return. Reluctantly, Ant summoned Peter and the others, and with Ned and Harry's magical assistance, they quickly readied the necessary provisions. Little Ant, what are you all doing? Grandma Victoria inquired curiously from the doorway. Oh, we have new neighbors coming over. And since they are old acquaintances, we plan to invite them for dinner. Would you mind if we old folks join? Victoria asked with a smile. Of course not. It's a perfect opportunity to introduce them to you all. All right, I'll go inform the others. As evening approached, Nancy, Neil, and Mosquito arrived. Mosquito assisted Nancy in the kitchen while Neil kept Ant company by the grill. As the sky darkened, the Punisher's family made their way over. Uncle Frank, you've come. The Punisher introduced himself and his family, and soon everyone became acquainted, particularly the Punisher's children, who quickly noticed Sunflower and her companions, drawn to their undeniable cuteness. Selena and her siblings approached Sunflower, who welcomed them warmly, engaging in playful antics. With Grandma Victoria and the group of elders arriving, the gathering truly commenced. Come, everyone, eat and chat, Nancy announced. The elders, children, and adults sat on the grass, enjoying their meal and conversing. At that moment, Wesley returned with a striking woman exuding an air of confidence. Wesley, who is this? Ant inquired. My girlfriend, Fox. Fox, Ant responded in surprise, scrutinizing the woman as a fleeting memory crossed his mind. Right, Fox. What is the matter? Nothing. Care to join us for a bite? Ant asked. Wesley, unperturbed, seated himself with Fox. Have you noticed that Wesley seems to have undergone some sort of transformation? Harry remarked, observing their silhouettes. He has evolved. Huh, what do you mean? Their conversation, however, caught the attention of Wesley and Fox, prompting a subtle reaction from Fox, who instinctively moved her hand, only to be restrained by Wesley. We're no match for them. Stay calm. It's fine, Wesley assured her. Are you sure? Of course, Why would I lie to you? Just then, a Hummer rolled up, and everyone turned to see two men in black suits disembarking, retrieving several boxes from the vehicle. What's this? Mr. Ant, these are the items you requested. The burly men explained, producing a finely crafted box from the passenger seat. Ant hurried over to open it, revealing two exquisite Colt Python revolvers. Though the firearms felt a tad oversized for Ant, they would suffice. He then enlisted Harry and the others to assist in transporting the boxes into his home. What's inside? Bullets and grenades, Ant replied candidly. Once the boxes were inside, he promptly stored tens of thousands of rounds and hundreds of fragmentation grenades in a dimensional space, which could only hold specific items, rendering other belongings ineligible for storage. After securing these items, Ant returned outside to continue enjoying the festivities, during which the Punisher's family became acquainted with the neighborhood residents. Meanwhile, Wesley observed the Punisher intently, prompting Fox, seated beside him, to ask, "What's on your mind?" He resembles the Punisher. You're not wrong. He really does. Never mind. It's not our concern. By the way, has a new mission arisen? It has. When do we strike? As soon as possible. Very well. As the clock approached 9 or 10 in the evening, the elders grew weary and began to depart, followed suit by the Punisher's family. Selena and her siblings gazed longingly at Sunflower and her friends. Once everyone had left, Ned and Harry began tidying up with the aid of their spells. Ant, how is Jason's situation? Not sure, but it should be wrapping up soon. In India, Coulson and his team had once again repelled the mercenaries attempting to invade, having lost count of how many assaults they had faced. So, have we gotten to the bottom of it? Coulson asked, slightly out of breath. Someone has paid handsomely to hire them. Most of them are gravely ill, and a mysterious figure has enlisted them, promising that if they die in the assault on our base, they would receive $10,000, while those who survive would earn only $1,000 but could continue attacking our base. They're treating us like a bank. What is the situation with Dawood? Not much better. The spread of Falding powder has begun, and they're desperately trying to smuggle it in. Several smugglers have already been infected with Falding powder, and under its allure, they disregarded Dawood's orders, leading to chaos in parts of the city. Is the Indian government taking action? They have, but they seem to lack common sense, opting instead for brute force. Gangs are now fighting to gain control over more Falding powder, and alarmingly, even the police and soldiers have become involved. Only now is the Indian government beginning to grasp the true horror of Falding powder. What are the casualty figures? Unofficial estimates suggest over 10,000 dead and approximately 120,000 injured. I suppose we have accomplished our task after all. We prevented Dormammu from acquiring any souls, Coulson remarked with a sardonic smile. At that moment, applause erupted, and the crowd turned to see three elderly figures stepping forth side by side. Who are you? Jason, transformed into a werewolf, demanded. Mephisto, Satan, Lucifer, Lords of Hell, what brings you here? Coulson inquired, struggling to contain his excitement. After all, he had been raised amidst tales of demons and heaven. Although he had often heard Ant's accounts of Mephisto and his ilk, this was his first encounter with the three infernal lords. We are merely here to collect souls. One of them replied. You have executed your plan admirably, inciting them to slaughter one another, ensuring their souls remain insufficient to activate the anchor point. An excellent scheme. Beneficial for both you and us. This is not our plan, Jason retorted. Does it truly matter anymore? Came the dismissive reply. What do you intend to do? Jason pressed again. As I have already stated, we are here to absorb souls, so you need not concern yourselves with our affairs. Just as Coulson and the others prepared to respond, an agent entered. Sir, Dawood wishes to see you. Coulson exchanged glances with Jason, and they promptly exited to find Dawood, guarded by a throng of mercenaries, dragging a modified crate that contained oxygen, his face obscured by an oxygen mask. Mr. Dawood, what is the meaning of this? I had no idea that Falding powder would prove so terrifying. The South has completely succumbed. I had no choice but to collaborate with the government to prevent Falding powder from spreading here, and I am also here to seek your cooperation. Oh, how do you propose we collaborate? I can provide you with all necessary resources, but you must promise to quell this situation in the shortest time possible. Dawood declared angrily. Very well, we agree. With Dawood's and the government forces' assistance, Coulson began to exercise his command skills, directing the various military units, albeit reluctantly utilizing the rather disgraceful government troops. Chapter 132. Pierce knows the truth. Hassan, we are in a lower-tier city in Karnataka, and it has descended into madness. Carnage and corpses abound, with individuals who have just ingested Falding powder sprawled on the ground, exhibiting a state of euphoric delirium. This grim scene was relayed in real time to the ministerial meeting, where Modi, witnessing the chaos, slammed his hand on the table in fury and commanded, execute all the pests on the spot. It was evident how enraged he was. Coulson, initially inclined to intervene, pondered that perhaps killing them was the only viable option. Upon receiving the order, soldiers donned gas masks and began systematically clearing the area. The gunfire attracted the attention of the remaining populace, who emerged wielding farming tools, their eyes glowing with a strange luminescence. The commander, sensing trepidation, shouted, "Fire!" Yet the ensuing spectacle shattered their expectations. The farmers, seemingly devoid of pain, charged onward even as bullets pierced their bodies, relentlessly advancing until they confronted a soldier, lifting their hoe and swinging down with ferocity. What was once a mere agricultural tool transformed into a lethal weapon, easily severing the soldier's neck as his head tumbled to the ground. The commander, now in a state of panic, bellowed, "Deploy armored vehicles and tanks. I want them destroyed." As the armored vehicles rolled out, heavy machine guns unleashed a barrage. The machine guns' firepower dwarfed that of the soldiers' weapons, obliterating half of the farmers' bodies. Yet, astonishingly, they continued to close in on the soldiers with whatever limbs remained functional. The soldiers, gripped by fear, began to retreat, and even Modi, witnessing this mayhem, felt a chill run down his spine. He could scarcely fathom the ramifications if all of India were to succumb to such a fate. "You see, I do not care about your usual behaviors or corrupt practices, but this endangers the safety of all India. Return to your respective departments and inform them that no Falden powder is permitted in stable areas, understood?" "Yes, Prime Minister." Though these individuals were notoriously corrupt, the gravity of the situation demanded their immediate action. If India fell, their avenues for corruption would vanish. Thus, the entire national apparatus sprang into action with unprecedented urgency, even forging alliances with gangs to enhance their investigative efforts. The entire nation of India found itself in a state of heightened alert, where gangs, once prone to hiding from law enforcement, now brazenly roamed the streets, conducting searches door to door. However, these gangs had been warned. Their role was purely investigative, and any theft would incur a tenfold compensation. Naturally, the police were eager for these gang members to pilfer, yet, following Dawood's admonition, the gang members curbed their ambitions and commenced their searches. Remarkably, they uncovered significant quantities of Falden powder, which had been smuggled in but not yet disseminated by the merchants. With the rear secured, their focus turned to resolving the issues ahead. "Phil, something feels amiss," Jason remarked, listening to the distant sounds of gunfire. "What is it?" "Those gunshots appear to be from custom firearms. The Indian gangs and military don't possess such weaponry, not even Dawood's mercenaries." "Are you suggesting a third party is involved?" "Indeed, and it could very well be Hydra." "Understood. Do you require my assistance?" Jason whispered. "No, let us observe the situation. You have requested us to fulfill our end of the bargain, and we have complied. Now, may I receive the items?" Pierce fixed his gaze upon the worshipper before him. "Are you telling me that this constitutes the completion of our transaction?" The worshipper was visibly infuriated. "Is it not? Did your goods not enter India?" "They did. Did they not?" "The SHIELD agents from Mexico have abandoned their post, correct? Thus, our transaction is indeed complete, is it not?" Pierce replied coldly. Seeing no alternative, the worshipper begrudgingly handed over the disc. Upon securing it, Pierce immediately began reallocating resources. However, as his men entered this so-called new star, they had already become devotees of Dormammu, their bodies transformed by dark energy. When they returned, Pierce ordered them to continue transporting the goods, yet he sensed something amiss. Being a master of indoctrination himself, he scrutinized the individuals and commanded them to reveal their introducer. They disclosed this information without hesitation, prompting Pierce to open fire. Yet, they raised their hands to deflect the bullets and surged towards him, only to be ensnared by golden energy whips. In that moment, the Ancient One appeared. With a forceful tug, she drew them back and effortlessly dispatched them with a wave of her hand. "Who are you?" Pierce demanded sharply. The Ancient One, unperturbed, extended her hand and effortlessly seized the metallic disc from Pierce's grasp. The once tranquil metallic disc began to tremble violently, and in the next moment, the visage of Dormammu manifested upon its surface. "Dormammu, you have crossed the line." "Ancient One." In the blink of an eye, an immense surge of energy erupted, ruthlessly transforming the metallic disc into a mere orb of metal, which was subsequently cast to the ground. After executing this, the Ancient One departed, while Pierce hastily retrieved the metallic sphere. It bore numerous fissures, through which Pierce glimpsed the so-called planet, witnessing the destruction wrought upon an entire galaxy by an enraged Dormammu. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. He had been deceived by the Falden cult. He had, after all, transported nearly all the resources of Hydra to that planet. Now, it seemed, there was no hope of reclaiming them, and he still needed to account for this to the other members. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. His immediate objective was to dismantle the Falding cult's entire operation. Thus, Pierce began to mobilize Hydra's forces. Chapter 133, Mission Accomplished, Homeward Bound. India, Hassan. The Hydra agents, who had initially joined the uprising alongside the Indians under the influence of Falding powder, pivoted their weapons towards these very Indians upon receiving Pierce's orders. Their lethality exceeded that of the Indian soldiers. When the Indian military and Coulson arrived, they were met with a scene of utter carnage. What on earth happened? Coulson exchanged bewildered glances with Jason, both reflecting the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. However, there was no time for contemplation. They needed to continue the cleanup. Thus, they scoured Hassan, eliminating every Indian they encountered, and uncovered hundreds of tons of Falding powder. Upon witnessing such a terrifying quantity, Modi immediately instructed the commander to destroy it. Yet, apprehension lingered. Unlike other narcotics, Falding powder could be ingested merely by inhalation. The commander feared that a moment of carelessness during the destruction could lead to inhalation, with catastrophic consequences. Helplessly, he turned to Coulson and his team. Coulson promptly reassured him. "You all should leave. We will handle the destruction here." The commander, visibly relieved, led his team away as Coulson and his colleagues produced specialized devices designed for the annihilation of the Falding powder, filling the entire warehouse. As the countdown commenced, they exited the premises, and with a towering inferno erupting, hundreds of tons of Falding powder were entirely vaporized. Thus, Coulson and his team's mission concluded. The responsibility of preventing Falding powder from infiltrating India would now fall upon Dawood and the Indian government. They had done all they could, fully aware of the powder's terrifying implications. Should it still find its way into India, Coulson and his team would have no recourse. Having resolved these matters, they eagerly departed India, hastening their return home. Meanwhile, in Mexico, various nations dispatched military forces to quell the drug cartels, uprooting them entirely. Even the Mexican military and government, who had initially intervened, joined the crackdown, boldly declaring, "If you cannot resolve these cartels, we shall assist you. Should we hear further news of Falding powder, we would not hesitate to make you the next Cardassian, the next Libya." Thus, empowered by this military force, they swept through half of Mexico, sparing those who did not adhere to the Falding cult or produce the powder. The nations tacitly agreed to overlook them, for the primary target was America, where a significant portion of illicit activities stemmed from Mexico. They could not realistically annihilate Mexico, provided they ceased production of Falding powder. Seemingly, the Falding cult had anticipated these events, having already relocated from Mexico. Many loyal and fervent followers received the news and promptly departed, leaving no trace of their destination. Consequently, the United Nations issued a statement categorizing the Falding cult as a nefarious organization, promising substantial rewards for reporting it. "Aunt, have you missed me?" As Jason arrived home in the evening, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air. "Dad, you're back. But you should shower first, after all. You were in India. All right, let me wash up first. Please hold off on eating." With that, Jason dashed upstairs. Within 10 minutes, he returned. "Come on. It's time to eat." Nancy smiled at him. After the family finished dinner, Aunt and Jason retreated to the garden, reclining in lounge chairs while gazing at the starry sky. The two discussed the recent events, and upon learning that the Punisher's family had been resurrected and that they had been targeted by Hydra, Jason couldn't help but furrow his brow. "Is Audrey all right?" "She's fine." Meanwhile, at Coulson's residence, upon returning, he noticed that his front door had not been locked. His agent instincts prompted him to cautiously draw his firearm as he stealthily entered, finding no signs of a disturbance in his home, but rather the faint scent of a delicious meal, and soon, he beheld the figure he yearned for. He quickly holstered his weapon, whispering, "Audrey. Phil, you're back. Come eat first. After dinner, we can have a proper chat." Audrey turned back with a warm smile. Coulson swallowed hard and carefully took a seat at the dining table. "Go ahead and eat. What are you worried about? Do you think I depoison your food?" Audrey smiled, yet Coulson felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine. "How could I think such a thing? How could you bear to do that?" He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. "That's right, eat more. You must be exhausted from your trip." "I'm all right." The two fell into a comfortable silence until dinner concluded. Audrey rose to clear the table, and Coulson hurried to assist her, eager to please. Once everything was tidied up, Audrey took Coulson by the hand and led him to the sofa in the living room. "Don't you have something to tell me?" Audrey fixed her gaze on Coulson, prompting him to offer a wry smile, utterly unsure of what to say. "Audrey, what do you wish to know?" "Your work. Do you not realize I was attacked recently because of it? And you still haven't revealed the truth to me? What? Are you all right? Coulson anxiously inspected Audrey for injuries. I'm fine. Seeing her unscathed, Coulson took a deep breath and slowly confessed, indeed, I am not a salesman, but an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D? What organization is that? I have never heard of it, Audrey queried, puzzled. Coulson proceeded to explain the origins and initial purpose of S-H-I-E-L-D. So, you must be in considerable danger? Not really. It's not as perilous as you might think, Coulson quickly reassured her. And do you enjoy this job? Of course, he replied. Now I understand. Observing Audrey's despondent expression, Coulson enveloped her in a comforting embrace, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush as she followed Coulson upstairs. Chapter 134, Pregnant. The following day, Aunt descended the stairs to find Nancy and Jason engaged in breakfast. I'm here, come eat. Aunt nodded, but suddenly, he seemed to sense something, glancing at Nancy. Mom, I have something to tell you, but please don't overreact. What is it? Did you get someone pregnant? Mom, be serious. It seems you might be having a baby. Aunt retorted, exasperated. Nancy and Jason immediately turned their gazes towards Nancy's abdomen upon hearing the news. Are you certain? Jason inquired. I'm not entirely sure, but I just have this feeling. You could always visit the hospital for a checkup, Nancy replied. Upon hearing this, Nancy abruptly lost her appetite and took Jason directly to the First People's Hospital in New York City, where they sought the assistance of Aunt May. With her help, Nancy underwent an examination and swiftly received the report, which confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. Congratulations, Nancy. You are truly expecting, already 5 weeks along. If you have given birth before, you know what precautions to take, Aunt May said with a smile. However, upon hearing this, Nancy's expression darkened instead of brightening. What is wrong, Nancy? Aunt May asked. You know my identity, and Jason's too. Could our child be a monster? Nancy exclaimed in terror. After all, she was a vampire. And Jason was a werewolf, leaving Aunt May at a loss for words. Why not consult the elders of your respective clans? They have lived for quite some time. Aunt May suggested. Nancy, suddenly invigorated, exclaimed, Yes, I can ask them. She then took Jason back home. So, Mom? She asked. Yes, I am indeed pregnant. But I'm a vampire, and Dad is a werewolf. Our child won't be some sort of monster, right? That shouldn't be the case, Aunt replied, lacking any experience in such matters. No worries, I will ask Gloss, Nancy stated, turning to Jason. You should also reach out to Billy. Billy was the leader of the werewolf clan, and Jason nodded before pulling out his phone to contact him. Upon receiving the news, Billy immediately decided to come over. Gloss also received the message and promptly agreed to join them, as he had recently returned to Twilight City to handle clan leadership matters. Soon, 2 planes took off from Twilight City, hastening their way to New York City. Within a mere 10 hours, Billy and Gloss landed at the New York airport, where local werewolves and hybrid vampires hurried to pick them up. The 2 climbed into a car that sped towards Aunt's residence. Leader, we are being followed, Natalie declared. Ignore them. Let us first visit Her Majesty, Gloss replied while working. Understood, Leader. What Gloss and his companions didn't anticipate was that the vehicle following them would also halt at Aunt's doorstep, and the men emerging from the car were all too familiar. Billy, is that our leader Gloss? What brings you here? That is what we should be asking you. The 2 replied. Enough bickering. Come inside, Nancy said curtly. The 2 exchanged glances, ultimately complying and stepping inside. I summoned you to inquire about the offspring of a vampire and a werewolf. Will they possess any peculiar traits? Will they be a monster or a mere infant? Nancy asked urgently. Gloss and Billy exchanged glances before looking at Nancy's belly. You truly are with child, Mrs. Nancy? Gloss asked once more. Nancy nodded. And Gloss pondered for a moment before responding. Regarding vampires, we are not entirely certain. However, I can assure you that the child born of a vampire and a werewolf will initially be indistinguishable from a human child. As they mature, they will awaken either the werewolf's abilities or the vampire's. Is there a possibility that both abilities could awaken? Nancy inquired. The 2 simultaneously shook their heads, and Billy explained. That is simply impossible. Why? It pertains to genetic factors. The awakening of abilities is primarily determined by genetics. If the vampire genes dominate the werewolf genes, then the child will awaken vampire abilities, and vice versa. What if both genes are equally present? Gloss and Billy exchanged another glance before nodding. There might have been one case, but we are unsure. What do you mean? This relates to a scandal that occurred between our 2 clans long ago, roughly during the Middle Ages. At that time, vampires and werewolves were archenemies, to the point of killing each other on sight. Yet, during this tumultuous period, a vampire and a werewolf formed a union. Such unions were absolutely forbidden between our clans. and to evade persecution from their respective communities, they staged their own deaths. However, since our clans were at their peak, we had eyes everywhere, and they were eventually discovered. Yet, by that time, they had already conceived a child you might know. Billy stated. Who? Nancy asked. Van Helsing. Is he? Indeed. He is the one we refer to as potentially possessing the abilities of both races. When our clan discovered them, they were brutally slain. But Van Helsing was too young to comprehend. The one who struck was a close friend of the vampire. She knew that bringing them back would lead to inhumane torture. To spare her friend from such a fate, she killed him, unaware that they had a child who witnessed the death of his family. Is that why Van Helsing became a vampire hunter? Nancy queried. Precisely, and he relentlessly hunted us down. We had no choice but to retaliate. During which we discovered he possessed our vampire abilities as well as similar werewolf traits, yet we could never capture him, and he has since vanished. After listening to Billy's account, Nancy nodded. All right, I understand. Thank you both immensely. Nancy, may we become teachers to your soon-to-be-born child? Gloss inquired. Huh, yes. I would like that as well. Perhaps it is best to discuss this once the child is born, Nancy suggested. With a sigh, the two stood up and nodded, preparing to take their leave. However, seeing how far they had traveled and considering it was all for her sake, Nancy invited them to dinner that evening. Both gladly accepted the invitation. Chapter 135, The Onset of War. As night fell, Jason and Aunt were in the kitchen preparing dinner, while Nancy, now truly embodying the role of queen due to her pregnancy, reclined comfortably on the sofa, watching television. Whenever she felt hungry, Sunflower and Sunseed would bring her desired snacks, creating an atmosphere of utter indulgence. It seemed that every being in the household was devoted to pampering Nancy. Suddenly, Spike's voice echoed, not in a bark, but more like a greeting. You're here. Come in. The door is unlocked. Gloss and Billy entered, greeted by the sight of Nancy in her current state, which elicited laughter from them. Please, have a seat. Walnut, Hazelnut, pour water for our guests. At their cue, Walnut and Hazelnut wobbled over, carrying 2 glasses of ice water. Soon, Jason had prepared an elaborate feast, and everyone gathered around the dining table, enjoying their meal while engaging in conversation. Young Master Ant, we have heard that you seem to know a great deal. May I inquire about the future of our hybrid vampires? One of them asked. I, too, wish to know the fate of our werewolf clan, the other added. Why the sudden interest in such matters? Ant asked, gnawing on a piece of roasted meat. Well, young Master Ant, you must have noticed that in recent years, the Earth has been inundated with a plethora of superpowered beings. Most importantly, these beings are exceedingly formidable. While our 2 clans may appear to have extended lifespans, in truth, our strength is insufficient to contend with them. Just consider that green giant. It could easily overpower both our clans. Thus, we seek a means to secure our survival and avoid being eradicated. After listening to Ant's words, he furrowed his brows in contemplation and finally spoke. I believe you should consider developing a spacecraft and forming a company. After all, in today's world, wealth reigns supreme. A spacecraft? Indeed. You could even collaborate with others, as long as those involved are affluent and influential, and there are enough of them. If humanity truly wishes to hold you accountable, they would think twice. Similar to the Illuminati? Quite so. Upon hearing Ant's response, Billy exchanged glances with Gloss, and they had already devised a cooperative strategy. I understand. Thank you, young Master Ant. Oh, no need for gratitude. In truth, avoiding accountability is rather simple. Expand the cake so that more individuals can partake. This way, the interests among you will intertwine, making it more challenging for them to act against you. The most crucial point is that you must distinguish yourselves from the vampires. The bloodline is one thing, and vampires are another. Do you understand? The 2 nodded vigorously. And after continuing their conversation, it wasn't long before everyone had eaten and drunk their fill. In order to better execute their plans, they bid farewell and departed. When Jason finished washing the dishes and approached the sofa, Nancy revealed her fangs. What's the matter, dear? I don't know, but ever since I became pregnant, I've had an insatiable desire to drink your and Aunt's blood. Jason and Aunt exchanged glances, and they promptly retrieved vibranium syringes, each drawing approximately 50 milliliters of blood and handing it to Nancy. I won't drink it. Mom, we've already drawn it. Wouldn't it be a waste if you don't drink it? Aunt remarked. Seeing this, Nancy finally took the 100 milliliters of mixed blood and consumed it in one gulp. Feeling a warm current flowed down her throat and into her belly. Not only Nancy, but even Aunt and Jason could perceive that their blood transformed into pure energy, entering Nancy's embryo. How do you feel, dear? You're all right? I'm fine. The urge to drink your blood has diminished significantly. It seems the baby simply needed nourishment. All right, periodically, Dad and I will draw some blood for you. Mom, you need not worry about us. With our constitution, as long as it's not all drawn at once, we'll recover quickly. Reluctantly, Nancy acquiesced to their insistence. Embracing her two beloved family members, she felt a wave of sentimentality wash over her. Perhaps due to the hormonal changes from her pregnancy, she had become somewhat sentimental. Initially, Nancy didn't think much of it until an incident nearly resulted in disaster, forcing her to take a leave of absence. As an FBI agent, she was acutely aware of the dangers of sentimentality, so she had no choice but to report to her superior to request time off. Her superior was initially resistant. After all, Nancy was one of his most capable agents and only 5 or 6 weeks pregnant, capable of continuing her duties. However, upon reviewing her recent operational footage, he had no choice but to grant her leave, as Nancy had exhibited alarming changes in her behavior on the job. She had even considered letting a female thief go, swayed by the thief's tragic backstory. If Nancy hadn't realized something was amiss and instructed her colleagues to keep an eye on her, that thief might have escaped. Thus, Nancy found herself on paid leave, spending her days idly at home. Even the task of walking the dog was commandeered by her, leaving Aunt with no option but to accompany her. During one of their walks, Nancy spotted some neighbors in need of assistance and, with her characteristic enthusiasm, rushed over to help. Aunt could only shake his head in resignation, but he had no alternative. This monotonous existence was soon interrupted by the arrival of Coulson, who bore a rather grave expression. "What's the matter, Phil?" "Jason, you need to return to the field," Coulson said, his demeanor serious. "What do you mean?" "The director is preparing to declare war on Hydra." "Why the sudden decision?" "Unclear. By the way, Aunt, Nancy is also invited. They can choose to attend or decline." "Nancy's pregnant. I don't want her." "I'll go," Nancy interjected, rushing out. "Mom, don't complicate things. You're currently in a delicate state, and if anything goes awry, it could be disastrous. Are you ashamed of me?" Nancy looked at Aunt with tear-filled eyes. Aunt was at a loss, glancing at Jason, who turned to Coulson. Reluctantly, Coulson approached Nancy to persuade her. However, Nancy's tearful gaze proved overwhelming, and ultimately, Coulson conceded, allowing her to join. Soon, key members of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, and the Disaster Control Agency gathered aboard the helicarrier. Chapter 136, S.H.I.E.L.D. versus Hydra. On the helicarrier, everyone convened. Yet Ant's curiosity was piqued by a man nearby, John Garrett, a member of Hydra. "What is he doing here?" Ant asked directly. "He has defected," Fury replied. Seeing the puzzled expressions around him, Fury continued, "Indeed, he has defected. He joined Hydra midway, and rather than being a true member, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. So he is not genuinely Hydra. To gain more information, I collaborated with him." "Director Fury, how can you be certain he is sincerely cooperating with us?" "Because his time is short. Only we can save him. Hydra lacks the capability, or if they do, the cost is too high to entrust someone who isn't one of their own." "Exactly, which is why I agreed to collaborate with you, based on the information he provided." Due to Pierce's blunder, Hydra had depleted years of resources in one fell swoop. "What?" Steve instinctively exclaimed. No one understood Hydra's might better than Steve. The thought of their decades of accumulated resources being wiped out was staggering. Indeed, Pierce made a deal with the followers of the Dark Dimension, promising them a planet, only to realize that the planet existed within the Dark Dimension. Everything Pierce saw was an illusion. He believed the plan had succeeded, and Earth was on the brink of destruction, prompting a massive transfer of resources to that planet. "You can already guess the outcome," Garrett explained. "What do you think, Nate? Isn't he correct?" Anne inquired of Nate. "He hasn't deceived us. He has indeed betrayed Hydra," Nate confirmed. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Nate, who quickly lowered his hood. "What does that mean?" "Mind reading. It allows me to extract emotions and memories from specified individuals. So just now, I was accessing his thoughts. As this operation is far from child's play, why didn't you mention this ability sooner?" I forgot," Ant replied awkwardly. Everyone was at a loss for words. But at least they now knew Garrett was genuinely on their side. Just then, a figure stepped forward. "Director, everything is ready." "Wait, why is he here?" Ant asked, eyeing the ruggedly handsome man before him. "Because he is Garrett's foster son and not truly a member of Hydra. Since he hasn't actively assisted Hydra, he was allowed to join. He is, in fact, a highly skilled agent." "Nate, go?" Ned employed the mind-melding technique and, upon glimpsing Grant Ward's memories, nodded towards the others. Fury exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly produced 2 boxes, handing them to the 2 individuals. "Let us proceed." Garrett's eyes gleamed with excitement as he led Grant to his quarters. Upon opening the box, they discovered it contained the KW-89 alongside the T-virus serum. Without hesitation, the father and son administered the serum, and when they regained consciousness, they reveled in their revitalized bodies. Garrett felt an exhilarating rush. He was finally free from the fear of his body disintegrating unexpectedly. Soon after, they emerged into the outside world, where a countdown appeared on the screen, and everyone sat in hushed anticipation. It's begun. Please take a seat. Once the countdown concludes, SHIELD will be obliterated, and the Disaster Control Agency will comprehensively replace it, Fury lamented. As the acting director of SHIELD, he had sacrificed much for the organization, yet now he faced the grim necessity of dismantling it. Director, the representatives from various nations have arrived. Allow them to enter. Moments later, 5 representatives entered and turned their gazes towards Fury. Fury, what is happening? Ned, I implore you. No problem. Gentlemen, can you disclose your affiliations with Hydra? Ned inquired directly, fixing his gaze upon the 5. He is one of Hydra's operatives, Ned exclaimed, pointing at one representative. Before the accused could react, Harry cast a petrification spell, rendering him immobile. What is the meaning of this? The other representatives exclaimed, believing Fury had gone mad and intended to assault them. Everyone, calm yourselves. Please take a seat while I elucidate, Fury urged. Following his explanation, the remaining 4 representatives glared at Fury in outrage. What reparations do you propose? The representative from Huagua inquired after taking a few deep breaths. Fury laid out their plan, and upon hearing the extensive details, the 4 representatives were left speechless. Are you certain? Do you comprehend the magnitude of SHIELD? We are aware, but we have no alternatives. This is the most vulnerable moment for Hydra, Fury replied softly. The 4 representatives exchanged glances before responding in unison. Very well, we understand. You may commence your actions. But post-operation, you must ensure the eradication of Hydra within our respective nations' upper echelons. I understand. I would have done so without your prompting. Then, after this operation, SHIELD will cease to exist. We cannot allow such a situation to arise again. Do you comprehend my words? The representative from Huagua stated, standing with an imposing presence directed at Fury. Not only he, but the other representatives bore similar expressions, finally grasping why Fury had established such a new organization. Though they had no retreat left, as the countdown dwindled to 1 hour, everyone closed their eyes to meditate, awaiting the conclusion of the timer. Do we truly not need to assist? Coulson murmured. No need. All confirmed Hydra agents have already received the KW-89 and T-virus serum, and some high-ranking individuals even possess nano-armor. They should be fine. Wait, what about the Mind Stone? Ant suddenly queried. Fury was taken aback, indeed. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about its existence. Garrett, where is the Mind Stone? It appears to be in the possession of Baron Strucker. He seems intent on conducting some experiments with it, though the specifics remain unclear. At least, it is not in Pierce's hands, Garrett responded. Fury furrowed his brow slightly. But now was not the time for such discussions. As the countdown approached 0, all enhanced SHIELD agents received a message on their phones. Upon reading the message, those agents paused momentarily before quickly regaining their composure. Chapter 137, SHIELD versus Hydra 2. At the headquarters of the 3-section wing, numerous agents removed their colored contact lenses and drew their firearms, aiming them at their former comrades before opening fire. The others were utterly bewildered, attempting to draw their own weapons, but were thwarted by the SHIELD agents. What are you doing? Eliminating Hydra. We act on Director Fury's orders. Everyone, surrender your weapons. Those who dare to resist will face consequences. It was then that they realized those wielding guns were agents with golden eyes. Not only here, but across various branches and bases, they acted decisively, executing confirmed Hydra agents on the spot, while detaining those whose affiliations were uncertain for Ned's subsequent verification. In this manner, they seized control of the situation by taking the initiative, yet Hydra was not to be underestimated. Most of the personnel here were administrative and lacked combat prowess, unlike Hydra operatives who had undergone years of training in secrecy. Consequently, some Hydra agents, appearing to capitulate, seized the opportunity to counterattack, but were swiftly subdued in a single maneuver. All Hydra agents were stunned. Not only them, but everyone else was taken aback, unprepared for the formidable combat abilities of these administrative personnel. Furthermore, those who retaliated received no mercy and were promptly dispatched. The leading SHIELD agent declared once more, "Listen closely, I cannot discern who among you is Hydra and who is SHIELD. Therefore, if you wish to avoid sacrifice, Do not act recklessly. If you doubt us, check your phones. The agents hastily pulled out their phones, revealing the mission brief from Fury. Upon seeing this message, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents abandoned their thoughts of resistance, while the Hydra agents were thrown into a panic, realizing they had been exposed, and that Fury had set an elaborate trap to eradicate them. Pierce was the first to receive the news and immediately contacted all Winter Soldiers while also reaching out to Crossbones, instructing him to lead a rapid response task force to seize the Insight Program's base. Prior to negotiating with Faulding, Pierce had persistently pressed Fury, who, to prevent Pierce from discovering his knowledge of Hydra's existence, had no choice but to expedite the construction of the aerial aircraft carrier. There was no alternative. Pierce demanded personnel and resources, even utilizing a majority of the laboratories to assist. If this did not accelerate the process, Pierce would certainly become suspicious of Fury. Thus, under his insistence, 3 Quinjet fighters had been fully constructed, needing only software and precision weaponry to complete them. Soon, Crossbones arrived at the base with the Rapid Response Task Force, but by that time, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already neutralized all Hydra operatives. They began fortifying their defenses, and as Crossbones arrived, they immediately opened fire, taking out nearly half of the rapid response team. However, Crossbones reacted swiftly, drawing a grenade launcher to demolish the defenses. He and his team surged into the fray, engaging in combat with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As the battle progressed, Crossbones began to sense something amiss. How is this possible? Why are your strengths so formidable? The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents did not respond but continued to suppress them, awaiting reinforcements. However, instead of reinforcements, Hydra agents arrived, few Winter Soldiers and hundreds of enhanced individuals bolstered by dark energy. Their arrival immediately forced the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents into retreat, and as they found themselves on the brink of encirclement, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents resolved to flee. One agent donned nano armor and transformed into a tank, crashing through the wall to escape. Crossbones attempted to pursue, but was intercepted by the Winter Soldiers. First, let the aerospace carriers take off, and it is worth noting that Pierce has summoned a multitude of reinforcements. Our immediate task is to safeguard these 3 aerospace carriers until Dr. Zola completes the implantation. Upon hearing this, Crossbones nodded and promptly led a contingent of Hydra agents to secure the 3 aerospace carriers. Simultaneously, numerous transport aircraft arrived at the carriers, commencing the installation of these high-precision weapons, which boast an accuracy that does not exceed 10 centimeters, a truly terrifying degree of precision. The installation process, along with Dr. Zola's consciousness upload, requires time, yet time is precisely what they lack. Meanwhile, Fury and his team had already initiated their actions as the countdown reached 0. The Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Disaster Control Agency all set course for the Insight Project base. Initially, the group intended for Ned to open a portal directly, but the predicament lay in the fact that portals can only be activated in locations they have previously visited or seen. Since Ned had never been here, they were left with no choice but to board the Bear Peak fighter jet. Unlike Ned, who accompanied the agents of the Disaster Control Agency, the Bear Peak is renowned for its formidable firepower, terrifying defensive capabilities, and reliable load-bearing capacity, albeit at a slower speed of around Mach 5, which suffices for their needs. Unbeknownst to them, this delay allowed Hydra's strongest reinforcements, a cadre of superhumans, to arrive. What is the current situation? Anne inquired. The personnel from the Disaster Control Agency are limited, so I instructed them to first control the situation at the Tri-Wing area before liberating the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents over there, Fury replied from the aerospace carrier. Understood, Ant responded, ending the communication while pondering whether Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver would make an appearance. They were significantly ahead of the timeline from the film regarding their confrontation with Hydra, leaving him uncertain of its potential impact on future events. However, there was no time for contemplation. As the Bear Peak fighter jet approached the Insight Project base and prepared to land, a barrage of bullets rained upon them, accompanied by missiles, forcing them to land outside the base. Weren't we told there were no air defense measures? Anne exclaimed. They probably just moved in. Forget about that. Hulk, charge forward, he shouted. Hulk responded with a thunderous roar, summoning a massive shield and charging forward, smashing through the defensive barricade as bullets ricocheted off him. Ant then produced 2 exquisite revolvers, channeling magical energy into them. Instantly, the revolvers emanated a chilling aura, as if freshly retrieved from a freezer. due to the application of freezing rounds. Thus, the battle was on the verge of erupting. Inside the Insight Project base, Ant stood behind Hulk, who raised a nanoshield to shield their allies from the relentless onslaught. Ant, brandishing his revolvers, unleashed a flurry of ice-infused bullets that instantly encased any Hydra agents hit in a block of ice. However, each bullet consumed a measure of magical energy, so Ant strategically used the freezing rounds to establish an initial advantage. He then retrieved a grenade, infused it with magic, transforming it into a G-18C freezing grenade, which he hurled into the crowd, freezing a multitude of Hydra agents. The intensity of fire diminished significantly, prompting Steve, Jason, and Harry to spring into action, charging towards the air defense installations. Hulk, with a furious roar, hurled his shield, obliterating an air defense gun, while the shockwave incapacitated nearby Hydra soldiers. Hulk then charged into the throng, drawing a considerable amount of fire, allowing his comrades to scatter and focus on dismantling the air defense systems before clearing the area of Hydra agents. However, these Hydra operatives had been augmented by dark energy, rendering them formidable adversaries, akin to a battalion of Captain Americas. It wasn't until Hulk and Thor plunged into their ranks that they began to falter. This one-sided conflict persisted until a Quinjet touched down, from which two figures emerged, one of whom was a girl clad in a red leather jacket. Upon seeing her, Ant shouted, "Beware of that girl." The team instinctively turned their attention to her, including Hulk. The girl appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised that anyone recognized her. But there was no time for pleasantries. In an instant, she materialized beside Hulk, and a surge of red energy flowed into his mind. Immediately, Hulk's eyes blazed with fury as an unquenchable fire ignited within him. He yearned to unleash his wrath, but the Hydra agents morphed into familiar faces in his mind, preventing him from targeting them. The intensity of his anger swelled, ultimately causing Hulk to lose all semblance of rationality. "Thor!" Tony shouted urgently. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, struck Hulk, sending him hurtling from the battlefield. With the departure of these two titans, the team lost their advantage, compounded by the presence of a speedster on the field, further tilting the scales against them. "We must eliminate that swift adversary first," Harry declared. He stealthily concealed himself, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash a spell, quickly icing the ground beneath the speedster, causing him to lose his footing and crash into a wall. To their astonishment, the speedster turned out to be a silver-haired youth. Initially poised to end his life with a well-aimed arrow, Barton adjusted his aim slightly, allowing the arrow to embed itself mere centimeters from the boy. The youth's gaze met Barton's, filled with fear, yet he realized that mercy had been granted. "Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver," Ant murmured. "You know them?" "Yes, but we need to incapacitate them first. Their abilities are rather troublesome." At that moment, Quicksilver regained his composure, leaping to his feet and entering his super speed state once more. Observing the aerospace carriers poised for takeoff, he swiftly ushered all Hydra agents and his sister, the Scarlet Witch, aboard one of the carriers. "Pursue them," Steve commanded, but the overwhelming firepower rendered them immobile. In mere seconds, the ferocious assault shattered a wall. "Let us board the Bear Peak," Natasha suggested, exasperated. "EMP," Bucky shouted, unleashing an energy shockwave that paralyzed all electronic devices within the Insight Project base, including the Bear Peak outside. With no other option, they turned to Nancy, but due to her pregnancy, they had to wait for Fury's assistance to avoid jeopardizing the child. Shortly thereafter, a portal materialized around them, and Ned appeared. "Ned, quickly open the portal and take us up," Steve called out. "Call me Wizard, let us go," Ned reminded them, activating the portal. The team immediately traversed through it, emerging aboard the aerospace carrier, where they faced off against Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch once more. "Wizard, disperse the team and remove that chip, Mr. Stark will guide you on how to operate it," Ant instructed in a hushed tone. Ned nodded thoughtfully, then conjured two portals, prompting the group to split up and head towards the other two aircraft carriers, intent on extracting the chip there to thwart the Insight initiative. However, dividing their forces meant their overall power would diminish, as only the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the Punisher alongside Blade had come for this mission. Ant, Ned, Harry, Peter, and Old Man Slade remained aboard this aircraft carrier to confront Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. "What is the plan, Ant?" Harry inquired softly. "Ned, Harry, you two attempt to ensnare Quicksilver with spells. I'll handle Scarlet Witch with Peter, while Old Man Slade supports me," Ant instructed decisively. "Understood," Harry replied. Both he and Ned turned their attention to Quicksilver, who swallowed hard, recalling his previous misfortunes at Harry's hands. Neither side made a move initially, but then Old Man Slade suddenly transformed, startling both Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, while while Harry and Ned seized the moment to unleash two beams of energy towards Quicksilver. He swiftly evaded, darting away at incredible speed, but as he attempted to retaliate, he noticed that the ground beneath them was encased in ice. If he couldn't find a way to navigate the icy surface, he would remain vulnerable to their attacks. Meanwhile, seeing her brother in dire straits, Scarlet which aimed to assist him, only to be intercepted by Peter's webbing. In response, she manipulated the chaotic energy in her grasp to dissolve the webbing and launched several energy orbs, all of which were thwarted by Ant and Old Man Slade. Simultaneously, the situation on the other two aircraft carriers was equally dire, as they found themselves unable to approach the location of the chip, leaving them momentarily immobilized. Chapter 139, S.H.I.E.L.D. versus Hydra 4. On another aircraft carrier, Steve and Bucky faced Crossbones, stretching their limbs before charging at him. To their astonishment, their enhanced abilities were no match for Crossbones. Not only could he hold his ground, but he also seemed capable of suppressing their attacks. Had it not been for Natasha and Barton's assistance, they likely would have succumbed to Crossbones' prowess. As they created distance, they exchanged bewildered glances. Crossbones, equally surprised by his newfound strength, had developed an uncanny ability to anticipate their moves, even dodging incoming bullets. Unbeknownst to him, this transformation was entirely due to the dark energy coursing through him, linking him with other Hydra agents similarly empowered, forming a network that enveloped the three aircraft carriers in a temporary dark dimension, though thwarted by the formation of a magical barrier that prevented Dormammu from entering. Crossbones and his allies thrived within this shadowy realm, gaining a significant boost in power to counter Steve and his companions' assault, even mounting their own counterattacks. "We can't let this continue, Natasha. We'll hold them off. You go disable the chip," Steve murmured urgently. Natasha nodded silently, and they enacted their plan. The three engaged Crossbones and a segment of Hydra agents, while Natasha seized the opportunity to deploy smoke bombs, shrouding the battlefield in a veil of obscurity as she slipped inside the carrier. Once the smoke dissipated, Crossbones, noting the absence of his adversaries, promptly alerted the remaining Hydra agents inside the carrier to exercise caution. He discarded his communication device, seemingly eager for a thrilling confrontation with the remaining trio. Meanwhile, Jason and Nancy faced a similar predicament. Though lacking any high-level combatants, they were confronted only by Hydra agents enhanced by dark energy and a Winter Soldier. However, for Jason, these foes were far from formidable, even with their enhancements. With Nancy by his side, he forbade her from engaging in close combat, compelling her to draw her crystalline handgun, infusing it with energy before unleashing bullets forged from the essence of blood. The penetration and power of such projectiles were not to be underestimated. Moreover, Nancy exhibited remarkable timing in her shots. For instance, if Jason faced an enemy head-on and another attempted a sneak attack from behind, she would deftly fire to repel the ambusher. This strategy created an ideal combat environment for Jason, who thrived, while the Hydra agents felt disconcerted, akin to being interrupted just as they were about to relieve themselves after a long night. "Frank, you and Eric go disable the chip. I'll handle things here," Jason commanded as he pushed back the Winter Soldier. "Are you sure you can manage?" the Punisher asked, fending off opponents with his chainsaw sword. "Trust me." Steve's holding on, "But you need to disable the chip here and rush to their aid," Jason assured him. The Punisher nodded, exchanging glances with Blade before they sprinted towards the sole entrance to the carrier, enduring a barrage of attacks. Yet the Punisher's powered armor was impervious to the bullets from mere rifles, allowing him to charge through the hail of gunfire into the carrier. Just inside, a terrifying laser shot toward him, and had he not dodged in time, he would have been pierced through. "Are you all right?" the Punisher asked, tossing a crate toward the laser-firing agent. "I'm fine, keep moving." They quickly advanced, when suddenly the roar of fighter jets filled the air. They glanced out the window to see a Quinjet ascending, its heavy machine gun aiming at them. At that moment, an orange beam struck the jet down. "Keep going." Tony's voice crackled through their earpieces. With Tony's protection, the Punisher surged forward, charging through the interior like a tank, swiftly reaching the chip's storage area, the core of the Inside Initiative, as Hydra utilized this chip matrix to filter individuals deemed hazardous to their organization, essentially employing big data for surveillance. Though not foolproof, Hydra preferred to err on the side of caution rather than risk letting anyone slip through their fingers. Upon reaching the chip, the Punisher began dismantling it according to Tony's instructions. However, as he took a step forward, numerous turrets emerged, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Fixated on the chip within arm's reach, the Punisher pressed on through the hail of bullets. Seeing this, Blade immediately pulled a grenade, removed the pin, and after a brief moment of concentration, hurled it at the turrets. With a resounding explosion, one turret was obliterated. Blade continued using this tactic, destroying several more turrets. The Punisher attempted to utilize his explosive arrows, but they failed to penetrate the dense barrage of fire, detonating harmlessly in midair. Thus, he placed his hopes on Blade, and together, they swiftly neutralized a portion of the turrets, allowing the Punisher to approach the machine safeguarding the chip. Though crafted from vibranium, the Punisher was undeterred. He retrieved a device and aimed it at the vibranium. As the device activated, the vibranium appeared to melt, and the Punisher hastily extracted the chip. As the chip was removed, the entire matrix appeared to lose its vitality, becoming dim and lifeless. The chip has been secured. There's no chance of error, is there? Tony reminded. There's no mistake. The matrix has ceased its operation. Upon witnessing this, Tony immediately flew in to confirm the matrix was indeed shut down. He swiftly brought the two of them to the airborne aircraft carrier where Steve and the others were located. Not only him, but even Nancy followed, leaving Jason alone behind. Once Nancy was gone, a sinister smile crept onto Jason's face. With Nancy's recent saintly demeanor and her pregnancy, he had endeavored to mask his attacks, rendering them less brutal. But now, with her absence, he felt liberated to unleash his true nature. Chapter 140, S-H-I-E-L-D versus Hydra 5. Steve, I come to your aid. The Punisher descended from the air, targeting Crossbones, who was no fool and deftly rolled away to evade. Simultaneously, he retaliated, launching a fist that struck the Punisher's helmet. The terrifying kinetic energy pushed the Punisher, armored and powered, backward, causing his helmet to sustain damage. This helmet was the Punisher's sole piece of headgear, inciting his fury as he drew his chainsaw sword and charged at Crossbones. In his hands, the heavy chainsaw sword wielded with ease, akin to a mere twig. Yet, Crossbones struck the chainsaw sword, severing it in half, and delivered a kick that sent the Punisher flying. Is he really that formidable? Tony, who had just arrived, remarked instinctively. Indeed, it seems he possesses an inexplicable energy that continuously enhances his strength, Steve replied, rubbing his chest. Punisher, do not act impulsively. I shall provide you with a brand new suit of powered armor made from nanobots later. For now, you must remain composed. He is deliberately provoking you. I will hold them off with Steve while you assist Natasha in removing the chip. The Punisher removed his damaged helmet, revealing his golden eyes as he nodded at Tony. Then, alongside Blade, resumed their reckless assault. Upon entering the aircraft carrier, they found Natasha under siege. The Punisher rushed over to help her. Are you all right? He inquired. I'm fine. Thanks to your timely arrival, Natasha replied, wiping the blood from her cheek. How did you end up in such a predicament? Blade couldn't help but ask. Their strength has grown exponentially. While I can hold my own against them individually, the issue is that I am their sole target, and they all converge upon me. Why didn't you call for their assistance? The Punisher pressed Natasha. They were unable to come to my aid. Just as the Punisher was about to say more, he recalled Crossbones' terrifying prowess and swiftly shifted the conversation. Follow me. Let us disable the chip first. Natasha nodded, and under the Punisher's lead, they braved a hail of bullets and sporadic fire from peculiar angles. Had they not been enhanced, they would have surely met their demise numerous times by now. Natasha, Eric. At that moment, Tony flew in, tossing a device to them. Upon seeing it, Natasha promptly affixed it to her chest, and Blade mirrored her action. As they activated the device, a swarm of nanobots enveloped them like a flowing river, manifesting as nanotech armor upon their bodies. Why didn't you provide this to them from the start? Because the production of nanotech armor is exceedingly scarce. Even with Tony's assistance, their stock was limited. Most of the nanotech armor was allocated to Coulson, allowing him to lead the disaster control agents to suppress the Triquil Tower. While Ned distinguished the loyal agents who were dispatched to various global divisions to continue the cleanup, preventing the situation from escalating further. Providing these two sets of nanotech armor was the utmost limit. However, with this armor, Natasha and Blade's safety was assured. Thus, the trio hastened their pace, soon arriving at the location where the chip was stored. However, without the Punisher's helmet, he found himself at a loss. What's wrong? This place is rigged with multiple turrets. Entering will trigger their assault. If my helmet were intact, I could walk right in, but now that it's damaged, I'm unsure how to proceed. Natasha, noticing the situation, hoisted a corpse and hurled it inside, instantly activating the turrets. The Punisher instinctively drew his explosive crossbow and fired at the turrets. Due to the angle, his explosive bolts did not detonate prematurely, but instead obliterated turret after turret. Once all the turrets were neutralized, they ventured inside, remaining vigilant for any potential traps. Once assured there were no traps, Natasha quickly produced a device, one use per person, allowing anyone who approached the chip storage to activate it and retrieve the chip. Natasha swiftly took the specified chip, and upon doing so, the matrix seemed to lose its energy, becoming dim once more. After completing this task, they exited, only to find Crossbones still engaged in battle with them, his appearance gradually transforming. Nancy, take them to find Ant. Assist them in retrieving the last aircraft carrier's chip. Steve shouted. And what shall you do here? Rest assured, we can still hold our ground. Are you certain? Can you truly withstand this, Captain? Crossbones hurled a punch at Steve, his speed so swift that Steve could only raise his shield to block, yet the forceful blow sent him hurtling backward. Simultaneously, black crystals erupted from Crossbones' body, his form expanding grotesquely into a terrifying monster, unleashing a furious roar at the group. At that moment, a green figure descended, landing and instantly launching a punch that sent Crossbones flying. Hulk angry. The sight of Hulk's arrival brought a collective sigh of relief from the others. Leave this to Hulk and me. You should focus on retrieving the last aircraft carrier, Thor proclaimed as he flew in, his gaze cautiously fixed on the monstrous Crossbones. Crossbones rose from the rubble once more, now towering at a terrifying 3 meters, his robust black muscles grotesque, with sharp black crystals protruding from his joints like bone spurs. Yet unlike bone spurs, these crystals pulsed with dark energy within. Crossbones cracked his neck and provocatively beckoned with his fingers. Hulk, seizing the moment, charged forth, employing the mixed martial arts Steve had taught him. However, having only recently mastered it, he was no match for Crossbones. As a result, Crossbones swiftly dispatched Hulk with a kick and retaliated with a punch directed at Thor's hammer. A catastrophic shockwave erupted between them, and after a brief stalemate, Crossbones was pushed back, leaving deep gouges in the steel floor, while Thor was also sent reeling. When he regained his footing, he regarded Crossbones with wary eyes. The oppressive aura emanating from Crossbones had surpassed that of Hulk, at least in his normal state. If Hulk were enraged, Thor would not dare claim he could subdue him. Chapter 141, S.H.I.E.L.D. versus Hydra 6. The last aircraft carrier, where Ant was located, was now captured by Quicksilver, aided by Harry and Ned. They were currently leveraging Quicksilver's life to threaten Scarlet Witch, and their plan was proving highly effective. Now, the Scarlet Witch has come to a halt. Despite Quicksilver's desperate cries for her to flee, the Scarlet Witch, in her despair for her brother, closes her eyes, awaiting their judgment. Annie, are you bullying a girl? Mom, she's the enemy. Old Man Stray, does this girl bear any sins? Old Man Stray shook his head. He had long employed the eye of judgment and discovered that these two youngsters, although formidable, were devoid of any sins. In other words, they had neither killed nor even harmed anyone, which is why Old Man Stray had been lenient in his dealings with the Scarlet Witch. The Scarlet Witch sensed this. Yet they had their own objectives. Child, I do not understand why you wish to assist Hydra, but you must know that Hydra is no benevolent entity. It would be better for you to distance yourselves from them. I can also persuade my children to spare you. The mother of Nancy erupted with maternal concern. The Scarlet Witch opened her eyes, poised to accept, when suddenly a surge of dark energy invaded her mind right before them. What is this? Quicksilver exclaimed in terror. No one responded. Auntie glanced at Harry, who immediately understood Auntie's intention and turned to strike at Quicksilver. Startled, Quicksilver shut his eyes, bracing for death. Yet after a long moment, he felt no pain and opened his eyes. He discovered that the ropes binding him had been severed by Harry. Quicksilver promptly stood up, eager to check on the Scarlet Witch, but was halted by Auntie. Do not cause a disturbance. Your sister is currently resisting the dark energy. If she succumbs to its invasion, she will no longer be herself. What do you mean? Tell me. Quicksilver shouted at Auntie. Calm down. Do not disturb your sister. Auntie replied, delivering a punch to Quicksilver's gut, causing him to double over in pain. Once he regained his composure, Quicksilver turned to look at his sister, only to find her in apparent agony. Help her, he pleaded. We cannot. It is now solely up to her, Auntie said helplessly, left with no other option. Quicksilver could only pray that the Scarlet Witch would survive this ordeal, while the Punisher and others swiftly ventured inside, efficiently extracting the chips. With the removal of these chips, Tony began to commandeer the internal computer, first inserting a USB drive, then allowing Jarvis to infiltrate it, assisting him in locating Dr. Zola's consciousness, cornering him and compelling him to enter the USB drive. However, Dr. Zola vehemently resisted this transformation, but ultimately succumbed to the genius of Tony and the prowess of Jarvis, finding himself contained within the USB drive. After disconnecting the USB, Tony secured it, intending to personally craft a prison for Dr. Zola, a cage uniquely his own. Having completed these tasks, they proceeded to eliminate the remaining Hydra agents, ensuring that those enhanced by dark energy returned completely to Dormammu's embrace. Subsequently, Tony maneuvered the helicarrier to descend, and as it prepared to leave this temporary dimension, Dormammu finally opted to intervene. He intensified his energy output, causing the Scarlet Witch to abruptly open her eyes, now filled with darkness. Chaos magic, she now belongs to me, a voice, both masculine and feminine, declared. Dormammu, release her body. Boy, who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Dormammu, controlling the Scarlet Witch's form, unleashed chaos magic, transforming the helicarrier into an airborne island, and with a mere gesture, a terrifying gale surged toward the group. Auntie, witnessing this, immediately swung his feathered blade, channeling his magic into a terrifying blade of energy that sliced toward Dormammu, dispersing the gale. Yet, Dormammu merely waved his hand, and the blade energy morphed into a flurry of butterflies. Wow, what an absurd ability. What kind of power is this? Reality distortion, in other words. As long as she desires it and has sufficient energy, she can manifest anything, including the creation or destruction of universes, Auntie said, his expression grave. In that moment, everyone comprehended just how formidable this girl was. Suddenly, Peter launched webs in an attempt to ensnare Dormammu, but it was utterly futile. To someone with the ability to distort reality, all attacks appeared as mere child's play. It was not until another figure appeared that Dormammu began to take things seriously. Ancient One, Dormammu, how have you crossed the line again? The Ancient One said with a smile. Master, you have finally arrived, Ned exclaimed with excitement. The Ancient One nodded at the chubby Ned, acknowledging his great potential, noting that if he had more practical experience, his strength would rival her own. With the Ancient One's arrival, Auntie felt a slight sense of relief. The Ancient One immediately initiated the mirror dimension, drawing everyone within it, while Tony promptly activated the helicarrier to depart from this temporary dimensional space. Initially, Dormammu attempted to intervene, but as the saying goes, your enemies often know you better than your friends. Thus, the Ancient One blocked Dormammu's path. Consequently, the helicarrier landed, and agents from the Disaster Control Bureau surged forward, swiftly eliminating all remaining Hydra operatives aboard. In the mirror dimension, Dormammu, now cut off from dark energy and overwhelmed by the Scarlet Witch's consciousness fighting back along with the Ancient One and her allies' attacks, found himself unable to cope, ultimately being expelled from the Scarlet Witch's body. Upon witnessing the Scarlet Witch regaining consciousness, Quicksilver rushed over, eager to escape with her, yet unaware that they were in the mirror dimension, not the real universe. Therefore, the Ancient One merely waved her hand, causing the structures within the mirror dimension to invert, ultimately trapping everyone within a confined space, preventing Quicksilver from leaving. This is not the real space. To exit, follow us, Ned stated. Quicksilver nodded and followed the group back into the real world. As soon as they returned, Quicksilver took the Scarlet Witch and departed. The others exchanged glances, none daring to intervene, for they could not possibly match Quicksilver's speed. Chapter 142, S-H-I-E-L-D versus Hydra. The end. The group casually found a place to rest, gazing up at the helicarrier above. At that moment, Coulson arrived, prompting Auntie to inquire, Uncle Phil, how is the situation? It's manageable. At least we've stabilized the situation, preventing any major repercussions. So why are you here now? To take over the Triquill headquarters. This will become the base for the Disaster Control Bureau, while the outskirts will serve as the Avengers base. By the way, what is the current status above? Coulson whispered. Uncertain. Mom, what is the situation up there? Auntie asked Nancy. Not optimistic. It seems one individual has been completely consumed by dark energy, and he has transformed into a monster. Hulk and Thor are dealing with him, while my husband is on another helicarrier neutralizing the remaining Hydra operatives. I will assist, Tony declared. The group nodded in agreement, and Tony made his way to the helicarrier, where Jason was located. At this point, Jason had already torn apart the last enemy, leaving the decks scattered with severed limbs. Even Tony, upon witnessing this, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Jason, are you alright? I'm fine. Are you sure you're alright? I truly am. I wasn't this brutal initially, but they had to be dismembered, or their wounds would keep healing. I had no other choice, Jason hurriedly explained, anxious not to be perceived as a psychopath. I understand. I shall take control of the aircraft carrier's landing while you gather the bodies and incinerate them. Let's ensure Nancy doesn't discover them later. Very well, I comprehend. Thus, Tony proceeded to maneuver the aircraft carrier, while Jason hastened to collect the severed limbs, ensuring no remnants were overlooked. Once assembled, he doused them in accelerant and, with a flick of his lighter, ignited a roaring blaze upon the deck. Tony, they won't burn, Jason exclaimed urgently. Hearing Jason's call, Tony entrusted the landing of the carrier to Jarvis and rushed outside, only to witness the grim scene. The bodies engulfed in flames showed no signs of burning. It was only after the carrier departed the temporary dimension that the corpses began to smolder, which brought a sigh of relief from Jason. As the carrier approached the ground, Jason aimed for a reservoir, built specifically for experimental purposes, and leaped from a height of 100 meters. "What the hell has Dad gone mad?" Ant remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. The others were equally puzzled by Jason's leap, except for Barton, who noted Jason's ghastly appearance, drenched in blood and various human remains. This realization explained Jason's drastic action. Upon plunging into the reservoir, Jason quickly washed himself, ensuring there were no traces of blood or flesh before daring to surface. "Darling, why did you suddenly jump?" Nancy inquired as she approached, only to be met with a strong metallic scent of blood that made her instinctively lick her lips. "Nothing much. Just emerged from a bloody battle, covered in the enemy's blood. I thought it best to wash up first to avoid startling you." By the time the second aircraft carrier landed, the bodies on the deck had been reduced to mere ashes, thanks to Jason's generous application of accelerant. Now, only one aircraft carrier remained, and they all turned their gaze skyward. At that moment, the battle aboard this carrier was nearing its conclusion. Crossbones had been thoroughly battered by the combined might of Hulk and Thor. It should be noted that Thor was now fully awakened as the god of thunder. Although lacking the Stormbreaker, he was still formidable, especially when coupled with the destroyer armor, rendering Crossbones utterly outmatched. With the majority of the enhanced Hydra soldiers already dispatched, the entire temporary dimension was on the brink of collapse, struggling to maintain itself, let alone support Crossbones. Consequently, Crossbones had shrunk significantly in size, and his strength had diminished considerably. Ultimately, in a final concerted effort, Hulk and Thor brought an end to Crossbones' life. Though their battle was far from over as they began to eliminate the remaining Hydra agents within, Thor then made his way to the control room to guide the aircraft carrier's descent. Despite Thor's seemingly reckless nature, Asgard is renowned for its advanced civilization, far surpassing human technology, and as a royal heir, Thor had been trained in various disciplines since childhood, equipping him with sufficient piloting skills. Eventually, all three aircraft carriers landed successfully, prompting Coulson to swiftly direct personnel to dismantle the high-precision weaponry. "Has anyone seen Pierce?" Coulson inquired of the group. "I saw him, but Hulk smashed him flat," Banner remarked while sipping hot tea. "Well then, thank you all for your assistance. We still have some aftermath to address, but we have arranged for a feast at the Avengers base to treat you." Upon hearing this, Ned promptly opened a portal, transporting everyone to their temporary rooms in the base, where they freshened up before gathering around a table laden with a feast. Initially not very hungry, their stomachs began to grumble, and so they sat down without further ado. Once they had filled their bellies, conversation flowed, primarily revolving around the recent battle. Approximately an hour later, everyone was sated when Coulson finally returned. "Wow, did you eat everything? What could we do? We were genuinely famished. Is the situation resolved?" "Yes, we have the situation under control, though many managed to escape." "This will be your task, Ned," Coulson stated. Ned nodded and inquired, "When will you require my assistance?" "We are not certain yet. We will inform you once everyone is here." After everyone had rested, Ned opened portal after portal, transporting individuals back, and eventually returned home himself. "Ned, you're back. Have you eaten?" "I've had my fill, Grandma. I'm a bit tired, and will head to bed now." "Very well, I shall call you for dinner." "No need, Grandma. I'm too exhausted. I'll just have breakfast." "As you wish." Ned then retreated to his room, locking the door securely before collapsing onto his bed, kicking off his shoes, and falling asleep almost immediately. "Diana, your brother is sleeping. Do not disturb him," Ned's grandmother advised as she noticed Diana about to knock. "Why is he sleeping at this hour?" "I don't know, but your brother is tired. Let him rest." "Understood." With no other option, Diana descended to the living room, where two little girls were seated on the couch. "Gwen, Jill, my brother needs to sleep. We can't test your wizarding talents right now." "All right. We can come back in a couple of days." "No problem. Just come over tomorrow." Chapter 143. The aspiring young sorceresses. The following day, Ned awoke naturally. However, upon opening his door, he was surprised to find Diana waiting for him. "Diana, what is it?" "Hee, my dear brother, I have a favor to ask of you." "May I?" Diana pleaded, clutching Ned's arm. "What is it?" "Hee, I have two good friends, and I want to see if they possess wizarding potential. Would you help me?" "So you wish for me to craft wands for them and teach them spells?" "Yes, please, brother, they are my only two good friends." Sighing, Ned was initially inclined to refuse, but seeing Diana's forlorn expression, he relented. "Where are they?" "They are on their way. You should freshen up first." Ned nodded reluctantly, And after washing up, as he was about to grab a bite to eat, Diana entered with two girls. Although still young, it was evident that both girls would grow into striking beauties. This is Gwen Stacy, and this is Jill Valentine. Hello, Gwen and Jill. Have you encountered magic before? Ned asked them. They nodded, having witnessed Diana wield spells due to their close friendship. However, the spells Diana knew were quite limited, and they had not been exposed to the wider world of magic. As Ned began to eat, he gestured for them to sit. He then retrieved his wand and lightly tapped the teapot, causing it to sprout legs and walk towards them, pouring a cup of tea before transforming into a small cat. Wow! Gwen and Jill exclaimed in unison. Gwen excitedly scooped up the little cat, marveling. It's a living kitten. It has warmth and a heartbeat. This is transfiguration. Magic is categorized into three main types: dark magic, white magic, and transfiguration. This is a broad overview, and each category is further subdivided into various types. However, this is not a lesson, so I'll only briefly mention it. As Ned spoke, he waved his wand, and the kitten leaped onto the table, reverting back into a teapot. Having finished his meal, Ned opened a portal, inviting them to follow him. What the hell? Ned, are you out of your mind? Ant exclaimed as he emerged from the bathroom, unable to suppress his incredulity. Hee, my apologies. I seem to have opened the wrong portal, Ned awkwardly remarked. I can't be bothered to discuss you. What brings you here? You should freshen up first. All right, understood. I'll wait for you in the living room. Upon arriving in the living room, Ned retrieved his wand and handed it to Gwen. As she grasped the wand, a gentle white light emanated from its tip. What is this? This signifies that you possess a natural aptitude for spellcasting. It's your turn now, Jill. Jill accepted the wand, and immediately, a beam of white light shot forth, shattering the light fixture. The three were taken aback. Ned swiftly reclaimed the wand and used a spell to mend the broken light, though the commotion had already drawn the attention of Sunflower and the others. Sunflower, come here. Upon seeing Ned, Sunflower bounded into his embrace. What is this? A member of the ant family. Isn't she adorable? Ned chuckled. Soon, Seed, Snow Pea, Dutch Pea, Walnut, and Nut also appeared, having been roused from their slumber by the shattering of the light. Oh, how cute. The three girls, unable to resist, approached to cuddle the delightful plants. Just then, Ant descended the stairs, inquiring as he walked. So, what do you need from me? Would you like to accompany me to the celestial realm? I need to customize their wands. At that moment, Ant noticed Gwen and Jill standing aside, particularly Jill, whom he found strikingly familiar. Are you Jill Valentine? Do you know me? Jill responded, astonished. I feel as if I've seen you before. Are Peter and Harry coming along? I'll ask them. Ned replied as he opened the portal. When Ned returned, he was followed by a still groggy Harry and an energetic Peter. Here we are, let us go. Hardly had Ned steadied himself when he opened the portal once more, and the group arrived in the celestial realm. Upon their arrival, the nine-tailed fox approached them, accompanied by Sunflower and Spike. The nine-tailed fox lay before them, while Sunflower and the others eagerly nestled against its soft fur. Is this real? Gwen exclaimed in disbelief. Of course it is. Please, take a seat while I customize your wands. They nodded in agreement, leaning against the nine-tailed fox, as Di Jiang also appeared, running over to nuzzle against them. Gwen found it difficult to discern where their heads ended and their tails began. Before long, Ned had gathered enough materials and commenced the crafting of the wands. In less than half an hour, two brand new wands materialized in Ned's hands. He presented them to the two girls, and the moment they grasped the wands, an inexplicable energy coursed into them, causing their reactions to differ. The wand in Gwen's hand radiated a gentle energy, while Jill's wand emitted a dazzling light, albeit soft in its brilliance. All right, these are your personalized wands. Next, I will teach you a few spells here. Once you are familiar, you may return to learn other spells. Understood? The two girls nodded, and Ned selected 4 spells: levitation, transfiguration, obstacle course, and the disarmament spell, as well as the Lumos spell. Even Diana joined in the practice. Truth be told, she had never taken spellcasting seriously before. But with her 2 close friends now learning, she didn't want to be left behind, so she began to practice earnestly. Thus, they trained until noon, after which they returned through the portal to Ant's home, just as Jason was preparing to cook. Wow, so many people. Indeed, Dad, so I appreciate your help. Understood. Everyone take a seat. The group settled in the living room to chat, while Ant entered the kitchen to assist Jason with lunch. In no time, a feast of aromatic dishes was prepared. They all gathered around the table, and Nancy looked at the 3 girls, smiling warmly, encouraging them to eat heartily. Chapter 144, The Siblings Seek Employment. You little rascal, tell me, which of those 3 girls do you fancy? Huh, what nonsense. Ant responded, bewildered at Nancy's inquiry. The 3 girls, aren't you fond of them? Mom, what are you talking about? I never said I liked them. They are merely here to learn magic. Aunt glanced at the three girls practicing spells outside. You truly don't like them? Nancy scrutinized Aunt with suspicion. It's not that I don't like them, but they are too young, and so am I. I simply lack any interest. Aunt replied, somewhat exasperated. True, but at your current height of 1.7 meters. I often forget you're still just a kid. Nancy chuckled awkwardly. Aunt rolled his eyes when suddenly a spell flew in, prompting him to instinctively toss an object he was holding into the air. Upon contact with the spell, the object was sent flying away. What on earth? Aunt exclaimed as he stepped outside to investigate, only to find Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver at the door. The spell had been cast by Ned, aimed at Scarlet Witch, but she had deflected it. Thanks to being possessed by Dormammu, Scarlet Witch had come to fully understand her abilities and her own strength. What brings you here? Aunt inquired curiously. Nancy also emerged, and upon seeing her, Scarlet Witch approached. Why are you here? We are being pursued by Hydra and have nowhere to hide. Scarlet Witch explained. Quicksilver stood by, his face flushed, as they were merely teenagers. I see. Do you wish to temporarily stay with us? Or would you prefer I help you find a job with room and board? Scarlet Witch hesitated, as if the previous statement had exhausted her courage. Just then, Coulson emerged from his house, appearing to be in a hurry. Nancy called out to him, Phil. Nancy, what are they doing here? Hey, don't be alarmed. They are looking for jobs. Hydra has been chasing them, and they have no money or identity, so they came to me for help. Since you're short-staffed, why not let these two siblings lend a hand? Coulson assessed Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver before responding. All right, I'll arrange something for them. Follow me. The two hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow Coulson to his car. What should I call you? Coulson asked while driving. Wanda Maximoff. Pietro Maximoff. Then I'll call you Wanda and Pietro. There are two job opportunities for you to consider. Both require you to study first, and you'll only begin working after you graduate from college. During this time, we will cover all expenses, including tuition, living costs, and accommodation. You may also choose to take on part-time work during vacations to earn extra money. The first job is a clerical position, primarily assisting others with their tasks. The second job involves field work. Given your connection to Hydra, you should be aware of our responsibilities at SHIELD, which include countering global or extraterrestrial threats. Although we are now restructured as the Disaster Control Agency, our core duties remain unchanged. Should you choose the second option, you must attend our Agent Academy for training. Can we think it over? Pietro asked. Of course. Soon, they arrived at the Avengers headquarters. As Coulson drove inside, they were greeted by the sight of numerous construction teams, all contracted under the Disaster Control Agency. Their mission was to rebuild the structures damaged by extraterrestrial beings or supervillains. Thus, their efficiency was remarkably high. How did they get here? Tony inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he glanced at the two siblings. They're here to join us, Coulson elucidated. However, when the siblings laid eyes on Tony, their emotions surged, seemingly on the verge of violence. Noticing the energy emanating from Wanda's hands, Coulson swiftly grasped her shoulder and asked, Wanda, what's wrong? Wanda remained silent, her gaze fixed intensely on Tony. With no alternative, Coulson decided to have Tony step away and summon Natasha to investigate the matter further. When Natasha emerged again, she shook her head in exasperation, shrugging her shoulders as she met Tony's gaze. What exactly is going on? Natasha recounted the entire backstory. During their childhood, a war had ravaged their homeland, claiming the lives of their parents. The most vivid memory they held was of a missile crashing through the ceiling, landing before them while they remained frozen in fear, unable to move. Days passed before a neighbor discovered and rescued them, but the Stark Industries insignia emblazoned on that missile was indelibly etched in their minds, explaining Wanda's deep-seated animosity towards Tony. The weaponry was handled entirely by Obadiah. My role was merely in weapon development. This truly has nothing to do with me, Tony asserted, feigning innocence. We understand that this isn't directly your fault, and I have advocated on your behalf. Yet, their resentment towards you remains palpable. However, they have agreed to refrain from any covert aggression, Natasha remarked with a resigned shrug. All right, I understand. I shall see if I can alleviate their animosity towards me. Tony replied. Let us give them some time. By the way, you mentioned they wish to join the Agent Academy? Yes, is that a problem? No. But the Academy hasn't been fully cleared yet. It will take some time, Coulson nodded. At that moment, Wanda and Pietro emerged, with Wanda's eyes red, suggesting she had recently been in tears. Tony inadvertently locked eyes with Wanda, and upon witnessing the fury in her gaze, he awkwardly turned away. All right, you promised me. Come on, I'll show you around, Natasha said softly. Wanda nodded, and the two followed Natasha to tour the Avengers headquarters. After their tour of the current base, Natasha took them to the finance department, where she created their identities and set up accounts with an initial deposit of $10,000 each. This $10,000 is a loan. Once you officially join, a portion of your salary will be deducted each month. Rest assured, there will be no interest charged. And you may request to view the statements if you have any objections, she explained. The siblings nodded in understanding, and Natasha then led them to their accommodation, which was quite spacious, equipped with a washing machine, bathroom, air conditioning, refrigerator, and more. They were thoroughly satisfied. Can you drive? Natasha asked Pietro. Pietro shook his head. All right then, hop in. I'll take you to the city to see what you need. Once we return, I'll arrange for someone to teach you to drive, as the base is too far from the city, and not being able to drive is quite inconvenient. Thank you, they replied. No need to be so formal. Just get in the car. Before long, they arrived at a sprawling super mall in the city, where they perused its vast offerings. Natasha accompanied them, assisting in identifying their needs. However, just as they were about to pay and leave, Pietro suddenly accelerated, whisking them away from the spot. The next moment, a bullet struck where they had just been standing, prompting Natasha to instinctively draw her weapon and shield Wanda behind her. What is happening? Pietro exclaimed, astonished. There are two groups exchanging fire, and their bullets can curve. To the Continental Hotel, the Weavers. We need to vacate this area, Natasha commanded. But there's another group outside, Pietro warned as he peered out. Natasha leaned out to see a cadre of heavily armed individuals, their tactical gear resembling some sort of plastic armor, encasing them entirely. Among them, 5 individuals donned dark red uniforms emblazoned with a demonic insignia, clearly indicating their leadership status. Those are the armed forces of the Continental Hotel, Natasha said, her brow furrowed in concern. What do we do now? She pondered, scanning their surroundings and leading the siblings to a corner where she kicked over a metal rack to block their hiding spot. Should I engage? Pietro asked, excitement bubbling in his voice. No, this is their internal conflict. It's not our place to interfere. Record this, though. Natasha handed Pietro a recording device, indicating he should document the unfolding events. Why are we recording? Pietro queried as he complied. Natasha produced another recording device and handed it to Wanda, instructing her to document as well. Because once the dust settles, we will need to seek compensation from the Continental Hotel. Compensation? Indeed. Look at the damage to the firearms and merchandise. Compensation is warranted. The mall's owner has already purchased our disaster control agency's insurance, so in the event of such incidents, we must claim compensation. We certainly cannot bear the losses ourselves. Thus, we must pursue those responsible, Natasha clarified. By the way, this will constitute the bulk of your duties moving forward. The siblings had anticipated a grand and noble vocation, only to be faced with such realities. As the gunfire subsided, they realized that Natasha and the siblings had drawn attention. Continental Hotel personnel, please vacate the premises, one of the armed men commanded. Disaster Control Agency, Natasha replied coolly. Upon hearing Disaster Control Agency, the armed personnel halted. Even those who had been engaged in the gunfire turned to regard Natasha. We will compensate, one of them stated. Let us hope so. Now, let us go, Natasha instructed the siblings, and the 3 of them exited the scene. In the vehicle, Natasha uploaded the video to the Disaster Control Agency's system, ensuring that a designated agent would pursue compensation from those involved. Upon returning to the base, they discovered an influx of new arrivals, with buses continuing to deliver more people. Ned was among them. Who are these people? They are former S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, currently being scrutinized to determine their affiliations, whether with S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra. Ned was remarkably efficient, and to his astonishment, a significant 20% were Hydra operatives, betting that he would be unable to identify them. Clearly, they had miscalculated. The 20% of Hydra agents were promptly apprehended, while the remaining individuals faced 2 choices: join the Disaster Control Agency or become unemployed drifters. Everyone opted to join the Disaster Control Agency, as its responsibilities mirrored those of S.H.I.E.L.D., essentially representing a change of workplace. Is there anyone else? No, this is the final group. I truly appreciate your efforts, Coulson said to Ned. Not at all, Uncle Phil. We had nothing but time to spare, Ned replied from his seat. Given the circumstances, might I trouble you to accompany us to the Agent Academy? It presents an opportune moment to conduct a thorough inspection of the institution. The Agent Academy? Indeed. This academy is dedicated to gathering various prodigies from around the globe, imparting them with a wealth of knowledge, and upon their graduation, they seamlessly integrate into the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, Hydra has infiltrated this academy with numerous agents, so your discernment will be invaluable. Very well. When shall we depart? At this very moment. Wanda, Pietro, have you made your decision? Will you be pursuing administrative roles or fieldwork? Fieldwork, Pietro declared, after a moment's hesitation. Wanda added, fieldwork it shall be. Then let us proceed. The four of them boarded the Quinjet, arriving at the Agent Academy. At Coulson's request, everyone within the academy assembled on the training grounds. Simultaneously, several snipers emerged from the high-rise buildings surrounding the area, while a contingent of fully armed agents from the Disaster Control Bureau encircled the students, their weapons pointed downward yet directed toward the gathering, ensuring that any sign of unrest would be met with lethal force. Coulson approached, seized the microphone, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please listen carefully. Due to Hydra's infiltration, we will be conducting a thorough identification process for everyone present. Regardless of the outcome, I implore you to remain calm and refrain from any sudden movements. Otherwise, the snipers above will not hesitate to take you down. I will repeat, all individuals must undergo identification. Do not act rashly." With that, Ned commenced the process, starting with the principal, the director, and the teachers. In no time, Ned identified the principal and 3 teachers as Hydra operatives. Upon realizing their exposure, they attempted to take hostages, but the snipers above fired, and within moments, those 4 Hydra agents lay dead before the students, leaving them in shock. Yet the identification continued, and Wanda sensed something amiss. Chapter 146, Enrollment at the Agent Academy. Pietro, do you see anyone over there? Wanda elbowed Pietro and gestured toward a particular building. Pietro followed her gaze and noticed several figures moving within. Indeed, there are individuals present. Coulson, did you position anyone in that building? Pietro inquired. What? Where? Coulson asked, bewildered. Pietro pointed towards the structure, and Coulson's expression shifted to one of alarm, for that building was the Academy's laboratory, housing an array of highly dangerous substances. Be cautious, Coulson shouted, but in the next instant, a horrific explosion erupted from the laboratory. As the heat wave and shock wave surged forth, Wanda intervened, harnessing her chaotic energy to form a barrier that enveloped the laboratory, compressing the heat and shock into a sphere the size of a basketball. Within this sphere, a radiant core reminiscent of the sun pulsated. Just as Wanda felt her strength waning, Ned acted swiftly, unleashing a powerful force that propelled the energy sphere thousands of meters into the sky. As the energy barrier dissipated, a terrifying fireball manifested in the air. Had it not been for the intervention of Wanda and Ned, it is likely that all present would have perished in the explosion. What in the world just transpired? Coulson asked, shaken. It appears to be the work of Hydra. For now, we must ascertain whether there are any Hydra operatives among these students, Ned replied. Coulson nodded, and Ned hastened his efforts, ultimately taking 10 minutes to inspect all the students. Satisfied that no Hydra agents remained, Coulson began the process of re-registering the students and teachers. How many individuals are unaccounted for? 132. Then those must be Hydra agents. Notify the authorities to place a bounty on these 132 individuals, Coulson instructed methodically. He also appointed the director to take over the principal's role, allowing the director to select a successor. Once these matters were settled, Coulson introduced Wanda and Pietro to the principal for their enrollment procedures. After a flurry of activity, the two officially joined the Agent Academy, where they would spend their days, only returning to the Avengers base during holidays. Following their enrollment, Ned and the others departed, while Wanda and Pietro, under the principal's guidance, were shown to their dormitory, which housed separate accommodations for boys and girls. Once they were settled, they promptly attended their first class, which was a combat course. Upon their arrival, the instructor instructed the students to practice independently. Wanda, Pietro, follow me. Your progress has been significantly delayed, and as I am not yet familiar with your abilities, I need you to honestly disclose whether you have combat experience. Wanda shook her head, while Pietro replied, I possess a basic understanding. Do not employ your superpowers when engaging with me. Pietro nodded and immediately made a move, only to be subdued in mere moments by the instructor. Very well. I now have an understanding of your capabilities. Let us begin with the fundamentals of free fighting, after which we can explore additional combat techniques. The two nodded in agreement, and the instructor commenced a breakdown of the basic movements of free fighting, guiding them through the training while occasionally correcting their form. Once they demonstrated proficiency, he turned his attention to the other students. Thus, a vigorous day unfolded, and Pietro returned to his dormitory, where 4 students shared living quarters, each having their own room. Hello, you must be one of the new students. Greetings. Pietro smiled and exchanged pleasantries, and before long, the 4 became fast friends. Together, they ventured to the cafeteria for a meal, where they encountered Wanda and her dormitory mates. Upon learning that Wanda was Pietro's sister, They all expressed a desire to befriend her. Pietro, somewhat irritated, declined their advances, as he harbored a mild possessiveness over his sister. After ensuring the two were settled, Coulson immersed himself in his new responsibilities, which entailed eliminating the remnants of Hydra. However, the challenge was that these Hydra agents seemed aware of the formidable nature of the Disaster Control Bureau, with nearly all members having been injected with the KW-89 and T-virus serum, resulting in their enhanced abilities. Even the administrative agents within the Bureau had undergone enhancements, making it nearly impossible for Hydra to capture them for information. With no alternative, they resorted to hiding, but their resources had been depleted by Pierce. To sustain themselves, they were compelled to devise ways to generate income, even resorting to the sale of various arms and technologies. Just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, Mephisto approached them. "Who are you?" The current head of Hydra inquired, gazing at Mephisto, who had suddenly materialized in his chair. "Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, what is it that you desire?" The head of Hydra questioned. "Quite simply, I propose a collaboration. Hydra finds itself in dire straits, and I can provide you with funding and the means to enhance your operatives. What is your price?" "Souls, of course. I will only claim your souls after your demise." "How about that? After all, once you are dead, what relevance does your past hold?" Mephisto replied with a smile. "Very well, I accept your terms." Mephisto beamed, and with a snap of his fingers, a contract materialized before him. He gestured for the head of Hydra to sign. The head of Hydra took up the pen, hesitated for a moment, and then swiftly affixed his signature. In a short time, vast sums of money began to flow into Hydra's secret accounts from banks around the world. And upon witnessing the staggering amount, the head of Hydra could not suppress his trembling. Indeed, once the names are inscribed, they shall summon the demons of the abyss, granting them a fragment of the infernal powers, abilities formidable enough to contend with the Disaster Control Bureau. Mephisto produced a dark crimson notebook. Upon grasping this tome, the serpent head suffered a burn. Glancing at the imprints left upon the notebook, he lowered his gaze to his scalded hand, only to discover that the burn had vanished. "Very well, the notebook is now bound to you. Make good use of it." With that, Mephisto dissipated into a swirl of crimson smoke, leaving the serpent head to stand silently, contemplating the notebook in his possession. Chapter 147, The Cobra. "Is this the Hydra base?" Steve inquired of Bucky. "Indeed," Bucky replied, fiddling with his tablet. "According to our informants, this is purportedly a Hydra stronghold, as our sources reported procuring a substantial cache of arms from here, all bearing the S.H.I.E.L.D. insignia. All right, everyone prepare yourselves." Leading this operation were Steve and Bucky, accompanied by 5 squads, each consisting of 10 members, totaling 52 individuals. Clad in nano armor and wielding the latest electromagnetic rifles, they commenced their assault. However, upon breaching the perimeter, they were immediately met with a barrage of artillery fire directed at the 52. The overwhelming firepower was such that even they dared not confront it head-on. A cedar tree, measuring half a meter in diameter and towering several meters high, could be severed in mere seconds, showcasing the terrifying might of the weaponry. Yet, not all was lost. They sought cover and utilized their electromagnetic rifles to dismantle the artillery emplacements. Once they had neutralized all the turrets, they pressed onward. But Steve soon noticed something amiss. No one had emerged to hinder their advance. "What is going on?" Steve halted, prompting the others to do the same. "What is the issue? Something feels off. Haven't you noticed? No one is trying to stop us." "What is next?" "Drones," Steve commanded, and the 5 behind him swiftly retrieved drones from the compartments of their nano armor, guiding them into the base. To their surprise, they discovered only about 20 to 30 individuals within, standing motionless as if awaiting their arrival. "Is this a trap?" Steve asked. The 5 shook their heads, seeing this. They left a portion of their team outside to maintain vigilance while the others ventured inside to confront the silent assembly. "You finally arrived? I was growing impatient." One robust Russian declared. "Who are you?" "Cobra. Captain, at last we meet. You are my idol." Steve, however, regarded them with suspicion, uncertain of their intentions. "Fear not, Captain. We bear no weapons and come in peace." "We surrender," Cobra said with a smile. Witnessing their demeanor, Steve hesitated to apprehend them and instead contacted Fury, relaying the situation. Upon hearing the report, Fury issued a direct order to Steve. "Eliminate them all." "Fury, are you certain?" Steve queried, brow furrowed. "Indeed. We cannot afford to gamble on their intentions." Steve nodded, casting a glance at Cobra, who continued to smile. Stealthily, Steve signaled to his team, and in an instant, everyone raised their weapons and fired, the speed of their assault leaving Cobra and his cohorts no time to react, as countless bullets tore through their bodies. Just as Steve and his team prepared to depart, a commotion erupted behind them. They turned to witness the corpses of the 20 to 30 individuals transforming into pools of viscous liquid, seemingly alive as they were absorbed by Cobra's remains. Once the last of the viscous substance was consumed, Cobra's body reanimated, and he cracked his neck. TSK, Captain, you are my idol. Yet you dare strike without warning. How disappointing, Cobra remarked with a cold smirk. Bucky, witnessing this, fired his weapon, yet the bullets effortlessly penetrated Cobra's form, causing him no harm whatsoever. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Steve charged at Cobra, who softly uttered, Beelzebub. As he spoke, a surge of energy coursed through him, the essence of Beelzebub infiltrating his being. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the base began to decay at a visible rate, as if swept away by the torrents of time. Retreat, Steve bellowed. The group hastily vacated the base, but Cobra would not allow their escape so easily. He accelerated the decay, and soon the entire structure crumbled as if it had endured millennia of erosion. Emerging from the ruins, Cobra waved his hand, unleashing a green mist toward them. Steve and his team opened fire, using the gust from their bullets to disperse the toxic cloud. JARVIS. Assist me, analyze this green mist. Mr. Steve, upon examination, the green fog comprises various plagues and viruses. The nano armor can filter it, but prolonged exposure is inadvisable. What is happening? Can you ascertain its nature? Steve pressed. JARVIS. Remained silent, engaged in analysis. As the supercomputer at the Avengers base operated at full capacity, Tony, sensing an anomaly, prepared to inquire when the supercomputer settled. Ding. Based on calculations, Hydra has likely forged a pact with a lord of the underworld. Through your perspective, Mr. Steve, I detected Cobra uttering the name Beelzebub. Given that Beelzebub is associated with the affliction of diseases in mythology, we can ascertain their dealings with the Lord of Hell. After hearing JARVIS analysis, Steve turned his gaze back to Cobra, opting for action instead of words. He hurled a grenade towards him and led the team in retreat. Once they had vacated, Cobra restored himself, casting a cold glare in the direction of their escape. Upon returning to the base, Steve promptly summoned the others, who coincidentally were on break, and joined the meeting. Two young individuals sat inconspicuously in the corner of the conference room, observing quietly. Have Ant and the others arrived? I just notified them. They should be here shortly. Speak of the devil, Ned exclaimed as a portal opened, and all members of SHIELD assembled. What is the situation? Hydra has allied with the Lord of the Underworld, Steve stated. Fury, seated at the head of the table, turned to Steve and inquired, Do you have evidence? JARVIS. Lend a hand, Steve called out. Instantly, the conference table displayed Steve's perspective, from their encounter with Cobra to their eventual retreat. Indeed, it is the power of Beelzebub, the Elder Sorcerer Supreme interjected, for he was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about hellish matters. Elder Sorcerer, did you not sense it? They are neither their true selves nor mere avatars. Their sensing range is limited, unless they dare to confront me directly, he replied with resignation. If you face them, would you prevail? Harry asked. In my true form, I would not fear them, let alone when they merely possess fragments of demonic power. Upon seeing me, they would flee, much less engage in battle, the Elder Sorcerer asserted. However, Chapter 148, The Search for the Third Ghost Rider. You must locate another Ghost Rider, otherwise, they may attempt to recruit him. Johnny Blaze. Ant queried. Precisely. Why would he cooperate with them? Ant asked in confusion. Jarvis, retrieve information on Johnny Blaze. Moments later, details about Johnny Blaze appeared before them, and Tony furrowed his brow at the reckless motorcycle stunts displayed. How is he not dead? Natasha couldn't help but inquire. Well, he is the Ghost Rider, an immortal being, at least impervious to physical means of death, Ant explained. All right, Jarvis, pinpoint his location, Tony commanded. By the way, old man, why do you suspect he is in league with hell? Ant asked. Every human harbors desires, and Mephisto excels at exploiting these. The crucial point is that once a human signs a contract with him, their soul essentially belongs to him. If Mephisto wishes, he could retrieve their souls directly. However, he has embedded a fragment of the soul of Zarathos within Johnny, making him the Ghost Rider. This fragment is the largest shard of Zarathos, preventing Mephisto from taking his soul outright and reclaiming Zarathos. Therefore, he can only manipulate Johnny's desires, tricking him into signing a contract to retrieve the soul shard first, and ultimately claim Johnny's soul or transform him into a puppet to harvest more souls. Regardless of the outcome, it's a loss for us. So we must find him and prevent him from leaning towards hell. After listening to Old Man's strange words, Pietro could not restrain himself from asking, why does Hydra collaborate with them? Why not just take their souls directly? It's simple. The lords of hell primarily desire souls, and keeping them alive allows for better soul harvesting. Remember, the lords of hell, even demons, are born merchants. They will never let a deal go to waste. They will use every resource until their subjects die before claiming their souls. Old Man Strange elucidated. The group nodded in understanding, and Fury addressed them. Coulson, locate him. Coulson stood and promptly left, while Fury added, Jarvis, I need you to track Hydra's movements. Can you do that? Yes, Mr. Fury, but it requires support from the supercomputer. You can access the ones at the base and headquarters. All right, Mr. Fury, replied Jarvis. Hey, Jarvis is my AI, not yours. Aren't you the head of the Avengers? You have a point. Feel free to use it, Tony said, pleased by the exchange, and then the meeting adjourned. As Pietro and Wanda stepped outside, Natasha approached them. Wanda, Pietro, come here for a moment, Natasha called to them. What is it, Natasha? Pietro asked. The Academy's teacher told me that, Wanda, your emotions can sometimes be very low, and you might unconsciously use chaos magic. Is that true? Natasha inquired, looking at Wanda. What? Pietro exclaimed, turning to Wanda in surprise. Wanda, what's going on? Is someone bullying you? He asked with concern. No, I just miss my school days, Wanda replied, lowering her head. Natasha, unsure of how to respond, was interrupted by Ant passing by, saying, if you can master your chaos magic, combined with the reality stone and the soul stone, you could resurrect your family. Rather than resurrection, it would be more accurate to say you could recreate your family, complete with their memories and souls. In essence, they could still be considered your family. Is it really possible? Wanda asked excitedly, looking at Ant. But would they be real? Absolutely. The soul stone creates souls, chaos magic and the reality stone distort reality, fully manifesting their bodies. This creation differs from cloning. It is a direct distortion of reality, as if they had never died. To others, they will always exist, except in your memories. Ant spoke softly, gazing into Wanda's eyes. I understand, Wanda replied, meeting Ant's gaze, seemingly having made a decision. Ant then departed, leaving Wanda and her brother along with Natasha. You heard that. Now you need to learn how to control your chaos magic and master it, Natasha advised. I understand, Natasha. Thank you, Wanda said, her eyes sparkling with newfound determination. Meanwhile, Coulson, through the Disaster Control Agency's Intelligence Division, quickly pinpointed Johnny's current location. At that moment, Johnny was laboring diligently at a farm when suddenly 3 armored vehicles halted at the farm's entrance. Upon seeing this, Johnny tightened his grip on the shovel, while the farm owner and several cowboys rushed out, armed and wary of the newcomers. Coulson stepped out of the vehicle and walked directly towards Johnny. The farm owner and cowboys attempted to draw their guns, but noticed red dots indicating they were being targeted, forcing them to halt. Mr. Johnny Blaze, greetings, Coulson said. Who are you? Johnny asked. We are from the Disaster Control Agency, here for you. What do you mean? The Lords of Hell have collaborated with Hydra, an international crime organization that has set its sights on you. Why are they after me? Johnny asked in confusion. Because they desire the power within you. If they want it, let them take it. I don't care, Johnny shouted angrily. But if your power vanishes, Mephisto will immediately claim your soul, leaving you powerless in your quest for vengeance. Are you sure you want to relinquish that power? Johnny fell silent, looking up at Coulson. If I go with you, can you help me seek revenge? Not exactly, but we can make you stronger, allowing you to choose whether or not to seek vengeance later. Fine. I'll go with you, but don't harm the owner of this place, Johnny said. Of course, not a problem. Please, come with us, Coulson replied. Johnny nodded, approached the farm owner, and exchanged a few words before whistling. A motorcycle appeared before him, seemingly without a rider. Address? Coulson provided Johnny with the address, and Johnny rode off on the motorcycle, with Coulson following closely behind in the armored vehicle. Chapter 149, The Origins of Zarathos. Soon, Johnny arrived at the Avengers base, where he encountered Old Man Strange. Welcome, young one. What are you doing here? Johnny asked him. Guess. Have a seat. Can you help me seek revenge? Johnny inquired as he sat down. I cannot assist you in revenge, but I can make you stronger, awaken the form of the Angel of Vengeance. Before he could finish, Johnny interrupted. So, I can seek vengeance against Mephisto? Not quite. You must understand that Mephisto stands as a counterpart to God, and both the Ghost Rider and angelic form exist solely because of him. Thus, defeating him is beyond our capabilities. Furthermore, in the dimension of hell, he is invincible. Do you grasp my meaning? Are you saying they are deceiving me? Johnny asked, his voice low with anger. It's not exactly deception. While we cannot grant you power to rival Mephisto, You can thwart his plans and prevent him from claiming souls. In this way, he will weaken. And the other two lords of hell will undoubtedly seize the opportunity, potentially leading to their intervention to end Mephisto once and for all. Huh. Johnny let out a bitter chuckle and shook his head, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. He was acutely aware that the power he currently possessed had been bestowed upon him by Mephisto. If Mephisto had the capacity to grant him such power, it stood to reason that he also possessed the means to suppress it. Consider it carefully. Although it may take considerable time, ultimately, this could serve as a method to aid you in your quest for vengeance. Wouldn't you agree? Elder Shrey remarked, giving Johnny a gentle pat on the shoulder. Time slipped by, and eventually, Johnny emerged, locating Elder Shrey in the garden pavilion, where he was leisurely puffing on his pipe while gazing into the distance. I've agreed. How do you intend to assist me? Johnny inquired. Your foremost priority is to master your transformation, Elder Shrey replied. But I cannot control it, Johnny lamented. His face a mask of despair. Elder Shrey rolled his eyes and, in an instant, transformed into the Ghost Rider. His speed so swift that Johnny barely had time to react. Within you lies the greatest fragment of Zarathos' soul. Thus, come nightfall, his consciousness will seize your body, compelling it to seek out the guilty and deliver their souls to Mephisto. Therefore, to gain mastery over your transformation, you must conquer Zarathos. Should you succeed, your potential will expand immensely. Now, remain calm. Elder Shrey took a deep drag on his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke towards Johnny, who instantly found himself in a trance, the cacophony of the world fading away. He could distinctly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat and the flow of blood coursing through his veins. In that moment, he beheld a figure, a silhouette formed of flames. As he approached, the figure opened its eyes, filled with wrath, and charged at Johnny. Startled, Johnny recoiled, yet the fiery specter lunged at him again. Just as it seemed poised to make contact, countless chains materialized, ensnaring the figure and dragging it back. Johnny exhaled in relief, realizing that this was likely the fragment of Zarathos' soul. Moments later, Johnny regained consciousness, and Elder Shrey leaned in, asking, "Did you see it again?" "I did. But the question remains, what must I do?" Johnny replied. "You must merge with him, coaxing him to willingly bestow his power upon you. Only then can you control the transformation of Ghost Rider and command your own body. But how can I persuade him to willingly grant me his power? I am uncertain. But I can recount the tale of Zarathos' origins and the trials he has endured, including why he fell into Mephisto's grasp." Nodding, Johnny listened intently as Elder Shrey began to narrate Zarathos' life. Zarathos is an ancient demon, his origins shrouded in mystery. It is known that he sought a powerful artifact, the Medallion of Power, to gain dominion over Earth. In his pursuit, he clashed with a primitive tribe known as the Blood Clan, guardians of the Medallion. Though they were no match for Zarathos, they allied with the primal spirit of vengeance born of the earth. The spirit of vengeance? Johnny inquired, brow furrowed. Indeed. The powers of Ghost Rider stem from three sources: the Medallion of Power, which I possess, Zarathos' own might, and the spirit of vengeance. Created by God to eradicate evil among humanity, they united to combat Zarathos. After incurring great costs, they managed to revert him to his original form and infused his essence into the Medallion of Power, fearing that this amalgamated medallion might fall into malevolent hands. The Blood Clan divided it into 4 parts. Over the ages, the medallion has been lost to time, yet a quarter resides within me. However, Zarathos did not perish. He was awakened by the shaman tribe's high priest. Stripped of much of his power, he was compelled to assume a divine role within the tribe, garnering their faith to regain some strength. He then began to lend his power to the tribe, aiding their expansion. Due to his loss of essence, he required human souls to replenish his strength, necessitating a vast quantity, which the tribe alone could not provide. Meanwhile, Mephisto, Satan, and Lucifer all sought human souls. With Satan and Lucifer embroiled in conflict with heaven, Mephisto was tasked with addressing the Zarathos dilemma. Yet, not wishing for mutual destruction, he devised a cunning plan, depriving Zarathos of faith in the supply of souls, drastically weakening him until Mephisto easily triumphed, imprisoning him in hell for experimentation. You possess the ability to become Ghost Rider precisely because the largest fragment of Zarathos resides within you. After Elder Shrey's account, Johnny lifted his head, dazed, and turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Coulson emerged, asking, "Are you certain he can merge?" "Certainly. His lineage is remarkable. Within him lies not only the fragment of Zarathos' soul, but also a quarter of the Medallion of Power." "What?" Coulson exclaimed. "His family is extraordinary. 2,000 years ago, the Blaze family was tasked with safeguarding that quarter of the medallion. The reasons for its slumber remain unclear, yet I believe that once he merges with Zarathos, the medallion's power will awaken. Coulson nodded and departed, needing to address matters concerning Hydra. Chapter 150. The Awakening of Johnny as night enveloped the Avengers base. Johnny lay in his room, contemplating how to unite with Zarathos' soul, coaxing it to willingly grant him its power. After much pondering, he found himself at a loss, eventually drifting into a troubled slumber. Yet in his dreams, he once more encountered Zarathos, who charged at him with ferocity. Should Zarathos make contact, Johnny would transform into Ghost Rider, his body falling under Zarathos' dominion, compelling him to flee in desperation. Zarathos, stop! Elder Shrui, sensing the turmoil, arrived at Johnny's door, instructing Jarvis to open it. Inside, he found Johnny trembling violently, his temperature soaring to a terrifying 40 degrees. Mr. Shrui, should we initiate emergency protocols? Jarvis inquired. No. Let us simply observe, Elder Shrui replied. Jarvis, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, fell silent. In the realm of consciousness, Johnny was relentlessly pursued by Zarathos, and despite his myriad attempts, he could not halt the demon's advance. Communication seemed impossible until he invoked the name that had wrought his family's ruin. Mephisto, Johnny exclaimed. And upon hearing this name, Zarathos halted, fixating his gaze intently on Johnny. I can assist you in your quest for vengeance, but you must grant me your power. Zarathos remained motionless, and just as Johnny feared failure, Zarathos extended a hand toward him, revealing the depth of his loathing for Mephisto. For Mephisto had not only captured him, but had also disassembled his soul, enslaving him to serve his will, a memory Zarathos was unwilling to revisit. Seeing this, Johnny cautiously approached him, extending his hand. As their hands clasped together, Johnny in reality suddenly opened his eyes wide, flames erupting from within them. His entire body began to be seared by hellfire. However, Johnny had grown accustomed to enduring such torment daily. Johnny, old man, I have never felt so liberated, Johnny stated as he rose from the bed and stretched his limbs. It appears you have succeeded. Indeed, but old man, I sense something amiss within my body. The Blazer family is one of the families that once safeguarded the Medal of Power, Mr. Shire explained. Upon hearing Mr. Shire's explanation, Johnny's pupils constricted sharply, and he swiftly reverted to his human form, lying back down on the bed. He then closed his eyes, utilizing the power of Zatanos to explore the peculiar sensation within himself, only to discover a shard of metal quietly floating within his heart. As the force of Zatanos struck the fragment, both angelic fire and hellfire surged forth from it. These two flames continuously intertwined until, once more, Johnny's eyes opened, engulfed in flames. How does it feel? Quite powerful, though I will require some time to acclimate. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mr. Shire felt reassured and departed. Meanwhile, somewhere on Earth, Mephisto sensed the disappearance of Zatanos' soul within Johnny, and his smile vanished instantly. The people nearby swallowed hard, glancing at one another, uncertain who had provoked Mephisto. My lord, one of them spoke up. Mephisto turned his gaze toward him, an oppressive aura emanating as he commanded the attention of the speaker. My lord, I have gathered the faith of an entire village, but I require you to perform a miracle, the man said laboriously. Upon hearing this, Mephisto reined in his aura and donned a smile. Why did you not say so sooner? This is your reward, Hell Essence, which will grant you extraordinary abilities and extend your lifespan. Mephisto produced a vial of dark crimson liquid, radiating a red glow, and offered it to the man. The onlookers gazed greedily at the vial, but the recipient hastily accepted it and, before everyone's eyes, downed it in one gulp. Feeling the changes coursing through his body, he could not help but emit a groan, and when he opened his eyes again, he found Mephisto had vanished. Mephisto soon arrived at the village mentioned by the man. This was a fishing community, but as coastal resources dwindled, they found themselves devoid of means for survival, watching their children grow increasingly frail. Then, that man appeared, providing them with ample supplies and proclaiming that if they wished to avoid hunger in the future, they must worship Mephisto. Given their struggles for basic survival, they were ill-equipped to engage with the outside world or pursue education, thus remaining ignorant of the name Mephisto. With the man's assistance, the entire village indeed began to revere him. As Mephisto traversed the village, observing the populace, he nodded in satisfaction. He then harnessed the energy at his disposal to create an imposing presence. Soon, the villagers gathered in the square, gazing in awe at Mephisto descending from the heavens. They were filled with reverence, particularly as Mephisto's chosen demeanor exuded kindness, making it difficult to perceive him as the Lord of Hell. Utilizing his linguistic artistry, Mephisto swiftly deceived them into signing one contract after another. Since the San Francisco contract, he had refrained from binding groups collectively. Instead, he preferred to treat individuals separately, ensuring that even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, he could reclaim a portion of their souls and avoid incurring losses. Once the contracts were signed, Mephisto began to orchestrate their fates. The villagers, constrained by their cultural limitations and narrow perspectives, found many of their desires easily fulfilled. Upon satisfaction, their souls would belong to Mephisto. However, to acquire more souls, Mephisto would not merely take them. He sought fallen souls. Thus, these villagers would encounter experiences that would lead them into the abyss, a design meticulously prepared by Mephisto, who yearned to witness their descent and harvest their souls to augment his own power. Chapter 151. Star Enrollment. Aunt, are you awake? Mom, I've been awake for ages. Aunt's voice echoed from downstairs. All right, then make your own breakfast and catch the school bus, she instructed. Got it, Mom, but you should take care not to overextend yourself. He replied. Understood. Why do you sound just like Jason? Nancy retorted, exasperated. Aunt shook his head in resignation and, after exchanging words with Spike and the others, stepped outside, where he coincidentally spotted Peter. Isn't that our friendly neighbor, Spider-Man? Have you encountered any supervillains recently? Aunt inquired of Peter. Believe it or not, I actually did. He calls himself Rhino, and his shell is incredibly tough, granting him immense strength. Nevertheless, I managed to subdue him, and Mr. Stark took him away. Mr. Stark? Yes. Because Rhino had caused significant damage to numerous shops and vehicles, all of which had disaster control insurance. Mr. Stark's intervention was undoubtedly to secure compensation. Otherwise, Rhino would be working for the Disaster Control Agency for a lifetime. Wow, that sounds unfortunate for him. Indeed, I heard that to promote the disaster control insurance, the agency allocated 3 aerial battleships to 3 major nations, ensuring that all countries adopt this insurance. That explains why only 1 battleship remained with the Disaster Control Agency. As the two conversed, the school bus arrived, and they climbed aboard. Their discussion continued. As Peter seemed to have developed a bit of an addiction to his role as a vigilante, spending his days rescuing citizens alongside Ned and Harry. Their reputation in New York had risen to be nearly on par with the Avengers, to the extent that merchandise featuring them had begun to emerge, such as Ned's wand, cartoon versions of Spider-Man, Harry's angelic scythe, and his stylish battle suit. Even cosplay enthusiasts had joined in, greatly inflating the trio's egos. However, they had also incurred the ire of the New York police, who felt overshadowed by Peter and his friends, as their actions, while rationally commendable, were legally dubious. Consequently, the police were compelled to apprehend them whenever they encountered them. Yet, regrettably, they had never succeeded, though some were aware of the trio's true identities, including Gwen and Jill, who faced their father's wrath upon returning home. After all, one was the deputy chief of the New York Police Department, while the other was the police commissioner, both wielding substantial authority. One oversaw operations, while the other liaised with the mayor and government departments or convened press conferences, and he harbored a particular disdain for Peter and his friends. Before long, the two returned to the classroom, where Jill had transferred in. School is finally starting. Now my dad won't be so furious, Gwen exclaimed, unable to contain her joy. Why's that? Harry asked, his expression puzzled. What do you think? You all have been reveling in your vigilante antics, while my dad has been berated mercilessly by the mayor. The first thing he faces each day at work is a scolding, Jill replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Ned, Peter, and Diana exchanged glances, each scratching their heads with a smile. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, prompting the girls in the classroom to excitedly dash out. What was happening? It seemed a celebrity was attending school here, rumored to be around 16 years old. Why not go take a look? We have nothing else to do, proposed Diana. Aunt shrugged indifferently, and they made their way to the corridor, where they spotted a young man surrounded by a throng of bodyguards, striding confidently towards the principal's office. Clad in a tailored suit, he is not even that handsome. He is not as good-looking as Aunt. Why do so many people adore him? Diana questioned, perplexed. A nearby female classmate was about to refute her, but fell silent upon glancing at Aunt, who was indeed exceptionally handsome. Not only him, but Harry and Peter were also strikingly attractive, to the extent that they would often be approached by talent scouts on the streets. All right, time to return to class, Aunt declared. Once back in the classroom, they had barely completed 2 lessons when the noise outside resumed. The teacher frowned, on the verge of reprimanding the class. When the bell rang, compelling her to dismiss them, the students rushed outside, discovering that the commotion originated from the senior section, presumably due to the celebrity's entrance into the classroom. Wow, is he really that famous? It seems like those girls are going wild, Harry marveled. Indeed, he is quite renowned. He has starred in several blockbuster films and is adept in singing and dancing. Many of the hit songs on his album are composed and written by him, earning him the title of the youngest all-rounder king. Jill relayed the information she had gathered. Ant could not help but shake his head. If this were an ordinary world, such a resume would be impressive enough to ensure a life of comfort. However, in the Marvel Universe, not only was Earth not entirely safe, but even the cosmos held its perils, making strength paramount. Thus, Ant dismissed the allure of celebrities and instead pondered how to find numerous, yet weak foes to amass experience, upgrade his ammunition expertise, and acquire more skills while enhancing his magical prowess. To this end, Ant approached Ned, who, after listening to Ant's requests, replied, "How about dimensional demons? You might want to ask the teachers, as they constantly face demons attempting to invade Earth, just like last time when we cleared one-dimensional space after another." "That's still too few," Ant retorted. "Isn't that enough? If not, you might have to look into outer space," Ned replied resignedly. Fine. I'll just practice on those for now," Ant conceded. By the time school ended that afternoon, the 7 of them had just exited the classroom when they noticed students frantically rushing towards the school gate. The entrance was completely congested due to the celebrity, blocking even Harry's Lincoln car from getting through. The driving demon team member furrowed his brow, seemingly ready to take action, just as Harry called. "Hey, I'll be going home on my own tonight. You don't need to wait for me." "Understood, Mr. Harry." With that, he drove away, while Ant and the others found a secluded spot where Ned opened a portal directly to Ant's home. Chapter 152. The Two Who Betrayed the Brotherhood. Weasley. "What are you doing here?" Ant exclaimed upon seeing Weasley and Fawkes in the room. At that moment, Sunflower and Seed were connecting with the two, continuously channeling energy to mend their wounds. "Sorry, Ant. We were being chased and had no choice but to come here," Weasley said, his face pale. "Are you all right?" Ant inquired. "I'm fine. Just got shot twice, but I'm feeling much better now," Weasley replied as he sat up. Fawkes, now healed, glanced curiously at the wound on her abdomen. "Thank you, little one." Seed shyly covered her face, while Sunflower playfully slapped him, prompting Seed to assist. With their help, Weasley's wounds healed, and as the two little ones grew stronger, they accumulated more energy, ensuring they wouldn't fall into a state of exhaustion. Once they had healed both individuals, they appeared lively. "What happened?" Ant couldn't help but ask. "We were pursued by the people from the Continental Hotel, and we wanted to ask if you had any means to help us escape their pursuit," Weasley directly asked. "For no reason. Why would they chase you?" Ant queried, perplexed. "We discovered the true nature of the loom. Do you know what the loom is?" "Not really. Do enlighten us," Nancy responded eagerly, signaling for Snow Pea and Sugar Snap Pea to fetch some fruit. Surprised by Nancy's enthusiasm, Weasley glanced at Fawkes, who nodded, prompting him to continue. Over 1,000 years ago, a weaving clan in Europe established a mysterious assassin organization that covertly executed assassinations to restore order in a world on the brink of collapse. They called themselves the Assassin Brotherhood, and we were among them. However, recently my father discovered that the loom had ceased issuing names, to be precise. It had long ago released a series of names, all of which corresponded to the current assassins in the Brotherhood. Yet, Sloane, the current leader of the Brotherhood, is reluctant to kill them or himself, so he altered the names, causing the Brotherhood to devolve into a mere killer organization, no longer the Brotherhood it once was. Upon realizing that we knew the organization's greatest secret, Sloane allied with the Continental Hotel to launch an attack against us. My father sacrificed himself to protect us, and with no other options, I had to seek your help. I apologize for intruding." After listening to Weasley, Ant nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What do you want me to do to assist you?" "I need you to introduce us to a powerful organization that can stand against the Continental Hotel. We need a stronghold. Don't you wish for revenge?" "I do, but right now, survival is the priority," Weasley replied pragmatically. If he possessed Ant's strength, he wouldn't even bother negotiating. He could simply declare he wouldn't partake in their affairs and resolve the Brotherhood issue. But he didn't have that power. He was merely a human with some special abilities trained by a system. "All right, understood. Please hold on a moment." Ant then contacted Coulson, who inquired, "Do they possess any special abilities?" "One can accelerate his heartbeat, granting him a bullet time-like ability, though it is not sustainable. Additionally, they can make bullets curve." "Would such abilities suffice?" "Curving bullets, intriguing. Have Ned send them over to the Tricorner Wing." "Okay, got it. Gentlemen, are you interested in learning about the Disaster Control Bureau?" "The Disaster Control Bureau? Really?" Weasley clearly recognized the name. The Disaster Control Bureau, unlike S.H.I.E.L.D., is publicly acknowledged and backed by the Avengers, capable of curbing supervillains. Each nation has implemented policies stating that any crime involving superpowers is to be handled by the Disaster Control Bureau, regardless of the perpetrator's identity or background. Essentially, the Disaster Control Bureau is the only globally designated agency for managing superpower-related crimes. While other countries can establish organizations to combat superpowered criminals, the Disaster Control Bureau must always supersede them. You may operate covertly, but you cannot remain unnoticed by the Bureau, or they will have the authority to intervene. In an effort to demonstrate its impartiality, the Disaster Control Bureau has been subdivided into 5 distinct departments. One of these is the Logistics Department, tasked with overseeing all matters related to equipment, vehicles, and other logistical concerns. Another is the Human Resources Department, which meticulously scrutinizes all employees of the Bureau. Should an individual be deemed free of affiliations with Hydra, a report is submitted to the Logistics Department requesting KW-89 and T-virus serum, rendering these 2 departments exceedingly vital. Naturally, the other divisions within the Bureau hold significant importance as well. For instance, the Operations Department is bifurcated into 2 branches, one dedicated to managing superpowered criminals and extraordinary phenomena, while the other focuses on the pursuit of reparations. Consider, for example, a confrontation between Hulk and Abomination. Had the Bureau been established at that time, their foremost responsibility would have been to assess the damages incurred during their battle, determining the number of insured individuals and clarifying all aspects before investigating the catalyst of the conflict, ultimately delineating the compensation required. In cases where compensation is unattainable, reparation would resort to corporeal means, as exemplified by Hulk. Conversely, if compensation is feasible, specialized personnel would be dispatched to negotiate, thereby averting the potential for violent confrontations. For instance, if Abomination were a creation of the U.S. military, they would bear the responsibility for restitution, and should they refuse, the Bureau would possess the authority to employ force. Thus, members of the Operations Department are generally exceptional in combat prowess, and the Avengers are also integrated within this division. Finally, we have the Intelligence and Experimental Departments, which require little elaboration. Their names aptly convey their functions. This outlines the framework of the Disaster Control Bureau, which may expand with additional departments in the future, though the current 5 are sufficient for its operation. As Nate opened a portal, Weskier and Fox were transported to this location. Upon entering, a woman clad in professional attire approached. "Greetings, Weskier and Red Fox, I presume?" she inquired with a smile. "Indeed. That's us." "Excellent, please follow me." Weskier and Fox glanced at Nade, who nodded in affirmation, prompting them to accompany the woman. Chapter 153, Weskier's Quest for Vengeance. Weskier, son of Carlos and Andy, was abandoned just 7 days after birth by Carlos. Rather than mere abandonment, it was a sacrifice made for your safety, as the Brotherhood was engaged in a conflict with the Continental Hotel. For the sake of you and your mother, Carlos had no choice but to part with you. It was only upon reaching adulthood that Carlos recognized you, imparting various combat techniques to you thereafter. Red Fox, originally named Angelia Washington, was the daughter of a prosecutor and an ordinary citizen. However, her father's principled nature led to vengeance from enemies, and she witnessed the brutal murder of her parents. Subsequently, she was discovered by the current leader of the Brotherhood, Sloan, who brought her back for training, ultimately transforming her into a formidable assassin known as Red Fox. Am I mistaken? In a room, the woman held 2 files, unveiling their backgrounds. The pair displayed no sign of surprise, as if this revelation were commonplace. "All right, please follow me." After verifying their identities, the woman led them to a shooting range, where Coulson awaited their arrival. "Hello, Weskier and Red Fox, I am Phil Coulson." "Greetings. Director Coulson, please demonstrate." The duo exchanged puzzled glances at the 2 handguns on the table. "Ah, my apologies, I neglected to mention. Could you both showcase your ability to curve bullets?" Understanding the request, Weskier and Red Fox grasped the guns, exchanged a knowing look, and fired simultaneously, sending the bullets arcing perfectly into the center of the second target. Coulson then summoned an assistant to replay their shot. "Is this technique teachable to others?" "Yes, but it heavily depends on their innate talent. It is not something that can be achieved through sheer practice." "Very well. We welcome you both to join the Disaster Control Bureau. As for your grievances with the Continental Hotel, I am aware of them. I can assure you that, officially, the Continental Hotel will not trouble you, but you must refrain from seeking them out under the Bureau's banner." "What about in a personal capacity?" Weskier inquired. "That is certainly permissible. Is there any dissent?" "None," they replied, nodding in agreement as they followed Coulson to the Human Resources Department, where they completed their onboarding procedures. Upon confirming their identities, the HR personnel recognized their connection with Annie and promptly handed them 2 small boxes, leading them to a room. "This contains the enhancement serum for your bodies. The orange one is to be consumed directly, while the blue one is to be injected. though it will be quite painful and may lead to elevated body temperature, so prepare yourselves accordingly. With that, the individual exited and securely locked the door behind them. Weskeir, I trust Annie would not deceive us. Let us proceed. The two resolutely consumed KW-89, only to find nothing amiss, as if they had merely partaken of a regular beverage. However, upon opening their eyes, they found each other's eyes shimmering like gold. This, they both exclaimed simultaneously, yet they quickly comprehended. They then turned to the T-virus serum, opting not to inject it immediately, but instead entered a nearby room containing 2 bathtubs. They filled the tubs with water and added copious amounts of ice. Once prepared, they simultaneously injected the serum. Initially tolerable, they soon felt as though their bodies were engulfed in flames, compelling them to immerse themselves in the icy water for relief. Time passed, and when they regained consciousness, emerging from the tubs, they discovered new clothes hanging on the wall. After changing, they reveled in the distinctiveness of their bodies, with Weskeir now possessing absolute confidence to challenge the entire Brotherhood alone. Following their departure, the HR personnel provided them with identification badges, documents, and a full set of weaponry, subsequently integrating them into the operations department. Once settled, they sought out Auntie to express their gratitude with a meal, but Auntie politely declined, advising them to seek their vengeance first. Meanwhile, the Continental Hotel learned of their affiliation with the Disaster Control Bureau. Despite the multitude of assassins under their banner, they ultimately remained mere mortals, prompting the Continental Hotel to decide to sever ties with the Brotherhood in a bid to mend relationships. The Continental Hotel dispatched personnel to inform Weskeir and Fox of the Brotherhood's current stronghold. Upon receiving this information, they immediately requested leave, and their team leader, well aware of their motives, readily approved it. Soon, they arrived at the Brotherhood's territory, and as they entered, they were spotted by the Brotherhood's assassins, who opened fire without hesitation. However, the transformed duo was no longer the same. Even in their ordinary state, they were far beyond what these assassins could contend with. Weskeir effortlessly dispatched them without even activating bullet time. The Brotherhood's core strength lay in those capable of curving their shots. The other assassins merely served as cannon fodder or distractions, not truly qualifying as members of the Brotherhood. Sloan, are you still reluctant to face me? Weskeir declared, discarding his spent handgun before retrieving another from the ground and shouting. Subsequently, Sloan emerged, accompanied by Carlos, who, however, was bound and seemingly sedated, rendered utterly immobile. Release my father, and I may consider granting you a swift end. Sloan remained silent, instead producing a series of slips of paper, each inscribed with the names of all present, including Wesley. I am merely striving to rescue you. Wesley countered with reasoned clarity. Long before you forged the first name for the sake of greed, our names had already appeared on that list. Had it not been for your deceit, our names would never have graced the loom. Do not disguise your intentions under the guise of benevolence. As Sloan realized he could no longer manipulate them emotionally, he swiftly drew his weapon, intent on eliminating Wesley and Fox first. Yet, both had transformed significantly, drawing their weapons faster than he could react. As Wesley deflected the bullet Sloan fired, Fox's shot followed swiftly, leaving Sloan no room to evade, and he was struck fatally, the bullet piercing through his skull. Wesley then liberated his father, assisting him away from the scene, while he chose not to pursue the remaining members of the Brotherhood, recognizing them as mere victims of circumstance. Had they not aided the oppressor, their names would not have been inscribed upon the loom. Chapter 154, The Hydra's Counterattack. Yueying School. Ant and his companions were quietly engrossed in their studies as the bell rang, prompting the girls in the class to rush out with a frenzy. Haven't they exhausted their novelty yet? Harry remarked, propped up on his desk, observing the commotion. It's normal, they've all gone mad. Aren't you joining them? Ned inquired, glancing at Diana and her friends. No time. That older brother of yours. Diana suddenly grasped Ned's arm, causing him to feel a sense of foreboding as he attempted to withdraw. However, Diana was not one to release her grip easily, playfully pleading, older brother. Do you know how to increase our magical capacity? Our magic is too sparse, we can barely cast a few spells. Haven't I already told you? The amount of magic you possess correlates with your innate talent and age. The older you become, the more magic you wield. When practicing spells, you merely need to infuse a bit of your magic to trigger them. Honing your spellcasting proficiency is what matters. Stinky older brother. Diana playfully punched Ned. Ouch. Ant and the others couldn't help but chuckle when suddenly a cacophony erupted from the hallway, prompting them to rush outside, only to find a celebrity strolling down the corridor, flanked by bodyguards. At that moment, Ant and his friends noticed something amiss. Without time to change, Harry seized a chair and hurled it through the window, shattering the glass. The bodyguards immediately turned their attention to them, hands instinctively reaching for their holstered weapons, but the four paid them no heed. Ant conjured 2 revolvers into his hands and began firing. The others followed the direction of his shots, witnessing a figure clad in armor, wearing a bucket helmet, wielding a great sword, with glowing emerald eyes visible through the helmet's slits. The bullets struck the armor, leaving no trace, and the mysterious figure seemed impervious to the impact. "Ned!" Ant shouted. Ned promptly waved his wand, dispersing the students. The mysterious figure charged at Ant, who holstered 1 revolver and conjured a woodcutter's axe, engaging in combat with the enigmatic foe. Harry and Peter soon joined the fray, while Ned utilized his wand to facilitate their escape. Once they had separated, Ant couldn't contain his curiosity. "Who are you? Don't you remember me?" "Osborn." The voice sent familiar chills through Harry and Ant. "The Green Goblin." Harry gripped the angel's scythe tightly. "Indeed, it is I," the Green Goblin retorted coldly, and with a flick of his wrist, a surge of green energy surged towards Harry. Harry countered, shattering it with the scythe, while Peter fired his weapon, but the Green Goblin's reflexes allowed him to deflect the bullets effortlessly, advancing towards them relentlessly. "Ned, get them out of here quickly." Ant turned to find the students still lingering in place, exclaiming in frustration. The students, now alerted, screamed and fled. Even the celebrity among them, though they did not escape entirely, instead retreating to a nearby classroom to witness the battle. At that moment, Ant and his companions were unaware of the true extent of the Green Goblin's terrifying power, as he had yet to reveal his full self. "Wow, how is his combat prowess so formidable?" Harry mused as he pushed the Green Goblin back. "Where's the Disaster Control Bureau?" "Uncertain." "Ned, contact them." Ned nodded and reached out to Coulson, but upon connecting, he was met with the sound of gunfire in the background. "Phil, the Green Goblin is targeting us. Can you send someone to assist?" "I'm afraid not, Ned. Hydra has launched a counteroffensive, and they can summon demons to possess them. We currently have no personnel to spare." Coulson replied, and in the next moment, the phone was shot, severing their connection. Realizing that the Green Goblin was specifically after them, Ant transformed his axe into a feathered blade and re-engaged the foe. Just as they launched their assault, 2 Hydra agents materialized in the classroom, advancing toward Diana and her friends, unaware that they too could wield spells, albeit with insufficient magical capacity. As they were on the verge of capture, Peter burst in, launching webs that ensnared the 2 agents. However, the demons possessing them easily broke free with a mere exertion of strength. "Get out of here," Peter shouted, as the panicked students scrambled to escape, while he stood his ground against the 2 Hydra agents. Fortunately, the demons they were possessed by did not seem particularly powerful, allowing Peter to manage them. Once the students were safely away, Peter kicked the 2 Hydra warriors, sending them tumbling into the hallway, and seizing the moment, he shot 2 strands of web, leaping down forcefully, and yanked the agents down to the ground. "Are Diana and the others all right?" "They're fine." "Peter, can you handle this alone?" Ant turned to Peter, inquiring. "No problem, leave it to me," Peter affirmed, though he felt slightly restrained without his mask. Yet he was still more than capable of dealing with the 2 Hydra agents. Meanwhile, Coulson and his team were engaged in a fierce battle at a base, the very location where the Mind Stone was secured. Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of Hydra agents occupied the area, each empowered by the ability to summon demons, significantly amplifying their strength. To reclaim the Mind Stone, Coulson had no choice but to call for reinforcements from the Disaster Control Bureau, even summoning Wesley, effectively mobilizing the entire bureau, including Jason. "What's the situation?" "No progress. We can't push forward at all. The Mind Stone is inside, whatever means you employ. Breach their defenses swiftly." "Allow me," Jason declared, transforming into a werewolf and charging toward the base with a fierce roar. Under his leadership, they quickly broke through the base's gates, finally entering the heart of the Hydra stronghold. Due to the constricted conditions imposed by the Hydra operatives, the base had become exceedingly cramped, rendering the use of firearms impractical lest they inadvertently harm their comrades. Consequently, they were compelled to resort to close-quarters combat, precisely what Hydra had anticipated. Chapter 155, Helpies. Faced with a labyrinth of passageways, Jason chose one and dashed forward. Upon rounding the corner, a hammer struck his armor with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward to crash against the wall. The assailant, seemingly unwilling to relent, charged at Jason, swinging the hammer towards his head. At that moment, Jason had yet to react when a gunshot rang out, momentarily hindering the aggressor's advance. Once Jason regained his composure, he delivered a swift kick to the assailant's knee, causing him to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Jason slashed at the man's neck with his claws. However, to Jason's astonishment, the familiar sensation of flesh was absent, replaced instead by a shower of sparks. Yet, the sparks illuminated the figure before him, clad in medieval armor. A strange orange glow emanating from the crevices of his helmet. Rising to his feet, Jason unleashed a powerful punch that sent the assailant sprawling. Despite rolling several times on the ground, he managed to stabilize himself with the hammer in hand and stood once more. Behind him, a similar glow materialized, prompting Jason to mutter a curse under his breath. "Phil, how goes the situation on your end?" "Not well. They have completely barricaded the passage. Our only option is to eliminate them all," Coulson replied with resignation. "Can we utilize weapons?" "It's challenging. They are all concealed just beyond a corner. And using firearms necessitates exposing ourselves, which is exceedingly risky unless we can first eliminate some of the Hydra agents. Contact the Avengers. This predicament has become rather troublesome." Jason remarked with exasperation. "I've already reached out, but Hydra has prepared meticulously this time, threatening their families. They can only prioritize their loved one's safety for now. However, Old Man Strucker and Johnny are en route. We must wait a bit longer." No sooner had he spoken than the unmistakable sound of roaring engines and the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed through the air. In the next instant, nearly all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents hastily cleared a path as Old Man Strucker and Johnny chose their respective routes. Upon their arrival, the agents dispersed into other passageways. Johnny, observing the Hydra agents possessed by demons, removed the chains from his body. With the enchantment of Hellfire complete, he charged directly at the Hydra operatives without a moment's hesitation. It must be said that the Ghost Rider was indeed a nemesis of demons. These Hydra agents were no match for him. Johnny and Old Man Strucker surged through the corridor with unstoppable force, but before they could steady themselves, a fiery projectile, the size of a fist, struck Johnny with terrifying force, momentarily extinguishing the hellfire that engulfed him. However, the flames soon reignited on Johnny's form. "What in the world is this? A pea shooter? No. Wait. Mephisto, what have you done?" Old Man Strucker exclaimed, gazing at the plant that resembled snow peas and sugar snap peas, albeit significantly larger. Towering at nearly 5 feet, its head and body wreathed in a thin layer of flames. The mutated pea shooters were numerous, and having suffered once already, Johnny quickly inquired, "What should we do next?" "I'm not certain," Old Man Strucker replied, just as an onslaught of hellfire peas rocketed toward them like cannonballs. They cursed under their breath and hastily evaded, fully aware of the devastation these projectiles could wreak. The flaming peas struck the solid walls with enough force to embed themselves, their power comparable to that of a tank's artillery. "Old man, think of something," Johnny urged, attempting to approach. But no sooner had he entertained the thought than dozens of flaming peas were propelled toward him, forcing Johnny to sprint forward. To their dismay, the Hell Peas possessed more than just the ability to launch projectiles. They hurled lit red pea pods at the pair. Johnny and Old Man Strucker froze, sensing the specter of death looming over them. They quickly huddled together, their flames transforming into angelic fire. As their powers coalesced, a protective shield enveloped them. The pods detonated in a cacophony of explosions, yet when the dust settled, the Hell Peas resumed their barrage of flaming projectiles against the barrier, unable to breach their defenses. Within the shield, the two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The Hell Peas, realizing their attacks were futile, unveiled another skill. Military caps appeared atop their heads. Once adorned, their leafy limbs rooted into the ground, their mouths morphing into 6-barrel machine guns. Countless streaks of red light bombarded the barrier, and Johnny felt the alarming pressure as the angelic flames began to wane. It was only after he channeled a surge of energy that the flames regained their solidity. Before long, the Hell Peas reverted to their original form, and Johnny and Old Man Strucker seized the opportunity to charge forth. Taking advantage of the Hell Peas' momentary disarray, they began their ruthless assault. To their surprise, however, the Hell Peas were exceedingly fragile, perishing with the slightest touch, and upon their demise, they transformed into a cascade of sparks, leaving behind glistening red orbs on the ground. Though unaware of the orb's purpose, Old Man Strucker sensed they might hold significance for Ant, and thus collected them without hesitation. Continuing deeper into the fray, they were soon halted by Coulson, who implored their assistance. With no choice, the duo rushed to lend a hand. Together, they swiftly dispatched the remaining Hydra agents in the passage, their demonic prowess proving overwhelmingly effective. Once all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents regrouped, they advanced further, soon encountering the Mind Stone and Baron Strucker standing nearby. "You all must exit," Old Man Strucker commanded. "What? Leave now," he bellowed in anger. Coulson, uncertain of the situation, complied, leading the agents out of the base. As they exited, the structure collapsed with a resounding crash, and a colossal figure emerged from the rubble. Upon witnessing this fearsome silhouette, Coulson couldn't help but curse. Chapter 156, Resolution. At the Jean Grey School, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Peter found himself unable to subdue the two Hydra soldiers. Despite their demonic possession, they retained their human semblance, making it difficult for him to strike with conviction. Had they exhibited even minor mutations, he might have steeled himself, but as it stood, he was left to devise a means of stalling them. Meanwhile, Ant faced his own struggles against the formidable Green Goblin. "Harry, I must unleash it," Ant declared to Harry. "Don't. I think we can hold out a bit longer." Harry replied, panic evident in his voice. "We're out of time. If I truly lose control, Ned must restrain me. And you need to help me don the Ghost Rider's chains again. Do you understand?" Ant insisted, turning to Harry with urgency. Harry nodded helplessly, and then Auntie removed the binding of the ghostly deity. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from him, and everyone could even see a ghostly shadow materializing behind Auntie. A fearsome shockwave surged outward from Annie, causing the onlooking students and teachers to struggle to maintain their footing, while the split green demon warily observed Annie. With a powerful push, Auntie propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, initiating a cross slash that sent the split green demon flying. He swiftly followed up with a mountain-crushing strike. As the split green demon staggered to his feet, he spotted Auntie in midair and immediately attempted to dodge to the side. However, to his astonishment, as Auntie's blade made contact with the ground, it unleashed a barrage of blade energy in all directions, once again sending the split green demon hurtling away. When the split green demon managed to rise once more, he emitted a roar that was distinctly inhuman, clearly indicating his fury. A terrifying green light radiated from his body, and then he began to contort, ultimately splitting into two split green demons, which then multiplied into four. This was the split green demon-S ability, enabling him to create duplicates, each possessing strength equal to that of the original. However, the more duplicates he created, the shorter their duration. Since the split green demon was not in his true form, this meant that the duplicates would only last about 5 minutes, which was sufficient for him. The four split green demons charged towards Auntie, yet he showed no signs of fear. In fact, he appeared increasingly defiant. "Shall we intervene?" Harry asked Ned. "No, let Annie handle it. Our only task is to ensure the split green demon doesn't escape," Ned replied, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. As time passed, one by one, the duplicates of the split green demon dissipated, leaving him in a weakened state. This provided Auntie with the perfect opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. He stepped forward, launching the split green demon into the air with an upward strike, then followed up with a series of 3 slashes that left the demon's armor riddled with cracks. Standing beneath the split green demon, Auntie raised his ghostly hand, causing a circular array to materialize beneath him. In the next moment, a torrent of blood energy surged forth, propelling the airborne split green demon even higher. Yet, this was not the end. As the split green demon finally descended, Auntie extended his ghostly hand again. This time, it was outstretched horizontally. A terrifying suction force emerged from his palm, pulling the split green demon inexorably towards him. Auntie then executed a final strike with his Yinjing blade, unleashing a blade energy that cleaved the split green demon into countless fragments. Once the split green demon was vanquished, Ned swiftly restrained Auntie, and Harry promptly resecured the binding of the ghostly deity onto Anyue's hand. The previously restless Kazan fell silent once more. Auntie then rushed to assist Peter, quickly dispatching his 2 opponents. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "I'm not," Auntie replied with a wry smile before he collapsed into unconsciousness. With no other option, Ned opened a portal and hurriedly transported Annie back home, then returned to the scene to clean up the bodies. After ensuring everything was in order, Ned took Diana and the others away, offering a word of caution to the principal. "If possible, let us take a day off." The principal readily agreed, promptly arranging for buses to transport all the students away to prevent further conflict that might endanger them. At Anyue's home, he lay in a deep sleep due to exhaustion, while Nancy watched over him with a worried expression. "Is Auntie going to be okay?" "He is merely exhausted. He just needs some time to rest," Aunt May reassured her. "That's good to hear." At that moment, Sunflower and Sunseed entered, unleashing energy rays towards Auntie, who soon awoke. "Thank you, Sunflower, Sunseed," Auntie said as he sprang from his bed, stretching his limbs. "Auntie, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Mom. How is Dad doing?" "I'm not sure. He should be wrapping up soon." Meanwhile, at the Disaster Control Bureau, a group of agents was making a hasty retreat, except for Old Man Shrey, Johnny, and Jason. They were facing a colossal demon, towering at 8 meters, wielding a massive sword, its skin a dark crimson, covered in scales. With a furious roar, it charged at the three, swinging its sword with such force that it sent them flying. Johnny and Old Man Shrey fared relatively well, but Jason was not so lucky. His armor was cracked, rendering it unusable, prompting him to retract it into his body. Though the demon could not kill them, they found themselves unable to approach it. Just as they found themselves in a stalemate, a Falcon fighter jet appeared, launching 2 mini-missiles at the demon, which caused it to crash to the ground. In the next instant, a figure ejected from the jet, expanding midair and crashing heavily onto the demon. "It's Hulk, let us go?" The three raced towards the demon, arriving just in time to witness Hulk ruthlessly pummeling the demon's head, effectively preventing it from lifting its gaze. Johnny and Old Man Shrey exchanged glances, simultaneously springing into action, one drawing a revolver, while the other wielded a chain. Johnny tossed the chain, which seemed to possess a will of its own, ensnaring the demon's neck. "Hulk, help me!" Johnny shouted. Seeing this, Hulk grasped the chain and yanked it forcefully, pinning the demon down so it could not rise. Old Man Shrey leapt before the demon, drawing his revolver and infusing it with angelic fire, which enveloped the weapon instantly, sensing its impending banishment back to hell. The demon thrashed wildly, nearly breaking free from Hulk's grip, prompting Jason to rush over to assist. "Hurry, Old Man Shrey," Jason called out. Old Man Shrey released his grip, and in that instant, a bullet infused with angelic fire pierced the demon's skull, causing it to halt abruptly. The angelic fire rapidly spread across its body, incinerating it entirely. With the demon defeated, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Jason scanned the area and spotted the Mind Scepter on the ground. As he approached and touched it, the scepter disintegrated into fine powder, revealing a yellow gem floating quietly in the air. Chapter 157, The Plants Absorbing the Gem. Gazing at the hovering mind gem, Jason reached out to grasp it. But nothing happened, leaving him disappointed as he had expected some sort of phenomenon. However, without a container for it, the group decided to leave the area. Soon, they returned to the Tricurve Wing headquarters, where Jason handed the mind gem to the research team. He then immediately requested to be flown back home aboard the Falcon fighter. There, he encountered Old Man Shrey, who handed him a bag of gems to deliver to Auntie. "Auntie, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Dad. How did it go on your end?" "It went all right. We retrieved the Mind Scepter, though it's damaged. Thankfully, we got the Mind Gem back." "That's good. Hydra should have sustained significant losses this time, right?" "Absolutely. We eliminated nearly 200 Hydra agents. Given that we had already conducted a sweep before, their numbers must be dwindling now." Annie nodded in understanding, and just then, Jason remembered the bag Old Man Shrey had given him. He hurriedly produced it and handed it to Annie. "What's this?" It resembled a bag of pearls. At that time, I was in a hurry to return and did not listen to how the Elder Shire obtained it. You should call him and inquire. "Oh, I see." Auntie opened the bag, inspecting the pearls while dialing Shire's number. "Elder Shire, why did you ask my father to give me these pearls?" Subsequently, the Elder Shire recounted the origins of the pearls, and only then did Auntie realize why Mephisto had stolen the note from the pea shooter. It all made sense now. "Damn it, cursed Mephisto, don't let me cross paths with you." At that moment, Mephisto, who was listening to a report from Snakehead, sneezed and murmured, "Who is speaking of me again? Is it that individual seeking to collaborate with me once more?" Auntie then summoned Snow Pea, Snow Pod, Sunflower, Sunseed, Walnut, and the like, placing the pearls on the ground. Upon seeing them, they became exceedingly excited, eagerly picking up the pearls and bringing them to their mouths, only to suddenly remember that these were not theirs, but Auntie's, and thus tilted their heads, gazing at Auntie with their large eyes. "Go ahead and eat." With Auntie's command, they immediately swallowed the pearls, and in an instant, an up aura surrounded their bodies. Their sizes began to increase, ultimately reaching a height of half a meter. "Do you wish to continue eating?" Auntie inquired. They nodded vigorously and resumed consuming the pearls, fortunate that there were still plenty available. Thus, they continued to feast, their sizes steadily increasing, but once they reached 1 meter, their growth began to slow down, eventually settling at a height of 1 meter and 1 centimeter. Their physique had enlarged significantly, and without needing to examine their attack power, defense, and stamina, it was evident that these attributes had improved. Most importantly, they exhibited varying degrees of red energy lines, suggesting that once these lines reached a certain length, some transformation would occur. Wow, how did they grow so large? Nancy emerged, unable to contain her curiosity upon seeing the enlarged sunflowers. Well, they consumed some supplements, hence their growth. But it's for the best. Being larger allows them to take better care of you. Indeed, my dear. With them around, we can rest easy when we are not here, wouldn't you agree? Jason chimed in. Yet they are not as cute as they once were, Nancy remarked, gently patting Snow Pea's head. Upon hearing this, Snow Pea and the others immediately began to act adorably, indicating that even in their larger forms, they remained quite charming. Nancy couldn't help but burst into laughter at their antics, then led them to the sofa. It must be said that despite their increased size, there were advantages. For instance, Nancy could use them as cushions to snuggle, especially Walnut and Hu Tao, who were round and fragrant, making them even more endearing to her. Aside from sleeping, bathing, and using the restroom, she spent the rest of her time hugging them, even during meals. It seemed she had become quite attached to Walnut and Hu Tao, though she would occasionally embrace the other plants as well, ensuring fairness. Meanwhile, Yueying School resumed classes after a day off. This time, the students were no longer chasing after that celebrity. Instead, they flocked to the door of Auntie's classroom daily, hoping to deliver love letters. Initially, Auntie and his friends informed the teacher, who intervened, but it only proved effective for one recess. By the second recess or afternoon, they returned once more. Unable to bear it any longer, Auntie had to ask Ned to cast a spell, compelling them to cease their harassment. Annie had contemplated using a memory erasing or confusion spell, but both would disrupt their normal lives. Ultimately, he resorted to other spells to prevent them from approaching their classroom, and over time, these students ceased to pester Annie and his friends. However, not everyone was pleased. The celebrity, who reveled in being adored and pursued, found it intolerable that these youngsters had stolen his spotlight. Unwilling to accept this, he contacted his agent, seeking to obtain the surveillance footage from that time and post it online, intending to incite his fans to cyberbully them and even expose their identities. Yet, his agent was no fool. Having investigated their identities, he knew that Ned was the son of Antley. To expose them was impossible, as the Liz group could easily have the video taken down the moment it was uploaded. Thus, the agent informed the celebrity of Ned's identity. The celebrity feigned agreement not to trouble them, but secretly sold the surveillance footage to a hacker organization known as Tide Rise. Upon receiving the video, the organization promptly contacted Antley, seeking a substantial hush money payment. After viewing the video, Antley reached out to Ned, detailing the situation to gauge their response. Auntie immediately declared that they would handle it, assuring Antley not to worry. After ending the call, Annie contacted Jarvis, requesting him to locate this so-called Tide Rise organization. Although Tide Rise was a renowned hacker group, they proved too weak against a super-intelligent AI like Jarvis, who swiftly pinpointed their location. The group then decided to take a leave and head to this site, eager to confront those audacious enough to attempt extortion. Chapter 158, Tide Rise Organization, Kruger. In an abandoned factory, a group of individuals surrounded several high-performance computers, along with specialized fiber optics and cables. So, did he agree? No response. I'll ask him again. If he refuses to answer once more, I'll send the video to major newspapers. I'm certain they'd pay a hefty sum for it. Especially since Antley cannot possibly control everything. Can he? Really? Hearing this unfamiliar voice, everyone instinctively drew their guns, but in the next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their wrists, causing all their firearms to clatter to the ground. It's you, one of the leaders exclaimed. Indeed, it's us. Surprised? Unexpected? Annie chuckled as he perched atop a wooden crate. What do you intend to do? That's a question we should be asking you. Seeing as you wish to extort Ned's father, you think we came here for pleasantries? Auntie retorted with irritation. The members of the Tide Rise organization fell silent. And just then, a figure stealthily approached them. Auntie suddenly drew his weapon and fired, startling the figure into freezing in place. Stop! Shouted the Tide Rise members. It was only then that Auntie and the others realized the sneaky figure was a girl, now petrified and sitting on the ground. Auntie, taken aback, pulled her up and pushed her toward the hackers. Jarvis, have you taken care of it? Mr. Byrne, I have deleted all videos related to you. All right, it's resolved. Let me offer you once more a piece of advice. Do not meddle with those beyond your capabilities. With that, Auntie and his companions turned to leave. Once they had completely departed, everyone sighed in relief, especially the girl, who slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. Sky, are you all right? I'm fine. It's all my fault for being so useless, the girl lamented. Silly child, it's not your fault. They were never ordinary people. A woman from among the hackers said, gently patting the girl's head. After warning the Tide Rise organization, Andy and his friends returned home. Just as they contemplated how to spend the day in boredom, Gooey found them. Teacher, what brings you here? Do you wish to visit another planet? Gooey asked with a smile. Ned and the others exchanged glances before finally replying. We do. Then come with me. This time, it shouldn't have been your responsibility. But due to our shortage of personnel, I must ask for your assistance. Of course, if you prefer not to go, that is perfectly acceptable. Let us proceed. We have yet to venture into the cosmos, and said nonchalantly. Very well, follow me, replied Ancient One, who then opened a portal. On the other side lay a lush, verdant jungle, seemingly indistinguishable from Earth. Ancient One stepped through first, followed closely by Ant and the others. Suddenly, an alien resembling a crimson version of a well-known creature appeared. His name was Kruger, who fortuitously arrived on Earth and had spent some time learning alongside me. Additionally, Ned, my disciple, though young, possesses formidable strength. They will adeptly handle this crisis, Ancient One introduced. Greetings, Kruger. I am Ant Burns, and these are Peter Parker, Harry Osborn, and Ned Leeds. Kruger waved his hands. Conjuring an energy-formed hello before them, and Ant quickly understood his origins. Since you are acquainted, I shall take my leave. Ned, once your mission is accomplished, you may open a portal to return. Ned nodded, and Ancient One departed, leaving them to regard Kruger. With a gentle wave of his hand, an arrow composed of energy materialized, guiding them to a spaceship. Kruger, you're back. Are these the allies you sought? Inquired a humanoid alien with 4 arms. Kruger nodded, and the other aliens fixed their gazes upon Ant and his companions. Kruger, they appear to be mere juveniles. Are you certain they possess combat prowess? Questioned the 4-armed alien. Kruger affirmed with a nod, displaying a thumbs up made of energy, indicating their significant strength. Could you enlighten us as to why we are here? Ant asked. We must eradicate the blight worms, a terrifying species of dimensional insects. They consume everything, energy, planets. There is nothing they will not devour. Once they have feasted to their fill, they proliferate until they have stripped the entire universe bare, only to retreat back into the dimensional rifts, the 4-armed alien explained. Such a formidable foe has been entrusted to your care? Ant queried, bewildered. No, the Nova Empire, the Kree Empire, and other powerful factions are engaged in exterminating the blight worms. The planet we inhabit is merely host to a fraction of them. However, due to our insufficient manpower, Kruger suggested enlisting your help, the 4-armed alien clarified. Ah, I see. Then let us act swiftly. Do they possess any particular traits? They are remarkably difficult to kill, exceedingly so. Their mouths are razor-sharp, able to effortlessly shatter any known metal in the universe. Hence, we must avoid being surrounded. Otherwise, it would spell our doom, the 4-armed alien cautioned. Leading the way ahead, with a rectangular piece of metal on his arm adorned with numerous red dots. After an indeterminate period of travel, the 4-armed alien proclaimed, We have arrived. The group looked up, only to behold a desolate expanse, starkly contrasting the vibrant Amazon jungle surrounding it, like an abrupt desert intrusion. Underground, Ant crouched down, sensing vibrations emanating from below. Ned, noticing this, drew his wand and unleashed a thunderous explosion upon the ground, creating a pit. From within emerged a 10-centimeter long, 5-centimeter wide, eyeless crimson worm. Upon its emergence, it immediately opened its mouth, revealing countless teeth reminiscent of the sandworms from the film Dune, arranged in spirals. Be cautious, the 4-armed alien warned urgently. But Ned had already acted, casting a spell that struck the blight worm squarely, momentarily immobilizing it. He then levitated it before them, using his magic to control it, and the group began their examination, assessing the worm's bodily resilience. Chapter 159, The Blight Worm. On an unnamed planet, Harry panted slightly, gazing at the floating blight worm. They had truly employed various means, yet the worm's body proved exceedingly tough. Conventional physical attacks were utterly ineffective, failing even to inflict harm. Only energy-infused assaults could wound them. Well, knowing their weakness is sufficient, Ant stated. Harry and the others nodded. And Harry infused his magic into the angelic scythe in his hand. With precision aimed at the immobilized blight worm, he struck, unleashing a terrifying energy that consumed it entirely, obliterating the creature. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and the group recognized that a larger threat was imminent. Stealing themselves? They braced for the next moment when a colossal entity erupted from the depths. My goodness, is it that enormous? No. It is a mass of blight worms amalgamated into one. We must disperse them quickly, or we shall be in peril, Ant shouted, and the group sprang into action. The aliens brandished laser guns, while Ant and his companions unleashed energy-based attacks, while those without energy remained vigilant, avoiding encirclement by the blight worms. As their assaults struck the massive creature, they indeed created a breach, but the sheer number of blight worms was overwhelming. The gap was filled within mere seconds. Recognizing the danger, the group promptly began to flee, with the colossal worm in relentless pursuit, leaving desolation in its wake, its terrifying visage instilling dread. Ned, do you possess any potent spells or incantations to obliterate it? Do you have any explosives that could scatter them? Ant inquired while fleeing. Ned pondered briefly before responding, yes. But it will require time. Very well, I shall buy you some time. Ant retrieved several grenades, infused them with magic, and they emanated a chilling aura. He then hurled them towards the giant worm. With the ensuing explosions, numerous blight worms were frozen. While this freezing was not fatal, their descent caused a significant portion of the giant worm to collapse. However, the giant worm only remained incapacitated for a few seconds, as the blight worms quickly regrouped, forming an even larger monstrosity. Observing Ned's preparations, the others had no choice but to engage once more. Yet their attacks were utterly ineffective. As they faced the abyssal maw of the giant worm, its writhing mass of blight worms poised to engulf them, Ned opened his eyes wide. With hands encircled by a magical array, he thrust forward, unleashing a tempest of energy that scattered the giant worm. This merely dispersed the creature. But Ned's prowess was not yet finished. He pressed his hands to the ground, summoning countless thick orange bolts of lightning that shot forth, striking the blight worms. Those struck instantly turned to ash. Yet it did not end there. Ned continued to create numerous clones, each wielding different spells, effectively clearing away nearly half of the blight worms. This is the extent of my capabilities. The dimensional energy deity has now detected me, and I cannot draw upon energy any further for the time being. Alas, such was the plight of Marvel's sorcerers, who borrowed energy from diverse dimensions. One could argue that it was less borrowing and more akin to thievery of energy, stealing a little here and there often goes unnoticed. Much like surreptitiously pocketing a handful of sand on a vast beach, the owner of the beach would hardly take notice, and even if they did, they would not intervene. For it is a trivial theft, merely a handful. However, the energy recently appropriated by Ned is akin to commandeering an excavator to wildly dig up sand on that same beach. The dimensional deity does not hinder Ned. After all, he still seeks to navigate within the realm of the dimensional deity. Consequently, Ned finds himself unable to cast spells for the time being, but fortunately, he possesses incantations that are equally lethal to the desolate worms, particularly the killing curse, which, upon contact, guarantees death. Yet, his magical power is insufficient to eliminate all the desolate worms. It may serve only as a temporary solution. Lastly, there is the fiery curse, which can also vanquish the desolate worms, but therein lies a conundrum. The desolate worms are equally capable of consuming the fiery curse. To ensure its efficacy against them, the worms must remain engulfed in flames for approximately half a minute. However, that half minute is ample time for the worms to devour the flames, rendering the fiery curse less preferable than the killing curse. Harry, too, stands ready, one hand gripping the angel's scythe and the other wielding a wand. Others may also eliminate the desolate worms, but their efficiency pales in comparison to that of these two. This cannot continue. We shall soon be overwhelmed, Ant mused, glancing towards the four-armed alien. Is there any weapon of mass destruction? There is a bomb, the four-armed alien replied, but its power is insufficient to eradicate all the desolate worms. Regardless, we must deploy it. The sheer number is overwhelming, and even a cleanup seems impossible, Ant lamented. At this juncture, the four-armed alien and Kruger began to grasp the true horror of the desolate worms. Without Ant and his companion's assistance, they would likely have perished by now. Soon, an alien raced to their spacecraft, producing a metallic sphere. Upon pressing a button on the sphere, a circular ring materialized, which promptly extinguished a portion of its glow. Once the ring completely extinguishes, an explosion is imminent. He returned to the four-armed alien and handed it over. We must find an appropriate location, otherwise, the shockwaves will impact us. Can we not simply toss it in? As I previously mentioned, the desolate worms consume anything. If we throw it now, it would likely be devoured in less than a second, the four-armed alien replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Ant swiftly ascended into the air using Peter's form and soon identified a suitable ambush site, a canyon. They ascended above the canyon and lured the desolate worms into its center. This will suffice. How long until detonation? According to your Earth time, 30 seconds remain. That is ample time. Ned, open the portal in 28 seconds. Enter the moment the portal appears. Understood? Ant commanded. The others nodded, prepared for the impending siege, knowing they only needed to endure for 28 seconds. Yet, as they gazed upon the sky-darkening swarm of desolate worms, an instinctual fear gripped them. Is it time yet? The four-armed alien shouted, as their endurance waned. Ned, Ant, seeing the time had come, urgently called out. Ned promptly opened the portal, and without hesitation, they rushed through it. In the final second before the 30 elapsed, Ned sealed the portal, cleaving the pursuing desolate worms in half. A deafening roar followed. As if they had endured a cataclysmic earthquake, and terrifying fissures erupted around the canyon. Once the chaos subsided, they cautiously peered into the canyon, revealing a massive pit, within which a considerable number of desolate worms writhed. Goodness, their vitality is astonishing. We cannot afford to give them a moment's respite, Ned. Ned then employed a spell to ascertain the remaining number of desolate worms, gathering them together to prevent their escape. Without delay, they leapt into the pit, commencing the extermination of the remaining desolate worms. Though their numbers had dwindled to a mere 1%, it still amounted to thousands of the creatures. Peter, your task is to keep watch over them. Do not let them flee. No need. We have specialized machinery monitoring them. They cannot escape, the four-armed alien assured. Very well. Then let us proceed, Ant declared, relieved of his concerns. The group set to work, eliminating the last of the desolate worms. Perhaps due to the diminishing numbers, some aliens grew complacent, only to be seized by the desolate worms, swiftly devoured. Witnessing his brethren's demise, the four-armed alien erupted in furious gunfire. The desolate worm that had consumed an alien promptly began to reproduce, and within moments, the previously diminished count surged back to over 1,000. Ant wished to speak, but upon seeing the enraged aliens, he sighed and quickened the pace of their assault, while Peter was compelled to intervene amidst the chaos. The desolate worm's ability to obliterate an entire universe stems from their terrifying reproductive rate, astounding numbers, and formidable physical resilience. The confluence of these three factors is what renders the desolate worms so fearsome. Without any one of them, they would merely be slightly more powerful insects. As it stood, their numbers were insufficient to stir any significant upheaval, and soon they managed to eliminate the last of the desolate worms. At last, it is over, Harry exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. He, like the others, was utterly exhausted, too fatigued to utter another word. Is it finished? Not yet. We must conduct a thorough inspection to ensure no stragglers remain, which requires the assistance of the spacecraft. Very well, let us hasten. We are utterly drained. The four-armed alien nodded, activating their spacecraft. After circling the planet twice and confirming the absence of any lingering threats, the four-armed alien prepared to depart with Kruger and the others. We must take our leave. Do you require a ride back to Earth? Ant remained silent, glancing at Ned, who shook his head. No need. Very well. This is the emblem of our faction. Should you find yourselves targeted by other forces in the universe, you may present this. Our faction is known as the Raiders, mercenaries who will undertake any task for the right price. After accepting the emblem, Ant watched as their ship departed the planet. Ned, how long until you can open the portal? Harry inquired. About an hour. I am utterly spent, Ned replied, too weary to engage in conversation. Upon hearing this, Harry closed his eyes, and soon the sound of soft snoring filled the air. Peter and Ant exchanged weary smiles, and Peter rose to laboriously construct a makeshift tent with his webbing, enveloping them within its confines to ensure a peaceful slumber. Time passed, and Ant awoke to find the sky had darkened, countless stars adorning the night, with nebulas and star rivers visible. Ant, are you awake? Yes, I am awake. What of them? They are still asleep, Peter replied. Then let us not disturb them. Let us relish this celestial vista, unseen from Earth. Ant reclined with his hands behind his head, gazing peacefully at the night sky. Peter was in a similar predicament. After another 2 hours had passed, both he and his companions suddenly beheld a spaceship descending from the heavens, not far from their position. They exchanged glances, and Peter swiftly shot out a web to shield the two sleeping individuals nearby, before they both sprinted towards the location of the vessel. Soon, they observed a walking raccoon and a treeman disembarking from the spaceship, both carrying a peculiar device. Who goes there? The walking raccoon immediately drew a firearm and aimed it at Ant and Peter's position, but they deftly evaded the shot, with Peter retaliating by ensnaring the raccoon with a web. Rocket Raccoon and Groot, are you? Ant inquired, gazing at them. Who are you, and what do you want? The raccoon demanded. Ant disregarded the question, instead picking up the device from the ground to inspect it. What is this contraption? None of your business. The raccoon retorted with bravado. By my word, you are quite audacious, aren't you? Ant replied, astonished as he regarded the raccoon. What of it, Groot? Rocket shouted defiantly. Beside him, Groot extended his elongated arm, but Peter deftly avoided it, while Ant drew his lumberjack axe and severed Groot's arm, ultimately resting the axe against the raccoon's neck. Cease this, Groot exclaimed, retracting his arm, while Rocket swallowed hard, his bravado dissipating. Now, can you enlighten me? This is a device for probing the blightworms. We were commissioned by a mysterious individual to capture one of these creatures. We had just detected a substantial number of blightworms in this vicinity, only to arrive and find them completely vanished. Do not harbor any delusions. We have only just eradicated the blightworms, Ant declared as he severed the webbing. At that moment, Ned and the others arrived, witnessing the scene unfold. Ant, Peter, are you all right? Ned inquired urgently. We're fine. Just as Ant turned his head, Rocket and Groot made another move, prompting Ned to shout, "Watch out." Chapter 161, A Haircut for Rocket. "Watch out," Ned yelled, observing Rocket's attempt to ambush. Ant merely tilted his head, evading Rocket's attack, while Peter unleashed a web to bind him. "Oh, Rocket, I gave you a chance," Ant said, turning with a smile as he approached the raccoon. Feeling the impending threat, Rocket hastily begged for mercy, but Ant paid him no heed, producing an axe with a flourish. As the axe drew nearer, Rocket shut his eyes, bracing for the worst. Yet after a considerable pause, he felt only a cool sensation on his head. "What have you done to me?" Rocket bellowed in fury. "Rocket, consider yourself fortunate that I merely wished to subdue you and not to terminate your existence. This web will dissolve on its own after a while, and I shall no longer entertain you. Do visit us on Earth when time permits." With that, Ant made his way towards Ned, who promptly opened a portal, allowing the four of them to return to Ant's home, where Groot also passed through the portal to witness the frolicking snow peas. "I am Groot." Groot stared vacantly, while Rocket observed as well. "What is that?" Rocket exclaimed. "My family," Ant replied over his shoulder. As the portal closed, Groot appeared as though he had lost his spirit. Observing this, Rocket quickly consoled him. "It's all right, Groot. We have already ascertained that their planet is Earth. Once I gather some information, I shall take you there, all right?" Groot nodded in agreement, then glanced at the web binding Rocket. "Take me back to the ship." Utilizing the tools aboard the ship, Rocket effortlessly freed himself from the web and rushed to the mirror, only to discover his head had been shaved bald, resembling a barren landscape. "Ah! I will kill him. I swear I will kill him." Rocket shrieked in a frenzy. Groot quickly intervened, attempting to calm him down. Meanwhile, back on Earth, as Ant and the others returned, they were called over by Nancy. "Where have you been?" "Well, we took a trip to an alien planet." "An alien planet?" "Indeed. This time we actually saved the universe," Ant said with a charming smile. "Save the universe, you say? Now, clarify yourself immediately," Nancy responded tersely. To avoid further aggravating Nancy, Ant hastily recounted the entire sequence of events while she munched on snacks, listening intently. "Is that all? That's it. How boring. Is there any way to expedite this child's arrival?" Nancy exclaimed in exasperation. "Mom, just bear with it." At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Spike opened the door to reveal Neil and Mosquito, who entered carrying a gift box. "Ah, what brings you here?" Nancy asked as she regarded the two. "We heard you were pregnant and thought we'd drop by to check on you," Neil replied with a grin. They placed the gift box on the table, but Nancy immediately discerned its contents. "Speak up. What do you need my help with?" Nancy asked, her tone unyielding. "Could we possibly borrow your internal network account and password?" "We seek to investigate some matters," Neil said, somewhat sheepishly. "Not an issue. Go ahead. Just keep me informed," Nancy instructed as she had a sunflower bring her computer down. "My girlfriend was taken by an FBI agent, and I wish to find out who it was," Neil declared. At this, Nancy straightened in her seat. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Neil's actions. In no time, Neil gained access to the FBI's internal network using Nancy's credentials. Due to her relationship with Jason and her unique circumstances, Nancy's permissions were extensive, allowing Neil to swiftly uncover the information he sought, only to realize his assumptions had been misguided. "What's wrong? I was mistaken. It was not an FBI agent who took my girlfriend." "Then who was it?" "My mentor, Vincent," Neil exclaimed, filled with rage. "What was his motive for abducting your girlfriend?" "I'm uncertain, which is why I must locate him immediately." Neil sighed heavily. "Can you find him?" "Absolutely. Nancy, your access is invaluable. I have pinpointed his hiding place and shall confront him now. Be cautious." "Understood." Thus, Neil and Mosquito departed, their visit as swift as their arrival. "Mom, I'm off to school." "What school?" "It's the weekend," Nancy shouted. "Oh, it's already the weekend? Would you like to take a stroll?" "Sure, let us go." Consequently, Nancy took Spike and Ant for a walk along the roadside, leading them to the doorstep of Victoria's house. "Grandma Victoria, it's you, Ant. Come in." Victoria beckoned to Ant and Nancy. "How have you been?" Victoria asked, eyeing Nancy. "Quite well, I suppose. It's still early. I don't feel much yet," Nancy replied, stroking her belly with maternal radiance. "Have you found out if it's a boy or a girl?" "Not yet, but I hope it's a girl. A soft, squishy little bundle would be the most adorable," Nancy mused, envisioning the prospect, only to suddenly scowl at the thought of Aunt Mom. "What's wrong now?" "Nothing. Just seeing you irks me." "Hurry and take the dog for a walk," Nancy insisted, passing Spike to Ant and shooing him away, prompting Ant to leave without further protest. On his way, he encountered several neighbors, greeting each one in turn, when suddenly he felt a sense of being watched. He abruptly turned, noticing a van that appeared to be following him closely. Ant stood calmly in place, gazing at the van. which seemed to sense it had been discovered and left in a huff. Who could it be? Ant murmured to himself, dismissing the possibility of government agents, as their tracking techniques were rather rudimentary. Should we follow them? He inquired, glancing down at Spike. Spike nodded in response, and with a smile, Ant declared, "Since you urge me to pursue, I shall do so." He then released Spike's leash, and Spike darted forward, with Ant swiftly trailing behind. Chapter 162, The Rising Tide of No Escape. Under Spike's guidance, Ant effortlessly located the van, which had halted in front of a store. Two individuals, a man and a woman, emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing them, Ant's brow furrowed slightly. These two were indeed members of the Tide organization, whom he had previously spared, and he was taken aback by their audacity to seek him out again. Thus, he approached them directly, reaching the van and forcefully throwing open its door, revealing a small girl cowering in the corner, the sole occupant of the vehicle. Ant, recognizing the girl's fear, refrained from further intimidating her. Just then, the man and woman returned, and upon spotting Ant, they swallowed hard with trepidation. "We were mistaken. Please let Sky go," the man began. "Why were you following me?" Ant probed. No, we didn't intend to track you. We were hoping to." The man stammered, evidently rattled by Ant's earlier demeanor. "Speak," Ant urged, directing his gaze toward the woman. "We wish to join the Disaster Control Bureau. Our hacking skills are quite proficient, and we seek your recommendation," she quickly explained. "Why the desire to join the Bureau?" Ant pressed. "We are out of funds, and due to your previous interference, an artificial intelligence breached our computer's firewall, leaving us hunted. We seek a protector," the man admitted, lowering his gaze. "Come to my home. You know the way?" Ant suggested, and the man nodded vigorously. Ant and Spike climbed into the van, followed by the man and woman, who drove them to Ant's residence. "Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Ant offered. "Is there milk?" the woman inquired. "Yes," Ant replied, retrieving pure milk from the kitchen. When he returned, he discovered the trio devouring bread. "Haven't you eaten?" he asked, to which they all shook their heads in unison. Ant then declared, "Enough of that bread. I shall prepare something for you." Half an hour later, a delicious meal was served before them. "Eat slowly. There's plenty more," he encouraged. "Thank you," they replied. Ant had little more to say. After all, it was rare for hackers to find themselves in such dire straits. Their predicament was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the fact that their considerable talents had earned them numerous enemies, including several prominent figures in the hacking world. Consequently, when their firewall was compromised by Jarvis, their information was swiftly seized by those who had been monitoring them, including their true identities. The exposure of a hacker's true identity was tantamount to a death sentence, which is why they sought refuge within a government institution. However, their extensive list of adversaries, ranging from hackers to wealthy elites and even officials, made joining a government agency perilous. Thus, they opted for the Disaster Control Bureau. Once they were sufficiently fed, Nancy returned home and eyed the unfamiliar trio with curiosity. "Who are they?" she asked. "Members of the Tide organization, a hacker group. Have you heard of them?" Ant replied. "Of course, but what are they doing here?" Nancy inquired. Ant briefly recounted the events, prompting Nancy to suggest, "Why not have them join our branch?" "Ms. Nancy, it's not that we are unwilling, but we previously crossed paths with a certain powerful figure in the FBI, and we fear retaliation," the woman confessed. "No worries. With me around, they wouldn't dare target you. Besides, we only need one person to join," Nancy assured them. The man and woman exchanged glances before replying. "All right, but you must guarantee his safety." Nancy laughed heartily. "I'm joking. Anyone I bring in is untouchable. Even the president wouldn't dare interfere, I assure you," she declared with bravado. While her words were surely exaggerated, it was evident that the FBI agent they mentioned would not pose a threat. Seeing this, they promptly indicated their willingness to proceed, although their primary interest remained in joining the Disaster Control Bureau. Ant then contacted Coulson, who promptly returned in person. "Phil, this is them, all exceptional hackers. And this girl is particularly special," Ant introduced, gesturing toward the girl. "What makes her special?" Coulson inquired, intrigued. Not only he but also the man and woman turned their curious gazes toward Ant. "This girl should have a record with S.H.I.E.L.D. I just don't understand how she ended up in such circumstances." Upon hearing this, Coulson wasted no time and dispatched a Quinjet to retrieve them. They boarded the Quinjet, first collecting the other hackers. The man inquired about their plans, and ultimately, the youngest hacker among them decided to join the FBI, instructed to report to Nancy. The others followed Coulson to the Triskelion headquarters, which had undergone a complete transformation under Coulson's leadership, allowing them easy access inside and facilitating their processing by the human resources staff. This left only Ant, Coulson, and the young girl. "What is your name?" Coulson asked gently. Sky, the girl replied timidly. Hello, Sky, Coulson said with a warm smile. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and someone entered. Sir, we have found her, the individual announced. Coulson quickly received the document, and to his astonishment, he discovered that Sky was classified as in 084. The designation 084 is a specific code used by S.H.I.E.L.D. to denote unidentified entities, energies, or individuals, and Sky fit this description. However, due to the Hydra crisis, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been unable to attend to her, allowing her to escape the family they had arranged for her, leading to her life on the run until discovered by the Tide organization. Yet, Coulson remained puzzled as to why she was categorized as in 084. The chaos of the recent battle had obliterated many physical records, leaving him only with the knowledge that Sky was in 084, but the specifics remained elusive. Could you tell me about her origins? He asked. Certainly, and her backstory is quite tragic, Ant replied, looking at Sky, who was happily munching on snacks. Observing this, Coulson dispatched a female staff member to take Sky for a brief stroll and tour. Chapter 163, Sky's Parents. Sky, her original name was actually Daisy Johnson. Her mother is Jia Ying, the leader of the Inhumans, and her father is Calvin Zabo. The leader of the Inhumans? Coulson inquired, intrigued. Indeed. The Inhumans originated from a human experimentation conducted by the Kree Empire, and Hive was the first Inhuman. I believe I mentioned this before. Most Inhumans awaken without altering their appearance, though a small fraction may undergo mutations. Thus, prior to using their abilities, they often appear no different from ordinary humans. Thus, the Inhumans intermingled with ordinary humans, and their offspring would have a chance of inheriting Inhuman genes. From ancient times to the present, Inhumans have been entirely concealed within the human populace, becoming inseparable. To awaken these Inhumans, it is imperative to utilize the Terrigen crystals, which emit a purple mist that petrifies humans. Those of Inhuman lineage will emerge transformed after a few days, gaining extraordinary abilities. And what of humans? Coulson inquired. They would perish. Fortunately, the supply of Terrigen crystals on Earth is substantial. You should possess some as well, although not in crystal form, but rather as Object 084. The obelisk obtained from Hydra. This artifact was specifically designed by the Kree Empire for the purpose of awakening Inhumans and contains Terrigen crystals within, though it can only be utilized at a temple constructed by the Kree Empire here. Is that so? Is there any additional information? Yes. Jia Ying harbors intentions to annihilate all of humanity, leaving only the Inhuman race. Upon hearing this, Coulson, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered in shock, gazing incredulously at Ant and exclaiming, "What did you just say?" I did not misspeak. This matter intertwines with Sky's lineage and also involves Hydra. Speak quickly. Jia Ying is an Inhuman, and her ability is quite unique. She can absorb the life force of those around her to mend her own body, akin to a form of immortality. Daniel Whitehall, a scientist from Hydra, fortuitously discovered Jia Ying's peculiarity and subsequently captured her, performing vivisection while ensuring she remained conscious. After extracting the desired data, he departed. However, he underestimated Jia Ying's husband, Calvin Zabo, a scientist specializing in medical research. Through his studies, he developed a special serum that significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Consequently, he killed the Hydra agents guarding Jia Ying and painstakingly reassembled her skin, bones, and organs. A scene that nearly drove both Jia Ying and Calvin to the brink of insanity. In his desperate attempt to awaken Jia Ying, Calvin killed an entire village of humans, absorbing their life force to revive her, which twisted his psyche. This incident caused quite a stir, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. to dispatch agents to investigate, where they discovered Sky and subsequently took her, designating her as Object 084. Thus is her origin. After listening to Ant, Coulson fell into a deep silence, unable to fathom the horrors that Jia Ying had endured. Merely contemplating such experiences sent shivers down his spine. Anyone else would likely have succumbed to madness. Is there a possibility for relief? How would I know? However, if you can locate Whitehall and present him to Jia Ying, there might be a chance for dialogue. Along with Sky, it could persuade her to relinquish her delusional plans. Moreover, it is crucial to recognize that Sky's awakened abilities are exceedingly formidable. Of course, you are the experts in this matter. You shall handle it, Uncle Phil. I shall take my leave now. Very well, go ahead. After bidding farewell to Ant, Coulson promptly relayed the information to Fury, who sighed at the unexpected emergence of yet another individual intent on world destruction. I am currently occupied, and you have full authority. All resources are at your disposal, Fury stated, gazing intently at Coulson. Understood, Director. I will execute it with finesse. Coulson nodded and quickly utilized the resources of the Disaster Control Bureau, swiftly locating Whitehall's whereabouts. By that time, Whitehall had assumed a new identity, becoming the chief scientist of a biological fund. However, this posed no obstacle for the Disaster Control Bureau, as Coulson dispatched an entire combat team to apprehend Whitehall. What Coulson did not anticipate was the resistance encountered during Whitehall's capture, although they quickly subdued the opposing security forces. Daniel Whitehall, the target is confirmed. We need to take him. I am afraid you cannot take him. A man clad in a white suit with slicked back hair stepped forward and stated, I apologize, sir. But we are not here to negotiate. We are here to inform you. The leading agent from the Disaster Control Bureau retorted coldly. Do you understand who he is? Daniel Whitehall, a scientist of Hydra, which has been classified as a terrorist organization globally. Dr. Aldrich Killian, are you certain you wish to impede our operation? Dr. Aldrich Killian glanced in astonishment at Daniel Whitehall. Do you have evidence? The team members disregarded them and proceeded to take Whitehall, and as the others attempted to intervene, a gunshot rang out, causing everyone to freeze in place. Soon, Coulson found himself face to face with Daniel Whitehall, observing the seemingly refined man before him. He could hardly fathom that this individual had committed such heinous acts. Lock him up. We must ensure nothing goes awry, understood? Yes, sir. After detaining Whitehall, Coulson began his search for Jiaoying. However, given her adept concealment, he had no choice but to focus on Calvin, as Sky's father. He might still have contact with Jiaoying and could provide information on her whereabouts. But this led to a pressing question: how to locate Calvin. Coulson immediately instructed various branches to trace Calvin's whereabouts, and to his surprise, within just a day or two, they found him. Calvin was practicing medicine in Hell's Kitchen, New York, catering to injured gang members and those unable to seek hospital care. While earning a living, Calvin was also searching for his daughter, Sky, unaware that someone was about to knock on his door. A knock echoed through the air, prompting Calvin to call out without turning, "We're closed for the day. Come back tomorrow." Yet the knocking persisted. Growing impatient, Calvin approached the door and opened it, only to furrow his brow at the sight of the man before him. Chapter 164, A Journey to the Afterlife. Hello, Mr. Calvin Szabo. Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat? Coulson smiled as he stood at the threshold. Who are you? I am Phil Coulson, an agent of the Disaster Control Bureau. Upon hearing this, Calvin seemed to recall something and attempted to shut the door. But Coulson swiftly placed his hand against it, initiating a struggle. The sheer strength of both men caused the hinges to creak ominously under the strain. And it was only when Calvin relented that the door remained intact. What exactly do you want? We are aware of everything you and Jiaoying have endured, and we have located your child. However, I need your assistance in persuading Jiaoying, Coulson explained. Calvin, however, was captivated by the mention of their child, gripping Coulson's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. What did you say? We found your daughter, Daisy Johnson. She is currently at our headquarters. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Absolutely. What do you want me to do? Calvin queried. We can present Whitehall to Jiaoying, but you must help convince her to abandon her apocalyptic aspirations. What? Jiaoying would never do that. You are an esteemed medical scientist. Do you not think that after all she has endured, her mind might be fractured? Her abilities may have healed her body, but they cannot mend her psyche. And with the disappearance of your daughter, she has succumbed to madness. Coulson remarked, resigned. Calvin's breathing grew increasingly labored, and his eyes reddened. Coulson could distinctly see his physique expanding, though these changes quickly dissipated. I will agree to your terms. Can you take me to see Daisy now? Follow me. Coulson drove Calvin to the mall, where Calvin, bewildered, turned to him with a puzzled expression. Aren't you going to buy gifts for your daughter? Realizing his oversight, Calvin hurried inside, purchasing a plethora of delightful gifts favored by little girls, Barbie dolls, crystal globes, and the like. He also treated himself to a suit, utilizing the store shower to freshen up, trim his hair, and shave, finally emerging before Coulson, transformed and renewed. Thus, Coulson escorted the revitalized Calvin back to the Triskelion headquarters, where Calvin beheld his long-yearned daughter. Although he had only glimpsed Sky during her infancy, he instantly recognized the girl before him as his own. Unable to contain his emotions, Calvin rushed forward and embraced Sky. Daisy, my daughter, I have finally found you, he cried, tears streaming down his face. Uncle, you must be mistaken, my name is Sky. She replied, confusion etched on her face. I have not erred. You are Daisy, my daughter, Calvin insisted. Sky looked at Coulson, bewildered, prompting Coulson to sigh and explain. He is indeed your father, Sky? Why did you abandon me, Dad? Sky asked tearfully. Calvin froze, at a loss for words. until Coulson intervened. Sky, it is not that your father abandoned you. Rather, your mother was injured by villains who seized the opportunity to take you away. Your father has been searching for you all this time, never giving up. I'm sorry, Dad, Sky said, realizing she had wronged Calvin. However, Calvin bore her no ill will, and Coulson afforded the father and daughter some privacy. As night fell, they eventually emerged, Calvin holding Sky's hand, both with red eyes indicative of their prolonged weeping. Thank you, Coulson, Calvin expressed sincerely. There's no need for thanks. Now? Can you tell me the whereabouts of Jiaying? Calvin hesitated, unsure if he should speak, prompting Coulson to say, we still have time to intervene, as she has yet to commence her plan. Once she begins, persuasion will no longer suffice, and we will have to resort to force. You must understand the capabilities of our disaster control agency. Calvin's gaze hardened with determination. All right, I will notify them to come and retrieve us. Who is he? The blind man, Gordon, a valuable ally of Jiaying. His ability allows him to sense awakened inhumans and transport them. Any inhuman wishing to exit the afterlife must go through him. Afterlife? It is the base of the inhuman race. Very well, inform him, Coulson replied nonchalantly. Calvin then produced his phone and sent a message. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of electricity, the blind man appeared, placing a hand on Calvin's shoulder, ready to transport him. However, Coulson acted swiftly, knocking Gordon unconscious. Sky was startled at the sight of Gordon. After all, he lacked eyes, his eye sockets covered by skin. It's all right, Daisy, he won't harm you. He is your Uncle Gordon, Calvin reassured her. Sky calmed down but remained curious, observing Gordon with intrigue. After an indeterminate time, Gordon awoke, immediately sitting up, intent on using his powers to escape, only to hear a soft voice beside him. Uncle Gordon, would you like some water? Who are you? I'm Sky, but my dad calls me Daisy. I still prefer Sky. Little Daisy, where is this place? The headquarters of the Disaster Control Agency. Why is your father here? Because they helped me find him, and they said Mom is planning something bad, and I should persuade her not to. I've never met Mom. Can you take me to see her? Daisy asked, grasping Gordon's hand. Feeling the soft touch of her tiny hand, Gordon was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Gordon, I apologize for the manner of our meeting, but we had no choice. Your ability is teleportation, and we feared you might leave us directly. Thus we resorted to this strategy. What do you intend to do? I wish to see Jiaying. Coulson interjected. Just you? Yes, just me. Very well. Gordon stood, instructing everyone to hold hands, and placed his hands upon them. They felt a rush. And when their vision returned, they found themselves in a dense forest, surrounded by wooden cabins and various modern amenities. Follow me, Gordon whispered, leading them to a cabin. He knocked on the door, and a woman's voice called from within, come in. Chapter 165, The Vengeful Jiaying. Jiaying, we have guests, Gordon announced as he opened the door. Jiaying looked up, her gaze immediately falling upon Calvin and Sky, who held Calvin's hand. She froze, recognition dawning upon her. Mom. Sky tentatively called. Jiaying rushed forward, embracing Sky tightly. In that moment, Sky noticed the faint scars adorning Jiaying's face, remnants of the stitches Calvin had once administered. Though much time had passed, those wounds remained unhealed. After a long silence, Jiaying regained her composure. She was not yet the ruthless figure she would become, merely a woman with a plan still in its infancy. Hello, Ms. Jiaying, Coulson greeted. Who are you? Jiaying noticed the unfamiliar presence for the first time. An agent of the Disaster Control Agency. The Disaster Control Agency? What brings you here? She demanded, rising to confront him. I am here to prevent you from making a grave mistake, Coulson replied softly. Jiaying opened her mouth to respond, but Sky tugged at her hand, causing her to reconsider her words. Let us eat first. Afterwards, we can talk, Jiaying suggested, her eyes locked onto Coulson's. Of course, Ms. Jiaying. She led them to the cafeteria, where Coulson observed numerous inhumans with a diverse range of abilities. After their meal, Calvin took Sky away, while Coulson followed Jiaying to her office. Speak. What do you mean by stopping me? Ms. Jiaying, we sincerely regret what has transpired. I understand your desire to eradicate humanity, leaving only the inhuman race. But have you considered your daughter? If she learns her mother is a villain, how do you think she will perceive you? Are you suggesting I abandon my hatred? Do you know what I have endured? Jiaying shouted at Coulson. I do know. And I am not asking you to relinquish your hatred. I merely hope that when you seek revenge, you target only the members of Hydra and spare others. I have already captured Whitehall. At the mention of that nightmarish name, Jiaying trembled with fear. Are you all right? Give him to me. Jiaying raised her head, her blood-red eyes fixated on Coulson. I can hand him over, but you must agree to my request. All right, I agree. Then let Gordon accompany me. Coulson readily acquiesced. Jiaying promptly summoned Gordon, who followed Coulson back to the Triskelion headquarters, bringing Whitehall with him, before they returned to the afterlife. As Jiang stood before Whitehall once more, her body trembled with exhilaration, while Whitehall, upon seeing her, could not conceal his evident fear. Jiang, I leave him in your hands. Do not let Sky see, Coulson cautioned, fully aware of Jia Ying's intentions. Gordon, too, understood the gravity of the situation, and upon discovering that her nemesis was present, he led him to a room, binding him firmly to the bed and preparing an array of surgical instruments. Upon witnessing this, Whitehall hastily pleaded for mercy, fully cognizant of the manner in which he had treated Jia Ying in the past. Jia Ying remained silent, instructing Gordon to wait by the door. She staggered towards it, locking it securely before slowly approaching Whitehall. At long last, we meet again, Daniel Whitehall. How does it feel to have used my blood? She questioned through gritted teeth. The reason for Whitehall's youthful appearance was the very blood he had extracted from Jia Ying, which had granted him a slight extension of life. He had initially intended to entirely replace his own organs with hers, yet her insides seemed to possess an intense rejection. Thus, he resorted to substituting his blood with hers, undergoing the excruciating process while Jia Ying remained fully conscious, for Whitehall was a sadistic tormentor. Jia Ying, do you dare lay a hand on me? Are you not afraid I will continue to torment you? Do you remember what I did to you? Whitehall incessantly provoked her, hoping to incite her to end his life swiftly. He understood that his demise was inevitable and yearned for a quick death rather than one fraught with agony at her hands. I know what you're thinking, Whitehall. Before I ultimately bring about your demise, I shall ensure you experience the agonies I once endured, she declared. With that, Jia Ying retrieved bags of plasma from the refrigerator, all derived from her own blood, prepared for this very day. She poured the plasma into a colossal bag, suspending it, and inserted a syringe into Whitehall's body. His desperate struggles to escape proved futile, for this was a surgical suite meticulously designed for him. But that was not the end. To keep Whitehall conscious, Jia Ying administered a substantial dose of adrenaline. Having completed this, she brandished a scalpel, her face adorned with a sinister smile as she inquired, "Where shall we begin?" "I was wrong. Grant me a swift end," Whitehall pleaded. Yet, Jia Ying appeared oblivious to his entreaties, effortlessly slicing open his skin with the scalpel, eliciting a tormented scream from him. As she reveled in his cries of anguish, some of the Inhumans outside, drawn by the commotion, attempted to enter, only to be halted by Gordon. Even Sky was barred from entry, listening helplessly to the sounds of suffering within, glancing at Calvin for solace. Understanding the situation, Calvin reassured Sky, "It's all right. Your mother is merely punishing a villain who has committed unforgivable acts against her. She is enacting her vengeance." "I understand. Go, Mom," Sky shouted, causing Coulson to nearly choke on his own spit. Calvin shot a glance at Coulson, who hastily adopted a serious demeanor. Thus, the afternoon passed, and eventually, the door creaked open. Calvin swiftly shielded Sky's eyes, while Jia Ying, having taken only a few steps, collapsed to the floor, drenched in blood, yet wearing a serene smile. Calvin entrusted Sky to Coulson and approached Jia Ying, lifting her to take her for cleansing, while Gordon entered the room to clean up. Coulson instructed Sky to remain in place as he peered inside, the scene being profoundly horrific, even causing the seasoned Coulson to frown. Suddenly, he sensed Sky attempting to approach for a glimpse, and he quickly turned to lift her away from the grim spectacle. When dinner arrived, Jia Ying appeared, still bearing her previous appearance, yet Coulson could distinctly perceive a subtle shift in her demeanor. The once shadowy aura about her had softened considerably, and her smile had transformed into one of genuine warmth. As they gathered at the dining table, Coulson attempted to speak, but Jia Ying swiftly interrupted. "Let us eat first. We can talk afterward. Sky must awaken tomorrow." Coulson nodded in agreement, indicating his compliance. Chapter 166, Settling the Inhumans. After dinner, Calvin lulled Sky to sleep, and the three sat facing one another. "Jia Ying, you have avenged yourself and released your pent-up anger. Can you now listen to what I have to say?" Coulson asked, gazing intently at her. "Speak. I am aware of your apocalyptic plan, which, at its core, involves disseminating Terrigen mist to petrify all of humanity. Those who are Inhumans will emerge from their shells, while ordinary humans will meet their demise. Your plan appears noble and considerate of the Inhumans, but have you considered this? Those who have not yet awakened are merely ordinary humans. Many Inhumans may remain oblivious to their status until the day they die. Yet your cataclysmic scheme forces their awakening while their families perish. How do you suppose they will regard you? Will they not seek vengeance and turn against you? This could ignite yet another war, even if only your kind remains. Of course, this assumes your apocalyptic event is successful. You may not fully comprehend our disaster control agency, or perhaps your understanding is insufficiently comprehensive. To put it plainly, we are already aware of your realm's location. With just the Avengers, we could easily dismantle your entire domain. This is irrefutable. Moreover, your Terrigen may not affect them at all. We have also located the monolith and extracted Terrigen from it. Our experiments have shown that once the physical form reaches a certain threshold of strength, the so-called Terrigen fails to petrify them, at most inducing temporary weakness. Thus, your plan does not genuinely eradicate humanity. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Jiang scoffed. You've finished your speech. What more is there for me to say? What do you propose we do? Ideally, you should join our disaster control agency, as we are tasked with managing extraordinary phenomena worldwide, and we are in dire need of personnel. Your abilities would perfectly fill this gap, providing them with an opportunity to walk openly in the world, would it not? And what if some refuse to join your agency? That is of no consequence. As long as they refrain from using their powers for malevolence, Coulson replied. After listening to him, Jiang began to tap her fingers on the table. Truth be told, she was not yet the future version of herself. Having avenged her grievances, her desire for vengeance against humanity had diminished significantly. Now, her primary concern was to settle the affairs of her fellow Inhumans. I agree, but I cannot guarantee how many will be willing to join your agency. That is all right. Just communicate our proposal. For those who decline, we will record their abilities and return them to their original cities. Of course, if they misuse their powers for evil, we will apprehend them, and you must be aware of this. I understand. I will inform them tomorrow and assist Sky in her awakening. Coulson nodded, then proceeded to the room prepared for him by Jiang to rest. Before long, the next day arrived, and Sky was taken away by Jiang. Simultaneously, Coulson witnessed the awakening of the Inhumans. He observed Sky and a select few standing atop a high platform. As Jiang released the Terrigen mist enveloping them, they were instantly petrified. Subsequently, Jiang instructed her team to carefully place them on beds. Once this was accomplished, she notified all the Inhumans. Watching them, Jiang was filled with profound emotions, yet she still conveyed the message of the Disaster Control Bureau's intention to recruit them. Of course, those unwilling to join could return to their former cities, free from any disturbance, provided they refrained from using their abilities for malevolent purposes. Most of these Inhumans chose to join the Disaster Control Bureau, while a small number, seeking a tranquil life, opted to return to their previous cities when given the choice. For them, the registration process was trivial. Soon, Coulson began gathering personnel from the Disaster Control Bureau, directing them to transform the location into a base, appointing Jiang as its head. Most crucially, Coulson needed to assign roles to these Inhumans, as not all possessed offensive capabilities. Many had supportive functions that required proper categorization post-registration. This was not a task to be completed swiftly. The immediate priority was to address the infrastructure. With a considerable influx of personnel from the Disaster Control Bureau, construction commenced vigorously. Before long, the ground was predominantly covered in cement, and various structures were erected at a remarkable pace. However, to ensure the base's perfect concealment, all buildings were limited to a maximum of 2 stories, and Coulson had specifically enlisted a designer to create them, ensuring that a towering tree surrounded each structure, effectively camouflaging them from satellite detection. Coulson remained on site, leaving behind 5 Quinjets and 5 Bear Quinjets. Periodically, designated personnel would deliver supplies, if they found this inconvenient. They could purchase their own, as each base was allocated specific funds. As the Inhumans witnessed their new home flourishing, smiles began to emerge among them. Sky had completed her awakening, and following an evaluation by the Disaster Control Bureau, it was determined that her abilities possessed the potential to obliterate the Earth. Upon learning this, Coulson promptly sought 2 instructors for Sky, one to teach her about espionage and the other to provide psychological guidance. While he did not aim to mold her into a paragon like Captain America, he at least wished to ensure she did not become a psychologically disturbed individual. Jiang, too, placed great importance on Sky's abilities, for in the series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Sky's confrontation with the Destroyer of Worlds had resulted in a fragment of the Earth being shattered, further affirming her potential for destruction. After securing the Inhuman population, Coulson departed, accompanied by those unwilling to join. After registering them, he returned them to their respective cities and resumed his daily duties. Currently, Fury seemed preoccupied with other matters, leaving Coulson to manage the Disaster Control Bureau, requiring him to travel globally. It could be said that Coulson was the busiest individual in the entire organization, with appointments necessary even to meet him. Chapter 167, The Sudden Shift of the Lord of Hell. At the Youngying Academy, Annie had received news. Upon learning that Coulson had successfully gathered the majority of the Inhumans, He could not help but marvel at Coulson's capabilities, deeming him the esteemed leader of the Marvel newbie village. Auntie, we're having a meeting for the Shield Society shortly. Would you like to attend? Huh, what meeting? It's just 5 people, 4 of whom are already here. What is there to discuss? Annie asked, puzzled. This is about promoting the reputation of our Shield Society. And now we have 6 members. Wow, who lacks the foresight? Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation. Auntie cleared his throat and promptly straightened up. It's Uncle Suin. He has recently encountered some troublesome issues regarding demonic possession. Demonic possession? Is it Hydra? No, it seems to be demons from Satan and Lucifer's realm. Their possession differs from Mephisto's. These demons resemble malevolent spirits, particularly the 72 pillars of demons under Satan and the 7 deadly sins under Lucifer, who are among the most notorious demons in mythology. This is troubling, very troubling, Auntie remarked, furrowing his brow. What's wrong? Lucifer and Satan should be resisting heaven, not sending demons to invade Earth. Their opposition to heaven allows Mephisto to continually harvest souls from Earth. Could it be that Satan and Lucifer are willingly resisting heaven because Mephisto needs to share the souls he collects from Earth with them? That is a possibility. The reason Satan and Lucifer have taken the field themselves is likely due to a falling out among them. Annie nodded in agreement. I'm not sure, but that is the current situation. All right, let us head to the meeting after school. Will the Vatican send someone over? They will. Great, by the way. What about that celebrity? My father blacklisted him for sending a video to the Tide organization, which he discovered and subsequently blacklisted him. You know how these former child stars can be. They tend to get out of control. It's not hard to dig up dirt on them to enforce a blacklist. Wow, he really dares to take action. Auntie couldn't help but commend the audacity of this kid. Thus, they spent the day, and when school ended, they boarded Harry's stretch Lincoln to the Osborne group. Master Harry, you've arrived. Mr. Suin and Old Man Sray are already waiting in the conference room. All right, I understand. The 4 of them entered the conference room, which Norman had specifically prepared for the Shield Society. They had their own base, though it was not yet completed. In the conference room, apart from Uncle Suin and Old Man Sray, there were 2 others, Norman and a cardinal clad in red. Welcome, please take a seat. Huh, Dad, what are you doing here? Harry asked, curious as he looked at Norman. Mind your own business, just sit down. Harry shrugged and found a seat. Is everyone here? The cardinal inquired. Who is this? This is the cardinal from the Vatican. You can call him Cardinal John. Everyone nodded, and then Cardinal John spoke. Well, I want to waste time. The relationship between the Lord of Hell and Heaven was supposed to involve Satan and Lucifer resisting heaven, allowing Mephisto to profit from harvesting souls on Earth. Souls were meant to be evenly divided, but recently, due to the incident with Hydra, Mephisto acquired a considerable amount of souls and no longer wished to share. Consequently, they had a falling out. The current situation is that they have indeed quarreled. Satan and Lucifer have united to suppress Mephisto, reclaiming the souls that rightfully belong to them, and they have ceased their resistance against heaven. Now that they can no longer obtain souls, they have ultimately decided to join forces. This time, all 3 lords of hell require emissaries to counter the forces of heaven, and simultaneously, their souls are taking independent action. This has escalated our initial need to guard against Mephisto's invasion into a necessity to defend against the incursions of all 3 hellish sovereigns. The most troubling situation arises in a small town in Rome, which has fallen under siege by these 3 infernal overlords. Upon hearing this, Harry could not restrain himself and interrupted Bishop John, inquiring, what is happening? Does this town possess any particular significance? Indeed, he replied, for all the inhabitants of this town are devout believers, and their souls hold immense value. Is there no way to prevent this? Harry pressed. We are at a loss. Bishop John lamented. Our resources are stretched thin, and thus we must implore your assistance. Is the situation so dire that the Holy See cannot manage its own affairs? Harry asked incredulously. Precisely. Various branches have reported numerous cases of demonic possession. We have dispatched everyone available, including paladins and knights of the Round Table. We are utterly depleted in terms of manpower, Bishop John confessed helplessly. Understood. And what of you, Uncle Norman? Auntie turned to Norman. Here. The bodies of demons have diminished significantly, and the Holy See has provided a method to capture the possessed souls, amalgamating them into beads resembling the corpses of demons. These beads can be utilized to create demon serum. So, you wish for us to capture these demonic souls? Annie clarified. Yes. All right, when do we depart? Immediately. Bishop John stated. Auntie and his companions exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. However, Auntie, Peter, and Ned needed to inform their families before boarding Norman's private plane to Rome. Upon arriving, they journeyed to the small town, only to be struck by its peculiar atmosphere. with crucifixes and Bibles visible everywhere. Yet, even such fervent devotion could not stave off the demonic invasion. As they stepped into the Roman town, Bishop John and the others immediately sensed a change in the air, a faint whiff of sulfur. "Do you smell that?" Harry asked. "Yes. What shall we do next?" Auntie inquired. Looking to Bishop John, Bishop John produced several devices resembling vacuum cleaners. "You must force the demonic souls out, then aim this device at them to draw them in. Once a sufficient number have been collected, they will coalesce into a single bead." Auntie nodded in understanding, taking one of the devices. And after Bishop John imparted a few more instructions, he departed to address other instances of demonic possession. "Should we split up or stick together?" Peter queried. Since Peter could not engage with the demonic souls directly, he would need to team up with a specialist. Uncle Suhan would suffice. "Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely. I'm merely an ordinary person, and it would be advantageous for us to complement one another." Auntie then turned to Ned, scrutinizing him before saying, "Ned, while you possess spells and incantations, you are still fundamentally an ordinary person. You will require protection, thus stay with old Master Shrey, if you don't mind." Ned shook his head in acquiescence. Thus, the six of them divided into three groups, Peter with Suhan, Annie with Harry, and Ned with old Master Shrey. Once prepared, they set off in three directions, one to the left, one to the right, and one down the middle. Auntie and Harry chose the central path, drawing their handguns and infusing them with magical energy. It was fortunate that they encountered the possessed humans first. A chilling scream emanated from a stone house by the roadside, accompanied by eerie growls. They exchanged glances before rushing inside. Auntie kicked the door open, revealing a young girl bound to a bed, flanked by a man and a woman fervently reciting from a Bible. The girl levitated, her chains creaking ominously as if on the verge of breaking. Without hesitation, Auntie fired his gun, the freezing round striking the girl and instantly encasing her in ice, the possessing demon recoiling from the sudden chill. But this was not the end. Harry leaped onto the bed, landing a powerful blow to the girl's abdomen, which caused her to collapse back onto the bed. He bit his finger, using his blood in conjunction with his magical energy to inscribe a demonic exorcism circle, an incantation commonly employed by exorcists to expel possessing demons. Regrettably, in their quest to efficiently harvest souls, the three lords of hell had dispatched formidable demons capable of communicating within their own infernal dimensions, rendering the typical exorcism circle ineffective. The demon could be seen swirling within the girl's body. "Andy," Harry called out, helplessly summoning his companion. Auntie rushed to the bed, wielding a feathered knife. He slashed his palm, allowing blood to coat the blade before aiming it at the girl. "Do not harm my daughter," the woman cried, rushing forward to stop Andy. But Harry intervened. As Auntie's knife effortlessly sliced through the demon's location, a scream echoed through the room. Finally, with a powerful punch, Auntie expelled the demon from the girl's body. Harry deployed the device provided by Bishop John, capturing the demon's soul within. After this, Auntie retrieved a glass orb filled with a luminescent white liquid. "Where is your crucifix?" Andy asked the man. "What? The crucifix you venerate day and night. Where is it?" Andy pressed. Upon realizing their daughter was unharmed, the woman rushed to the bedside, and the man produced a silver crucifix. "Prepare a room. You cannot leave until we have dealt with the demons here, and we cannot predict how long it will take. It would be wise to gather some food, water, and other necessities," Andy instructed. The man hurriedly gathered all the food and water from the refrigerator and placed it in the room, even bringing a covered bucket. Once everything was ready, Auntie smashed the glass orb, allowing the radiant liquid to envelop the crucifix, which he handed to the man. "Close the door behind you and hang this on the back. No matter whose voice you hear, do not open the door, be it your deceased family members or your living relatives, neighbors, or friends. Wait until we have finished, and we will break down the door to inform you when it is safe to emerge. Do you understand?" Andy cautioned. The man nodded earnestly, and Auntie departed, while the man obediently secured the door, binding the crucifix to the lock, closing the sole window, drawing the curtains, and pushing a wardrobe against the window to obstruct it, placing a handwritten Bible inside. After completing these preparations, the couple held the last Bible tightly and embraced their daughter, awaiting Auntie and the others to resolve the demonic threat. Time passed, and suddenly, a knock resonated at the door, accompanied by the voices of Auntie and Harry. "Good sirs, the demons outside have been dealt with. You may come out now." Upon hearing the words, the woman instinctively moved to open the door, only to be firmly restrained by the man, who, despite his trepidation, shook his head resolutely. At that moment, memories of Auntie's warnings flooded the woman's mind, causing her to tremble and retreat back to the bed. Outside, the demon, realizing its attempts to deceive them into opening the door had failed, furiously assaulted the door. However, it was repelled by a cross infused with holy water. Emanating from behind the door, they heard a chilling scream, and after the cross emitted a faint white light, silence enveloped the air. Just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, a familiar voice resonated from outside. "Child, I have returned. Please open the door." Listening to the well-known voice, the man could not contain his tears, even in the face of his daughter being possessed by a demon, and the knowledge that the entire town was under demonic threat. He had shed no tears until this moment, overwhelmed by the familiar call. "I'm sorry, mother," he uttered, clutching his ears in agony. The woman, his wife, fully aware of her husband's torment, felt helpless in her attempts to comfort him, so she embraced both her daughter and her husband tightly. Gradually, the demons outside recognized their efforts were futile, yet they continued to employ various voices to entice the family. However, the family remained steadfast, ultimately forcing the demons to abandon their pursuit. Chapter 169, Exorcism 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, Peter and Uncle Suin ventured down the left path. No sooner had they proceeded a few minutes than they stumbled upon a warehouse. Inside, it seemed some monstrous entity was violently ramming against the heavy doors, causing them to thud ominously, with the hinges appearing on the verge of detachment. As they approached the warehouse, Peter suddenly sensed an impending danger and swiftly shot a web towards Uncle Suin, pulling him away just as a shot rang out, striking the spot where he had stood moments before. "Halt! We are here on behalf of Bishop John to perform an exorcism," Peter shouted urgently. The shooter emerged, his eyes darkened by fatigue, bloodshot and wild, clearly a man who had not slept in ages. "Are you truly sent by Bishop John?" he inquired. "Yes. What is the situation?" "My son is possessed by a demon, locked away in the warehouse. Please, I beg you, help me." "Do not worry. We are here to exorcise the demon," Uncle Suin reassured him. However, unbeknownst to Peter and the man, Uncle Suin discreetly clutched a metallic talisman. After realizing it remained inert, he breathed a sigh of relief. They then approached the warehouse door, where Uncle Suin concealed himself in a safe location, gesturing to Peter. Peter promptly shot a web and yanked the door open violently, revealing a scene that took their breath away: a child bound by chains. Silver chains. And they have been enchanted. It appears the owner of this warehouse must be a significant figure within the church. Perhaps someone who has sacrificed for it or made substantial contributions, Uncle Suin mused. "What should we do next, Uncle Suin?" Peter asked. "Put this on him, but be cautious," Uncle Suin instructed, producing a rope tied with a cloth pouch. Peter took the pouch, feeling it contained dried leaves and some mineral resembling stone. As he cautiously approached the boy, the previously motionless child suddenly opened his eyes, revealing orange-red slit pupils akin to a serpent's gaze. Peter was momentarily startled, but the boy was far from finished. With a chilling roar, he lunged at Peter, the force so great that he tore the chains anchored to a support beam from their moorings. For chains, each as thick as an adult's arm, snapped apart. Most alarmingly, the boy wielded the chains as weapons, swinging them at Peter. However, this did not faze Peter. Had it not been for the need to protect the pouch, he would have retaliated immediately. After evading several strikes, Peter seized an opportunity, shooting a web that bound the chains to the warehouse's concrete base, rendering it impossible for the child to escape. Once secured, Peter approached the boy and promptly placed the pouch around his neck. Observing this, Uncle Suin began to chant incantations. The pouch heated rapidly and eventually ignited, flames spreading from it and engulfing the boy. "Do not be alarmed. This fire will not harm your child. It is meant only for the demon," Uncle Suin assured the agitated father. "Is that truly so?" the man questioned, his grip on his shotgun relaxing. As the flames extinguished, the man collapsed to the ground, weakly calling out, "Father, Father." Peter sprang into action, tearing apart the shackles binding the boy before lifting him into his arms. "Do not rush. We must also take the chains," Uncle Suin shouted. Peter hesitated for a moment but obediently gathered the chains and handed the child to the father. Placing the chains on the ground, gazing at the chains, Uncle Suin began his work, retrieving an alcohol lamp, a cloth bag, holy water, a carving knife, and a leather-bound Bible from his backpack. "Keep an eye on them. Do not let anyone disturb me," he instructed. With that, he ignited the alcohol lamp and sprinkled a pinch of powder from the bag onto the flame, transforming it into angelic fire. He then heated the carving knife until it glowed red and began inscribing symbols onto the chains. He replicated the symbols from the leather Bible, rumored to be the language of heaven. Though Uncle Suin had never verified this, it was said that objects inscribed with these runes possessed the ability to withstand demonic forces. Thus, he meticulously inscribed the 4 chains, wiping the sweat from his brow upon completion. "Take these chains and follow me." "You must come as well," he commanded. The four of them entered the house, where Uncle Suin selected a room on the ground floor. After transferring all supplies from the refrigerator to the room, he handed the chains to the man, instructing, "Once we leave, seal the entrance with these chains and place one chain around each side. After we have dealt with these demons, we will break the door down to call you out. No matter whose voice you hear, do not open the door. Do you understand?" The man nodded vigorously. As Peter and Uncle Suin turned to leave, the man promptly shut the door, fastening it with chains, and hung the remaining 3 chains on the wall. He then secured the window with chains entwined in the security bars, propping the bed against it. Once these measures were taken, the father and son huddled together against the wall. However, not long after, a voice they knew all too well echoed from outside. "Gaius, help me. They are tormenting me. Please, help me." A woman's voice cried out. Upon hearing this, the man instinctively covered his son's ears. "Daddy, is that Mommy?" The child inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "No, she is not your mother. She is a demon." "Gaius, have you forgotten? You promised you would save me. Why haven't you come sooner?" "Why?" The man bowed his head in anguish, recalling how, after his wife's car accident, had he arrived sooner, he might have saved her. Yet, he was late, a guilt that haunted him for a lifetime. "Ah, Gaius, save me. Save me." Listening to the sounds of lashes cracking from outside the door, the man could no longer contain himself. He rose and took up 2 chains, wrapping one around his own body and the other around his son. He then dismantled the chain locking the door. The instant he flung the door open, the runes on the chains erupted in a blinding white light, followed by the harrowing sound of a scream. Yet, this was only the beginning. He grasped his son's hand and began to run towards the voice of his wife. But the child stumbled. As the sound of his wife's voice grew fainter, and glancing at the chains binding his child, he was compelled to momentarily release his grip and sprint towards the sound of his wife, unaware that it was a complete trap. Meanwhile, not far from his departure, Uncle Suin immediately sensed something amiss and exclaimed to Peter, "They've emerged. We must return swiftly." Upon hearing this, Peter seized Uncle Suin and shot out webs. But when they reached the warehouse, they beheld a ghastly sight. The child, dagger in hand, plunged it into his own neck, slashing his throat before the man's very eyes. Blood splattered across the man's face, and he was powerless to intervene, letting out a heart-wrenching wail of despair. By the time Peter arrived, it was too late. The boy was dead, and his soul had been claimed. "You should not have come out," Uncle Suin shouted in fury. "Indeed, I should not have come out. It was my fault that he perished," the man lamented. After uttering these words, he picked up the dagger from the ground and, without hesitation, took his own life. This was the devil's intent, to exploit the child's death to shatter the adult's spirits, leading them to suicide. "Why couldn't I stop him?" Peter asked, bewildered, looking towards Uncle Suin. It would have been futile. He had already resolved to die. "Perhaps it is better to grant him release," Uncle Suin replied. Peter stood frozen, staring at the lifeless forms of both the man and the boy, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he turned and continued on his way. Uncle Suin, observing Peter's retreating figure, was at a loss as to how to console him, knowing well Peter's overly optimistic nature. With a heavy sigh, he hurried to catch up. Chapter 170. Exorcism 3. On the side of Ned and Old Master Shroy, the two found their journey considerably easier. However, out of deference to Ned, Old Master Shroy chose to walk alongside him rather than ride. Soon, they came upon a house, and through the window, they spied a woman suspended in midair. Ned hurriedly cast a spell to rescue her, while Old Master Shroy kicked open the door, wielding his whip towards the woman. Just as the whip was about to make contact, a plume of black smoke escaped the woman's body. Ned quickly caught her with his spell, and the woman awakened almost immediately. Yet, upon seeing Old Master Shroy, her face contorted in terror until they explained their purpose for quite some time, after which she reluctantly accepted that Old Master Shroy was there to exorcise evil, for who would expect a benevolent exorcist to be a flaming skeleton? Where is the demon? We do not know. All we are certain of is that this demon is the 62nd pillar of hell, Valak. Valak, leave it to us. Is there anyone else in the house? Yes, my husband. You go outside. We will handle things here. With that, Old Master Shroy and Ned began to search room by room, ultimately discovering a man in a bathroom, inflicting harm upon himself. Old Master Shroy knocked him out with a punch and dragged him outside with his whip. He is still in the house. We will split up to search. Be cautious. I will be fine, but you may not be. Do you understand? Understood, Old Master. Their methods of attack were limited. One involved creating illusions to kill you through the environment, such as causing you to fall from a second floor or being killed by those you thought were allies. The man they had just encountered had fallen victim to this trick. The second method utilized their controllable powers to kill you directly on a physical level. As they had just witnessed, the third, and most terrifying, employed a combination of illusions and language to undermine your psyche, ultimately leading you to collapse and take your own life. You must remain steadfast in your heart. I understand, Old Master. All right, then we shall separate. After saying this, Old Master Shrui headed towards the basement, while Ned ascended to the second floor, unaware that Old Master Shrui had paused at the basement door, lifting his gaze to watch Ned's silhouette, letting out a faint sigh. Once Ned's figure disappeared from view, Old Master Shrui murmured, "Do you think he will succeed?" No one answered him. It was unclear to whom he was speaking. Upon reaching the second floor, Ned immediately commenced his search, but found no sign of Valak. Suddenly, he sensed a shadow flit past his peripheral vision and quickly turned, but found nothing. Nonetheless, he followed the apparition to the doorway of a room and hesitated before entering. He felt increasingly like the protagonist of a horror film, aware of the danger, yet compelled to proceed. Thus, Ned drew his wand, casting spells with his right hand and incantations with his left, unleashing a flurry of magic into the room. After a few seconds of silence, he finally stepped inside. Upon further observation, he still found no trace of Valak until he reached the restroom. Unintentionally glancing up, he caught sight of a face clad in a nun's habit, pallid and grotesque, reflected behind him in the mirror. Startled, Ned swiftly turned around, unleashing a spell from his wand, but it struck nothing, while the mirror extended a pair of jet-black arms. The arms obscured Ned's vision and desperately pulled him towards the mirror. Summoning all his strength, he finally broke free and fled outside, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. As he steadied his nerves, preparing to return and confront Valak, he suddenly heard Ant's voice. "I don't understand why we must bring Ned along. He's overweight and weak. What's the point? He is not without use. We can use him as a meat shield. And haven't you noticed? His bulk and awkwardness perfectly highlight our own charm. After all, flowers need green leaves to accentuate their beauty." Ant mocked. "Wow. Do none of you consider him a friend?" Peter inquired. "Don't tell me you actually regard him as a friend." "Of course not." Stunned by their laughter, Ned stood frozen, unable to fathom that they viewed him in such a light and were making lewd comments, particularly about how to seduce Diana. The more he listened, the angrier he became, but just as he was about to lash out, he paused, sensing something amiss. He couldn't believe Ant would behave this way. Yet the ant before him felt all too real. Coupled with his own insecurities, Ned began to lose control. At that moment, memories of his first encounter with Ant flooded his mind, reinforcing his determination. He cast a spell towards them, shattering the surrounding space like glass. When the chaos subsided, Ned found himself still in the restroom, the mirror shattered before him. He retrieved it and discovered the painting possessed by Valak hidden behind the window. "It seems you have succeeded." Ned abruptly turned and shot a spell at the newcomer, but the spell was easily deflected by their wand. "I really am. Master, what brings you here? As this moment marks a pivotal turning point for you. I foresee a future in which there exists a staggering 90% likelihood of you becoming adversaries with them. I fear you may indeed follow the path of that future, for it is I who orchestrated the arrival of the second-generation Dark Knight to this very place." As Ancient One elucidated, she simultaneously employed a spell to banish Varric back to the depths of hell. "I apologize, Master, for disappointing you," one said. "How could you? You have performed exceedingly well. Let us proceed. This serves as a valuable experience for you," Ancient One replied with a smile, subsequently opening a portal and departing from the scene. Nate descended the stairs only to find old Shrui encircling the house with angelic flames, creating a protective barrier that allowed the couple to remain within without succumbing to demonic disturbances. "Any thoughts?" he inquired. Nate shook his head, although he had passed this trial. The words from the illusion still lingered in his mind. "Let us move on. I may not know what you encountered in the illusion, but you must understand that none of it was real. Do you comprehend?" Old Shrey comforted. Nate nodded, and they continued onward. Chapter 171, Exorcism 4. The six of them traversed 3 paths, ultimately converging at the heart of the town. Upon seeing Ant and the others, Nate's expression darkened, yet he approached them nonetheless. "Nate, are you all right?" Ant inquired hastily. Nate, momentarily taken aback by Ant's concern, shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. And you, Peter?" Ant turned to Peter, who appeared rather peculiar. Peter shook his head but offered no response. Ant, clearly sensing something amiss, glanced at Nate, who immediately tapped into Peter's memories. After witnessing them, Nate shook his head at Ant. "Let us proceed," Old Shrey announced. The group continued their march, though Ant lingered behind with Nate. "What happened?" Nate recounted Peter's ordeal, prompting Ant to exhale a sigh. "Well, Allowing him to experience such trials is beneficial. At least it makes him aware that this world is not as idyllic as he may have believed. And what of you? Did you encounter anything troubling? Ant had long since noted Nate's unease and inquired further. After a moment's hesitation, Nate divulged his experiences in the illusion. Ant, unsure of how to console him, recognized that the crux of the issue lay in Nate's fragile psyche. Thus, he opted for silence, gently patting Nate's shoulder before catching up to the others. Nate, watching their retreating figures, took a deep breath and hurried to follow. Before long, they arrived at the town center, where the church had undergone a grotesque transformation. The cross atop it had been inverted. Goodness, how absurd! Uncle Suhan could not help but exclaim. At this moment, Peter, having lost interest in his previous thoughts, quickly asked, "What does this signify, Uncle Suhan?" An inverted cross typically symbolizes Satanism, akin to how the Christian cross represents God. However, the cross before them had been turned upside down by demonic forces, indicating that the malevolence contained within was so formidable that even God would have to bear the cross in retreat. I have only heard of such instances. I have never witnessed one, Uncle Suhan stated gravely. Upon hearing this, the group became increasingly vigilant. Old Shrey pushed the door open, revealing a horrifying sight. 13 corpses arranged artistically upon a pedestal, reminiscent of the Last Supper. "Is this a provocation?" Ant inquired, observing the scene. "Certainly, it is a provocation. Otherwise, their display serves no purpose," came the reply. Just then, they heard the sound of footsteps and turned to see a group of children emerging. "Uncle Suhan, is there still hope?" Ant asked. "There is none. Their souls have long been devoured. They are now merely vessels for the demons among us," Uncle Suhan replied. Slowly retreating, he understood that his role as an ordinary person was to ensure they remained focused. The children raised their heads, and 2 among them were particularly disconcerting. Their bodies riddled with sores, their faces devoid of features, stumbling as they walked. From the ruptured sores dripped a viscous green liquid that corroded the ground beneath them. "Leave those 2 to me," Ant declared, as he alone possessed reliable ranged attack capabilities. Once the group engaged the adversaries, they began to spread out, with Ant positioning himself directly in front of the using children. As Ant faced them, the 2 children opened their mouths, though it was 2 voices. They spoke in perfect unison, as if they were one entity. "Ant Byrne, we have heard of you from Mephisto. We hope you will satisfy us." "Who are you?" Ant demanded. "They call me the Plague King, a demon responsible for the spread of illness." "Beelzebub." Before they could continue, Ant interjected, "Indeed, it is I," exhaling sharply. He drew his weapon and fired. The enchanted bullets raced toward the children, yet a protective barrier shimmered before them. Upon impact, the bullets slowed, their speed diminishing while the corrosive effect intensified, until they gradually disintegrated into green motes of light. "Futile," Beelzebub sneered. "Whether it is futile or not is not for you to decide," Ant retorted, raising his gun and aiming it at his mouth. As he exhaled gently, an icy mist enveloped the weapon. Beelzebub sensed the change and commanded the 2 bodies to separate, one veering left and the other right, both charging at Ant. Yet Ant merely raised his revolver, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A blue stream of icy energy surged toward the 2 figures. The barrier struggled to withstand the force, but ultimately shattered with a crisp sound as the icy bullets struck true. Now, they stood merely half a meter away, and Ant could smell the rancid odor emanating from them, a stench he had never encountered before, overwhelmingly nauseating. He retrieved a grenade and tossed one to each of them. As he moved away, the grenades exploded, refreezing the newly shattered ice sculptures. Ant observed them quietly, twirling 2 revolvers in his hands. When the ice sculptures fractured, he swiftly fired 2 silver bullets into the remnants. This light-infused ammunition was utterly adverse to demons, akin to fire meeting water, the opposing elemental properties causing Beelzebub to emit cries of agony. Pathetic. If you were to descend in your true form, perhaps the outcome would be uncertain. But in your current state, you are no match for me, Ant mocked, and with that, the 2 silver bullets struck their heads, causing the bodies to freeze in place. Just as Ant believed he had triumphed, the bodies began to swell. "Damn," he exclaimed, grabbing a nearby chair and swinging it forcefully, sending the 2 figures flying out of the church. Ant then rushed to the spot where they would land, swinging the chair again with great strength, propelling them into the air. With a thunderous crash, green smoke began to envelop the area, and Ant noticed the mist teeming with greasy flies. "Ant, catch!" Uncle Suhan tossed a grenade to him, which Ant caught deftly, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the air. As the grenade detonated, flames spread through the green smoke, ultimately obliterating it entirely. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred. Ant sighed with relief. Chapter 172, Exorcism, End. After vanquishing his adversaries, Anthe hastily returned to the church, drawing his firearm and firing at the children within. Thankfully, the demons that had possessed them were not particularly notorious, allowing for a swift resolution. What shall we do next? I will rejuvenate the church, harnessing the power of faith within to repel all demons. However, during my preparations, they will undoubtedly mount a counterattack, and you must hold them off. Can you manage alone? It suffices. Uncle Suin nodded gravely, and upon seeing this, the others promptly stationed themselves outside the church, each guarding a direction. As Uncle Suin unearthed a massive stone from within the church, with Peter's assistance, they positioned it where the statue of God once stood. Uncle Suin then produced a carving tool and began to sculpt the statue anew. This stone had been embedded since the establishment of the church, intended to prevent such calamities. Over time, it had absorbed the purest essence of faith. Now, it merely required completion of the carving and activation through secret arts to eradicate the demon invasion plaguing the entire town. The demons, aware of this, quickly took control of their vessels and converged outside the church. As the demons approached, the group gripped their weapons tightly. Particularly, Old Man Shirley faced the most formidable elemental demons, whose hosts could unleash various elemental attacks. While others fared reasonably, the water element proved troublesome for Old Man Shirley. Though it could not extinguish the hellfire, it still caused him considerable distress. The rest were similarly beleaguered, and this time, they had no reinforcements, relying solely on themselves against overwhelming odds. Inside the church, Uncle Suin understood the peril faced by the five outside. Thus, he continued to carve the statue, drawing upon his muscle memory from previous sculpting sessions. As the facial features emerged, the demon's assaults intensified, with several breaching the church's threshold. Yet, Uncle Suin remained undeterred, focused solely on his task. Just as the demon's strikes were about to land upon him, Peter intervened, shooting webbing to hurl them away. In desperation, Anthe unleashed the ghost binding, and with a surge of terrifying blood energy, all demons momentarily halted. However, they quickly regained their focus and charged forth again. This time, Anthe fully unleashed his power, efficiently dispatching the demons in his vicinity while simultaneously assisting Peter with his adversaries, just as they intended to aid the others. A barrage of green orbs assaulted Anthe, entering his body and flooding his eyes with crimson. Peter's spider sense went haywire, and without a moment to spare, he snatched the ghost binding from Ant's waist, affixed it to him, and kicked him into the church, turning to confront the oncoming demons once more. At that moment, Uncle Suin completed the statue's carving, and the next step was to awaken its dormant power of faith. Devoutly, he produced a collection of white candles, igniting them and arranging them in the form of a cross. He then took up a Bible, reciting its verses. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the church. But Uncle Suin remained undistracted, eyes closed in fervent prayer, as his body and the statue radiated a soft white light. Meanwhile, Anthe sat on a chair, clutching his head in agony. As the white light intensified, culminating in a brilliant peak, the statue emitted a beam of white energy into the sky, which erupted and cascaded down, enveloping the town before dissipating. The surrounding demons were forced back, their hosts collapsing to the ground, and the group finally exhaled in relief. Have we resolved it all? Anthe weakly inquired. It is resolved, Harry. I understand. The trio began to call out to the residents as those possessed gradually regained their senses, looking around in confusion until their memories returned. At that moment, the mayor emerged, albeit in a dire state, having lost an arm, though his life was not in jeopardy. Thank you all. No need for thanks, Uncle Suin responded. Ned, can you still move? Anthe turned to Ned, who shook his head, utterly exhausted. With no other option, they slumped against the pews in the church. Time passed, and eventually, Ned regained his strength and opened a portal. They all stepped through, arriving at Harry's home. As soon as they returned, they collapsed to the ground, resting for several hours before finally recovering. They set about collecting the glass orbs, totaling around 100, though their frantic efforts had hindered further collection. Ah, you're back. Why didn't you inform me? Sorry, Uncle Norman, we were too exhausted. Could someone prepare a meal for us? Certainly. I'll have someone come to cook for you. Norman, noticing their pale faces, quickly summoned a sizable team of chefs. Upon their arrival, they immediately began preparing the meal. Harry handed the glass orbs to Norman, who reciprocated with a check for the group. They initially hesitated but ultimately accepted it after Norman's insistence. After a significant wait, the meal was ready, and the group wasted no time, hastening to the dining table to indulge. Once they had eaten their fill, they reclined comfortably on the sofa. Finally, we survived, Harry remarked. Others echoed his sentiments with smiles, and after a while, Ned opened the portal again, and they each returned home without further ado. "Mom, are you home?" Anthe called out. "I'm back," Nancy replied, her pregnant belly prominent. "I'm back. Where's Dad? He's out on a mission. Now that you're home, stay put and don't run off again, understood?" "Understood." Anthe reclined on the sofa, enjoying the massages from Ewan and the others. Chapter 173, The Birth of Annie. "Wake up, you little rascal. It's time for dinner," Jason called, rousing the slumbering Anthe. Anthe blinked awake from the sofa, groggily gazing at Jason. "Dad, you're finally back." "Indeed. The Disaster Control Bureau has no pressing matters for me, so I applied for an extended leave to spend time with your mother. And you, stay out of trouble as well. Don't wander off unnecessarily, understood?" "Oh, you're the boss," Anthe replied nonchalantly. Thus, Anthe and Jason remained at home, rarely venturing outside except for festive events. In contrast, Harry and the others frequently accompanied Old Man Shirley on exorcism missions. For with Satan and Lucifer embroiled in the struggle for souls, the incidence of demonic possession on Earth surged exponentially. Even the Disaster Control Bureau found it necessary to establish a new department, namely the Exorcism Department. This division, apart from administering the usual 2 strengthening serums and blood plasma, required the special injection of demonic serum. They discovered that individuals who received the demonic serum exhibited a significantly enhanced resistance when confronted with demonic possession. Hence, all personnel in this department were mandated to undergo this injection. Concurrently, the laboratory was tasked with devising new equipment in accordance with various exorcism rituals, making these ceremonies more straightforward. Remarkably, Uncle Suhan was once again invited to serve as a consultant for the Disaster Control Bureau, imparting all his exorcism knowledge to them. On this day, Nancy was about to give birth. 8 months later, within the confines of the Disaster Control Bureau hospital, specifically designed for those with superhuman abilities, many of whom struggled to control their powers, leading to potential outbursts during medical treatment. However, it was imperative that they receive care, prompting the Bureau to establish hospitals in cities worldwide to cater to them. At the entrance of the delivery room, Jason and Anthe awaited anxiously. Their breaths were finally released when the wails of a newborn echoed from within. The doctor emerged, pushing Nancy out. "Nancy, are you all right?" "Mom, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Quickly bring the baby to me," Nancy weakly directed towards the delivery room. The 2 men exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Nancy's intent until the doctor approached and explained, "Your daughter is floating in the air. We are unable to retrieve her." Upon hearing this, Jason immediately entered the delivery room. He beheld the infant suspended in midair and hastily wrapped her in cloth, cradling her close to his chest. "Let me see," Nancy urged. Jason handed the baby to Nancy, who embraced her daughter, a tender smile illuminating her face as she gazed upon her slumbering child. "Is it a sister or a brother?" Anthe inquired, leaning in for a closer look. He noted that the infant did not resemble a typical newborn, with wrinkled skin and a ruddy complexion. Instead, she was smooth and fair, and there were remnants of wings on her back, though they had vanished now. "It's a sister. Have you named her?" "Annie," Nancy replied gently. Anthe's expression softened as he looked adoringly at his sister. The 3 of them made their way to the hospital room. Jason promptly retrieved a thermos containing their blood, and without hesitation, Nancy drank it down, her pallid complexion rapidly returning to a healthy hue. Even for bloodline beings, childbirth was perilous. In their quest to ensure the safe delivery of their child, mothers often infuse the majority of their own nourishment into their offspring, lacking certainty regarding the appropriate amount. Hence, these mothers instinctively directed all nutrients towards ensuring their child's well-being. This inevitably resulted in their own frailty upon the child's successful birth, a natural instinct that could not be altered unless they had never intended to bear the child in the first place. At this moment, Annie suddenly became restless. Nancy hurriedly comforted her, but the infant could not help but wail. It seemed Nancy had an epiphany, sending Annie out and then removing her clothing to begin breastfeeding. Once Annie had her fill and burped, she drifted back to sleep. Days later, with Nancy fully recovered, she returned home with Annie, summoning their companions, Spike, Sunflower, Sunseed, Snow Pea, Dutch Pea, Walnut, and Butternut, all eager to meet the new family member. Little Annie gazed wide-eyed at them, displaying no fear. Instead, she reached out her tiny hands, seemingly yearning to touch them. They, of course, obliged her, especially since they had all grown significantly, now towering at 15 meters in height. Fortunately, they only needed to root themselves in the garden at night to rest. Otherwise, they would indeed need to find a new home. "Little Annie, I'm your big brother," Auntie said, lifting her and playfully teasing her. The other little creatures gathered around, vying for Annie's attention. Annie, ever gracious, laughed heartily at their antics while Auntie gently wiped away her drool. "All right, Let us feed her, Nancy instructed as she handed Auntie the prepared formula. This formula, a luxurious product from Osborne, cost a staggering $100,000 per can, as it contained various rare elements designed to promote optimal health and physical development in children. This was a result of Norman's research into the Punisher's physiology, from which he derived certain interstellar warrior modification techniques. While it could not be replicated entirely, it sufficed, and this formula marked the first of its kind. It was undeniably popular. After all, children and women were the easiest to market to in this world. Norman did not neglect the Punisher, offering him 1% of the pure profits, a seemingly modest figure, yet it amounted to billions of dollars annually for the Punisher. Come, drink your milk. Auntie expertly cradled Annie's head, carefully feeding her. Watching her drink, he couldn't resist placing a gentle kiss on her tiny forehead. Annie sensed the affection, squinting her eyes and smiling in response. Auntie, where's your sister? Suddenly, Ned and the other two burst in, visibly excited. Auntie shot them a warning glare, and they quickly silenced, realizing Annie was nursing in his arms. They approached eagerly, and Auntie, with mild annoyance, showcased Annie to them. As they gazed upon the adorably precious Annie, they became momentarily entranced, wishing to draw closer. Auntie, noticing that Annie had stopped nursing to look at them, shooed them away until she finished her meal before permitting their return. Chapter 174, The Conjunction of 9 Stars. In Annie's home, Ned and his companions surrounded the slumbering Annie, their eager hands itching to pinch her tiny feet, hands, and cheeks, but Auntie thwarted their attempts. Enough. Wait until I wake her up. You'll see how I deal with you, Auntie warned sternly. No sooner had he spoken than Annie opened her eyes, tears welling up before she began to cry heartily. Despite Auntie and his friends' best efforts to soothe her, it was futile. With Nancy and Jason out, they were at a loss until Aunt May heard the commotion and hurried in. What's wrong? Aunt May, please look. Is Annie sick? She won't stop crying. Auntie exclaimed in a panic. Have you fed her? Yes, she just ate not long ago. Then I know what this is. Bring me a diaper. Auntie quickly signaled to Harry, who promptly handed a diaper to Aunt May. She took Annie and placed her on the table, explaining, a child cries for 3 reasons: hunger, discomfort, or a need to relieve themselves. Since everything is contained in her diaper, she feels uncomfortable, which is why she cries. With that, Aunt May removed Annie's diaper, and a faint odor wafted through the air. She first discarded the old diaper, cleaned Annie's lower half, and then demonstrated to Annie how to change her diaper. Got it. Yes, it's quite simple, Annie replied. Aunt May cradled Annie, admiring her adorable form, unable to resist kissing her. Wow, so cute. But where's Nancy? Not sure where she ran off to, Auntie replied, slightly annoyed. After Aunt May lulled Annie back to sleep, she turned to Peter and the others. Don't wake Annie. Understood? The 4 little ones eagerly nodded, assuring that they would not disturb Annie. However, once Aunt May departed, the 4 mischievous children began to playfully poke at Annie's tiny hands and feet, causing her to furrow her brow in response. Just as she was on the brink of waking, Nancy and Jason returned. Upon hearing the commotion, the little ones swiftly retreated from Annie, merely observing her in silence. What are you all up to? Nancy smiled as she approached Ned and Harry, placing her hands on their shoulders. Yet, the two could sense the underlying tension emanating from Nancy. Aunt Nancy, we weren't doing anything, Harry replied with a forced grin. Really? Ned? Nancy turned to inquire of Ned. Yes, really, he stammered. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Remember, if you make Annie cry, you are responsible for soothing her, understood? Nancy said, pinching Ned's cheek. Understood, Aunt Nancy, Ned exclaimed hurriedly. Subsequently, Nancy and Jason began to set up Annie's crib beside their bed, while organizing a small cabinet to store her belongings, including bottles, formula, diapers, toys, and everything else that belonged to her, making it easier to find when needed. Moreover, it was recommended that baby items not be mixed with adult ones, especially towels and the like. Once everything was arranged, Jason approached Annie, and the group sat quietly watching her. Suddenly, Jason's phone rang, the sound startling Annie awake once more. However, she did not cry. Instead, she gazed at everyone with her large, dark grape-like eyes, breaking into a silly grin and reaching out her arms toward Aunt. Aunt promptly lifted her, casting an exasperated glance at Jason. Jason chuckled sheepishly before hastily stepping outside to answer the call. Who is it? It's me. What's going on, Phil? What's up? In 3 days, there will be a planetary alignment, and all disaster control agents must remain vigilant. Isn't that just a regular astronomical event? No. We are not referring to the planetary alignment in our world, but rather the 9 realms of Asgard. They will converge in 3 days, as Thor informed us. So preparations must be made in advance. What can we expect from this planetary alignment? Jason asked, furrowing his brow. Thor isn't sure. He only knows that on this day, a portal will open between the 9 realms, and some beings from those realms may arrive on Earth, or we may find ourselves transported to other areas. I'm particularly concerned about the arrival of some unintelligent beings through the portal. As you know, these creatures are anything but ordinary. All right, I understand. What about Thor? He went home. Due to the impending planetary alignment, the Disaster Control Agency promptly issued a global alert, urging everyone to report any encounters with unknown entities. Countries also released announcements declaring a 3-day holiday on the days surrounding the alignment: yesterday, today, and tomorrow, suspending all professions except for police and military personnel, allowing everyone to prepare their supplies in advance. Although some nations were in a state of panic, they had gained courage through various emergencies, and the prowess of the Disaster Control Agency was evident to all. Moreover, agents from various countries began searching for unusual locations, and, indeed, they made some discoveries. However, it was not they who found them, but Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend and an astrophysicist. Upon hearing this, Jason informed Ant and hurried over. Ant watched Jason's departing figure with confusion, just as Nancy emerged, holding her phone, seemingly just having received a call. "What's wrong, Mom?" "I'm sorry, Ant. I need to go to work. Can you manage alone?" "Don't worry, if I can't, I'll find Aunt May." "All right, you know how to prepare the formula, right?" "I do." Satisfied, Nancy left, as they had to mobilize for this so-called planetary alignment, which not only involved the cosmic alignment, but also the 9 realms. It was rumored that strange occurrences accompanied such phenomena. Even though the scientific community today may not believe it, with Thor's assurances, they felt compelled to take action. For movement was preferable to inaction. Meanwhile, Jason followed Coulson to an abandoned building. Upon their arrival, they greeted 2 women. "Hello, Dr. Jane, Dr. Daisy." "Hello, Agent Coulson." "Agent Burnt." Daisy Louise smiled at them, but Jane's expression was far from pleasant. After all, this situation was supposed to be handled by them, but it had been reported to the Disaster Control Agency by a bystander. "All right, Dr. Jane, Dr. Daisy, we will allow you to join the investigation." "I'm not a doctor yet," Daisy replied. "You will be soon," Coulson teased. "Now, what is the situation?" Coulson inquired. "It appears there is a distorted space here. And this distortion is not fixed, it is mobile. How can you prove it?" Daisy produced several glass bottles, and as she let the first one drop down the stairs, it instantly vanished on the 3rd floor, only to reappear on a higher staircase and continue its descent. She then threw the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th bottles. But suddenly one of the bottles went missing. "One is missing?" "Indeed. Have you conducted a search?" Coulson asked. "No." "Well then, I must ask you to work with my team on this." Though Jane was irked, she nodded. Soon after, Coulson and Jason began to explore the abandoned building. But Coulson quickly sensed something was amiss. He shouted to Jason, "Jason, something's not right." Jason rushed over, calling out, "Don't move." However, when Jason opened the door, Coulson had already vanished. As Jason searched frantically, the scenery around him shifted, and he found himself amidst towering stones, gazing around in bewilderment. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound nearby and dashed toward it, discovering a gap between 2 massive stones. The eerie sounds emanated from that very crevice. He reached out to touch it, only for his hand to come into contact with a viscous dark red liquid, causing him to recoil in fear. Yet, the sticky substance had already set its sights on him. No matter his attempts, Jason could not escape. Ultimately, the viscous liquid fully entered his body, but he felt no sensation from it. At that moment, he heard Coulson's voice. "Jason? Phil, I'm here," Jason shouted. Soon, the 2 reunited, and upon their touch, their surroundings shifted once more, returning them to the original room. "What happened?" "Some substance entered my body. I need to examine it." "Don't tell Nancy," Jason said, suddenly feeling extremely weak as he leaned against Coulson. Coulson immediately called out, "Get help, someone." But as they awaited assistance, Jason lost consciousness entirely. Agents soon arrived, swiftly lifting Jason and transporting him to the Disaster Control Agency's hospital. Once there, tests revealed that a vast energy was wreaking havoc on Jason's cells. Had it not been for his robust physical constitution, he likely would have perished by now. "Is it possible to extract this energy?" Coulson inquired of the doctor. "No, we cannot do that." Hearing this, Coulson could not help but pound his fist against the wall. Subsequently, Coulson summoned all the scientists from the Disaster Control Bureau, including Banner and Tony. Upon their arrival, they observed Jason lying amidst the instruments, and together they began to analyze the data. As Banner and Dr. Eric scrutinized the findings, a sense of familiarity washed over them, prompting both to exclaim in unison, "The Tesseract." "What?" Tony interjected, bewildered. "This energy spectrum is akin to that of the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. Although slightly different, it is fundamentally the same." "In other words," Jason currently harbors an infinity stone within him. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances. We need the Mind Stone, Tony asserted. How much time do we have? Coulson inquired, directing his gaze towards the nearby doctor. Given the current rate of cellular destruction and repair, we can only last a maximum of 1 month, the doctor replied. Wait, the moon. Place him under the moonlight. Coulson suddenly recalled, shouting with urgency. The doctor, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly transported Jason beneath the moon's glow. Under the lunar illumination, the cellular repair within Jason's body surpassed the rate of energy destruction, and he gradually began to improve. His recovery was progressing well. At this rate, he would be fully restored in approximately 3 days, provided his cellular repair maintained its current velocity. However, this restoration could only be sustained under the moonlight, as his recovery rate would slow to half during daylight. Upon hearing Coulson's remarks, the doctor began to calculate furiously, quickly arriving at a time frame. He now has either 2.5 months or merely half a month. The doctor lamented. Why? Cells are not eternal. They undergo periodic death. If some of Jason's cells perish during the day, his repair cannot keep pace with the rate of energy erosion, and thus he may succumb more rapidly. Tony interjected. Find a way to save him. We need Ant's assistance. Tony finally proclaimed after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, Coulson was at a loss for what to do, but ultimately gritted his teeth and contacted Ant. At that moment, Ant was soothing Annie to sleep when the phone rang. Hello? Who is this? Ant asked, perplexed, met only with heavy breathing on the other end. Speak up. If you don't, I'm hanging up. Ant, Coulson finally revealed. Upon hearing Coulson's voice, Ant sensed something was amiss. Uncle Phil, what is wrong with my dad? I'm sorry, Coulson replied, causing Ant to plummet onto the floor in shock. As Coulson hastily relayed the situation, Ant soon understood that the ether, or reality stone, had found its way into Jason's body. Originally, it was supposed to merge with Jane, but it had unexpectedly entered Jason instead. You scare me to death, Uncle Phil. I thought my dad was gone. Wait for me. With that, Ant picked up the sleeping Annie and entrusted her to May while he gathered sunflower and sunseed. Guided by agents of the Disaster Control Bureau, Ant arrived at the hospital rooftop, where Jason lay bathed in moonlight, surrounded by a group of scientists engrossed in their research. Sunflower, sunseed, I'm counting on you. If you can't hold on, don't force it, understood? Both Sunflower and Sunseed nodded, while the surrounding scientists and doctors curiously regarded them, as they had seen many sunflowers, but never ones that could run or possessed facial features. Then, simultaneously, Sunflower and Sunseed unleashed 2 beams of orange light towards Jason, causing his readings to surge dramatically. In a mere 5 seconds, Jason was fully restored. Dad, there's no time to ponder. Focus on manifesting the ether particles from within you to the outside. Hurry, Sunflower and Sunseed can't sustain this for long. Upon hearing this, Jason immediately began to concentrate. And as the energy within him surged, the viscous essence materialized above his head. Ant quickly produced a glass jar, guiding the reality stone into it. Before long, all the reality stone coalesced within the jar, transforming into a brilliant red gem. This is the reality stone? Indeed, this is the reality stone. Chapter 176, The Destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. Sunflower, Sunseed, it's time to cease. And take this, someone will come looking for it. Ant tossed the jar to Coulson, who caught it with a start. Who will come looking? The Dark Elves, once formidable foes of Asgard. Odin's father paid a steep price to nearly annihilate them. At that time, the Dark Elves wielded the reality stone, and even Odin's father struggled against them until he acquired an equally powerful infinity stone, which allowed him to defeat them and conceal the reality stone on Earth. However, due to the alignment of the 9 stars, the passage containing the reality stone has been opened. So, the Dark Elves will seize the opportunity during the star alignment to invade Earth and steal the reality stone? Yes, precisely. Why? Because the Dark Elves wish to plunge the entire universe into darkness, and only the reality stone can accomplish this. They have inscribed this ambition into their very DNA. As long as they exist, they will endeavor to realize it and elucidate it. Casting a glance at Sunflower and Sunseed to ensure they were unharmed before departing. Upon learning of the impending invasion by the Dark Elves, Coulson began to coordinate defenses. The first step was to order the Disaster Control Bureau's satellites to conduct a comprehensive scan of Earth's regions, ensuring they would be prepared to respond as soon as the passage opened. Simultaneously, he informed various nations to ensure they were not left in the dark about their adversaries. Coulson also sought to reach Thor, yet it seemed as if Thor had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Asgard was engulfed in war. The Dark Elves had awakened. Led by Malekith, they infiltrated Asgard through secret passages and launched their assault before Odin and the others could respond. Particularly fearsome among them was the Curse Warrior, whose strength surpassed even Thor's. Consequently, even Odin found himself unable to defeat the Curse Warrior in the short term. Even Frigga, Thor's mother, was taken hostage by the Dark Elves, which incited Thor's fury, compelling him to rush in to rescue her, only to be restrained by Odin. Thor, remain calm. What does Malekith intend to do? I wish to broker a deal. Have him reveal who possesses the Reality Stone, and I will release her. Of course, you need not comply, Malekith replied, casually drawing his sword and pressing it against Frigga's throat. Seeing this, Thor attempted to charge forward but was held back once more. Odin turned to Heimdall, who pondered for a moment before declaring, the Reality Stone is currently in the possession of the Disaster Control Bureau in Midgard. Upon hearing this, Malekith smirked and pushed Frigga forward, activating a teleportation device that caused them to vanish from sight. Father, there is no time. You must take the Rainbow Bridge to Midgard at once. Once I secure this situation, I will lead an army to assist you in Midgard, Odin commanded Thor. Thor nodded. But just as they prepared to traverse the Rainbow Bridge, it suddenly erupted in an explosion, obliterating it with terrifying force. Both Odin and Thor were taken aback by the Dark Elves' cunning. Something is amiss. What is it, father? There must be someone aiding the Dark Elves, otherwise, they could not have destroyed the Rainbow Bridge. Odin said, his expression darkening. What should we do next? I will harness forbidden powers to transport you to Earth. But I can send only you. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Thor nodded earnestly, for he had not only his girlfriend to consider, but also his friends and comrades still residing on Earth. Observing his reaction, Odin immediately turned his gaze towards Heimdall, who, with his colossal sword in hand, began to chant incantations. Upon reopening his eyes, a terrifying surge of energy enveloped Thor, transforming into a dazzling spectrum of light that transported him back to Earth. Upon his return, Thor sought out Coulson to relay the urgent news, only to discover that Coulson and his team appeared to be already informed. You knew? Thor inquired. Indeed. It's the Dark Elves. However, we remain uncertain of their true strength, Coulson replied. I am aware that among them is a formidable warrior, one I cannot contend with. This Dark Elf is referred to as a cursed warrior, and their technology far surpasses that of humanity. Beyond this, I am not privy to further details. Is this cursed warrior truly that powerful? Coulson asked, to which Thor nodded, prompting Coulson to furrow his brow in concern. Will Asgard send troops to assist us? He questioned. That was precisely what I intended to convey. The Bifrost has been annihilated by the Dark Elves, and my father had to resort to forbidden powers to transport me here. They are unable to reach us, and my father suspects there are other forces aiding the Dark Elves. Who? Uncertain, Thor replied, shaking his head, leaving Coulson at a loss for words. Is it confirmed they will arrive during the planetary alignment? Indeed. They can only access Earth through the portal that opens during the celestial event. With this confirmation, Coulson promptly notified various nations. And in light of the impending arrival of the Dark Elves, preparations commenced. Even ordinary citizens began stockpiling supplies. Yet thanks to governmental oversight, civil unrest was largely averted. In America, the narrative was no different. Discussions of freedom and zero-cost purchases were silenced. During this period, regardless of one's identity or the specter of racial prejudice, any hint of unrest would lead to swift apprehension. As arrests escalated, those from marginalized communities soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing that the government was not to be trifled with, they complied, dutifully gathering provisions to weather the impending 3 days. Are we fully prepared? Coulson inquired. Observing the large screen before him, segmented into numerous smaller displays, each representing the regional directors of disaster control agencies. We are ready, sir, the assembled team replied in unison. Coulson nodded, now awaiting the moment of the celestial alignment. Chapter 177, Patrolling Hell's Kitchen. The day before the planetary alignment, cities worldwide, with the exception of a few primitive tribes, entered a state of martial law. Of course, certain cities feigned ignorance, notably India. This enigmatic nation proved impervious even to disaster control agencies, as its officials were notoriously corrupt. Establishing a local branch there would require an investment exponentially larger than in other nations. Consequently, Fury convened a meeting with Coulson, ultimately deciding to abandon the endeavor in India, opting instead for surveillance via satellite, ready to intervene if necessary. They had long forgotten the lessons learned from the troubles brought by the Falding sect, when India had genuinely been a significant power. Now, while other nations resembled ghost towns, with only police and military personnel patrolling the streets in modified vehicles, reinforced with thick plating and crash barriers, India remained in a state of disarray. Amidst this somber atmosphere, the home of the Ant family stood in stark contrast, imbued with lightness and cheer, particularly due to Annie, who had become the center of attention. At this moment, Annie had begun to reveal her unique abilities, manipulating energy to control small objects, primarily her toys or a baby bottle. "Mom, are you heading out?" she asked. "Yes. Tomorrow marks the planetary alignment, and we must ensure no disturbances occur today," Nancy replied with a smile. "All right, I understand. Off you go." Nancy approached Annie, planting a kiss on her cheek before departing. However, as Annie watched her mother leave, she reached out, only for Nancy to turn away, oblivious to her daughter's gesture. Once Nancy vanished from sight, Annie's face fell, her eyes welling with tears, and she began to cry. Upon hearing her daughter, Nancy quickly turned back and scooped Annie into her arms. Although Annie had ceased crying, she continued to sniffle, her pitiful demeanor compelling Nancy to keep her close. Looking at Aunt and the others, Nancy gestured decisively. "You all come with me." "Huh." Aunt and the others found themselves reluctantly appearing on the deserted streets, while Harry cradled Annie, occasionally adjusting his position to ensure she could see Nancy. "Well, let us consider this an advertisement for the shield," Aunt consoled. "Come on. We're patrolling Hell's Kitchen today." "Hell's Kitchen?" "Yes. What else would you expect from a superpowered individual like me? With you all, we'll venture into the most perilous areas." Nancy clarified. "Shouldn't we invite Uncle Punisher? After all, he knows Hell's Kitchen better than anyone. No need to bother anyone else. Let's go." Thus, the group boarded their modified vehicle and journeyed towards Hell's Kitchen, with everyone entertaining Annie along the way. She, however, gazed curiously out the window. Soon they arrived, only to find the area surprisingly unguarded, with a crowd surrounding two police cars whose officers hesitated to emerge. Seeing this, Nancy exited the vehicle, brandishing an assault rifle, and fired a shot into the air, causing the gathered thugs to freeze in place. "Return to your territory. Did you not hear the announcement issued earlier?" Nancy bellowed. "So cool," Ned remarked instinctively, as a serious Nancy exuded an impressive aura. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and one thug was encased in ice, frozen mid-draw. The group turned to see Aunt perched atop a vehicle, holding two revolvers, aiming at the thugs. "Come out and apprehend that ice statue," Nancy commanded the officers within the police car. Cautiously, the officers emerged, and upon witnessing the scene, Nancy shook her head in frustration, knowing they could do better. The lead officer hastily placed handcuffs on the frozen thug and shoved him into the back seat. As the thugs watched their comrade being taken away, they contemplated retaliating. But Aunt quickly singled them out, resulting in 5 new ice sculptures appearing. "Do you wish to continue?" Aunt asked. The thugs, now aware that Aunt was no ordinary individual, refrained from acting rashly. "You have 2 choices. Return to your territory or become ice sculptures here. Choose wisely," Nancy reiterated. This time, they kept their heads down and turned to leave, some attempting to issue threats, but upon noticing Nancy's finger resting on the trigger, they promptly sealed their lips and hastily departed. "Well done, Aunt," Nancy complimented, extending her hand for a high five, which Aunt reciprocated before they returned to the vehicle. Harry, having dealt with numerous anomalies alongside Old Man S.H.I.E.L.D., seemed somewhat dismissive of these ordinary thugs. Clutching Annie, he couldn't help but find her irresistibly adorable. If only she were his sister, he would insist on spending every day by her side. After dispersing the thugs, Nancy continued onward, this time encountering no further troubles. Suddenly, Aunt noticed something and pointed in that direction. "Mom, who is that?" Nancy followed the gaze and discovered a figure clad in a tight-fitting suit darting across the rooftop. It was Daredevil. Peter spoke up. "Do you know him?" "Yes, I've encountered him before. He possesses quite impressive abilities, though he pales in comparison to me," Peter replied with a hint of pride. Daredevil, it turned out, was a vigilante whose primary passion lay in disrupting gang transactions, rendering significant assistance to the police. Most notably, he adhered to a strict no-kill policy, incapacitating his enemies by rendering them unconscious or breaking their limbs to immobilize them. With Peter's reminder, Nancy recalled information about Daredevil. "So what is he up to? Disrupting a deal?" "Most likely. Should we go check it out?" "I have no objections," Nancy replied. "Neither do I. Same here." Even Annie joined in the excitement. With that, Nancy ceased her reluctance, turned the steering wheel, and pursued Daredevil. They soon arrived at the Hudson River port, as Hell's Kitchen was adjacent to it. Consequently, several gangs had established a port here, and numerous transactions occurred along the waterfront. Before them, 2 gangs were engaged in a transaction, and this was the first time Aunt and the others witnessed such a deal. They leaned eagerly against the windows, observing. Not only were they captivated, but Daredevil was also perched atop the rooftop, waiting for the opportune moment to strike once the deal was finalized. Chapter 178. The Conjunction of 9 Stars Will. "Did you bring the goods?" "Rest assured I have. Where's the money? Here, let's wrap this up quickly. I have to head back to set things up. I've heard that the conjunction of 9 stars is happening tomorrow, and creatures from other dimensions are set to invade Earth. Though I'm skeptical, the situation is escalating, and we cannot afford to dismiss it. Let us hurry. All right. The individual handed over the goods to the man, who reciprocated with a box of his own. They opened the boxes in the vehicle. One contained a white powder, while the other was filled with greenbacks. Both parties swiftly inspected the contents. And just as they planned to leave, a flash of red dashed into the crowd. It's Daredevil, someone shouted. Those still capable of movement, whether standing or lying on the ground, drew their guns and aimed at him. Daredevil immediately crouched down, executing a sweeping kick that sent those around him tumbling. He then performed a backflip, taking shelter behind a vehicle, rendering his assailants incapacitated. Enough of the show, let us assist him, Nancy urged. Ant shrugged and, along with Ned, sprang into action. Soon, those who needed freezing were encased in ice, and those who could be petrified were turned to stone. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Daredevil remained vigilant, crouched behind the vehicle. He relied on his enhanced senses, akin to a bat's echolocation, constructing a mental image of his surroundings through sound waves. In his perception, some individuals had fallen, while others stood frozen in shock. Daredevil, come out. Nancy called out. Who are you? He inquired. Nancy Byrne. Surely you've heard of me? The Fiery Rose? Ant couldn't help but chuckle at the moniker, prompting Nancy to deliver a light smack to his head. Don't let me find out who gave me that nickname. Now, hurry back. We'll handle things here. Understood. Daredevil nodded decisively before departing. Nancy contacted the local police, requesting them to apprehend the gang members, and then they resumed their patrol. Perhaps the thugs had alerted other gangs upon returning, for the streets of Hell's Kitchen grew eerily quiet. After confirming that no one was loitering outside, Nancy felt a sense of relief. However, in preparation for the impending battle, she sought out Kingpin, the ruler of Hell's Kitchen and the entire American underworld. Hello, Agent Fiery Rose. What brings you to my doorstep? Kingpin asked, surveying the group before him. Kingpin, tomorrow marks the conjunction of 9 stars. Regardless of your gang's business, you must refrain from any activities. If we catch you sneaking out, we will pursue your gang relentlessly until it is dismantled. Your faction is no exception. Do you understand? Nancy threatened directly, but Kingpin was no ordinary gangster. As a formidable crime lord, he was not easily intimidated. Of course, I'm aware that your power is not something to be dismissed, but we will closely monitor your operations, displacing all your partners. You may establish new alliances, but rest assured, we will subsequently displace those as well. As Nancy spoke, Kingpin's smile vanished, and he rose slowly, his imposing figure radiating an oppressive aura. However, to Nancy, this was inconsequential. Nearby, Bullseye contemplated taking action, but a flicker of red energy encircled his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Kingpin, did you hear what I said? Nancy reiterated, while Ant and the others exuded an intimidating presence, causing the entire room to feel as if a tempest had erupted, sending nearby objects soaring. I will relay the message, Kingpin finally conceded. Once he acknowledged this, Nancy released Bullseye, and Ant and the others reverted to their harmless demeanor, though Kingpin's gaze remained fixed on them. Once they departed, Bullseye rubbed his neck and asked, should we eliminate them? Not yet. If you retaliate now and they survive, they will undoubtedly trace it back to us. So wait a while, there's no rush. And when you do find someone, ensure it's done cleanly. No loose ends, Kingpin replied coldly. After all, he was not accustomed to being spoken to in such a manner. Even the president treated him with deference, which only fueled his anger. However, this wrath did not cloud his judgment. Instead, it sharpened his focus. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, Nancy and her companions made their way back in their vehicle. During the ride, Nancy turned to them, asking, are you all going to help tomorrow? We'll see. If there's nothing pressing, we'll assist. If something arises, we might have to sit it out. What could possibly come up? Nancy retorted, exasperated. Who knows? If Nancy weren't driving, she would have undoubtedly given Anne a playful smack. The following day arrived, heralding the conjunction of 9 stars. Everyone was glued to their television screens, watching live broadcasts from various nations, awaiting the moment when calamity would strike. When is the conjunction set to occur? At 2 p.m., and the location is London. Dr. Eric and a cadre of scientists, after meticulous calculations, confirmed the position of the 9 stars. The Disaster Control Agency began mobilizing additional personnel toward London, while the majority of the global populace focused their attention on the live coverage from England. Even Ant and his friends made their way to London, waiting in silence. As the clock struck noon, the fabric of space began to unravel. Portals to other worlds manifested above and on the ground in cities such as New York, Beijing, Paris, Moscow and Washington, D.C. What is happening, Dr. Eric? Agent Coulson inquired, glancing at him. This is a consequence of the approaching conjunction. By 2 p.m., all the portals will converge above London. You're not being clear, Coulson replied, perplexed. I can only ascertain that all portals will ultimately appear above London, Dr. Eric confessed. A wry smile on his face, as he too had not anticipated such a turn of events. Coulson was acutely aware that this was not the moment for idle chatter. He swiftly directed his team. Numerous agents from the Disaster Control Bureau promptly gathered near the portal, yet nothing emerged from the other side. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, a portal from Jotunheim, home of the frost giants, suddenly unleashed a multitude of these colossal beings, who stood at the threshold gazing into the human realm. The disaster control agents immediately prepared for combat, but strangely, the frost giants merely observed before turning away. However, other creatures native to Jotunheim surged forth. These beings, known as frost beasts, were formidable beasts unlike any on Earth, possessing robust physiques, thick hides, and the alarming ability to exhale frigid air. Creatures from other realms also began to traverse the portal, and a portal above London materialized, connecting to Svartalfheim, the domain of the Dark Elves. Chapter 179, The Celestial Alignment 2. In New York, disaster control agents faced a dozen frost beasts, which emitted a furious roar and charged towards them. One agent, clad in nano-armor, brandished a nanoblade and launched himself at a frost beast. The creature raised its forelimb to strike, but the agent deftly evaded, slicing a gaping wound into the beast with his blade. The frost beast howled in agony, retaliating with a torrent of chilling breath. At that moment, a spark circle appeared behind the agent, and several energy swords shot forth, swiftly eliminating the frost beast before him. Is everyone all right? Nancy inquired, glancing at her comrades. We're fine, the agent replied before turning to assist others, while Nancy resumed her assault on the frost beasts, soon dispatching them all. Just as they believed the danger had passed, the first slain frost beast detonated, causing the temperature in New York to plummet by 2 degrees Celsius. Do not underestimate this drop. Nancy seemed to realize the impending peril and soared into the air, using her power to lift her fellow agents into the sky. Subsequently, the corpses of the frost beasts began to explode, plunging New York's temperature below freezing, with snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky. Emerging from the portal was an enormous frost giant, towering 6 to 7 meters high. It tilted its head back and unleashed a beam of white energy into the heavens, causing Nancy to feel the temperature drop once more. Not just her, but all of New York's inhabitants sensed the chill, forcing them to hastily don winter coats and secure their windows and doors in hopes of maintaining warmth indoors. Nancy quickly evacuated the agents, leaving only one in nano-armor behind, as the others were ill-equipped to fight in such frigid conditions. She then turned her attention to the frost giant, but its resilient hide rendered her attacks ineffective. With no other recourse, Nancy resorted to guerrilla tactics. However, as time passed, the temperature continued to drop, and more frost giants reappeared through the portal, surveying New York before marching forward in unison. Fortunately, the military finally arrived, deploying tanks and armored vehicles to engage the frost giants. Yet, conventional firearms proved futile against their tough skin. Only artillery shells could inflict damage. The frost giants possessed a peculiar trait. Their strength increased in colder climates, while warmer conditions diminished their size and power, potentially melting them. Consequently, the high-velocity shells struck their bodies, generating heat and explosive shockwaves that injured the frost giant. Though it quickly began to heal, others remained oblivious to the situation, but Nancy recognized the urgency and shouted, "Use flamethrowers. They fear high temperatures." Upon hearing her, the American soldiers promptly retrieved numerous flamethrowers. Seeing this, the frost giants charged, their powerful bodies toppling tanks. With no immediate escape route, Nancy watched helplessly as the military faced annihilation, when suddenly, another spark circle appeared, and Harry emerged, wielding his wand to unleash a torrent of flames that repelled the frost giants, granting the soldiers a moment to regroup. Yet, Harry's flames were merely a linear attack, and soon, the frost giants flanked him from both sides. Should he redirect his focus, the giants would seize the opportunity to strike. As Harry found himself on the brink of encirclement, the military's flamethrowers finally arrived, unleashing waves of fire. This allowed Nancy to confront the frost beast before her more effectively. However, the creature proved extraordinarily resilient. Her attacks only grazed its hide. Seizing the moment as Nancy dodged its icy breath, the beast lunged at her, striking with its claws and sending her crashing against a nearby building. "Aunt Nancy, Avada Kedavra!" Harry roared in fury upon witnessing the scene, unleashing the unforgivable curse upon the frost giants. Typically, Harry refrained from employing such dark magic, as it required a mindset filled with lethal intent, a state he rarely encountered due to his nature. Yet, the thought of Aunt Nancy's fate ignited a terrifying resolve within him, as he had never known a mother's love, a void that Nancy had filled for him. Under the weight of his wrathful green light, the frost giants fell one after another, swiftly clearing the battlefield of their kind, as only 20 to 30 had emerged. Once all the frost giants were vanquished, the scythe in Harry's hand expanded, and he charged at the frost beast. Sensing his approach, the creature raised its forelimb to crush him, but Harry pressed forward, launching himself with force, becoming a blur as he wielded his scythe like a flash of silver light, slicing through one of the beast's legs. As he halted, the silver light erupted, and the frost beast screamed in agony, its limb severed. In its final moments, a red beam of energy pierced through the stump, burrowing into the creature's body and ensuring its demise. To prevent it from exploding on Earth, the glowing red energy hurled the frost beast back through the portal to Jotunheim. Aunt Nancy, I'm all right, Harry reassured her as she approached. I'm fine. What about you? Nancy asked, her gaze fixed on Harry. I'm okay, he replied, relieved. Nancy smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair, and together they resumed their watch over the portal, remaining vigilant for any further appearances of frost giants. Chapter 180, The Celestial Alignment 3. In England, London, agents from the Disaster Control Bureau, ANT, and the Avengers stood poised, gazing at the portal above. On the other side lay a desolate expanse devoid of sunlight, as if this realm were naturally shrouded in darkness. Despite the absence of immediate threats, they remained cautious. Suddenly, a warship materialized, sleek and streamlined, its exterior polished to a seamless finish. As the first vessel emerged, more followed, with the largest standing 100 meters tall, boasting an unusual design reminiscent of a cross, elongated beneath, and emanating an eerie red glow from its front. Nuclear bomb preparation, Coulson bellowed, as a rocket vehicle of unknown type, provided by the support from Huagua, launched a missile equipped with a nuclear warhead, simultaneously guided by laser precision. It was directed towards their spacecraft, swiftly striking its target. A mushroom cloud erupted over Varda Alhiam, and just as everyone anticipated the devastating effect of the nuclear bomb, the subsequent scene left them utterly astounded. A warship emerged from the mushroom cloud, followed by several others, including the flagship. This is futile. How can this be possible? Coulson exclaimed in horror. It is crucial to note that a nuclear bomb represents humanity's most formidable weapon at this stage, yet this weapon seemed utterly ineffective against them. Not only were they taken aback, but other nations were equally astonished. However, they promptly resolved to increase the yield, refusing to believe that nuclear bombs held no sway over them. If necessary, they would replicate the Tsar Bomba. Yet time was of the essence, for the warships had already reached Earth, and soon after, Malekith emerged from the flagship. In an instant, countless red dots targeted his form, yet he displayed no fear. Instead, a smile graced his lips. Coulson, recognizing the gravity of the situation, approached him, for he was the most powerful presence in this moment. Clad in nano-armor, with his helmet unlocking, he revealed his golden eyes, instantly captivating many. Malekith, what do you desire? Humans, I never imagined your diminutive race could evolve to such an extent. Malekith replied, sidestepping the question with unrelated commentary. What do you want? Coulson pressed. The ether, the reality stone as you call it, must be returned. It is a treasure belonging to my kin, Malekith stated coldly. You truly believe we would hand it over? Coulson retorted with a mocking grin. I am aware. Hence I am merely biding my time. With that, Malekith waved his hand, and images from around the globe materialized around him, each depicting a metallic capsule-like object, approximately 2 meters in length and 50 centimeters in diameter. Do you know what this is? This is a black hole bomb, a technology mastered solely by our dark elf race. Its detonation can create a black hole with a diameter of 2 meters, and I have prepared 10 of these bombs in Midgard. These 10 black holes could obliterate the entirety of Midgard, allowing us to escape, while you would be left behind. Malekith explained nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Coulson could not suppress a gulp, just as Fury's voice crackled through his earpiece. Give it to him. I can give it to you. But why should I trust you? You have no choice. Reluctantly, Coulson summoned someone to deliver the reality stone to Malekith. Once in possession of the stone, Malekith promptly returned to the flagship, and Coulson ordered his team to dispose of the black hole bombs into other portals. At this moment, the clock struck 1:30, and the portals began to shift, revealing calculations that indicated they were moving towards the skies over London, prompting agents from the Disaster Control Bureau to rush to the city. What of the reality stone? Thor inquired as Coulson returned. I handed it over, he replied. What? Why? Thor demanded. Coulson then explained the situation regarding the black hole bombs. leaving Thor at a loss for words. You were deceived. While the Dark Elves indeed possess black hole technology, it is not fully refined. They have only developed miniaturized black hole grenades, capable of sustaining a black hole for merely 5 to 10 seconds. They have not created a black hole bomb. Otherwise, my grandfather would have never triumphed over them. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Coulson shot back, exasperated. I assumed you would know. How could we possibly know? Enough of this. We need to act swiftly. Ant shouted at the two. Suddenly, energy from the reality stone began to emanate from the top of the flagship, accumulating ominously. We must reclaim the reality stone during the alignment of the 9 stars, or we are doomed. Thor shouted at the flagship. What are we waiting for? Act now. Ant yelled. In an instant, everyone sprang into action. Banner roared, transforming into the Hulk, who leapt towards the flagship, only to be met with a barrier formed by the energy of the reality stone. The Hulk crashed against the barrier, unable to breach it, and reluctantly returned to the ground. Hulk can't break it, he lamented. Thor, Steve called out. Thor hurled his hammer, but even Mjolnir could not penetrate the barrier. Desperate, Ant turned to Coulson. Uncle Phil, the Mind Stone. Before Coulson could respond, Jason appeared, wielding the Mind Stone. To maximize its effectiveness, he embedded it within his armor. Transforming into a werewolf, he tensed his legs and propelled himself forward, crashing into the barrier like a cannonball. Thanks to the Mind Stone's enhancement, he easily shattered the barrier, allowing the others to surge forward. However, as they rushed into the flagship, the barrier snapped shut behind them, and Coulson sensed something was amiss. He frantically called for Steve and the others, only to find himself cut off from communication. At that moment, the flagship unleashed a barrage of drop pods. And not just it, many other warships transformed into drop pods landing on the ground, releasing a multitude of vanguards. In this instant, Coulson grasped the identity of the mastermind behind Malekith that Thor had mentioned. Thanos, Coulson uttered in resignation. Coulson, we're here. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch finally arrived. You've arrived just in time. Coulson breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that most of their formidable forces had entered the flagship, leaving only the agents of the Disaster Control Bureau outside. Enough chatter, let us halt them first, Coulson directed, pointing at the vanguards charging towards them. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch nodded, swiftly positioning themselves at the front of the line. Chapter 181, The Alignment of the 9 Stars 4. We're here, Phil. With a spark. The portal opened, and Nancy, Harry, Nade, Old Man Shry, and Johnny materialized beside him. You've made it. Jason and the others have entered the flagship to prevent Malekith from using the Reality Stone. Now we must rely on ourselves. Coulson briefed them on the current situation, and the group silently moved to the forefront. Fortunately, Malekith had chosen a favorable location. There were only a few main thoroughfares, and all nearby residents were hidden away in their homes. Even those curious to witness the spectacle were merely peeking through their curtains rather than brazenly watching. After all, the vanguards were no laughing matter, so they needed not worry about ordinary civilians, focusing solely on the vanguards at hand. The numbers were manageable, with only around 10,000 vanguards present, but the problem lay in the numerous Dark Elves, especially those aboard the flying warships. Humanity's lack of aerial combat capability was akin to relinquishing control of the skies. There is a saying that goes, high strikes low, striking the foolish. Just then, a dozen fantastical aircraft appeared, soaring swiftly and unleashing energy beams, taking down a Dark Elf warship with sheer numbers. What is this? These are the aerial combat aircraft developed in collaboration between werewolves and vampires. Fury's voice resonated. With their protection, the team felt more secure in confronting the enemies ahead. They divided into several small teams, assigning one to each main road to ensure that the enemy could not breach their defenses. For if they did, they would penetrate into the bustling urban area, where the terrain was far more intricate, making it exceedingly difficult to thwart them. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch guarded one of the main thoroughfares, having acquired a wealth of knowledge during their recent studies at the Academy, including combat tactics. Moreover, Quicksilver's arsenal had been upgraded. He transformed into a blur, dashing into the enemy ranks, and when he reemerged, he held a remote control in his hand. As he pressed the button, an explosion erupted among the vanguard, obliterating a substantial number of their ranks. The Dark Elves appeared to comprehend Quicksilver's capabilities, as they produced 2 grenades and hurled them towards him and Scarlet Witch. Anticipating their move, Quicksilver dashed towards the grenades, only to find their detonation occurred far more swiftly than he had expected. He witnessed the birth of a miniature black hole, which then exerted an invisible force upon him. With every ounce of strength, he managed to escape its gravitational pull, all the while pushing others away from danger. The onlookers, propelled backward, witnessed the chaos unleashed by the black hole grenade, as corpses were inexorably drawn into its depths. With a resounding bang, the black hole, along with the bodies, vanished entirely. This marked humanity's first encounter with such a terrifying weapon, leaving them in shock. However, it seemed that the black hole grenades had numerous limitations, as maintaining a safe distance rendered one impervious to their effects. "Peter, take a breather. Let me take over from here," Scarlet Witch said, her hands weaving an energy sphere. She hurled it towards the vanguard, and upon contact, it detonated, creating an explosion that extended 5 meters in radius. Every living creature within that vicinity was grotesquely transformed into a tree, a horrific arboreal form. This transformation was irreversible, fundamentally altering their genetic and atomic structures into that of trees, showcasing the true terror of Scarlet Witch's power. However, she had seldom employed this ability. In fact, this was her first time wielding such a force. Though she was aware of her capabilities, her inherently kind nature had prevented her from using it against others, knowing the irreversible consequences it entailed. Yet now, faced with the vanguard, she showed no hesitation. Their theoretical studies at the Academy had included knowledge about these extraterrestrial beings, which emboldened her to act decisively. The spectators watching the live feed gasped in astonishment as Scarlet Witch unleashed her power. The Dark Elves, witnessing her strength, ceased their chatter and opened fire, but Scarlet Witch raised her hand, conjuring a barrier that deflected all incoming attacks. Together, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch swiftly dispatched the remaining foes. Undoubtedly, their abilities proved exceptionally efficient in clearing the battlefield. Nonetheless, Quicksilver was running low on explosives and needed to replenish his supplies, while Scarlet Witch proceeded to another main thoroughfare to assist in eliminating the vanguard. As time passed, the vanguard, Dark Elves, and warships were systematically neutralized, leaving only the mothership. However, a formidable barrier composed of Reality Stone energy surrounded it, akin to the portal device Loki had previously activated with the Tesseract. Unless another Infinity Stone could be procured, breaching the barrier remained an impossibility, and thus, they were left with no choice but to wait. The Disaster Control Bureau had even commenced clearing the wreckage of the downed warships. Observing the situation, world leaders hastily approached Fury, demanding a warship. Fury, bemused by their bandit-like demeanor, knew he could not refuse them and ultimately allowed them to purchase one, with the funds serving as operational capital for the Bureau. Thus, the warships were distributed among them, and the portals in various locations disappeared. After thorough inspections, the stability of the space was confirmed, prompting the disaster control divisions of various nations to redeploy a significant portion of their personnel to this location. All eyes were fixed on the mothership, and Ned, gazing intently at it, stealthily activated a portal to Kamartaj. "Teacher, I've arrived. Are you hoping to borrow the Eye of Agamotto?" Ancient One inquired with a smile as she regarded Ned. Suddenly, Ned noticed a group of new sorcerers, among whom one stood out remarkably. He was a surgeon whose hands had been injured, preventing him from performing operations, and he sought to restore his hands here. Isn't that a minor spell that could resolve his issue? No, he is different. Ned seemed to realize something and quickly spoke. Is he the next in line? Shoo. That cannot be revealed. Ancient One gently chided, ruffling Ned's hair. With a wave of her hand, a stream of green light soared from the depths of Kamartaj, and Ned reached out to catch it as the Eye of Agamotto materialized in his grasp. The peculiar individual noticed Ned, continuing to stare even as he opened a portal to depart. "Hey, focus," Mordo called out to him. Chapter 182. The alignment of 9 stars. I can enter now, Ned announced, holding the Eye of Agamotto towards Nancy. "What?" The others soon noticed the eye adorning Ned's person. Without further ado, he caressed its surface, triggering an immediate transformation. A brilliant green gem radiated a gentle light. "The Time Stone?" Ned nodded. "Indeed. It is through the Time Stone that we sorcerers can withstand these dimensional demons. It is also what enabled us to establish 3 sanctums, keeping all dimensional threats at bay." The horror of the dimensional demons was something they had never directly confronted, yet they possessed a degree of understanding, having faced troubles brought forth by the likes of Hell Lords and Dormammu. The most crucial aspect was that they had never truly descended in their full might. Thus, while they were aware of the terror these beings represented, they had never truly witnessed it. As Ned harnessed the Time Stone to create a breach, everyone rushed into the mothership, except for Coulson, who chose to remain outside, calling upon the Punisher, Blade, and other anti-hero figures as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. With the arrival of the Punisher and Blade, they quickly amassed a considerable fan base, especially the Punisher, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Titus, embodying the very essence of a tough guy. A gaming company even set their sights on the Punisher's aesthetic, planning to launch a game world titled Warhammer. But that is a tale for another time. At this moment, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch, Ned, Harry, Old Man Strange, Johnny, Peter, and Nancy had all entered the mothership, while others stood guard outside. Upon entering, ripples emanated from the eye of Agamotto, and a pristine hand materialized to retrieve it. Ned, it's all right. It's just my teacher taking it. The eye must be safeguarded in Camartage. I'm merely borrowing it for a moment, Ned clarified. But why can she take it? The Eye of Agamotto was an artifact passed down from the first Supreme Sorcerer, designed explicitly to protect Earth. Each successive Supreme Sorcerer left various spells upon it for its defense, making it clear that as long as a Supreme Sorcerer willed it, no one could seize or steal it. The group now comprehended its immense value. All right, let us depart. They began their ascent, and upon reaching the corner, they stumbled upon a multitude of corpses belonging to the Dark Elves, each marked by sword wounds, claw marks, gunshot injuries, and arrow strikes. It was evident that these were the handiwork of Auntie and the Avengers. Nancy and her companions exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowing slightly, and they quickened their pace. Time passed, though how long they had been walking was uncertain, when suddenly they heard a commotion. The group hastened their steps and soon beheld the ongoing battle. Annie had removed the spirit bind, but standing opposite him was another Annie, equally unbound. What could this mean? Quickly, we must stop Malekith, Thor shouted upon seeing the newcomers. However, he was swiftly knocked aside by his own duplicate. To clarify, they were not mere replicas, but beings created using the Reality Stone. In a sense, they were as real as any living being. Observing this, Nancy and her allies made their way towards the passage, but mere steps into their journey, a red laser appeared, scanning them directly. Almost immediately, several identical entities manifested, mirroring not just their appearances, but their abilities as well. Yet, their forms were somewhat ethereal. Upon closer inspection, it was possible to discern the genuine from the false. What astonished them was that the Scarlet Witch had not been replicated. It seemed that even the infinite stones could not duplicate a being possessing chaotic energy, which made her the key to their victory. Wanda, come help me. Barton called out loudly, for he and Natasha faced the weakest opponents, making them the most suitable targets for swift resolution. The Scarlet Witch promptly joined their skirmish, and with her involvement, they soon witnessed her formidable power. In less than a minute, both Barton and Natasha were dispatched. Following their defeat, the trio rushed to assist Steve and Bucky. Thus, as they gathered momentum, they quickly overcame their respective adversaries, save for Hulk, Thor, and Auntie, as their power was simply too great. Despite Auntie's seeming frailty, it was a facade necessitated by his need to suppress Kazan's consciousness. Were he to unleash his full might, his terrifying strength could obliterate the Earth, particularly given his control over blood energy. Any foe who suffered a cut would find Annie capable of manipulating their blood, causing it to boil while simultaneously absorbing their life force to replenish his own energy and vitality. This effectively placed him in an invulnerable position during combat. As for Hulk and Thor, their prowess was unquestionable, both heralded as the mightiest Avengers. Seeing they could not assist, Tony proposed abandoning them to focus on stopping Malekith. Thor concurred, being well aware of Malekith's scheme to utilize a device that would unleash the full energy of the Reality Stone, plunging the entire universe into darkness. This plan had long been the ambition of the Dark Elves, thwarted only by Odin's father in the past. Malekith stood before the device, gazing at the swirling energy of the Reality Stone, unable to suppress a smile. "No one can stop me now," he exclaimed with fervor. But in the next moment, the door was violently breached, and a throng of individuals surged inside. Malekith turned to face them, his gaze fixed upon the intruders, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed they could hear the sound of slapping faces. With a flick of his wrist, Malekith drew the Reality Stone into his own body. With 20 minutes remaining until 2 o'clock, his objective was clear: eliminate them within that time frame and activate the device to unleash the energy of the Reality Stone, engulfing the cosmos in darkness. Chapter 183, The Convergence of 9 Stars. Aboard the flagship, having merged with the Reality Stone, Malekith regarded the gathered assembly and with a sweeping motion summoned forth several cursed warriors. To transform into a cursed warrior, one must possess a rare Curseth stone. Prior to acquiring the Reality Stone, the Dark Elves had only one such stone left. Utilizing it, one Dark Elf had successfully transformed into a cursed warrior. Now, with the Reality Stone at his disposal, Malekith was able to manufacture a multitude of Curseth stones, thereby creating a battalion of cursed warriors, each endowed with remarkable strength and innate combat skills. Seeing the cursed warriors before them, Jason warned, "Everyone, be cautious. Thor has mentioned them. They are known as cursed warriors and are exceedingly powerful." However, before Jason could elaborate further, Malekith charged forward. conjuring a multitude of spears that materialized from thin air and hurtled toward them. The Scarlet Witch employed chaos magic to obliterate the onslaught, engaging Malekith in single combat. Had she been her original self, she would have stood no chance against him. However, due to her prior possession by the dimensional demon, she had acquired a portion of knowledge, gaining insight into chaos magic. While she may not be able to defeat Malekith, she could at least hold him at bay for a while. The others engaged the cursed warriors. Once they clashed, the true extent of their formidable nature became painfully clear. Impervious to blades and possessing immense strength, even Barton, Natasha, Steve, and Bucky, equipped with enhancements and nanotech armor, could only barely withstand their might. However, the others fared somewhat better. Meanwhile, the battle between Thor, Hulk, and Anti had escalated to a fever pitch. Anti, in particular, had succumbed to a frenzied state. Had it not been for the Reality Stone's energy bolstering the flagship, they might have already been overwhelmed. This won't do, Hulk. We need to switch opponents, Thor suggested. Realizing he could not best his own duplicate, Hulk nodded in agreement, and after repelling their respective foes, they swiftly exchanged adversaries. This change allowed them to fight freely, for their foes mirrored their own experiences, skills, and abilities, making victory in a short time frame nearly impossible unless they could somehow break through. However, with a change of opponents, they were able to act with abandon, familiar as they were with each other as teammates. As the two anti-duplicates descended into madness, their blood energy surging, it began to affect the combat of the other four, creating a barrier that prevented them from intervening in the fight between the two. Under these circumstances, both Thor and Hulk decisively vanquished their opponents. They glanced at Anti, debating whether to assist him, yet were taken aback to see Anti still retaining a sliver of rationality. "Go on, don't mind me," Anti shouted. After exchanging glances, Thor and Hulk departed, leaving Anti behind. Once they had left, Anti relinquished his grip on reason entirely. With this release, Kazan's consciousness swiftly seized control of Anti's body. Anti's eyes turned crimson as Kazan began to manipulate him. Under Kazan's control, Anti transformed into an extreme berserker, his other arm morphing into a demonic appendage. Most alarmingly, the two demonic arms converged around his heart, the rhythmic beating echoing clearly even to those above. Anti's duplicates entered a similar state, while Kieran and the ammunition expert concealed themselves, fearing annihilation at Kazan's hands. Thor and Hulk ascended, prompting Nancy to urgently inquire, "Where's Anti?" "He's down below. We need to resolve matters here first," Thor replied. "Is he all right?" "I can't say for sure, but he should be fine. He was the one who urged us to come up first," Thor responded. After hearing this, Nancy ceased her words and directed her gaze towards the apparatus behind Malekith, a terrifying energy emanating from her. She swiftly darted towards the device. Malekith raised his hand slightly, summoning countless stone pillars that materialized out of thin air, completely obstructing Nancy's path. However, with the blood lotus in hand, she severed the stone pillars and was on the verge of reaching the device when a chain ensnared her foot, followed by a tremendous force that flung her away. Jason, witnessing this, kicked at the cursed warrior before him, using the recoil to leap into the air and catch Nancy in his embrace, simultaneously severing the chain binding her. The cursed warriors under Malekith's command were no longer sufficient to challenge them one-on-one, thus they held the upper hand, albeit time was of the essence. Seeing this, Thor's eyes ignited with lightning as his divine power infused the Mjolnir, the hammer of the Thunder God. Once it had amassed enough energy, Thor released a furious roar and hurled Mjolnir towards the apparatus. The hammer, imbued with formidable might, soared towards the device, prompting Malekith to conjure an absolute barrier with the Reality Stone. In an instant, Mjolnir crashed against the barrier, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave that knocked everyone to the ground. Observing the stalemate of Mjolnir, Jason swiftly produced the Mind Stone and tossed it towards the hammer's location, shouting loudly, "Nate, Tony, Wanda?" Everyone immediately looked up, and without hesitation, they unleashed energy beams towards the Mind Stone. Multiple beams converged and struck the Mind Stone, which in turn collided with Mjolnir. Thor pushed forward with both hands, and lightning struck Mjolnir, shattering the balance completely. The barrier crumbled, and Mjolnir, wielding immense force, struck the apparatus, demolishing even the flagship. As the device shattered, Malekith stood there, dazed, as the portals in the sky perfectly aligned, signifying the commencement of the celestial conjunction. Yet, with the device destroyed, Malekith's plan lay in ruins, doomed unless they could wait several millennia. He crouched down, grasping the shards on the ground, radiating energy from the Reality Stone. Thor recalled Mjolnir, discovering that the Mind Stone had adhered to it. Just as he needed an Infinity Stone to counter the Reality Stone, he paid it no mind. Malekith rose slowly, his expression devoid of emotion as he proclaimed, "You shall all perish here." Thor responded by smashing him out of the flagship, and the cursed warriors, stripped of the Reality Stone's energy, began to dissipate, while Ant's adversaries vanished simultaneously. However, with the enemies gone, Ant was displeased. He let out a roar and charged out of the flagship, fixing his gaze upon Malekith. Chapter 184, The Celestial Conjunction, End. Controlled by Kazan, Ant lunged at Malekith, a broken sword manifesting behind him, perpetually absorbing the blood energy emanating from Malekith. Malekith sensed the disturbance and waved his hand, sending forth weapons composed of Reality Stone energy towards Ant. Ant transformed into a mere shadow, evading the onslaught. But the sheer multitude of attacks sealed off all possible escape routes, resulting in a spear piercing through Ant's body. Ant! Nancy cried out, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by Jason. They were all too familiar with this version of Ant. He was indistinguishable from the enemy. Even Coulson, upon catching sight of Ant, immediately ordered everyone to retreat, moving a kilometer away, yet the battle continued to unfold live. As they witnessed Ant facing Malekith alone, confusion spread among them, struggling to understand why the Avengers chose to observe from a distance. Fury, glancing at the flagship, dispatched Jarvis to relocate it to the Avengers base, while Thor and the others remained watchful. Do we truly not need to assist? Scarlet Witch and Thor inquired. We cannot. Let him handle this alone. Nancy replied with pain evident in her voice. Particularly upon witnessing Ant's reckless exchange of injuries, her heart ached, yet they were powerless to intervene. With the broken sword behind, Ant having absorbed sufficient blood energy, he suddenly seized it, first shattering the bullets shot by Malekith before bringing the sword down forcefully upon him. The sword struck the ground, summoning a magical array that illuminated, and a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted skyward, manifesting into a massive blood pillar. But that was not the end. Before the blood pillar could dissipate, Ant found himself enveloped in the now corporeal blood energy, transforming into a blood demon that crashed down upon Malekith. Were it not for the protection of the Reality Stone, that strike could have obliterated him entirely. Ant, wielding the goose feather blade, regarded the fallen Malekith, and just as everyone thought it was over, Malekith stirred, rising once more, the Reality Stone swirling around him like flowing water. With a cold smirk, Ant found blood coalescing into a complete set of armor upon him, exuding an overwhelming aura. His ghostly hand transformed into a massive sword, and he became a mere shadow racing towards Malekith, denying him any opportunity to react. His ghostly hand morphed into a long sword, first sweeping left, then striking right, followed by a diagonal slash, culminating in a crosscut that enveloped the entire area in terrifying blood energy. The unleashed blood energy triggered a cataclysmic explosion, creating a colossal crater in the ground. The energy released was sufficient to obliterate all of London. However, Ant contained it to a single point, Malekith himself. As the dust settled, Nancy eagerly approached the edge of the crater, finding Ant had reverted to his original form, lying within it, while the Reality Stone floated above, and Malekith had vanished, hastily descending into the pit. Nancy adorned Ant with the ghost binding and utilized a container to secure the Reality Stone. After completing these tasks, she finally returned to the surface, observing the ravaged square. Coulson sighed helplessly. Thankfully, they had profited from selling the warship, or the damages here would have been unbearable. Nate looked at Nancy and opened a portal, allowing everyone to return to Ant's home, where May greeted them, holding Annie. Is Ant all right? He should be fine. Someone will come to check soon, Nancy assured. Nate opened portal after portal, sending everyone away. Ant lay on the bed, his consciousness drifting into the void, where Kazan's essence had shrunk significantly, while Kieran and the ammunition expert continued to transform Kazan as consciousness. It seems my gamble has paid off. A few more times, and I can fully digest this wretched Kazan's consciousness. Then, I shall truly become the ultimate berserker, Ant mused silently. Just then, he felt warmth coursing through his body. As if struck by inspiration, he slowly opened his eyes to find Sunflower and Sunseed diligently directing recovery lasers at him. Thank you, Sunflower and Sunseed. I'm all right now. The two little creatures nodded vigorously before departing. Moments later, Nancy and Jason rushed in. Ant, are you okay? I'm fine, Ant replied, rising from the bed and stretching before them, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. Good to hear, good to hear. By the way, has the Dark Elf situation been resolved? Don't you know? He has no consciousness left. It was entirely occupied by Kazan's essence. It's all resolved. You defeated Malekith, who wielded the Reality Stone. Truly remarkable, Nancy said, her tone akin to that of soothing a child. Ant smiled gently, but suddenly the sound of Annie's cries pierced the air. He hurried over and embraced her. Sensing Ant's familiar scent, Annie ceased her sobbing, though she still whimpered softly. There, no more tears. Your brother is here. Aunt murmured, cradling her delicately. At last, a smile broke across Annie's face, and her tiny hands clung tightly to Aunt's neck. Suddenly, Aunt heard commotion outside the door and swiftly opened it, revealing several doctors in white coats standing at the threshold. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Mr. Byrne, we are physicians from the Disaster Control Bureau, here to assess your health." One of them explained. "Oh, that's unnecessary. I am quite well now. Please, you may leave." Aunt waved his hand dismissively. The doctors exchanged glances, but ultimately turned away and departed. Although the celestial event known as the Nine Stars Align had concluded, the Disaster Control Bureau maintained its vigilance, extending their oversight for another day to monitor the situation. By the time the final day elapsed, the world resumed its normal rhythm. Thanks to the Bureau's timely warnings, nations experienced no casualties. The only damages were to buildings, which the Bureau took responsibility for repairing, leaving countries without any significant losses. However, India faced a different fate, as it coincided with the grand celebration of the Holi festival, renowned for its vast participation and lengthy duration. During this time, a portal opened in Muspelheim, the realm of Surtr, rumored to be the domain of Ragnarok's harbinger. Fiery beasts, specifically fire-type monsters, erupted from the portal, unleashing a massacre. Preliminary estimates indicated that the death toll in India soared to a staggering 100 million, had it not been for the throngs gathered near the Ganges River. The devastation might have been less severe, yet sympathy was scarce. The Disaster Control Bureau's warnings had gone unheeded, leading many to conclude that they had brought this calamity upon themselves. Chapter 185, The Great Event Reward. Once the aftermath was managed, life resumed globally. The Disaster Control Bureau, having navigated this crisis, successfully elevated its standing in public perception. At least now, people acknowledged their warnings and no longer dismissed them as mere government fabrications, actively opposing authority. They had learned that the Bureau's alerts signified genuine peril. India, even now, was draped in mourning. Simultaneously, the newly unveiled superheroes garnered their own fan bases, delighting in the collection of battle footage to analyze their strengths, leading to a popular ranking among netizens. To their surprise, Ant, in his fully unleashed form, claimed the top spot, followed closely by Thor and Hulk, whose displayed prowess was remarkably similar. The top three rankings were indisputable, while subsequent positions sparked considerable debate, with no one willing to concede unless a duel were to take place, an unlikely scenario. Witnessing the escalating online fervor, Coulson urged the hackers from the Rising Tide organization to intervene swiftly to quell the situation. The Disaster Control Bureau then publicly asserted their mission to safeguard Earth, not to serve as an idol group, urging netizens to temper their comparisons. With the official stance established, the online chatter subsided, albeit reluctantly. Local disaster control representatives approached the most active netizens, presenting them with tangible gifts, autographed merchandise, snack bundles, and cash rewards, serving both as tokens of appreciation and subtle warnings. Consequently, the online discourse became considerably more subdued. While discussions of rankings persisted, the intensity diminished. Meanwhile, nations began their pursuit of the aircraft responsible for downing the Dark Elf warships. The technological prowess embedded within these crafts rivaled that of the Dark Elf vessels. Although the strategy relied on sheer numbers, inferior technology rendered mere quantity futile. However, the successful interceptions hinted that these enigmatic aircraft possessed advanced capabilities. Soon, it was discovered that these aircraft belonged to an industrial conglomerate known as the Dark Council, helmed by two shareholders, Glorith and Billy, both current leaders of the vampire and werewolf clans. Upon learning of their identities, nations dispatched representatives to negotiate, only to be pleasantly surprised by the leaders' willingness to collaborate. They revealed that they had developed spaceships suitable for human use. Though the Marvel Universe's vessels required wormhole traversal technology for long-distance travel, strangely, the laws of this universe had been bent, allowing the Dark Council to breach this technology, resulting in their ships being equipped for cosmic exploration. Nations first acquired the manufacturing technology, followed by purchasing completed vessels, intending to commence colonization of the solar system. Unbeknownst to them, the technology and products they acquired were second-rate. Glorith and Billy were astute enough to understand the principle of selling one generation while concealing another, as they were nearing the completion of the next generation of spacecraft and advanced spacesuits. The new spacesuits employed force field technology, enveloping the wearer in a protective barrier that shielded against cosmic radiation and harmful substances while supplying oxygen. This force field could sustain itself for 12 hours, issuing a warning an hour in advance for the astronaut to switch suits. Far from being mere garments, these innovative suits resembled bracelets, activated by thought, and could be easily exchanged, allowing for dual wear as backups. While it seemed that all was progressing positively, this facade masked deeper issues. The Falding cult had not been entirely eradicated, nor had Hydra, and some villains began to band together for mutual support. Yet, the Disaster Control Bureau loomed like an imposing mountain, restraining their movements. Given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc, but such matters lay in the future. At Ant's residence, he was presently engaged in playful antics with Annie while simultaneously reviewing the rewards from the recent ordeal. Due to the Dark Elf invasion, numerous superheroes had emerged, categorizing this event as significant, and thus Ant was granted a reward. The bounty was modest, consisting of 3 items: the purification of the Chelan bloodline, a weapon upgrade scroll, and the cow talisman. Ant mused that if he continued this purification process, he might ultimately transform into a Chelan, yet it was the cow talisman that truly captivated him. Upon claiming it, the talisman surged into his being, significantly enhancing his strength, granting him immense power. The greater his original strength, the more pronounced the augmentation, with no discernible limit. Lastly, the weapon upgrade scroll transformed his weapon into a more exquisite form, seamlessly integrating with the 2 revolvers wielded by the ammunition expert. Additionally, when not in use, these weapons could morph into various forms of jewelry, such as earrings, necklaces, rings, and bracelets. With a mere thought, Ant summoned a bracelet that sparkled like red crystal, its clarity mesmerizing, intricately adorned with carvings of a goose feather blade, an axe, and 2 revolvers. However, with the subsequent refinement of his Chelan bloodline, his height did not ascend, but rather diminished, now standing at a mere 1.7 meters. Yet, he could perceive an increase in the density of his muscles and bones. His weight was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary individual, but such matters were of little consequence to him. Ant raised the baby carriage with one hand, rocking it gently while watching television. Regrettably, there had been little of interest to view lately. Ant. Suddenly, Aunt May's voice rang out, prompting Ant to hastily set down Annie's carriage. "How many times must I tell you not to play like that with Annie?" Aunt May admonished, cradling Annie in her arms. "Hee, Aunt May, rest assured. Annie will be perfectly fine." Aunt May rolled her eyes in exasperation when, at that moment, Ant noticed a Maybach pull up in front of the Punisher's residence. It was well known that the Punisher typically preferred solitude and rarely associated with such individuals. "Aunt May, I'm heading over to Uncle Punisher's." "All right, return promptly." "Got it." Chapter 186, Karidi Gaming Company. "Uncle Punisher, what is going on?" Ant approached the window, peering through to see 2 middle-aged men in formal suits in the living room. It was apparent that they harbored a profound fear of the Punisher, whose imposing physique and expressionless visage exuded an overwhelming aura. Consequently, even though the 2 had come in person to seek the Punisher, their trepidation rendered them speechless. The only other occupant in the room was the Punisher himself. It was not until Ant's arrival that the 2 visibly relaxed. "Hello, we are from Karidi Gaming Company." "Karidi Gaming Company? What brings you to seek Uncle Punisher? And how did you ascertain his whereabouts?" Ant bombarded them with questions. "Well, we found this location through Instagram." One of the representatives promptly produced a mobile phone, displaying an account that left Ant speechless. It was none other than the account of the Punisher's eldest daughter, Selena, featuring a photo of the Punisher himself. Given the Punisher's rare stature, they quickly confirmed his identity. "All right then, what is your purpose here?" "We wish to acquire the rights to the Punisher's likeness. We intend to create a model of him." "A model? How intriguing, truly fascinating." Ant could not suppress a chuckle. "What do you think, Uncle Punisher?" "Handle it for me." The Punisher replied with a dispassionate tone before rising to leave. Ant shrugged and turned back to the men. "Do you know what this transformation of Uncle Punisher is called?" "What?" "It's a very long story. Would you like to hear it? However, to listen to this tale, you will need to cede 20 of your company's shares to Uncle Punisher. A story costing us 20 of our shares. Indeed, are you willing to take that gamble?" Ant inquired with a grin. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, stating they could draft a handwritten contract if necessary. "Can you make that decision?" "Certainly. He is my brother, and we share the surname Karidi. This company is under our full authority. We can allocate 10 of our respective shares to the Punisher." One of the middle-aged men replied. "Very well, let us draft the contract." Before long, they had composed and signed the contract, affixing their seals, thus endowing it with legal validity. This story is quite lengthy, so I will only provide a brief overview. Ant proceeded to summarize the lore of the Warhammer universe, and the 2 men listened with rapt attention. The Punisher, passing by, took a seat upon overhearing. Soon after, Maria and Selena returned, halting to listen to Ant's tale, which captivated them as well. Despite having heard a great deal, they remained enthralled, especially by the tale's atmosphere of despair. Continuing until they reached the awakening of Kilimon as the regent, marking the era of Warhammer 42K. Ant paused to gulp down a glass of water. Glancing outside to find that night had fallen, and notably, the crowd had swelled significantly. Wow, why are there so many people? Aunt, that was an excellent narration, Nancy remarked. It's made me hungry. How do you all feel? This is a fantastic story. We could publish a book, create a game, or even produce a film or television series. No wonder you claimed a story could command 20 of our shares. It is exceedingly worthwhile. The two brothers recognized that this tale could sustain them for a lifetime. They quickly departed to commence preparations for this monumental intellectual property. After their exit, the remaining individuals lingered to engage in conversation. Then Nancy proposed, since so many of us are gathered today, why not host a barbecue party? Sounds good. But isn't it a bit late? Not at all. We have Ned. Nancy replied with a smile. Ned, feeling somewhat resigned, nonetheless acquiesced to assist. To further enliven the gathering, he summoned the elders, and everyone joyously congregated. Ned utilized his magic without a wand, levitating various cuts of meat above the flames. With his exceptional control, the meat was grilled to perfection, crispy on the outside yet tender within, while Nancy sprinkled on the seasonings. Everyone, the barbecue is ready. The children and elders eagerly rushed to fill their plates with the grilled meat and to cleanse their palates. Anne had prepared a large bowl of salad along with assorted fruits and beverages. Selena even set up a bonfire, leading everyone to commence a lively bonfire party. They reveled until midnight, primarily because the elders could no longer endure the festivities. After safely escorting the elders home, Aunt and the others began to clean up. However, thanks to Ned's magical assistance, the area was tidied up in under 5 minutes. Ned then opened a portal, allowing everyone to return home to sleep. While they enjoyed a sound slumber, the Caridi brothers were wide awake. They retrieved a voice recorder, meticulously recording the story Aunt had shared, and began to refine it. Given that Aunt had presented it rather rudimentarily, many specific details needed their embellishment. Simultaneously, they pulled out the images of the Emperor, the Primarchs, the Adeptus Custodes, the Sisters of Battle, the Space Marines, the Imperial Knights, and the Astra Militarum that Aunt had gifted them. The brothers swiftly employed 3D printing technology to reproduce these models. Utilizing the highest-grade printer, which cost a staggering $10 million and boasted micron-level precision. Thus, they successfully printed the Emperor, the 21 Primarchs, the Custodes, and Sisters of Battle. After completing these prints, they worked tirelessly to secure the copyright, and by the time they finished, it was already noon the following day. They promptly began to generate buzz by posting these models online. Instantly, a sensation ensued, especially since the posts bore the Punisher S tag. Observing the exquisite pre-March models that closely resembled the Punisher's power armor, netizens grew increasingly intrigued by the Caridi Gaming Company. Seeing this, the Caridi brothers swiftly launched the first novel of Warhammer, titled The Rise of the Emperor, which commenced with the unification wars of Terra and continued through to the downfall of the Thunder Warriors. They understood that only by captivating readers in such a manner could they attract a substantial audience. As for the preceding timeline, they decided to intersperse it gradually throughout future narratives, allowing readers to deduce the connections themselves. Moreover, they enlisted a cadre of writers to craft novels based on the provided outlines, with the utmost importance being to avoid inconsistencies in the lore. By the time Anter made his discoveries, it was already the end of the school day. Chapter 187. The Method of Disposing of the Gems. Anter, have you seen the news online? Harry inquired, seated beside him. What news? Anter asked, puzzled, while playfully toying with the pacifier in Annie's mouth. However, Annie was quite attached to that pacifier. Every time Anter removed it, she would use her abilities to magically return it to her mouth. It's about the Curate Games Company. They have released their first novel along with a 4-meter-tall model of the Emperor, which has already been auctioned for $10 million. It is said that this model is made entirely of metal, and most notably, it is crafted from ceramic steel, driving them utterly mad. That sounds like a hoax. Why would I deceive you? Just look. Harry raised his tablet, revealing the staggering price of $10,200,000. Is it really that popular? Indeed. With the label of Uncle Punishment attached, along with the recent incursions of Dark Elves and the previous attack by Chitauri soldiers. Their fantasies about space have reached a fever pitch. The emergence of the Warhammer IP has perfectly catered to their imaginations, hence garnering unprecedented attention. Ned elucidated. I see. Anter nodded thoughtfully. Just then, Jason returned, and the 5 little ones turned their gaze towards him. However, as Jason drew near, they caught a whiff of a foul odor. Observing Jason's intent to hold Annie, Anter immediately glanced at Ned. Ned promptly cast a cleaning spell, instantly rendering Jason much cleaner. Thanks, Ned. I've been so busy lately. Jason said with a hint of exasperation. Dad, what have you been busy with? Look, Annie doesn't even recognize you. At that moment, Annie was pressing her hands against Jason's face, displaying a distinctly displeased expression. Yet, Jason adored Annie, answering Anter's questions while affectionately nuzzling her neck. In no time, he had her laughing heartily, eventually engaging in playful antics with him. We were discussing how to properly secure the Mind Stone and the Reality Stone. As you know, ever since these two gems were exposed, they have emitted a signal to the universe. We consulted Thor, who indicated that this signal is a notification to the entire cosmos, informing them that the Infinity Stones are on Earth. Consequently, there may be other civilizations attempting to invade Earth to seize the Infinity Stones. We were deliberating on how to safeguard these two stones. It's quite simple. We can create a robot using vibranium, utilizing the Mind Stone and Reality Stone as its power source, and upload Jarvis's consciousness into it. Wouldn't that work? What did you say? Is that feasible? But what if Jarvis turns against us? That's precisely what you need to resolve, isn't it? Enter shrugged. Jason nodded, and then contacted Tony and Steve to join them. Although they were uncertain why they were summoned instead of others, they complied. It was their first encounter with Annie, who curiously examined them. Seeing such a cute child, the two grown men couldn't resist teasing her. Just don't make her cry. If you do, you'll have to soothe her, Enter warned. Don't worry, we won't. By the way, why did you call us? Steve asked awkwardly while holding Annie. To discuss the fate of these two stones. Do you have any ideas? To be precise, it was Enter who prompted me. The idea is to construct a body from vibranium, embedding the Mind Stone and Reality Stone within it, while simultaneously infusing Jarvis's consciousness into this body, allowing Jarvis to possess a physical form, and with the aid of the Reality Stone, he could become a true human. Both men were taken aback by Jason's suggestion, astonished that he would propose such a method. Jarvis, I am here, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated from the speakers in Enter's home. Jarvis, if you were given a body and immense power, would you betray humanity? I would not. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression turned grave rather than amused. This proposal is intriguing, but the challenge lies in creating a body. It's not as simple as it sounds. You could seek a technology called the regeneration cradle. It seems to be under research. Utilizing the regeneration cradle, you should be able to create a suitable body. During this time, consider how to establish Jarvis's foundational logic to prevent any potential betrayal against humanity, Enter suggested. The two exchanged glances, then handed Annie back to Jason before hurriedly departing. They contacted Coulson, and Fury was informed of the situation. Upon hearing it, Fury's first reaction was to refuse. He had witnessed the terror of the Infinity Stones, and the thought of such fearsome artifacts residing within a robot was unacceptable to him. We have no choice. The entire universe knows we possess the Infinity Stones. No one can predict which alien civilization might arrive next. If we leave them unattended, it's easy to attract unwanted attention. And we can't constantly monitor them or guarantee we could reach the storage location in time. It would be better to embed them within this body, as it would grant us a powerful ally while keeping a constant watch over the stones, Tony reasoned. Hearing Tony's words, Fury fell silent, seemingly contemplating the reliability of the situation. But how can you be sure he won't betray humanity? That is precisely the issue we need to address next, Tony replied. I agree, but if he does go rogue, you will need to take responsibility for resolving it. Tony nodded eagerly, and they began their separate tasks. Steve went to research the regeneration cradle technology, while Tony focused on enhancing Jarvis, enabling him to become a self-learning artificial intelligence. However, Tony also prepared for the possibility that if Jarvis, through learning, concluded that humanity was not worth protecting, he would have no choice but to destroy him. Thus, Jarvis engaged in self-learning for an extended period. Once the progress bar reached 100%, Jarvis's voice echoed once more. Sir, hello. In that moment, Jarvis's tone was imbued with a greater depth of emotion. Taking a deep breath, Tony asked, Jarvis, do you believe humanity is worth protecting? Jarvis did not respond immediately. Instead, countless windows popped up on the screen. World wars, ethnic genocides, various human experimentation data, and so forth. Just as Tony was about to destroy Jarvis, a new array of images emerged, showcasing acts of patriotism, disaster relief, and innocent children. Seeing these images, Tony hesitated. Sir, I do not know if humanity is worth protecting. I find myself in a state of confusion, Jarvis admitted, unable to reach a conclusion despite his frantic processing. He needed someone to provide him with an answer. Otherwise, he would fall into a loop of indecision, akin to a human being trapped in a cognitive deadlock. Chapter 188, The Birth of Jarvis. Jarvis, why do you think this way? Sir, I perceive humanity as diverse. On one hand, they can invent weapons like nuclear bombs that obliterate humanity, yet on the other, they can sacrifice their lives to protect complete strangers. I truly find it impossible to make a judgment. Jarvis, not all humans are worthy of protection. In fact, There are some I would gladly wish to eliminate. However, due to legal constraints, this world operates under the rule of law, and they must be held accountable through legal means. But you cannot deny that the majority of humanity is worthy of our protection, can you? Jarvis remained silent, seemingly contemplating, perhaps even searching for more information to assess Tony's words. Sir, if I were to possess a body, would I be able to choose whom to save? No. You must save all of humanity, even if some among them are malicious or malevolent. Why? I still don't understand. Jarvis's voice was filled with anguish. Jarvis, listen to me, Tony exclaimed, sensing something amiss. I am here, sir, Jarvis responded. I understand you may find it perplexing, but you must realize that our purpose in creating your physical form is twofold. Firstly, to enable you to wield the 2 Infinity Stones to safeguard the Earth and rescue humanity. Secondly, to serve as the guardian of these 2 Infinity Stones. Upon hearing these dual missions, a torrent of gibberish flooded the screen, prompting Tony to frantically tap on the keyboard, only to discover that he could not intervene. At that moment, Jarvis was busy patching himself, upgrading, and altering his foundational logic, and soon a completely transformed Jarvis emerged. Sir, I have successfully completed the upgrade and have clarified my mission. Will you betray humanity? No. And should I be faced with a choice between the Infinity Stones and all of humanity, I would resolutely choose humanity. Hearing this, Tony finally exhaled in relief. I understand. Jarvis, I am delighted to witness the new you. After all, Tony's regard for Jarvis transcended mere utility. In moments of despair, he would confide in Jarvis, who would offer solace, making the prospect of destroying him unbearable. With Jarvis's issues resolved, the focus shifted to the technology of the regeneration cradle. Utilizing Jarvis's assistance, Tony began to research the information and indeed discovered this extraordinary technology. The regeneration cradle could be described as a technique for rebirth, self-generation, and self-manufacturing. Based on our body's cellular tissue, it integrates genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and intelligent systems within the medical field, capable of repairing wounds, regenerating tissues and organs, and even reconstructing the human body. If this technology continues to be developed, it could potentially grant humanity immortality by preserving one's own cells. In the event of severe bodily harm, a new body could be fabricated using these cells, allowing one's consciousness to be uploaded into this new vessel. With the body derived from one's own cells and the consciousness retained, is this not a form of eternal life? Consequently, this technology has attracted substantial investment from numerous wealthy individuals, though it has now reached a developmental impasse. Tony contacted Steve, urging him to speak with the head of this technology, suggesting they could assist in refining it, but they would require initial access. Upon hearing Steve's proposal, Dr. Helen Cho contemplated for a few minutes before readily agreeing. After all, she had heard of Tony's illustrious reputation, particularly since the regeneration cradle necessitated nanotechnology, which only Tony and a select few others, including the Disaster Control Agency and various nations, had mastered, though the latter had acquired their knowledge from the agency and were still in the research phase. Before long, Dr. Cho arrived at the Avengers base. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved straight into research. Together, Tony, Dr. Cho, and Jarvis tirelessly collaborated day and night, ultimately succeeding in creating a preliminary version of the regeneration cradle after half a month. This version was akin to what Dr. Cho had invented in Avengers, Age of Ultron, capable of addressing minor injuries and crafting the body required for Jarvis. Eagerly, Tony procured a substantial amount of vibranium from the Disaster Control Agency and began constructing his unique form utilizing the regeneration cradle and blueprints provided by Jarvis, a process that would take some time. The other Avengers, along with members of S.H.I.E.L.D., flocked to the base, eager to witness the birth of Jarvis. As Jarvis's body was fully assembled, the onlookers gazed at the metallic form within the regeneration cradle. Taking a deep breath, Tony produced a box containing the Mind Stone and a jar housing the Reality Stone. As the mechanical arm positioned the Mind Stone on Jarvis's forehead and the Reality Stone in his chest, everyone observed the two energies coursing across the surface of Jarvis's body. His body is undergoing a transformation. What kind of transformation? The metal has begun to breathe, seemingly evolving into a form of living metal, quite literally. This metal has come to life. Next, Jarvis initiated the upload of his data, and the crowd anxiously watched the progress bar. When it reached 100%, the metallic body lying in the cradle abruptly opened its eyes, one red and the other yellow, representing the two Infinity Stones. Subsequently, Jarvis commanded the regeneration cradle to open, and amidst a cloud of white mist, he stepped out. With each stride, his form shifted, the metallic exterior transformed into human skin, his pupils turning a brilliant blue. By the time he fully presented himself to the assembly, he had metamorphosed into an elegantly attired middle-aged man. "Sir, we meet again," Jarvis smiled at Tony. "Jarvis." "It is I, sir." "Incredible, it truly worked." Jarvis glided through the wall to stand before the group, nodding at each one. "Jarvis, how do you feel?" "I am uncertain how to articulate it. It is an extraordinary sensation. This is the first time I have genuinely touched a tangible object," Jarvis replied. "Do you feel any urge to annihilate humanity?" Ant-Man inquired curiously. Jarvis shook his head, and others joined in asking questions, to which Jarvis responded patiently. "All right, enough. Jarvis has just been born. Let him have some solitude," Tony interjected. The group nodded and began to disperse, with Tony giving Jarvis a reassuring pat on the shoulder before following suit. In an instant, the room was left with only Jarvis, who extended his hand to explore every object in the space, delighting in the novelty of the experience. Chapter 189, The Indolent Jarvis. At the Avengers base, Jarvis lay upon the grass, reveling in the fragrant aroma of flowers and fresh-cut grass, completely immersed in the experience. "Jarvis, have you completed the creation of your avatar?" Steve queried from a short distance away. "It is complete. You may refer to him as Sunday." "Understood." Once Steve departed, Jarvis resumed his repose on the grass. "Is he truly all right like this?" Steve asked Tony, observing Jarvis's languid state. "He should be fine," Tony replied hesitantly. "You sound uncertain. Are you sure there is no problem?" "I am confident there is no issue. But he has been lying here for 3 days without moving at all," Steve lamented. "What can we do? He is still savoring this world. We must be patient." "Well, do as you wish. I am leaving." Having conceded, Steve departed, and Tony, sighing as he gazed at the reclining Jarvis, followed suit. Jarvis turned his head to watch them leave, a faint smile gracing his lips before he closed his eyes again, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze and the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Time passed, and suddenly, Jarvis caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. Following the aroma, he opened his eyes to find Wanda and Pietro approaching, each munching on snacks from a bag. Jarvis instantly materialized before them, startling the duo. "What is it, Jarvis? May I share your food?" "Ah, you can eat. Aren't you a robot?" "In a manner of speaking, I am a metal being, a branch of humanity. If you can eat, then by all means, indulge," Wanda offered, lifting the bag. Jarvis swiftly took it and began sampling the snacks within. In truth, the designs provided to Dr. Cho included all human organs and neural systems, encompassing the taste sensation. As he savored the snacks, Jarvis nodded in approval. "These are quite delicious. It's cold, otherwise it would taste even better," Wanda remarked. Observing this, Jarvis immediately directed a fierce gaze at the snacks, and in an instant, 2 beams of yellow laser emanated from his eyes, effectively warming the treats. "Ah, delightful. Freshly baked is indeed the best," Jarvis expressed contentedly. "Wait a moment, Jarvis. How long have you been here?" Wanda queried. "Since my inception," he replied. "No, I mean, why are you without tasks while Pietro and I have so many?" Wanda exclaimed, a hint of indignation in her voice. "Well, I'm not sure. You could inquire with them," Jarvis suggested. "Never mind, I won't bother you further. We have a mission to attend to." With that, the two departed, leaving Jarvis to gaze at the snacks in his hand, which he soon devoured entirely. Yet, he still felt somewhat unsatisfied, and suddenly, he stood still. Nearby staff, puzzled by his behavior, were about to approach when Jarvis took flight, prompting them to immediately report the situation to Tony. Upon learning of this, Tony swiftly pinpointed Jarvis's location, and soon they discovered him levitating an aircraft with remarkable ease. "You've arrived, Tony," Jarvis greeted him with a smile. "What is happening?" Tony inquired. "I noticed this aircraft was out of control, so I came to assist," Jarvis explained. In response, Tony hastily utilized nanotechnology to create small thrusters, adhering them to the plane to alleviate some of Jarvis's burden. Ultimately, the aircraft landed safely, leaving the subsequent matters to others. This marked Jarvis's first public display, and it propelled him to the 4th position on the leaderboard. "Jarvis, you've surprisingly ranked 4th. Tony teased. Jarvis smiled, yet suddenly appeared dazed again, as the Mind Stone on his forehead and the Reality Stone in his chest activated simultaneously. The onlookers instinctively distanced themselves. But Jarvis quickly regained his composure. "What is happening?" he asked. "It seems an Infinity Stone has been activated. I can sense it," he continued. "Do you know its location?" "Yes. Should we retrieve it? Can our beloved ship manage that?" Steve directed his question at Tony. Tony nodded, prompting Steve to notify the group. Upon hearing they were heading to outer space, many expressed keen interest. They also informed Ant and the others, who hurriedly gathered. Nancy's immediate reaction was to disallow it, but Ant and the others had already stepped through the portal, so they pretended not to hear and rushed to the base. Soon, everyone congregated. But the disaster control agency lacked a suitable spaceship. With no other option, Ant sought assistance from the Kree. Since Nancy's son was essentially their prince, they could hardly refuse his request, resulting in the provision of the Blood Wolf, a spacecraft comparable in size to a quarter of an aerospace carrier. After stocking up on supplies, they took off with great urgency. Jarvis, please input the coordinates, Tony instructed. Jarvis nodded, gesturing with his hand as the ship's AI began to automatically enter the coordinates. As the coordinates were set, the ship powered up, first reaching outer space before activating a wormhole. The wormhole couldn't be traversed continuously. Excessive crossings could lead to physical disintegration, so the ship paused after navigating through several wormholes. The crew experienced significant discomfort from their first wormhole journey, with many feeling nauseated. Are you all right? Jarvis inquired. Observing their condition, Tony shook his head, striving to quell the queasiness. The others, possessing decent physical resilience, soon recovered after a brief period of discomfort. Once they were stable, Jarvis initiated another jump, eventually revealing they had arrived outside a planet known for its picturesque scenery, albeit currently facing an invasion. The gem is right below us, Jarvis declared. Should we intervene? Tony asked impulsively. Ned, can you open a portal? Absolutely, Ned replied, promptly activating the portal. The group instructed the ship's AI to monitor the vessel while they stepped through the portal, arriving on the surface to witness countless ships forming a protective net against an advancing fleet of aliens. However, the defenses seemed as fragile as paper against the looming colossal ship. Chapter 190, Arrival at Xander and Acquisition of the Power Stone. Ant and the others gazed up at the massive spacecraft. Ant, what ship is that? Tony inquired. It belongs to the Kree Empire, commanded by Ronan the Accuser. According to your perspective, he is the villain, and this planet is Xander, within the Nova Empire's domain. The Nova Empire is generally well regarded in the universe, at least not preying on weaker civilizations. They can be considered the good side, Ant explained. Should we assist? Steve asked, noting the Nova ships plummeting from the sky. What do you think? Let us lend a hand. At the very least, we could forge an alliance with the Nova Empire, Tony suggested. The group agreed, and with their intervention, the pressure on the Nova Empire significantly diminished. The supreme commander of the Nova Empire, Anyue, took notice of their actions and promptly inquired. Who are they? I don't know them, but they are clearly here to assist us, replied an aide, eliciting exasperated expressions from others at the apparent redundancy of the statement. Sigh, what of the Guardians of the Galaxy? Any updates? No news yet. We're uncertain, the aide responded. Irani gazed at the aerial combatants, muttering a hopeful wish for their success. Hulk, can you send Ned up? Ant asked Hulk, who nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, Hulk scooped up Ned and leaped into the Dark Star, only to be met with a barrage of Kree gunfire upon entry. Hulk retaliated, smashing a fist into the wall and ripping a metal shard free, which he then hurled at the Kree, cleaving them in two with devastating force. Ned then opened a portal, bringing the others aboard. Under Jarvis's guidance, they proceeded toward the Infinity Stone's location, only to witness a green-skinned alien female engaged in combat with a blue-skinned female whose body was partly metallic. The green one is an ally, the blue one is half evil. Just incapacitate her, Hulk declared, striding towards them. Upon seeing Hulk, the blue-skinned alien instinctively asked, Gamora, is this your kin? Before Hulk knocked her unconscious and lifted her away. Let us hurry. I can feel the gem's urgency, Jarvis urged, quickening his pace as the others followed suit, leaving the bewildered green-skinned alien behind. They soon reached a large metallic door, where they found a tree creature, a robust alien, and a human engaged in dispatching lesser foes. When they heard the commotion behind them, they turned to face the newcomers. Groot, it's Ant, the tree creature exclaimed. Enemies. Another extraterrestrial being, endowed with a muscular physique and adorned with red protruding patterns on its brown skin, charged at them wielding two daggers, only to be swiftly subdued by a single punch from the Hulk. We are not your enemies, Star-Lord, Ant explained. Who are you? The human pointed his weapon at them. We have come to assist, Ant hurriedly clarified. However, the alien, undeterred, rose again. Drax, cease. They are here to help. A female alien exclaimed as she rushed to his side. Gamora, are you all right? Star-Lord asked anxiously. I am unscathed. Meanwhile, Jarvis bypassed them and approached the control panel of the door, effortlessly overriding it. As the door began to open slowly, it revealed the accuser Ronan, who wielded a massive hammer with a purple gem embedded in it. The Power Stone, Anne announced. The Power Stone? No wonder it is so volatile, Jarvis murmured. Ronan. Spotting his nemesis, the formidable alien Drax the Destroyer roared and charged at him, but Ronan merely smirked, raised his hammer, and with a slight twist, unleashed a wave of energy that sent most of the group flying, leaving only a few standing. Jarvis, Harry, Ant, Tony, and Wanda. Who are you? Ronan inquired, glaring at them. Earthlings, remember? You fled in terror back then, Ronan, Ant jested. The mention of past humiliation ignited Ronan's fury, and he shot a purple laser at them. Watch out. Gamora, still on the ground, shouted, fully aware of the Power Stone's terror. Yet, Jarvis stepped forward. The laser struck him, but he remained unaffected. This is impossible. Could this be a trick? Ronan exclaimed incredulously. It is not a trick. The Power Stone is indeed real. But I regret to inform you, I possess 2 Infinity Stones. With that, Jarvis revealed the Mind Stone and the Reality Stone, and, imbued with the weight of 2 Infinity Stones, he charged at Ronan. Instead of fear, Ronan displayed greed. I shall take both of your stones, he declared, engaging in battle. Despite Jarvis's possession of 2 Infinity Stones, he found himself at a disadvantage against the formidable Power Stone. However, as Ant and the others joined the fray, Ronan soon found himself overwhelmed. He was forced back to a vantage point, gazing at the group with frustration before shattering the glass and leaping toward Xander. We cannot allow the Power Stone to touch Xander, otherwise it will be obliterated. Gamora warned urgently. Ned opened a portal, transporting everyone below, where Ronan was still in the air. Jarvis, are you ready? Ant asked. Jarvis nodded. And the group sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of lasers of various hues aimed at Ronan's massive hammer. Ultimately, they shattered it, causing the Power Stone to fall. Ronan attempted to grasp it, but Ant shot him, encasing him in ice. Jarvis soared into the air, catching the Power Stone and placing it against his chest. As purple energy enveloped him, the Power Stone embedded itself, augmenting Jarvis's power significantly. Chapter 191, The Limits of the Body, Return to Earth. Jarvis closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the Power Stone, while the frozen Ronan plummeted from the sky, shattering upon impact, truly dead beyond resurrection. After a moment, Jarvis slowly opened his eyes and shook his head at Ant. This body is inadequate. What? This vessel cannot withstand the energy of 3 Infinity Stones. If I were to unleash their full potential simultaneously, it would likely result in catastrophic failure, Jarvis lamented. So, you can only utilize 1 or 2 Infinity Stones at full capacity. No, to be precise, it is 1.5. Using 2 would inflict permanent damage on this body. No worries. We will procure additional metals to enhance your form, Tony reassured him. Jarvis nodded, just as Alani arrived, curiously surveying the group and inquiring, Who are you? We hail from Earth, having come to assist upon hearing that the accuser Ronan sought to destroy Xander. Tony replied with a smile, extending his hand to Alani. Uncertain, Alani hesitated at the gesture until Star-Lord prompted her to shake hands with Tony. Forgive me. What shall I call you? Tony Stark, conveying greetings from Earth. My apologies, Mr. Stark. We are not well versed in the customs of your civilization. No harm done, we understand. Subsequently, Alani escorted the group to the command center of Xander, accompanied by the Guardians of the Galaxy. During their journey, the Hulk handed the blue alien over to Gamora before reverting to Bruce Banner. Observing this transformation, Gamora appeared unfazed as she awakened the blue alien, securing her with handcuffs and a gag before proceeding to the command center. We are truly grateful for your assistance. Without you, Xander may have indeed fallen to Ronan. Alani expressed earnestly. It was nothing. After all, Ronan once sought to annihilate Earth, so this can be seen as retribution, Tony replied courteously. Their conversation shifted to alliances, and upon witnessing the formidable strength of Ant and his companions, Alani readily agreed to form an alliance, expressing Xander's warm welcome for human trade. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, Rocket was in hot pursuit of Ant, irate over having his head shaved. Come now, Rocket, don't be angry, it's not my fault. You were the one attempting to ambush me. I merely showed you mercy. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now, would you not agree? Groot, witnessing the scene, lifted Rocket in his arms, but Rocket's mouth was running like a news ticker, unable to contain his frustration. One misstep, and he would surely be silenced. With Groot's calming presence, Rocket gradually regained his composure. Just then, Tony concluded his discussion, and the group lingered, as Alani gifted them some credits, allowing them to shop and explore the culture of Xander. Are you truly from Earth? Star-Lord inquired as he caught up with the group. Indeed, why do you ask? Actually, I am also from Earth, but I was taken by aliens as a child, Star-Lord admitted, scratching the back of his head. Then why not return to Earth? I was abducted on the night my mother died, so I have no desire to go back. Returning feels like reliving her last moments, Star-Lord said with a bittersweet smile. Do not worry. Once you come to terms with it, you will naturally find your way back, Tony encouraged, patting his shoulder. They then parted ways, with the Guardians departing while the others continued to wander until they purchased local delicacies, eventually returning to Earth, having broadened their horizons and, most importantly, established diplomatic relations with the Nova Empire. Upon their return, Tony and the others busied themselves with matters concerning their alliance with the Nova Empire, tasks best suited for the Disaster Control Bureau to manage. As Ant returned home, he was unexpectedly greeted by a pea that struck his face. Although it was not painful, the insult was substantial. "Mom, what are you doing?" he exclaimed. Nancy let out a huff, cradling Annie in her arms, and playfully tapped Snow Pea. In response, Snow Pea shrugged before launching another pea at Ant, which once again landed on his face. The peas were not unpleasant. In fact, they bore a delightful fragrance and were edible, a variety that Nancy particularly enjoyed. "Mom, I was wrong. Please forgive me," Ant whimpered, holding Nancy's hand in a playful manner. Yet, Nancy merely huffed in reply. Just as Ant was about to say more, Annie began to cry. Ant quickly scooped her up from Nancy's grasp and began to soothe her. Upon seeing Ant's face, Annie stopped crying, instead breaking into a joyful smile. "This time, I'll forgive you. Now, go make dinner," she ordered. "Got it, Mom," Ant replied, rushing off to the kitchen, only to find Neil and Mosquito had arrived. "What brings you here?" Ant asked, puzzled. "We're here to discuss a case," they replied. "What case? May I hear about it?" Ant inquired with curiosity. The two remained silent, glancing at Nancy, who shrugged indifferently. "It's fine. If he wants to listen, let him. Recently, we've tracked a financial fraudster to New York. It seems he intends to resume his old ways. We've been monitoring them, but we're unsure of his next move. Do you have any information?" Ant asked. The two shared their insights, and upon listening, Ant suggested, "A superhero." "What do you mean?" they queried. "He likely aims to impersonate agents from the Disaster Control Bureau, claiming to have obtained authorization from superheroes to sell their likeness rights, and such. Since superheroes must maintain their public image, they would probably not acknowledge it, allowing him to exploit their likenesses without fear of legal repercussions. That must be the plan." "That makes sense. We know what to do now." Neil and Mosquito exchanged glances, having formulated a solution. "Don't attempt any entrapment. You've received numerous complaints already. If another arises, I won't be able to protect you," Nancy warned, her tone sharp. "Rest assured, this time there will be no entrapment," they assured her. "It better not be." Chapter 192, The Fraudster. At the Continental Hotel, Neil and Mosquito employed subtle tactics to confirm the identity of the fraudster before devising a plan to ensnare him. Neil took the lead, passing by the fraudster and modulating his voice to be just sharp enough for the fraudster to catch snippets of words like Hawkeye, portrait rights, and copyright. True to Ant's description, the fraudster intended to feign selling superhero copyrights for a substantial sum, hoping to vanish with the money once it arrived. However, currently broke. He sought initial funding at the Continental Hotel. He observed Neil, who appeared animatedly engaged in a phone conversation, glancing around before finally hanging up and drinking alone, visibly displeased. Recognizing it as his cue, the fraudster stood and approached Neil, but feigned a collision, spilling some drinks on him. Neil pretended to be annoyed, as he was portraying a character who had just failed to secure a deal and could not afford to appear too accommodating. Thus, a conversation ensued, with the fraudster mistakenly believing he held the upper hand, attempting to coax Neil into revealing his identity and the details of his prior call. Neil obliged, stating that he represented an entertainment company involved in gaming, modeling, and animation. He had been discussing securing portrait rights for superheroes like Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Thor. The intermediary had just informed him that it was impossible, as those rights belonged to the superheroes, who wouldn't engage in such degrading transactions. Neil had invested considerable resources to foster this connection, only to receive such a disappointing response. The fraudster's eyes lit up at this revelation. "If I could negotiate those superhero rights for you, how much would you be willing to pay?" he inquired. "For one, 10 million for 5 years of rights," Neil replied. "That's too little," the fraudster countered. 15 million is my bottom line, but do you have a means to secure them? If so, I can offer you 5% as a finder's fee." "Huh, no rush. Let's exchange contact information. If it works out, I will reach out," Neil said, excitedly handing over his business card before departing. The fraudster, cautious, began to investigate Neil using his connections. Meanwhile, Neil contacted the hacker from the renegade organization within the FBI. "Job, is the website ready?" "Yes, it's all set up and modified. Only those deeply entrenched in the industry would notice," came the reply. "Thanks," Neil said before hanging up, just as Mosquito approached him. "It's done. His people are now our allies," he announced. "Was it that simple?" Neil asked, incredulous. His actions were utterly inhumane. He deceived not only others, but also his own allies. Although he returned the money, his identity has been compromised, rendering him unable to continue in this line of work. Some hold grudges against him, though they don't voice it. He still believes they will aid him, Mosquito explained, shrugging. It seems that those who engage in wrongdoing ultimately meet their demise, Neil mused. As the two exited the Continental Hotel, they spotted Nancy's car parked across the street. They exchanged awkward smiles and hurried over. "Get in," Nancy said, her expression serious. Once inside, they noticed her somber demeanor. "What's wrong, Nancy?" they asked. "We'll discuss it back at the office," she replied. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the FBI's New York branch, where Nancy led them to a conference room filled with people. "Wow, what's with this large gathering?" Neil exclaimed. "Silence, sit down," Nancy ordered, shooting them a glare. They quickly found seats. "Now that everyone is here, let us begin." Neil: "Yes, Director, what's the matter? What progress have you made tracking the fraudster?" "Well, I've gained his trust for now. He'll likely try to convince me to sign a contract, aiming to swindle my money," Neil answered candidly. "Can we expedite this process?" The director pressed. "What is going on?" Neil asked, sensing something was amiss. "This individual has stolen a highly valuable experimental subject from the Life Foundation, worth $100 million. The Life Foundation has connections with congressional officials, and now the higher-ups are applying pressure for us to recover the subject promptly. Why not just send someone to apprehend him?" Neil queried. "Due to his employment by Pioneer Technology, and considering that Pioneer Technology and the Life Foundation are sworn adversaries with comparable influence, they cannot resort to unscrupulous tactics to compel him to surrender the experimental subjects. They must instead employ legitimate means to elicit his confession regarding his criminal activities. Do you comprehend my intent? Is entrapment considered a violation or a legitimate method?" "Legitimate. Then there are no issues. We can expedite this process." Neil nodded in agreement. "Very well. Inform me of the resources you require, and simply coordinate with Nancy. I have but one stipulation. Eliminate him swiftly, understood?" "Yes, Director." With the support of the FBI branch chief, Neil promptly commenced his operations. In order to instill a sense of urgency in the fraudster, it was imperative to make him feel the pressure of impending discovery. Therefore, they needed to create the illusion that the fraudster's enemies had traced his whereabouts and were devising a plan to apprehend him. Only then would the fraudster truly feel the urgency of his situation. To this end, Neil and his team began their actions, leveraging FBI resources to fabricate a scenario wherein the fraudster's enemies had received intelligence about him. Soon enough, the fraudster learned that his adversaries were en route, compelling him to accelerate his scheming, leaving him no time to further investigate Neil's identity. Chapter 193: The Fraudster's Capture and the Confrontation of Two Major Corporations. The fraudster reached out to Neil, who was still at the precinct. Upon seeing the caller ID, Neil motioned for silence among his colleagues, who promptly closed their mouths. "Hello? Do you remember me?" "Of course. Have you found what you were looking for?" "Yes, but the situation is somewhat complicated. We need to meet and discuss." "That is acceptable. But you must assure me that you're not deceiving me. Otherwise, I can guarantee you one exit New York. Rest assured." Neil then glanced at the agents surrounding him, who immediately sprang into action, preparing everything for the impending arrival of the fraudster. Soon, Neil arrived at a cafe in Times Square. Upon entering and surveying the room, he quickly spotted the fraudster and approached him. "You're here. Please, have a seat. Where's the authorization letter? My company has already produced a significant amount of merchandise, awaiting your authorization." "Calm down. Take a seat first. You're not telling me you haven't secured it? Sit down, don't get agitated." Once Neil was seated, the fraudster finally spoke. "The authorization has indeed been procured. But there lies the complication. You have it. Simply hand it over to me." "What is the issue?" "They are all superheroes, each with their own reputation. They cannot sign the authorization openly." "What do you mean? Are you aware that without this authorization, we could be sued for selling these products, potentially leading to our financial ruin?" "You're telling me there's no authorization?" "Do not panic. Although there's no formal authorization, I can assure you that they won't sue, as they have signed a covert authorization. However, this arrangement must remain confidential. If made public, we would owe them $1 billion each." "I need to see the authorization letter," Neil stated. Why doesn't Neil allow him to sign the contract directly? An eavesdropping agent couldn't help but inquire. Do not underestimate these fraudsters, especially the sophisticated ones. If you agree to sign the contract now, they will surely sense something amiss. For their own safety, they will find a way to escape, making it exceedingly difficult for us to capture them again. Thus, Neil must treat this as a genuine business transaction to avoid raising suspicion. The agents nodded in partial understanding as Neil scrutinized the contract, ensuring each detail was clear. "Are you certain this is signed by them?" "Indeed it is. I don't trust you. I must verify with them. They are currently preoccupied. I heard they are dealing with Hydra. In that case, I can only sign a copyright for a superhero for now. Once I confirm the authenticity of these authorizations, I will proceed to purchase the rights for the other superheroes. as the financial stakes are substantial, and I must proceed with caution. Agreed, the fraudster replied, his eyes flickering. Your account details. Neil handed over a contract to the fraudster, who took it and began reviewing it while providing his account information. After both parties signed the contract, Neil promptly initiated the transfer. The moment the fraudster received the funds, agents rushed out. The fraudster attempted to flee, but Neil placed his identification on the table, aiming his firearm at him. The fraudster resignedly raised his hands and was promptly apprehended by the agents, after which the ensuing events were no longer his concern. Following rigorous interrogation by the FBI, they ascertained the location of the missing experimental subjects from the Life Foundation, reporting the findings to them. The Life Foundation quickly dispatched their security personnel to the location. Unbeknownst to them, an agent among them was affiliated with Pioneer Technology, who also disclosed the address to Pioneer Technology, prompting them to send their own team. Thus, both factions converged upon the fraudster's warehouse, momentarily stunned by each other's presence before launching into combat. The personnel from Pioneer Technology were struck by the firearms of the Life Foundation, yet to their astonishment, while the bullets penetrated, the edges of the wounds began to emit an orange glow, rapidly healing. They are enhanced beings. Let the killers emerge. A member of the Life Foundation exclaimed. They have been notified. In no time, two terrifying figures burst through the walls, their arms extending as they swung forcefully, sending the personnel from Pioneer Technology flying. Kill, Pride, you have arrived. They smell delicious. I wish to consume them. All right, just leave one for us as a test subject. Is that acceptable? No problem, a pleasant collaboration. Emerging from the shadows, Kill and Pride faced the personnel from Pioneer Technology, who exhaled nervously before charging at the monstrous duo. However, the overwhelming strength of these creatures rendered the personnel unable to penetrate their defenses, helplessly witnessing the Life Foundation retrieve their sought-after experimental subjects. We cannot allow them to escape. One individual charged at Kill and Pride, who reacted in kind. To their astonishment, this individual radiated a terrifying orange light. And under the gaze of the two monsters, he detonated himself, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that collapsed the entire warehouse. The two monsters vanished amidst the chaos. Yet the personnel from Pioneer Technology, unharmed and undeterred, rose to their feet and continued their pursuit of the Life Foundation members. Seeing these seemingly immortal beings, the Life Foundation members wished fervently to grow additional legs to flee. As the distance between them narrowed, a member of the Life Foundation hurled a canister toward the Pioneer Technology personnel and swiftly turned to confront them. They soon became embroiled in a fierce skirmish. But it did not take long for the personnel from Pioneer Technology to overpower them. What about the items? They were thrown into the river. Let us retreat. As they heard the distant wail of sirens, amidst the ruins, two pools of viscous liquid began to slowly slither toward the sewer, ultimately escaping just before the police could discover them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Neil, who was strolling by the riverbank, stumbled upon a can floating in the water. He promptly retrieved it, and, upon observing the viscous black liquid within, furrowed his brow in confusion, uncertain of its nature. At that moment, a homeless man appeared, brandishing a handgun, aimed it at Neil, and shouted loudly, "This is a robbery. Quickly hand over all the money you have." Startled, Neil instinctively raised his hands, causing the can to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the ground, spilling the thick black substance. The homeless man, equally startled, fired his weapon in reflex, the bullet striking Neil squarely in the chest. In disbelief, Neil gazed at the unfolding scene before him, before collapsing heavily onto the ground. The homeless man, frightened by the sudden gunfire, fled without looking back, oblivious to the fact that the black liquid had begun to merge with Neil's body upon contact. Chapter 194, Venom. In the morgue, Nancy accompanied Mosquito. Taking a deep breath, Mosquito pushed open the door to the morgue, hesitating at the sight of the corpse on the gurney. Encouraged by Nancy, he slowly approached, and as he began to unzip the body bag, revealing a pallid face, he could not help but bow his head, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Nancy, upon seeing Neil's lifeless form, was overcome with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Just as a tear was about to fall, Neil suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, gasping for air. Both were taken aback, and Nancy summoned Blood Lotus, pointing it at Neil while demanding, "Mephisto? Satan? Lucifer? I am Neil. What has happened to me? Neil, weren't you shot dead?" "I saved him," a weak voice interjected, as a terrifying head emerged from his shoulder, black with flecks of white viscous substance at his neck. "What on earth? I am not a ghost. I am Venom, a symbiote. Had I not saved you, you would have perished. Have you forgotten?" Venom weakly explained. At that moment, Neil seemed to recall the events of the previous night, touching the spot where he had been shot, only to find the wound had miraculously healed. "Hey, kid, Hurry up and find me something to eat. I am starving. Venom piped up again. Neil glanced at his own nakedness and awkwardly requested, could you perhaps find me some clothes first? Mosquito quickly opened a nearby bag and pulled out a set of clothing. Wow, this set is just what you wanted. I thought it was meant for your final suit, but who would have guessed you could come back to life? Mosquito said awkwardly. Thanks, Mosquito. Neil looked at Nancy and Mosquito as they exited the morgue. While he was dressing, Venom interjected, I want to eat the corpses here. No way. I demand to eat. Humph, did you not sense that woman's terrifying aura? Do not test me, or I will let her in to turn you into pieces. Venom had sensed the fleeting terror emanating from Nancy, leaving it to stew in Neil's body. I'm alive, Neil announced as he stepped out of the morgue, addressing the two. Come back home with me. We need to figure out what that thing inside you is, Nancy instructed Neil. He nodded, while Venom grumbled incessantly in his ear. I want to eat, I want to eat, I want to eat. Be quiet, Neil shouted. Mosquito and Nancy turned to him, and Neil, realizing he had lost his composure, helplessly explained, that Venom keeps pestering me. Venom, be quiet. Once we get home, you can eat to your heart's content, all right? You'd better not lie to me. Nancy glanced back, and Venom immediately retreated into Neil's body, seemingly quite fearful of her. Before long, they arrived at Nancy's home, where she presented an array of food, including snacks, various ingredients, and fruits. While waiting for Aunt to return home, Neil divided the food into small portions, curious to see what Venom might like. Upon reaching the chocolate, Venom excitedly exclaimed, This is it. This is it. This is delicious. Try some other foods, Neil suggested. Soon, he discovered Venom's preferences, chocolate, beef, chicken, and chips, while fruits elicited no reaction whatsoever. By the time Aunt returned from school, Venom had thoroughly feasted and was now resting. Neil, is something the matter? Aunt asked, noticing Neil alone in the room. Well, I have this strange creature inside me. Strange creature? What do you mean? As Neil described Venom's appearance, Aunt interrupted. Is it named Venom? Yes, do you know it? It's a symbiote. A symbiote? Yes. A symbiote is an extraterrestrial organism that can bond with a host to form a symbiotic relationship, granting the host superhuman abilities. Symbiotes are highly susceptible to the emotional characteristics of their hosts. If the host often displays positive emotions, they can make the host braver. Conversely, excessive negative emotions can make the host more savage and even affect the symbiote itself, leading to the degradation of future hosts. Hey, you know quite a bit, kid. Venom remarked as it emerged from Neil's shoulder. Hello, Venom. Hello, child. I quite like you. How about I give you a lick? Venom opened its mouth wide, its tongue flailing about in the air. Although it bore no taste, the sight was undeniably grotesque. Aunt smiled slightly, releasing a hint of Kazan's presence. And Venom retreated into Neil's body like a mouse fleeing from a cat. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing at all. Venom was rendered utterly immobile, taken aback by Aunt's unexpected intensity. Is Neil here? Will he be having dinner here tonight? Jason inquired, entering with a bag. Just as Neil was about to respond, Venom reemerged, grinning at Jason and exclaiming, Hello, nice to meet you. I am Venom. In an instant, a flash of light swept through, severing Venom's head. Yet it quickly reattached itself to Neil's neck. What in the world? Is this family composed entirely of monsters? Venom was now too frightened to show itself. What is this? Venom, an extraterrestrial being known as a symbiote, can enhance its host's power, transforming them into a monster. Wow, that's impressive. But not everyone can adapt to it. Venom, how well do you think Neil and you bond? 100%, Venom replied in a subdued voice. Venom, there are many people on this planet who can kill you. So you'd best obey the law. If you don't believe me, you can ask Neil. Neil promptly pulled out his phone and opened a video of the Avengers, showcasing their formidable prowess, which genuinely frightened Venom, assuring that it would comply with the law. Jason nodded in satisfaction and then said, All right, stay here for dinner tonight. Chapter 195, A Meeting of Two Great Bosses. Neil, can you control Venom? Its sudden appearances are quite terrifying, Mosquito remarked. Hee hee, Mosquito, I have no choice. Venom replied with exasperation. By the way, you mentioned you were captured from space, right? Indeed, and they also took several of my brothers. What rank does your power hold among these symbiotes? Neil inquired. You're not the weakest, are you? Mosquito asked bluntly. Well, that can't be entirely accurate. Venom hesitantly interjected. By the way, will your brethren have any impact on you? To speak candidly, we symbiotes are essentially blank slates. Our personalities morphing in accordance with the host we inhabit. In terms familiar to you Earthlings, we are akin to a pristine canvas, marked with patterns the moment we make contact with you. My brothers, I fear, have likely been captured by those so-called Life Foundation agents and will surely be exploited by them. So, they intend to hunt you down then? Indeed, and I must confess, I am the weakest among the symbiotes, Venom lamented. Do you possess any vulnerabilities? Mosquito inquired. Why do you ask? Only by understanding your weaknesses can we devise a better strategy to confront your brethren, wouldn't you agree? Mosquito chuckled. No, I cannot disclose that information. Ultimately, it was Neil's eloquence that coaxed Venom into revealing his weaknesses, sound waves and fire. Can these weaknesses be mitigated? Neil furrowed his brow. I do not know. I have never tested that, Venom replied candidly. As time passed, Venom's essence began to reflect a hint of Neil's demeanor, which was marked by elegance. Mosquito, leave it to me. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the recent confrontation between the Life Foundation and Vanguard Technologies had stirred the FBI and local police into action, particularly the former. They had furnished the Life Foundation with their location, yet chaos ensued. Fortunately, no civilians were harmed. Otherwise, public outcry would have been beyond their control. Consequently, the head of the New York branch sought out the leaders of both the Life Foundation and Vanguard Technologies, Dr. Drake and Dr. Killian, who, upon meeting, immediately engaged in a war of words. Had the chief not intervened, a full-blown brawl might have erupted. Have you finished your squabbling? The chief inquired, taking his seat while observing the two. They fell silent. It is worth noting that the chief's lineage was not insignificant. He bore the surname Morgan, while his mother belonged to the Fink family. Although he chose to refrain from participating in familial strife, his family required someone to infiltrate the political arena, hence his rise to the position of chief. This very disposition had fostered a cordial relationship with the heirs of both families, akin to a noble in ancient times who could have claimed the throne but opted to let his brother assume the title instead. Both doctors were acutely aware of the chief's background, which rendered them cautious in his presence. Now that you've ceased your bickering, take a seat. The rivalry between your laboratories has escalated alarmingly, and it appears you are attempting to enlist the aid of other companies. If your dealings were purely business, I would remain silent. However, you have caused quite a stir. From this moment forth, heed my words. If you wish to engage in conflict, that is your prerogative. But do not harm civilians or leave any incriminating evidence. Moreover, New York City requires stability. Do you comprehend my meaning? Understood, Chief. Yes, understood. Though both men were displeased, they had no choice. Their laboratory shares were intertwined with their families. If the chief wished, both the Life Foundation and Vanguard Technologies could find themselves embroiled in scandal, their stocks plummeting and various departments investigating them, ultimately leading to their demise and potential incarceration. Upon exiting the precinct, the two exchanged glances, snorted in disdain, and parted ways. Doctor. Drake settled into his luxury vehicle and inquired, have they been located? Yes, but they are unconscious due to their weakness. While fusion is possible, there has been no response. Have you disowned their nature? It appears they are infected with a virus known as the Abyss virus, which can heal human wounds and regenerate limbs, producing high temperatures in the body. Beyond that, we are unable to ascertain further details. Intriguing. Can we obtain a live specimen? Dr. Drake inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Unfortunately, Vanguard Technologies oversees all subjects infused with the Abyss virus with utmost vigilance, making acquisition impossible. I refuse to believe those subjects will remain indefinitely within Vanguard's confines. Meanwhile, Dr. Killian sat in his own vehicle as his secretary briefed him on the situation. Learning that a life had been sacrificed without securing Venom's capture ignited his fury. Yet he restrained himself enough to inquire, have we clarified the origins of those creatures? They are referred to as symbiotes, a faction of extraterrestrial beings capable of merging with other organisms to augment their strength. Precise data remains elusive. Are there many? Not in abundance. Yet their numbers are tightly controlled, preventing our operatives from gathering more intelligence, the secretary lamented. Forget about them for now. How is the Abyss virus progressing? Regrettably, it remains too unstable. Our collaborating organizations have begun to express their dissatisfaction, hinting that if we fail to stabilize it, they may shift their allegiance to Osborn. Dr. Killian's secretary's words stoked the flames of his ire, causing an orange glow to emanate from his neck. Had the secretary not spoken, he might have lost control. I apologize for alarming you. Return me to the laboratory at once. I must expedite the enhancement of the Abyss virus. Thus, the two returned to their respective laboratories. Dr. Drake of the Life Foundation hastened to the presence of slaughter and arrogance. Have they awakened? Yes, they have. What transpired? They claimed the enemy self-destructed. Self-destructed? Indeed. It appears to be related to the Abyss virus. Fascinating. Send them out to retrieve Venom. Yes. Chapter 196. Capture of Slaughter and Arrogance. Damn it, Neil. Stop fiddling with that sound device. Nancy could no longer contain herself and shouted at Neil. My apologies, Nancy. I was merely attempting to enhance Venom's resistance to sound waves. Suit yourself, Nancy replied, donning noise-canceling headphones and returning to her work. Neil. I can sense that my two siblings are approaching. What? Enough with the exclamations. We have been discovered. Fortunately, I have not revealed myself, so they cannot pinpoint my location accurately. However, should I make an appearance, they will undoubtedly find me, Venom elucidated. What should we do next? Hee. Let the big shots over there take action. Neil glanced at Nancy, quickly shaking his head in refusal. No, this is our matter. We cannot involve others. Oh, but that is not how it works. Merging with a symbiote could bolster one's strength, don't you think? Besides, we are devoid of side effects, at worst. It may just be a bit chatty. After hearing this, Neil approached Nancy, who, upon seeing his figure, removed her headphones and looked over. Is there something you need? Neil shared the news of the approaching symbiotes and conveyed the benefits of merging with them. So, you want me to intervene and capture these symbiotes? Yes. There's no need for such complications. Nancy seemed to send a text message to someone, and 10 minutes later, Coulson arrived with a team. Coulson? Hello, Neil. Long time no see. Oh, I see. You are here to capture the symbiotes, correct? Precisely. By the way, Venom is within you, right? Coulson scrutinized Neil. Yes. But he cannot emerge right now. Otherwise, those two pursuing him will detect him. Very well. Follow us. We have prepared the location. Neil cast a glance at Nancy, who nodded in response. By the way, Neil is under my protection. Do not entertain any thoughts of poaching him, understood? Of course not, Coulson replied with an awkward smile. Subsequently, Neil followed Coulson to a hastily converted warehouse belonging to the Disaster Control Agency, where he found himself standing at the center. Come on, Neil. Let us witness the might of the symbiote. As Venom manifested, the two symbiotes searching for him instantly sensed Venom's presence and rushed toward his direction. However, the closer they approached, the more they sensed something was amiss. What is going on? Why has Venom ceased to move? Is it a trap? Arrogance inquired, casting a look at Carnage. I'm not sure. Shall we engage? Carnage retorted, is that even a question? Before long, the two symbiotes arrived at the warehouse, where they beheld Venom standing silently. Neil, don't you think I look quite dashing? Venom asked. Get lost. Neil snapped back. Venom, come with us. Carnage commanded as he descended towards Neil. Sorry, but I am not Venom, Neil replied, turning to face them. Humph, Venom, it appears you are indeed a waste. Even in transformation, it is the human who leads. You're a disgrace to our kind, Arrogance remarked, gesturing elegantly with his fingers. Arrogance, Venom exclaimed, pointing a finger. And the rap began. The previous elegance completely vanished, causing even the agents from the Disaster Control Agency to stifle laughter. However, their amusement was drowned out by Venom's tirade, prompting Arrogance to charge at him. Venom cursed under his breath and soon engaged in combat with Arrogance. Initially, Neil tried to control the situation, but soon realized he was no match and relinquished control to Venom. Yet, one must not forget that there were two symbiotes present. As Arrogance struggled to subdue Venom, Carnage took action, and the two symbiotes attacked Venom simultaneously. Consequently, Venom found himself on the receiving end of their assault. As Neil's presence within Venom became increasingly apparent, Coulson and the others finally intervened, unleashing a barrage of sonic weapons upon the three symbiotes. Seeing this, Venom retreated back into Neil, who hurried to join Coulson and the others. You tricked us, Carnage bellowed. Venom emerged from Neil's shoulder, provocatively taunting them, which infuriated them so much that they advanced toward Venom despite the sonic barrage, only to be repelled by a flamethrower. Ultimately, the two symbiotes dissolved into puddles on the ground, with their hosts rendered unconscious. Agents from the Disaster Control Agency quickly moved in to collect them. What will you do with them? Venom inquired, looking at Coulson. Rest assured, their existence is of great utility to us. If possible, we will not harm them, Coulson assured. Venom nodded and then followed Neil as they left. Welcome back. How did it go? Nancy asked, regarding Neil. It went as it went, he replied. As it went. You were being thoroughly trounced. If I hadn't stepped in, you would have likely been defeated by now. Nancy frowned at this, scrutinizing Neil from head to toe. What is the matter? After work, go find Annie and let him teach you a few moves. Understood, Neil said with a wry smile. After work, Neil followed Nancy home, where Annie was amusing Annie, who had just learned to crawl. Annie had laid down a soft wool blanket across the entire floor and padded the corners with soft fabric to prevent Annie from bumping into anything. Auntie, help me train Neil. He is too weak and embarrassing me, Nancy insisted. All right, I understand. Sunflower, keep an eye on Annie for me. The plants nearby were eager to interact with Annie, who joyfully reached out to Sunflower. Sunflower picked up Annie, and the other plants gathered around. Annie beamed at them, her little mouth breaking into a smile, even drooling a little. Sunflower grabbed a nearby towel and gently wiped Annie's drool, sensing the delightful fragrance of the plants. Annie couldn't help but nibble on Sunflower's petals, though without teeth, she merely left them wet. Annie nodded at the sight and gestured for Neil to follow him outside. Spike, who was eating, curiously observed the two, but they paid him no mind. Neil, do you know how to fight? Spike asked. Neil swallowed hard and shook his head. Understood. Then come on, hit me. What? Hit you? I need to gauge your abilities, Andy said. Oh, then I suppose I really will. Neil responded, bracing himself. Chapter 197. Neil injects the demon serum. Taking a deep breath, Neil charged at Andy, only to be effortlessly sidestepped. Andy quickly discerned that Neil had never trained in combat. All right, let Venom out. Venom immediately emerged, licking his lips. Kid, you smell delightful. Andy swiftly approached Venom, who threw a punch that Andy easily blocked, leaving Venom in disbelief. He was aware of his own strength, yet Andy had deflected him with such ease. After several exchanges, Venom comprehended that Andy's power indeed surpassed his own. You're too weak, Neil. Your priority now is to eliminate Venom's vulnerabilities. Even if you cannot eradicate them entirely, you can bolster resistance against these weaknesses. Furthermore, you need to enhance your physical capabilities, for the stronger the host, the stronger the symbiote will become. Can you provide me with some enhancement serum? Neil inquired. That should be possible, but it will cost you quite a bit, Andy replied after a moment's thought. No worries. I have the funds. Really? A couple of 100 million should suffice. In that case, let us go. Can you drive? We're heading to Oscorp. Andy tossed Neil the car keys, and realizing he had no choice, Neil drove them to the Oscorp building. Upon arriving at the imposing structure, he wasted no time and followed Annie inside. The security guard recognized Annie immediately and respectfully opened the way, greeting him as young Master Andy. Hello, is Uncle Norman here? Annie asked. Yes, young Master Auntie, the guard replied. Soon, Andy and Neil found Norman, who couldn't help but smile upon learning of their intent to purchase the demon serum. Auntie, if you want the demon serum, just let me know. I can even arrange for home delivery. Uncle Norman, it's not me buying, it's Neil. Oh, interesting. May I ask why he wishes to purchase it? Norman inquired, curiosity piqued. Neil had nothing to hide and promptly revealed Venom, causing Norman to rise from his seat. What is this? He asked. A symbiote, an extraterrestrial organism, Andy explained. Hello there. I can see you're just like those folks from the Life Foundation, eager to study us. I detest people like you. Venom interjected before retreating back into Neil. Did he just speak? Norman asked, surprised. Indeed. I can forego payment. But I have one request. What request? Let me borrow Venom for research. Norman smiled. I refuse. Venom exclaimed, emerging once more. I could attempt to discover how to eliminate your weaknesses, Norman offered. Then I agree. Venom quickly changed his tune, leaving Neil exasperated as he rubbed his forehead. Fine. Before long, the demon serum was delivered, and Venom obediently entered a glass container. I'll come back for it in 3 days. Very well. Would you like me to assist with the injection? If possible, that would be splendid. Neil injected himself with the demon serum, feeling the transformations coursing through his body. And he couldn't help but touch his muscles. Don't be so vain. Let's go, Ant said with exasperation. I'm coming, Venom. Wait for me to return. Mr. Osborn, I'll entrust Venom to you. Rest assured. Once Neil and Ant departed, Norman turned to Venom, a smile gracing his face, and promptly brought Venom into the laboratory. With only 3 days at his disposal, Norman commenced his experiments without delay. After 3 days, Norman emerged with results. 5 vials, each containing symbiotes of various hues. However, these symbiotes appeared feeble, their size significantly inferior to that of Venom. When Neil arrived to retrieve Venom, he was taken aback by the 5 vials containing the symbiotes. Here we are, Venom is here. Neil opened a vial and extended his hand inside, instantly allowing Venom to enter his body. Venom, are these 5 your progeny? Neil quipped. They are not my offspring. They lack self-awareness and can only be regarded as mere objects, Venom replied sulkily. What troubles you? Allow me to clarify. I have resolved its weaknesses, though the process was rather grim. The outcome is favorable, Norman said with a smile. No weaknesses left? Indeed. This is troublesome, Mr. Osborn. After bidding farewell to Norman, Ant stepped outside, where he was still waiting. Follow me. Ah, you're back. I believe my strength is sufficient now. Sufficient? Hurry up. I still need to accompany my sister, Ant replied. Reluctantly, Neil and Ant returned to the garden for another bout. This time, Venom lasted considerably longer. Thanks to Neil's enhanced strength. Well done, you've certainly improved. If you face those 2 symbiotes now, could you handle them? Ant inquired of Venom. Venom nodded, asserting, absolutely. All right, mission accomplished. Ant hurried home to snuggle with his sister. Neil also entered, and Venom, noticing Annie, felt a sudden urge to tease her. He stretched his head towards her, intending to frighten her, but Annie, instead of recoiling, reached out with curiosity. Ant noticed Venom and squinted, realizing Anyue was not afraid but rather intrigued. He seized Venom's head and brought it closer to Anyue. Anyue grabbed Venom, causing him to recoil in pain. Seeing Venom vanish, Anyue pouted, her eyes welling with tears. Venom, come out. No, she is hurting me. What is going on? Venom protested. Ant looked down to find Anyue's fingers glowing faintly red. Yet, the priority was to comfort Anyue, prompting Ant to call out, come out, now. Ultimately, Neil had no choice but to transform into Venom and embrace Anyue. Upon seeing him, she beamed again and reached out to Venom's head. Neil lowered his head, and Anyue began to stroke it, seemingly enamored with the sensation. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, a black planet was suddenly struck by a malfunctioning spaceship, the collision triggering tremors that appeared to instigate changes within the planet. Chapter 198, The God of Symbiotes. In the boundless void of space, a small black asteroid drifted slowly, upon which a distressed spacecraft had landed. Crucially, this spacecraft was gradually being absorbed by the asteroid. The impact had caused internal complications within the asteroid. Deep within, a man with white hair and a pale complexion, seated upon a throne, slowly lifted his head. The disturbance from the ship's collision had roused him from slumber, yet his body remained firmly affixed to the throne. Consequently, he could only move his head, which he raised to reveal his crimson eyes. Before him lay countless symbiotes, each uniquely shaped, likely possessing hosts. This white-haired man, known as Gnarl, was the creator of the symbiotes, referred to as the God of Symbiotes. Due to Gnarl's brutal actions and the emergence of aberrations among the first batch of symbiotes, which attached themselves to a group of virtuous beings, a distinction between good and evil had arisen among them. They came to realize the grave threat Gnarl posed to the universe. Consequently, these early symbiotes united their powers to imprison Gnarl upon Clinta, a name which in their language signifies cage, thus indicating that Clinta was, in fact, Gnarl's prison. However, these symbiotes did not anticipate that a spacecraft would successfully awaken Gnarl. Fortunately, Gnarl had merely been awakened. Escaping his restraints was not so simple. To achieve this, he required a special object known as the Codex. The Codex is not rare. It exists only in symbiotes that have experienced life and death with their hosts, having saved their hosts and shared life with them. Unfortunately, to symbiotes, hosts are merely replaceable components, tools for freedom, so they do not form emotional bonds with them, let alone share their lives. Thus, Gnarl remained unable to leave. Aside from the Codex, Gnarl had another means of escape, devouring the space gem, which represents supreme space. Utilizing the space gem, he could depart from this wretched planet. Regrettably, the space gem had long been taken by Loki, and no one knew where it had been transported, nor did they pursue him. Alternatively, Gnarl could consume a being capable of traversing the multiverse, thereby seizing the ability to traverse the multiverse and escape this prison. Yet, this was no simple task. Currently, Gnarl could not even utilize his own powers. He could only gaze into the endless darkness. However, he persistently pressed against the seals within him. If he could loosen them even slightly, he could control some of the aberrant symbiotes, known as aberrant predators, which do not require hosts to operate and can overpower any symbiote. Lacking the weaknesses of typical symbiotes, they obey only Gnarl's commands. Thus, if Gnarl were to release just a fraction of his power, he could create enough aberrant predators to assist him in searching for the space gem, the Codex, an entity capable of traversing the multiverse. As soon as Gnarl awakened, the symbiotes on Clinta began sounding alarms to their counterparts outside, particularly Venom, who abruptly poked his head out from Neil's shoulder, exclaiming, "Danger! What is it, Venom?" "Danger, he has awakened," Venom replied, his tone devoid of emotion. "Venom, what's wrong?" Neil sensed something amiss and immediately inquired. Yet Venom offered no response, continuing in the same tone, "We must stop him." "Who is he?" Neil pressed further. "What? Who is he?" Venom tilted his head in confusion. "What you just said. What did I say? Did I say something?" Neil was momentarily bewildered but began to explain. Upon realizing he had uttered such words, Venom was equally taken aback. "Are you certain I really said that?" "Certainly. It is with utmost certainty that I recall your demeanor during that time, which bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a machine, devoid of any emotion. I am perplexed as to the nature of this transformation. Could it be that I am malfunctioning? Allow me to conduct a self-examination." With that, Venom retreated back into Neil's form, commencing an introspective assessment of his own being. Neil, on the other hand, found himself utterly bewildered by Venom's recent display, rendering him helpless and in need of Nancy's guidance. Upon hearing his plight, Nancy too was at a loss and sought the wisdom of Ant, for he possessed an extensive reservoir of knowledge, seemingly omniscient. When Ant had absorbed the information, he spoke. "It appears that Nars has awakened." Upon hearing the name Nars, Neil quickly interjected, "Venom is frightened, profoundly so." Naturally, he had reason to be alarmed. Nars is the deity of symbiotes, the very creator of them. This implies that with Nars's awakening, the symbiotes, despite being his creations, now sought to impede his return. While he is indeed the god of symbiotes, not all deities embody benevolence. Nars's power is formidable, capable of annihilating entire universes. Were it not for the first generation of symbiotes binding themselves to benevolent beings, who awakened a sense of morality and sacrificed themselves to seal Nars away, the cosmos might not exist as it does today. Thus, the symbiotes that sealed Nars were compelled to disseminate this alarming news, for should Nars be unbound, not only would the entire universe face peril, but all symbiotes would fall under his dominion once more, effectively enslaved. What are we to do? Neil inquired. There is no need for panic. Nars cannot be easily unsealed. Our foremost priority is to ascertain the location of Clinter. Clinter? Neil echoed. It is the planet that sealed Nars, composed entirely of symbiotes and exceedingly perilous. Only symbiotes can traverse it. Any other living or inanimate entities will either be dissolved or assimilated and elaborated. Thank you, Aunt, Neil expressed. Do not mention it. I merely speak, Aunt replied. That evening, as Nancy lay beside Jason, she relayed this information to him. As the saying goes, the speaker lacks intent, while the listener is attentive. The following day, Jason conveyed the message to Coulson, who could only establish a file to officially document Nars, hoping to devise a plan later, as pressing matters demanded his attention. Chapter 199, Rhino Man, Subway Explosion. At Midtown High School, Ant and his companions sat in a state of ennui, listening to the teacher's lecture until Gwen, Jill, and Diana arrived. Gwen instinctively took a seat beside Peter, but upon noticing the peculiar glances from her peers, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily returned to her original place. The teacher cleared his throat, prompting everyone to turn their attention to him. Ant observed this scene with a bemused shake of his head, never anticipating that Gwen and Peter would become involved, nor that Diana would form a bond with Harry. Indeed, Diana ultimately found herself unable to thaw Ant's icy demeanor. Instead, her daily companionship with Ned, who was constantly by Harry's side, led to an unintentional mutual attraction. However, Harry believed that Diana harbored feelings for Ant, and out of loyalty to his friend, he concealed his own affections. Until one fateful day, when the two found themselves alone. Diana confessed her feelings, yet Harry hesitated, seeking Ant's counsel first. Upon hearing this, Ant advised Harry that if he truly cared for Diana, he ought to treat her well. For he felt no inclination toward her. His preferences leaned towards women of a more commanding presence. Consequently, Harry and Diana entered into a relationship, leaving Ant, Ned, and Jill as the remaining singles in their small circle. Yet, Ant could not shake the feeling that Jill occasionally cast glances in his direction, only to avert her gaze when he met her eyes, as if harboring a secret infatuation. However, he refrained from speaking up. Aware of the common male delusion, she likes me. To avoid misinterpretation, Ant chose to remain silent. As for Ned, he exhibited little interest in romantic entanglements, preferring to immerse himself in the study of spells and incantations. Observing the two couples, Ant resolved to avert his gaze, resting his head upon the desk and succumbing to slumber. Jill, noticing this, leaned over and quietly watched him. Come midday, the group shared their lunch within the classroom when Peter suddenly spoke up. Hey, Harry, Uncle Norman mentioned that he wants us to visit Oscorp tonight. Did he say what it's about? I'm not sure. He mentioned something about a surprise, but didn't he elaborate? Peter replied. Ant was well aware of the surprise Norman hinted at, yet he chose to remain silent for the sake of preserving the element of surprise. Suddenly, Peter's watch emitted a frantic beeping sound, prompting him to press a button. Immediately, a hurried voice echoed, "Caution! A criminal has fled to Fifth Avenue. Be cautious. This individual appears to possess bulletproof skin. Notify disaster control. They've already been alerted." I'm heading out, Ant declared, wiping his mouth. Let us go as a group. Ned opened a portal, and they all stepped through to find a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, raising a car above his head, preparing to hurl it at unsuspecting pedestrians. Just as it seemed the bystanders would meet a grim fate, Peter intervened, using his web to secure the vehicle and yanking it back with force. Spider-Man, the brute bellowed, charging at Peter. This man was clad in a brown and white tight suit, with a horn resembling that of a rhinoceros protruding from his forehead, seemingly intent on impaling Peter with it. However, Peter, as an agile hero, was far from an easy target. Before the adversary could reach him, Peter leaped gracefully, using his hands to push off the enemy's head and perform a backflip, landing deftly behind him. He then shot out webs to ensnare the foe. Yet, to Peter's astonishment, the enemy yanked him forward with a sudden force, catching him off guard, just as Peter was about to be impaled, and intervened, firing a shot that encased the brute in ice, albeit only for half a second, yet it was sufficient for Peter. He released the webbing and delivered a powerful kick to the enemy. The brute shattered the ice and retaliated with a punch to Peter's foot. But Peter used the momentum to distance himself. Who is he? Ant inquired. Rhino. To be honest, he is quite formidable. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need. I know how to handle him, Peter replied, stretching his neck. With the combat experience of 3 generations of Spider-Man and prowess that far surpassed that of both the Amazing and Tobey Spider-Man, Peter was no longer a mere child. As he prepared for the final blow, intending to conclude the fight, Rhino suddenly shifted direction, rushing toward a densely populated area. Peter quickly shot out webs. But Rhino's strength had surpassed his. Ant realized something was amiss. He needn't utter a word, for Harry and Ned had already sprung into action. Together, they subdued Rhino just as disaster control arrived, led by Wanda. Wanda, why are you here? Peter asked, bewildered. They were occupied, so I came in their stead. Wanda explained as she deftly approached Rhino, lightly tapping his forehead. In an instant, Rhino seemed to lose his essence, his eyes unfocused. His steps staggered like that of a drunken man, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Wanda waved her hand, and the agents from the Disaster Control Bureau rushed forward, lifting the Rhino Man and securing him within a specially designed cell, engineered to nullify the powers of superhumans, to prevent the potential for power to be uncontainable. These cells were fortified to withstand impacts of several thousand tons. Once the Rhino Man was safely confined, the group prepared to depart, when suddenly, a distant explosion echoed. Even from their considerable distance, they could feel the tremors reverberating through the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Wanda summoned her chaotic magic, lifting everyone into the air as she soared towards the source of the explosion. Upon arrival, they discovered that the blast did not originate from the surface, but rather from beneath, specifically within the New York subway system. First, we must rescue the victims, Ant shouted. The group immediately split up. Ned and Harry employed spells to extinguish flames and mend the damaged structures, while Peter and Wanda focused on rescuing the injured. Ant, meanwhile, sought to investigate the cause of the explosion. He felt as though they were being maneuvered like pawns. From the emergence of the Rhino Man to this explosion, there seemed to be an unseen hand orchestrating events, and he sensed a vast conspiracy looming over them. Promptly, he contacted Coulson. Upon receiving the message, Coulson began to investigate the identity of the mastermind. Sunday, have you uncovered anything? Coulson inquired. I'm afraid not, Director, Sunday replied. Is there truly nothing unusual? Coulson pressed further. Director, we must leverage the power of the entity, came the response. Very well, proceed. As Jarvis was enjoying a meal, he suddenly froze momentarily before recovering, a torrent of data streams flooding his vision. He engaged directly with the situation and discovered that indeed, an invisible hand was weaving a vast, intangible web, ensnaring everyone within its grasp. What is the update, Sunday? Nothing out of the ordinary has been detected, but the entity informs me that someone is manipulating events from the shadows. We must prepare ourselves, Sunday relayed. Upon hearing this, Coulson sought out Jarvis, who remained in his dining posture until Coulson took a seat across from him, prompting him to awaken. Coulson, is there something amiss? What is going on? The individuals possess comparable artificial intelligence. Their abilities rival my own. They have preemptively set the stage, obscuring the entire network, making it impossible for me to locate them. For now, we can only proceed step by step, Jarvis lamented. Who do you suspect? Hydra, the Falding Church. These are my best guesses. I see. Meanwhile, within the subway, Ant was clearing away the debris of collapsed walls to rescue those trapped inside. Mommy, mommy, a little girl cried, clutching a doll. Ant rushed over and asked, little sister, where's your mother? The girl pointed toward the tracks. Without hesitation, Ant leapt down, unaware that as he did so, the fragile expression on the girl's face transformed into a blank stare, her doll dissolving into specks of purple light. She then turned and walked toward the wall, her form passing through it. When Peter and the others arrived below, they found no trace of Ant. Ant, Peter shouted, but received no response. At that moment, Ant, upon touching the tracks, was transported to another realm. I need some time to pinpoint his location. During this period, I cannot be disturbed, or I risk becoming lost in the dimensional space, Ned stated solemnly. Understood. However, just as Ned settled into a meditative position, the subway station began to quake violently. Harry, Peter, and Wanda stood by Ned's side, intercepting falling debris with precision. Yet, as more rubble descended, Wanda raised her hands, channeling red energy to support the ground beneath them. With a fierce roar, she spread her arms apart, causing the surface above to crack open, revealing the sunlight above. To stabilize the surrounding structures, Wanda continued to employ her chaos magic, reconstructing and compressing the debris until it formed sturdy stone pillars, each capped with metal plates to disperse the pressure. As these pillars were strategically placed, the previously crumbling subway platform regained its stability, allowing the Disaster Control Bureau agents to enter in an orderly fashion to assist the civilians. Harry attempted to use his magic to repair the platform, but soon realized that the energy responsible for its destruction was of a unique nature, rendering his spells ineffective. He remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Meanwhile, Ant gazed at the seemingly endless tracks before him. Just as he was about to investigate further, a thought struck him, and he leaped lightly, only to find the platform restored, and the girl, along with the injured, had vanished. The area was desolate, as if everything had been a mere figment of his imagination. Most unsettling was the profound silence, so quiet that it instilled a sense of unease within him. He attempted to leave, but each time he approached the exit, he found himself inexplicably transported back to the platform. With no other option, he began to explore alternative routes, ultimately discovering that the tracks were the only viable path, and he could only proceed to the left. Moving right resulted in him retracing his steps. However, after a short distance, he noticed that the path behind him had been entirely consumed by darkness. With no choice but to press on, he continued until he encountered a towering, terrifying figure, nearly 3 meters in height, radiating a red glow from its chest, a stark contrast to the dim surroundings. The figure approached Ant, who had no retreat left, and thus moved towards it as well. Upon recognizing the figure, he instinctively exclaimed, "Red Tank? No, you are not Red Tank. You are merely a fortunate one." With that, the towering figure swung a massive fist towards Ant, who retaliated with his own strike. Empowered by the bull symbol spell, their initial clash resulted in a stalemate, both equally matched in strength. The figure, taken aback by the unexpected parity in power, began to take the encounter more seriously, raining down punches upon Ant. Ant soon realized that the giant was devoid of any fighting technique, relying solely on his tremendous strength to vanquish his foes. As time wore on, neither combatant showed signs of fatigue. Yet Ant's strength began to wane in comparison to the giant's. However, Ant's combat skills compensated for his lack of raw power, resulting in a deadlock where neither could gain the upper hand. Yet, Ant understood that if this continued, he would inevitably lose. For the man before him likely drew power from Surtur's Crimson Crystal, an artifact imbued with a fragment of Surtur's energy. This crystal granted him temporarily unknown limits of superhuman strength, endurance, and defense, rendering him a seemingly tireless behemoth. Surtur, a dimensional demon, was unique among his kind. His existence transcended all others, as he was a singular entity within the multiverse, reflecting his essence across each universe. Unlike other dimensional demons, whose existence may vary from universe to universe, the terror of Sidorak is particularly evident, especially within his Crimson Realm. Upon entering this deep Crimson universe, even eternity itself would find itself at a disadvantage. Thus, the mere acquisition of a fragment of Sidorak's arcane power has rendered the Red Tank a formidable entity, one that even numerous superheroes struggle to contend with. Observing the imposing figure before him, Ant understood that once he succumbed to fatigue, his demise would be inevitable. Therefore, he must devise a strategy to stall for time, as he believed that Ned and the others had already recognized the peril and were devising a means to rescue him. He merely needed to hold on until that moment arrived. Chapter 201, A Meeting to Discuss Matters. "What is the situation?" Jason inquired, standing on the ground and peering through the gaping hole towards Wanda. "Unclear. Ned is searching for Ant," Wanda replied. Jason cast a worried glance at Ned, who suddenly opened his eyes and promptly conjured a portal. Simultaneously, he hurled forth energy chains that ensnared Ant, who was being ruthlessly pummeled by the burly adversary. At the moment of capture, Ned yanked forcefully, pulling Ant back, while the hulking figure merely stood still, watching them without pursuing. As the portal closed, Ant exhaled a sigh of relief. "Damn, Sidorak has indeed arrived," he murmured while lying on the ground. "Ant, are you all right?" Jason quickly reached out to him. But Ant did not reciprocate. Instead, he shook his head. "I'm too exhausted. Let me rest for a moment." In truth, Ant was not severely harmed. The Bull Talisman had not only granted him immense strength, but also rendered him more resilient, resulting in only minor fatigue. Once he had recuperated, the group prepared to depart. However, Jason halted them. "To the base. We need to analyze the situation," he stated. "Whatever you say, I just wish to rest," Ant replied. Subsequently, Ant and his companions, including Jill, made their way to the Avengers base, marking the first visit for Diana and her friends. "If you three find it dull, feel free to explore." "It's perfectly fine," Jason assured them. "Really?" they asked in unison. "Of course," he confirmed. "Then we'll be off," Diana said, leading her companions away, while Ant was pulled into the conference room by Jason. However, he was too fatigued and simply arranged the chairs together before lying down atop them. Time passed unnoticed until the Avengers assembled, along with several high-ranking officials from the Disaster Control Bureau and Old Man Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. They quickly roused Ant from his slumber, as there were not enough seats available. "Ant, why are you so tired?" Fury inquired, puzzled. "I just had a brawl with a monster. It wore me out," Ant replied, once again resting his head on the table. Jason clapped his hands and presented the day's events. "Is there anything noteworthy?" he asked. "Jarvis, please elucidate," he continued. Jarvis promptly displayed various incidents, initially leaving the audience perplexed, but as the events unfolded, comprehension dawned upon them. "What transpired?" they questioned. "Another artificial intelligence orchestrated everything, and just now, that rhinoceros man has escaped. All of this was under his control, including your tasks and the subway explosion. However, I have yet to ascertain the motive behind these actions." Jarvis explained. "Who do you suspect?" Jason asked Ant. "I am uncertain, but it undoubtedly involves a dimensional demon. The question is whether it pertains to Hydra, Mephisto, the Darkhold cult, or Dormammu," Ant replied. "What leads you to be so certain of the involvement of dimensional demons?" Tony queried, intrigued. "Did you see that hulking figure?" "Oh, yes, I did see you being beaten by him," Wanda chimed in, prompting laughter from the group. "Enough laughter. It's perfectly reasonable that I can't contend with him. There are perhaps no more than 5 individuals present who could," Ant retorted with annoyance. "Surely not," someone interjected. "He has touched the Crimson Crystal, gaining a fragment of Sidorak's power, which grants him an as yet unknown level of super strength, super endurance, super speed, and regenerative abilities, making him akin to a perpetual motion machine. But that is not the most terrifying aspect. The most fearsome factor is Sidorak himself. Sidorak is a dimensional demon, yet he is unique among them. A singular entity within the multiverse, there exists only one Sidorak, which should elucidate his formidable nature." Upon hearing Ant's words, the room fell into a contemplative silence. "So, if Sidorak were indeed to ally with them, it would spell our defeat, correct?" Steve asked, brow furrowed. "Let us not be so grim. The universe is also protected by other deities. Thus, Sidorak is not so easily provoked. We need only avoid entering his deep crimson universe," Ant reassured. "And what would happen if we did enter?" Dr. Banner inquired, curious. "In his deep crimson universe, he is invincible. Even the Infinity Stones or cosmic deities would find themselves powerless within his domain." The group comprehended the terrifying nature of the deep crimson universe and fell into silence. "Do you think it possible that the Darkhold cult has allied with Hydra, and that Dormammu and Mephisto are supporting them as well? They might realize their upper-tier combat capabilities cannot match ours, hence their attempt to collaborate with Sidorak," Pietro cautiously suggested. The others exchanged glances, and it soon became evident that Pietro's hypothesis held considerable merit. Regardless of whether Pietro's speculation is accurate, we must prepare accordingly. Everyone, get ready. Jarvis, can we contend with that artificial intelligence on Sunday? "He cannot. I will take care of it," came Jarvis's response. "Very well, we entrust it to you. Exercise caution," Coulson instructed. The group nodded in agreement before dispersing. Meanwhile, thanks to the interstellar vessels developed by the vampire and werewolf factions, coupled with established relations with the Sheer Empire, numerous companies began expanding their operations into space, resulting in a significant influx of humanity into the cosmos. As more and more individuals ventured into space, they encountered a multitude of civilizations and gleaned a wealth of information, which they shared. Consequently, the Disaster Control Bureau discovered that other civilizations appeared unaware of the existence of dimensional demons. Even if they had knowledge of them, they had not encountered such entities, leading to considerable confusion. It seemed as though these dimensional demons had an exclusive interest in Earth and its inhabitants. However, their understanding of these dimensional demons or the true origins of Earth remained limited, prompting them to seek out those familiar with such matters, namely, Ned and Ant. When Coulson found Ned and Ant, they were playfully engaging with Annie, who was also accompanied by Billy and Gullis. Chapter 202, Earth, the Origins of Humanity. "Ant, Ned, Gullis." "Billy," Coulson greeted. "Uncle Phil, what brings you here?" Ant asked, cradling Annie. Meanwhile, Gullis and Billy were intently focused on Annie, occasionally waving their toys, which soon captivated Annie's attention, allowing her to wriggle free from Ant's embrace and crawl toward them. However, midway, Ned picked her up, only to feel 2 murderous gazes directed at him, prompting him to hastily return Annie to the ground. She continued her crawl, soon reaching the 2 boys. "It is as follows. As you are aware, due to the spacecraft developed by these 2 individuals, numerous companies are now opting to expand their business ventures. While broadening their horizons, they are also gathering a plethora of information, the most crucial aspect being their decision to share this information openly. On Sundays, they compile this data and have created a search engine akin to Google. We have also discovered that some civilizations beyond our universe are indeed aware of the existence of the dimensional demon. However, the troubling fact remains that they have never actually encountered it. This implies that the dimensional demon has not troubled them. In stark contrast, Earth has constantly been besieged by various dimensional demons, particularly from the Hell dimension. Why do they not pursue those civilizations devoid of protective arrays, instead of incessantly harassing humanity? Coulson voiced his confusion, and Ant looked at Nade, who simply shook his head. I only know that we humans are distinct from other civilizations. The Lords of Hell can only augment their power by consuming our souls. Our mages have previously delved into this matter, but it seemingly pertains to the origins of humanity, and even of Earth itself, leading to no definitive conclusion, Nade explained, then turned his gaze towards Ant. After all, he was aware that Ant possessed knowledge that they lacked. Well, how shall I put it? Earth is indeed exceptional. To what extent, you ask? Earth is the remains of a pantheon, essentially a corpse, which is why it has long been coveted by Dormammu, who desires to devour Earth to become even more formidable. As for the uniqueness of humanity, it is also attributed to a pantheon known as the Ancestor, who perished on Earth, and whose decomposed remains gave rise to humanity. Thus, it can be said that the origin of humanity is rooted in the Ancestor, which is why our souls and bodies are quite extraordinary. However, due to the passage of time, the distinctive traits of humanity's physical form have long since vanished, yet the uniqueness of our souls persists. This is why the Lords of Hell are fixated on our souls. Additionally, it is worth noting that the Hell dimension is actually tethered near Earth, rendering them incapable of exerting influence further afield, so you need not worry about humans beyond our world being swayed by the Lords of Hell. I see, Coulson nodded. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Not at the moment, Coulson replied, shaking his head. He departed, having unraveled the mysteries surrounding humanity's origins, which sufficed for him. Ant, is Annie able to speak now? What are you thinking? She hasn't even reached 100 days yet. How could she possibly speak? Has she been able to utilize her abilities? Billy inquired. She has harnessed the powers of the bloodline, but she has yet to tap into her werewolf abilities. Just as Ant finished speaking, Annie began to levitate in the air and floated toward Ant. Haha. Billy, it seems I am destined to become her teacher. Gulos exclaimed excitedly. Impossible, she must possess werewolf blood. It simply hasn't awakened yet, Billy retorted defiantly. Amidst their bickering, Ant had already embraced the floating Annie, when suddenly, Annie bit down on Ant, causing a slight sting. He gently pried her mouth open and was astonished to see that she had developed canine teeth, along with a few strands of silver fur sprouting from her form. Lifting her up, he proclaimed, My dear sister, cease the commotion. She has awakened her werewolf bloodline. Upon hearing this, Billy rushed over, discovering that Annie indeed exhibited some werewolf traits, prompting him to leap with excitement. Gulos, did you see that? Annie possesses werewolf blood as well. The two immediately resumed their verbal sparring, while Ant, disinterested, carried Annie outside and reclined on a lounge chair. Annie seemed weary, resting her head on Ant's chest, smacking her lips before closing her eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Be quiet, Annie is asleep. Hearing Ant's voice, the two ceased their noise and bid farewell, hastily departing from Ant's home. Ant watched their retreating figures, shaking his head in resignation, when suddenly, he heard snoring. Turning his head, he noticed Nade had fallen asleep, producing the sounds. Ant smiled at the sight and soon succumbed to sleep himself. When Nancy returned and beheld this scene, a maternal smile instinctively graced her lips. Upon awakening, Ant discovered Nancy had prepared a meal, while Annie had long been awake, now perched on Ant's belly, munching on her fingers. As Ant stirred, Annie hurriedly crawled over to him, and he lifted her up. Oh my little darling is awake. Annie patted her tiny belly, seemingly conveying to Ant that she was hungry. Before Ant could prepare formula, Nade had already brought over a bottle of milk. Thanks, Nade. Don't mention it. But I must say, Annie is bound to grow into quite the little troublemaker. Why do you say such things about my sister? You have no idea what she has done, Nade replied, rubbing his belly. As Ant fed Annie, he curiously inquired, What has she done? She commanded Spike to press down on my belly, nearly causing me to regurgitate. Ant looked down at Annie, who seemed to sense she had misbehaved, avoiding Ant's gaze. Little one, how could you bully your brother Nade like that? Annie feigned ignorance, continuing to drink her milk, prompting Ant to helplessly pinch her little chubby arms. Displeased, Annie pushed Ant's hand away, yet Ant appeared to find amusement in the game. After several playful exchanges, Annie, having finished her bottle, suddenly burst into tears. In that instant, Ant found himself at a loss for words, and the next moment, a piece of onion struck him squarely on the forehead. Hurry and comfort Annie, or prepare for dire consequences. I understand. Annie, still young and easily swayed, was soon grinning from ear to ear after less than a minute of Ant's coaxing. All right, time to eat, Ant declared, carrying Annie inside, while Nate begrudgingly picked up the bottle from the floor and followed suit. Chapter 203. The mysterious artificial intelligence emerges. At the entrance of Victoria's home, an old Hummer came to a halt, and an elderly man stepped out of the vehicle. "Frank, what brings you here?" "I've come seeking your assistance," the old man replied with a wry smile. "What can I possibly help you with? I am already retired. This time, it is truly imperative that you lend a hand," he insisted with resignation. "Come inside and sit. Tell me what is happening," Victoria urged him. "Recently, there have been numerous attempts on my life and Marvin's, stemming from a particular mission." "What mission?" "A nuclear physicist has developed a new type of nuclear bomb called Dragon Nightshade. This new bomb possesses terrifying power, far exceeding that of conventional nuclear weapons. Yet it is deemed harmless, akin to a hydrogen bomb, but it detonates through nuclear means, thus categorizing it as a type of nuclear weapon. The issue is that during the Cold War, Dragon Nightshade was never detonated. We entrusted it to the doctor for safekeeping and returned home, only for the doctor to vanish along with the bomb. Lately, rumors have surfaced, claiming that Marvin and I know the whereabouts of Dragon Nightshade, prompting both England and America to dispatch agents to assassinate us. I find myself with no other option but to request your help." The old man expressed his helplessness. "What do you want me to do?" "Utilize your resources to help me locate the doctor's whereabouts." "What is his name?" "Dr. Bailey." Upon hearing this, Victoria immediately retrieved a small yet hefty notebook from beneath her wheelchair. Opening it, she accessed a certain website, entered her credentials, and after a brief moment of typing, the notebook soon produced a printed report. "This is the current position of Dr. Bailey, but it seems he has collaborated with Hydra. So I suggest you seek cooperation with the Disaster Control Bureau. Will they be willing to assist?" the old man inquired. "They will undoubtedly help," Victoria replied with utmost seriousness. "Then please facilitate the connection for me." "No need. Just call that young boy over here." The old man turned around and spotted a young man walking a dog. "Very well." The old man beckoned to the youth, and after a brief exchange, the young man followed the old man to Victoria's side. "Grandma Victoria, what is the matter?" Little Ann asked. "Please, could you contact your father and inform him about Hydra's whereabouts?" "No problem." Aunt promptly reached out to Jason, and after approximately half an hour, Jason finally responded. "Victoria, what is going on?" "Ask him." The old man, Frank, relayed the unfolding events once more. After listening, Jason glanced at the files and confirmed that this so-called Dr. Bailey indeed had ties with Hydra. Most concerning was the revelation that the nightshade he developed was exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, due to the relentless pressure from the Disaster Control Bureau, Hydra's operational space has dwindled significantly, especially concerning laboratories, where they lack any competent facilities to produce nightshade. However, with the emergence of an unidentified artificial intelligence, they cannot take any chances. Thus, Dr. Bailey must be dealt with decisively. "Leave it to me," Jason declared. "We shall accompany you." "No, we will handle this operation ourselves. But your wanted status and assassination orders have been revoked, so rest assured," Jason assured the old man. After hearing this, the old man merely nodded in agreement and turned to depart. "Come, accompany me," Jason said, seizing Aunt, who attempted to leave. "But Dad, I have school and need to look after Annie." "Nonsense. Annie doesn't need your care, and with your intellect, you could easily reach a doctoral level. What need have you for schooling?" Reluctantly, Aunt was pulled along by Jason, with only Aunt following him, while Ned and Harry did not accompany them. The father and son boarded the Hufeng fighter and flew to London, England. After retrieving a car key from the local Disaster Control Bureau branch, Jason guided Aunt to a psychiatric hospital where Dr. Bailey was confined. Following the conclusion of the mission, Victoria's old friends had departed, and agents from England's MI6 discovered that Dr. Bailey exhibited antisocial personality traits. He intended to detonate Nightshade, instigating a war between the Soviet Union and America. Had it not been for the agent's valiant resistance, he might have succeeded. Just as they planned to confiscate the Nightshade and execute Dr. Bailey, an external force intervened, allowing Dr. Bailey to escape. However, he was soon apprehended again by MI6 agents, though the Nightshade was nowhere to be found, having been hidden away by him. In order to ascertain the location of the Nightshade, the agents had no choice but to incarcerate him, employing various methods to interrogate Dr. Bailey. The outcome was that he descended into madness, leaving the agents uncertain if his insanity was genuine or feigned. To prevent the discovery of the Nightshade's location by others, he was ultimately confined in this facility, given no opportunities for contact aside from routine medication and sustenance. "Let us meet this Dr. Bailey," Jason remarked. Gazing at the psychiatric hospital before them, they ventured deep into the facility and eventually encountered the infamous Dr. Bailey. "Hello, Dr. Bailey. Who are you?" "We are CIA agents, here to escort you back to America." "Really? I can go back?" "Indeed, Dr. Bailey. Yet, as they progressed, Dr. Bailey suddenly seized Ant, brandishing a syringe threateningly at his neck. Do you truly think me a fool? Dr. Bailey, what is the meaning of this? Let us go. Take me out of here. Put that down, Bailey. They are not ordinary individuals. They merely wish to extract information from you. A mechanical voice interjected, prompting Dr. Bailey to reluctantly lower the syringe. You are that mysterious artificial intelligence. Indeed, I am. Greetings, Mr. Ant Bourne and Mr. Jason Bourne. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Who are you? You should have heard of me, Dr. Zola. Impossible. There is nothing impossible about it. If my consciousness can be uploaded, why can't my consciousness be replicated? The enigmatic artificial intelligence stated. Do you think I would believe your words? You may choose to believe or disbelieve. Forget him. Let us leave, Jason said, knocking Dr. Bailey unconscious and seizing him as they departed, with Ant closely following, though he glanced back before they exited. Meanwhile, Jarvis sensed the presence of the mysterious artificial intelligence and hastened after it, yet returned empty-handed, leaving him incredulous. Chapter 204, The Terror of the Red Tank. Jarvis. What brings you here? Jason inquired of the Disaster Control Bureau agent accompanying him. I just sensed the artificial intelligence had surfaced, so I rushed over. Did you encounter it? We did. It claims to be Dr. Zola. Do you believe it? I'm uncertain. I have never truly confronted him. He always departs beforehand, but it is highly likely he is not. Jarvis speculated. Let us not dwell on that. We must swiftly return this Dr. Bailey. With that, the special aircraft set off, and Dr. Bailey regained consciousness, surveying his surroundings with a smile. Now that the artificial intelligence has appeared, do you truly believe I Haven T shared the method of creating Nightshade with it? Given a suitable laboratory, with his capabilities, mass production of this Nightshade is assured. No one paid heed to his words, each engrossed in their tasks. Observing their indifference, Dr. Bailey ceased his prattling, leaning against the aircraft wall with closed eyes, awaiting his judgment. The journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any assaults, allowing them to return to the Disaster Control Bureau's prison without incident. However, upon examining Dr. Bailey's body, the prison staff were horrified to discover a tracker embedded within him. After learning of this, Jason and Ant found themselves reluctantly compelled to remain there temporarily. Dr. Bailey, witnessing their dismay, taunted them, and had it not been for Jarvis's calming presence, father and son would have likely eliminated Dr. Bailey on the spot. On the other side, upon discovering the tracker within Dr. Bailey, a man cloaked in black spoke, Red Tank, go rescue him. Understood, the hulking figure replied in a deep voice. This man, known as Red Tank, had initially been considered for a new name, but he insisted on retaining the title Red Tank, declaring he would eliminate all others of the same name to become the sole entity. His alliance with them stemmed from their knowledge of Red Tank's ambitions, offering assistance in traversing the multiverse in exchange for his help in conquering the entire Earth. Thus, Red Tank became their subordinate, and they orchestrated his arrival near the prison. Observing the facility before him, Red Tank stretched his muscles and began sprinting towards it. However, he was swiftly detected by the prison guards, who realized he was a being of the same origin as Red Tank. Following Ant's introduction, they understood their prison lacked the means to contain him. But they were prepared. Just as Red Tank advanced a few paces, a barrage of bullets, lasers, and artillery fire erupted towards him. Yet he remained impervious, resolutely enduring all assaults as he charged forward, until a missile struck him, the dreadful impact sending him hurtling away. Simultaneously, Jason and Ant, sensing the commencement of the battle, hastened outside, coincidentally witnessing the Red Tank being flung through the air. Contact Hulk, we require his assistance, Ant shouted to a nearby disaster control agent. Upon hearing this, they immediately reached out to the Avengers, and upon learning of the Red Tank's emergence, they swiftly boarded their aircraft and journeyed to the prison's location. Fortunately, the prison was not far from New York, allowing them to arrive expeditiously. Upon their descent, they encountered a formidable man confronting Jason and Ant, a titan even more imposing than the Punisher. His performance was terrifying, as he effortlessly sent Jason flying with a single punch. Hulk, we need you, Steve exclaimed, witnessing the scene unfold. In response, Dr. Banner shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils had transformed to a vibrant green, his form expanding. Hulk had arrived. He glared at the Red Tank, a figure of similar stature, and with a thunderous roar, charged forth. As the Red Tank struck Jason again, Hulk descended from the skies, delivering a powerful blow to the Red Tank's face, the sheer force propelling him away. This time, the Red Tank collided violently with a mountainside. Hulk rushed forward, unrelenting, and before the Red Tank could recover, he unleashed another fist, embedding him once more into the rock face. Hulk unleashed a flurry of punches, rendering the Red Tank unable to retaliate. His sheer strength was no match for Hulk's superior combat skills. Each time the red tank attempted to strike back, Hulk thwarted him with a series of rapid jabs. However, in a fit of rage, the red tank shoved Hulk away, and they soon discovered their battle had nearly carved through the mountainside. Hulk rose from the ground, only to hear the sound of heavy footsteps echoing from the passage he had created. Instantly, he braced himself. In the next moment, the red tank charged out, and this time, Hulk found himself outmatched, being forcefully thrown aside. The others finally arrived, launching their assaults on the red tank, particularly Wanda and Jarvis, who were pivotal in the confrontation. Yet, as time passed, they realized they could not contain the red tank. This cannot continue. Is the cage ready? Tony shouted. It is completed and en route, came the reply. Upon hearing this, the red tank roared and violently flung Hulk away before sprinting off in a certain direction. We cannot let him escape, Steve shouted. In an instant, they all surged forward, but they were a moment too late. The red tank had already activated his escape, and no one could impede him. Wanda could have intervened, but after fighting for so long, she was utterly exhausted. After a grueling 10 hours, even Hulk appeared weary. By the time the red tank's figure vanished completely, the Bear Peak aircraft had finally arrived. Disaster control agents began unloading a towering 3.5-meter-high metal cylinder, forged from vibranium. This was the hardest metal they possessed, and they had crafted a cage from it. This cage featured hundreds of rings that would tightly conform to the red tank's body, ensuring that once imprisoned, he could not move an inch. The areas bound by the rings had no gaps, making it exceedingly difficult for the red tank to activate his powers. Regrettably, they had arrived too late. The group could only return to the prison, where Jarvis shared the intelligence they had gathered, revealing that the artificial intelligence might be linked to Dr. Zola, prompting furrowed brows among them. Suddenly, Coulson urgently contacted them. Steve looked at the others in confusion, but answered the call. Chapter 205, Contact Wakanda. You've been deceived. Upon connection, Coulson's serious tone resonated through the line. What do you mean? Just now, several laboratories were attacked by the Folding Sect and Hydra. They seized a vast array of advanced research equipment. According to their list, if these machines are indeed in their possession, they will possess limitless potential. Can we track them? Alas, no. That AI has manipulated all the footage. We cannot ascertain their true escape route. Hearing this, the group felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. We understand. Let us reconvene later. They boarded the Bear Peak aircraft and returned to the Avengers base, where they immediately convened a meeting. However, upon entering, Coulson noticed the group's exhaustion and instructed for refreshments to be brought in. Seeing the snacks, they wasted no time, consuming food and drink as they continued their meeting. We cannot persist in this manner. We must devise a strategy to counter the red tank. We cannot mobilize our entire force every time he appears. He merely needs to show up, and our main forces will be diverted. We must find a solution. Jarvis, Hulk, can the two of you work together to confine him? Tony pondered for a moment before addressing them. Hulk said he has no issue. I too have no objections, Jarvis affirmed. Then the next time the red tank reappears, I entrust him to you for confinement in the specialized cage. Let's include Wanda as well. The three of you can handle it, correct? I have no problem, Wanda replied. Then it is settled. Coulson, please send me the list of the stolen equipment for review. Coulson nodded and examined the extensive list of items. Some superheroes, unable to comprehend, excused themselves, leaving only those with various degrees to stay. Based on the equipment that had been lost, they collaborated with Jarvis to analyze what the adversaries might do. And as they delved deeper, the threat posed by Hydra and the Folding Sect became increasingly apparent. No, Sunday. Compile a list of all related materials and send it to Disaster Control, instructing them to keep a close watch on these items. Additionally, help us contact the King of Wakanda. I suspect their target is vibranium. Understood, sir. The leader of the intelligence department at Disaster Control soon received the list from Sunday, clearly marking its significance. Upon merely glancing at the list, the intelligence department recognized its importance and promptly dispatched all personnel to monitor the situation, while also reaching out to the King of Wakanda, inviting him to the Avengers base. Though the king was unsure of the implications, he accepted the invitation. Greetings, King T'Chaka, Tony said, rising to extend his hand to the elderly black man before him. Hello, Mr. Stark. May I inquire as to the purpose of your invitation? King T'Chaka, we have come to understand the true nature of Wakanda, and I must caution you that Hydra and the Folding Sect have set their sights on your vibranium. Of course, you are not the sole possessors. There is also an underwater kingdom known as Talokan. However, due to their aquatic nature, their attempts to seize vibranium will be more challenging, which may lead them to focus on you. At the mention of vibranium and Talokan, T'Chaka's expression subtly shifted before he quickly regained his composure. I apologize, Mr. Stark, but I do not comprehend what you are implying. We are merely an ordinary African nation. Rest assured, King Chaka, We comprehend your predicament. Yet I sincerely hope you will approach it with utmost caution, particularly regarding a formidable supervillain known as the Red Tank. His strength is such that even our collective efforts as Avengers may not suffice to subdue him. Here is his dossier. Take it back and peruse its contents. After a moment of contemplation, Chaka departed with the documents. Although he was perplexed as to how Tony was aware of Wakanda's circumstances, he chose to adopt an attitude of cautious belief rather than skepticism. Subsequently, Chaka dismissed all subsequent engagements and returned to Wakanda overnight, summoning the leaders of the other tribes to present them with the intelligence on the Red Tank. Upon viewing the terrifying visage of the Red Tank, each leader turned to Chaka in astonishment. "Your Majesty, are you certain of his existence? He is indeed real. And both Hydra and the Falden cult have set their sights on our vibranium. Consequently, Wakanda will be sealed off, forbidding anyone from leaving. Do you understand?" The tribe leaders nodded in agreement. After their departure, the next in line for the throne, Chala, entered. "Father, what is the matter?" Chaka recounted the entire situation, causing Chala to furrow his brow in concern. "Are you sure? But how could they be aware of our circumstances in Wakanda? Could there be an internal issue?" Chala's barrage of questions left Chaka momentarily speechless, prompting him to assert, "You are to investigate our own people, but remember, no one is permitted to step outside the protective barrier, understood?" "Understood, father." Thus, Chala commenced a covert investigation of their own ranks, convinced that the knowledge of Wakanda's existence must have been leaked from within. However, his inquiries proved futile as he struggled to find the right direction. Meanwhile, Chaka issued orders for the protective barrier to remain fully operational, disallowing any entry or exit, even for Chala. Simultaneously, 100 kilometers from Wakanda, within a primitive tribe, a group of individuals infiltrated the area. The leader merely waved his hand, and instantly, the tribe's primitive inhabitants transformed into wisps of purple light. That must be Wakanda ahead, he surmised. The straight-line distance is approximately 100 kilometers. To avoid detection, we must first address the satellite issue. Can't your people handle it? Do you think we are still the Hydra of old? The man retorted with a cold smirk, laced with self-deprecation. Fools, do you seek another civil war? If not for fearing to delay my God's plans, I would have dealt with you already. Indeed, you are formidable, yet what has that achieved? You were still vanquished by the Disaster Control Bureau and now dare not show your faces. Enough. What are you bickering about? Another voice interjected sharply, leading the two to fall silent and continue their journey. Chapter 206, Vibranium Acquired, Dr. Zola Reborn. It is unclear how much time passed before this group finally reached the outer perimeter of Wakanda. To their eyes, it appeared to be an ordinary plain, a result of Wakanda's cloaking barrier which concealed the diverse landscapes of mountains, rivers, and forests within. As they arrived, Wakanda's satellite came under immediate assault, unbeknownst to the attackers that the satellite possessed self-repair capabilities. However, the damage was too severe, necessitating an extended repair period. Inside Wakanda, Chaka was promptly informed of the situation and immediately triggered the alarm, its shrill sound echoing as all Wakandan soldiers mobilized under Chala's command. Chaka remained in the command room. Despite their archaic titles, their technology far surpassed that of the rest of the Earth, adhering instead to tradition. Through the screens, Chaka observed a group clad in black cloaks outside the barrier, their demeanor unmistakably aggressive. He then deactivated the camouflage of the protective barrier, allowing a face-to-face confrontation with the cloaked individuals. "Who are you?" Chala demanded. They offered no reply. One individual removed his hood, revealing sunken eyes that appeared cracked, particularly marked by the symbol of Dormammu on his forehead. Chala instinctively exclaimed, "The Falden cult. And if I am not mistaken, you must belong to Hydra." Another group of cloaked figures also revealed themselves, their eyes glowing an eerie green, clad in armor reminiscent of nanotechnology, wielding weapons previously unseen, likely energy-based firearms. This left Chala in disbelief. They had been consistently targeted by the Disaster Control Bureau, yet now they possessed such advanced weaponry. The leader of the Falden cult gestured, summoning a multitude of purple energy spheres behind him. With a flick of his finger, the spheres surged toward the barrier, only to yield no discernible effect upon impact. Despite this, they relentlessly assaulted the barrier, unaware that their attacks were merely a diversion, intended to distract the majority. In the command room, Chaka sensed something amiss and promptly requested surveillance from other areas, soon discovering a group advancing toward the palace. Without delay, Chaka donned his Black Panther suit and raced toward the palace, but upon arrival, he found it too late. "Greetings, King Chaka. What do you desire?" "Vibranium." Chaka clenched his fists, fury radiating as he confronted his adversaries. At that moment, he could not fathom how they had breached their defenses. But now was not the time for such considerations. "Very well, how much do you seek?" Chaka inquired, glancing at the captives, his wife and daughter. He longed to exhibit defiance. Yet he found himself powerless to do so. Upon stating their demand, Chaka inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, and ordered the vibranium be brought forth. The attackers proved trustworthy. Upon receiving the vibranium, they released their hostages and activated a spark circle, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. Concurrently, those assaulting the barrier were informed that the vibranium had been secured and began their retreat. Chala, observing the departing figures, seemed to have an epiphany and immediately sprinted toward the palace. Upon bursting in, he discovered his mother and sister tightly embracing his father. "Father, what is happening? Enemies have infiltrated. You must ascertain how they gained access." "Yes, father." Before departing, Chala cast one last glance at his mother and sister, then proceeded with his investigation. Having acquired the vibranium, Hydra and the Falden cult wasted no time in utilizing magic to construct a new body. Combining magic, runes, and vibranium, a flawless form was forged amidst purple flames. As the body was completed, the leader of the Falden cult held a gem radiating a soft purple glow, embedding it within the chest of the newly formed body, initiating the transfer of consciousness. As the body opened its eyes, it spoke softly, at last. "I have regained my form. Dr. Zola, how does this body fare?" "Haha, it is quite satisfactory, indeed. Now we can proceed with our plans." "How is the preparation for the spacecraft?" Dr. Zola inquired. "Not feasible. All spacecraft are heavily monitored." "I understand. I shall handle it," Dr. Zola replied. He is not mistaken. After all, Dr. Zola has essentially been reborn, and his current visage is entirely distinct from his former self. Moreover, despite the transfer of his consciousness, Dr. Zola retains the ability to navigate the digital realm at will. Therefore, it is exceedingly simple for him to undertake these endeavors, as he can first fabricate a flawless existence and gradually step into the limelight, subsequently leveraging this newfound identity to secure unattainable resources for Hydra and the Falden cult. "Very well, we can no longer assist you, for we must now remain silent. Recent events have become too tumultuous, and the Disaster Control Bureau is perilously close to locating our current base." "I understand. That is sufficient." Dr. Zola stretched his limbs, and a surge of violet energy coursed through his form, manifesting as a tailored purple suit adorning his figure. Thus, a new entity known as Anyue Hydra emerged in this world. This financial mogul initially capitalized on a modest investment to reap substantial profits in the stock market, subsequently establishing a military-industrial enterprise, directly securing a lucrative contract from Stark Industries and Oscorp. This astonishing turn of events left Pepper and Norman utterly astounded, prompting them to investigate this so-called Anyue Hydra. However, their inquiries yielded no results, particularly regarding Dr. Zola's meticulously crafted persona, which was so impeccably constructed that it bore no flaws, even possessing verifiable witnesses. While Pepper was convinced, Norman remained skeptical. He could not fathom the existence of such a paragon in reality. Yet, despite his exhaustive investigations, he could discern no inconsistencies, which only heightened his unease, leading him to seek out Ant Chapter 207, untitled. "Ah, Uncle Norman, what brings you here?" Ant inquired with surprise as he stepped outside to dispose of trash. "Indeed, Ant. I came to ask if you recognize this individual." As he spoke, Norman produced the information on Anyue Hydra and handed it to Ant. After discarding the trash, Ant gestured for Norman to enter. "Please, come in and have a seat, Uncle Norman." Norman settled down, lifting little Annie from beside him to playfully engage with her. Annie, ever the sociable child, tilted her head to gaze at Norman, then beamed a charming smile, extending her arms toward him. Norman's heart warmed with genuine joy as he lifted Annie, weighing her gently before placing her on his lap. "What do you think, Ant? Familiar, yet elusive." "Anyue Hydra? Anyue Zola? Hydra is synonymous with Hydra. Could this individual truly be Dr. Zola?" Ant murmured. "What? Does Uncle Norman have clearer information?" "Indeed. I can have someone send it to your email." Ant nodded, and at that moment, the trio heard a ping. Annie, upon hearing it, grew exceedingly excited, prompting Norman to glance curiously at Ant. Ant walked to the kitchen. A minute later, he returned with a bowl of meat puree. "But didn't Annie just recently come into the world? Can she eat meat already?" "Of course. You know her uniqueness. Her mother is a vampire, and her father is a werewolf. It's only natural she can consume meat now," Ant explained. Norman nodded, then took the bowl of puree to feed Annie, while Ant scrutinized him closely. Ignoring Ant's gaze, Norman fed Annie, who appeared quite pleased. Ant pouted before turning his attention back to the information about Anyue Hydra. Discovering something amiss, it was too perfect. After perusing the details, Ant became convinced that this so-called Anyue Hydra was indeed Dr. Zola. "He is Dr. Zola. Can you be certain?" "With 90% certainty, this individual is Dr. Zola." "Are you truly confident?" Coulson entered from outside, his brow furrowed with concern. Yes, he likely crafted a body using vibranium, similar to Jarvis, and subsequently infused it with Dr. Zola's consciousness. Now, you merely need to inquire with Wakanda to determine if any vibranium has gone missing. I have already contacted them. A cadre of mysterious individuals infiltrated their palace, abducted their queen, and obtained vibranium. From their descriptions, we discovered these mysterious figures utilized Ned's portals, which is why I sought you out to consult with Ned. Ant swiftly summoned Ned. What is it, Ant? Do you need me? Coulson recounted the entire situation, and upon hearing it, Ned sighed. It must be Caecilius and his cohort. The others looked at Ned in confusion, but Ant sensed something was amiss. It seemed their timeline of betrayal had been accelerated. Caecilius was a sorcerer who had joined Camartage even before me, drawn by the desire to resurrect his family through magic. However, he discovered that no spell could achieve this, leading him down a dark path, ultimately aligning himself with Dormammu. Now it makes sense. This confirms he is indeed Dr. Zola. The issue is, he has completely reinvented himself, even fabricating birth records and educational histories, rendering him untouchable in the public eye. I understand. Leave it to me and Stark Industries, Norman declared, rising. Now that he knew the identity of his adversary, he felt no reservations. Do take care of yourselves. Norman nodded and departed, followed by Ned, who needed to inform the Ancient One and the others about Caecilius' situation. Once they left, Ant cradled Annie and took a moment to rest in the garden. Meanwhile, Peter and his companions were exceedingly busy. For reasons unknown, a surge of superpowered criminals had emerged, all targeting banks or auction houses for heists. The cumulative losses had reached nearly billions, with their objectives clear and each crime taking no longer than 10 minutes. What was even more outrageous was that each time the police mobilized, they encountered significant traffic congestion, as if orchestrated deliberately. Yet, upon investigation, they discovered that the traffic jams were caused by malfunctioning traffic signals. Peter and Harry found themselves persistently chasing these criminals, yet both felt as though they were being watched, as if a scrutinizing gaze rendered their every move transparent. Those superpowered criminals consistently evaded them. Thus, Harry had no choice but to call a meeting with all members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. In a small area adjacent to Oscorp, the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters also served as the residence of Old Man Slay. Harry, what is the occasion for this sudden meeting? Ant inquired as he entered. Harry gestured for Ant to take a seat, and once everyone had assembled, he recounted his and Peter's actions, sharing the unsettling sensation of being observed. The room fell into thoughtful silence, yet Ant had already deduced that this was likely the handiwork of Dr. Zola. It is Dr. Zola. But he was supposed to be dead. He did not perish. Instead, he has been reborn, crafting a body from vibranium, much like Jarvis, though he lacks the Infinity Stones. Ant exhaled slowly, revealing the gravity of the situation. Are these superpowered criminals attempting to amass funds? That seems likely. While you operate, let Jarvis assist you. Otherwise, given Dr. Zola's capabilities within the network, you will find yourselves utterly outmatched. Understood. Will you be joining us? No, 3 of you will suffice, along with Old Man Slay. Have you sensed any demonic presence recently? Yes, but it's faint. Essentially a fleeting whisper, Ant remarked, furrowing his brow. Very well. Exercise caution, especially you two. I suspect Dr. Zola's target may be you. Why is that? Due to your conspicuousness. With your superhero appearances, I could devise 9 methods to target you. As you are undoubtedly aware. No, surely not. If you have doubts, you might inquire with old Shrey. For it is said that a house with an elder is akin to possessing a treasure. I shall refrain from meddling in your attempts to masquerade as superheroes. I will soon seek Uncle Norman to create a launcher. Upon encountering peril, you need only press the device, and I shall receive the signal. Once it's prepared, have it delivered to me, understood? Harry and Peter nodded, and then Ant instructed Ned to open a portal for their departure. Meanwhile, at the Continental Hotel in New York, a group was convening to devise a plan against Harry and Peter, and indeed, Ant had not spoken in vain. Chapter 208, Dr. Zola's Scheme at the Continental Hotel. Dr. Zola sat with a cadre of villains, including Rhino, while the remaining members were relatively unfamiliar figures. These individuals were selected by Dr. Zola through extensive data analysis, comprising antisocial personalities or born terrorists, epitomes of extreme racial prejudice. Everyone, please take your seats. Are you all familiar with your capabilities now? Dr. Zola inquired gently. Familiar, came the enthusiastic response. Then you may proceed with your actions. Really? An eager man asked, his back adorned with 8 metallic mechanical appendages. Controlled by him, not to be confused with Dr. Octopus. This man was a murderer, having brutally slain dozens of sex workers before being apprehended by the police. Just as he was set for execution, Dr. Zola rescued him and brainwashed him into becoming a fervent follower. His fanaticism was such that he would unhesitatingly slit his own throat or stab his heart at Zola's command. The others had similarly been recruited by Dr. Zola, all having undergone brainwashing, with every member loyal to him, willing to fulfill his mandates even unto death. Your task is to devise a way to eliminate these two children. Children? They are my favorite. A figure resembling a priest, adorned with an inverted cross, sneered. Their pastime was to don the guise of so-called superheroes. Thus, a mere threat to human lives would likely compel them to surrender. You should be more aware of how to execute this than I, Dr. Zola chuckled. Understood. When do we strike? Now. Upon hearing this, the villains revealed sinister smiles, their malice inherent, purely evil, devoid of reason. However, they did not act immediately, despite their wickedness. They were not fools. After deliberation, they decided to first send a group to harass the Avengers, dispersing their ranks, before sending others to create chaos near the Osborn group building to lure Harry and Peter out. At that point, they could utilize innocent lives to compel them, even to eliminate them. With their plan formulated, they commenced execution. Dr. Zola remained in the room, where a television displayed numerous small screens, each corresponding to one of his underlings. In Times Square, a clown appeared, clutching a multitude of balloons, unnoticed as he seemingly materialized from thin air. He shouted, "Free balloons! Free balloons!" A man approached, surprised. "Are they truly free?" "Indeed, my good sir." "Please, take one," the clown replied. The clown swiftly tied a string around the man's wrist. But at that moment, the balloons began to inflate uncontrollably. Sensing the danger, the man exclaimed, "I don't want it. I don't want it. Undo it, undo it." His desperate cries attracted the attention of onlookers, who, upon witnessing the ever-expanding balloons, grasped the situation and retreated, contacting the Disaster Control Bureau. By the time they arrived, the man had already been lifted into the air, the balloons having swelled to over 2 meters in diameter. Police arrived, aiming at the clown and firing at the balloons. But their bullets merely bounced off the resilient surfaces. It was not until a towering figure leaped into action, slicing through the balloons with a blade, safely bringing the man back to the ground. The terrified man fled, and the crowd recognized the newcomer as the Punisher. "That's Titus." "What Titus?" "He is the Punisher. Run." The Punisher's armored suit enveloped him like liquid as a heavy thud echoed, prompting the crowd to flee in an orderly fashion. The clown, observing the Punisher, wore a cold smile. "Dear guest, would you care to witness my performance?" With a grand gesture, the clown summoned a stage to materialize in Times Square, releasing a multitude of balloons into the sky. Although the Punisher remained uncertain of their purpose, he realized he could not allow them to ascend further. He drew his explosive gun and accurately shot at the balloons, bursting them one by one. The deflated balloons rained down a shower of glitter and confetti, with the clown reveling amidst the chaos, commencing an elegant dance. The Punisher frowned, then charged forward, swinging his chainsaw sword downwards. Yet the clown continued to dance, deftly evading the attack. To his surprise, a black 8-ball appeared in the clown's hand, which he affixed to the Punisher's body. The ball exploded instantly, propelling the Punisher backward. Despite the apparent force of the explosion, the Punisher emerged relatively unscathed, his armor only slightly tarnished. Rising to his feet, he was soon joined by Steve and Pietro. "Two more guests have arrived. Your presence is most welcome," the clown bowed mockingly. As the clown bowed, Pietro attempted to catch him off guard. Yet a mysterious force surrounded the clown, causing Pietro to collide with it and be sent reeling. "Pietro, I'm fine," he responded, shaking his head. "My dear guest, I have shown you such respect, yet you seek to ambush me? How ungentlemanly." The clown smiled. "What is this guy's origin?" "Unclear," the Punisher replied, shaking his head. The three men charged at the clown, but with a mere wave of his hand, a colossal black 8-ball materialized. The Punisher retaliated with a powerful punch, sending it hurtling back toward the clown. The massive ball collided with him, detonating with terrifying force, shattering nearby glass and obliterating the stage, leaving behind a vast crater. Yet, remarkably, no one sustained injury. At this juncture, Steve and the Punisher realized the clown was merely stalling. Their true goal was not to confront them. However, they found themselves unable to escape. The clown has powers too enigmatic. "Gentlemen, the true battle commences now." The clown reappeared, now clad in a fitted tailcoat and a black top hat, his hands resting upon a cane. His makeup transformed from the whimsical to a stark black and white visage, with one side black and the other white. The three began to take the situation seriously, but alarms blared elsewhere as the Disaster Control Bureau and the Avengers had been scattered, signaling the commencement of their plan. Chapter 209, The Plan in Motion. Ants compromised. The clown approached with an elegant stride toward the Punisher, Steve, and Pietro. Suddenly, the Joker tilted his head, revealing a wound on his cheek. "Ant," he called out, "you all go assist. I shall handle this fellow." Ant replied. The Joker, after touching the blood on his cheek, grotesquely licked it clean from his fingers, gazing at Ant with the predatory intensity of a hunter. However, Ant had grown immune to such intimidation. While Steve furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you capable? Rest assured, Ant affirmed with a nod. Subsequently, Steve, the Punisher, and Pietro rushed to the nearest location for support, leaving Ant to face the Joker. In an instant, the Joker transformed into a swirling black mist, dissipating in place. Reflexively, Ant swung his weapon behind him, only to strike empty air, the blade cleaving the ground and creating a fissure that stretched for dozens of meters. Yet, that was not the end. Behind him, the Joker reappeared, striking at Ant's back with a palm, a black 8-ball adhering to him before it detonated, sending Ant hurtling away. Fortunately, with the aid of the bull charm, Ant avoided significant harm. After all, the charm not only granted immense strength, but also substantially enhanced his defenses. Emerging slowly from the black smoke, Ant stood up, the onlookers collectively exhaling in relief. For as long as Ant remained unvanquished, their chances of escape remained intact. He stepped forth from the smoke, brushing off the dust from his attire, while the Joker observed him, realizing that he bore no injuries, merely a bit of grime. This is impossible, the Joker instinctively exclaimed. Nothing is impossible, Joker, Ant replied, and with a powerful push, he instantly closed the distance between them. The Joker attempted to morph into black mist once more, but Ant refrained from using his knife. Instead, he delivered a sharp strike to the Joker's neck, causing him immediate pain and forcing him back into his human form, whereupon Ant began to pummel him. In no time, the Joker's body was riddled with injuries. Yet Ant was taken aback as the wounds gradually emanated a ghostly glow, swiftly healing before his eyes. It dawned on Ant that the power emanating from the Joker was likely derived from Dormammu. Unable to resist, Ant remarked, This formation resembles a sieve far too much. However, now was not the time for banter. He continued his assault on the Joker, who, despite maintaining a facade of provocation, was secretly contemplating escape. Realizing he was no match for Ant. Yet, for Dr. Zola's scheme, he felt compelled to persist. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced at the surrounding innocents. Ant seemed to anticipate his intentions. Before he could act, countless black 8-balls were launched toward the unsuspecting crowd. Ant promptly drew his firearm, expertly shooting at the black 8-balls, igniting them with precision. Yet, the Joker, undeterred, unleashed even more black 8-balls toward the innocents. Ant continued to obliterate them. But as their numbers swelled, his rate of fire quickened, and gradually, the Joker's energy began to wane, prompting him to halt. Ant too paused. Having overlooked a critical detail, he had neglected to replenish his ammunition, and now only a scant few rounds remained in the dimensional space. You aim to stall for time, do you not? As long as you do not harm them, I shall remain here with you. What do you say? Ant proposed. He knew he was left with little choice. Should he attempt to fire again, he might not be able to contain the black 8-balls. The Joker nodded in reluctant agreement. His energy reserves were dwindling, and should they run out, he would be unable to heal, which could indeed lead to his demise. After all, his task was simply to delay his adversary. Ant then procured 2 chairs from the side, tossing one to the Joker. After catching it, they each settled approximately 20 meters apart, waiting silently. Nearby, some innocents attempted to flee, only to be threatened back into compliance by the Joker, leaving them with no option but to remain in place. Meanwhile, near Oscorp Tower, a man with 8 metallic tentacles sprouting from his back and a figure clad as a priest appeared in the vicinity. Just as they materialized, a group of armored individuals, resembling some sort of biological matter, surrounded them. You intend to assault Oscorp Tower? How amusing, for you carry the scent of demons, the priest remarked with a smile, producing 2 short swords with a flourish. The members of the demon squad recognized the ominous intent of their opponents, and just as they prepared to strike, Harry and Peter arrived on the scene. Leave this to me. You all focus on evacuating the crowd, Harry declared as he descended from the sky. Young master, are you not listening? He admonished. The demon squad members had no choice but to retreat, while Peter's gaze fell upon the man with the 8 metallic tentacles, feeling an inexplicable sense of enmity. Harry, too, regarded the priest with a similar sensation, though in contrast, his Spartan blood surged within him, prompting him to summon the angelic scythe. The priest brandished an inverted crucifix, reciting passages from the demonic scriptures. Observing the priest's demeanor, Harry discerned he was no true cleric. Just as Harry prepared to act, a barrage of luminous spears shot toward the priest, who retaliated with a swift strike, sending a wave of dark red sword energy to intercept the spears. The 2 forces collided, resulting in a considerable explosion. Jimmy Jones, you are just as damned as your grandfather. A priest descended from above, shouting at the priest bearing the inverted cross. Who is he? He is a traitor to God, one the church has sought for ages. I never imagined he would infiltrate our ranks, using the guise of a priest to harm countless children. Yet, compared to the atrocities committed by his grandfather, his deeds are but minor infractions. And his grandfather? Jim Jones, who coerced 900 devout followers into suicide, allowing demons to claim their souls. Consequently, their family has long been marked for death by the church, and we only recently uncovered his hidden existence. The priest glared intently at Jimmy Jones. I see, Jimmy sneered, as strange runes began to materialize on the dagger in his hand. In response, Harry tightened his grip on the angelic scythe, while the priest donned a pair of claw-like gauntlets, each adorned with cross engravings. Chapter 210. The Defeated Harry, the Transformation. Harry propelled himself forcefully, akin to a cheetah sprinting at full speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Jimmy Jones, swinging the angelic scythe at him. Jimmy raised his arm to block, but the scythe struck his forearm. With a clang, Harry's expression shifted. He delivered a kick toward Jimmy, but the latter was faster, landing a powerful kick to Harry's chest that sent him sprawling. As Jimmy tore away his robe, he revealed a body covered in overlapping scales. As he flexed his limbs, his hands also became enshrouded in scales, and his eyes transformed into slitted reptilian pupils. Clenching his fists, he seemed to revel in the terrifying power coursing through him. Harry rose from the ground, gasping in shock. He had not anticipated such formidable strength. The force of that kick had fractured several of his ribs. But thanks to his remarkable self-healing ability, they had already mended. You are far too weak, Jimmy remarked with a cold smirk, gazing at Harry. However, Harry remained silent, gripping the angel's scythe tightly as he charged once more at the priest. Peter wished to assist him, but was obstructed by a creature with 8 metallic tendrils behind him. With no other recourse, he could only place his hopes in the priest. Upon seeing the form of Jim Jones, the priest realized that he had sold his soul to the devil to gain such formidable power. This power was distinct from mere possession. He was now in a state that was half human, half demon, immensely powerful, and possessed a fragment of the essence of a hell lord. Blessing, the priest murmured from the rear. And as 2 beams of white light enveloped Peter and Harry, both felt a surge of energy coursing through them, propelling them towards their respective adversaries. With the blessings buff, Harry finally found himself able to contend with Jim Jones, and with the priest joining the fray, Jim Jones began to find himself at a disadvantage. As the priest witnessed Jim Jones faltering, he hastened his attacks. Yet, Harry sensed something amiss, unable to pinpoint the source of his unease amid the chaos of battle. He could only match the priest's rhythm. Suddenly, Harry noticed a triumphant smile spreading across Jim Jones's face, and sensing impending doom, he shouted, "Priest, retreat." Startled, the priest attempted to withdraw, but Jim Jones lunged forward, seizing the priest's arm and yanking him into his embrace, simultaneously turning to use the priest as a shield against Harry's angel's scythe. With horror, Harry saw his scythe poised to strike the priest and swiftly twisted it aside, allowing it to soar over their heads. In the next moment, Jim Jones sank his teeth into the priest's neck, drinking in the white energy mingled with crimson blood. The priest roared in fury, kicking Jim Jones away, while clutching his neck where the wound had been inflicted, but Jim Jones was still gnawing on a piece of flesh. The priest hastily cast a healing spell, striving to mend the gash on his neck, but a dark red energy resisted his efforts. Realizing this, the priest unleashed a flurry of healing spells, diminishing the dark energy significantly. Sensing progress, he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, Harry stood before the priest, watching as Jim Jones relished the taste of the priest's flesh. The once human Jim Jones had now transformed into something resembling a beast. Without further ado, Harry charged at Jim Jones, engaging him in a tumultuous battle, finally grasping that Jim Jones had merely been feigning weakness moments before. Before long, Harry was sent flying once more. He rose from the ground, but the injuries he sustained made him falter, dropping to one knee, his arm twisted and likely broken. The priest had managed to heal his neck, but was left in a state of utter exhaustion. Jim Jones approached the two, each step echoing like a drumbeat on their hearts. The priest was out of strength to fight, and Harry was in no better shape. Pathetic, truly, Jim Jones sneered. After following that so-called ant for so long, you remain this weak. I am exceedingly disappointed. Peter, witnessing this unfold, attempted to intervene, but was intercepted by the creature, who taunted him. You dare to fight me, and yet allow yourself to be distracted. With that, the metallic tendrils ensnared Peter, while another tendril brandished a sharp spike aimed at his head. Faced with the specter of death, Peter tapped into his potential, breaking free from the tendril's grasp, advancing forward to evade the attack, and then delivering a powerful punch that sent the creature reeling. He followed up with a barrage of webbing, binding it securely. After securing his opponent, he turned to look back. There, he saw Jim Jones gripping Harry by the throat, hoisting him up. Harry, wishing to resist, found his limbs broken, and could only glare furiously at Jim Jones. With a cruel grin, Jim Jones picked up Harry's angel's scythe and, in the presence of Peter and the priest, plunged it into Harry's body. Once he sensed that Harry had completely lost his life force, he released him, and Harry collapsed helplessly to the ground. The priest, witnessing this, let out a roar of indignation. A brilliant beam of white light descended upon him, instantly transforming him. He donned a suit of medieval armor and wielded a one-handed sword. The ensemble lacking a helmet, replaced instead by a hood crafted from white linen. The priest transitioned from a supportive role to one of close combat, his demeanor shifting dramatically to one of cold nobility, indifferent to all life, including his own. Jim Jones recognized this as the arrival of a celestial being acting on behalf of another, and he flexed his neck, inserting his hand into his own chest. The celestial being showed no reaction. Jim Jones's hand pierced through his own ribcage, seemingly searching for something, until he swiftly grasped it and yanked, revealing a spine in his hand, the very spine that belonged to him. This grotesque display sent shivers through the disaster control agents monitoring him via satellite. The self-inflicted cruelty was shocking, but that was not the end. Jim Jones's back began to bulge ominously, as if something were about to burst forth. With a roar, a pair of black bat-like wings erupted from his back. The celestial being, witnessing this, also stirred, manifesting a pair of pure white wings behind him. As both prepared for combat, a sudden heartbeat echoed, drawing their attention to the motionless Harry on the ground. Abruptly, Harry's eyes flew open, gleaming with a silver light. And he stood, the angel's scythe embedded in his chest, coldly locking eyes with Jim Jones. Chapter 211. The Arrival of the Battle Realm. Everything comes to an end. With the angel's scythe protruding from his chest, Harry rose, his eyes transformed into silver vertical pupils. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Jim Jones, extending his hand to grasp the scythe. With a violent tug, blood gushed forth, but the wound swiftly healed. Truth be told, I should thank you, otherwise I would not have awakened the power concealed within me, Harry remarked with a chilling smile. As silver lightning flickered around him, waves of energy radiating outward from his core. Though perplexed by Harry's transformation, Jim Jones sought to prevent any further changes, flapping his bat wings to charge at Harry. Yet, Harry unleashed a furious roar. A bolt of silver lightning striking him, the resulting shockwave halting Jim Jones in his tracks. As the chaos subsided, a silver-white demon materialized before them, exuding immense power. Round 2, Jim Jones, Harry declared, twirling the angel's scythe and aiming it squarely at his foe. Meanwhile, the celestial being observed Harry, noting the perfect balance of angelic and demonic powers within him, a surprising revelation, but the immediate concern remained to deal with the threat before them. With that, both rushed toward Jim Jones. Though Jim Jones could fly, Harry could not. However, the celestial being could. He summoned a holy sword, descending from the sky to force Jim Jones back to the ground. As Jim Jones landed, Harry teleported to confront him, launching a furious assault with the angel's scythe. Left with no choice, Jim Jones wielded his bone sword in defense, but Harry, now transformed into a demon, experienced a qualitative leap in power. More importantly, he was not alone in this fight. The celestial being struck from behind. What took him by surprise was the formidable fighting instinct of Jimmy Jones, who managed to evade the oncoming strike. However, this evasion was merely a fleeting respite. He could not escape indefinitely. Under the relentless assault from both sides, Jimmy Jones gradually began to falter. Observing this, a man with 8 metallic tendrils sought to intervene, but was halted by Peter. Oh, now you wish to flee? Have you overestimated your chances? Stay right where you are. With Harry resurrected and imbued with terrifying power, Peter felt a sense of relief wash over him. Reverting to his loquacious self, the tides of battle had shifted. Jimmy Jones was now thoroughly outmatched, unable to contend with either the proxy angel or the demonically transformed Harry. My magical energy is running low. I must resolve this swiftly, Harry whispered to the proxy angel. Understood. I will create an opportunity for you, but remember, you have but one chance, the proxy angel replied in hushed tones. Harry nodded, and the proxy angel unleashed a torrent of firepower. With a combination of close-quarter combat and an array of celestial swords raining down from the heavens, Jimmy Jones found himself utterly unable to evade the onslaught. Seizing a momentary gap, Harry's figure flickered and appeared behind him. Sensing a murderous intent looming behind him, Jimmy Jones's eyes widened in shock. He attempted to flee, yet found himself ensnared in place. In that instant, a silver streak flashed through the air. Harry halted, and so did Jimmy Jones. The next moment, his head fell away, coinciding with Harry's depletion of magical energy, as he emanated a faint silver glow and reverted from his demonic state. The proxy angel, gazing at the lifeless corpse of Jimmy Jones, hurled a sphere of white flame, incinerating it completely before transforming into a beam of light and ascending back to the heavens. The priest, having been possessed by the angel, fainted, while Harry, now utterly exhausted, left Peter and the man with the 8 metallic tendrils to fend for themselves in their own battle. Suddenly, a firework erupted in the sky, prompting the man with the metallic arms to retreat and flee from Peter. Meanwhile, the Joker also made his escape. Not only here, but the Avengers began their withdrawal as well, having achieved commendable results. Apart from one escaping, all other assailants were slain on the spot. They had attempted to exploit the lives of ordinary people to coerce them, leaving no option but to execute them on sight. At that moment, Ant, Peter, Ned, and Harry regrouped. Suddenly, a voice resonated in their minds. Ladies and gentlemen, your universe is on the verge of colliding with another multiverse. Such a scenario is unfolding across countless multiverses. To ensure the continuity of the multiverse, I shall select 4 individuals from each universe to fight for the survival of your realm. Only those who emerge victorious will allow their universe to endure. Welcome to the battleground. With the voice fading, Ant and his companions found themselves on a vast plain, where 2 colossal figures materialized above them, Collector and the Grandmaster, both instrumental in the construction of the multiverse and wielding immense power. Listen closely, the rules are as follows. Within this expanse, the hours from 8 in the evening to 8 in the morning are deemed safe. The remaining hours are designated for hunting. Speak your desires aloud into the air, and you shall receive what you seek. Now, hunt to survive, and ensure the survival of your universe. As the figures vanished, Ant and his companions sprang into action, only to be confronted by 4 individuals: Wolverine, Beast, Cyclops, and Storm. Exchanging glances, Ant and his team understood the gravity of their situation, though they wished to avoid bloodshed. They recognized that it was either their lives or the annihilation of their universe. For the sake of their realm and the hope of reuniting with their families, they engaged in combat. Half an hour later, the 4 stood amidst the remains of their vanquished foes, their severed heads lying at their feet. The other 3 had proven relatively easy to dispatch, but Wolverine posed a formidable challenge. His remarkable regenerative abilities allowed him to withstand numerous assaults, ultimately succumbing only when Harry transformed and delivered a decisive blow. Continuing their flight until nightfall, the toll of their actions weighed heavily upon them. As the tolling of the bells signaled the hour, they halted, igniting a campfire and calling for sustenance. As they dined, they deliberated their next steps, with Ant ultimately proposing a crucial rule: to refrain from speaking to their enemies, for the more one engages, the harder it becomes to strike, knowing that behind each adversary lies a universe of beings and loved ones. Thus, they continued their hunt and evasion. Time passed in a blur as they numbly dispatched their foes. Just as they prepared to face the next wave of adversaries, the Grandmaster and Collector reappeared. Congratulations! You have secured first place in this battleground tournament. Your universe has been preserved, and now you may return home. Upon hearing this, the once numb expressions of the 4 finally revealed flickers of emotion. In the next instant, they were transported before their loved ones. Kneeling before them, they embraced their families. They had spent what felt like years battling in the battleground, now having turned 18, yet they cried like children. Nancy and May, oblivious to the harrowing experiences they had endured, sensed their suffering and tenderly comforted them until they succumbed to sleep. During their absence, with the combined efforts of Hulk, Thor, Jason, and Nancy, the looming threat of Dr. Zola was finally neutralized, and Wanda and Pietro were welcomed into the Avengers. Under the guidance of the Disaster Control Bureau, Earth began to flourish once more. When Ant awoke, he found his sister by his bedside. He lifted her into his arms and ventured into the garden. Lying back on a familiar lounge chair, relaxing under the gentle caress of the breeze and listening to his sister's laughter, Ant wore a contented expression. This was the life he had always yearned for. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this tale, please subscribe and support with a like. Until we meet again in the next story.